Survival of the fittest. Those who provoke me will be eliminated. After struggling for 4 years in the apocalypse, I ultimately died at the hands of my fiancé. My soul transmigrated into the body of the original owner, Wenqing, who is determined to turn the tide. Using the silver notes, gifted like handouts by the white lotus flower, she crazily stockpiles supplies before the apocalypse begins. The day the apocalypse starts is when she embarks on her path to revenge and reclaiming her life. Wenqing sits on the steps, humming a tune about good days while watching the scum and bitches from her past life being chased around by starving ghosts, and it feels so satisfying. Chapter 1. A big move after transmigration. Her body aches intensely, as if it had been torn apart and then hastily reassembled. Wenqing suddenly opens her eyes, gasping for breath. The surroundings come into focus that, oh dear, another drought this year, and now locusts. The crops have been ruined, how are we supposed to live? Voices of passers-by, complaining, drift in from outside. A flood of memories that do not belong to her rushes into Wenqing's mind. It turns out the owner of this body shares her name, also called Wenqing. She died in the dark apocalypse, choked to death by her fiancé's elbow. How infuriating. Wenqing instantly realizes something. Could it be that she died too? Is that why her soul has transmigrated to ancient times? Damn it. She was the most talented architect of the 21st century. A severe headache hits her, and Wenqing clutches her head, reluctantly accepting the memories of her past life. Truly, misfortune does not come alone. This drought and locust situation is no coincidence. In 2 days, heavy rain will begin, lasting for a year. Wenqing furrows her brows, feeling that she might die again shortly after arriving. Heavy rain, floods, cannibalism, plagues, blood-sucking snakes, none of these are easy to deal with. Wouldn't it be better to just die and be reborn? How did she end up in this unfortunate girl's body? Sitting in front of a mirror, an idea strikes her, and her gaze becomes resolute. Since she can't change it, and she's here now, she might as well turn the tide. Her eyes shift down to a ring. The treasure left to her by her biological mother, CUTIE, was later taken away by a scumbag and given to the eldest daughter of the Su family. For 4 years in the apocalypse, Su Yao and Chun Zheng lived well, never experiencing a hint of crisis, while the original owner was either starving to death or on the brink of being bitten to death. Thinking of this, Wenqing bites her finger without hesitation, letting a drop of blood fall into the ring, which emits a blood-red glow. This is a storage space, so she doesn't have to worry about storage capacity or preservation issues. It seems it's time to make a big move. The house Wenqing lives in was left by her ancestors and is quite sturdy, so there's no need for renovations, at least for now. The most important thing right now is to make money. In her past life, the original owner was infatuated, worried that the scumbag wouldn't have enough money to travel to the capital for exams, and willingly went to a brothel to perform without selling her body. Thinking of this, she remembers that the madam still owes her wages. Wenqing rushes to the brothel to demand her money, but the madam is not easy to talk to. I say, Miss Wen, how many times have you sung this month? How dare you say I haven't given you money? Wenqing forces a smile, maintaining the original owner's demeanor. I had some matters to attend to this month. I'm really sorry, but I sang enough in the past 3 months. How do I not remember that? The madam glances at her my temper. Wenqing's anger rises. Rolling up her sleeves, she no longer looks weak. Pointing a finger at the madam's nose, she scolds, "You owe money and still have the nerve to refuse? When I went to the debt collection agency to demand money, I almost broke someone's hand. Do you want to try what agency?" The madam thinks she's gone mad. Why should that concern me? If you don't give me the money, they'll definitely break your hand and smash your sign. When Wenqing gets unreasonable, no one dares to provoke her. Seeing her mental state in question, the madam, fearing trouble, curses and tosses the money from her purse at Wenqing. Get lost. Don't come back to sing again. Wenqing weighs the money pouch. It's quite a lotus. What if she was fired? Who cares? To survive in the dark apocalypse, she must prepare materials in advance. Wenqing hangs the pouch on her belt and suddenly recalls the original owner's past. Although she wasn't a wealthy young lady from a prominent family, she had her pride. Unfortunately, she was in the late stages of infatuation, even performing at a brothel for Chun Zheng. Not only that, but she also spent all her money on him, refusing to buy a new pair of shoes even when the soles of her old ones had holes. He, on the other hand, took advantage, finding out the secret of the ring and trying to steal the treasure, while bringing Su Yao to use her resources in the apocalypse. Chapter 2. Celebrating the death of an old acquaintance. For 4 years in the apocalypse, he never gave her a bite to eat, leaving her on the street to be devoured by those wicked people. How could this original owner, with such big eyes, not see that Chunjung was a dog and not a human? Wenqing is not some great benefactor or a love-struck fool. This time, she's going to see how this shameless couple survives in the apocalypse. Sure enough, the next day, the long-awaited rain finally falls. Everyone rejoices, unaware that this heavy rain will last for a year. Wenqing stands at the door, pondering which supplies to stockpile. This era is not like modern times. Food, medicine, and self-defense tools are all quite simple. Moreover, she is still poor. With this in mind, Wenqing sighs helplessly, and the next moment, a person appears at the door. Holding an oil umbrella, he exudes a scholarly aura. This Wenqing is not the same as the original. She doesn't give Chunjung a good look, a bit aloof. What are you considering? Selling this house, it can fetch quite a bit of money. Moving in with me. How shameless he is. Wenqing turns her face away, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Not only does he want to swindle my money, but he also wants to swindle my body. Dream on. However, this remark reminds Wenqing that the house is in a poor location with the rain. It could easily flood if she sells it and buys something more suitable with the money. Wouldn't that be great? Wenqing calculates in her mind, and when she looks at Chunjung again, her expression suddenly changes. Brother Chunjung, I think you're absolutely right. Really? Chunjung is overjoyed. You telling me this means you must have found a suitable buyer. Chunjung quickly says, the eldest daughter of the Su family. She just happens to need a vacant house to store her gold and silver jewelry. So it's Su Yao.It seems these two are colluding to swindle her house deed. Wenqing pretends not to know them and smiles. Miss Su is indeed wealthy, with so much gold and silver jewelry that she needs a house to store it. For 4 years in the apocalypse, let them live off these broken copper and iron. Thinking of this, she can't help but laugh out loud. The Su family is a prominent family, but Chunjung grabbed her hand and says passionately, once I achieve success in my studies, I will definitely marry you in grandeur. Wenqing's brow twitches, almost unable to suppress her urge to spit it out. Oh, disgusting. Silver is appropriate. He'll invite her over tomorrow. Yes, as soon as Chunjung leaves, Wenqing follows behind. Seeing him head towards the Su residence, she feels relieved, almost seeing a large stack of silver notes sprouting wings, flying from the Su residence into her Wenqing's pocket. With a bit of spare change, Wenqing turns around and heads to the street to buy supplies. Firewood, rice oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. She first picks the essentials, buying a lot of rice and oil and salt. If it weren't for not having enough money, she would have emptied the shop. Seeing her so abnormal, the shopkeeper laughed and asked, Miss, buying so much rice, could it be that? There's good news at home. By the way, boss, do you know where the meat prices are the cheapest? The shopkeeper's smile froze for a moment. It seemed he was genuinely happy that they could afford meat now. Chapter 3. Finding the sucker. Turn left when you go out and keep walking until the end. The meat from that butcher shop is fresh and the prices are reasonable. Thank you. Wenqing loaded the items onto the cart and dragged it towards the butcher shop. Along the way, many people glanced over and whispered among themselves. Isn't that Wenqing from Baiwa building singing? Still humming a tune while walking, really shameless. The original owner had heard plenty of such humiliating remarks, but she always kept her feelings to herself and never retorted. But with Wenqing, her hot temper couldn't hold back. Hey. Wenqing stopped and stared at a man passing by. I'm talking to you. Does Miss Wen have any advice? The man asked with interest. Were you the one who just called me shameless? Yes, and so what? As soon as the words fell, a slap followed. She smiled. You're right, but I not only lack shame, I also have a bad temper. If you don't believe me, I can tear your mouth apart. Wenqing, you. She couldn't be bothered to listen to the impotent rage behind her and continued dragging the cart to the butcher's shop. Boss, I want all the remaining meat. Wenqing placed the remaining money on the counter. The shopkeeper opened his money bag to take a look, and his eyes immediately lit up. Good, good, good. I'll cut it for you right away. Dear customer, please wait. The feeling of having money was really good. Back home, Wenqing tossed the supplies into her space and began to study the usage guide for her treasures. She closed her eyes, focused her energy, and when she opened them again, she directly entered the space. Only then did she see that the place was incredibly spacious, with even land suitable for raising livestock. This is great. Wenqing propped her chin up and looked at the pig pen, thoughtfully saying, I can raise Chun Zheng and that Su person here later. She snapped her fingers. It's a pleasant decision. Wenqing closed her eyes again and exited the space, glancing at the pouring rain outside without feeling any sadness. The next morning, Chun Zheng and Su Yao arrived at the house. Wenqing was woken up by the knocking on the door, feeling more grumpy than a ghost at Qing. Are you inside? Chun Zheng shouted hoarsely. If it weren't for the fact that the person outside brought silver notes, she wouldn't bother. I'm here, please wait a moment outside. Due to the heavy rain and wind, Su Yao's skirt was splattered with mud and rainwater, and Chun Zheng looked like a drenched chicken. When she opened the door and saw how disheveled they were, she felt quite comfortable inside. Quickly pretending to be concerned, she said, Oh dear, Miss Su, did you come in such a hurry that you fell into the mud? Chun Zheng quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Qing, don't delay the important business. That he was right. She still needed money to buy things for daily life. Miss Su, please. Wenqing said that in the main hall, she took out the deed and poured a cup of tea. Just as Chun Zheng was about to pick it up, Wenqing subtly blocked his hand, picked it up, blew on the surface of the tea, and said while drinking, the high price that Miss Su offered. I think it's reasonable. There's no time like the present. How about we exchange the money and the deed today? Su Yao frowned and instinctively looked at Chun Zheng. Qing, Miss Su won't go back on her word. How about we transfer the deed today, and she can send someone with the money tomorrow? Realizing the scheme, she instantly understood. Miss Su won't go back on her word, and neither will I. Wenqing smiled. Since that's the case, why don't you send someone to bring the silver notes, and I'll transfer the deed to you tomorrow. What does Miss Wu mean? Su Yao pretended not to understand. Seeing her overact, Wenqing really wanted to slap her face. That my house is spacious, and the feng shui is good. I'm not worried about selling it. Wenqing reminded. Otherwise, Miss Su might as well look at other houses. Who did she think Wenqing was? Back then, she had outsmarted everyone at the vegetable market, and there was no cabbage she couldn't cut down. Qing. Chun Zheng couldn't just watch and interjected. How can you speak to Miss Su like that? Why are you in such a hurry? Is this house yours or mine? Wenqing said bluntly. She could no longer tolerate it, otherwise she wouldn't have torn the face so early. Wenqing stood up, put away the deed casually, and said indifferently, This price is low because I'm considering Chun Zheng's face. Selling it to someone else wouldn't be at this price. She pretended to yawn and issued her final dismissal. Indeed, this price was low, and it was hard to find such a good deal outside. Su Yao felt angry but didn't dare to show it. Miss Wen is straightforward, and I really like that. Since you need money, let's do one hand of cash and one hand of the deed today. Being adaptable is the way to be a good person. Reluctantly, Su Yao placed a thick bundle of silver notes and some coins on the table, and Chun Zheng's eyes turned green watching from the side. Wenqing found a large cloth bag to put the money in. She slung the bag over her shoulder and smiled gracefully. Then I wish Miss Su a comfortable stay here. I'll take my leave now. If you find anything unsatisfactory in the house, feel free to throw it away. After saying that, she hummed a little tune and pushed the door out with her oil paper umbrella. Finally found a sucker. She felt quite pleased. The house was indeed spacious. But as for the feng shui, that was hard to say, as even masters who passed by would shake their heads and avoid it. Chapter 4. Solving the problem of food, thinking about such a large bag of money. Chun Zheng hurriedly chased after her, not even bothering to open his umbrella. He directly dove under Wenqing's umbrella, wiped the rain off his face, and asked, Why didn't you wait for me? Wait for you to do what? She found it amusing. Didn't we agree to live together? Chun Zheng stared at her money bag, not even knowing who he was talking to, but he said, Qing, you know my family situation. If you could contribute half of the expenses, then we... Stop. Wenqing stretched out her hand and pushed him out from under the umbrella. He was drenched in the rain, unable to open his eyes, and asked in confusion, What is it? First of all, I'm not interested in living with you. Secondly, from now on, we go our separate ways. Chun Zheng became flustered, his eyes still glued to the money bag, staring intently. What do you mean? Now that you have money, you want me to leave and find someone else? Warm feelings take a deep breath, truly feeling that it is not worth it for the original owner. After so many years of dedication and sincerity to him, it is so cheap. Yes, ready to find a new partner, looking down on you. Warm feelings showed a smile. Don't mention me. I almost forgot to congratulate you on finding such a black, rich, ugly person to rely on. The feeling of living off someone, isn't it nice? Chun Zheng's gaze finally shifted from the money bag to her face, and the shame and anger after being exposed were vividly displayed on his face. Warm feelings. Don't go too far with your words. What can you do to me? Warm feelings smiled and turned around, finally reminding him, also stay far away in the future. Otherwise one day, when I'm in a bad mood, I won't even leave you a pigsty. With money, she straightened her back. She felt that the heavy rain was really good, quite fitting. She first found a small shop to settle down in, and, after eating and drinking enough, she went out to buy supplies. This time, Warm Feelings really emptied a shop that sold firewood, rice, oil, and salt, and even cleared out the nearby stalls selling pork and beef. The shopkeepers who made money had a look at her with new eyes. They almost said, "The boss is generous." She was in a good mood and continued to buy along the street, filling her basket with fruits and vegetables. Then she went to the seed-selling place. With a gentle hand on her chin, she seemed inexperienced in such matters, yet still bought more than half the store. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. "Miss, are you planning to make a big business?" "Not really. Just enough to survive," she replied with a smile. With food taken care of, the remaining concerns were warmth and self-defense. After all, following a year of heavy rain, snow was about to fall, freezing everything, including living things, into blocks of ice. This place was nothing like the modern world. There were no heating stoves or warming pads to withstand the severe cold. One either relied on mink fur or sheer willpower. In her previous life, the original owner chose the latter. This time, she opted for a mink coat and a tiger skin cloak. Heading to the largest store in town, she waved her hand and ordered all the cold-resistant clothing, blankets, and the dresses and shoes that the original owner had always hesitated to buy. Wenqing generously bought everything in one go. Women should treat themselves better. The boss lady, seeing someone so lavish, initially thought it was a wealthy young lady from a prominent family. But when she came out fanning herself and saw it was Wenqing, her smile instantly faded, replaced by disdain. She glanced at Wenqing and said, "We don't offer credit here. Warmth has memories. This yellow-faced woman is known far and wide as an ugly woman. The original owner would suffer her disdain and humiliation every time she passed by here. Just because the original owner has fair skin, beautiful looks, and a graceful figure. She is jealous." Wenqing smiled gently, showing rare politeness. "Sister Zhou, please don't call me that. I'm afraid others will think we have a family relationship. And then where will I put my face?" "All right, Aunt Zhou," Wenqing smiled innocently. Chapter 5. The most poisonous person is right before you, you dead girl. Zhou rolled up her sleeves, ready to attack with words like a shrew. Wenqing raised her hand first and slowly said, "It's just the same two sentences back and forth. Isn't it tiring? Do you want a beautiful woman with a kind heart to teach you a couple of insults? Then out of great mercy, say a couple, Aunt Zhou. Talk to me." Wenqing Zhou Dama didn't understand what it meant and was left stunned. She had already packed her things, tossed them onto the cart, and turned to leave, not forgetting to kindly say, "Let me say something you can understand. Listen carefully, you idiot." "Wenqing, you're asking for trouble." Zhou scolded as she chased after her, but the figure had already disappeared. Has Wenqing gone mad? She never had the guts to insult me like that before. Back at the mansion, Chun Zheng deeply resonated with this and sat in his chair, sighing continuously. "Ah Zheng, but you said Wenqing is foolish. And this house can change ownership without any cost." Su Yao blinked her eyes, looking extremely wronged. "I miscalculated." Chun Zheng gently patted her fair hand. "I'll make it up to you. As for how to compensate, it would naturally be to strip a layer off Wenqing." Su Yao smiled sweetly, leaning on his shoulder. "Ah Zheng, you're really nice. Yao Yao is waiting for your good news." Wenqing put in a lot of effort to store everything into the space and spent over half an hour organizing and categorizing the items. After coming out of the space, she was so tired that she lay down directly on the bed. This was truly not work for a human. Closing her eyes, Wenqing continued to think about what else she needed to prepare. She didn't have to worry about food when the time came. She just needed to plant the seeds, and there would be a continuous supply. As she was thinking, there was a knock at the door. "Miss, someone has come to deliver something for you." The gentle girl sat up like a carp jumping out of the water and told them to put it at the door. "With so much firewood and charcoal, can you, the little girl, manage it?" "Yes," she said. Wenqing realized that her actions were too conspicuous and had raised suspicion. It seemed that she would have to sneak away tomorrow morning while they weren't paying attention. This would be hard to explain. Well then, I'll just leave everything outside the door for you. Thank you. The footsteps going down the stairs grew fainter and fainter, and Wenqing waited for a long time before going out. She spent a lot of effort dragging in the firewood and charcoal. After tidying up, it was already late at night. She sat by the bed watching the rain. In the past, there used to be a moon when she looked up, but now there was only endless rain. Wenqing realized that she seemed to have adapted to her new identity. Her past memories were becoming increasingly blurred. Every day before dawn, Wenqing abandoned her cart and left the inn where she was staying alone. Yawning, she contemplated where to buy a house. The fact that this space actually had a time limit was too inhumane. Last night, she thought about spending the night in the space, feeling a sense of security looking at the supplies, but who knew she would be kicked out by something in the middle of the night. She ended up rolling directly under the bed. Wenqing wanted to go in and investigate, but no matter what, she couldn't get in. The matter of buying a house had to be put on the agenda. She had looked at several houses, but the locations were not very favorable. If it rained a few more months, the terrain would turn this place into a pond. In the end, Wenqing's gaze was fixed on a ridge. This is a nice place. She squinted her eyes and surveyed the area. There was a valley in the opposite direction. Intrigued, Wenqing immediately set off towards the new house. But she was stopped by someone pulling at her sleeve after just a couple of steps. Sister Qing. Wenqing has a headache again. It's Chunzheng. Where are you going? I know you're still mad at me, but Miss Su and I are really not what you think. We're just friends, so please don't be jealous, okay? Jealous? Is she jealous? Wenqing shook her head, doubting that Chunzheng's thick skin could withstand the harshness of the apocalypse. Get to the point. What do you really want? I want you to live with me. The rain keeps pouring. Many places are flooded. And as a girl, how can you be safe outside if you encounter bad people? What are you afraid of? Wenqing mocked him. The worst villain in the world is already standing in front of me, isn't he? Chapter 6. Unusual Ah Qing. What are you talking about? Chunzheng said in surprise, then smiled. I'm really friends with Su Yao. Don't be jealous. I can just keep my distance from her in the future. Is that okay? As he spoke, he reached out to grab Wenqing's hand. Wenqing stepped back with disdain. Can't you understand human language? I've said it before, bridges are for crossing and roads are for walking. Don't come looking for me again, Wenqing said coldly. Wenqing, don't be ungrateful. You have no house now, and no one to help you. When you're in danger, don't come begging me for help. Chunzheng thought impatiently as he continued to be bullied by Wenqing. If it weren't for the money, who would want to flatter her? Oh, all right. If I don't come to you, you kneel down and knock your head 3 times and call me good daddy 3 times. How about that? Wenqing felt great seeing Chunzheng's defeated look, thinking to herself, you little brat, still trying to compete with me. Go train for a few more years. Hurry up and get lost. Wenqing, just wait. Wenqing smiled and said, Dad, wait for me. After saying that, she turned around and left. Suddenly, she remembered that she could completely build a house. After all, she was a super skilled architect. Indeed, learning a skill allows one to make a living anywhere. With this thought in mind, Wenqing walked to the materials store. Miss, what would you like? The shopkeeper stood up to greet Wenqing, but inwardly looked down on her attire, thinking she looked poor and wondering what she could possibly afford. Warmly thinking that her house must be sturdy to better withstand external dangers, she asked the shopkeeper, Do you have birchwood? Do you have any silver? The shopkeeper asked in return. This birchwood is the most precious material in our shop, and it's extremely expensive. I'm afraid you might not be able to afford it, the shopkeeper said sarcastically. What's the point of opening a shop if you don't sell anything? Shangwan Yin gave a signal to his subordinate. Smash it. The shopkeeper's heart sank. He realized he was in trouble. He immediately rushed to Wenqing and said, Miss, I do have birchwood. How much do you need? I can give it to you, and perhaps you can do something for this young master. The shopkeeper's words jolted the stunned Wenqing back to reality. From the moment Shangwan Yin appeared, Wenqing had been in a daze. Shangwan Yin, it was Shangwan Yin. He had died in his last life to save her. This time, it definitely wouldn't happen again, Wenqing thought. Thank you for your help, young master. My name is Wenqing. May I ask your name? Shangwan Yin. He replied with that same indifferent expression. Though Shangwan Yin's face was calm, his heart was already bubbling with excitement. Wenqing, luckily I saw you early. Otherwise, you would have been bullied again. Miss, look, this is the best birchwood we have here. Just as Wenqing was about to speak to Shang Wanyin, she was interrupted by the shopkeeper. She looked at the wood in front of her. It was good. Young Master Shang Wan, are you here to buy materials as well? No, just passing by. Well, I made my purchase. Once my house is built, I will definitely invite you to visit. Wenqing said, shall I accompany you? Huh? Wenqing seemed surprised by Shang Wanyan's offer. Is it too much trouble? No, it's on the way. Wenqing glanced at Shang Wanyan's expression, which still bore that distant demeanor. Then thank you, young Master Shang Wan. Shang Wanyan nodded and instructed his subordinate to carry the wood as they walked up the mountain together with Wenqing. Wenqing secretly glanced at Shang Wanyan. And this time I will definitely not let you get hurt again. Wenqing brought Shang Wanyan to the valley where they were preparing to build a house. Although most of the construction materials were ready, Wenqing was still not satisfied with her design plans, always feeling that something was missing. Is there anything special about the terrain and environment here, young Master Shang Wan? Wenqing planned to understand the surrounding environment before adjusting the overall layout. This is a wind corridor with a west wind. West wind? Upon hearing this, Wenqing immediately changed the direction of her main entrance, which was originally facing west, to now face south. Anything else? Chapter 7. This guy is really handsome. Shang Wanyin looked at Wenqing, whose eyes were filled with eagerness to learn, and his heart was bursting with fireworks. Seeing Wenqing like this, Shang Wanyin suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyin, who had stopped speaking, thinking that he was a bit annoyed, so she continued to revise on her own. We also need to add a drainage outlet here, Shang Wanyin suddenly said. Wenqing suddenly looked at Shang Wanyin, her eyes brightening for a moment. I think there are still issues here. The two of them kept revising the blueprints, and by the time they finally finished, half an hour had already passed. Wenqing stood up and began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. Although she had been here several times, each time had been rushed, and she hadn't had the chance to take a good look. Young Master Shang Wan, you rest here for a moment, and I will go take a look around and investigate the situation. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyin frowned, unwilling to let her go. It was too dangerous. Then let's go together. I haven't had a proper look around here either. All right. My mother said that this mountain often has precious medicinal herbs. Wenqing's eyes immediately lit up with a glimmer of interest. Shang Wanyin was puzzled, wondering why she was also interested in herbs. How many secrets did she have that he didn't know about? That's why I'm quite interested in herbs, he said. Shang Wanyin looked at her and chuckled inwardly. This was no longer just a fondness. I actually have a few rare herbs at home. I'll bring them over for you to see next time, he added. Sure. I didn't expect you to be interested in this too. My mother likes it, she replied. Hearing Shang Wanyin mention his mother, Wenqing felt a jolt in her heart. Oh no. She had brought up something that might make him sad. You don't know, but when I was young, I often messed up my master's herbs and got chased around the yard while he scolded me, she fabricated, as if recalling that scene. A faint smile appeared on Shang Wanyin's otherwise impassive face. Seeing that her story was effective, Wenqing began to recount her childhood experiences like pouring out beans. Look, Wenqing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. That, if I'm not mistaken, is bloodflower grass, which can stop bleeding quickly. She clearly recognized it as well. As Wenqing ran toward that herb, Shang Wanyin sensed something unusual. Shang Wanyin instinctively felt that there were people nearby, and his subordinates immediately drew their swords and stood in front of him. Go, protect Wenqing, Shang Wanyin ordered. Just as he was giving the command, a concealed weapon suddenly shot straight at Wenqing. Wenqing, behind you. In fact, Wenqing had sensed something was off the moment Shang Wanyin spoke his first sentence. But she didn't move because the attackers still didn't seem to know who they were targeting. She decided to observe the situation. Therefore, when a weapon flew toward her, Wenqing dodged it. Fortunately, she had learned martial arts for a long time at the urging of her close friends in her previous life. Or she might have lost her life. Seeing that Wenqing was unharmed, Shang Wanyin finally relaxed his tense throat. That scared me. Thankfully, she is okay, he thought. Before he could reach Wenqing, the group of attackers had already appeared, consisting of 5 people. Kill! With their shouts, both sides began to fight. Shang Wanyin was skilled in martial arts and had considerable ability, while Wenqing, knowing her own limitations, took a few steps back to prepare for support. Shang Wanyin felt relieved seeing Wenqing's actions and then focused on the enemy. The 5 attackers were not weak, but it was indeed a bit challenging for 3 to face 5. Wenqing watched tenderly as Yin pulled a dagger from his fan, skillfully dodging his opponent's attacks. Then, seizing an opportunity, he plunged the dagger into the opponent's neck. This guy is so handsome, truly worthy of my affection. Huh, what am I thinking? Is this the right time for such thoughts? Wenqing pondered. Then, she took out a slingshot and several needles from her ring, thinking to herself that anyone who dared to attack her would be stabbed to death. Although it was inappropriate, the voice of Rome Mama echoed in Wenqing's mind. Chapter 8. I accompany you. Whoosh. Wenqing shot out 3 silver needles, hitting their knees perfectly. Yin was startled. This little girl has such skills. Yin, be careful. Wenqing shouted. The person fighting against Yin had a hidden weapon in his palm, and if one didn't observe carefully, no one would notice the hidden weapon on the opponent. Hearing this, Yin dodged but still accidentally got cut on the arm. However, taking advantage of the time the opponent spent using the hidden weapon, Yin seized the opportunity and directly plunged the dagger into the opponent's abdomen. Leave one alive, Yin said to his subordinates who were still fighting. Wenqing looked at the injured Yin standing not far away and immediately ran over. Seeing Wenqing's tightly furrowed brows, Yin's cold expression immediately softened. I'm fine, Yin said in a warm and gentle tone, completely different from his earlier icy demeanor. Wenqing didn't believe it. How could it be possible? She wrapped up Yin's wounds on her own. Before long, her subordinates brought in a live captive. Wenqing glanced at him, noticing that the man's jaw had already been removed. At first, Wenqing thought it was Chun Zheng seeking revenge on her, but later realized it couldn't be. How could someone as foolish as Chun Zheng hire a killer of this caliber? Moreover, given that Chun Zheng was obsessed with money, he wouldn't spend that kind of cash. Who sent you? Yin actually knew he wouldn't get a response. It was just for show. The person with the removed jaw had lifeless eyes and couldn't say anything. Just kill him, Yin said casually. On the way, Wenqing kept thinking about when she had started to develop feelings for Yin. Initially, she only felt pity for him and gratitude for saving her in her past life. But now, she couldn't understand it. Wenqing secretly glanced at Yin and thought it was quite reasonable for her to like him. The only problem was how to win him over. What are you thinking about? Thinking about how to win you over, she started to say, but quickly realized and changed her words. Thinking about what medicine to use to heal your injury. Upon hearing this, Yin nodded. Wenqing looked at Yin tenderly, relieved that he didn't suspect her. It was good that the timing wasn't right to speak out yet. On the way back, Wenqing was worried there might be other ambushes, so she suggested taking Yin to a valley to rebandage him. Once they arrived at the valley, Wenqing settled Yin in, but there was nothing available there, and she needed to go outside to find some necessary items. Take San with you. San was one of Yin's subordinates. Wenqing didn't refuse because she was afraid of worrying Yin. She remembered there was a lake the last time she came, so she walked towards a location that was in her memory. Hey, there it was. Wenqing quickened her pace. When she reached the lake's edge and looked back, there was no sign of San. Yin's subordinate was indeed skilled at hiding. He was clearly following her, but didn't reveal himself at all, a true master. In fact, Wenqing had all the herbs she needed, but it was not appropriate to take them out in front of Yin. Suddenly, Wenqing noticed some movement in the bushes ahead. San, come with me to take a look, Wenqing said as she took out her silver needles and slowly approached. San positioned himself not far from Wenqing, ready to rush in to protect her at the first sign of danger, allowing Wenqing to move forward with confidence. When she parted the bushes, she discovered a man covered in wounds, his eyes half open. Upon seeing someone approach, a look of alertness immediately replaced his expression. Who are you? The man asked. Chapter 9. Forgotten Engagement. A passing physician. Wenqing saw that he had no hostility and initially wanted to leave. But she couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Just in case, Wenqing sealed a few of his acupoints with a needle. What are you doing? The man shouted angrily. I've just sealed your acupoints. I'll help you treat your wounds, and then I'll unseal them, Wenqing said as she began her work. I've temporarily treated these wounds for you, but I still recommend you find a professional doctor. The man finally took a good look at Wenqing's face and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but he didn't think much of it. Thank you for your help, miss. May I ask your name? Ian, she replied. As Wenqing helped Chun unseal his acupoints, Chen took out a token from his bosom. If you ever need anything in the future, you can find me at the Nie family in the capital. Wenqing gently took the token. Did something happen on the road? Seeing the worry in Shang Wanyan's eyes, she recounted her experiences in detail. After listening, Shang Wanyan furrowed his brow. Be more careful in the future. Watching Wenqing focus on bandaging his wound, he wondered if she had even heard him. Forget it. I'll protect you from now on, Shang Wanyan thought. At that moment, Wenqing was no longer preoccupied with anything else. In her haste earlier, she hadn't noticed just how deep Shang Wanyan's wound was. If it wasn't stitched, it would continue to get infected. Young Master Shang Wan. Just call me Shang Wanyan. Wenqing was anxious at this moment and didn't care about anything else. Shang Wanyan, do you trust me? I do. Wenqing was momentarily shaken by Shang Wanyan's strong affirmation. All right, your wound needs stitching. If you believe what I say, then leave it to me. I will definitely take care of it. Okay. Wenqing then began to prepare the tools, silver needles, thread, candles. Fortunately, she had stored these supplies in advance. Shang Wanyan watched the woman handling everything methodically and couldn't help but wipe away the sweat that was about to fall from her forehead. Wenqing was taken aback and said thank you. Wenqing couldn't afford to be happy about this action right now. She needed to quickly take care of Shang Wanyan's wound. An hour later, Wenqing had finished treating the wound. She casually picked up a small bowl and took a sip of water. After drinking, she realized it was the water Shang Wanyan had already drunk, and then she choked on it, coughing continuously, but she used the coughing to cover up the fact that her face was reddening. She didn't notice Shang Wanyan's darkening gaze. You should rest a bit more, and then we could go down the mountain, Wenqing said. No need. We can leave now, Shang Wanyan replied as he stood up. Wenqing walked beside Shang Wanyan, reminding him of some precautions. Recently, he should pay attention to his diet and avoid spicy food. He should also avoid getting wet. If he wanted to bathe, he should ask San and the others for help. I will help you remove the stitches in half a month. Furthermore, before Wenqing could finish, she was interrupted by a slightly angry voice. Shang Wanyan frowned. They looked at the newcomer, and Wenqing thought, oh, it's a familiar face. Chunzheng? Wenqing smiled and said, are you here to kneel and acknowledge me as your father? You. Chunzheng wanted to get angry, but thinking of that sum of money, he could only smile and say. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyan glanced at Wenqing, still wearing that expressionless face. But Wenqing still felt that he was genuinely saying this just to irritate Chunzheng. Chunzheng never worried that Wenqing would not walk with him. Although she had rejected him twice before, he clearly knew how much she loved him. It was just a matter of throwing a little tantrum. Have you seen a doctor? Wenqing asked sincerely. What do you mean, Wenqing? Chunzheng forced a smile. I think you don't understand what I'm saying. I remember I told you twice before. Bridges are for bridges, and roads are for roads. It seems you still don't understand. Wenqing put away her smile and said coldly, Wenqing, if you keep causing trouble, I will cancel our engagement. Seeing that Wenqing was still unyielding, Chunzheng took out what he thought was his trump card. Chapter 10. The determination to protect him. When Wenqing heard Chunzheng mention the engagement, she quietly glanced at Shang Wanyan and noticed his face seemed a bit darker. Wenqing finally lost her patience and took out her silver needles, aiming directly at Chunzheng. Chunzheng's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. So useless. Just a couple of pricks, and he's like this. Wenqing suddenly remembered how she had looked when she asked Shang Wanyan about sewing needles earlier, her brows tightly furrowed, lips pressed together, sweat trickling down her chin. Stop. I can't go on with this. Can I borrow a dagger? Wenqing said to Shang Wanyan. Then, holding the dagger, she walked towards Chunzheng, who broke out in a cold sweat as he watched her approach. Wenqing was clearly smiling, but she still unhesitatingly drove the dagger into Chunzheng's hand. Warmth, feeling noisy, pierced his mute spot with a needle. It was much quieter now, Warmth thought. If you come to find me again, it won't be as simple as just intervening. Do you understand? Sorry, did I get your dagger dirty? She looked harmless, as if she wasn't the one who had just threatened Chunzheng with a knife. What a little fox, Shang Wanyan thought. After they descended the mountain, they went together to Shang Wanyan's residence. They arrived. From the outside, Shang Wanyan's residence looked no different from an ordinary residence, but inside it was a different world. It was a 3-courtyard layout, with Shang Wanyan living in the middle courtyard, one courtyard housing a few servants, and the other courtyard being empty. The entire courtyard was elegantly decorated, with many flowering plants outside the doors and windows, and the fish in the pond were clearly visible. Every corner of the courtyard showed signs of careful maintenance. There was an unfinished chessboard in the small pavilion by the lake. The courtyard was quiet yet full of vitality. "Let's go. I'll take you inside to have a look." Although Wenqing was curious, she did not examine it closely out of politeness. Upon hearing this, she felt relieved and carefully observed the mansion, which truly resonated with her heart in every detail. Wenqing originally planned to live a leisurely life of gardening and fishing after retirement in her last life, but she could only achieve it in this life. After the visit, Wenqing and Shangwan Yin walked into the study. Wenqing looked at the room full of books and exclaimed, "Have you read all these books?" "Well, I didn't have many playmates when I was young, so these books kept me company for a long time." Wenqing once again recalled Shangwan Yan's childhood experiences, which strengthened her determination to protect him. "You sit first, I'll finish this, and then we can go have lunch together." "Okay." Wenqing sat opposite Shangwan Yan, watching him carefully draw something on the paper. As she observed, she straightened her posture. This is the topographical map of the city. The areas circled by Shangwan Yan are a few households that will soon be submerged by the heavy rain. "Are you paying attention to this?" Wenqing asked. Shangwan Yan noticed Wenqing staring at the topographical map and proactively began to explain. "There have been continuous heavy rains in the city for quite a while now. And if it continues, these households will definitely be flooded." He pointed to the area he circled. "But the people are immersed in the joy of their crops about to be harvested. No one will listen if we talk about it now," Wenqing added. Both fell silent at the same time. "Young master, it's time for lunch," 13 said as he knocked on the door. "Let us go, we'll have lunch first. And then I need to discuss something with you," Shangwan Yan said. "All right." The lunch was exceptionally lavish, perhaps because Shangwan Yan had asked in advance what I liked to eat. So there were many slightly sweet dishes on the table. The squirrel fish on the table, which might not have been called that in ancient times, was particularly delicious. Chapter 11. Revenge and Retribution. Thus, for the next few days, this dish would appear on the dining table. Throughout the journey, Wenqing kept wondering what Shangwan Yan would say to her. Would he thank her, or had he discovered her secret? Wenqing didn't know. Wenqing sat face to face with Shangwan Yan, feeling a mix of warmth and anxiety. "Where are you going to stay next?" Shangwan Yan finally spoke up. "You can stay with me for now." "Okay." Wenqing suddenly realized, "Wait, stay with you? It's not safe for you to live alone outside." Shangwan Yan paused for a moment before continuing, "I have a vacant courtyard here, and usually no one goes there." When Shangwan Yan said this, he seemed very casual, as if anyone could stay there. "Will it be a hassle?" Wenqing prepared to be polite. "No, it won't." As expected, the answer was predictable. "All right, I'll be bothering you for the next few days then." And just like that, Wenqing temporarily stayed in Shangwan Yan's vacant courtyard. In the afternoon, Wenqing planned to go out to check for supplies. Shangwan Yan suggested having San accompany her, and Wenqing agreed. Wenqing came out this time mainly to buy some precious herbs, not sure if there are any. Also, the silver needles are almost used up. Wenqing walked and saw a blacksmith shop. "Boss, can you make silver needles?" Wenqing said as she took out her silver needle to show. The blacksmith examined the silver needle for a moment, then looked up and said it was possible. Wenqing glanced up at the boss, whose face was marred by a scar running from his forehead to his chin, looking like it had been there for a long time. "I want to make these silver needles sturdier. What material should I use?" "Black iron." "All right, one more thing," Wenqing said. "I need to add some wave shapes to the silver needles. No more than 3 lines will do." After finishing her request, Wenqing paid a deposit to the boss and agreed on a time to collect the silver needles before leaving. With the issue of the silver needles resolved, the next step was to find the herbs. Wenqing heard Shangwan Yan mention that the largest herbal medicine shop in this city is called Baichao Pavilion. Wenqing was searching for the location of Baichao Pavilion, unaware that someone was glaring at her fiercely from behind. How could it be? The guard of Shangwan Yan was following this despicable Wenqing. Su Yao recalled the house she had purchased from Wenqing. After several days of rain, the floor of that house had already flooded. If it rained for a few more days, the entire house would probably be submerged. Su Yao harbored resentment over this and saw the guard of Shangwan Yan behind Wenqing, her dissatisfaction with Wenqing reaching its peak. Shangwan Yan. Su Yao remembered the indifferent man she had seen last time, one who could attract everyone's attention. Only such a man was worthy of her. However, since their last encounter, She hadn't seen Wenqing again, and who would have thought she would run into him here? Su Yao watched Wenqing enter Baichao Pavilion and followed her inside, thinking that no one could compete with her for Wenqing. Boss, do you have blood red flower and flowing year grass here? Blood red flower is effective for activating blood circulation and resolving stasis, while flowing year grass is highly effective for preventing and treating plagues. Boss, I want all the blood red flower and flowing year grass you have here, Su Yao said directly after entering. Then she provocatively glanced at Wenqing. Is this woman all right? Wenqing wondered. Miss Su, are you a garbage bin? Wenqing asked, always liking the things others throw away. You. Why don't you and Chunjung go be a pair of sniffer dogs? Su Yao frowned slightly. Wenqing smiled, finding someone so accurately. Do you still want the herbs? The shopkeeper asked. Yes, how could I not? Su Yao replied eagerly. Chapter 12. Can't kill you. Of course, you don't even know who I am. I am Miss Su from the Su family, and you are just a pitiful creature trying to compete with me. Do you understand now? Wenqing frowned. The herbs are mine, and Wenqing is also mine. Puffed. Wenqing couldn't help but laugh. What kind of CEO plot is this? Okay, then let's see if the herbs will be yours. Wenqing walked out of the pharmacy, but didn't leave. She had just sprinkled a little itching powder on Su Yao. Ayu, help me scratch. I'm so itchy. Miss, we're almost home. Just hang in there. No way. Ayu had no choice but to take Su Yao to a deserted alley, where the herbs were left on the ground. Suddenly, a person appeared and snatched their wallets. The master and servant immediately chased after him. Warmth slowly walked in, putting the herbs inside the ring. I already said that the herbs wouldn't be yours. The remaining Warmth was left unsaid. He nodded slightly at Warmth and then slipped back into the darkness. With a warm thought, she recalled her desire to practice martial arts. The end of the world was approaching, and she needed to have the ability to protect herself before that, Wenqing thought. She remembered hearing many guests talk about the existence of a black market in every city while performing in a brothel. Wenqing planned to check out the black market. She should be able to find what she wanted there. It seemed to be around here. Hurry up and chase. Stop, don't run. Once I catch you, just see if I won't kill you. Wenqing was standing near the entrance of the black market when she suddenly saw a man in black being chased. She had no intention of getting involved in such matters and was about to leave. Suddenly, something was shoved into her arms. Miss, please hold this for me, he said, and then ran off. This action happened in an instant, and when Wenqing turned to look at the man in black, he had already run far away. Wenqing walked to the nearby woods, confirmed that no one was around, and then took out the object from her arms. It was a blood-red bead. Wenqing felt that when she picked up the bead, the ring on her hand gleamed for a moment. But when she looked again, she found that nothing had happened. Wenqing looked at the bead in her hand with warmth, feeling that she had caused a big trouble. The person said they would come to find her, and they would definitely come. So, Wenqing placed the bead into her ring and turned to walk towards the market. Herbs, precious herbs. Come take a look at our hidden weapons. Don't miss out. Absolutely a remarkable martial arts book, fair to both young and old. Wenqing listened to the cries of vendors around her, and indeed, there was everything one could wish for. However, she recalled what previous customers had said, that the people here were all ruthless and vicious individuals, with countless murders to their name. Yet these ruthless and vicious people now wore hypocritical expressions, disguising themselves as merchants and engaging in transactions. What would these people become when the apocalypse arrived? Warmly thinking, I walked to a stall selling books. The stall had a sign that read martial arts secrets, sold at will. Wenqing's interest was piqued. The stall owner wore a black cloak, hunched over, and seemed to be asleep with his head down. However, Wenqing noticed that when she walked in, the hunched figure noticeably paused. Miss, what secret manual do you need? The man spoke in a hoarse voice, like a ghost from hell, without even raising his head. Having long expected that the people here were not ordinary, Wenqing was not too surprised. I need a martial arts manual. All right. Huh? After hearing the man's voice, Wenqing paused for a moment. Is the stall owner in a good mood today? Wenqing watched as the stall owner moved slowly and took out a worn book from the side. Miss, this book is a gift for you. In exchange, if I encounter trouble in the future, I hope you can lend me your assistance. The book was handed to Wenqing along with a hoarse voice. How do you know we will meet again? The person no longer spoke. All right, I promise to help you. If you encounter danger in the future, Wenqing will certainly do her best to assist. After that, Wenqing left the black market with the book. Chapter 13. The uncertainty of the world, Wenqing. The stall owner slowly pronounced her name in a hoarse voice. We will meet again. What will the world be like then? The stall owner murmured. It certainly won't be like this. The world is unpredictable. Shangguan Yin. I'll step out for a bit, Shangguan Yin said, stopping his actions. All right. By the time Shangguan Yin spoke, the hall was already filled with people. Father. Shangguan Yin bowed to the person at the head seat. After bowing to the other elders, he sat down in his place. Yin, the reason we called you here is to discuss something, said Shangguan Yin's second uncle, Shangguan Ming. Second uncle, please speak. Recently, our family has encountered some issues. Your father and I discussed it and decided to arrange a marriage for you with a young lady from the capital. You're not young anymore. It's time to settle down. Listening to his second uncle, Shangguan Yin understood. The Shangguan family had been engaging in improper dealings behind the scenes, and perhaps they had been caught, leading to this situation today. Shangguan Yin remembered that this had happened in his previous life too, but at that time, he had been arrogant and ended up being punished by family law, falling ill for a long time and ultimately leaving a lasting ailment. Shangguan Yin followed the arrangements of his father and second uncle. Just as he was about to speak to persuade, the words got stuck in Shangguan Ming's throat. All right, Yin, you grown up. It was Shangguan Yan's father, Shangguan Tian. I told you, father, you will definitely agree. Just look, a gentle voice chimed in. It was Shangguan's song. Yin is Shangguan's song. After a few days, Yin seemed a bit different. Brother, you still look the same. Just as hypocritical, making one nauseous. Ha ha! Shangguan's song laughed. Be sure to stay safe outside, Yin. If you accidentally die, your brother will be very sad. After saying that, he left. Shangguan Yin was no longer bothered by Shangguan Song's provocations. In his previous life, he had been framed by Shangguan's song and died. How this life would turn out was still uncertain. 13. Investigate which young lady is to be engaged to me. Pause for a moment and create some trouble for her. Also, this matter must not reach Wenqing's ears. Understood. A few days later, a piece of news was delivered to the Shangguan family. How outrageous! Shangguan Tian slammed the table while looking at the letter in his hand. The letter stated, the Liu family's young lady has eloped and is now missing. The previously arranged marriage had fallen through, and recently, the Shangguan family had been enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. However, it was just as well. They were no longer in the mood to look for Shangguan Yin. Shangguan Tian began to busily search for the next cooperation target. Wenqing was also busy. The warm-hearted house began to be built smoothly with the help of Shangguan Yin. Recently, Wenqing has been leaving early and returning late, personally overseeing the construction. Shangguan Yin is closely monitoring the movements of the Shang family and the situation in the city. Finally, Shangguan Yin sees Wenqing. Although they are now living together, both of them are very busy and hardly see each other. Chapter 14. Ignorance is bliss. If you go to the mountain, remember to be careful. Okay. After Wenqing left, Shangguan Yin still stood in place. It was still raining outside. Although he didn't know why it was like this, he knew that if it continued, problems would inevitably arise. After staying for a few minutes, Shangguan Yin walked towards the study. Has the Shangguan family been active lately? Master, the old master has recently been in contact with an official from the capital. It seems there will be some movement soon. Keep an eye on it. Shangguan Yin was calculating the recent events in his mind. Truly reckless. After saying that, Shangguan Yin changed into a set of casual clothes and left the residence. At Manhua Pavilion, Master, it was a woman's voice. What did the city lord of Yueqing say? It was Shangguan Yin who had just left. We sent someone to negotiate with the city lord of Yueqing, but no one has returned yet, the woman reported honestly. Continue to send people to monitor Yueqing's movements. Call Rong Er over. Yes, Rongyi said and then left. Master, how is the collection of supplies going? Shangguan Yin asked. All the supplies on the list have been collected. In addition to the ready-made supplies, we have also gathered various plant seeds for backup. Put aside your current tasks and come with me to Yueqing, as you command. When Shangguan Yin returned home, Wenqing was already there, so he called her to the study. Why are you here so early? Are you looking at the topographic map again? Wenqing asked. Yes, the recent rain has been too heavy. Preparations need to be made. Wenqing looked at Shangguan Yin, who was seriously strategizing, and suddenly remembered that Shangguan Yin had died before the apocalypse in her previous life. So he wouldn't know what would happen in the future, let alone now. Thus, Wenqing walked to the door, closed the windows, and, after checking that no one was around, called out to Shang Wanyan. "What's the matter? Do you have something important to tell me?" Shang Wanyan put down his pen upon seeing Wenqing's serious expression. "There's something I need to discuss. It's something my mother told me before she passed away." Wenqing didn't know what excuse to use. She couldn't possibly say she was reborn. "My mother was a fortune teller. Before she died, she told me that this world would soon become desolate. Everyone would live in panic because they would face various dangers." Wenqing paused for a moment and continued, speaking of various unpredictable dangers, even those never seen before. By that time, when people had nothing to eat or drink, they would turn against each other. Every word spoken by Wenqing was firmly etched in Shang Guiyan's mind. Just like in his previous life, he knew that something significant was about to happen. This heavy rain was merely a sign, a forewarning of a more terrifying world to come. "Don't be afraid. When that time comes, I can protect you." With a warm look at Shang Wanyan, she smiled and said, "All right, there's one more thing. My mother left me a protective ring, but I haven't figured out its purpose yet." Saying this, she showed Shang Wanyan the ring on her hand. Wenqing actually doesn't want to have any secrets with Shang Wanyan, but now is not the time to speak out. It will be useful in the end, so take it slow. Wenqing gently told Shang Wanyan these things, just to prepare him in advance. If they ended up together in the future, that would be fine, but if they didn't, Wenqing didn't want Shang Guanyin to fall into a dangerous situation. 13. What day is it today? Wenqing asked at the dining table. Yes, Shang Guanyin replied. Do you have something to do this afternoon? Okay. 13 looked at his master and thought, he must be falling for her. Chapter 15. A calming pill after finishing lunch. The two tidied up for a moment before heading out. It had been raining recently, but to avoid disrupting people's normal lives, a thin transparent cover had been set up over inhabited areas. However, the farmland was not covered, and now they were eager to irrigate and store water for the fields. Thanks to this cover, the streets remained lively. In fact, this was Wenqing's first real shopping experience since she crossed over. The previous times had been rushed due to urgent procurement of supplies, and with Chen Zheng's disturbances, Wenqing hadn't had the mood to enjoy shopping. But today was different. Today she had Shang Wanyan by her side. Wenqing pulled Shang Wanyan and walked to a shop that sold masks. Wenqing discovered that the handmade products at this time were exceptionally exquisite, no less than those made by machines today. Wenqing chose a fox mask and put it on her face. Does it look good? Wenqing turned her head to ask Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan looked at her and then lowered his head to continue selecting masks. Recalling the image he had just seen, the mask on Wenqing's face really did look like a little fox, quite adorable. In the end, Wenqing bought that mask. They wandered through many stalls along the way, from jewelry to snacks. By the end, Shur-san had quite a few items in his arms. Wenqing could have put some in the ring, but she hadn't mentioned it to Shang Wanyan yet, so she could only let Shur-san carry them. Since the last time, Su Yao went out and was sprinkled with itching powder and had her wallet stolen. She had been feeling down and hadn't gone out for a long time. Yao Yao, today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Aren't you going to go out and have a look? Su's mother asked. No. Su Yao initially didn't want to go, but since her mother wanted to eat something, she tidied herself up and went out with Yu. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Wenqing and Shang Wanyan playfully flirting, or at least that's how it appeared to Su Yao. In reality, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan were just trying on masks. Su Yao was so jealous that she nearly tore the silk scarf in her hands. How could she not be envious? Looking at the handsome man beside Wenqing, who had walked into Su Yao's heart at first sight, she had been thinking about Shang Wanyan. She even rejected her mother's offer to help her with marriage arrangements because she wanted to marry Shang Wanyan. So seeing Wenqing standing next to Shang Wanyan made her feel nearly insane with jealousy. Why? Why was it that she found it hard to even stand next to Shang Wanyan? While Wenqing could have him help her wear jewelry and even have his guard follow her. Why? Wenqing, Shang Wanyan will be mine sooner or later. A calculating glint flashed in Su Yao's eyes. She thought for a moment, but didn't know how to sow discord between Wenqing and Shang Wanyan. Miss Mississippi. It was a Yu's voice. What's wrong? Su Yao asked languidly from her bed. Young Master Chun is here to see you. Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately sat up. Chen Zheng, right? How could I forget about him? Realizing this, Su Yao quickly got up, tidied herself a bit, and went out. Chen Zheng thought she had hit a wall with Wenqing, but fortunately, there was still Su Yao. He wanted to be with Su Yao and was worried she might not like him anymore before he came. But hearing Su Yao call his name calmed him down. Brother, Zheng? What are you thinking about? Chun Zheng looked down at the person in his arms, thinking how fortunate he was to have Su Yao. His career still had hope. Sister Yao, I've been thinking for so long, you must have forgotten me by now. Chapter 16. Hooked Su Yao, suppressing her inner disgust. Thought, how is that possible? Brother Zheng, Yao likes you the most. Upon hearing this, Chun Zheng felt a sweet rush in his heart. What was Wenqing compared to Su Yao? But he didn't know that Su Yao was thinking, if it weren't for Chun Zheng being able to help her, how could she choose him? Only someone like Shang Wanyan was worthy of her. The two exchanged pleasantries while harboring ulterior motives. Su Yao grew impatient. Brother Zheng, do you like me? Su Yao changed to a pitiful expression. Of course I like you. How could I not like you? A beautiful woman in tears, no matter what. Chun Zheng couldn't remain indifferent. But aren't you the one who likes Sister Wenqing the most? Wenqing, I don't like her anymore. How can she compare to you? Yao. At this point, Chun Zheng had completely forgotten what Wenqing had said a couple of days ago. Impossible. I didn't want her. No man wants to appear weak in front of a woman. I knew my brother didn't like her. But Chun Zheng looked at Su Yao, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, frowning and cursing Wenqing hundreds of times in his heart. It's okay, just say it. Su Yao pretended to be encouraged. Sister Wenqing also said that when she climbs up with another man, she'll throw me into a brothel and ruin your career. What should we do, Brother Zheng? Su Yao cried as she threw herself into Chun Zheng's arms. Did she really say that? Yes, Brother Zheng, what should we do? Then Chun Zheng remembered the man he had seen in the valley last time. No, he couldn't let Wenqing ruin his future. But Sister Wenqing still had the money that originally belonged to them. Hearing this, Chun Zheng became even more determined to eliminate the threat that Wenqing posed. How could he make that man not like Sister Wenqing? Su Yao asked, by the way, Brother Zheng, Mom said you can only do intimate things with someone you like. Is Sister Wenqing the same? That's right, Chun Zheng thought. As long as he found someone to ruin her reputation, who would still want her? Plus, she was just a weak woman. How could she resist? Yes, Sister Yao, I have something to take care of, so I have to go now. Wait for my good news. Su Yao looked reluctant. You must come find me soon. Okay, Chun Zheng said as he left a kiss on Su Yao's forehead before leaving. After Chun Zheng left, Su Yao disgustedly wiped her forehead. Fool! After leaving, Chun Zheng first found 3 strong men. Initially, he thought about hiring people skilled in martial arts, but then he reconsidered. A weak woman like Wenqing could be dealt with by just one person. However, to be safe, he hired 3. Even so, the money he paid was less than hiring martial artists. Chun Zheng thought that once the 3 succeeded, he would have money and the support of the Su family, and his future life would be wonderful. So he couldn't wait. Wenqing was ready to go out to fetch her silver needles. However, her footsteps, which were eager to leave, had to come to a halt. After all, this matter was related to her, Wenqing thought. Wenqing leaned against the wall, listening to Chun Zheng's scheme to harm her, and suddenly found it quite interesting. Just playing around. Sure enough, Wenqing felt that someone was following her. However, there were many people on the street now, and they didn't dare to act so quickly. So, Wenqing browsed through the shop, then went to the next one. And whenever those 3 strong men thought Wenqing was about to leave, she would turn around and walk into another shop. After Wenqing felt that she had piqued their interest enough, she finally left the bustling market with satisfaction and headed towards the woods outside. Wenqing felt the man behind her getting closer and closer. Come on. Wenqing smiled gently and took the bait. Chapter 17. Finding the exit. Looking warmly at the 3 men running towards her, she smiled and said, Are you here to kill me? Little girl, we are here to teach you a lesson. One of the men said lewdly. Warmth and grievance. Can't you let me go? All right, call me good brother, and we'll let you go. As they spoke, the few people started to laugh. All right. Warmth still wore a smiling expression. The few truly thought Warmth had agreed, so they let their guard down, thinking what could a little girl do? They didn't notice the coldness in Warmth's eyes. Whoosh. Just as they approached Warmth, something stabbed into their legs. It was at that moment they realized they had been careless. You bitch, what have you done to us? Take out whatever is in our legs. The man shouted angrily. Take it out? Wenqing's face no longer showed the effectiveness it had just moments ago. All right, if each of you calls me Dad 3 times, I'll help you take it out. You, if you don't call, I can leave. But Wenqing didn't leave. Instead, she walked towards them. "What do you want to do?" the man asked warily. Suddenly, she remembered and said, "Let me sprinkle some good stuff on you." Saying this, she sprinkled itching powder on them. Mission accomplished, Wenqing turned to leave, ignoring their shouts. When suddenly her ring glimmered. Wenqing felt her ring guiding her to a place, so she followed the light of the ring and eventually approached a cliff. "Is there something unique about this place?" Wenqing looked around warmly. There was nothing unique except for the mountains and forests. So she tentatively took a step forward. The ring glowed again. As expected, Wenqing thought. Wenqing took a few steps forward and suddenly jumped straight off the cliff. Warmth isn't a gamble. Feeling the warm breeze rushing by and the sensation of weightlessness, her heart seemed to jump out of her body. Bang! Warmth fell into a lake, stirring up a splash of water, and soon the lake returned to calm. I was right. Warmth emerged from the lake. She swam towards the shore and looked around, where weeds were overgrown and the calls of unknown creatures could be heard. Wenqing raised her hand to look at the ring, and in the direction of the bright light, there was a cave. 13. Do you know where Wenqing went today? Bang! Shang Wanyin slammed his fist hard on the table. Go find Rong. Have him take the intelligence team to find her for me. Yes. After saying that, he quickly left. Wenqing, I won't let anything happen to you. Is he looking for someone? Shangwan Song asked the parrot in front of him. Yes. Go check who it is. Yes. Shangwan Song looked at the parrot in front of him, excited about the fun. Fun. The parrot mimicked what Shangwan Song said. Very good. Shangwan Song happily patted the parrot's head. Wenqing had already entered the cave, which was too dark. She took out the candle from her ring, walking while marveling at how useful the ring was. Rustle. Wenqing gradually slowed down her pace because the strange sound was getting louder. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality. No, this is not the same world anymore. Is it really okay to carry this? Wenqing murmured. After walking for a while, Wenqing noticed that the area ahead was gradually brightening. Is it the exit? Chapter 18. Finding a bargain. No, Wenqing wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Wenqing. Once her eyes fully adjusted to the brightness, Wenqing was astonished by the world she saw. It was a village, with paths crisscrossing and the sounds of chickens and dogs, proving that there truly was a source. Warmth reached out and discovered that her hand was transparent. She looked down and realized that her entire body was transparent. Child, an old voice echoed. Warmly looking towards the location of the sound, there stood an elderly man with white hair who had appeared there at some unknown time. Wenqing bowed to the elderly person and asked, "Who are you?" The elder replied, "Child, who I am is not important. What matters is what I am about to say next." Warmly listening to the old man talk about how peaceful this village used to be, how harmonious the neighbors were, and how united everyone was before the crisis came. He spoke of how, when the crisis arrived, people turned against each other, and finally, he said this village disappeared from the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it? This village was clearly so peaceful. How could it end up in such a state of decay? Wenqing fell silent after listening. She thought about whether the outside world would be like this in a few months. She understood that it would, definitely. It might even be more tragic than the fate of the small village. So what I see now, it's just the obsession of people after death. The old man's voice became distant. Child, I say this to tell you that you are the destined one, and this small village should be entrusted to me. Entrusted to you? Wenqing asked, puzzled. Yes, I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years, destined one. The old man's voice gradually faded away. The white light also diminished, replaced by the bracelet in Wenqing's hand, which resembled a ring on her own hand by 8 parts out of 10. Bracelet? Wenqing tried to bite her own finger to let the blood drip onto the bracelet. The bright light stung her eyes, and she turned her head and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Wenqing was already inside the bracelet. After seeing the scene before her, Wenqing was shocked. Wasn't this the village from before? Apart from the absence of other people, everything was here, just like another world. With warmth, she moved forward and saw fertile land, clear flowing streams, and a snake. A snake? Wenqing walked in and discovered that it was a silver-white snake. It looked at Wenqing warily and suddenly moved closer to her leg, eventually biting her directly on the leg. With a gentle hum, she bent down to pick up the snake, which surprisingly rubbed its head against her hand in a gentle manner, a complete contrast to how it had bitten her just moments ago. Wenqing wrapped the snake around her wrist, bent down to check her bite, and found it was not serious. After taking off the bracelet, she stored it in her ring and got up to leave. Shang Wanyin should be worried, Wenqing thought. By the time she came out, it was already dark outside. She took a stroll nearby, but found no way out. This could be a disaster. With a warm sigh, I said, "There's no other way. I can only stay here for one night." Wenqing took out the bracelet, thought for a moment, and entered the bracelet, having looked at it hastily before. Now there was time to examine it properly. Wenqing walked along the small path inside and discovered that she couldn't see the boundaries of this space. All she could see was a small area, while the rest was obscured by mist. Was there a secret beyond the mist? Wenqing was puzzled. Just as she was about to continue exploring her surroundings, something suddenly fell and hit her on the head. Ouch! What was that? She exclaimed in surprise. Then she saw a book lying on the ground. The ultimate secret technique? With a warm curiosity, Wenqing opened the book, but as she turned to the first page, the book suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light that rushed into her mind. It hurt. Her head really ached, Wenqing thought. But once she fully adapted, she discovered that a martial arts secret manual had been added to her memory. Chapter 19. I should marry you after completing the first move. She realized that all the meridians in her body had been unblocked. So she began to repeatedly practice the first move. She had seen that this book contained a total of 12 moves, but for now, she could only practice the first one. Revenge.Wenqing. Wenqing practiced for half an hour inside the bracelet. If she hadn't seen someone coming outside, she could have practiced for another half an hour. Next time, Wenqing knew that practicing this kind of skill couldn't be rushed. With warmth, I watched the people coming down from the mountain outside. They were dressed in night clothes, making it impossible to tell if they were friend or foe. Wenqing took out her silver needle from her ring. Suddenly, she saw someone familiar. Shang Wanyin, you're here. Hearing this weak voice, Shang Wanyin's heart trembled for a moment. He didn't show it on his face, but his pace quickened significantly, revealing how anxious he was at that moment. After Wenqing finished that sentence, she could no longer hold on. She had already exhausted too much physical strength earlier, and just now she had used up her energy, so when she finally relaxed, she fainted directly onto the ground. By the time Shang Wanyin found Wenqing, what he saw was her pale face, fainted on the ground with blood all over the hem of her skirt. Shang Wanyin's heart tightened, and he clenched his fists. He immediately rushed forward to pick up Wenqing, and when he found that she still had a breath, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, disregarding the difference between genders, Shang Wanyin checked Wenqing's legs and found only ordinary wounds, which completely eased his mind. However, he did not delay and immediately took Wenqing away from there to investigate who had brought her here. Before leaving, Shang Wanyin spoke to Shan. "Master, the physician has arrived," the steward said as he watched Shang Wanyin walk in holding Wenqing. "Let him come to my bedroom." "Yes." The steward thought of how Shang Wanyin had held Wenqing tightly as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. This girl is not simple. I must not neglect her in the future, the steward thought. When the physician was checking Wenqing's pulse, he was sweating nervously, not because of the patient, but because of the cold, piercing gaze of the man looking at him. That look seemed to suggest that if he said something wrong, he would be devoured. Soon, the physician released his hand from checking the pulse and said, "Young master, this young lady is just overly fatigued and has no serious issues. Follow my prescription, and she will be fine in 3 days." "And what about her legs? Are they seriously injured?" "In my humble opinion, they are just ordinary bite wounds. Applying some ointment will suffice." He then handed a bottle of ointment to Shang Wanyin and instructed him on how to use it before leaving. After Shang Wanyin gently applied the medicine to Wenqing's legs, he sat by her bedside. "I should be marrying you." "Yes, I should marry you. I just don't know if you like me. I will definitely respect your opinion. If you like me, that would be wonderful. If not, then I will think of another way." In front of others, Shang Wanyin always appeared decisive, but now, in front of the person he liked, he didn't know what to do. Shang Wanyin stayed by Wenqing's bedside, occasionally wiping the sweat from her face. He noticed Shan slowly approached and whispered something in his ear. Shang Wanyin stood up and left, ordering someone to take good care of Wenqing. In the mansion's dungeon. "Who are you? On what grounds are you arresting me?" I want to report to the authorities." "Let me go." Slap. A whip cracked, striking Chun Zheng on the body, immediately breaking the skin. It was at this moment that Shang Wanyan arrived. Chun Zheng, who had already been beaten to the point of exhaustion, suddenly found strength upon seeing Shang Wanyan. "It's you?" The voice was filled with hatred, as if he wanted to skin Shang Wanyan alive. Chapter 20. Avenge her. How could he not hate? Chun Zheng thought. If it weren't for this man, Wenqing wouldn't have left, and he would be living a comfortable life now, with money and beautiful women by his side. But this man showed up and ruined everything. "Why are you causing trouble for Wenqing?" Shang Wanyan's cold voice rang out. "Why?" Chun Zheng murmured. "She's my fiancé. How can I not look for her? Ha 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 ha. She's my fiancé." Chun Zheng had long forgotten Wenqing's repeated warnings. "I slept with her, and you have no say in it." Chun Zheng was now obsessed. All he wanted was to vent his anger on the man in front of him. Upon hearing Chun Zheng insult the person he liked, Shang Wanyan stepped forward and kicked Chun Zheng down. Chun Zheng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's not over yet." Shang Wanyan took out a dagger from his waist. "Do you remember what Wenqing said last time in the valley?" Chun Zheng looked at Shang Wanyan's icy gaze and suddenly felt a surge of fear. What do you want to do? Do you remember this dagger?" As Chun Zheng watched Shang Wanyan play with the dagger, he suddenly felt the pain of the dagger piercing into his own hand. He was now covered in cold sweat and regretted provoking this man. As Shang Wanyan approached him, Chun Zheng hurriedly crawled backward. "No, don't come over." Shang Wanyan directly used the dagger to sever Chun Zheng's Achilles tendon, crippling his legs. "Aren't you fond of looking for trouble with Wenqing?" "No, I won't look for her anymore." Chun Zheng, with vacant eyes, lay on the ground, mumbling, "I won't look for her anymore. Someone, throw him out." "Yes." Looking at Wenqing, whose small face was wrinkled in pain, there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Wenqing was contemplating whether to secretly pour out the medicine when she looked up and saw Shang Wanyan standing at the door. "You're here. How are you feeling?" Shang Wanyan sat down in front of the bed. "It's nothing serious. Can you tell me what happened?" Wenqing thought for a moment and felt that there was nothing that couldn't be said. However, in Shang Wanyan's eyes, he believed she was unwilling. "It's okay, as long as you're fine. I'm ready." Two voices sounded at the same time, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Wenqing began to recount her experiences with great emotion. When she reached the part about jumping off the cliff, she was so focused that she didn't notice the furrowed brow of Shang Wanyan. What a reckless thing to do. Wenqing was startled by the cold, icy voice. Shang Wanyan also realized that he had been too serious. "What I mean is, this is too dangerous." "I know." At this moment, Wenqing had already changed to a serious expression. "But I still did it because I know I will be fine. Although I am a woman, I am also an adult. I know what I am doing, and I won't put myself in danger." Shang Wanyan looked at Wenqing's expression and thought, "Yes, she is very capable. Not a helpless cub that needs to be protected. Well, you are very capable. But next time there is danger, you must come to me, understand?" "Okay." Wenqing thought to herself that she wasn't that impressive. At least she felt a bit scared when she jumped off the cliff. Chapter 21. Incitement. Ever since she incited Chun Zheng, that fool, to deal with Wenqing, Su Yao had been living quite comfortably recently because she subconsciously felt that Wenqing had no power to fight back. No matter how useless Chun Zheng was, he wouldn't be unable to handle a weak woman. So today, Su Yao took Yu to the street to have some fun. "Don't rush. Let's take a look at this jewelry first." Saying this, Su Yao picked up a step shake from a nearby stall and held it up to her head. "Quick, take a look. How does it look?" Su Yao beamed with a smile. "It's pretty, Mississippi. No matter what you wear, you look good." Yu replied honestly. Indeed, Su Yao's looks were not bad. She had a pair of lively eyes, a petite nose, and rosy, supple lips. Anyone who saw her would feel a sense of protectiveness. What about this one? Su Yao tried on several pieces in succession, unable to choose, and finally decided to buy them all. "What are you doing? You beggar." Suddenly, halfway through, a beggar hugged Su Yao's leg. "Let go of my lady." Yu stepped forward to pull the beggar away, but was pushed back. "Let go." Su Yao kept slapping at the beggar. "Yu, it's me." Hearing that voice, Su Yao stopped her actions. She widened her eyes in surprise. "Is that you, Chun Zheng?" "Yes, it's me, Yu." Chun Zheng said happily. "What happened to you?" It's no wonder Su Yao was surprised. Chun Zheng looked like a beggar, wearing ragged clothes. with hair that hadn't been tended to in a long time, all matted together, and he even smelled bad. I'm doing this for us, you. You have to help me. I became like this for us, Chun Zheng said urgently. Su Yao's expression turned serious at his words. Did Wenqing do this? Thinking this? Su Yao asked. No, it was her lover. Chun Zheng's eyes were filled with hatred. Upon hearing that it was Shangguan Yin, Su Yao couldn't listen to Chun Zheng anymore. How could it be Shangguan Yin? How could he care so much about Wenqing? How could he, who she liked so much, be nice to someone else? Su Yao was overwhelmed with jealousy and completely disregarded the people around her until Chun Zheng called out to her a few more times. You said you liked me. You wouldn't abandon me, right? I'm your most beloved brother, Zheng. Please take me away. Chun Zheng's voice had taken on a pleading tone, but Su Yao couldn't hear a word of it now. Just moments ago, she had been so happy, and now she felt disgust towards Chun Zheng. So Wenqing raised her foot and stomped down hard on Chun Zheng's hand. Looking at Chun Zheng's panicked expression, Su Yao smiled and said, You dare? You. Let's go. Watching Su Yao's retreating figure, Chun Zheng understood that he had been played and ended up with nothing. Do you need help? A man in black stood in front of Chun Zheng and asked. Su Yao thought about Shangguan Yin helping Wenqing and became angrier as she walked faster. Miss, slow down. Ayu chased after her and asked. Suddenly, Su Yao stopped, and Ayu bumped in her back. I'm sorry, Mississippi. Be more careful. Be steady. Got it. Go ask where Wenqing used to perform at that brothel. Su Yao suddenly remembered that Chun Zheng had told her Wenqing had performed at a brothel. This was a good opportunity, so why not take advantage of it? Ayu immediately went to inquire. Miss, that brothel is called Hongqing Pavilion. However, I found out that Wenqing only performed there and didn't do anything else. She had settled all her matters with that brothel and only had a dispute with the madam there before taking her money and leaving. Oh, take this silver and give it to the beggars outside the mansion. Have them spread the word that Wenqing performed at the brothel. But Ayu hesitated. Go. Although she was telling people that Wenqing had performed at the brothel, rumors would always become more exaggerated. So Su Yao was not worried about the final outcome not being to her liking. Sure enough, a day later, even the storytellers in the city were passionately recounting the story of Wenqing at the brothel. It just wasn't very pleasant to hear. Master, there's something. Shursan hesitated. Shangguan Yin remained his reading posture and said, What rumor? Shursan relayed everything he had heard to Shangguan Yin. Preposterous. Shangguan Yin's face darkened. He had been at home recently and hadn't gone out. How could such a thing happen? Go investigate. Yes. After Shursan left, Shangguan Yin got up to find Wenqing. Although he was reluctant, she had the right to know about this matter, and he had to tell her. You're here. Wenqing was practicing martial arts in the garden. Recently, she had been training diligently and had already reached the second form. When she saw Shangguan Yin coming, Wenqing stopped her movements and walked toward him. Shangguan Yin casually picked up a cup from the stone table and handed it to Wenqing. I have something to tell you. What is it? Recently, there's been a rumor circulating in the city, saying something about you in the brothel. Wenqing was momentarily stunned. What was this about the brothel? Could it be about my performing arts? Wenqing suddenly understood that someone was deliberately tarnishing her reputation. At that time, I had no money, so I went to the brothel to perform in order to support Chunjinka's exam. But I was only performing, and I left after just a couple of days. Shangguan Yin naturally knew what kind of person Wenqing was, but upon hearing it was for Chun Zheng, he felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Thankfully, the person by Wenqing's side now is me, Shangguan Yin thought. I have already sent someone to resolve this matter. You can handle it then. All right, thank you. There's no need for such politeness between us. Shangguan Yin looked into Wenqing's eyes, and Wenqing couldn't stand the atmosphere at that moment, so she averted her gaze. Shangguan Yin noticed Wenqing's ears turning slightly red, while Wenqing naturally didn't see the slight smile on Shangguan Yin's lips. 13 caught the old madam of the brothel. But this time, Shangguan Yin didn't go. It was Wenqing who went. It wasn't me who did that, so why are you arresting me? The old madam was tied to a chair, unable to move. Long time no see. Wenqing walked into the dungeon. Wenqing, listen to me, I really didn't do this. It has nothing to do with me. Not you? Then how could someone know my business? At that moment, Wenqing was holding a whip in her hand. Think carefully. The old madam was terrified when she saw the whip. I thought of something. One day, a young girl came to inquire about you, and I was busy, so I casually told her. But I also said that you only perform. The old madam added. Is that so? Let her go. After Wenqing finished speaking, she left, faintly hearing the old madam's voice of gratitude. Chapter 22. Returning the favor in kind. Wenqing, Wenqing. Warm thoughts were interrupted by a magnetic voice. Shangwan Yen. What are you thinking about? Thinking about how to deal with the person spreading rumors. How to deal with them. Of course, it's to return the favor in kind. Wenqing said with a smile. All right, be careful. Shangwan Yen said while gently touching Wenqing's hair. Should I wait for your news at home? At first, Wenqing didn't know who it was. But the other party should have felt guilty and even sent a little beggar to the door to probe the situation. That little beggar was a coward, and it only took a little probing to find out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. As a modern person who has received a lot of modern education, Wenqing actually disagrees with some practices from ancient times and is unwilling to do them personally. However, she thinks that the laws of the world here are different from those of her previous life, and she has to adapt. After all, she can't let others stand on her head while still worrying about whether they might fall and hurt themselves. Wenqing is planning to go to the Su mansion tonight. That set of skills is impressive. Wenqing has recently mastered the second move, and combined with the previous secret manual, her martial arts have improved significantly. She can still handle most ordinary people by herself. When Wenqing arrived at the Su residence, Su Yao was still complaining to Yu. Maybe the news hasn't reached young Master Shangwan's mansion? Yu guessed. Impossible. You go again tomorrow, and this time let the news spread wider. I don't believe that if Shangwan Yin knows, he won't drive her out. By then, I will go find Brother Yin. He will definitely marry me. Su Yao smiled as she imagined that scene. Wenqing smiled as well, but that smile carried no warmth. If it were the warmth from a past life, Su Yao would have already succeeded. In ancient times, this would ruin a girl's entire life. Wenqing looked at Su Yao with concern, took out the powder from her bosom, and quietly sprinkled it through the gap in the roof. Take care of yourself. After finishing everything, Wenqing left in a good mood. Yu, do you feel hot? A little bit. Should I open the window? Yu, I'm so hot. As she spoke, she tugged at her clothes. Yu didn't know what was wrong with the young lady, and in a panic, she hurriedly brought her water to cool her down. But she herself felt very hot as well, though she could still endure it. Young lady, water. Young lady. As Yu poured the water, Su Yao couldn't hold it any longer and stepped outside. The guard at the door saw Su Yao half-covered. His face turned red, and he quickly looked away. Su Yao only knew she was very hot and rushed to the guard's side. In an instant, she felt a sense of coolness. So she wrapped her arms around the guard, mumbling about being hot. Seeing this, Yu immediately came over to pull her away, but she couldn't hold her back. In the end, she called for the madam. Wenqing didn't know how they resolved it, but the next day, the affair between Miss Su and the guard became a topic of discussion among the common people. Shangwan Song listened to his subordinate's report, growing more and more interested in Wenqing, and prepared to meet her in person. Wait at the entrance of the Shangwan Yin mansion, and notify me immediately when you see Wenqing come out. Yes, Wenqing, Wenqing, I hope you're more interesting than my brother. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Shangwan Song's eyes. Since Wenqing dealt with Chun Zheng and Su Yao's matters, she hasn't been out of the mansion much. After practicing to the second form, she couldn't grasp the following essentials and has not made much progress. However, she noticed that the mist inside her bracelet had dissipated somewhat. And after entering, she received a new book. It was a medical book, and, after a brief glance, Wenqing found that some of the prescriptions in it could help her break through. So she couldn't wait to go out and look for the herbs listed in the prescriptions. Songrong grass? Isn't that a plant that usually only grows in dense forests? Wenqing thought. The nearest dense forest here is the dense beast forest. Wenqing has always felt that her abilities were insufficient and hasn't gone inside, but now she feels it's necessary to take a look. It is said that there are rare animals inside. Could it be that the future blood-sucking snakes evolved from the creatures in there? Wenqing walked towards the beastly forest with warm thoughts. Sang Wansong, do you know how long we've been looking for you? A hoarse voice said. Song Wansong scoffed. You can look all you want. It's none of my business. You. Another person stepped forward to block him. Qilong, don't forget the mission we came for today. The man named Qilong immediately quieted down. Coward. Sang Wansong grinned at them and then pointed his sword at Qilong and his group. Sang Wansong, you can't escape today. Qilong said. As he spoke, Qilong's group surrounded Sang Guansong. Sang Guansong didn't dare act rashly. He had come out to find Wenqing and hadn't brought anyone with him, so he didn't expect to run into enemies. Look out! Qilong was the first to strike, followed closely by the others. Sang Guansong could only defend himself. After a few exchanges, Sang Guansong realized that apart from Qilong and the person next to him, the others were quite weak. So, he broke free from Qilong's grasp, turned, and charged directly at the weaker opponents. The sudden move caught everyone off guard. Sang Guansong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought, "Is this all you've got?" Seeing that his men had been killed by Sang Guansong, Qilong's eyes fixed on him. "You're looking for death." With that, he charged at Sang Guansong. Sang Guansong did not want to continue the fight. He thought he needed to find a chance to escape. Then, he seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword directly into Qilong's arm. Ah! The scream rang out, and at the same time, Sang Guansong tossed down some powder. Taking advantage of Qilong's moment of blindness, Sang Guansong turned and left. "Want to kill me? You're not qualified." Sang Guansong's voice gradually faded. After slipping away from the earlier group, Sang Guansong arrived at the edge of a lake. Although he had shaken off those people, he had sustained many injuries and had no emergency supplies. He tore off a piece of his clothing and bandaged the more serious wounds. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The beastly forest was home to some unusual animals, and at first, Sang Guansong didn't pay attention, thinking the sound were caused by the wind. However, as the noise grew closer, he sensed something was wrong. With his back to the lake, he picked up his sword. What bad luck, Sang Guansong thought. The noise was getting closer, and he realized he had no way to escape now. He could only hope that whatever it was would be easy to deal with. "It's here." Sang Guansong looked at the creature rapidly crawling toward him. It was a snake. Chapter 23. Fierce Beast. But unlike an ordinary snake, this one was 5 times larger, completely red and extremely aggressive, opening its wide mouth as if to bite him in one go. Sang Guansong swung his sword at the snake. He saw the snake dodge with incredible agility. What kind of monster is this, moving so swiftly with such a huge body? There was no time to think, as the snake charged at him again, directly spraying a mouthful of venom. It was indeed venom, as the ground where it landed turned all the grass to dust. What a troublesome creature. Sang Guansong did not want to engage with the snake. The earlier battle had already drained him of too much stamina. If he continued to fight this snake, he would probably lose his life here. He needed to end this quickly, he thought. So, he hid behind a tree, waiting for the snake to turn its back before he aimed to stab it. But he didn't expect the snake to seem to know his intentions. And it turned around, striking Sang Guansong with its tail. Puff! Sang Guansong was thrown against the tree trunk, spitting out blood. Looking at the snake charging at him, he felt powerless and slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, he noticed it had gone quiet. So he opened his eyes to find the snake lying on the ground, with a cold and beautiful woman standing beside it. Her face was stained with blood, presumably from the snake, like a stunning flower blooming in a glacier, bold and eye-catching. Sang Guansong was mesmerized. Over the years, he had received many confessions, but he had never been interested in any of them. Only this person before him. "Are you okay?" Wenqing finally noticed that Sang Guansong had opened his eyes. "I'm Fina. Thank you for saving me, miss." Sang Guansong saw the silver needles in Wenqing's hand. Did she use those to kill the snake? It was a pity he hadn't seen it. Wenqing ground the herbs she had just picked and applied them to Sang Guansong's wound. Apart from furrowing his brow, he didn't say anything else. Sang Guanyin was the same, Wenqing thought. How should she address the young lady? Ayan. Hearing this name, Sang Guansong smiled slightly. Noticing the confusion on Wenqing's face, Sang Guansong explained, "This name reminds me of my brother. By the way, I am called Sang Guansong." Sang Guansong. Wenqing was shocked. Her hand trembled as she applied the medicine. Wasn't that Sang Guanyin, whom she had caused to die in her previous life? She had actually saved him. However, her face still wore a cold expression. Wenqing wanted to leave immediately, but fearing it would raise suspicion, she quickly finished bandaging and prepared to leave. "Miss, where can I find you?" Sang Guansong said as he grabbed her wrist when he saw her trying to leave. "If we are destined, we will meet again." Wenqing finished speaking and then left. Sang Guansong looked in the direction where Wenqing had left, thinking, "We will meet again." That person was carrying a basin of water outside, and the young master's leg injury had flared up again. Leg injury? Wenqing had never heard Yin mention it. She stepped forward, wanting to go into the inner room, but was stopped by the steward. Miss Wen, the master said he doesn't want to see anyone right now. Not even me. The steward sighed and shook his head. Wenqing originally wanted to help Yin check his injury, but now she could only wait outside in the courtyard. She sat in the pavilion, watching the servants come and go. Although they were hurried, there was not a trace of panic on anyone's face. It seemed that Yin's injury was something that happened often, Wenqing thought. After more than an hour, the courtyard returned to its original quiet state. The steward stepped forward. Miss Wen, you can go in now. Okay. When Wenqing entered, she saw a pale-faced man sitting at the table. Seeing such a weak Yin, her heart suddenly ached. She had never seen him like this before. How are you? It's nothing. Yin always said that. Can you tell me about your leg? Wenqing probed, if it's too difficult. There's nothing I can't say. Yin interrupted Wenqing. I was accidentally injured by my brother with a dagger when I was young, and later, a servant accidentally pushed me into the lake in winter. I didn't get treated in time, which left a lasting problem. Yin recounted his experience with 2 instances of accidentally. Wenqing stepped forward and hugged Yin. It was a comforting embrace that had nothing to do with love. Yin had become numb to such things, as he was no longer as defenseless as he used to be. However, when Wenqing hugged him, he felt an unprecedented warmth, and so he gently wrapped his arms around Wenqing as well. When they finally released each other, Wenqing stepped back a bit, and both of them tacitly chose not to mention the hug. You. They both spoke at the same time. You go first, Yin said. Can I see your leg? Yin revealed the injured spot. Okay. Wenqing took a look and then touched it with her hand. Wenqing's expression became serious, not noticing Yin's flushed ears. I can treat your leg. Wenqing looked up at Yin, her tone assured. Okay. Wenqing smiled gently and said, Do you agree with everything I say? Yin didn't respond, but Wenqing seemed to understand by looking into his eyes. I will go first. I need to find medicine for you. Sighing, Yin planned to ask where the blood on Wenqing came from. Although his intuition told him it wouldn't be Wenqing's. What if? Watching Wenqing run away in a hurry, Yin shook his head and smiled helplessly. Yin's leg injury was a bit tricky to handle. Not only had it been hurt without timely treatment, but it had also been exposed to wind and cold. The doctor at that time hadn't handled it well, and had been dragged on until now. If it wasn't treated properly soon, it would be too late. Wenqing wrote down the prescription without hesitation. Wenqing called the steward in and asked if the herbs on the prescription were available in the residence. The steward carefully looked at the prescription and hesitated, saying that most of the herbs were available, but that Sangyue flower was not in the residence, and it grew on steep cliffs, making it difficult to find. Upon hearing this, Wenqing rewrote the prescription, ensuring that this time all the herbs were available in the residence, and the steward took the prescription to gather the herbs. Steep cliffs? The first thing Wenqing thought of was the cliff she had jumped off, unsure if it was still there. Wenqing prepared to go take another look. Chapter 24. The Cliff. When she got outside, the rain had intensified and the water level was slowly rising. The next day, Wenqing went to the steep cliff. Upon arriving, she wandered around the area but found no signs of any plants. Wenqing was preparing to go down to the bottom of the cliff. Last time, she found a path leading to the foot of the cliff. The snake lifted its head, looked at Wenqing, and then crawled up her arm to her shoulder, gently rubbing its head against her face. How cute! Wenqing patted its head, but the next second, the snake suddenly darted out and slipped into the grass. Wenqing followed the snake and left the place in pursuit. Warmth walked in that direction, and the further she walked, the more she felt something was off, as the plants on both sides became fewer and the space grew narrower. Soon, Warmth saw the snake, lazily lying on the ground. Wenqing walked over gently, crouched down, and extended her hand. The snake naturally climbed up and quietly settled on her shoulder. At this moment, she finally had time to observe her surroundings. It was extremely quiet, and in front of Wenqing was a cave that faintly glimmered with a weak light. Wenqing took out her silver needles and slowly walked into the cave. As Wenqing entered, she immediately heard the sound of water droplets falling around her. With the help of the surrounding light, Wenqing discovered that there were actually some murals carved on the walls around her. Warm feelings start from the first glance. A long time ago, There was an ancient city where the people lived peacefully and harmoniously. The residents were self-sufficient and rarely interacted with other towns, yet everyone lived happily. Suddenly one day, a strange person appeared in the city. The person wore a black cloak, could not speak, and had a blood-red snake wrapped around their neck. The residents, thinking he was homeless, took him in. However, the next day, all the residents who had gone to the town died overnight, leaving only the mysterious figure. This action enraged the guardian deity of the town, and the black mysterious person died inexplicably while the red snake was sealed. After reading this, warm feelings were puzzled. How could the little snake be sealed? So, she continued to walk deeper inside and found that the further she went, the more plants there were, until warm feelings finally saw the moon-hidden flower. With a warm surprise, she stepped forward. Isn't this grass supposed to grow on the cliff? How could it be here? Although puzzled, she carefully picked some and placed it inside her ring. Having completed her task, she initially intended to leave, but she didn't. She continued to walk deeper inside. Soon, she arrived at the source of the glowing light. Warm feelings filled her as she looked at the scene before her, unsure of how to describe her emotions. The space in front of her was incredibly vast, filled with glowing crystals everywhere. The largest crystal was positioned right in the center, and it was not just any crystal. It contained a massive blood-red snake sealed within, towering at least 2 people high. However, the snake had its eyes tightly closed, as if it were asleep. Just as she was in shock, the white snake on her body moved slightly, but it simply glanced at the red snake before lying back down. Wenqing recalled the story she saw when she first entered the cave, but the story said that the snake was wrapped around the neck and couldn't be this big. What exactly happened mysteriously? Could it be a mutation? Is this the snake that was sealed? If so, is her current location the same as the town mentioned in the story? Wenqing didn't know, so she decided to leave first. However, what she didn't know was that after she left, 2 more people came here. After the medicine was cooked, Wenqing took the medicine herself to find Shang Wanyan. When Wenqing arrived at the study, Shang Wanyan was reading on the couch. Upon seeing Wenqing, he put down the book and called out to her. I've changed to a new medication. Wenqing handed the medicine to Shang Wanyan. Without hesitation, Shang Wanyan drank it down, not even furrowing his brows at the bitter taste. After seeing him finish the medicine, Wenqing casually handed him a candied fruit, which Shang Wanyan took and ate in surprise. You lie down first. I'll try acupuncture on you. As Wenqing spoke, she took out her needles. Shang Wanyan obeyed and lay down. Have you been going out often lately? I've been looking for some herbs. Wenqing continued her actions without stopping. The rain outside has been getting heavier recently. If you need anything, tell San. He can help you. Shang Wanyan said. It's fine. My martial arts have been improving recently. I can handle these small matters. Knowing Wenqing's character, Shang Wanyan didn't say much more and instead brought up another topic. Your house is finished. You should go take a look when you have time. Hearing this from Shang Wanyan, Wenqing remembered she had been busy with other things and had forgotten about it. Okay, Shang Wanyan, have you considered moving? Wenqing asked cautiously. Not for now. Shang Wanyan replied calmly. Have you noticed that the rain has been stronger lately? Wenqing asked. Have you thought about what would happen if it keeps raining like this? Keeps raining? Although there was confusion in Shang Wanyan's voice, he understood this was not an ordinary rain. In his past life, it had rained continuously when he died, leading to floods and plagues. This time, Shang Wanyan was somewhat prepared, but he didn't expect Wenqing to bring it up. Moreover, he had already prepared flood-fighting supplies. Could it be that Wenqing is also reborn? If it doesn't stop, this house will eventually be submerged by the flood. Wenqing looked at the silent Shang Wanyan and said. Shang Wanyan knew that in his past life, it had indeed happened, and he had residences in various places, so he wasn't worried about this issue. Seeing Shang Wanyan deep in thought, Wenqing suggested, why don't you consider moving to my house? Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyan looked at Wenqing sharply. That's not appropriate. Shang Wanyan refused. How is it not appropriate? Our statuses are different. Besides, it's even more inappropriate for a man with a family to live in your house. How could that be? That house was built by your people, and you provided the missing items. Why can't you live there? Wenqing said. Moreover, living alone isn't safe either. Wenqing took out her trump card. Sure enough, Shang Wanyan fell silent. I'll go with you, but I want to stay in the farthest courtyard from you. Although Wenqing was dissatisfied, She agreed. After about a month, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan arrived at their residence on the mountain. Shang Wanyan only brought a steward and 2 cleaning servants, sending the rest to the full moon pavilion. Chapter 25. She is also reborn. According to their agreement, Shang Wanyan moved into the courtyard farthest from Wenqing. In fact, Wenqing's residence was not much different from Shang Wanyan's. At that time, Wenqing liked Shang Wanyan's design, so she built her house to be somewhat similar. Master, I will go discuss with those farming families, but they refuse to believe anything and are unwilling to move. Send more people to keep an eye on them. If a flood occurs, rescue them in time. Yes. Help me arrange a meeting with the city lord. Understood. The reinforcement of the riverbank cannot be delayed any longer. It needs to be resolved immediately, Shang Wanyan thought. Lord, what brings you here this time? The city lord asked as he looked at the man before him. With the continuous heavy rain, what do you plan to do? This. The city lord hesitated. Lord, you also know that the current emperor is inactive, spending his days drinking and enjoying himself. The national treasury is empty, and they say that our small place has no money to repair the riverbank. The city lord said with a frown. Moreover, this year's harvest is poor, and the taxes submitted by each family are few. If this continues, it will become a problem just to eat. First, let's organize everyone to harvest the crops, Shang Wanyan said. Harvest the crops? The city lord was puzzled. Isn't it too early to harvest now? What if the rain stops soon? Wouldn't that mean missing out on a good harvest? It won't. If we don't harvest now, people won't have to wait until next year. There will be famine this year. The city lord hesitated. People might not be willing. We at the Full Moon Pavilion will give families that actively harvest crops 5 bags of rice each. The city lord's eyes lit up at those words. I'll go persuade them to harvest right away. Although Shang Wanyan's words prompted everyone to start harvesting, they were still unwilling to leave their homes, no matter how others persuaded them. After Shang Wanyan left, he went to the riverbank outside the city. The water had already risen to a very short distance from the shore. If it continued like this, it would eventually overflow and surge into the city. Shang Wanyan looked around, and under the heavy rain, the surroundings appeared even darker, with layers of black clouds looming over, making it hard to breathe, seemingly heralding the arrival of a terrifying world. It won't happen. In his previous life, he experienced floods and plagues. Knowing the suffering of the people, if all of this was an inevitable development of the world and could not be avoided, he could only try to minimize the damage caused by this disaster. Shang Wanyan? A voice interrupted Shang Wanyan's thoughts. I came to see how the river is rising. Wenqing looked at the rushing river, saying, if this continues, there will be a flood. In his previous life, the Lord of the Full Moon Pavilion had actively offered help, but the people did not cooperate. However, when the river submerged their homes, they realized the unusual severity of this rain and joined the flood relief efforts. Although casualties were few, most of the farmland was destroyed, and from then on, the people's lives gradually became more difficult. Do you know the Lord of the Full Moon Pavilion? Wenqing asked as she looked at Shang Wanyan. I know. Shang Wanyan made a face as if he didn't recognize him. I wonder if I can meet him. What do you need him for? Wenqing thought for a moment and wanted to discuss a cooperation with him. Cooperation? Shang Wanyan seemed thoughtful. He has a messenger at the Full Moon Pavilion. If he finds the messenger, he can contact the pavilion master. Really? Then I will go directly to the Full Moon Pavilion next time. Master. 13. What is it? The Shangwan family is about to make a big move. Seeing that Shang Wanyan didn't speak, 13 continued. Ever since the failed marriage alliance with the capital last time, the master has started to engage with merchants from the capital, purchasing a batch of inferior rice at a low price. That batch of rice should have arrived at the Shangwan family by now. He really knows how to seize opportunities. Shang Wanyan snorted coldly. Shangwan Tian plans to pass off this batch of rice as good quality and sell it at a high price in the city. Keep an eye on him, and after he negotiates with the merchants, find a chance to destroy that batch of rice. Understood. Full Moon Pavilion. Miss, would you like something to eat, or how can I meet your messenger? Wenqing interrupted the shopkeeper. Messenger? The shopkeeper hesitated and continued, Miss, our messenger at the Full Moon Pavilion is not easy to see. No matter, it's still easier than seeing your pavilion master. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper chuckled. That is indeed true. Please follow me. The shopkeeper led Wenqing into a private room inside. Then he instructed his servant to bring a crystal ball. which Wenqing indeed saw was a crystal ball. Miss, this is our shop's misty realm. As long as you can successfully come out from inside, you will be able to meet the messenger. Misty realm? Wenqing had never dealt with the full moon pavilion in her previous life, and she thought this world was just an ordinary one. She didn't expect it to have a fantastical direction. No wonder she should have realized something was different when she saw that red snake in the beastly forest. She just didn't know what the relationship was between the snake in the beastly forest and the one she encountered in the cave last time. Yes, miss. This misty realm is ever-changing. We don't know what situations we might encounter, nor can we tell you what dangers lie within. So, do you still want to go in? The shopkeeper asked. Warmth has always liked excitement, of course. So, miss, just drop a drop of blood on this bead, and you can enter the misty realm. Wenqing bit her own finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the surface, and the blood was quickly absorbed after touching the bead. Before Wenqing could react in surprise, she fainted. When Wenqing woke up, she felt disoriented, as she had unexpectedly found herself in the world of her past life. Wenqing, what are you thinking? A female voice asked. E? Wenqing hesitantly called out. E was her best friend from her previous life. So real, Wenqing said as she reached out to touch E's face. E smiled and swatted Wenqing's hand away. You've slept all afternoon. How are you still not awake? Come on. You said you'd accompany me to go shopping. Is this an illusion? So real. Okay, Wenqing replied to E. Can I stay here with E for a few days? It should be possible, Wenqing thought. She had suddenly died in her last life without even saying goodbye to E. So in the days that followed, Wenqing kept accompanying E. She felt dazed, wondering if she could stay here forever. Outside the illusion, Master, she seems to be trapped in the illusion, the shopkeeper said, looking at the unconscious Wenqing. She will come out, Shangwan said, but his hand clenched tightly on the table. You will come out, right, Wenqing? You must come out, Shangwan Yin thought. Chapter 26. What are you thinking? Wenqing, do you know that my favorite singer is having a concert here next week? Will you accompany me? Yi said, shaking Wenqing's arm. A concert? Yeah, the one whose songs are all so beautiful, and who is also really, really good-looking. Wenqing didn't hear what else Yi said, as she remembered that Yi had said the same thing in her past life. However, she had had an accident back then and didn't know if Yi had been able to attend the concert. Okay. Yi was still enthusiastically talking about how great her favorite singer was, and upon hearing Wenqing's response, she excitedly rushed over to hug her. Wenqing, you're so wonderful. We have to stay together forever. Stay together forever? Is that really possible? Wenqing wondered. It should be possible, right? Wenqing actually realized that the longer she stayed here, the more severely she was influenced by the illusion. For example, right now, she was increasingly forgetting the purpose of her visit, and she didn't want to leave here anymore. She felt that it was time for her to go. On the day of the concert, Yi came to look for Wenqing early, chattering excitedly all the way about the concert. Wenqing, look, it's him. The shouts weren't just from Yi. Everyone was cheering for the performer on stage. However, Wenqing felt like she didn't belong here. This wasn't where she was meant to be, she thought. She turned to see Yi's excited face. This place was indeed worth cherishing. But all she could think of was that person. The image of Shangwan Yin suddenly surfaced in Wenqing's mind. Wenqing, today's concert is amazing. Next time, you'll come with me again, right? Listening to Yi happily talking about the concert, Wenqing didn't know how to respond. Seeing Wenqing's expression, Yi suddenly spoke up. Are you going to leave? What? Wenqing was surprised. She didn't know what Yi had figured out. You haven't. I miss you. Yi cried louder. I know, I miss you too. Wenqing hugged Yi. Wenqing didn't say anything, but Yi seemed to understand. It's okay. I'll be doing well, and you should too. Yi smiled, tears streaming down her face. I have never left. I've just changed to another world to live in, where I'm doing well, and I've even met someone I like. They walked towards a morning light, talking about their lives, knowing that Wenqing's body was slowly beginning to fade away. Yi looked alone at the direction of the rising sun. Goodbye, Qing. At that moment in the real world, Yi suddenly woke up from her dream, her eyes filled with tears, but she was smiling. I haven't dreamed of you for a long time. Finally, I've said goodbye properly. I wish you well in the parallel world, Yi said, looking out the window. Shangwan Yin watched as Wenqing remained in a coma, but tears kept flowing. What happened to her? She must have encountered something sad, the shopkeeper said. Look, the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. Wenqing's eyelashes fluttered gently, as if she were about to wake up. Seeing this, Wenqing stopped his hand that was wiping Wenqing's tears and got up to leave. Take good care of her. Yes, the shopkeeper replied. When Wenqing woke up, she instinctively looked around for something. He's back, but he's not here anymore. Wenqing smiled. She was doing well. This was a farewell, wasn't it? Miss, how do you feel? The shopkeeper asked with a smile. CUTIE. This foggy realm was found with great effort by our master. It's said to connect the souls of two different times and spaces. He paused. But it's only a very small probability. It seems no one has encountered such a thing. It might just be a legend. Maybe it's true, Wenqing murmured. Miss, do you need to rest? No. Take me to see the messenger. Please follow me. The shopkeeper led Wenqing into another room, which was very dimly lit, with only 2 candles flickering. The entire room was filled with red ribbons, and the wind blew through the gaps in the windows, causing the ribbons to sway, creating an eerie atmosphere. Wenqing walked into the inner room and saw a woman sitting at a table. The woman had her eyes covered, her hair lightly tied up with a red ribbon, and her black outfit was adorned with red strings. There were 2 bells tied to the red strings on either side of her neck, which jingled softly. Do you want to see the master? The woman spoke, her voice a crisp contrast to her appearance. Yes, please sit across from me. Wenqing sat down in the direction her finger pointed. Once seated, Wenqing saw the stone in front of the messenger, a hollowed-out stone. The girl placed her hand on this stone. Wenqing followed through with the instructions. However, when she placed her hand on the stone, an anomaly appeared. Are you an otherworldly soul? The messenger looked up in surprise. It turned out to be an otherworldly soul. Is there something wrong? Wenqing asked, surprised as well, not expecting such technology to exist in ancient times. Is it really possible to see this? My master mentioned before his travels that an otherworldly soul would appear, but I didn't expect to encounter it here. The messenger revealed a smile, but it lacked any warmth. Do you know why you must be the lion when meeting the Lord? Those eyes wrapped in white cloth seemed to be staring at Wenqing. Warmth frowned, unsure. There were those who had used certain excuses to meet the pavilion master, only to backstab him in the end. When the pavilion master faced an assassination attempt that nearly cost him his life, he ordered the establishment of messengers. You may not know the function of the messengers. She paused and continued, saying that messengers are believed to possess knowledge of the past, the ability to foresee the future, and even the power to create illusions, hypnotizing others to reveal their innermost thoughts. Wenqing's eyes lit up after listening, surprised that it could be done this way. Perhaps Wenqing's expression was different for what the messenger expected, as this time the messenger smiled genuinely. Is a messenger's ability inherited from the family? Wenqing asked curiously. Sort of. The family selects gifted individuals for training, ultimately cultivating capable messengers. Can I learn it? Wenqing continued. You want to learn? The messenger's words carried doubt. Yes. Chapter 27. Other Souls. It is possible, but you must pass a trial. Trial? Every year, there are 500 people who go for the trial, but only 1 or 2 are selected in the end, because the requirements for willpower are extremely high for messengers, so those chosen are exceptionally talented individuals. If you want to give it a try, the selection day is on the 5th of next month. Come find me then. Great. Wenqing immediately agreed. You can meet the pavilion master now, the messenger suddenly said. Warmth and doubt. Do I need hypnosis or to enter a trance? No, you have passed. Passed. When I previously said you are a soul from another world, if you had any hesitation or recalled something, the trance would seize that moment and weave a dream in your mind, but you did not. The messenger explained. So that's how it is. Warmth understood. The Lord is waiting for you next door, and I will take my leave. Warmth said to the messenger. The messenger said nothing, just nodded. Seeing this, Warmth turned and left, originally thinking that coming to the end of the world would make this place dull and uninteresting, but now it seems there are still many interesting things. Wenqing knocked on the door outside. Come in. Wenqing didn't expect the leader to be so young. With a tall figure and a cold demeanor, his face obscured by a mask, inexplicably resembling Wenqing. What do you want from me? The person spoke, his voice hoarse. Unlike Wenqing, whose voice was a bit higher. I came to seek cooperation with you. Cooperation? Yes, you must have noticed the rain outside is getting heavier. And if this continues, Wenqing knew that if she didn't finish her sentence, Wenqing would understand her meaning. What kind of cooperation do you want? I have a batch of pills that can help break through cultivation bottlenecks. I know you have subordinates who are at a standstill. With these pills, they can definitely break through. This was, of course, what Shangguan Yin had told her. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin remained silent. That's not enough to move me, he said. What if I say I can provide you with supplies? Supplies? Yes, from food to medicine. Whatever you need. Oh, but my full moon pavilion is spread across various places. What kind of food and medicine do I not have? Hearing this, Wenqing smiled. You have messengers, so you must know what will happen in the future, right? Shangguan Yin had died in his previous life just before the apocalypse, and even at the time of his death, he hadn't established the full moon pavilion. Since his rebirth, he had built the full moon pavilion for protection, with the predictions from the messengers and his experiences from his previous life. Shangguan Yin had already guessed what would happen in the future. Miss Wen is indeed clever. May I ask what you want me to do? I hope the leader can help my friend build a levee, Wenqing said seriously. A friend? Yes, very important. Hearing this, the corner of Shangguan Yin's mouth, hidden beneath the mask, slightly curled up. All right, then it's settled. I will provide the full moon pavilion with scarce supplies every 2 months. And the full moon pavilion will send people to build the levee. Good. Shangguan Yin watched Wenqing's departing figure until she was out of sight. When Wenqing arrived home, Shangguan Yin was not there. So she slipped into the jade bracelet and went to check on the seeds she had planted last time in the fields. They had actually sprouted so quickly. Wenqing looked at the seedlings in the field with surprise. Ever since she practiced her martial arts to the 3rd form, she discovered that her land could grow plants. However, she didn't expect them to thrive so well. Wenqing agreed to provide supplies to the Moonlight Pavilion's master because she now had these fields. At least she wouldn't have to worry about food in the apocalypse. Warmth also tried to plant some herbs. Unfortunately, there was no water here. Saying this, she took some clean water out of her bracelet and poured it into the field. Wenqing looked up at the space of the bracelet she was in. First, land appeared. But what else would come next? Wenqing didn't know. She only knew that she had to practice diligently so that she could open up a larger space in the future. Gradually, she started to feel excited. Sure enough, she was already in the study. Shangguan Yin looked up at Wenqing after hearing her voice. Wenqing couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but there seemed to be a hint of a smile in his faint expression. You came. What's wrong? Wenqing said as she walked towards Shangguan Yin. Look. Wenqing looked warmly at the place pointed out by Shangguan. It was a construction blueprint for a riverbank. After seeing the drawing, Wenqing was stunned. In her past life, she had already been a very skilled architect, and she could tell that every detail in Shangguan Yin's design was extremely exquisite. This design could stand out even in modern times. Shangguan Yin watched as Wenqing's expression changed repeatedly, wondering if something was wrong. There was nothing wrong. I just think this design is amazing. Out of professional habit, Wenqing couldn't help but start asking various questions when she saw a good design. For example, right now, is this design feasible? Won't there be any overflow? Wenqing asked. No, there won't be. Is this a drainage device? Can this be realized? Yes, it can. Wenqing asked all her questions, and Shangguan Yin was not annoyed. The two discussed for an hour like this. After it was over, Wenqing felt that she liked Shangguan Yin even more. Now her liking for him included a hint of admiration. In short, she liked him more. The next day, the master of the full moon pavilion sent someone over. Wenqing thought that Shangguan Yin would ask her something, but Shangguan Yin didn't ask anything at all. He just instructed Shursan to take his people along with the sect leader's people to reinforce the riverbank. This was not an easy task. The rain outside was getting heavier, and the river water was continuously surging and rising. A moment's inattention could result in being swept away by the water. Fortunately, both Shangguan Yin and the people sent by the sect leader were skilled in martial arts, so the casualties would not be many. The first day of construction went smoothly, but on the second day, many commoners arrived. What are you doing? A young man asked. Wenqing looked at the newcomers with warmth as they built the riverbank. You are committing a sin, an elderly man shouted. Committing a sin? Wenqing was puzzled. The old man trembled as he walked directly toward Shursan and the others. Wenqing was afraid he would fall and stepped forward to help. But unexpectedly, the old man not only shrugged off her assistance, but also glared at her. Stop right now. Stop. A dozen people who had followed the old man stepped forward to block Shursan and the others. Sir, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? The old man said, his voice trembling with emotion. You are committing a sin. What you're doing will anger the water god. Look at the river now. This is the water god's anger. Chapter 28, Full Moon Pavilion. As the old man spoke, he bowed to the river and muttered, Water god, calm your anger. Water god, calm your anger. The dozen people mimicked the old man's actions. Water god, do you know what will happen if this continues? The entire town will be submerged. Wenqing looked at them. Are you really going to stop this? The water god has protected us for many years, bringing us many blessings. This time, we have angered the water god, but as long as we show enough sincerity, we can quell the water god's wrath, the old man said. Wenqing, as a modern person who believes in science, finds it difficult to align her thoughts with those of the ancient people. Is this the sentiment of all the common folk? The old man hesitated, naturally. Well, what if I insist on repairing this river? Wenqing asked. Then even the lives of the entire city's populace won't be enough to appease the river god's anger. As he spoke, the old man and a dozen others stood guard by the riverbank. 13, with his people, said, Let's go. While waiting in the city, Wenqing felt something was off. All the common folk avoided her and even whispered among themselves. Some even threw rotten vegetable leaves at her. 13 stepped forward to shield Wenqing. Get out of our Lionian city. You're the ones who angered the river god. You are the ones who destroyed our peace. Get out. Both the informed and the uninformed came forward to speak ill of Wenqing and her companions. Wenqing listened to everyone's voices, feeling a bit at a loss. She was clearly helping them. So how did it end up like this? Looking at the leaves and eggs they discarded, Wenqing thought that in the future they wouldn't even have these to eat, yet they were still wasting them here. Wenqing and the others left quickly without much explanation. The crowd felt she was guilty, but Wenqing only thought that once someone has said hurtful words, no matter how much they explain, they wouldn't listen. They had already formed preconceived notions based on the rumors. Shangguan Yin had long known about the incident on the road and had prepared hot water in advance. Once she came out, Wenqing went straight to find Shangguan Yin. What do you think? Wenqing asked. Since Wenqing traveled here, she has known that the arrival of the apocalypse cannot be changed. It will definitely come. Although she has not personally experienced the apocalypse, she understands that when the time comes, it will be a huge blow to the common people. Since ancient times, the people have been the core of city building. Winning the hearts of the people means winning the world, which shows the importance of the common people. However, she has not considered the opinions of the people. Wait. Wenqing was stunned for a moment. They'll come and find you then. But by that time, it will be of no use. Wenqing said, Yes. Wenqing looked outside, noticing that the rain showed no signs of letting up, and the river was rising faster and faster. She changed her clothes and went to the bank to check. What were they doing? Wenqing looked at the group of people gathered by the riverbank. Warmth drew a little closer. In the middle of them sat a girl dressed in red, looking to be only about 10 years old. Wenqing suddenly remembered a story she had seen before, where in ancient times, people would throw young boys and girls into the lake as sacrifices to appease the anger of the river god. The girl in the red dress struggled desperately, but she was no match for the strong men. Let me go, you can't do this. The girl's originally clear voice was now a scream. A young man slapped her and said, It's your honor to dedicate yourself to the river god. You have no parents. Following the river god is your blessing. With that, he pulled the girl towards the riverbank. With warmth, he watched the girl go from struggling to giving up, allowing those people to act. Wenqing felt a sense of helplessness. She hadn't planned to get involved in these matters anymore, but she couldn't just stand by and watch the girl being thrown into the river. She took out her silver needles and aimed them at those people. Wenqing's martial skills had reached the 3rd level, and now her throwing strength was stronger than before. She watched as several of them fell directly to the ground, and the girl also collapsed. Wenqing walked up to the girl and helped her up. It's you again, the old man said, looking at Wenqing. You just want to harm our Lionian city. The old man sat helplessly on the ground. Wenqing suddenly felt a sense of emotion. These people were not wrong either. They wanted to save their own homes, but their ignorance and refusal to listen to advice would harm one person after another. She knew that today she had saved this girl, and there would be others. It seemed that it was not just these people who were ignorant, but the world itself. I have said that I am here to save this town. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. With that, she intended to take the girl and leave. Stop her, the old man shouted. Soon, a group of people surrounded Wenqing. Let her go. This is her life. The old man continued. If you continue to block me, it will be your lives on the ground. Wenqing coldly looked at the people around her. Little girl, you're speaking arrogantly. With that, several big men rushed forward to try to grab Wenqing. Warmth made the girl stand firm, took out her silver needles, and stabbed them towards the group. In an instant, those few people fell to the ground. You, the old man, fainted in anger. Sad? Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan with warmth, feeling a bit. But it's okay, I've done what I could. Shang Wanyan smiled, saying there's no need to worry about other things. You've done well enough. Are you complimenting me? Wenqing asked. Shang Wanyan shook his head, saying it's comforting. Well, comfort is also a compliment, Wenqing said to herself. Shang Wanyan, why aren't you speaking? What do you want to hear? Wenqing didn't say anything. She just looked into Shang Wanyan's eyes, so beautiful. At that moment, Wenqing couldn't see anything else. In the end, it was Shang Wanyan who couldn't help but turn his head. Seeing his reddened ears, Wenqing smiled. Shang Wanyan, when will there be a flood? Soon. Then when? It's not raining. I don't know. Then when will you like me? I don't know. Halfway through the sentence, Shang Wanyan realized what Wenqing had said and looked at her with a furrowed brow. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan's expression with warmth, feeling a chill in her heart. I was just joking, she said, getting up. I'll go see how that girl is doing. Shang Wanyan opened his mouth to say something, but Wenqing had already left. He didn't expect Wenqing to be so direct. He just hadn't reacted in time. Forget it, he thought. I'll talk to Wenqing next time. Mississippi. By the time Wenqing arrived, the servants had already changed the little girl's clothes. You can all leave now. Yes. Chapter 29. A form of comfort, only Wenqing and the girl were left in the room. Come, sit here. Wenqing invited the little girl to the table. Hearing this, the little girl slowly sat down at the table. Thank you, she said without looking up. What's your name? Wenqing asked. My name is Sui. The little girl replied. Wenqing was taken aback when she heard the name, then smiled and shook her head. Where do you live? Wenqing continued to ask. Are you willing to stay here with me? Wenqing looked at the little girl with warmth as she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining and a joyful smile spreading across her face. But then she returned to her previous state. No way, she said. Annie says I'm a disaster star, and no one wanted to get close to me, and no one would want me. How could that be? You're clearly very cute. Upon hearing Wenqing compliment her, the girl seemed unable to hold back any longer, and tears streamed down her face like pearls that had broken free from a string. Seeing this, Wenqing walked over to the little girl, took her hand, and said, Don't be afraid, just follow me from now on. After hearing Wenqing's words, the little girl cried even louder and even began to pull at her clothes. Before Wenqing could stop it, she saw the large red birthmark on the girl's back, resembling a snake's head. So cool. Those who talk about you must be envious of your beautiful birthmark. Really? Sui stopped her tears. Wenqing gently patted Sui's head. Of course. Besides, if in the future you and I get separated, I can still rely on this to find you. But they say this is an ominous sign. Wenqing made a wronged expression. Do you believe they don't believe me? I believe you, she said with a smile. Then you should rest well. I'll come to find you tomorrow, Wenqing said. Okay, master, that group of troublemaking citizens has been dealt with today. How is the riverbank? As you instructed, we have built the riverbank downstream. If the progress goes well, it should be finished by tomorrow. Remember what I told you? Yes. After Shursan finished speaking, he left. The next day, wake up. Wenqing went to find Sui early in the morning. However, she couldn't find anyone in Sui's room. Wenqing was a bit anxious. Sister, I'm over here. Wenqing saw in the yard wearing training clothes. What are you doing? Shyly replied, I'm practicing martial arts. Practicing martial arts? What made you suddenly think of practicing? Wenqing sat down at the stone table. It wasn't sudden. Sui walked over. Why was at my aunt's house? Someone who took care of me said that my mother left me a secret manual before she passed away, and that I must practice diligently. But at that time, I could barely fill my stomach, so I didn't have the energy to practice this. But now it's different. Sui glanced at Wenqing. I want to protect myself and the people around me. Wenqing smiled gently and patted Sui's head, saying, so obedient. Let's go eat first, and we can practice later. Okay. When Wenqing arrived, Shang Wanyan was already sitting by the dining table. Shang Wanyan. Wenqing was still the same as before, as if nothing had happened yesterday. Hmm. Shang Wanyin replied. Sui felt a bit scared of this cold-faced brother and hid behind Wenqing. Wenqing noticed this and secretly told Sui, "This brother is super gentle. You don't have to be afraid." Sui glanced at Shang Wanyin upon hearing this, but he still looked cold and aloof. She didn't know if this was related to gentleness. Perhaps it was because she hadn't known him for long, she thought. Wenqing, what do you want to do today? Huh? Wenqing didn't react at first. Shang Wanyin had been eating in silence at the dining table, and Wenqing didn't expect him to take the initiative to start a conversation today. I want to go see the secret beast forest. After Wenqing killed the snake in the beastly forest last time, she took a crystal and some liquid. She didn't know how to use the crystal yet, but while studying the liquid in her bracelet, she discovered that it could actually accelerate plant growth. However, the liquid was scarce, so Wenqing planned to make another trip to the beastly forest, not only to collect more liquid, but also to test her recent martial arts skills. I'll go with you, she said. Wenqing didn't expect Shang Wanyin to say that. After realizing it, she replied, okay. After finishing their meal, Sui practiced on her own, while Wenqing and Shang Wanyin headed to the beastly forest, with Shursan naturally following them, though he kept himself hidden. Upon arriving at the beastly forest, Wenqing sensed that something was different. When she had come before, there was sunlight and vitality here, but now she found it seemed even more lifeless. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, it had been raining a lot lately, and people were feeling down, so how could the forest be any different? Be careful, Shang Wanyin said. Okay. Wenqing walked while looking around, and she noticed last time that there were many rare medicinal herbs growing here. It seemed that not many people came, so they were easy to find. Shursan, go look for some herbs elsewhere. Seeing Wenqing's obsession, Shang Wanyin asked Shursan to go as well. But Wenqing was so focused on the herbs that she didn't hear him. The deeper they went, the more uneasy Wenqing felt. She stopped picking herbs and concentrated on walking with Shang Wanyin. Although the herbs were important, she hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit. Suddenly, Shang Wanyin stopped, grabbed Wenqing's wrist, and pulled her back. She looked tenderly at the pool of venom on the ground. It was the snake from last time. She didn't expect that this snake seemed to be even more formidable than the last time, moving without making a sound. Wenqing and Shang Wanyin observed their surroundings back to back. Rustling. To the left, Shang Wanyin said. Wenqing quickly threw out 3 silver needles. The sound of the needles cutting through the air clearly reached her ears. The snake sensed something was wrong and swiftly dodged, missing its target. Then Wenqing thought of something and took out the sulfur that had been contaminated with the snake's venom, scattering it around. In an instant, the snake seemed to go mad and rushed out. Indeed, using sulfur alone was ineffective against this type of snake, but adding the venom of its companion forced the snake out. Shang Wanyin glanced at Wenqing and said, "You go to the side." Okay. Wenqing swiftly moved to the side of the snake and couldn't help but exclaim that this snake was even bigger than the last one. There was no time to think too much. Wenqing directly lunged at the snake's vital spot. However, the snake quickly moved forward, causing her strike to miss. Chapter 30. You are the most important. There was no time to dodge, so Wenqing closed her eyes, thinking it was just a fall and wouldn't be a big deal. But the pain didn't come, and after a while, she opened one eye to sneak a glance. Shang Wanyin had directly severed the snake's tail. With bright red blood splattered on his face, and his usually indifferent eyes now showed a hint of urgency. I'm fine. Wenqing unconsciously stepped forward to grab Shang Wanyin's hand, seemingly trying to calm his emotions. After confirming that Wenqing wasn't injured, he approached the snake, which had been lying on the ground since its tail was cut off. Wenqing moved to the other side of the snake and indeed saw it suddenly spring up, opening its mouth wide and lunging at Shang Wanyin. Shang Wanyin did not dodge. Seeing this, Wenqing took out another dagger and aimed for the snake's vital spot, silently reciting the third form of the technique. Concentrating all her strength into the blade and thrusting it straight towards the snake's 7 inches. Puchi. It was the sound of Wenqing piercing the snake's vital spot, as well as the sound of Shang Wanyin stabbing into the snake's head. Thud. The snake lay on the ground, lifeless. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wenqing noticed that Shang Wanyin's face was still smeared with blood, so she took out a handkerchief and stepped forward, lowering her head. As if knowing what Wenqing was about to do, Shang Wanyin bowed his head and focused on watching Wenqing wipe his face. His originally beautiful face was now wrinkled as he furrowed his brows, carefully allowing Wenqing to clean his face. Shang Wanyan found this side of Wenqing incredibly adorable. Wenqing only realized after wiping that her previous actions had been a bit too intimate, so she took a step back. She walked in front of the snake and took out the crystal and the juice. Shang Wanyan left a signal for Sure San and then left with Wenqing. Have you seen this kind of snake before? Wenqing asked. Shang Wanyan thought for a moment and said no, but actually he had. He had seen this kind of snake when he died in his previous life, but he couldn't say that yet. Shang Wanyan remembered the blood on Wenqing's clothes the last time she came to find him. Can you tell me about it? Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan with surprise, seemingly not expecting him to be interested in this. All right, you said this snake is evolving? Wenqing asked Shang Wanyan. Maybe. Then what will this snake evolve into when the environment gets worse in the future? Wenqing looked at him with curiosity. How do you know? She had once heard the elders in her family say that such creatures had appeared before. They had been evolving due to changes in the environment and even threatened the normal existence of humans. In the end, they were cursed by the ancestors of humanity. And once they evolved to a certain point, they lost the possibility of further development. Wenqing listened to the story, feeling it was somewhat familiar, as if it resembled the story she had seen in the cave last time. That's good. Wenqing paused and then remembered. I have already practiced to the third form of the secret manual. Just now, when I stabbed that snake with the dagger, I inexplicably felt a surge of internal energy, but it was only for that moment, so I wasn't sure if it was an illusion. It was an illusion. Shang Wanyan didn't expect Wenqing's martial talent to be so high. In this era, very few people could cultivate internal energy. Facing Wenqing's curious gaze, Shang Wanyan continued. My previous master said that internal energy is the hardest to cultivate in martial arts, which is why there are so few people who possess it. Wenqing was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that this was still an era of chi refinement. So what level is your internal power cultivation at now? Wenqing continued to ask. The 8th level. There are a total of 10 levels? No, 12 levels. After surpassing the 5th level, the difficulty of cultivation increases significantly. Is there anyone who has reached the 10th level? That's the reason they became the 4 great families, Wenqing asked. Yes, to this day their status remains unshaken. Wenqing felt more and more excited as she listened. She might only have practiced to the 1st level now, and there was still a long way to go to the 10th level. But the idea of challenging herself level by level was thrilling. Wenqing? Seeing her in a daze, Shang Wanyan called out to her. Oh, I'm here. Don't think too much. Just walk properly. Okay. After a moment of silence, she asked, how long do you think it will take to reach the 10th level? 50 years or even 100 years. Some people may never break through the bottleneck and never reach the 10th level. That's way too long, Wenqing thought. 13 handed the herbs he had gathered to Wenqing. Wenqing's eyes brightened as she saw the situation. 13, is this what you just picked? Yes. This is what the master ordered to be given to the young lady, 13 explained. After thanking him, Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan. Thank you, Shang Wanyan. After speaking, Shang Wanyan walked towards the study, and Wenqing did not see the fleeting smile at the corner of his mouth. After coming out from the bracelet, Wenqing continued to practice. Ever since she heard Shang Wanyan's words, she realized that although she had practiced to the 3rd style according to that secret manual, she was only at the 1st level of chi training. The apocalypse was approaching, and she needed to become stronger. Wenqing recalled her experience battling that snake. She was still too weak. In the future, there would not only be such red snakes, but also blood-sucking snakes. By the way, she still didn't know what that red snake was called. She would ask Shang Wanyan next time. 2 hours later, Wenqing came out of her room. She fetched some hot water into the house, freshened up, and felt completely refreshed. Sister, it was CUTIE. Sister, let me show you what I accomplished today. Saying that, she began to demonstrate her martial arts in the courtyard. Wenqing looked at CUTIE with warmth. Every movement she made was standard, but her strength was lacking. With diligent practice, she would definitely become an undeniable presence in the future. After CUTIE finished her demonstration, she smiled at Wenqing and was just about to run over to her when she suddenly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Wenqing immediately rushed to Yi's side, checked her pulse, and found that she was still breathing. Wenqing let out a sigh of relief and then picked up CUTIE, carrying her inside. Chapter 31. Precious Medicinal Materials. Wenqing looked tenderly at Su Yi, who was lying on the bed, her face pale and brows tightly furrowed. She placed her hand on Su Yi's wrist, feeling a weak pulse, indicating signs of poisoning. Wenqing directly pushed up Su Yi's sleeve, revealing a black line coiled around her arm. Wenqing planned to wait until Su Yi woke up before asking her, and then she went out to prepare the medicine. However, she didn't notice that Su Yi opened her eyes after she left. Wenqing set the prepared medicine aside, took out her silver needles, and pricked several acupoints on Su Yi. In just a few minutes, Su Yi woke up. She wanted to speak, but her throat was so dry that she couldn't make a sound, only looking at Wenqing with hopeful eyes. "If you can't talk, then don't talk for now," Wenqing said as she helped Su Yi sit up against the edge of the bed and then picked up the medicine to slowly feed Su Yi. With warmth in her eyes, Wenqing looked at Su Yi, whose brows were tightly knitted in distress. After feeding her the medicine, Wenqing casually offered Su Yi a piece of candied fruit, and she immediately noticed the sparkle in Su Yi's eyes. "Can you speak now?" Wenqing asked. "I can," Su Yi replied, her voice still a bit hoarse, but she was able to speak. After asking, Wenqing saw Su Yi hug her own arms and shrink back a little, thinking that she was unwilling to talk. "If you don't want to, then it's fine. I can talk," Wenqing said. Although Su Yi said she could, Wenqing noticed that after saying that, Su Yi began to tremble all over and even started to break out in a cold sweat. With a sense of warmth and helplessness, Wenqing stepped forward to hug her, saying, "You can talk when you're ready." Su Yi buried her head in Wenqing's shoulder and cried out loud. After Su Yi calmed down, Wenqing told her to rest well and then left. Once Wenqing was gone, the grievance on Su Yi's face disappeared, replaced by a cold indifference. In the study, Shangwan Yin frowned as he looked at the letter in his hand. The rain outside was getting heavier, and the river was rising rapidly. In just a few days, there would be a flood. All the crops that had not been harvested were already destroyed. Besides the grain that the people had previously collected and the 5 bags of grain promised by Shangwan Yin, the people should have no other source of food left. How long could that little grain last? Not only Shangwan Yin was aware of the situation, the city lord was also anxious. He knew about the earlier incident where Wenqing and others were stopped by the people while repairing the riverbank. However, he believed the people's claims and tacitly accepted their actions. Now that even the crops were flooded, the people came to him for help, but what could he do? "City lord, the crops are all destroyed. What should we do? Open the door. Are you going to take action or not?" The city lord felt even more anxious hearing the knocking outside. "The people are demanding answers outside the mansion," a servant reported. "Then don't open the door." "Yes. Natural disasters and man-made calamities. Natural disasters and man-made calamities." The city lord looked despondently at the rain curtain. However, the next day, the river completely overflowed its banks. Even though Shangwan Yin had built a reservoir downstream, it only temporarily solved the water problem. And now the reservoir was full, leading to a full-blown flood. The farmland closest to the riverbank was the first to be submerged. Some people didn't have time to escape and were swept away by the flood. In just a moment, the area outside the city was already flooded. The higher ground in the city had not yet been inundated, but it was only a matter of time. "The flood is coming. Run, the flood is coming." The news spread rapidly throughout the city. Hearing this, the people hurriedly packed their belongings to leave. In an instant, chaos erupted in the city, with hurried footsteps, the cries of children, and the panicked shouts of people. Those with money fled with their families, while those without could only move to higher ground. Warmly watching this scene, I didn't know what to say. Sure enough, by the next day, the city gate was completely pushed open by the flood, and Lianyan City was completely inundated by the water. Wenqing, wearing a mask, walked to the place where the common people had gathered. She saw homeless individuals everywhere, holding their meager belongings, watching the place where they lived being submerged by water. Each person's face was filled with extreme sadness. What a sin, what a sin. Following the sound, Wenqing saw the old man who had once stopped her. "We trusted the wrong person and harmed all the citizens of the city." Wenqing sensed something was wrong as she listened to their conversation and approached them. "What does this mean, old man?" Wenqing asked in a low voice. "At first, someone told us with a token that if anyone disturbed the river outside, a disaster would occur in the city." The old man sighed and continued. So we directly stopped that girl when we saw her bringing people to repair the riverbank. As he spoke, the old man began to cry. It's all our fault. What else did that person do? Wenqing asked. That person is still spreading this matter in the city. Wenqing understood that someone was intentionally stirring up trouble in this matter. But who could it be? Shang Wanyan didn't speak, but he had a gut feeling that this was related to Shang Wan's song. However, the Shang Wan family had already moved away from Liunyuan City. In the following days, the rain diminished, and the flood gradually receded from Liunyuan City. Now, the streets of Liunyuan City were filled with beggars and homeless people, fighting and arguing. The prosperity of Liunyuan City was gone. Not only Liunyuan City, but the entire world was probably like this. Wenqing thought that the apocalypse was coming. Soon after, food ran out in Liunyuan City, and people began to eat the insects on the ground, and even sold their own flesh and blood just to survive. Gradually, the town became dilapidated, and plagues broke out. Shang Wanyan. Wenqing carried a bowl of herbal medicine to Shang Wanyan's study. Shang Wanyan took the medicine and drank it in one gulp. Then Wenqing casually handed him a candied fruit. Shang Wanyan was taken aback, but then accepted it. He had long felt that something was off. Ever since the plague started, they had not left the house. Yet the supplies in the residence had not run out, and there was still herbal medicine being brewed, but Shang Wanyan had never asked Wenqing about it. When Wenqing was about to leave, Shang Wanyan called out to her, Are you leaving the residence? Yes. Chapter 32, The Plague. I will go with you. Wenqing initially wanted to refuse, but Shang Wanyan insisted on following her, so she gave in. Before leaving, Wenqing handed Shang Wanyan a mask, which was infused with the herbs she had prepared, capable of resisting the plague. Wenqing came out this time mainly to understand the situation of the plague, as she knew it would inevitably arrive, so she had prepared the necessary medicine in advance. She could not ignore this plague. Upon arriving in the city, Wenqing found that the actual situation was much more serious than she had imagined. People suffering from the plague were lying everywhere in the streets, filled with the cries of those who had lost their loved ones. Who is to blame for the innocent people being harmed? Wenqing asked. No one is at fault. Shang Wanyan replied, looking around. Survival ultimately depends on the environment. We cannot control the changes in the environment. We can only conquer it once again. Conquer the environment? Wenqing echoed. Yes, the apocalypse is approaching. If we want to continue surviving in this world, we must find a new set of survival rules. Let's go, Wenqing said. Wenqing still needed the juice from that red snake, so she came to the beastly forest once again. Shang Wanyan, do you know what that snake was called last time? Wenqing asked. Blood-sucking snake. Warmth and surprise. Is this the blood-sucking snake? Although she knew such creatures existed, she had never seen one with her own eyes. But didn't blood-sucking snakes attack humans? However, this one was only active in the dense beast forest and hadn't made its way into the city. Did something happen in between? Then Warm stopped thinking about it. It would happen eventually. With a clear goal in mind, she and Shang Wanyan decided to act separately. Their combat abilities had greatly improved, so they could handle these snakes. In the end, the two left the dense beast forest with a bountiful harvest. A few days later, the townspeople had shaken off the plague, but still looked dispirited and listless. Warmth knew that after the flood and the plague, they had entered the apocalypse. All the land would no longer yield crops and would be desolate. Under such conditions, they would eventually starve. Although Warmth had space and farmland, it was impossible to feed the entire city. The rest would really depend on themselves. Wenqing didn't expect that just yesterday, she was wondering why the blood-sucking snakes weren't active. And the next day, they appeared in Liunyuan City. However, the blood-sucking snakes that appeared in Liunyuan City were only of normal size, but since they attacked ordinary citizens, they couldn't be ignored. Wenqing. Shang Wanyan walked up to Wenqing and handed her a cup of water. Thank you. Shang Wanyan noticed the sweat on Wenqing's face and couldn't help but wipe it for her. Take a break. Okay. Shang Wanyan took over the work from Wenqing's hands and continued. You can actually do this? Wenqing was surprised. She was currently making sulfur powder, which could still be effective against those small snakes. I see you've learned. Shang Wanyan didn't stop his movements. Oh, with Shang Wanyan's help, Wenqing worked much faster, and by the afternoon, everything was completed. Wenqing personally went into the city to spread the sulfur powder, and it indeed worked. But many people had already died from the blood-sucking snakes' attacks due to not being able to dodge in time. Wenqing looked at the area she had spread it in and turned to leave, planning to come back tomorrow to check. Wenqing got up early in the morning and ran to the street after having breakfast. Is that a blood-sucking snake? Shang Wanyan asked. Yes, Wenqing replied, telling Shang Wanyan everything she had seen and heard in the city today. If it can really be eaten, then this would be the way for the common people to survive in the new environment, Shang Wanyan said. Yes, Wenqing said, while taking a silver needle and piercing it into the body of the blood-sucking snake. Initial assessment. No poison. Wenqing looked at the silver needle and said. Wenqing then looked at the snake's fangs and gently scraped off the venom that was clinging to them. Wenqing looked at the poison on the silver needle and suddenly thought that she could use this to make poison and then apply it to her silver needle. That way, the lethality of her silver needle would definitely increase by a level. Master. Just as Wenqing was looking at the silver needle, Shisan came to find Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan briefly spoke to Wenqing and then took Shisan towards the study. Once the door was closed, Shisan spoke. Master, the Shangwan family has moved to Moon City. Moon City? They really know how to pick a place. Shang Wanyan recalled the last time he mentioned going to Moon City, but was interrupted by a series of events. Now, he felt that going to Moon City was absolutely necessary. Also, Moon City has encountered similar issues, but the terrain is higher, so it's not as serious as here. But supplies are still tight. The Shangwan family is currently selling the rice they bought at a low price last time for a high price. Shisan added, Let's discuss this matter when we get to Moon City. Shang Wanyan replied. Has there been any movement from Shangwan Song recently? Shang Wanyan asked. Young master, Shangwan has been looking for someone lately. Looking for someone? Yes. The person he's looking for is called a yin. A yin. Shang Wanyan repeatedly muttered this name. Look. Wenqing handed the snake in her hand to Yi. To her surprise, Yi was not afraid at all and curiously took a step forward. Is this a snake? Yi asked. Is this snake very powerful? Can I handle it? Hearing this, Wenqing smiled. Of course, as long as you keep practicing your skills. Wenqing didn't finish her sentence because she remembered something. Have you been practicing your skills recently? Wenqing asked. However, after hearing this, Wenqing's expression remained cold as she extended her arm. Yi followed suit. Sure enough, it had gotten worse. Wenqing looked at the thicker black lines on Yi's arm. Tell me, what is the name of the secret manual you have been practicing? Wenqing asked seriously. Yi looked around awkwardly. The two were at a standstill. And in the end, Yi surrendered. I'll go get it for you to see. Okay. Chapter 33, Raising Goo Technique. Wenqing suddenly looked at Yi. Are you raising goo? Wenqing looked at Yi's arm, not quite believing it. Are you raising a goo inside your own body? Do you know how dangerous this is? Wenqing's words were laced with anger. You know this and still do it? You're only 10 years old. If this continues, you might lose your life. Listening to Wenqing's expectations, Yi felt increasingly wronged and began to cry loudly. After a while, Yi's mood calmed down and she started to share her experiences with Wenqing. My mother came here from the southwest. The southwest? Wenqing paused for a moment before Yi continued. My father was a merchant. When he was transporting goods, he met my mother, who was injured on the mountain. My father found a doctor for her, and the moment he saw her, he liked her. Later, my father began to pursue my mother, and soon she fell for him too. Then my father married her according to the highest standards of the Central Plains. However, my grandmother disliked my mother because of her unclear background and pressured my father to take a concubine since my mother hadn't given him a son. But my father refused to marry again. I'm fine, Yi said. At that time, I was only 5 years old and didn't understand anything. I only knew that I would never see my father and mother again. After that, my aunt's family took over my father's position and managed the Su family. They left me in a cold, deserted courtyard to fend for myself. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized my aunt and her family were responsible for my parents' deaths. There was a hint of hatred in Yi's tone. To get revenge, I secretly went into my mother's room and found her goo-raising tools and a secret manual. I started practicing how to raise goo according to the methods in the manual. On the day I succeeded, I secretly put the deadliest goo into their food, and they died instantly. Since that day, I left the Su family. You probably know what happened next. I was inexplicably captured on the street and offered to the river god. Yi said as she looked at Wenqing. Wenqing frowned after listening. No, last time I saw you, you didn't have that line on your arm. When did it appear? At that time, I raised the goo using myself to get revenge faster. Sui looked at Wenqing's gloomy expression and continued, "But after I got my revenge, I never raised goo again. It wasn't until that morning that I started raising goo again." "So the goo has been inside your body all this time?" Wenqing asked. "Yeah," Sui said, lowering her head. She raised her hand. Not hearing Wenqing's scolding, Sui sighed. She still wasn't very suitable for interacting with elders. Wenqing placed her hand gently on Sui's wrist. She hadn't taken her pulse carefully last time, and now Wenqing was startled. "Do you know what your body is like right now?" Wenqing's tone was filled with anger. "You are like a poison doll. Do you realize that? A single drop of your blood can kill someone." Wenqing noticed a hint of excitement in Sui's eyes, which left her utterly helpless. "This is not a good thing. It will speed up your death. Do you understand? If you don't stop, you might only live for another 5 years at most." Wenqing thought that after saying this, Sui would at least react a little, but she didn't even furrow her brows, as if it wasn't her who was going to die. "It doesn't matter. I don't care." "No one cares," Sui said flatly. "Sigh." Wenqing helplessly ruffled her hair, thinking she was still just a child. "Aren't I here for you?" Upon hearing this, Sui suddenly looked up, her eyes filling with tears again. "All right, from now on, listen to me, and I won't let you die." Sui nodded happily, a tear sliding down from the corner of her eye. "Wenqing, it's Wenqing." Wenqing gave Sui some advice, including stopping the practice of that secret manual. Sui nodded in agreement, and then Wenqing walked towards Wenqing. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Is something happening?" Wenqing felt reluctant in her heart, but did not show it. "No, it was agreed long ago that I would leave 13 to you." "No need." Wenqing instinctively refused. "You take 13. What if there's danger on the way?" "It's fine. I'll bring someone else." "When are you leaving?" Wenqing asked. "Tomorrow." "Take this," he said, handing her something. "I put some medicine inside. It might be needed later." Wenqing went to Liaonian City today. She hadn't been here for a few days because she was researching Sui's poison. To her surprise, the locals had actually started repairing their houses with mud. Ever since the flood and the plague, vegetation had ceased to grow everywhere, and it was impossible to find tree trunks for building. However, mud was the most common material. They based their repairs on the original wooden houses and applied a layer of mud on top. Every household was doing this. Moreover, the most important thing was that there were no blood-sucking snakes in the city anymore, so it seemed that eating was no problem. Wenqing walked and suddenly thought, why have so many blood-sucking snakes appeared in the city all of a sudden? Wenqing didn't know, so she headed towards the beastly forest. Not only was she curious to research this, but she also remembered a recipe she had seen in a medical book. Following that recipe, she could create a pill that, when taken, could cleanse the marrow. If given to Sui, it might help her eliminate the poison in her body. However, she still lacked one ingredient, the scales of a certain creature, which was unfamiliar to her. Wenqing wasn't sure if there would be such a creature in the beastly forest, but she decided to take a look anyway. Wenqing saw many blood-sucking snakes along the way, which weren't there the last time she came. She thought to herself that having so many might not be a bad thing. While thinking this, she killed the blood-sucking snakes that charged at her and collected their venom. Later, Wenqing discovered that these small blood-sucking snakes also contained red crystals inside their bodies, so she picked them all up and tossed them into her storage space. Wenqing wanted to venture into the beastly forest this time. During her previous visits, she had only been at the edge of the forest and was curious about what lay inside. Along the way, Wenqing encountered quite a few blood-sucking snakes, some of which were quite large, but as she moved deeper into the forest, the blood-sucking snakes became fewer, and many other creatures appeared. What is this? Wenqing looked at a rabbit that didn't quite look like a rabbit. It had colorful patterns on its body, and its long ears drooped down. Perhaps hearing Wenqing's voice, it quickly fled away at incredible speed. This wasn't an ordinary rabbit, Wenqing murmured softly. Besides the rabbit, there were various common and uncommon creatures, deer, sheep, and even tigers and leopards. Though their general appearance hadn't changed much, they all exhibited some enhanced abilities to varying degrees. Chapter 34. Setting off to Moon City. These animals seemed more like mutations, Wenqing thought. Wenqing was hiding from these creatures everywhere. She had observed that there were no creatures she was looking for here, but she was already in the middle of the forest. Continuing forward would lead her to the center of the forest, where there might be even greater dangers. Well, Since she was already here, if it came to worst, she could always hide inside the ring. Resolutely, Wenqing walked deeper into the forest. The depths of the forest were even quieter, and Wenqing lightened her footsteps as she looked around, noticing that there were no animals. Suddenly, Wenqing heard a low growl. Her instincts told her something was wrong, so she moved towards the source of the sound. Wenqing never expected to see such a scene. A pure black python was tightly coiled around a white tiger, its mouth wide open, ready to bite the white tiger. However, the tiger's paw struck the snake's head directly, missing the bite. At that moment, a small white tiger, presumably a cub, rushed to the side of the larger white tiger and bit at the snake's tail that was wrapped around the big tiger. The snake, feeling pain, swung its tail and sent the little white tiger flying. This action further enraged the larger white tiger, which deeply clawed 3 marks into the snake's body, tearing its skin. The snake, seizing the opportunity while the tiger was attacking, bit into the white tiger's body. Both were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. Suddenly, the snake spat a mouthful of venom onto the white tiger, and Wenqing noticed that the tiger had already been sprayed with venom multiple times. But this time was different. The snake sprayed venom at the spot where the tiger was injured, and the tiger struggled for a moment before collapsing. Seeing this, the snake slowly released its grip on the white tiger, but at that moment, Wenqing suddenly threw several silver needles soaked in blood and snake venom at the snake. Instantly, the snake shifted its target and glared fiercely at Wenqing. Looking at the large snake in front of her with concern, she was unsure if she could handle it. Wenqing approached the fallen snake, took a few scales, and placed them in her ring. She hadn't recognized it before, but now seeing the 2 horns on the snake's head, she realized this was the creature she had been looking for. After collecting the scales, Wenqing walked towards the white tiger. The little white tiger was rubbing against the larger white tiger, who lay weakly, its eyes barely moving. Wenqing glanced at the wound. The poison was too deep, and she couldn't save it. All she could do was feed the white tiger some herbs to alleviate its pain. Wenqing noticed tears at the corner of the white tiger's eyes. Does this tiger have human feelings? Wenqing wondered. The white tiger looked at Wenqing and then at its child. Wenqing had a guess in her heart. Do you want me to help take care of it? The white tiger seemed to understand Wenqing's words and nodded slowly, then closed its eyes. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the little white tiger began to whimper. Wenqing stepped forward and picked up the little white tiger, which nuzzled against her, seeming to feel that they would be family from now on. After taking care of the big white tiger, Wenqing left with the little white tiger. What happened to the blood-sucking snake? Wenqing suddenly heard a voice and quickly hid to the side. Since unsealing it, I've been nourishing it with blood every day, and now her vitality is getting better and better each day. A somewhat familiar voice reached Wenqing's ears, and she looked toward the source of the voice, Chunzheng. How could it be Chunzheng? How'd he get here? Wenqing looked at the wheelchair Chunzheng was sitting in. That must be the leg injury inflicted by Shangwanyan. And now he was in a wheelchair? How's the production of blood-sucking snakes? Yes. After saying that, the 2 left. So, the increase in blood-sucking snakes is related to them. How did Chunzheng get mixed up with that man in black? Sui's eyes lit up upon seeing the white tiger. Where did you find this? In the forest. Does it have a name? Sui asked again. No. Then let's give it a name. Sui looked at Wenqing with an expectant face. Wenqing found what seemed to be an ancient kiln inside the bracelet. After lighting a fire, she placed the necessary herbs inside the donkey. Half an hour passed, and there was no movement from the furnace. Just as Wenqing was about to open it, the medicinal furnace exploded. Wenqing slowly opened the furnace, revealing complete darkness. Wenqing cleaned the stove and continued following the previous steps, repeating them many times. By evening, she finally succeeded. She took the 5 pills to find Sui. Sui was playing with the white tiger. Sister, you're here. Sui looked at Wenqing with surprise. I named the little tiger Xiaobai. Hearing this, Wenqing smiled, thinking that Xiaobai was quite fitting. What's wrong? Sui, seeing Wenqing smile, thought she was dissatisfied. It's nothing, I just think it's very suitable for it. Wow, Xiaobai. I'll call you Xiaobai from now on. Sui happily hugged the little tiger and spun around a few times upon hearing Wenqing's words. After she had enough fun, Wenqing took out the pills and handed them to Sui. You should take this. Upon hearing this, Sui didn't hesitate at all and directly took it and put it in her mouth. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, Wenqing hurriedly said, but it's okay. Wenqing had someone bring in a bucket of hot water and turned to CUTIE, advising her that tonight might be very difficult, but to remember to endure it. All right. The medicine took effect very slowly, so slowly that Wenqing thought it was useless when suddenly a wave of heat surged through her body, starting from her dantian and spreading throughout. Soon, Wenqing felt as if her entire body was on fire. Enduring the discomfort, she walked over to the tub and stepped in with her clothes on. The water had long cooled down, but it alleviated some of the burning sensation. Wenqing felt her body temperature gradually decreasing. Just as she thought it was almost over, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her shoulder, as if being cut by a knife, and the pain gradually spread throughout her body. Warmth and pain intertwined. She bit her lips so hard that they bled, the bright red adding a touch of life to her pale face. Her hair was wet and fell over her shoulders. Her clothes had come undone, exposing her porcelain white shoulders. The contrast of black and white highlighted her fragile beauty, a sickly maiden image that would make anyone who saw her unable to resist stepping forward to offer their sympathy. Chapter 35. It's okay to refuse. Wenqing had soaked in the water all night, and by the time she emerged in the morning, her hands and feet were already wrinkled. After someone changed the water and she refreshed herself, she finally had the energy to check her condition. Her internal strength had directly risen from level 1 to level 4, but she was unsure of the effects of practicing her skills. Wenqing initially wanted to lie down and rest, but then thought of CUTIE, who was in the same situation, so she turned to find her. When Wenqing arrived, CUTIE was sleeping on the bed. Wenqing did not wake her up. It seemed she had made it through the night. Wenqing gently brushed up CUTIE's sleeve, and indeed, the black line had shortened. The black line that used to spread across her entire arm now only reached her wrist. Then, Wenqing checked her pulse. There were still goo worms inside her body, but it was no longer a problem. Now, as long as CUTIE wanted, she could even mobilize the goo worm in her body, but it would no longer harm her health. When Wenqing woke up, she sat by the bed for a while. She had slept for a bit too long and felt a bit dazed, but soon she came to her senses. Wenqing wanted to go out and see what was happening, but she didn't expect to see Wenqing sitting in the yard as soon as she opened the door. Have you been very tired lately? Wenqing looked at Wenqing. Not really. I just went to the secret beast forest, Wenqing replied after thinking for a moment. I went deep into the forest this time. For the next while, Wenqing recounted her experiences in the secret beast forest, including her encounters with Chunzheng and the man in black. Were you hurt? Wenqing was surprised that after all she had said, Wenqing only focused on this. No. What do you think about Chunzheng? Wenqing asked. I can't determine anything for now. I'll have someone investigate Chunzheng's whereabouts first, Wenqing said. Okay. Wenqing was just about to introduce this little tiger to Wenqing when suddenly a surprised female voice came from the side. What a cute white tiger, said the girl. Wenqing frowned and looked at the newcomer. Who are you? This is the daughter of the Lord of Moon City, Wenqing said. Yes, I am Lu Rue, and I have known Wenqing for a long time, Lu Rue added. Then you are. Wenqing wanted to ask why she was here. I came to Moon City for business and made some transactions with the Lord of Moon City. Lu Rue is the supervisor of this transaction, Wenqing said, still wearing that calm expression, but he was quietly observing Wenqing's expression. Oh, so you're a guest, Wenqing said. She doesn't live here, Wenqing said, his tone carrying a hint of panic. No, brother Wenqing, I want to live here, Lu Rue said as she leaned against Wenqing. Wenqing shook off his sleeves to avoid her. Miss Lu, you need the homeowner's consent to stay here, Wenqing said at the right moment. As long as brother Wenqing agrees, it's fine, Lu Rue said. Wenqing felt a headache listening to her call him brother repeatedly. Hasn't your brother Wenqing told you this is my home? Hearing Wenqing's words, Wenqing smiled. That's right, I'm currently borrowing this place. Lu Rue was stunned, brother Wenqing. You actually... It wasn't that Lu Rue was shocked, but mainly that Wenqing had such a house. There was no need for him to borrow it. I have a name. Just call me Wenqing, Wenqing said, having repeated this many times. Wenqing, I am your partner in this collaboration. How can you just kick me out? Liu Hui protested. Miss Lu, you may have misunderstood something. Wenqing's expression darkened. The profit from this collaboration goes to your Moon City, not to me. If this collaboration falls through, it might cause trouble for you, Miss Liu. Lu Rue left, glaring fiercely at Wenqing before she went. Wenqing was filled with doubt, wondering what it had to do with him. Shang Wanyin looked at Wenqing's back, lost in thought. Wenqing only came out of the room when dinner started because her little white was hungry, and she was a bit hungry herself. When she walked in, she found CUTIE there, looking quite energetic. "How's it going?" Wenqing asked CUTIE. "Well, from now on, you can practice the goo freely, as long as you don't put toxic goo worms in your own body," CUTIE replied. Upon hearing this, CUTIE vowed that she would never use herself to practice goo again. Shang Wanyin had been silent all along. Wenqing didn't find anything strange about it, since Shang Wanyin had a good habit of being quiet at the dining table, adhering to the principle of not talking while eating or sleeping. However, Wenqing didn't expect that after finishing dinner, Shang Wanyin would voluntarily stay behind. CUTIE felt something was off and ran away holding Little White. Shang Wanyin took Wenqing to the courtyard. "What's wrong?" Wenqing asked, but Shang Wanyin didn't speak, just quietly looked at Wenqing. "Wenqing, what's wrong?" Shang Wanyin called out. Finally, Shang Wanyin moved, and at the same time, some small red dots floated out from behind him. These small dots emitted light and floated towards Wenqing, affectionately rubbing against her face. Wenqing raised her hand to touch them, and they not only didn't avoid her, but even actively ran under her hand. Wenqing thought they were extremely cute. "Shang Wanyin, look!" Wenqing exclaimed with delight. Seeing the smile on Wenqing's face, Shang Wanyin couldn't help but smile back. "Shang Wanyin, you look really good when you smile." Wenqing realized that her attention had shifted to Shang Wanyin's face at some point. Wenqing clearly saw a subtle blush on Shang Wanyin's face illuminated by the light beside them, a hint of ambiguity slowly spreading in the darkness. Wenqing, this is the Lanhua grass I sought after." Wenqing's words were interrupted by Shang Wanyin, who then looked at the flower in his hand. "What is Lanhua grass?" Wenqing asked. "Lanhua grass is a flower that only blooms when true feelings are witnessed." Wenqing looked at the grass gently, and sure enough, there were flower buds afterwards. "Wenqing, I like you." Upon hearing this, Wenqing suddenly looked at Shang Wanyin. When I first met you, I didn't think about being with you. I just wanted to help you a little. But later, as I spent time with you, I was attracted by your courage and independence. I started to hesitate and fear, wondering if you felt the same way as I did. It wasn't until the day that I realized I can't wait any longer. I don't want to see you sad, upset, or exhausted anymore. Can we be together in the future? Wenqing felt that it was the first time she heard Shang Wanyin talk so much. She realized that he could also be flustered, not just herself. A tear fell from Wenqing's eye, and seeing this, Shang Wanyin suddenly felt at a loss. He went straight up to help her wipe away the tear. "It's okay, Wenqing. It's fine if you refuse." But unexpectedly, Wenqing directly threw herself into Shang Wanyin's arms. Feeling the delicate person in his embrace, Shang Wanyin's heart melted. Chapter 36. I like you too, Wenqing. I like you, Shang Wanyin repeated. "I do too." Hearing Wenqing's words, Shang Wanyin tightened his arms around her even more. Wenqing tilted her head slightly, and the grass of Lanlan bloomed with red flowers. "Shang Wanyin, you're holding too tight," Wenqing said sulkily. Hearing this, Shang Wanyin slowly loosened his grip, apologizing. "So are we together now?" Shang Wanyin asked. Wenqing replied. "What is this?" "A token of our commitment," Shang Wanyin said. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyin with warmth, finding him so cute as he spoke seriously. She couldn't help but hug his neck again. "Do you like it?" Shang Wanyin asked. "I do," she replied. "But I haven't prepared anything for you yet," Wenqing said, feeling troubled. "It's okay. Having you is enough," he reassured her. She hadn't realized before how good Shang Wanyin was at sweet talk. "All right," Wenqing said, giving his hand a little squeeze before heading toward her room. "Good morning." When Wenqing became warm-hearted, it was already very late. Just thinking about last night made her a bit excited and unable to sleep. She only fell asleep just before dawn. Shang Wanyin looked at Wenqing's dazed appearance and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "Let's go eat. I have something to tell you after we finish eating," Shang Wanyin said. "What is it?" Wenqing asked in confusion. "First, let's go eat," he replied. Wenqing could only go eat first. When she came out, she saw CUTIE practicing martial arts in the courtyard. From her movements, Wenqing knew she was practicing the secret manual she had given her a couple of days ago, the one she had obtained from the black market, called the Fenglu. Wenqing thought it was quite useful, so she encouraged CUTIE to practice as well. Not wanting to disturb her, Wenqing went directly to find Yin, unsure of what he wanted to say. Again, when Yin heard her call, his ears turned red. Wenqing noticed, but didn't say anything. Again, what do you want to talk to me about? Wenqing asked. Yin suppressed his shyness. I want to talk to you about the Manhua Pavilion. Manhua Pavilion? Wenqing wondered why he wanted to bring this up. What happened to the Manhua Pavilion? After asking, a sudden guess formed in her mind. To confirm Wenqing's suspicion, Yin said, I am the master of the Manhua Pavilion. You are the master? Although she had a guess, Wenqing was still shocked for a moment. No wonder I felt you resembled the master when I saw him last time, Wenqing murmured. That's why I didn't reveal my identity when I looked for you last time. It wasn't the right time. I won't deceive you anymore, Yin said. Okay. Wenqing was thinking that since Yin had told her his secret, should she also tell him the secret of the ring? She decided to wait until his birthday to reveal her ring and bracelet to him. What are you going to the Moon City for? Wenqing asked. The Shangwan family is currently reselling cheap rice and grains, making quite a bit of money. I'm going to stir things up a bit for them, Yin replied. Reselling cheap rice and grains? Wenqing laughed. I wonder if they'll regret it when they find out they can't even afford cheap rice in the future. Yeah, that's quite interesting, he said. If you're interested, I'll take you with me next time, Yin offered. Sure. Yin took out a small red fox. Look at this. Where did you get this from? Wenqing exclaimed in surprise. It's been here all along. You just didn't notice, Yin said. Wenqing gently took the red fox and asked, Is this a fox? Yes, but this fox has gained intelligence. Gained intelligence? Yes. It is very understanding of human nature and has special abilities, Yin said. It has an exceptionally strong sense of direction. No matter where you are or what the environment is, it can lead you out. Moreover, if you find yourself in an illusion, it can help weaken some of the effects of that illusion. After hearing Yin, Wenqing looked at the fox in her hand with surprise, thinking that this little creature was quite impressive. From now on, it will follow you, Yin said. Follow me? What about you? I have one just like it. Yin replied as he picked up another fox from by his feet. It was white, and after glancing around lightly, it closed its eyes and quietly stayed in Yin's arms. It really is obedient to its owner, Wenqing thought. By the way, Wenqing said as she took out a pill and handed it to Yin. This is a new pill I refined. Just as Yin was about to put it in his mouth, Wenqing directly stopped him. I have taken it. It's a pill that has the function of cleansing the marrow. I trust you, but you should take it in the evening. It will make you feel uncomfortable, but you'll be fine after that. After leaving Yin, Wenqing went to Lionian City. She had been busy lately and hadn't had a chance to see how Lionian City had changed. Standing in the city, Wenqing looked around at the desolation, but it seemed that everyone had found new places to stay. Some shops had reopened, and Wenqing noticed that their trading method had changed to using red crystal stones. As no one was minting coins anymore, people were using red crystal stones extracted from blood-sucking snakes as currency. Wenqing walked into an iron shop and was surprised to see the same owner who had made silver needles for her last time. Boss, can this be made? Wenqing took out the design for a dagger. The owner took it and examined it carefully for a while. Yes, this dagger has a mechanism. Here, I hope to add a small switch that can allow poison to seep out from the tip of the dagger. Warmth continued to explain. There needs to be a change here. Then the boss pointed to a part of the dagger and said, Wenqing thought this was just an ordinary craftsman, but unexpectedly, the boss had a deep understanding of mechanisms. So, Wenqing couldn't help but engage in more conversation with the boss. After leaving the iron shop, she felt she had gained a lot. This dagger was meant to be a gift for Yin, and Wenqing even had the boss engrave their surnames on the hilt. Thinking back to her past life, Wenqing remembered how she found it childish when girls around her left their names on gifts for their boyfriends. But now that it was her turn, she had also become childish. After all, being in love should come with some differences. After stepping out, Wenqing was walking down the street when she suddenly saw a group of middle-aged and young people gathered together. She initially wanted to leave, but then she saw the word mercenary written on their banner. A mercenary group? Wenqing became curious and walked closer to them. Boss, it's time for us to enter the forest, right? It was a young man's voice. Zhao Xiao, you all wait a bit longer. The boss said to the young man from earlier. Wait? If we wait any longer, My family will starve to death, Zhao Xiao replied. And the group of young people behind him echoed, yeah, there's no food at home. It's not that we won't let you go. You're still young. And the forest is too dangerous, another elder said. We have to go out and gain experience eventually. In this day and age, if we don't go out, we won't survive, Zhao Xiao continued. Yeah, we need to support our families too, the young men agreed. The boss and the elder couldn't argue with them and eventually agreed. Remember, you can only look for some small, blood-sucking snakes on the outskirts. Absolutely do not go deep inside, the elder advised. Understood. Chapter 37. Not disturbing her, don't get close to those large, blood-sucking snakes. Under the elder's reminders, Zhao Xiao and the group headed towards the dense beast forest. Unexpectedly, the common people had already begun to adapt to this world actively. This is good, Wenqing thought as she walked toward Zhao Xiao and the group, keeping a distance to ensure she wouldn't be discovered by them. Everyone, let's split up and look for some small, blood-sucking snakes on the outskirts first. Zhao Xiao told the group upon reaching the forest. Everyone understood and began to act separately. Wenqing watched them from a distance, confirming that they were only acting on the periphery and was about to leave. But just as she was about to go, she saw Zhao Xiao moving further away, heading deeper inside. Realizing this, Wenqing immediately followed him. Not only was Zhao Xiao holding a crystal, but he also had the blood-sucking snake he had just hunted. Blood-sucking snakes are extremely sensitive to the scent of their own kind, so Zhao Xiao would definitely be attacked by larger blood-sucking snakes as he went in. Just a moment ago, he was reminding everyone not to go deeper, and now he was the one who had entered. Wenqing was still following behind Zhao Xiao, and she didn't plan to look for Zhao Xiao for the time being. Since Zhao Xiao dared to come in, she should learn a lesson. There's nothing dangerous here anyway. Zhao Xiao murmured, this time I will definitely find a big blood-sucking snake, so that those elders will know I can do it. Wenqing thought to herself that he was quite ambitious, but he must act within his means. It seemed that Zhao Xiao still didn't understand this principle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Hearing the sound, Wenqing realized that the blood-sucking snake Zhao Xiao was holding had attracted its kin, and they were larger blood-sucking snakes. Wenqing knew, but Zhao Xiao didn't. Who? Zhao Xiao looked around, wondering who was playing tricks. Come out. Wenqing looked at Zhao Xiao, whose face was calm, but his trembling hands betrayed him. Ever since that snake appeared, Zhao Xiao seemed to be frozen in place, standing still under the gaze of those sinister eyes. The snake, seemingly impatient, crawled toward Zhao Xiao with its mouth wide open. Yet, Zhao Xiao remained motionless in the face of this scene. Just as the snake was about to get close to Zhao Xiao, Wenqing threw a few silver needles at it. Ever since Wenqing's internal power had increased, the power of the silver needles had also grown significantly. However, Wenqing saw his silver needles penetrate the snake's body, but it seemed unaffected, turning its gaze toward Wenqing and instantly shifting its target. Without time to think, the snake lunged at Wenqing. She dodged just in time, but the snake relentlessly pursued her. This is really troublesome, Wenqing thought, as she took out her dagger and swung at the snake. Unexpectedly, the snake directly whipped its tail against Wenqing's wrist, sending the dagger flying out of her hand. Damn! Wenqing suddenly saw Zhao Xiao standing still with those small snakes, looking so scared. She ran towards Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, give me the snakes in your hand. It seemed Zhao Xiao didn't hear her, so Wenqing shouted again, Zhao Xiao, give me the snakes. This time, Zhao Xiao reacted. But the reaction was just turning her head to look at Wenqing, and there were no other actions. Wenqing gave up and ran straight to Zhao Xiao's side to take the snake from his hand. It seemed that Zhao Xiao only reacted at that moment, collapsing directly onto the ground. After getting the snake, Wenqing stopped and threw it to the side. Sure enough, the large snake rushed toward the direction where Wenqing had thrown it. With a warm heart, she picked up the dagger during this moment, channeled her inner strength to her wrist, and thrust it forcefully towards the snake's vital spot. Thud! The dagger pierced through the snake's body, and it fell directly to the ground. Wenqing looked at the snake on the ground with compassion, not knowing why she felt a certain connection or emotion between them. They would not abandon any companion, even if that companion was already dead. Then, Wenqing walked towards the snake, retrieved the crystal inside, and headed toward Zhao Xiao. Wenqing gently opened Zhao Xiao's eyes to take a look, then placed her hand on Zhao Xiao's wrist, assessing his condition. Normal. Can the blood-sucking snakes still confuse the mind? But why were she and Shang Wanyin unaffected? With that thought, Wenqing took out her silver needles and stabbed one into an acupoint on Zhao Xiao. Soon, Zhao Xiao seemed to have reacted. Shut up. Upon hearing the command, Zhao Xiao immediately closed his mouth but still looked around. Wenqing knew he was searching for the snake. When he saw the snake lying on the ground, he was completely stunned, glancing between the snake and Wenqing. She had told him to be quiet, so he said nothing, his eyes fixed on her, and the look in his eyes seemed to say, "Did you kill it? Amazing. With a bittersweet feeling, you speak. This, did you kill this? I. Did you save me?" He stammered while speaking. Wenqing was about to leave, but Zhao Xiao kept following her. "Can you teach me? You are so amazing. Your needlework is really impressive." Wenqing had no intention of paying attention to him, but upon hearing this, she stopped in her tracks and looked at Zhao Xiao in confusion. "Weren't you in a trance? How do you still know I was flicking the needle?" Zhao Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "I think I still had a little bit of awareness at that time." Wenqing continued to walk forward, but Zhao Xiao kept chattering beside her. "Shut up," Wenqing said. "Okay, I'll keep my word." Huh? Zhao Xiao was puzzled. Wenqing left without much explanation. By the time Zhao Xiao reached the outskirts, those people were still looking for him. "Where have you been?" "Honoring your word." "Honoring your word?" Zhao Xiao murmured. "Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao. Hey." It was only then that Zhao Xiao realized he had already arrived in the city, and it was his elder calling him. "You did well this time. It seems you remembered our instructions." "Instructions?" Zhao Xiao thought. Was it the instruction not to go deeper? The elder didn't hear clearly and asked again, "What did you say?" "Nothing," Zhao Xiao replied. Chapter 38. Becoming stronger. I once heard an elder say that such things do happen. The reason we're not affected is that we have inner strength and are not easily manipulated. Shang Wanyin paused, but if the blood-sucking snake's ability is strong enough, even those with inner strength can be confused. "I see," Wenqing said. "Again, have you taken that pill?" "How is it?" My inner strength has increased by 1 level. So now you're at level 11. Wenqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Why are you so happy?" "Because you have become stronger again," Wenqing said. Seeing Wenqing's expression, Shang Wanyin couldn't help but pull her in and lightly peck her rosy lips. Wenqing smiled gently and hugged Shang Wanyin. "I found out about Chun Zhang's situation," Shang Wanyin said. Wenqing looked up at Shang Wanyin, wondering what he had done. After Chun Zhang was rescued by a man in black, he joined an organization that used to be an assassin group. However, after something happened to their leader, they began to retaliate and cause destruction everywhere, and they still do so now. But why did they capture Chun Zhang? That remains unknown. Suddenly, Wenqing recalled the conversation between Chun Zhang and the man in black about the seal and the snake. Could be the cave she accidentally went to last time? Wenqing murmured. "What? Oh, I suddenly remembered something," Wenqing said thoughtfully. "What?" "Last time when I went to gather herbs, I accidentally entered a cave. It wasn't the one you want to find me, but another one. Inside that cave, there were many crystal stones, but in the largest crystal stone, there was a snake, taller than a person, completely still, as if it was sealed." Hearing this, Shang Wanyin frowned. "Are you saying they captured Chun Zhang because he can unseal it?" "That's possible." "Where's the place you mentioned?" Shang Wanyin asked. I don't quite remember. The snake led me there." With that, Wenqing raised her hand, and indeed, a snake was coiled around it. However, if one didn't look closely, they would think it was just a regular bracelet. "Maybe if we take him near that cave, the snake might awaken again," Wenqing added. "No rush, just tell me the general location, and I'll have Sure San check it out first." "Okay, sister." Su Yi Xiaotif. Wenqing looked warmly at Su Yi and Xiao Bai running towards her. "Sister, look at the spot on Xiao Bai's head," Su Yi pointed out. Wenqing followed her gaze and saw a bright white dot on its head. "What is this?" Su Yi asked. Ever since she realized that this world, or rather the end of the world, had deviated from the real world and many fantastical things had appeared, Wenqing became aware that her understanding of such a world was too limited. This couldn't continue. After returning to her room, Wenqing directly entered the space of her bracelet. Ever since her internal strength had increased last time, the mist inside the bracelet had dissipated a bit, confirming that this mist was linked to her own power. Wenqing looked at the small attic revealed after the mist cleared. Upon entering the attic, Wenqing discovered that it was actually a library. The collection of books here was endless, and she didn't expect there to be so many books inside. As she approached the books, she found that they were all categorized. Medical books, martial arts, beasts, and so on. Everything was available. Wenqing first went to the beast area, wondering if there would be a white tiger. She picked up a book, Strange Tales of Beasts. Curiously, Wenqing opened the book. Blood-sucking snake? Wenqing didn't expect the first page to feature the blood-sucking snake, and now her interest was fully piqued. Sitting beside the bookshelf, she began to slowly flip through the Strange Tales of Beasts. Blood-sucking snake. It has existed on the continent since ancient times. They are gentle by nature and never easily approach or harm other creatures. A disaster 1,000 years ago caused the blood-sucking snake to completely disappear. 500 years later, a mysterious person discovered the fossil remains of the blood-sucking snake and used mysterious magic to revive this species. Since then, the blood-sucking snake reappeared in this world. But after being used for experiments, its nature gradually changed, leading to the emergence of many varieties, showing differences in size and special abilities over time. Lifespan, 150 years. Skills, confusion, miasma, hiding, others unspecified. Wenqing looked at the book in her hand with deep thought. Could this mysterious person be the same one as the figure in the cave paintings? If so, how was the seal opened after the blood-sucking snake was sealed? Wenqing thought that she should go back to that cave and take a look. She was sure she would learn something. Wenqing continued to read the book, noting the names: poison-spotted wolf, fire tiger, hidden cunning turtle, moon electric bird. She clicked her tongue, wondering if all these creatures would appear in the apocalypse. She didn't know what would happen in the future, but she certainly hadn't encountered these beings yet. After flipping through the pages for a long time, Wenqing finally found information related to the white tiger. The book mentioned that the person who sealed the blood-sucking snake had a white tiger mount by their side. This white tiger looked ordinary, but would go berserk on the night of a full moon, with spots flashing on its forehead during the frenzy. However, ever since the master sealed the blood-sucking snake, this white tiger had disappeared without a trace. After Wenqing learned about this, she walked to the place where the medical books were stored to see if there were any leftover techniques. She looked through the rows and finally stopped in front of a book on pill making. Indeed, this book described how to make medicine in pills. Wenqing flipped through it briefly and found the recipe for the cleansing pill she had refined last time, but the method was more complex and precise than her own, so she thought the effect would likely be better. Wenqing then cleaned the furnace and tried again. This time, to increase the heat, she boosted her internal energy output. By the time she finished, she was sweating profusely. Her internal energy was depleted, and she felt weak all over. Supporting herself, she opened the furnace, and this time the pill had formed. Wenqing took out the pill and compared it with the one in the book. The color was slightly off, so the efficacy was likely not as good as the one in the book. The heat was still too low. Just as Wenqing was planning to try again, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chapter 39. Not to be ignored Wenqing. It was Shang Wanyan. Wenqing got up gently to open the door. Shang Wanyan looked at her, with dust on his face and her hair slightly disheveled, unable to hold back a smile. "What are you laughing at?" Wenqing asked. Shang Wanyan walked closer, tucked Wenqing's scattered hair behind her ear, and wiped the dust off her face. "You're adorable," he said, looking into her eyes. Wenqing's face, just cleaned of dust, turned slightly red again. Seeing her like this, Shang Wanyan decided not to tease her anymore. "What were you doing to end up like this?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Wenqing immediately remembered that she could ask Shang Wanyan for help. "Wait a moment," she said, running into the room. Shortly after, she came out carrying a furnace, which Shang Wanyan took directly and placed in the yard. "What are you doing with that?" Shang Wanyan asked, looking at the furnace. "The last time I made it for you was using this furnace," she replied. "Oh, so now he began. "I found a new recipe, but I've failed a few times because it has specific requirements for the fire's intensity. My internal power isn't enough, so I want you to give it a try." "Okay," he responded. Wenqing then went to prepare the materials, and as the fire rose, Shang Wanyan infused his internal power into it. Indeed, the flames were stronger than during Wenqing's earlier experiments. "Let me take a look," Wenqing said after finishing. "Quick, look, Ayin." Shang Wanyan saw the 5 pills in Wenqing's hands, their colors bright and looking of high quality. He had witnessed all of Wenqing's actions. In truth, he didn't team mind or methods. Even if she directly handed him the pills, he wouldn't hesitate. However, her actions made him feel cherished, which was quite nice. Wenqing was unaware that her small gesture brought Shang Wanyan such feelings. She simply did what she wanted, caring for him and loving him. "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Wenqing asked nervously, looking at Shang Wanyan. Seeing her expression, Shang Wanyan inadvertently smiled. I feel like my internal power has recovered from earlier. That's good. However, Wenqing didn't let her guard down just because of this success. She knew that refining pills wouldn't only happen once or twice. But she couldn't rely on Shang Wanyan every time. She still needed to improve her own strength. Since Wenqing had made up her mind, she wanted to try the Mishi Beast Forest. Her secret technique had already reached the 4th form, but no matter how she practiced, she couldn't make any further progress. She had hit a bottleneck. However, she saw in a medical book that there were pills for breaking through cultivation levels. Coupled with the experience she accumulated in the Mishi Beast Forest, it was highly likely that she would break through the bottleneck. Mishi Beast Forest. Wenqing didn't expect to meet Zhao Xiao again. Wenqing looked at the person in front of her with some headache. "Do you still remember me?" Zhao Xiao asked expectantly. "I don't remember." Wenqing thought about leaving directly, but Zhao Xiao continued to follow her. "My name is Zhao Xiao, the person you saved last time." Zhao Xiao thought she would have some reaction, but all she heard was an "oh." "That's it?" Zhao Xiao asked. Wenqing frowned and looked at Zhao Xiao. Although she didn't say anything, Zhao Xiao felt she was asking, "What do you think?" Seeing Wenqing like this, Zhao Xiao instantly lost the courage she had just a moment ago. Wenqing felt a bit helpless seeing him like this, so she prepared to leave. "Hey, don't go." Zhao Xiao called out to Wenqing. "What do you want?" Wenqing asked, trying to keep her temper in check. You, what do you really want?" Hearing Wenqing mimic her, Zhao Zhao's face instantly turned red, and in a moment of despair, she said, "I want to be your apprentice." "Huh?" Wenqing didn't expect that. "Why?" Wenqing asked. "You're really amazing," Zhao Xiao said, her eyes shining with excitement, making it hard to refuse. "What does that have to do with me?" Wenqing said, preparing to leave again. Zhao Xiao understood her meaning. Being amazing wasn't a reason for her to become her apprentice. "I won't give up," Zhao Xiao encouraged herself. Seeing Zhao Xiao no longer stopping her, Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. What a hassle this was. Wenqing didn't plan to go far for this outing to train. She intended to practice in the middle of the forest. When she reached the middle, Wenqing was about to take out her silver needles, but after thinking it over, she decided to put them down. This time, she would only use close combat and internal energy, no silver needles, she thought. Not long after, Wenqing encountered her target, a large leopard. It didn't look like an ordinary leopard. It resembled an electric leopard. Wenqing hadn't finished reading that book on strange beasts, so she wasn't entirely sure. The book contained many types of beasts, with some clearly marked as extinct, while others were not, indicating that they still existed. But why hadn't these creatures appeared before the apocalypse, only to emerge when the end times came? There was no time to think further, as the electric leopard had already pounced towards her with incredible speed. Wenqing thought to herself that leopards were fast by nature, and it was only natural for this upgraded version to be even quicker. The electric leopard fixed its gaze on her and suddenly raised its paw. Wenqing quickly dodged, but was still scratched on her arm, blood instantly gushing out. The electric leopard became even more excited upon seeing the blood and charged toward Wenqing again. Ignoring her own injury, Wenqing could only keep dodging. During the process, she continuously observed the leopard's movements, trying to find its weakness, but the electric leopard ran too fast for her to notice anything. Wenqing furrowed her brows and hid behind a tree. The electric leopard paused for a moment, but within seconds, it started walking in her direction. Wenqing realized that she still emitted a bloody scent. If she waited any longer, it might attract more wild beasts. So, without waiting for the electric leopard to come closer, Wenqing stepped out from behind a tree. The electric leopard didn't give her a moment's respite. Upon seeing her, it pounced directly. Last time, Shang Wanyan had told Wenqing more about the effects of internal energy. At the 3rd level of internal energy, it could manifest as a solid form, gathered in the palm, and a full force strike would cause some damage to the enemy. Wenqing had never tried it before, but now she had no choice but to give it a shot. She felt the internal energy and directed it to her palm, slowly preparing to strike. Wenqing noticed the air wavering, but the force was too weak to stop the electric beast. So when the electric beast approached, she sidestepped and rolled over. Standing up again, she tried once more. This time her attack was stronger, but still not enough. Thus, Wenqing kept dodging and attacking repeatedly, and finally succeeded in delivering a powerful blow. Coupled with the fourth move she practiced, the electric beast soon fell defeated. After confirming that the electric beast had no breath left, Wenqing stepped forward and used her dagger to extract the crystal inside. Unlike the red crystal of the blood-sucking snake, the electric beast's crystal was deep blue. After securing the crystal, Wenqing turned to leave. When she came out, Zhao Xiao had not yet left and immediately rushed over upon seeing her. "How did you get hurt?" Zhao Xiao asked, looking at Wenqing's arm. "Just a small injury," she said, wanting to leave. Wait. Being called again, Wenqing felt a bit annoyed. However, Zhao Xiao took out a small bottle from her pocket and poured out a small pill. "Here, this is for you. It stops the bleeding." Wenqing originally didn't intend to take it, but Zhao Xiao had a look that said, "If you don't take it, I won't let you go." Helpless, she had to accept it. "Thank you," Wenqing said, and then handed the blue crystal she just received to Zhao Xiao before leaving. After Wenqing left, Zhao Xiao stood there, thinking to herself that she must become her disciple, and then went to find others to regroup. How did this happen? Shang Wanyin frowned as he looked at the injury on Wenqing's arm. "I went into the beast forest and encountered an electric element leopard," Wenqing explained. Shang Wanyin bandaged Wenqing's wound. "Electric element leopard? It shouldn't have hurt you, given your strength." "It shouldn't have. But I want to try the internal force attack you mentioned last time." "Did you succeed?" "Of course." Seeing the look on Wenqing's face asking for praise, Shang Wanyin felt both heartache and helplessness. "You have many ways to practice." Seeing the concern in Shang Wanyin's eyes, Wenqing explained, "But this is the fastest way, and I want to become stronger." Looking at the determination in Wenqing's eyes, Shang Wanyin thought about how she was never a little chick that needed to be protected under his wings. She was independent and strong, and nothing could bind her. "Forget it. At worst, I will support her from the back in the future and heal her wings. Don't worry, if I get hurt, I'll come find you." Seeing the smile in Wenqing's eyes, Shang Wanyin left a kiss on her forehead. "Master, it's 13. Do you have results?" Shang Wanyin asked. "Yes. I found a cave that Miss Wen mentioned. There are many people stationed there, and not only that, a large number of blood-sucking snakes appear there every day. I've observed that some of the blood-sucking snakes are thrown into the beast forest, while others are transported elsewhere. Continue to monitor it," Shang Wanyin instructed. At first, Shang Wanyin thought these people were just seeking revenge, but now it seemed there was more to it. In the cave, have new species appeared? A man in black asked the wizard in front of him. The wizard shook his head. "Failed. Are you useless? You can't even handle this small matter." The man in black instantly became angry. However, the wizard didn't care at all. "Small matter? You think this is a small matter? How interesting. Or do you think the overseer can do this easily?" Saying this, he squeezed the snake in his hand to death, casting a sinister glance at the overseer. The overseer fell silent, and the wizard inwardly cursed the fool. "You can leave now. Don't disturb me again." The wizard issued an eviction order. If Wenqing were to come here at this moment, she would find that this place was nothing like the cave she initially saw. It now resembled an evil laboratory. Wenqing had nothing to do today and thought of going to retrieve the dagger she had given to Shang Wanyin. Upon arriving in the city, there were still very few people in Liunian City. Although blood-sucking snakes had become rare, their appearance was still deadly for the elderly and children. So most of those out and about were men from their households. Without hesitation, Wenqing went directly to the blacksmith shop. "Boss, I'm here to pick up the dagger." Her voice startled the man who was lost in thought at the table. The boss got up to find Wenqing's dagger. "Here it is." Wenqing gently took the dagger, which was entirely silver. The handle of the dagger was primarily shaped like a snake, and 3 waves of water ripples circled around the lower part of the handle. The bottom was engraved with the surnames of 2 people. Wenqing stared at it for a long time, but couldn't find the button that released the toxin. The boss pointed to the top of the handle. This button was integrated with the handle, and it was practically undetectable without close inspection, even looking like an ordinary dagger. Wenqing pressed the button, and then she saw the entire dagger, except for the part where it was held, start to ooze toxin. In just a moment, the toxin filled the entire dagger. Seeing this, Wenqing felt delighted. It was even better than she had imagined. Wenqing took out the agreed crystal and thought for a moment before pulling out a bottle. This is the cleansing pill and some stamina replenishing elixirs, all for you. I really like this dagger. By the way, the green one is the cleansing pill, which can remove the scars on your face. Of course, if you want to keep them, that's fine too. I've given you the items. After saying this, Wenqing left. The boss looked at the pills and then at Wenqing's departing figure, lost in thought. Master. Upon hearing this voice, Wenqing's forehead twitched and she turned around. It was indeed Zhao Xiao. Master, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Is your injury better? If it's not healed, I still have pills here. Zhao Xiao's mouth started moving nonstop, which Wenqing was well aware of. Master, you didn't refuse me calling you master. You agreed, right? You agreed, didn't you? Looking at Zhao Xiao's bright, dog-like eyes, Wenqing only considered for a moment before not agreeing. Where did you get your pills? Wenqing had wanted to ask this question for a long time, and as soon as Zhao Xiao heard her speak again, he perked up. He took a step forward and pretended to be mysterious. These were left by a mysterious person a long time ago. But that person said the pills are extremely precious, so my family has kept them well. Zhao Xiao glanced around and continued. Later, the world became like this, and I had to go out to find food. My mother made me take this pill for my safety. As he spoke, Zhao Xiao took out a pill, sniffed it near his mouth, and then frowned. You know about herbs? Wenqing was surprised that this child knew quite a bit. By Xian, Yu was extremely rare, and not many people recognized it. She didn't expect Zhao Xiao to know it just by sniffing. I've learned about it. I'm a bit interested in things like this. Zhao Xiao said shyly. What else do you know? This question hit Zhao Xiao's area of expertise. Wenqing listened to Zhao Xiao talk about the properties, types, shapes, and other aspects of various herbs, and gradually changed her attitude towards him. Have you treated anyone before? Wenqing suddenly asked. Zhao Xiao hesitated for a moment and replied softly, No. Wenqing had a rich theoretical knowledge, but lacked practical experience. However, she believed that Zhao Xiao was still a good seedling. From now on, learn medicine with me, Wenqing said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiao was completely stunned. The master she had hoped for had truly become her master. I. Master? Hearing Wenqing's agreement, Zhao Xiao finally felt a sense of reality. Chapter 41. I have a master now. Wenqing didn't plan to stay long. He found a medical book, which he had taken out from the attic last time. It contained some basic medical practices. He handed it to Zhao Xiao and told him to study the contents carefully before leaving. Zhao Xiao looked at the book in his hands, ecstatic awe. I have a master now. Hey, Zhao kid, stop howling, came the voice of the neighbor uncle. Okay, fine. Yen. Wenqing had been staying inside the room until the butler came to knock on her door, prompting her to go out. Miss Wen, there's a person claiming to be a messenger looking for you. Upon hearing this, Wenqing was taken aback and remembered what the messenger had said. Please let him in. When a messenger entered the courtyard, Wenqing was playing with the little white dog. Seeing the visitor, Wenqing stood up. Long time no see. Long time no see, Miss Wen. You've learned about your identity as the master, right? The messenger asked. Yes, I just found out not long ago, but I haven't told him about my matters yet. The messenger contemplated for a moment, realizing that this matter truly required careful consideration. She paused and said, Miss Wen, I'm here this time to inform you that the selection of messengers is about to begin. When? 7 days from now, at the Full Moon Pavilion. Warm feelings arose, and she thanked the messenger for the reminder, assuring that she would definitely participate. After the messenger left, she began to think about how to deal with the assessment. Although she planned to attend, she wasn't too sure how to prepare. While she had some strength now, it was still not enough to face an uncertain environment. 7 days. There was still time. Suddenly, the little fox began to spin in circles inexplicably. Seeing this, she thought, Little fox, are you casting a spell? Initially, she thought the fox was just playing around, but as she watched the fox's movements persist, she realized it was indeed performing some kind of magic, though she didn't know what exactly. Gradually, she started to feel dizzy and then fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a forest with a small stream nearby. She walked over and looked around, seeing nothing. Suddenly, she felt something stir behind her, and she instantly turned around to find a wolf 3 times her size. 3 times. She had never seen such a creature and didn't understand why she was there. But clearly, The wolf didn't think so. It glared at her fiercely as if its territory had been invaded, then let out a loud roar directed at her. Wenqing roared in anger. "I didn't do anything, man." But the wolf in front of him charged forward recklessly, leaving Wenqing with no choice but to dodge. The wolf kept its eyes fixed on Wenqing, continuously launching attacks. Wenqing threw a few silver needles, laced with poison, at the wolf's eyes, but they were dodged. Seeing Wenqing's attack as a challenge, the wolf intensified its assault. The wolf's claws were extremely sharp, and Wenqing watched as it effortlessly snapped a tree trunk 3 times thicker than itself. Wenqing jumped to another book, trying to channel her inner strength and gather it in her hands, aiming at the wolf. To the wolf, it was as if a gust of wind had just blown by, and it didn't suffer even the slightest harm. After that move, the wolf stopped in its tracks, standing still. Although Wenqing was hidden behind the leaves, she still felt the wolf's gaze fixed intently on her, giving her the impression that it was brewing some powerful move. Sure enough, Wenqing saw the wolf preparing its next action. It gathered the surrounding air into its front paw, forming an energy ball. What? Are wolves getting this fancy now? There was no time to think, as Wenqing watched the energy ball flying towards her. Although she managed to dodge in time, she was still hurt by the airwaves and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wenqing now deeply feels the gap between herself and the wolf. Howl! Upon hearing that sound, Wenqing knew she had succeeded. Taking advantage of the wolf's momentary distraction, she jumped onto its back from behind, holding the dagger and pressing the button, driving it straight into the wolf's neck. At the moment the dagger pierced in, the wolf was still struggling desperately, shaking its neck vigorously, but in just a moment, the wolf fell silent and collapsed to the ground. Wenqing walked to the side and lay down directly. She needed to take a breather. At that moment, the little fox appeared, quietly lying down beside her. "You little fox." Wenqing noticed her eyelids growing heavier and eventually couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. When Wenqing woke up, she felt a bit dazed. "Where am I?" She instinctively touched her arm. There were no wounds, but she had clearly been injured earlier. Once her vision cleared, she realized she was in her own room. "Hongling, little fox?" Wenqing called out to the little fox, knowing this had to be related to it. She placed the little fox on the table and stared at it, but the fox seemed indifferent, even wanting to lie down on the table to sleep. "Did you do this?" Wenqing asked tentatively. Chapter 42. Waiting for his return. Shangwan Yin left this time because of Shangwan's song. "A few days ago, Master, I discovered Shangwan Song's people while investigating in the cave." Shangwan Yin stopped what he was doing. "Shangwan Song?" "Yes. My subordinate heard they were going to make a deal at a small temple on the way to the Moon City. The specifics of the deal are unclear." 13. Ever since Shangwan Yin sent people to hunt him down last time, he had disappeared for a long time. He didn't expect Shangwan Song to be involved in the blood-sucking snake matter as well. "Did they mention a time?" Shangwan asked. 3 days later, after learning that Shangwan Song was going to make a deal at the temple, Shangwan Yin had people set up an ambush there in advance. He knew Shangwan Song might not come, but finding out what kind of deal this person was making would naturally reveal what scheme Shangwan Song was plotting. Dingling, dingling, dingling. A series of bell sounds rang out. "They're here." All the ambushed people held their breath, watching the direction of the sound. The person driving the carriage maneuvered it unsteadily to the temple, wearing a black mask that obscured his appearance. He stopped the carriage and then assisted the man inside the rear compartment down. The man was dressed in a black robe, seemingly with broken legs, only able to sit in a wheelchair. After helping the man down, the driver interestingly took a small box from the rear compartment and respectfully handed it to the man in the wheelchair before both entered the temple. Shangwan Yin made a gesture to the others, signaling 13 to follow him while the others continued to guard here. Shangwan Yin and 13 followed the 2 men into a main hall. 13 quietly lifted a roof tile, only to find it just as dark inside as outside, with only the candle lit by the black-robed man when he entered providing light. "Is the item here?" It wasn't the voices of the 2 men, but another person, likely someone sent by Shangwan Song. The black-robed man had the stable boy hand over the box from earlier. "Yes, it's here." However, the voice of this black-robed man sounded somewhat familiar. It was Chun Zheng's voice. Shangwan Yin remembered Wenqing mentioning that Chun Zheng was researching the blood-sucking snake with a group. Was today's deal about the blood-sucking snake? What were they trying to do? The room was too dark for Shangwan Yin and 13 to see the other person's appearance. What is this? The person seemed to have opened the box. Shangwan Yin heard Chun Zheng's voice suddenly become shaky. This is the new breed of blood-sucking snake we researched. The man paused for a moment. Is this it? This type of blood-sucking snake has extremely strong toxicity, and its hallucinogenic ability has increased fourfold compared to before. However, Chun Zheng hesitated to continue. But Chun Zheng gritted his teeth and continued. The lifespan of this snake is greatly shortened. It can only survive. Chun Zheng hesitated again for 3 months. 3 months? The man's voice revealed no emotions. How many can there be? In a month, there will be 300 snakes. Chun Zheng's tone relaxed a bit. That is too slow. I need 500 snakes delivered to Moon City in 3 months. This? Chun Zheng hesitated. The snake could only produce 300 at most per month. Where could he get 500? Is that not possible? How could Chun Zheng say it wasn't possible? He could only grit his teeth and say yes. As a man in the room suddenly approached Chun Zheng, he stopped just a step away and looked up at the ceiling. Oh no, we've been discovered. Go! Shangwan Yin said to 13. But the man was faster, directly stepping toward the ceiling, tearing through it, and standing opposite Shangwan Yin. Who are you? The man asked Shangwan Yin. Shangwan Yin looked up at the man and replied, no comment. The man suddenly laughed, then remember my name? As you should know who will kill you. Remember, the person who will kill you is Ming Xiao. Ming Xiao, it's actually Ming Xiao. 5th in the ranking of the Assassin's Guild, skilled in swordsmanship, who once killed the previous 5th assassin to take his place. I didn't expect Shangwan Song to hire such a person. You jest. It's too early for jokes. Then let us see. Ming Xiao said as he rushed toward Shangwan Yin. See my sword. Shangwan Yin wielded his fan to block Ming Xiao's sword. Ming Xiao dodged and swung his sword at Shangwan Yin again, but Shangwan Yin evaded and deflected it. Kid, not bad with your hands. You're too modest, Shangwan Yin laughed. In the next second, Ming Xiao channeled his inner strength, and the sword actually floated in the air, charging directly at Shangwan Yin at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary people could only see a gust of wind passing by. Seeing this, Shangwan Yin took out his dagger to defend, channeling inner strength to give the dagger a layer of protection. After barely deflecting Ming Xiao's sword, Shangwan Yin's dagger cracked and split in two. Kid, your inner strength is not deep enough. Ming Xiao thought for a moment. How about this? Let us compete in inner strength? Ah, good kid. Ming Xiao suddenly directed his inner strength at Shangwan Yin. Watch out. Kid, your martial arts are good, but before he could finish, Ming Xiao suddenly felt his body unable to move. He looked down and found nothing on him, but he could distinctly feel that he was bound. What? What did you do? Ming Xiao shouted at Shangwan Yin. Just an inner strength formation. What? Formation. Ming Xiao certainly knew about inner strength formations. This formation was different from ordinary formations. It required extremely strong inner strength and exquisite calculation abilities, precisely determining how to set each point. No wonder this kid kept dodging attacks earlier. It turned out he was quietly setting up a formation. Your inner strength is so strong? No wonder Ming Xiao was surprised. He knew very few people had inner strength, let alone those who could use inner strength formations. Even if there were, they were usually old and had practiced for a lifetime. The person in front of him looked to be in his 20s at most. Just happened to have learned a bit. Shangwan Yin didn't want to say much to him and turned to leave. Kid, you're still young. You shouldn't meddle in things you shouldn't know about. Ming Xiao felt that this was an extremely talented person who would surely have a place in this world in the future and shouldn't be sacrificed or buried because of these matters. Master. Shortly after, 13 knocked on the door and handed Shangwan Yin a bottle of ointment, prepared by Dr. Liu. Well, go take a rest. When Wenqing woke up the next day and stepped outside, she saw Shangwan Yin sitting in the yard. Yin, she called out and ran to his side, hugging him. Just for a moment, Wenqing sensed something was off. There was a smell of medicine. Are you hurt? Chapter 43. Competing internal strength. Shangwan Yin was taken aback, not expecting Wenqing to be so perceptive and to discover it directly. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from her. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. But Wenqing still frowned. Who gave you the medicine? Liu Yan, The physician from the full moon pavilion, Shang Wanyan explained. Let me take a look. Wenqing was still worried. Shang Wanyan took Wenqing's hand and let her sit beside him. It's really nothing. I just want to take a quick look. Shang Wanyan felt helpless. In the end, he gave in to Wenqing's insistence. When Wenqing saw the large bruise on Shang Wanyan's shoulder, she was shocked. Did you apply medicine? Yes, he replied, handing her the ointment from the side. Wenqing took it and glanced at it. It was just an ordinary bruise ointment, which wouldn't work. Wait a moment, she said. Wenqing, Shang Wanyan said. I like you. Upon hearing this, Wenqing paused her hand and then looked up at Shang Wanyan. She slowly leaned closer to him, kissed the stunned man, then pulled back a bit, their noses almost touching. I like you too. After saying that, Wenqing continued to apply the medicine on Shang Wanyan. At this moment, Shang Wanyan was still immersed in the kiss from earlier, his smile growing wider. After everything was done, they sat at the table. Ian, did you say the little red fox you gave me has the ability to create illusions? Create illusions? Yeah. Yesterday while I was practicing in the room, the red spirits circled around me a few times, and then I entered a place that was indistinguishable from the real world. There was even a wolf, much larger than an ordinary wolf. After I defeated that wolf, the illusion disappeared, and I was still in my room. But my skills improved a lot at the same time, Wenqing explained. This has never happened before. Let me check some information. Wenqing warmly watched as Shang Wanyan walked to the bookshelf and pulled out a book. This one, Shang Wanyan flipped to the page introducing foxes. Isn't it written here? Wenqing asked. No, most of this book consists of torn pages, and the introduction to this breed has been partially ripped out. Wenqing took the book and glanced at it. And indeed it had been torn. It contains many things we don't know. Wenqing paused for a moment, thinking that we can only explore it ourselves. It's quite interesting. Oh no, Wenqing suddenly said, I prepared a gift for you. She recalled the injuries on Shang Wanyan, which must have occurred at that time. Wenqing placed the gift in a box and said, Open it, Yin. What did you send? Shang Wanyan asked. Take a look. Shang Wanyan couldn't wait to open it, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. A dagger? Wenqing smiled slightly. Shang Wanyan took it out and examined it carefully, surprised that he had just lost a dagger and now had another one the next day, especially one sent by Wenqing. He felt a bit reluctant to use it and found himself somewhat enamored with it. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan's expression with warmth, thinking that he should like it. Ian, I haven't introduced you yet. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyan moved his eyes away from the dagger and looked at Wenqing. What? Look at this dagger. Press here. Shang Wanyan followed Wenqing's and touched the spot she pointed to, and indeed found a button. Once pressed, Shang Wanyan noticed a black liquid appeared at the blade's tip. What is this? Shang Wanyan was taken aback. I told the blacksmith about this dagger in advance and set a small mechanism. As soon as you press that button, the tip of the blade will ooze out poison. Shang Wanyan didn't expect this to be a special dagger. This meant the danger level of the dagger had greatly increased. Where does the poison come from? This. Wenqing took out a small vial. You can hold on to this, and if there's none left inside, just pour in from the bottom. Wenqing demonstrated to Shang Wanyan, feeling a bit hopeful that he would notice the engraving at the bottom. This letter is. Hearing this, Wenqing felt a little excited, and he discovered it. Our surname? Shang Wanyan asked. Yes. Wenqing, you are so childish, Shang Wanyan said seriously. I want you to know that I like you. Wenqing constantly expressed her affection. Wenqing knew about Shang Wanyan's childhood experiences. His mother was not favored by Shang Wantian when he was young and was placed in a remote courtyard. To win Shang Wantian's affection, his mother even had Shang Wanyan try to please him. Unfortunately, Shang Wanyan had always been a quiet and reserved person, not very likable, and failed to gain Shang Wantian's approval. His mother blamed all the responsibility on him and often scolded and beat him. If his mother treated him this way, it was no surprise that others did too. The servants did not regard him as their master, and even Shang Wansong frequently brought people to bully Shang Wanyan, resulting in him often carrying various injuries. As time went on, his mother began to show signs of mental issues, saying irrational things to Shang Wanyan, such as no one loves you, why don't you just die, and what is the use of having you? The already reticent Shang Wanyan became even less willing to speak after hearing these words. Warmth looked into Shang Wanyan's eyes, which held no trace of sympathy, only affection. Warmth knew that Shang Wanyan didn't need that. Shang Wanyan, I like you. No one could refuse such heartfelt expressions, especially not Shang Wanyan. I know. I feel the same way. Saying this, Shang Wanyan embraced warmth, feeling grateful to have found the treasure of his life. By the way, Yan, I need your help. Warmth suddenly lifted her head. Shang Wanyan gently patted her head. What's wrong? I need to refine some pills. Could this young master help a little girl out? She said, putting on a pitiful expression. Of course. Shang Wanyan took Warmth's hand, completely enveloping it in his, and led her outside. Wenqing has already prepared everything. Let's begin, Yan. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyan started to use his inner strength to ignite the flames. Soon, the fire grew stronger, and eventually, it slowly weakened and was complete. Wenqing finished and ran to Shang Wanyan's side, holding a pill and placing it near Shang Wanyan's mouth, saying, "Open your mouth." Shang Wanyan followed Wenqing's action and opened his mouth. It's to replenish internal energy. I know. Shang Wanyan, do you eat whatever I give you? Wenqing directly hugged Shang Wanyan's neck, thinking to herself that she never felt this clingy before when she wasn't in a relationship. Little fox, Hongling, Wenqing called out, and the little fox ran out from the ring. She picked it up and said, stay by my side. If anything happens, go outside and find Shang Wanyan. However, the fox ignored her and lay down on the bed, seemingly asleep. Wenqing knew that she understood, so she didn't pay any more attention. In fact, breaking through was not a dangerous thing, but it was particularly challenging to experience difficulties during the 5th and 10th levels, requiring both mental and physical dual tests to successfully advance. According to Shang Wanyan, the number of people who fell on this path was countless, which was why Wenqing was extremely cautious. Chapter 44 Dialogue. After making all the necessary preparations, Wenqing sat cross-legged on her bed and then swallowed the pill that would help her break through her cultivation. She began to mobilize the surrounding energy, converting it into the energy she needed and slowly injecting it into her dantian. At first, Wenqing only felt her dantian being filled with something, but the speed of the influx slowed down and became increasingly difficult. Soon, sweat began to pour from her face and body. Suddenly, the weather outside became overcast. This was the first thunderstorm since the flood ended. The lightning seemed to be aimed at Wenqing, striking above her roof again and again. At the moment another bolt of lightning struck, Shang Wanyan entered the room and took out a crystal. Inside the crystal seemed to be a small world. There was a small sky with the same flashes of lightning and thunder. He walked to the doorway of Wenqing's room, raised the crystal, and actually floated up, hovering directly above Wenqing's room. Since Shang Wanyan took out the crystal, it stood above Wenqing's room, gradually attracting the descending lightning. Electric currents began to appear around it. To everyone's surprise, after the crystal absorbed the lightning, it slowly began to weave a network that enveloped Wenqing's room. This crystal was actually absorbing the power of the lightning to defend against it. Inside the room, Wenqing already felt that her dantian was about to be filled. Listening to the thunder outside, she knew that she had to go through this ordeal today. She had prepared the protective items and the pill, but surprisingly, she did not experience the overwhelming force of the lightning. Eventually, Wenqing heard the thunder outside growing fainter and wondered if it was because her cultivation was insufficient. Did she not attract any lightning? Wasn't it said that everyone would go through this during the 5th level? Why was she different? Before Wenqing could think it through, she felt a flash of white light in her mind, taking away all her consciousness. Wenqing felt herself transform into a wisp of smoke, experiencing something different. When she became aware, she found herself in the world of her previous life, right on the day she died. Wenqing clearly remembered that day. She had gone to inspect the construction site when suddenly a falling slab of concrete struck her, causing her to lose consciousness. This time, however, she observed the entire process from a third-person perspective. She watched herself go to the construction site, then saw herself being killed by the concrete. People were shouting for help, and when the ambulance arrived, they declared her dead on the spot. Wenqing also saw someone rush to her side, crying profusely, asking her to stop crying, saying she was always there. But they couldn't hear her. Wenqing was just a phantom. Death had passed for Wenqing just like that. But when she saw the people left behind, struggling in grief, it made her particularly sad. Wenqing wanted to leave, but no matter how she tried to move, she remained in this world. As she looked at the scene before her, she suddenly realized that it was playing on a loop, her journey to the construction site, and her eventual death, over and over again. At first, Wenqing felt fear, but eventually, she became numb. Initially, she felt a bit resentful because she was young and had great talent in construction. Why did such a thing happen to her? She clearly had a better future ahead. Even after realizing she had crossed over, this thought had been buried deep within her heart. Now, Wenqing understood that it was her fate. After coming here, she had met her beloved and was doing what she was supposed to do, which seemed pretty good. Just thinking of Shangwan Yin made Wenqing feel that her entire world lit up. She began to feel lucky. How could she have met Shangwan Yin otherwise? Wenqing was lost in thought when she suddenly noticed the scene around her had changed. Looking at the pitch-black courtyard in front of her, she wondered if anyone was there. As Wenqing walked forward, she suddenly heard a faint voice, "Shangwan Yin, do you really think of yourself as a young master?" The tone was quite arrogant. "I never thought so," came a cold child's voice. Following the voice of the boy, Wenqing indeed saw a smaller version of Shangwan Yin. She instantly realized that this was Shangwan Yin's childhood memory. "You wouldn't dare. Your mother is just a commoner, and your son isn't a good person either." As those words were spoken, a group of people began to laugh heartily. Little Shangwan Yin couldn't refute them and could only stand there, staring hard at the ground. He knew that Shangwan Song was speaking the truth, and such words would occasionally echo in Shangwan Yin's ears again and again. Seeing this, Wenqing couldn't help but feel heartbroken and wanted to go forward to hug Shangwan Yin. But she realized that in her ethereal form, she couldn't hold him at all. Wenqing could only gently surround him with her presence. However, their conversation continued. "Shangwan Yin, you really look just like your fox spirit mother." Saying this, Shangwan Song walked up to Shangwan Yin, lifted his chin with a small hand, and said, "Who knows? You might use this face to seduce someone in the future." After this comment, the group of people laughed softly. Shangwan Yin, being just a child, felt trapped upon hearing this, and he raised his fist to punch Shangwan Song in the face. Shangwan Song was caught off guard, and his face was instantly knocked aside, turning red. You actually hit me." Shangwan Yin looked coldly at Shangwan Song, who was in a fit of rage. "Catch him." With that, several servants came out from behind Shangwan Song and firmly grabbed Shangwan Yin, who, as a child, was no match for two adults. Wenqing watched as Shangwan Yin struggled, but was held down, her heart aching, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as Shangwan Yin went from struggling to helplessness and finally to indifference. Ayan. Unfortunately, no one heard her. Seeing that Shangwan Yin had stopped struggling, Shangwan Song stepped forward and hit Shangwan Yin hard, once, twice, until he was out of strength. "Shangwan Yin, remember, as long as I'm alive, you'll never have a chance to turn things around." With that, he left in high spirits. "Throw him into the pond." Shangwan Song casually tossed this remark, which didn't elicit a reaction from Shangwan Yin, but it startled Wenqing. Shangwan Yin was still injured, and she watched helplessly as the two men dragged him toward the pond. "No, you can't." Wenqing wanted to stop them, but it was impossible. With a splash, Shangwan Yin was thrown in. Seeing this, Wenqing jumped in without hesitation, swimming to Shangwan Yin's side and gently holding him, trying to convey a bit of warmth to him. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they pulled Shangwan Yin out. Wenqing wanted to follow them to see how Shangwan Yin was doing, but she felt a force pulling her away, ultimately separating her from the scene. Ayan. Wenqing suddenly woke up, looking around. She needed to see Shangwan Yin, but as soon as she focused, she fell to the ground. Chapter 45. Unknown Ayan. Wenqing called out for Shangwan Yin helplessly. Hong Ling, who had been lying by the bed, rushed to Wenqing's side after noticing her movements. Trying to comfort her, Shangwan Yin had been outside, keeping an eye on the situation inside the room. So upon hearing Wenqing's calls, he immediately strode into her bedroom. Upon entering, he saw Wenqing lying on the floor. I'm here. Don't be afraid." Wenqing was indeed haunted. She not only saw the scene of her own death and the moments when Shangwan Yin was bullied as a child, but also witnessed some events that had not yet occurred but felt very real. In the future, Shangwan Song would launch an attack on Shangwan Yin due to the cultivation of a powerful song. Originally, Shangwan Yin could have handled it, but unexpectedly, he died at the hands of a magical beast. How could this happen? How could it be? When Wenqing reached out to touch Shangwan Yin's face, saying, "If we encounter danger in the future, you must protect yourself first." Hearing this, Shang Wanyan was momentarily stunned, thinking that Wenqing had not yet regained her composure. All right, I will protect myself well. Upon hearing Shang Wanyan say this, Wenqing seemed to completely relax, slowly falling into a deep sleep in his arms. Shang Wanyan looked at Wenqing, who was defenseless in his embrace, feeling soft-hearted. He gently tucked Wenqing's hair behind her ear, thinking, of course, I will protect you first, but I won't let you fall into danger. After confirming that Wenqing would not wake up, Shang Wanyan carefully placed her on the bed and then sat by the bedside, watching her for a long time. He then gently kissed her forehead, the kiss soft, as if to soothe the person in her dreams. When Wenqing woke up the next day, she felt sticky all over, realizing that she had gone to sleep without washing up. When she came out, Shang Wanyan and Su Yi were already seated at the dining table. The moment she saw Shang Wanyan, she recalled the illusion from yesterday and his promise. Forget it. It was just an illusion. It won't happen, Wenqing thought to comfort herself. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sister. Morning. While helping Wenqing prepare the utensils, Shang Wanyan asked, How do you feel? Yin, I actually broke through to level 6 in my inner strength, and I have also mastered my 5th form, Wenqing said, her tone filled with joy. Sister, it couldn't have been you last night, right? Su Yi listened to their conversation, her mouth forming an O shape in surprise. You broke through yesterday? No wonder the thunder was so loud. I thought someone was going through tribulation. Su Yi added with a hint of admiration. I also want to work hard and cultivate to become like you, sister. Wenqing placed an egg into Su Yi's bowl, saying, let's eat well first. After finishing the meal, Su Yi went to find Xiao Lao Hu to practice, while Wenqing and Shang Wanyan practiced in the yard. By the way, Wenqing stopped her movements and walked toward Shang Wanyan. Do you know about the messenger selection? Shang Wanyan casually handed Wenqing a cup of tea, knowing about it. What's up? Wenqing took the cup and had a sip. I want to participate. Hearing this, Shang Wanyan frowned. You want to participate? Shang Wanyan could tell from Wenqing's determined gaze that no matter what he said, she would go. Did Xiaoan tell you this? Seeing the puzzled look on Wenqing's face, Shang Wanyan explained, Xiaoan is the messenger. Wenqing suddenly realized that she had always referred to her as the messenger and didn't even know her name. Wenqing awkwardly touched her nose when you weren't around. She specifically came to find me and told me that the trial was about to start. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan with a serious expression. Is it very difficult? Shang Wanyan pondered for a moment and replied, Yes, the trial is very difficult, because being a messenger is a position that requires high standards of oneself. As a messenger, you need to have the ability to protect yourself, to divinate, predict, and even possess extremely powerful mental strength. Otherwise, if the enemy breaks through the messenger's mental strength, the messenger may become foolish, fall into a coma forever, or even die. These are things Xiaoan never mentioned to me, Wenqing thought. The training for messengers is divided into 7 levels. Only 2 or 3 people reach the 7th level, and during formal training, the best one among them becomes the messenger. The first level of the trial is the simplest. The trial taker must walk alone up 600 steps. However, these are not ordinary steps. They are enchanted. The higher the trial taker goes, the heavier the pressure they have to endure. If they do not timely mobilize their magical or internal energy to resist the pressure, they may spit blood at best, or suffer from severe bruising and even begin to bleed. If they cannot hold on, they can crush the magical orb in their hand, and someone will come to rescue them. The second level tests martial prowess and magical power. In this level, the trial tower randomly generates different trial scenarios based on each person's characteristics. As long as they successfully defeat the corresponding opponent, they can smoothly pass the second level. Next is the third level, which tests each person's predictive ability. Upon stepping into the third level, the trial taker will automatically receive some predictive abilities. At this time, the trial tower will randomly generate corresponding events, and each person must judge the direction of the event based on their assigned predictive ability and help ensure the event goes smoothly. If there is a deviation in the prediction, the challenge will fail directly. The fourth level is a challenge of mental strength. Everyone possesses mental power, just varying in strength. In this level, trial takers are required to light up the stars in the sky, which can only be lit by mental strength. Only those who light them all can pass this level. The fifth level is a group competition, where 6 people form a group and must hunt prey using their mental strength. The group that captures the most prey will successfully advance to the next level. The sixth level tests loyalty. Being a messenger requires absolute sincerity from the heir to the attendant, and the trial tower will randomly generate scenarios to test everyone's loyalty. Those who succeed will enter the final ultimate test. The seventh level is unknown. Why is the seventh level unknown? Wenqing asked, puzzled. Because very few people can walk out from the seventh level. Those who do not pass will have their memories about the seventh level erased. And those who come out do not talk about anything related to the seventh level. So what happens there remains a mystery to this day. 3 days later is the day of the messenger selection. After hearing Shang Wanyan's words, Wenqing made plans in her heart. Chapter 46. Breakthrough. Ever since Wenqing broke through and her internal power increased, she no longer needed Shang Wanyan's help for alchemy. Now, her own abilities were sufficient to refine pills. After preparing, Wenqing entered the bracelet, not knowing how much the mist would dissipate after this breakthrough in ability. Although she had long known that something would appear, she didn't expect there would really be a tower, a very tall tower. Without paying attention to other changes, she walked directly towards the tower. In front of the tower stood a wooden sign that read Beast Tower. The Beast Tower was used in ancient times to imprison extremely dangerous beasts. Later, the tower was used as a training tower. Because the magical thing about this tower is that the ferocious beasts inside can recover from any injury in a very short time. People usually kill the same ferocious beast repeatedly to gain higher experience points, and the Beast Tower is very tall. The higher the level, the more dangerous and difficult the beasts are to challenge. To this day, no one has challenged beasts above the 50 floors. The tower has a total of 100 floors. 100 floors? Wenqing shook her head, looking at the towering tower, wanting to go in and take a look. Wenqing walked in. The inside of the tower was extremely dark, with only the faint candlelight on the walls visible. Boom! The door was shut. Wenqing frowned, and soon after she heard a voice. Are you here to participate in the challenge? Yes. Wenqing looked around, but there was no one there. Where was that voice coming from? Okay, please get ready. After saying that, the voice disappeared. Before Wenqing could ponder this, the wall in front of her suddenly pushed open, and a fox slowly walked out from inside, its 9 tails larger than her body. As soon as the stone door closed, the fox seemed to receive some kind of signal and pounced towards Wenqing. Wenqing swiftly dodged, but the fox was relentlessly pursuing her from behind. Suddenly, Wenqing performed a backflip and landed behind the fox, quickly channeling her internal energy to unleash a gust of palm wind towards it. Just as the palm wind was about to hit the fox, it suddenly disappeared. Wenqing instinctively sensed something was wrong and quickly looked back, but before she could see clearly, she was hit by the fox's tail and slammed against the wall, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Seeing the fox coming towards her again, Wenqing quickly got up and leaped to the side. Then, she reached for her ring and took out a silver needle, channeling her internal energy and shooting it directly at the fox's eyes, but the fox nimbly dodged. It then approached Wenqing, its sentimental eyes fixated on her. Wenqing suddenly recalled that the fox seemed to possess a bewitching ability. She wanted to evade, but it was already too late. Wenqing quickly took out her breaking illusion pill and consumed one, feeling the dizziness diminish. However, in this situation, she thought of Shang Wanyan, of his kiss. Suddenly, Wenqing pricked herself with the silver needle to stay awake. Since the fox could use this ability once, it would surely use it a second time. After regaining her clarity, she tore off her hairband and tied it around her eyes, hoping it would prevent the fox's gaze from affecting her. With her eyes covered, Wenqing could only rely on her ears to determine the fox's position. At first, she heard no sounds around her. The fox was likely observing her. Suddenly, she heard footsteps, and they grew faster, rushing towards her. Wenqing executed a 2-step move and flipped to land behind the fox. She then drew her dagger, identical to the one Shang Wanyan had, which she had previously concealed with deadly poison, waiting for the chance to stab it into the fox's back. However, executing this plan was not easy due to the fox's incredible speed. It was too quick to evade and attack simultaneously. Wenqing remembered her secret manual mentioned that if she combined the 5th move with her internal energy, it would produce a different spark. With this thought, She realized she couldn't just keep dodging without attacking. So, Wenqing jumped to the farthest distance from the fox and prepared to execute the fifth move, reverse flower flowing water. As Wenqing prepared the fifth move, she focused her inner strength in her hands. In a moment when the two combined, a tremendous sense of disgust erupted, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air. Curiously, Wenqing pushed aside her eye mask and was surprised to find that she could indeed transform flowers into hidden weapons to shoot at her opponent. A flurry of flower-shaped projectiles shot towards the fox, slicing through its fur with each strike. The fox tried to dodge, but at that moment, the air was filled with floating flowers, leaving no room to retreat or evade. Finally, as the fox's attention was distracted, Wenqing decisively plunged a dagger into its back. The fox paused for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Wenqing noticed that the fox was motionless and slowly approached it, taking careful, small steps because she wasn't sure if this was a trap set by the fox. Once she got close enough to see that the fox showed no signs of life, Wenqing finally let out a sigh of relief. Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully completed the first level of the trial. It was the same voice as before. Would you like to continue the challenge? No, Wenqing replied, turning to leave. The door that had been tightly closed had already opened when she spoke. Wenqing walked while thinking. This was only the first level. Before exiting the door, she glanced back, truly looking forward to the beast encounters ahead. After coming out, Wenqing initially planned to continue refining alchemy in her room, but suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen CUTIE lately. So she decided to visit CUTIE and Xiaobai. When she arrived, CUTIE was in the yard practicing horse dance with her eyes closed, seemingly sensing something. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and Wenqing saw CUTIE quickly take out a talisman from her bosom, then recite a few incantations before tossing it into the air. Wenqing watched as the paper floated up and suddenly ignited, transforming into a fireball that flew toward the nearby bushes. Bushes? The first voice was Wenqing's slightly doubtful tone, and the second voice was CUTIE's flustered tone. Chapter 47. The Fox. Wenqing watched warmly as she ran to the burning place, casually scooping a ladle of water from a nearby bucket and skillfully pouring it onto the flames. Aside from a moment of initial panic, her actions were so practiced that it seemed she had done it 800 times before. What surprised Wenqing was that Xiaobai, biting onto a bunch of grass, placed it on the spot that had just been extinguished. The synergy between the girl and the tiger was incredibly harmonious. CUTIE, Wenqing suddenly called out. After she shouted, she noticed CUTIE's back stiffen for a moment before slowly turning around. Sister, when did you arrive? The look in her eyes seemed to say you just got here, right? Wenqing found it amusing and decided not to let CUTIE have her way. So she walked over and sat down at the stone table. I came in when you were playing with fire. CUTIE quickly pouted. Oh, so early? What to do? Sister must have seen me burn the flowers. What should I do? You burned the flowers. How should I punish you? Wenqing propped her face up and looked at CUTIE. CUTIE lowered her head even more. Sister, you can punish me however you want. I was the one who did something wrong. Well, let us have you demonstrate it again for me. Okay. CUTIE turned halfway and suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brightening. How should I be punished? Demonstrate it again. All right. After saying this, CUTIE walked a little farther away from Wenqing and demonstrated the earlier actions again. Finally, she skillfully approached the burning spot and extinguished the fire. Now tell me, what have you been practicing recently? Wenqing motioned for CUTIE to sit down. CUTIE thought for a moment and said, Ever since you told me I could continue raising the goo worms, I've been thinking about how to develop some special techniques. Then one day, while I was flipping through the book my mother left behind, it mentioned that the goo worms in my body can secrete a liquid that ignites when it comes into contact with air and a substance called red rock. Later, I found this type of stone, ground it into powder, and mixed it with water to make a sort of red ink. Finally, I used this red ink to create talismans. CUTIE paused at this point and added, I think people who hold talismans are very mysterious and powerful. So I want to try it out, and it really worked. What was that just now? Wenqing asked. Well, it's because it's hard for me to extract the liquid from the goo worms in my body, so to get it to secrete, I had to prick my finger. But I only need a tiny bit. Just a little is enough to ignite the entire talisman. So when you recite the incantation, you're applying blood? CUTIE shyly scratched her head, yes. Puffed. I really thought you were just reciting an incantation. But that's impressive. Keep it up. After that, CUTIE went off to practice again. With a warm yet helpless shake of her head, I placed a bottle of medicine here for you. 1 pill a day. Remember to take it. All right. CUTIE responded, but her hands did not stop moving. After finishing with CUTIE, Wenqing felt relieved and went to find Shang Wanyan. Is there any news from Shang Wanyan? Shang Wanyan continued flipping through the book. Unknown species? Shang Wanyan stared at the words in the book, deep in thought. Is there any movement in the cave? Shursan thought for a moment. The cave still sends out blood-sucking snakes daily. But recently some new species have been captured and taken inside, and those species have not come out since. Oh, did they send a batch of snakes to Moon City recently? Not at the moment. Let me know immediately when you find out there are blood-sucking snakes being sent to Moon City. Understood. Ian. Wenqing's voice came from outside. You can go out first. After Shang Wanyan said this, Shursan directly pushed the door and left. Shursan, are you going to help your master with something again? Yes. Go ahead, be careful. Thank you for your concern, my master. After saying this, Wenqing watched as Shursan jumped over the wall and left. Ian, are you reading? Yes. Come here. Hearing this, Wenqing ran straight to Shang Wanyan and was immediately embraced by him. What did you do today? I was refining pills in my room all day. After Wenqing said this, she felt a bit guilty as she had not yet told Shang Wanyan about her ring, but then she thought about how she indeed had been refining pills in the room and suddenly felt less guilty. Hearing this, Wenqing suddenly reached for her lower back. Don't touch. Shang Wanyan pulled Wenqing's hand down, then reached for medicine ointment on his desk. He wanted to apply it to Wenqing. Why did you prepare this? Wenqing did not expect Shang Wanyan to have prepared the ointment. Shang Wanyan did not stop his movements. I was afraid you might get hurt, so I prepared it in advance. Wenqing said nothing and quietly waited for Shang Wanyan to finish applying the medicine for her. All done. Remember not to get it wet. Come find me in the evening. You'll need to apply another dose. Wenqing obediently agreed. Shang Wanyan seemed very afraid of her getting hurt. But she hadn't really been injured much herself, just a few times. Well, it was better to try not to get hurt, so that Shang Wanyan wouldn't have to worry. A few days later, the messenger selection began. Wenqing didn't hurry because Shaoan told herself that as long as she arrived at the destination before the start, it would be fine. Shang Wanyan said he wanted to accompany Wenqing, but she refused him. Then be careful, Wenqing said before leaving, as Shang Wanyan hugged her and reminded her. I know, Wenqing replied, leaving a kiss on Shang Wanyan's forehead. When Wenqing arrived, the front of the trial tower was already crowded with people. But she noticed that everyone here was very quiet, and there were twice as many people as Shaoan had mentioned. Why are there so many people? A young man dressed in a light green long robe, with a sword at his waist and a piece of white jade, suddenly approached Wenqing and asked, Miss, are you here for the trial too? Yes, Wenqing replied, not wanting to say much, but the young man seemed unaware. Are you also here for the final reward of 5 stones of rice? The young man asked curiously. Warmth and confusion. What kind of grain is this? With that thought, Warmth asked out loud. You don't know. The boy was surprised. You really came to participate in the trial? Huh? Of course. Warmth replied with a look of obviousness. Me too, the boy said with a smile. But do you know why there are so many people this year? The boy said mysteriously. Wenqing suddenly found this young man quite interesting. Why? Of course, it was because of the rice grains. Rice grains? Shaoan didn't tell her that participating in the trial would also earn her rice grains. It turns out that if you fail on the first level, you will receive a bag of rice grains. If you fail on the second level, you will receive 2 bags, and it continues to stack up. Normally, this amount of rice grains wouldn't attract much attention, but this year was particularly strange. Crops had died, and plants had died. There was hardly any food, so everyone focused their attention on these rice grains. The young man explained. So that's how it is. Wenqing pondered, has it already come to this? Moreover, this is just the beginning of the apocalypse. Who knows what else will happen in the future? Miss, my name is Gu Xiao. What's yours? Wenqing. Good. After that, the young man fell silent. Chapter 48. Selection. It was clearly you who bumped into my young master, said a soft-voiced girl. I bumped into your young master. Did your blind young master see it? Or did you see it? Of course I saw it. The girl tried to sound tough, but couldn't manage it. Miss, words alone are not enough proof, the man said lightly. All right, Yin, let's not worry about this anymore, the blindfolded man suddenly said. However, when Yin saw her young master about to turn and leave, she wanted to follow. But the man across suddenly grabbed Yin's hand. Don't go. Why are you leaving? Let go of me. Wenqing took out her silver needles and threw them at the man's wrist. But suddenly she saw another hidden weapon also aiming for his wrist. It was the man's scream, not only because of the two hidden weapons, but Wenqing also saw that Yin seemed to have transformed into a different person. He twisted the man's wrist backward and broke it. Then Yin kicked the man in the chest, sending him flying out. Seeing Yin just now looking all delicate, but then kicking a burly man twice her size away with one kick, she's really hiding her strength. So cool, Gu Xiao said. Wenqing also felt it, and then looked up at the two master and servant, suddenly realizing that the man wearing a white-eye mask was looking at her, and then nodded. Did he discover the hidden weapon I lost? Isn't it supposed to be invisible? Without having time to think more, an old man walked out in front of the trial tower. I assume everyone is here to participate in the trial. I have a few words to say. To ensure the fairness of the trial, we have stationed protective personnel on each level, both for fairness and for everyone's safety. However, I must remind you, the old man glanced at the crowd. If everyone's purpose this time is not to pass the trial, I advise you to leave. The dangers inside are not something you can estimate. The old man paused, looking at the crowd with no one preparing to leave. Well, since that's the case, I respect everyone's choice. The doors of the trial tower are about to open for you all. Please take a water ball in front and then enter the tower for the trial. I wish everyone a safe trial here. After saying that, the old man left. Everyone slowly walked forward, taking a water ball and entering the tower one by one. The first level was climbing stairs. Everyone was together on this level. And Wenqing thought of the time she went mountain climbing in her last life, with so many people too. She slowly started to climb step by step. At first, Wenqing felt very relaxed, but by the 100th level, she began to feel a slight pressure. However, for Wenqing, it was just a little added weight. Looking back, she noticed there were obviously fewer people climbing up. It was only the 100th level. Wenqing continued to climb, and the next 100 levels were not as easy as the first 100. She clearly felt that with every few steps, a noticeable pressure came down. By the time she reached the 200th level, the pressure was definitely 5 times heavier than at the 100th level. The rate of increase was very rapid, and the higher she climbed, the faster she felt the pressure increase. By the 200th level, there were half as many people as at the 100th level, and Wenqing even saw some people spitting blood from the unbearable pressure. There were still 400 levels to go. Up to now, Wenqing had not used her internal energy. Her continuous training kept her physical fitness at a good level. Wenqing, it's Gu Xiao meeting so soon. You haven't used your internal energy? As Gu Xiao approached Wenqing, he sensed it. After saying that, he walked forward. Wow, what a big shot. Gu Xiao looked at Wenqing's back and said, Wait for me, he said, chasing after Wenqing. At the 300th level, Wenqing felt that the pressure here was not just slightly more than the previous 200 levels. The 300th level was a transition, not just from 200 to 300, but from 300 to 600. The 300th level was incomparable to the 200th level. Even Wenqing began to use her internal energy on this level. Wenqing, how can you still walk so fast? Gu Xiao had started using his internal energy a while ago and had already consumed some by now. Speak less. Gu Xiao felt that Wenqing must think he was too noisy, so he shut up. He still wanted to be friends with her. Just as he was thinking, Wenqing suddenly handed Gu Xiao a pill. Take it. After dropping this sentence, Wenqing directly left. Gu Xiao looked at the pill in his hand and swallowed it directly. He believed Wenqing wouldn't poison him. After eating it, Gu Xiao felt his internal energy recover, even showing a faint upward trend. In such a high-pressure environment, it was very easy to break through a bottleneck, not to mention that Wenqing had just given him a supportive elixir, so Gu Xiao quickly sensed the signs of improvement. Thus, Gu Xiao stopped moving forward, found a place guarded by a dedicated person, and began to meditate, trying to break through the bottleneck. After all, such opportunities were not common. Wenqing had just casually given Gu Xiao a nod because Gu Xiao had answered her doubts outside. She usually didn't like to talk much with others, and the only person who could make her actively engage in conversation was Wenqing, which made her want to see him again so soon. After reaching the 300th step, the pressure increased to another level. Wenqing had to exert 3 times her internal strength to barely reach the 500th step. Standing on the 500th step, Wenqing already felt the immense pressure ahead. She looked back and saw only a few people, including that young master and Anian. Taking a deep breath, Wenqing mobilized all her internal strength to continue climbing. Halfway up, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she took out a pill from her bosom. After swallowing it, Wenqing felt her internal strength recover considerably and wanted to push through to the 600th step as there were only 50 steps left. Just as she was about to take a step, she felt someone grab her wrist. Turning back, she saw it was Anian, who handed her a pill. The pill emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. Since Wenqing knew how to refine pills herself, she recognized that this one was extraordinary and of high quality the moment she saw it. After taking it, she didn't eat it immediately, but mouthed a thank you before continuing her ascent. "Young master, why do you pay so much attention to her?" Anian asked in confusion. "When will I be able to learn the secret arts?" Anian murmured softly. When Wenqing reached the 600th step, she felt all the pressure disappear. Not only that, but her surroundings also changed. She was now deep in a forest, completely alone. This level seemed to be conducted separately for everyone. Wenqing first found a cave to rest, having exhausted too much energy and not knowing who her opponent would be, so she needed to prepare in advance. Wenqing took out her dagger and infused it with some new venom. This venom was significantly more potent than the simple blood-sucking snake venom she had used before, as it contained over 80 types of poisonous herbs. Small animals would die upon contact, and large animals could also be fatal given enough time. Wenqing waited in the cave for half an hour before going out. She had stayed there too long. She followed the only path and walked forward, encountering many snakes and insects along the way, but her true enemy was still nowhere to be seen. Just as Wenqing was feeling puzzled, she suddenly felt the ground shaking. Chapter 49. The steps. Wenqing jumped onto a tree and looked into the distance. The ground was really moving upward. She looked around trying to find the reason and unexpectedly saw a monkey, a gigantic one. This monkey was even holding up the piece of land where Wenqing was standing with its own hands. "What is this?" Wenqing still hadn't figured out the situation when she saw the monkey seemingly realizing itself. It tried to catch Wenqing with its other hand, but she dodged just in time. The monkey wasn't annoyed and continued trying to catch her, as if treating Wenqing like a toy, playing hide and seek. However, after dozens of attempts, the monkey never managed to catch her. Wenqing noticed that the monkey's face was showing signs of anger, yet still reached out to catch her. She had a hunch that if she dodged this time, the monkey would surely explode in rage. Sure enough, during its last failed attempt to catch her, the monkey, in frustration, threw the piece of ground it was holding far away, and of course, Wenqing was flung out with it. But Wenqing had anticipated this. So the moment the monkey tossed the ground, she used her internal energy to leap outward. As soon as she landed, she sensed something was off. The ground was too soft. She raised her eyes to look around and saw animals all locked up in cages. The animals, upon seeing Wenqing, retreated in fear. How could there be so many animals here? Is this a circus? But did such things exist in ancient times? Wenqing thought, suddenly remembering that Wenqing had mentioned all challenges would merge with one's memories. If that is the case, it makes much more sense, but this is still too bizarre. Wenqing looked tenderly at those timid animals, wondering how they were captured. Suddenly, she recalled how she had been caught by the monkey just moments ago. Could it be that they were all captured in the same way? Just as she was about to get closer to take a look, she suddenly saw the monkey about to turn around, and Wenqing quickly hid behind a cabinet. She watched as the monkey unceremoniously pinched out 2 animals. What was it going to do? Taking advantage of the moment when the monkey turned around, Wenqing stealthily followed behind. She lifted the chain to look outside, and to her shock, the monkey was manipulating the 2 animals like puppets, playing with them at will. The audience below was cheering in response, and the 2 animals seemed to have lost their souls, devoid of life. Wenqing recalled what Wenqing said, that this level could be easily cleared by defeating the enemy. She looked at the monkey in front of her. It must be the one. However, Wenqing hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet. With such a large size, Defeating it would require some poison or something else. Perhaps she could. Wenqing glanced at the animals in the cages. They weren't just small animals. There were many large ones as well. Their eyes seemed to say, once we're out, we'll tear that monkey apart. Since it was everyone's wish, how could she not help them fulfill it? So, Wenqing walked up to the animals and opened the cages one by one. As soon as the animals saw the wide-open doors, they rushed out. They didn't leave. Instead, they all ran towards the place where the monkey was. Wenqing found a suitable place to watch, but unexpectedly, those animals rushed towards a monkey. The monkey merely looked at them with a puzzled expression and then waved its hand, causing all the animals to freeze in place, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, they moved, walking towards the direction of the monkey. The most important thing was that the monkey opened its mouth, revealing a vortex inside. The animals were heading towards the vortex. How could this be? What exactly was that monkey? Wenqing watched as those animals disappeared one by one, as if they were effortlessly blown away. After all the animals vanished, Wenqing could clearly see that the monkey had grown significantly larger. She wondered how much it had eaten to grow so big. Before she could finish her thought, Wenqing suddenly felt that something was off. She slowly lifted her head, and to her surprise, the monkey was looking directly at her. Wenqing glanced at the wall between herself and the monkey, thinking it was impossible. Bang! Wenqing didn't have time to dodge and fell directly to one side. She didn't expect that the monkey would actually smash the wall. However, she had a small suspicion in her heart about what she was seeing, but she wasn't sure and needed to verify it. So, Wenqing quickly dodged and, taking advantage of the monkey's back being turned to her, she dashed into another room. This time, she hid in a corner, and sure enough, the monkey smashed this wall as well. This monkey actually had X-ray vision. Wenqing knew that no matter where she hid, it was no use. She could only slowly walk out. To her surprise, the monkey didn't make a move, just quietly watched her. Suddenly, the monkey flicked its hand, and she quickly ran to the side. Wenqing thought this action was just an attempt to attack her. But little did she know it was merely a gesture for the monkey to change the scene. Wenqing had never encountered such a situation. All the scenes here were actually determined by the people here. Such things would be explosive no matter where they happened. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself in a forest again, and Wenqing's heart sank. Wasn't the forest the monkey's territory? Whoosh! That was the sound of the wind blowing. Since Wenqing arrived in this forest, she hadn't seen that monkey, but she had a gut feeling that it was about to appear. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, it wasn't the sound of the wind. With a sharp sound, several leaves flew towards Wenqing. She reacted quickly and dodged immediately, looking at the leaves deeply embedded in the trees. With such strength, if those blades cut into her, they would definitely reveal her bones. Wenqing temporarily did not want to attack, because the monkey had not shown any intention to attack Wenqing. What exactly did it want to do? Was it hoping to play with him? Wenqing thought. Since the lion was released, the monkey had been quiet, just staying still and watching with a somewhat excited expression. Wenqing wanted to think further, but there was no time left. The lion had discovered him. Just as Wenqing was preparing to find a suitable hiding spot, the monkey suddenly moved. It waved its hand, and a surge of internal force came rushing in, causing all the surrounding trees to topple. There was nowhere left to hide. Now, in this cleared area, there were only Wenqing and the lion, and the monkey had directly turned them into objects of observation. Roar! The lion let out a loud roar and ran towards Wenqing. Chapter 50. Disappearance. Wenqing ran to one side, picked up a large branch, and used her internal energy to throw it at the lion. Fortunately, this lion was only large in size and maintained its speed. However, just as the branch was about to hit the lion, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a roar, creating a gust of wind that blew the branch away from itself. Seeing this, Wenqing frowned. It seemed this lion had special skills. A wind attribute lion. But no matter what, this lion had the weakness of being slow, and there would always be an opportunity to take advantage of that. The gentle attack provoked the lion's anger, and this time the lion stood its ground, opening its massive jaws. However, what emerged was not just the wind, but blades formed from the materialization of the wind. A dense mass of these blades rushed towards Wenqing at incredible speed. Wenqing could only dodge, but several cuts still marred her body, causing blood to flow. Nearby, The monkey became suddenly excited upon seeing the blood, as if Wenqing and the lion were trapped beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. The more ferociously they fought, the more thrilled the monkey felt. But Wenqing had no way out. The only solution to her predicament was to defeat the threats before her. It seemed that the lion had also found interest in the fight, launching frequent attacks at Wenqing, and its interest seemed to be piqued by the sight of her dodging. Realizing that this approach wouldn't work, Wenqing knew she had to get close in order to have a chance to stab the lion with her dagger. For a lion of this size, a silver needle would be ineffective. As she observed the lion opening its mouth to attack, an idea struck her. She took out a pill from her ring, which she had attempted to refine into a poison when making toxins. If she could get this into the lion's mouth. With a plan forming, Wenqing began to look for the right moment. With her 6th level inner strength, throwing the pill into the lion's mouth wouldn't be difficult. She just needed an opportunity. Gradually, Wenqing noticed that after the lion attacked her 5 times, it would slow down, seemingly gathering energy for its 6th attack. 5 attacks appeared to be its limit. If she could throw the poison pill into the lion's mouth at that moment, it might succeed. Having made up her mind, Wenqing started counting the lion's attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. When she counted to the 5th time, Wenqing jumped right into the lion's attack range, wanted to strike when it paused. This position was the most advantageous due to the proximity, but Wenqing inevitably sustained a few more injuries. However, she had no time to care. It was already the 5th attack, and if she missed this moment, she would have to try again, which would raise the lion's alertness and drastically lower the chances of success next time. So she had only one chance. Here it comes. Wenqing looked tenderly at the paused stall, using her internal energy to speed up, and quickly ran to the vicinity of the lion. The lion was gathering strength and had no time to pay attention to Wenqing, which gave her the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Wenqing swiftly threw the poison pill into the lion's mouth. She wasn't worried that the pill would be spit out, as it dissolved instantly and seeped into the lion's mouth, making it unavoidable. It worked. Wenqing quickly dodged the lion's next attack. The effect of the medicine would take a while to kick in, so before that, Wenqing had to continue battling with the lion. After this, the lion gave up on this ranged attack method and attempted to pounce and bite, which gave Wenqing an opportunity. As this lion was not faster than her, she quickly threw a silver needle at the lion, and while the lion was evading, Wenqing jumped onto a tree and leaped directly onto the lion's back, holding a dagger in her hand. If she could stab it into the lion's back, it would accelerate the flow of the poison and shorten the duration of the battle. However, as soon as Wenqing landed on the lion, she felt a jolt of electricity transmitting from the lion's body to her feet and spreading upwards. Wenqing endured the shock and aimed to stab the dagger in. But just as the dagger barely touched the lion's fur, she was thrown off by the lion. Wenqing's body, which had just been clicked, began to go limp uncontrollably, lacking any strength. As she saw the lion open its mouth wide and prepare to bite her, she struggled to raise her dagger, but it was useless. Just as the lion was about to reach her, it suddenly stopped at an arm's length away, rolled its eyes, and fainted. Wenqing let out a breath. The effects of the poison had taken hold. Earlier, when she had been in distress on the lion's back, even though the dagger had only scraped its fur, it was enough for Wenqing to inject all the toxins into its body. Gently watching the lion that fell to the ground, it slowly began to dissipate, ultimately disappearing into nothingness. Woo-woo. Wenqing suddenly heard a long cry. She swung her arm towards the monkey, which had just been full of excitement, but now wore a face of sorrow, tears streaming down its cheeks, its expression a mix of confusion. How could this be? Wenqing wondered. Just as she was about to approach the monkey, the scene suddenly changed to a strange forest. Wenqing lifted her foot to move forward, but found herself to be transparent. She tried to touch a nearby tree, but indeed, her hand went right through it. Suddenly, Wenqing heard a low, mournful cry. Following the sound, she saw a group of animals bullying a little monkey. They kicked it back and forth and even stepped on it. Wenqing stepped closer and realized that the little monkey was actually the huge monkey from before. How could it have such a miserable childhood? Wenqing murmured. The cries grew even more tragic. Wenqing looked sharply and saw an animal biting the little monkey. She felt a pang of pity and wanted to step in, but found herself unable to intervene, so she held back. After that, The little monkey seemed to cling to the lion, following it every day, and fortunately, the lion didn't mind. However, one day, when the little monkey went to find the lion, it discovered the lion lying on the ground, motionless, blood continuously flowing from its body. The monkey tried to use the lion's methods, but was unable to revive it. Wenqing discovered that since that day, the monkey seemed to have changed. It began to provoke other animals, leading to fights. Although it would get severely injured each time, it never stopped its actions, until one day it encountered Snake, a red one, that Wenqing recognized as a blood-sucking snake. Chapter 51. The test. Wenqing watched as a monkey and a snake were fiercely fighting, but in the end, the monkey had the upper hand. However, the monkey did not leave after that. Instead, it began to bite the snake until its wounds were soaked with the snake's fluid. Wenqing recognized that fluid, as she had used it to cultivate plants before. But then she saw the monkey directly putting that fluid into its mouth, and surprisingly, the monkey actually grew larger. It was astonishing that it could do that. No wonder it could accelerate plant growth. Unexpectedly, the effect on animals was also so apparent. This could explain the existence of those gigantic plants in the beast-infested forest. After all, there were plenty of blood-sucking snakes there. Wenqing discovered that the monkey also noticed it. It began to frantically search for blood-sucking snakes in the forest and then consumed their juice. Slowly, the monkey's body grew larger and larger, until it was big enough to approach the animals that had bullied it in the past, even the one that had killed the lion. It did not directly kill them, but instead held them so they would turn against each other. After witnessing all this, Wenqing felt the environment around her slowly disappearing. And eventually, she found herself in a vast, white space. So it was like this. After seeing everything, Wenqing felt that everything could be explained. The monkey that had kidnapped the animals was seeking revenge, which is why the monkey was so sad when the lion finally vanished. Wenqing couldn't quite describe her feelings. She just wondered why this trial had to unfold with a story as its tone. Wouldn't it be better to get straight to the point? Then, Wenqing began to observe her current surroundings, wondering if this situation meant the end of the second layer. When Qing frowned and asked, "What about that monkey? You have successfully completed the challenge. Those things no longer matter." No longer matter? You defeated the monkey's weakness, so it naturally disappeared. Weakness? When Qing hadn't thought it through yet, when she was suddenly transported to the third level. She remembered that the third level was about prediction. As the participants did not possess the ability to foresee the future, they had to rely on their subjective judgment to pass this stage. Your scene has been generated. I wish you success in your trial. The voice finished speaking and then disappeared. While Wenqing felt a sharp pain in her head as the plot was transmitted to her. It was a story about a scholar going to take an exam. She observed the bustling scene around her, carefully watching every passerby. She needed to find her target, Lan Shi, who was said to be a child from a poor family, expected to be the top student in high school and ultimately bring honor to his family. Lan Shi respected his parents' opinions immensely. When they said he should go for the exam, he made it his lifelong goal. Until one day, the obedient Lan Shi met a free-spirited young lady, Yu Ying, who did not conform to societal norms. Yu Ying's completely different personality deeply attracted Lan Shi, and they secretly fell in love without their families knowing. Today was the day they planned to go out together. The final predictive question of this plot was what kind of path Lan Shi would ultimately take. According to common reasoning, Lan Shi's final goal was to become the top student in high school and then enter the court as an official. However, there was also the possibility that he might give up on entering the court. But why? When Qing realized that she needed restructured evidence to prove what the final outcome was. So, taking advantage of their outing today, she disguised herself as a Taoist priest. Soon, Wen Qing saw her target, a tall and gentle young man with a lively and cute young lady. Anyone who looked at them would feel they were a perfect match. Young master, young lady, please wait. Upon hearing this, the two indeed stopped beside Wen Qing. May I ask what this fellow Taoist needs? Lan Si In Gui. Wen Qing stroked the fake beard he had put on for show, looking profound as he said, "Young master, I see you are favored by the nobility, surrounded by auras of purple, which surely indicates a grand demeanor, a court official indeed. Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist," Xie replied. Lan Qi's face showed no trace of pride. He simply lowered his head humbly. Fellow Taoist, take a look at me, Yueying said with a cheerful smile. Warmly looking at the appearance of Yueying, she felt a new fondness. This young lady lived a life free of worries and would have family and loved ones to cherish her. Oh, Yueying said as she looked towards Lanqi, unexpectedly seeing Lanqi's face turn bright red, seemingly embarrassed. After speaking, the two of them directly took their leave. Wenqing looked affectionately at the two figures. Just now, that moment was meant to test the feelings between them. He remembered how Yueying spoke earlier, and Lanqi had been staring at her. The love in his eyes was genuine. Sigh, thinking about Shangguanya. Auntie, is this Lanqi's home? Wenqing asked an aunt who was selecting vegetables. The aunt paused her actions. You mean Lanqi? That kid is really good, hardworking, and filial. Yes, that's the one. The aunt pointed to a household. Thank you, Auntie. Wenqing knew the target, but didn't approach, just standing nearby to observe Lanqi's movements. Lanqi was indeed, as everyone said, going about his routine, either buying books or staying at home, with the occasional outing with Yueying. However, Wenqing noticed that Lanqi would go out late at night as well. She followed him to a bamboo grove and then saw Lanqi pick up a bamboo pole to practice swordplay. Each move was full of strength, indicating he had been practicing for a long time. Young Master Lan, Wenqing stepped forward. Lanqi stopped his movements and looked at Wenqing in surprise, asking, How did you end up here, fellow Taoist? It's just fate, Wenqing replied. Hearing this, Lanqi smiled. That is indeed true. Why is young Master Lan here at this late hour? Young Master Lan is quite an elegant person. I can't say elegant, it's just a small interest. Lanqi smiled and said, I thought young Master Lan was a lover of poetry and literature, but I didn't expect you to also enjoy sword dancing. Lanqi didn't respond. Seemingly lost in thought, it's just a hobby. Warm feelings arise when thinking about everyone's thoughts on Lanqi. Indeed, under everyone's expectations. Many times it can only be as everyone anticipates. Once it deviates from those expectations, it may be judged and considered as going against the norm. For example, Lanqi, who has always aspired to the civil service examination, cannot choose to become a military general. I understand. Understand what? Whose voice is that? Lanqi has gone through hardships, family separations, and the loss of loved ones, ultimately becoming a star in the military. Are you sure? Quite clever indeed. Warm feelings listen as that voice speaks. Warmth frowned. What does this mean? In fact, this trial is not difficult. As long as everyone is willing to understand, they can state the answer to this level of trial. The voice certainly said so. But this is where the problem lies. Many people rely on subjective judgments without investigation, thinking they can succeed based on their so-called innate wisdom, which is impossible. The so-called predictions are merely an elevation of the results from event investigations. All predictions stem from reality. No one can bypass this crucial link. You have accomplished it. Wenqing was not very excited, thinking that being based on science was a good habit from her past life. Then I can say, congratulations on passing the test. Can I request one thing? Please speak. I hope to see the ending of Lanqi. Okay. A flash of white light passed, and Wenqing felt herself standing in Lanqi's perspective, watching everything. In Lanqi's eyes, she was not the excellent and filial person praised by her parents and neighbors, but an ordinary person who did not love the imperial examination but loved martial arts. He would secretly hide to practice martial arts. Practicing martial arts made him feel fulfilled, but then came a deep sense of helplessness. He had no way to look back or change the current situation. Later, he met Yueying. After Yueying learned about his situation, she encouraged him, and they became very trusting of each other. However, this was eventually discovered by both of their parents, and due to the huge gap in status and family background, they were forced to separate. Later, during the war, Yueying's family was persecuted. To save her, Lanqi quarreled with his parents, and ultimately, to take revenge for Yueying, he began to participate in conscription. Chapter 52, Protection. After experiencing dozens of battles, Lanqi's position rose quickly, transforming from an unknown soldier fighting on the front lines into a brave and resourceful general. A general with numerous military achievements, left alone in the world. Seeing this, Wenqing sighed. Lanqi's life was indeed difficult to fulfill, with gains and losses. In a long journey of life, it is ultimately hard to achieve completeness. With a gentle sigh, Wenqing waited for her mood to settle before heading to the fourth level. A vast expanse of white surrounded her, with large snowflakes falling softly from the sky, enveloping the entire forest in a misty haze. Snow? Wenqing opened her hands to catch the falling snow and murmured, "What kind of trial awaits in this level?" The surroundings were eerily silent, and for a moment, Wenqing was unsure of how to challenge herself in the fourth level. However, staying in one place wouldn't yield any solutions. She began to walk in one direction, the snow reaching up to her calves, making it somewhat difficult to move. Something felt off. Wenqing suddenly stopped in her tracks. Since the fourth level is about cooperation, she shouldn't be alone. There should at least be other animals. Howl, it was the sound of wolves. The sound didn't seem far from Wenqing's current position. Damn it, wolves are pack animals, and the chance of encountering a solitary wolf is extremely low. No matter what, one person cannot fight against multiple wolves. She needed to get away from this place quickly. Wenqing gritted her teeth and continued to move forward with her legs, which had become somewhat stiff from the cold. After walking for a short while, she heard a faint rustling sound nearby. Instinctively, Wenqing drew her dagger and cautiously looked in the direction of the noise. If she were to encounter a wolf, she would have to fight back. Sigh, this snow has buried me completely. Instead of a wolf, she ended up hearing a man's voice complaining. Wenqing's tense shoulders relaxed a bit. "It's you, what a coincidence. You've also reached the fourth level." Gu Xiao was quite surprised. Ever since they parted ways on the first level, he hadn't seen Wenqing again, and he didn't expect to meet her on the fourth level. Seeing someone he knew, Wenqing also breathed a sigh of relief. She had no confidence in defeating a pack of wolves in the snow. Yes, Gu Xiao exerted some effort to dig himself out of the snow pile, covered in snow and looking quite disheveled. He rubbed the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. "I just arrived at this level, and while walking, I heard the wolves howling, got startled and fell down, and only just got up now." Hearing this, Wenqing didn't know how to react for a moment. She wanted to laugh, but felt it might not be appropriate. So she tried to hold it in, but couldn't quite manage. "Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we walk together? This fourth level is about cooperation, and the two of us are just right." Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed himself, Gu Xiao quickly found a way to back down. "All right," Wenqing agreed. "Strange. Why is this level so unconventional?" Gu Xiao complained, feeling anxious the whole way, and in the end, nothing happened. Wenqing said, "Whether we come early or late, we are all meant to arrive. It's just a bit late. It's better for us to be cautious." This messenger selection is not simple. The snow gradually lessened, and the sky grew darker. There was a firelight ahead. Gu Xiao was shocked. To be able to start a fire at this time was impressive. "Let's go take a look." We all came together, and since we know what this layers test is, it probably won't be too dangerous, Wenqing suggested. Gu Xiao and Wenqing walked towards the firelight. They saw two people sitting by the fire, a young man in white they had seen outside, and An Yan, who was busy on the side, also noticed Wenqing and Gu Xiao approaching, his eyes wary. "What do you want?" Noticing An Yan's unfriendly gaze, Gu Xiao quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. We came over because we saw the light and wanted to warm up. Everyone is here for the selection, so we are competitors. Why should we let you warm up?" An Yan replied, ready to chase Gu Xiao and Wenqing away. "An Yan, let them stay," the young man in white spoke up. An Yan wanted to say something, but let them stay. The test for this layer is cooperation. With just the two of us, we might not be able to handle the upcoming challenges. Having two more people is better. Seeing his master's firm attitude, An Yan said no more. He stiffly told Gu Xiao and Wenqing, "You can stay." "Thank you, young master." Warmth is not without discernment, and she thanked the young man in white. The four of them gathered around the campfire to warm themselves, remaining silent, each harboring their own thoughts. Before long, this strange silence was interrupted by the howling of wolves. "There are wolves." Wenqing took out a dagger. Gu Xiao removed the long sword he had at his waist, and An Yan stood in a protective stance in front of his young master. Everyone entered a state of readiness for battle. A dozen wolves surged out of the forest, surrounding the four of them. Damn it! The wolves in front of them were at least twice the size of the ones they usually encountered. With well-developed forelimbs and sharp fangs, just the look in their eyes was terrifying. The leading wolf leaped up, and the surrounding wolves followed suit, rushing towards them. "Be careful!" Wenqing shouted. In the blink of an eye, the four were engaged in a fight with the pack. The dagger was too short, limiting her movements, while the wolves were quick, making it impossible to kill one with a single strike. 2 or 3 wolves surrounded Wenqing, putting her in a dangerous position. Gu Xiao wanted to help Wenqing, but after he knocked down one wolf with his long sword, 2 or 3 more followed, leaving him overwhelmed. An Yin protected his young master, not letting the wolves get close. The young master in white also used his hidden weapons to take down the wolves that tried to approach. The battle was intense. After quickly dealing with several wolves, the tide of the battle turned in favor of Wenqing and the others, giving them a moment to catch their breath. Are you all okay? Not bad. Just some superficial wounds. They had just dealt with a dozen wolves, but more were coming, drawn by the scent of their fallen comrades from the forest. We can't keep this up. We need to think of a way. Since this challenge tests our cooperation, let's work together. My longsword is more convenient to use. I'll be in the front, and you guys follow behind. An Yin also stepped forward. Young master, I'll stand in front of you. The young master in white nodded. In that case, I'll stand in the back with the dagger. Here are some poisons. If the situation gets critical, throw them in the wolves' eyes. Wenqing distributed some of the poison to the other 3. Chapter 53. Surviving death. The wolf pack surrounded the 4 once again. Unlike the first time they were caught off guard, this time Wenqing and the others were prepared, standing in the positions they had agreed upon to resist the wolves. Oh, one wolf howled, followed by a series of continuous howls. Be careful. Hold your ground as best as you can. Don't expect those beside you to help. Got it. The wolves charged forward. The pure white wolves ran across the equally white snow, like a snowball rolling down a valley. Their speed was rapid, and a moment's inattention could result in a deep wound. After killing one wolf, Gu Xiao remarked, "This is too difficult to handle." Just as one wolf's head was severed, 2 more would rush in after it. It felt endless, as if they could never be finished. We need to change our approach. Wenqing drove the dagger forcefully into a snow wolf's head and yanked it out. Young master in white, let us change our method of cooperation. How? Gu Xiao was on the verge of losing his mind. Everyone worked together. All right. The young master in white first injured a wolf, allowing for a brief moment. Wenqing then followed up with a stab from her dagger to finish it off. On the other side, An Yin used his skills to catch a wolf off guard, while Gu Xiao swung his long sword down on the wolf's neck. In an instant, a wolf's head would fall. Occasionally, they could switch sides, and dealing with the wolves became more manageable. The battle raged from dusk until dawn, and the coordination among the 4 improved with each passing moment. With just a glance, they knew where to strike next. Congratulations to everyone for passing the 4th level of the trial. That voice rang out again. At the same time, no more wolves emerged from the forest. Finally, they could rest. The next challenge was the last one, and it was said to be the most difficult. Gu Xiao wiped his face, sweat and blood mingling together. Unable to hold back, he muttered, "Ugh, this is disgusting." Wenqing turned her gaze towards the sound, and what met her eyes was a blood-soaked Gu Xiao. The light green long robe he originally wore had turned dark red. Remembering something, Wenqing looked down, and sure enough, she was also covered in blood. No one could despise anyone else. Even the elegantly dressed young man in white was now in a sorry state. So, what is next? Are we still going to walk together? Wenqing thought for a moment. Considering the recent fight, having a companion on the road wasn't bad, especially since they hadn't mentioned what the 5th level would entail yet. Having an extra layer of security is a good thing. I can go. It's safer to walk together. Wenqing nodded. Young master. An Yin looked at the young master in white, who seemed to be listening. The young master in white pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's go together." "All right, let's all go together. By the way, it's been so long and I still don't know your surname. May I ask what your surname is?" "Young master?" The young master in white bowed slightly to Wenqing and Gu Xiao and replied, "My surname is Chun." "Young master Chun," Gu Xiao called out. After exchanging a few words, they set off towards the next challenge. A flash of white light passed by, and the 4 of them were taken to the next level. Wenqing opened her eyes again and found herself alone, or more precisely, there wasn't a single shadow within 10 miles. Congratulations. You have reached the final stage of the messenger selection. What about the others who came with me? Don't worry, they have also arrived at the 5th stage, but the place they reached is different from yours. Hearing this, Wenqing realized she had been arranged. After being out for so long and experiencing so much, she felt a bit like going back to Gongyan. The fifth stage of the messenger selection is trust. Your task is to protect the jade pendant in your hand, ensuring it does not break or get stolen during this process, and successfully reach the exit gate 100 miles away to pass the stage. As she spoke, a fine jade pendant appeared in Wenqing's hand, accompanied by a flash of light. It was exquisite and cool to the touch, a good piece of jade. The challenge has begun. Please protect the jade in your hand. Wenqing tightly held the jade in her hand, feeling that it was not good to carry it carelessly. She took out a cloth pouch from her clothes, placed the jade inside, carefully tucked it away, and put it in her bosom. The straight-line distance to the exit gate was 50 miles, and it was uncertain who she might encounter on the way. With warmth, I gathered my spirits and hit the road. Along the way, I encountered a few people intermittently. Some came directly to snatch the jade, while others approached more subtly. Wenqing was cautious along the way, and the jade had not been stolen. Those who were eliminated were grumbling. There were also some who felt that getting food was enough, and they happily accepted their fate of being eliminated and went to collect their rations with joy. Wenqing? Gu Zhao's voice came from behind, sounding tentative. Wenqing held the dagger in her hand and turned around. Gu Zhao's cheerful face appeared in front of her. She finally found someone. There was no one on the 5th floor at all. Many people tried to attack me on the way. This 5th level is too difficult. Wenqing quietly looked at the silly, sweet girl in front of her. It wasn't until Gu Zhao kept saying enough that Wenqing spoke. You go to the exit door too, right? Yeah. As long as we get past the exit door, we can become messengers. I didn't expect that I just came here to get a meal, and now I actually have the chance to become a messenger. Gu Zhao was delighted. I would call it blessed or the foolish, Wenqing thought to herself. Let's go together. Walking alone attracts too much attention. Quite a few people target those who are alone. Wenqing estimated her strength compared to Gu Zhao's and felt that she was still above him, so she wasn't afraid of him acting recklessly. All right, let's go together. Gu Zhao said, let's go then. We should leave early. After walking for 30 miles, a few people suddenly appeared along the way, but they were all dealt with one by one. Wenqing, Gu Zhao, it's a Nian. Gu Zhao was a bit excited. After all, they had been through life and death together, so seeing him again was inevitably stirring. He asked 3 questions in a row. Finally saw you guys. Where's young Master Chun? Did you have any trouble on the way? Nian shook his head, his eyes red. I'm fine, but my young master is injured. Yes, Nian nodded, his face full of guilt. There were too many of them, and I couldn't protect my young master in time. Wenqing, take us to young Master Chun. I brought some medicine that should help. That's great. You all come with me quickly. Anian jogged ahead to lead the way. Following Anian's steps, Wenqing and Chunzheng found young Master Chun. Compared to before, young Master Chun now looked even more disheveled, with his tattered white clothes, a face covered in blood, and a hand with a bleeding wound. Anyone could imagine that this young master had just gone through a fierce battle. Chapter 54. The jade stone is stolen. Feeling someone approach, young Master Chun, who had been slightly hunched over, suddenly sat up straight. Anian? It's me, young master. Anian replied as he hurried to young Master Chen's side. I found Miss Wenqing and young Master Gu. We can get out safely, young master. Young Master Chen's lips curved up slightly into a smile. Miss Wenqing, young Master Gu. However, this small action pulled at other injuries on his body, causing young Master Chen's expression to falter momentarily. Wenqing stepped forward to take Chen Gongzi's pulse. I'll treat your injuries first. Let's put aside the formalities for now. Your health is the priority. After a little while, Wenqing withdrew her hand. Your body is severely damaged, and you've exhausted a lot of inner strength. You need to take good care of yourself after you go out. Avoid overusing your inner strength for a while. Thank you. Chen Gongzi took the pill and thanked Wenqing. He swallowed it down with the water that Anian handed him. Thank you, Miss Wen. Anian performed a deep bow to Wenqing. Thank you for saving my young master. I apologize for the earlier offenses. Please don't take it to heart. I owe you an apology. I didn't take it to heart since you've already apologized. Let's forget about the past. Wenqing graciously accepted Anian's bow and reached out to support him. For Wenqing, Anian was merely being protective of his master, and there was no excessive behavior or offense in his words. However, in this era, some formalities still couldn't be overlooked to avoid being seen as an outsider. It was unclear how time was measured here. It felt like it hadn't been long before night fell. The darkness was more conducive to the growth of many vile thoughts, and was also more dangerous, warmly suggesting, tonight, let's rest here and recharge our spirits before setting off again at dawn. All right, I'll follow your lead. Gu Shao found a spot to sit down and relaxed, thinking that after a whole day of travel, it was time to take a break. After an unknown amount of time rushing about, it was rare to have a moment to rest, and everyone quieted down, closing their eyes to gather their energy, with only the crackling sound of the wood burning around them. Be careful, don't get discovered. Did you catch anything? If you did, hurry up and leave. Leave one behind. Don't let them find out too quickly. Let them have some internal strife. After all, we are in the wild, and no one dares to sleep too soundly. As dawn broke, warmly woke up. Onion had gotten up even earlier and was already boiling water. Onion, you're up? I boiled some hot water, just right for washing our faces. Even in the wild, we can't be too careless. It's clear she is a girl who loves beauty. Wenqing smiled gently, took the warm water that Onion handed her, and washed her face. Once everyone had tidied themselves up a bit, the four were ready to set off. However, Gu Zhao's expression looked somewhat unpleasant. He fumbled in his arms, and his face visibly darkened. My jade pendant is gone. Mine too. Onion checked, and couldn't find her jade pendant either. It's missing. Young Master Chen also couldn't find his jade stone. Among the four, only Wenqing still had her jade stone. Oh wait, who is so malicious? This is just asking for trouble. Wenqing was heartbroken. Among the four of them, the jade stones of the other three were missing, and only hers remained. If they didn't suspect her, then who could they suspect? I'll say this first. I didn't take your jade stones. Wenqing was the first to speak, breaking the dead silence that hung in the air. I don't suspect you, someone replied. It's all my fault for sleeping so deeply last night and not noticing any sneaky movements. Gu Shao was extremely frustrated. He had only intended to take a short nap, but ended up falling asleep completely, and now the jade stones were gone. Onion didn't say anything, but he nodded in agreement with young Master Chen. Warmth is the itch of anger. Oh dear, it seems the calculations have come to her head. When people find her, let us see if she doesn't knock him down. The sun rises in the sky, half hanging in the air, and the temperature rises along with it. I don't know how this is possible. It's still raining outside, yet it's unbearably hot inside. There's a bamboo forest ahead. Why don't we take a break there? This weather is really not suitable for traveling. Gu Shao wiped his sweat, his eyes shining at the bamboo forest in front of him. Young Master Chen agreed, saying, I think that's feasible. Only Wenqing was still worried about whether they could catch up with those who secretly took the jade stones. At this time, those people must be hot too. They might also be resting ahead, so Miss Wen doesn't need to be too anxious. Although young Master Chen was wearing a white-eye mask, he could still sense Wenqing's emotions well. Gu Shao said, yes, compared to my little life, jade stones aren't that important. Besides, I came here initially thinking about that food, and now being able to reach the 5th level is already beyond my expectations. It's a gain, not a loss. The parties involved were persuading themselves in reverse. Wenqing wasn't that ungrateful yet. Let us go to the bamboo forest to rest. Only after resting, will we have the strength to continue our journey. As they approached the bamboo forest, a gentle breeze welcomed them, blowing away the fatigue of the journey. It's so cool here. Gu Shao enjoyed it immensely. This trip wasn't in vain. Young Master Chen and Onion also breathed a sigh of relief. The weather was too hot, and it was on the rise, unbearable. Each person found a spot, leaning against the sturdy bamboo to rest. This damn place is going to cook us alive, said a rugged-looking man with sweat stains. Isn't that right? It's getting hotter the more we walk. It's simply deadly, another thinner man responded. Someone else coming. Wenqing, who was originally resting, suddenly became alert. Fortunately, they had gained quite a bit of silver on this trip, and there was food to take. The rugged man laughed heartily. Isn't it so? If we sell the jade pendant from last night, we can earn a big sum again. My brother is smart. He thought of this method. The thin man looked at the rugged man with admiration, unable to hide the joy on his face, rubbing his hands together. Now we can go to the brothel for some fun. Well, just listening to the conversation, one can tell that the two people coming behind have stolen quite a bit of other people's jade stones. They are habitual offenders. Who knows? The jade stones they lost might have also been taken by them. Big brother, let us hurry and sell these 3 jade stones now and earn another sum. No pity. Chapter 55, Becoming a Messenger. Big brother, what do you mean? Are we not selling anymore? The thin man was a bit anxious if they didn't sell. Wouldn't that mean losing several hundred silvers? What is good about that messenger selection? It's exhausting. It's better to be carefree outside. Look at your little aspirations. The rugged man laughed and scolded. Do you think I don't know your thoughts? Just wait. This place is close to the exit. If we wait a bit longer, there will be quite a few people coming here. At that time, in front of those who don't have jade stones, just shout, and we can sell however much we want. The thin man smiled flatteringly, praising Big Brother thinks ahead. With a warm heart, it's better to be cautious when going out. It's easy to overlook things. Forget about that for now. Let's go straight in. I can't quell my inner anger without teaching them a lesson. Gu Shao drew his sword and turned to enter the deeper bamboo forest. We followed him, and young Master Chen came along as well. The sudden appearance of 4 men startled the 2 men who had been talking just moments before. Walls have ears. It seems their conversation was overheard. Who are you? What do you want? A rough-looking man stepped forward with a sharp knife, looking quite menacing. What's wrong? Have you stolen our things and don't even recognize us? Gu Shao was really amused by the anger. Stolen things? The rough man took a good look at the 4 men in front of him and recognized them as the ones they had dealt with last night. Oomph. Being noticed by me, Chong-san, is your good fortune. I only took your jade. I didn't take your lives, which is already quite generous. Chong-san scoffed. It was quite a big deal for a few scrawny guys to act tough in front of him. Exactly. Otherwise, with just a few of you, whether you can safely walk out of here is still a question, said the skinny man, gaining confidence with Chong-san by his side. Be smart. Either step aside and act like you didn't see anything, or pay up. Stop the chatter and get out of our way so we can make some money. It was naive to think they could get what they wanted. Wenqing was speechless in front of the 2 thick-skinned men. I also give you 2 choices. Either obediently hand over the jade, or we'll beat you down until you do. Oh, this little lady is quite interesting. Chong-sen laughed wildly. It's the first time I've met a woman who speaks to me like this. All right, with that attitude, you want to fight, right? I'm game. Chong-sen spat on his knife, giving them a chance to choose who would die first. Gu Shao stepped forward a couple of paces. Let me teach you how to behave. You need to recognize your place. Come on, Chong-sen taunted. Gu Shao raised his sword, stepping onto the bamboo, and lunged at Chong-san. Chong-san wasn't a pushover. He tilted his head to dodge, slightly sidestepping, and swung his large knife towards Gu Zhao's waist with deadly intent. Good job, Brother Chong, shouted the skinny man. Before he could finish, he was kicked. What are you shouting for? Just watch. Don't you plan to help? Wenqing crossed her arms. You don't just stand there. We still have 3 people here. Pick one to fight. The skinny man hesitated, swallowed hard. I think I'll pass. With a warm, yet evil expression, I said to you, are we negotiating? My face was fierce, and the skinny guy was quite perceptive. So I said I would fight him, pointing at young Master Chun. He looked sickly and definitely easy to beat. Young Master Chun, forgive me. Then, within 3 moves, I mercilessly pinned the skinny man to the ground and rubbed him against it. The skinny man wanted to cry without tears. This was not what he had imagined. All right, stop making that mournful face. It looks really unpleasant. Wenqing clenched his fist and smiled at the skinny man. Come on, give me a smile. The skinny man, who had been rubbed against the ground, knew the situation well and quickly forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Good, Wenqing was satisfied. Ugh. Chong-sen spat out a mouthful of blood. Did I underestimate you? Or do you actually have some skills? Underestimating me is your own fault. Gu Shao thrust his sword towards Chong-san's shoulder. This time, Chong-sen did not dodge and was stabbed in one side of his shoulder. Chong-san winced in pain, his body faltering slightly. Warmth, let's go. There are 20 miles left to the exit. Big brother, the skinny man is almost crying. Why is he so unlucky to run into these difficult people? All right, we've already earned quite a bit ahead. Now let's hurry up and get out to collect the food. Sigh. Warmth and the other 3 successfully passed through the exit gate. Congratulations on successfully passing this messenger selection. I still have some skills up my sleeve. Gu Shao Lu is not capable, but now not only can he obtain food, but he has also successfully become a messenger. Well then, I shall take my leave. Young Master Chun bowed and bid farewell to the 2. Warmth, take your time, young Master Chun. Before Warmth could reach the study, Gong Yin stepped out first. I miss you too. All right, then you wait and eat with me later. Sure, after experiencing 4 or 5 brutal fights, Warm's clothes were already unrecognizable, dirty, and tattered. It took a whole incense stick's worth of time, with 2 changes of water in between, for Warmth to clean herself up. Wenqing ran out and stood in front of Shang Wanyin, squinting her eyes and smiling. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Chapter 56, Mutated Blood-Sucking Snake. No, you came out just in time. I just finished what I was doing. Shang Wanyin directly took Wenqing's hand and led her to the table. The round table was already filled with delicious food, steaming hot. Initially, she didn't feel hungry, but now seeing the tasty food in front of her, Wenqing felt as if her stomach was about to touch her back. She was starving. I'm so hungry. Let us eat quickly. Ever since Wenqing picked up her chopsticks, she completely ignored Shang Wanyin, focusing on the food in her bowl. Indeed, people are like iron, and meals are like steel. One meal missed makes you feel anxious. Eating is the most wonderful thing in the world. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Shang Wanyin used his chopsticks to serve Wenqing some dishes, while he only took a few bites himself. After finishing 2 bowls of rice and most of the dishes, Wenqing finally felt like she was truly alive. Satisfied, she said, I'm so full. Shang Wanyin handed her a cup of warm tea. Drink some tea to moisten your throat. It turns out that selecting messengers for the full moon pavilion is really not easy. It took several days of running around. Shang Wanyin didn't respond, just looking at Wenqing's face. There is still one more round before the final messengers can be selected. Wenqing's eyes were bright and fixed on Shang Wanyin, not knowing what the 6th test would be. Normally, Shang Wanyin would definitely fall for Wenqing's charm, but now he just gave her a mysterious glance, as if to say that the secrets of heaven should not be revealed. You'll find out in due time. Just wait and see. I'll definitely pass smoothly. I believe you. Chun Zheng. The 2 characters Chun Zheng fell into Wenqing's eyes without surprise. It's him. What is he up to now? Every day, he just eats well, but doesn't do any good deeds, Wenqing mumbled. He's really gone bad. You'll know if you take a closer look. Shang Wanyin held the notice in front of Wenqing for her to examine closely. The content on the notice wasn't much, and Wenqing quickly finished reading it. Goodness, he actually managed to create a mutated breed of the blood-sucking snake. He really knows how to come up with something perverse among a bunch of mutations. Wenqing voiced her doubts. The blood-sucking snake was already difficult for ordinary people to deal with, and now this situation could only lead to more chaos. Yes, what a mess this is. Just looking at Chun Zheng, he doesn't seem like a good person at all, with those shifty eyes and a knack for pretending. It was one thing when he was with Su Yao inspecting my house, but now he wants to risk the lives of most common people. Wenqing was utterly speechless towards Chun Zheng. Shang Wanyin nodded. He had reached some kind of agreement with Shang Wansong. Chun Zheng would help Shang Wansong create more mutated blood-sucking snakes, and in return, Shang Wansong would help Chun Zheng accomplish something. So what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch them do this without trying to stop them, right? Leave this matter to me. I've already sent Shi San and his team to investigate. All right, I'll wait for your news. Confident that Shang Wanyin could resolve this issue, Wenqing stopped worrying and started playing with Shang Wanyin's free left hand. Not to mention, a handsome guy is just a handsome guy. Everything about him is exquisite. Even his hands look so nice. Once Shang Wanyin finished handling the matter, he directly pulled Wenqing into his arms and pressed his forehead against hers. How is it? Fun? Wenqing nodded with warmth and strength. Not bad. Very fun. Heh, Shang Wanyin chuckled, then leaned in to kiss Wenqing. The next day, Wenqing, who had just woken up, expressed that one shouldn't provoke someone who hasn't had intimate contact for too long. It's unbearable. Shang Wanyin took Shi San to investigate Chun Zheng's matter. Wenqing is not idle either. There is only one final round left in the messenger selection. To ensure everything goes smoothly, Wenqing decides to enter the Beast Tower once again to enhance her abilities. As she steps into the Beast Tower again, she feels a hint of anticipation in her heart, wondering what kind of challenge awaits her this time. Are you here to participate in the challenge? Yes. All right, please get ready. The familiar opening lines play again, and the door closes. It's cold, very cold. That is Wenqing's first impression. This place is quiet, without a sound. Wenqing cautiously walked slowly in this space. Tap, tap, tap. Only Wenqing's footsteps were heard. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled thunder echoed in this tranquil space. Her mood involuntarily tightened, realizing that this time it would be hard to fight. immediately followed by a bird's call. The sound of something slicing through the air came from Wenqing's upper left, and she instinctively turned her head. Before her appeared a bird, entirely snow-white and slender. Noticing the streaks of lightning in the bird's beak, Wenqing immediately realized that this was the moon lightning bird, known from books to emit lightning and drastically lower the surrounding temperature. The bird flew swiftly in the air, occasionally releasing bolts of lightning, which Wenqing could barely evade at first. After a few experiences, she was able to steadily dodge the moon lightning bird's attacks and counterattack. At the same time, Wenqing noticed that the ground she was standing on had formed a thin layer of ice. This made it more challenging for her to stabilize her body and quickly evade. When the moon lightning bird charged straight at her again, Wenqing concentrated her internal energy in her palm, performing the fifth move of the reverse flower water technique. Dense flowers surged towards the moon lightning bird, slicing through the lightning it emitted. Wenqing truly got a moment to catch her breath. The moon electric bird had absorbed most of the reverse flower flowing water technique, causing its originally pure and smooth feathers to become disheveled. This infuriated the moon electric bird, which raised its head and let out a loud cry, then bent down and charged towards Wenqing with even greater speed, simultaneously spitting out dozens of electric balls. Fortunately, after participating in the full moon pavilion's messenger selection, Wenqing had significantly improved her strength. Faced with the barrage of electric balls, she quickly maneuvered her body, successfully dodging the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, she circled around the furious moon electric bird, drew a dagger from her sleeve with her right hand, activated the switch to release venom, and with a forceful push off the wall, propelled herself into the air, stabbing the dagger into the back of the moon electric bird. The bird could not evade in time and was directly struck, subsequently plummeting from the sky. Warmth fell from the sky, steadying herself as she saw the moon electric bird that had fallen to the ground. After struggling a few times, it fell silent, slowly approaching the moon electric bird. She only felt truly relieved after confirming up close that it had been dealt with. Chapter 57. Nonviolent Non-Cooperation. Congratulations, Challenger, on successfully completing the second layer of the trial. Would you like to continue the challenge? No. Warmth refused. She did not yet have the ability to challenge 2 layers of the poor beast tower in a row. Warmth got up. It was time for dinner. Warmly, she groggily heard Gong Yan's voice and struggled to open her eyes. Wenqing didn't want to wake up, but not eating was bad for her health. In the end, she struggled to get up. After having a sticky dinner with Shangwan Yin, Wenqing asked, "What happened? What are those mutated blood-sucking snakes for?" Chen Zheng planned to transport this batch of blood-sucking snakes to Moon City. However, on the way, Shursan and his team intercepted this batch of snakes. Hearing that the blood-sucking snakes were not being transported to Moon City, Wenqing felt a mix of emotions. Ordinary blood-sucking snakes could be eaten, but these mutated ones posed a greater risk. Where exactly had these snakes mutated? It was confusing. The confusion ability of this batch of blood-sucking snakes had been amplified. Wenqing gasped. The confusion ability of blood-sucking snakes was already formidable, and now it was magnified. It was simply a lethal weapon. It could kill invisibly. That dog of a man, Chen Zheng, was indeed no good. He could do such things, which meant his leg injury wasn't severe enough. Even more despicable was that Shangwan's song. She didn't know what he intended to do with this batch of blood-sucking snakes. In any case, it wasn't for anything good. Shangwan Yin was silent for a few moments, and he had yet to find out Shangwan Song's intentions. Not being able to find out was the most dangerous part. Seeing Shangwan Yan's furrowed brow, Wenqing comforted him. "All right, don't worry too much. This batch of blood-sucking snakes has already been intercepted by you, and without them, Shangwan Song won't be able to execute his plan in the short term." Shangwan Yin responded. The next day, it was time for Wenqing to participate in the messenger selection. When she arrived at the full moon pavilion, it seemed much quieter compared to the last time, which had been bustling. Miss Wen greeted young Master Chun, who had arrived earlier. Warmly nodding, young Master Chun, "On Yin, why did you come so early this time?" Gu Xiao, who lagged a few steps behind, also arrived. Wenqing and the other 3, along with the 3 who arrived later, were left with only 7 people after the previous election from hundreds. Congratulations to everyone for passing the last messenger selection. An elderly man with a white beard came out. stroking his beard. Now, the next step is the final round of our messenger selection, so I wish you all good luck. After a few simple words, the 7 who passed the previous election were taken to different rooms, and the doors were closed from the outside. What is this for? A void-like voice echoed. Welcome to the final round of the messenger selection. Please accept the last challenge of the selection. What? Wenqing was completely at a loss. Before Wenqing could react, the room suddenly became blank. Wenqing unconsciously looked down at her feet, and in an instant, the scene around her shifted. The space she was in was no longer the room for the messenger selection, but rather a bustling marketplace. In front of her was a lively street, and from behind came the scolding voice of a woman. What are you doing standing there, you worthless girl? Hurry up and get to work in the back. I paid a lot of money to buy you, not to have you just stand there doing nothing. Wenqing turned her head. What was she looking at? Hurry up and get back to work. As she spoke, she faced the fierce woman who was holding a wooden stick and was about to charge at Wenqing. A brave man does not know when he is at a disadvantage. Warmth immediately ran to the backyard. Only a fool would stand in front and get hit. However, once in the backyard, Warmth was dumbfounded. There were piles of uncut wood, an empty water tank, and a mountain of clothes. These? Could this really be what she had to do? Before Warmth could react, the angry voice of the woman came again. What are you standing there for? You need to chop wood, fetch water, and wash clothes. Which of these don't you have to do? The Warmth is almost to the point of blacking out. However, since the current situation is unclear, the best approach is to hold back for now. Accept fate. Wenqing honestly chopped firewood with a hatchet. A plump woman behind her kept nagging incessantly. It wasn't until Wenqing had chopped a small pile of wood that the woman finally stopped talking and walked away, leaving Wenqing to diligently continue chopping. After finishing the wood, she then ran to fetch water and wash clothes. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, Wenqing could barely stand up straight, having completed all her tasks. To her surprise, just after she sat down to rest for a little while, the sky suddenly brightened again, and the woman's nagging voice came back once more. Even the clothes she had just washed suddenly turned into a pile of dirty laundry again, and the water that had filled the water tank was gone. Oh my, this is too harsh. Wenqing was so overwhelmed that she was on the verge of tears. What kind of messenger selection was this? She had no idea, but nearly cost her life. There was nothing she could do after a long day without any rest. Her mind was in a fog, and she could only resign herself to working again. Wenqing's initial warmth turned into annoyance and then numbness. By the time the woman came back to scold Wenqing, she charged at the woman with her big cleaver. Is this never-ending? It's infuriating. Before crossing over, she hadn't experienced the sorrow of being a 996 worker, but participating in a messenger selection gave her a taste of it. The tiger doesn't show its claws. You think I'm a sick cat, right? When Wenqing successfully turned the courtyard into a mess, this endless predicament finally came to an end. What does it mean? Nonviolent resistance? If she had known earlier, she would have chopped that courtyard to pieces. The first part of the selection has passed. Please prepare. The second part of the selection is about to begin. Just as the empty voice finished speaking, Wenqing found herself in another room. This time it was a thatched cottage. In the distance, there was a clear river, and behind it stood a lush green mountain, a great location by the water. A thatched cottage with 3 entrances and exits. What is this for? Wenqing murmured. It looked like such a warm and beautiful scene. Surely a gigantic blood-sucking snake wouldn't come out to spoil it. Maintaining her tension, Wenqing cautiously approached the cottage. Chapter 58, Illusion. About 10 meters away, the door of the cottage opened from the inside. Wenqing instinctively took out a dagger and hid it in her wide sleeve, her eyes fixed on the door, instead of the imagined huge, blood-sucking snake or some strange creature. It was the handsome Shang Guanyin. Seeing Wenqing standing there in a daze, Shang Guanyin laughed. What's wrong? You've been out for so long. Come in and rest. As he spoke, Shang Guanyin approached Wenqing and reached out to hold her hand. Don't come closer. Wenqing remained highly vigilant. How could she suddenly appear here after just being in the moonlight pavilion? Hearing Wenqing's words, Shang Guanyin obediently stopped, standing straight and facing Wenqing. A faint smile playing on his lips. His gaze was affectionate, as if saying he would listen to whatever she said. Where's this? Wenqing asked. Why are you here? I was wandering around with you and thought the scenery here was nice, so I decided to stay for a while. Shang Guanyin, pointed to a fan by the river. Look, you were fishing there yesterday. Wenqing followed the direction pointed out by Shang Guanyin and indeed saw fishing gear placed by the riverbank, along with a small round table that had a few fruits on it. It really did have a bit of her style. Really? Wenqing's tone carried a hint of doubt. Why are you still so confused? I came with you, and the things in the thatched cottage were arranged by you personally. If I lied to you, wouldn't you know as soon as you go in? Shang Guanyin affectionately rubbed Wenqing's nose. This instinctive action was Shang Guanyin's favorite. The first reaction doesn't lie. Wenqing followed Shang Guanyin into the thatched cottage, feeling half dazed and half awake. Wenqing looked around the straw house inside and out. The decorations inside were indeed what she liked, and even the plants in the yard were ones she favored before coming here. What truly put Wenqing at ease was the construction of a straw house, which incorporated several modern building techniques. How? I'm not lying to you. Shang Guanyin followed Wenqing and took a tour of the straw house as well. Wenqing nodded. Are you tired from playing outside? Shang Guanyin placed his right hand under Wenqing's chin, applying a bit of pressure to make her look at him. Let's eat something, freshen up, and then go rest. Warm eyes met Shang Guanyin's gaze for a moment. After a brief pause, she nodded and agreed. Shang Guanyin called for 13 dishes and personally took care of Warm while she ate, also accompanying her as she rested. Throughout the process, Warm obediently followed along, doing whatever Shang Guanyin said. After waking up, Shang Guanyin had already arranged what they would do that day. For an entire day, Warm followed Shang Guanyin's plans. After repeating this for a few days, Warm became unwilling to continue. Fortunately, Shang Guanyin did not insist and allowed her to go out and have fun on her own. After spending a little more than half a day with Shang Guanyin, she went off to play for half a day, and with meals and sleep included, her day was fully scheduled. Warm feelings lasted for half a month until they became tiresome. Warmth gently rested her chin on her hands, her round eyes looking at Shang Guanyin. Shang Guanyin, can we go to the next place? I'm bored here. Sure, let's tidy up and leave for the next place. Shang Guanyin replied. With their bags packed, Warmth and Shang Guanyin wandered along, stopping here and there. They stayed a couple of extra days at places they enjoyed, and left quickly from those they didn't like. 6 months passed in a blur. Shang Guanyin, look! Warmth exclaimed, holding the tail of a fish, smiling brightly as she showed it to Shang Guanyin. I caught a fish. We're having grilled fish tonight. Shang Guanyin's eyelids twitched to the sight. Slow down. Don't rush. I know, Warmth replied dismissively. That evening, they enjoyed a delicious grilled fish dinner. Warmth leaned on Shang Guanyin's shoulder, whispering sweet nothings, and soon fell asleep. Wenqing was awakened by the sounds of fighting, and upon opening her eyes, she realized she was in a carriage. Outside the carriage, the clashing of swords could be heard. Just from the sound, it was clear that the battle was intense. Shang Guanyin, what are you still holding out for? I advise you to put down your weapons and surrender. Perhaps I might spare you. Shang Guansong's taunting voice came from outside, especially pronounced amidst the sounds of clashing metal. Wenqing didn't hear Shang Guanyin's voice. She only heard more intense fighting sounds after Shang Guansong finished his harsh words. There was a faint muffled sound like metal piercing flesh. Haha, what are you still holding on for? Submit and become my defeated foe under the sword. Shang Guansong laughed wildly, as if he could already see his victory. Wenqing was worried about Shang Guanyin and quietly lifted the curtain to observe the situation outside. Shang Guanyin and Shang Guansong stood facing each other, both holding swords. Compared to Shang Guansong, Shang Guanyin had more bloodstains on his clothes and face, his originally white outer garment now a dark red. Ignoring Shang Guansong's provocation, Shang Guanyin didn't even change his expression. This infuriated Shang Guansong. The last thing he wanted to see was Shang Guanyin's unyielding demeanor. Do you really think you can walk out of here alive? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Your only fate today is death. Shang Guanyin remained silent, tightly gripping his sword. The two clashed again. Shang Guansong's skills were inferior to Shang Guanyin's, and after blocking a dozen of Shang Guanyin's moves, he began to falter, sustaining several wounds. Shang Guansong took a handkerchief handed to him by a subordinate and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, surprised that Shang Guanyin still had some skill. But do you dare to continue fighting? With a glance from Shang Guansong, another subordinate brought the bloodied Shursan to Shang Guanyin's side. Shursan, a pang of warmth tugged at the heart. To have turned the exceptionally skilled San into this, Shangguan Song must have invested a lot. Shangguan Yin and San grew up together, facing life and death for decades. Although they had a master-servant relationship, it was anything but ordinary. Shangguan Song stepped on San's calf and placed his sword at San's neck, saying, "Aren't you quite capable? Now your most trusted servant is in my hands. If you dare to move against me, you will be dead in the next second." What despicable guy. Warmth felt her fists clench in anger as she watched someone threaten Shangguan Yin with San's life. Lives are treated like grass. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? So attached to your servant, huh? Master, don't mind me." San gasped, struggling to squeeze out a few words from his throat. "Oh." The feelings run deep. Shangguan Song gave a glance to a subordinate beside him. Following the command, the subordinate stepped in front of Shangguan Yin with a sharp sword in hand. Chapter 59. Not a single bit left. Shangguan Song smiled faintly. "Since you care so much about saving him, why not leave one of your arms first?" As he spoke, the subordinate raised the sword high. Shangguan Yin showed no intention of dodging. "Master!" San shouted with all his strength. Smack! A sound echoed. Wenqing used her internal strength to deflect the sword aimed at Shangguan Yin and pushed away the 13th who was about to charge at the sword. Wenqing was exasperated and shouted at Shangguan Yin, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wenqing, if I don't come out, are you going to go die?" No. Why don't you dodge?" Shangguan Song stared directly at the suddenly appearing Wenqing and said, "I was planning to find you after Shangguan Yin died, but I didn't expect you to show up yourself." TSK. Wenqing really wanted to be speechless because of Shangguan Song. Is your brain full of holes every day, always causing trouble and harming others everywhere? Wenqing didn't engage in pleasantries with Shangguan Song, cutting straight to the point. If there's something to say it. If not, get lost. Fine, just enjoy the sight of your own demise. Shangguan Song said, and his subordinates moved together to attack Wenqing and Shangguan Yin. "Watch closely how your master dies." Shangguan didn't rush to execute San. However, Wenqing's skills were not for nothing. Defeating several opponents was no problem. Shangguan Yin's abilities were also impressive, momentarily putting Shangguan Song's men at a disadvantage. A bunch of fools. Shangguan Song cursed and found an opportunity to draw his sword. Taking advantage of the fact that Shangguan Yin was entangled with a few of his subordinates, he aimed to stab Shangguan Yin in the left rear shoulder. This world doesn't need Shangguan Yin's existence. Just as he was about to stab Shangguan Yin, San suddenly appeared, taking the brunt of the deadly sword strike with his own chest. Shangguan Yin was unharmed, but San was dead. San, Wenqing shouted. "Damn Shangguan Song. Playing dirty, huh?" Wenqing finished off the last assassin and quickly tossed a heart-guarding pill to Shangguan Yin, who caught it for San. Then, she took out a vial of poison and moved decisively in front of Shangguan Song. With a forceful sprinkle, she doused Shangguan Song with all the poison. A searing, burning sensation and excruciating pain instantly surged throughout Shangguan Song's body. Unable to endure it, Shangguan Song curled up on the ground. Wenqing didn't even glance at Shangguan Song, who had fallen to the ground. After confirming that he had no strength to resist, she hurried to Shangguan Yin's side. "Is San safe?" she asked urgently. "No." Shangguan Yin's voice was very soft, almost inaudible to Wenqing. However, just one look at San in the pool of blood confirmed the outcome. All the anger surged into Wenqing's head. She picked up a sword and walked directly toward Shangguan Song, stabbing him mercilessly, now that he was incapable of resistance. Since he enjoyed taking others' lives so much, he might as well not keep his own. Keeping him alive would only bring disaster to the world. The people Shangguan Song brought were all his death guards. Although most of them were almost dead, one was still barely alive. Seeing their master being attacked, the remaining consciousness drove the last death guard to expend his final strength and throw the sword at his hand toward Wenqing. Wenqing heard the sound of the weapon slicing through the air, but it was already too late. Before Wenqing could dodge, Shangguan Yin stepped in front of her and caught the flying sword with his bare hands. Wenqing instinctively looked in the direction of the noise. Seeing that there were still people alive, she immediately delivered 2 more stabs. This time, they were truly dead. "Is your hand okay?" Wenqing looked at Shangguan Yin, who had caught it barehanded, her heart racing, her tone anxious. I'll apply medicine for you. No need, Wenqing said. How can it not be needed? Your hand is still bleeding. It won't do. Wenqing wouldn't listen to Wenqing and insisted on treating his injury. But when she took a closer look at Wenqing's wound under the dim moonlight, she was stunned. It's poisonous. The sword is poisoned. Song had come with the intent to kill Wenqing, not only bringing deadly guards, but also using the most harmful poison, all to ensure there were no mistakes. Wenqing was skilled in martial arts, and with Wenqing's strong abilities, the poison on the sword initially had no effect. But now, Wenqing's blood had already been tainted by the poison. Wenqing. Tears streamed down Wenqing's face. Warm emotions trembled as she applied medicine to Wenqing. It's okay, it will definitely be okay. She didn't know if she was comforting Wenqing or herself. I'm fine, just tired. The poison used by Song is the most potent. In no time, it had already spread throughout Wenqing's bloodstream. His deathly pale face, deep purple lips, and the constant sweat on his forehead indicated his impending death. I just want to rest. Please don't cry, okay? I just need to rest for a while. Warm emotions bit her lip tightly, not allowing herself to cry, her hands never stopping. After a few breaths, Wenqing collapsed onto Warm's body, his head resting against her neck, just like many times before. It seemed as though Wenqing was simply being affectionate with her. But this time, he could no longer lift his head. Wenqing, Warm called out. No one answered. Wenqing, Wenqing. After dawn, Warm took care of Wenqing and 13. She chose a place with good feng shui for them to rest. Wenqing built a small house nearby and lived a lifeless existence. Wenqing said he was just tired and wanted to rest for a while. What if he wakes up and doesn't see her? At night, Wenqing lay in bed as usual, closed her eyes, and it was time to sleep. Wenqing, you should wake up. The sun is already shining on your backside. It's too dangerous outside. I'll go with you. In her dream, Wenqing kept talking to her. But wasn't Wenqing dead? Warm doubts. It was she who buried him with her own hands. No, right? When did Wenqing die? Wasn't he fine at home? She came out to participate in the selection. Selection? Messenger selection. Damn it. Wenqing suddenly opened her eyes and pushed open the door. The forest that had surrounded the house suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only 2 solitary graves abruptly appearing in the ground. In an instant, the entire world was reduced to Wenqing's small house and the 2 tombstones. She almost lost her life here, and a wave of fear washed over her. No wonder the selection process for messengers was so stringent, not to mention that only 7 people remained after the first 5 rounds of selection. This time, one careless mistake could leave nothing but ashes behind. Chapter 60. Trapped within this illusion struck at the deepest fears and desires of the heart, and it was truly vicious. It felt like the rage of being discovered, causing the entire space to begin to shrink. There was a sense that if Wenqing couldn't be trapped here, it would force her to die painfully. However, Wenqing was not the type to wait for her fate. As the space continued to shrink infinitely, she had already summoned all her internal energy in her palm, waiting to unleash a single strike to annihilate the space. Knowing that the vast space could only tolerate 2 Wenqings, she directed the concentrated internal energy in her hand towards a point in the space. Clearly, the space was reluctant to let Wenqing go so easily, leading to a struggle between her and the space. At first, it felt like they were evenly matched, but as soon as Wenqing thought about how she had been deceived by the space using Guanyan's death, anger surged from her heart. Wenqing felt a surge of anger at the thought of it, directly unleashing her inner strength from 50% to a full 100. In one blow, she shattered the space. Finally, congratulations, Wenqing. You have passed this messenger selection assessment. Compared to previous times, this time the ethereal voice had a touch more warmth. Is there any other task next? Wenqing asked. Can I leave now? Yes, after this selection, you can leave. In the future, we will have messengers communicate with you. All right. After realizing that she had successfully passed the selection to become a messenger, Wenqing felt a lot more relaxed. As she walked out of the room and reached the front hall, she found Gu Xiao and Yin had already come out. Yin, Miss One, how did it go? Did you pass the selection? Gu Xiao asked with curiosity, seeing Wenqing's appearance. He didn't think she had failed. I passed. What about you? Wenqing replied. Speaking of this, Gu Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. I didn't pass. This selection was too cunning. I fell into the trap and failed. I didn't pass either, and Yin shook his head. Before Wenqing could say a few comforting words, Gu Xiao was already self-comforting. But it's all right. Being able to pass the 5-level selection has already exceeded my expectations. Now it's just a matter of getting the expected result a little later. By the way, Chen Gongzi hasn't come out yet. Let us wait for him together. To be honest, Wenqing was a bit curious if Chen Gongzi, who looked frail, could successfully pass this messenger selection. After about half a stick of incense, Chen Gongzi came out. Gongzi, and Yin hurriedly stepped forward, his face filled with anxiety. I'm fine. Chen Gongzi shook his head. How did it go? Did you pass the messenger selection? Gu Xiao asked. I passed. Chen Gongzi still had considerable strength. Gu Xiao felt no jealousy upon hearing that Chen Gongzi also successfully passed the selection, only envy. Admitting one's inferiority is not necessarily a bad thing. He even joked. Who would have thought that among the 4 of us, 2 actually passed the messenger selection? I'm afraid this would provoke jealousy if mentioned. Brother Gu is joking. I merely had a bit of luck, Chen said modestly. You're talking nonsense. I say you're impressive. You're impressive. Gu Xiao insisted on his view. Chen Gongzi did not elaborate further and accepted Gu Xiao's remarks. Miss, please wait. Wenqing had just walked a few steps when someone called out to her. She instinctively asked, is there something wrong? To her surprise, when she turned around, she was suddenly face to face with Shangwan Song. Thinking about how Shangwan Song had caused Shangwan Yan's downfall in the original story made Wenqing feel nauseous. And recalling the scene in The Illusion where Shangwan Song killed Shangwan Yan made her furious. At this point, she couldn't even muster a basic smile and simply wore a stern expression. However, Shangwan Song didn't know that Wenqing had so many thoughts swirling in her mind the moment she saw him. He only noticed that her expression was off and asked, Miss, have you encountered some trouble? Why do you look so serious? The superficial harmony between Shangwan Yin and Shangwan Song had not yet been broken. So Wenqing couldn't show too many other emotions. It's nothing. It's just that you and I are unfamiliar with each other. So why did you call me? Warmth casually shifted the question to someone else. Oh, Warmth acted as if she suddenly realized it was that young master from last time. It was just a matter of raising a hand, and the young master need not take it to heart. The girl's words were somewhat off. How could one casually forget a life-saving grace? If it weren't for the girl's timely help, the palace might no longer exist in this world. Are you here to express your gratitude to me? Warmth asked. I've already felt your gratitude, and let's consider the previous matter settled. From now on, we're just strangers who happen to meet. After today, there's no need to stay in touch. Warmth wanted to leave immediately. If she stayed with Shangwan Song any longer, she might not be able to resist taking action. With just a glance from Shangwan Song, someone immediately appeared, handing him a stack of silver notes. This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, Mississippi. Whether others would accept it, Warmth didn't know. But she did accept it. Without any hesitation, she took the silver notes and smoothly tucked them into her sleeve. Then I will thank the young master in advance. Warmth smiled, considering the monetary aspect. Shangwan Song, there's no need. Since you are here to express your gratitude, and I have accepted your gift, then let us part ways here. Let us not meet again, all right? After finishing her words, Warmth didn't give Shangwan Song any time to react and immediately slipped away. It was until she was sure Shangwan Song hadn't followed that she finally stopped. That was close. She almost rolled her eyes. Warmth. Shangwan Song's gentle voice came from the carriage. Chapter 61, Fierce Battle. Wenqing turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw Shangwan Song sitting in the carriage, lifting the curtain, staring directly at her with a faint, elusive smile on his lips. All right then. Warmth quickly got into the carriage, sitting beside Shangwan Yin. I successfully passed the messenger selection and will officially be a messenger from now on. Congratulations, Shangwan Yin said with a smile. Oh, by the way, I happened to run into Shangwan Song just as I was coming out. Warmth did not hide the encounter with Shangwan Song from Shangwan Yin. They were still rivals. And she naturally chose to share any first-hand information with her partner. She didn't know what he was doing here. It should be to resolve the issue of the blood-sucking snake that we intercepted last time. Very likely, Shangwan Yin paused and asked, Did he do anything out of line with you? However, warmth changed the subject, but now the currency in circulation is the crystal of the blood-sucking snake. We need to hurry and exchange it. Exactly, Shang Wanyin agreed. The rain started pouring again, first drizzling continuously and now increasing in intensity. The coming days would not be easy. At the end of the street market, in a narrow room, Shangwan Song sat in the main seat, looking down from a high position, silent, holding a cup of tea, occasionally skimming off the foam on top. The aura cultivated in a large family from a young age. Along with the several strong, dark-faced men behind Shangwan Song, made Chun Zheng, who was already in a wheelchair, break out in a sweat. Is this how you handle things? Shangwan Song asked lightly, taking a sip of tea. Indeed, it's terrible. The tone, as if asking about an inconsequential matter, made Chun Zheng feel even more uneasy, but he still defended himself, saying that after the new breed of blood-sucking snakes was produced in large quantities, they had already been sent up, but were intercepted halfway. Oh, Shangwan Song gave Chun Zheng a cold, thin look. Intercepted? So you're saying this matter has nothing to do with you? Just from the tone, Chun Zheng knew he would definitely be skinned today. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Chun Zheng chose to remain silent. Shangwan Song did not care about Chun Zheng's attitude, giving a signal to the strong men behind him to take action, and then he stood up and left. Following the orders from the main family, the strong men surrounded Chun Zheng and ruthlessly dealt with him. Afterward, they left, leaving behind a battered Chun Zheng. As night fell, be more careful, don't get discovered. Yes, a group of men in black were flying around on the rooftops, sprinkling powder wherever they passed. It wasn't long before the area around Worm's house was covered with a layer of it. Is it done? Yes, it's all sprinkled. Withdraw. Just as the order was given, the men in black were about to leave. Where are you going? Since you've come, why not stay a little longer? A warm and lazy voice sounded behind the man in black, who was holding a whip in his hand. For a moment, many people with torches appeared around the house, surrounding the man in black. The leader of the men in black cursed under his breath, thinking that today they wouldn't be able to leave without a fight. Why waste so many words? The leader of the men in black moved forward first, and the others followed suit. Wenqing fought with the leading black-clothed man, while the surrounding guards were also entangled with the other black-clothed men. Having gone through countless bloodbaths, the black-clothed man thought that dealing with a woman was a trivial matter, and felt it was quite simple. He quickly threw out a hidden dagger, but Wenqing swung her whip and sent it flying far away. The black-clothed man accelerated to close the distance, aiming to slash her throat, but Wenqing sidestepped and countered with a whip strike on the black-clothed man's body. Before he could react, she struck him heavily with a palm infused with internal energy, then kicked him down from the rooftop. The black-clothed man was defeated because he underestimated his opponent. More than half of the other black-clothed men were dead, and 2 were captured alive. It was only then that Shang Wanyin, who had been lurking in the shadows, spoke up to give orders. Keep a close watch. Don't let them commit suicide. Yes. Can you find out what kind of powder they used? Wenqing asked Shang Wanyin as she descended from the rooftop. Given the aggressive demeanor of the black-clothed men, she could guess that the powder they used was not simple. Shang Wanyin nodded. It should be powder made from red fruit, mixed with some drugs that attract blood-sucking snakes. As soon as he finished speaking, Wenqing felt the ground tremble slightly. Instinctively, she looked outside, where a large number of blood-sucking snakes were drawn to the blazing torches. A swarm of enormous blood-sucking snakes, with glowing green eyes and flicking tongues, surged forward. The guards standing on the outer layer tensed up, gripping their swords tightly. There would surely be a fierce battle tonight. Stand behind me. Shang Wanyin stepped forward to shield Wenqing. Chapter 62. Life and death decision. The surrounding guards lined up in a row, holding shields in their left hands and swords in their right, all wearing serious expressions. Everyone was on high alert. SSSS. The mutated, blood-sucking snakes, having grown larger, oozed slime as they charged in. Wherever they went, trees were shattered, and even the weeds on the ground were wiped out, showcasing their lethal power. The warm-hearted house is built on the hillside. To get here, these blood-sucking snakes must have passed through the city, and how many people have been harmed? Everyone be careful. Try to avoid making eye contact with the blood-sucking snakes. Shang Gongyan said sternly. The weak point of the blood-sucking snakes is 3 inches below their abdomen. Use the sword in hand to kill the blood-sucking snakes. Yes, yes, yes. The guards responded in unison. Even if it's just to survive and protect this city, the guards must use all their strength tonight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A blood-sucking snake charged towards the house, its body twisting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 large trees fell as a result. Everyone stay calm, hold steady. The captain of the guards commanded the team. All obey the orders. The front row of guards held their shields, while the back row drew their swords. Yes. The first blood-sucking snake surged forward, forced to slow down by the shields of the front row guards, then pierced by the sharp swords of the back row guards all around. Especially at the 3-inch point below the abdomen, it was almost punctured through. The blood and flesh were a mess. At the moment the blood-sucking snake fell, large amounts of bright red blood sprayed onto the guards nearby, splattering on their faces and armor. It was quite a mess, but at this moment, no one cared whether they were clean and presentable. They were more concerned about whether the massive creature in front of them was dead. Before everyone could react, many more blood-sucking snakes behind the first one, enraged by the sight of their companion being killed, moved even faster. One by one, the huge blood-sucking snakes charged forward. The guards, who initially lacked experience fighting the blood-sucking snakes, gradually developed their own fighting techniques, defeating each blood-sucking snake that attempted to charge. These guards were impressive. Taking on 10 was not a problem. Wenqing couldn't help but admire these guards who put their lives on the line. Shang Gongyan did not feel uncomfortable with Wenqing praising others in front of him. Instead, he explained to Wenqing that these guards were carefully selected, the elite among the elite, possessing extraordinary skills. They had put in a great deal of effort to become excellent guards. Soon, the massive blood-sucking snakes fell one after another under the swords of the outstanding guards, turning into soul snakes. In the distance, a voice shouted in exasperation. With such little ability, keep going. Not long after, behind the large blood-sucking snakes, a batch of smaller ones appeared, their eyes a strange red. Shang Gongyan, Wenqing, noticing the situation, became anxious. The appearance of a new type of blood-sucking snake in the battle was a deadly existence. Shang Gongyan looked in the direction Wenqing pointed, his eyes containing an inexplicable emotion. Everyone, new blood-sucking snakes have appeared. Raise your vigilance and protect your lives. Yes, after the last batch of large blood-sucking snakes fell, those with red eyes surged forward. The guards attacked the red-eyed blood-sucking snakes with their swords, but were skillfully dodged. Some were caught off guard by the red-eyed ones, and upon making eye contact, they fell down. This situation was not an isolated case. All guards who made eye contact with the red-eyed blood-sucking snakes fell stiffly to the ground the moment their swords dropped. Retreat. Shang Gongyan immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly ordered the guards who had not yet been attacked to fall back. Use the shields to create a defensive barrier. No one must make eye contact with the blood-sucking snakes. The red-eyed blood-sucking snakes disrupted the guards' normal combat formation, and for a time, they fell into a disadvantage, only able to defend and unable to attack. Shang Gongyan spoke coldly to the captain of the guards, stating that ordinary guards could not confront the blood-sucking snakes with enhanced bewildering abilities. Instead, they would suffer greater losses. They had already lost many guards. There was no need to sacrifice more lives in a fight they knew they could not win. This batch would first use shields for defense, allowing those who could fight with their eyes covered to step up. Yes, the captain of the guards clasped his fists. A batch of guards with blindfolds appeared and engaged the red-eyed blood-sucking snakes. Because the guards did not need to make eye contact with the snakes, the situation of the battle shifted slightly. However, due to the overwhelming number of blood-sucking snakes, the guards were still unable to break through and launch an attack. I will come. Wenqing pushed through the protection of Shang Gongyan and directly engaged in battle with the blood-sucking snakes. Having been in this other world for so long, Wenqing had undergone layers of training and was selected as a messenger for the Full Moon Pavilion, resulting in a significant improvement in her own strength. Dealing with a few blood-sucking snakes was more than enough for her. With her internal energy, the needles she threw out eliminated all the red-eyed, blood-sucking snakes in their path. With Wenqing's involvement, the pressure on the guards was greatly reduced, and the situation turned around, leading to the near-total annihilation of the red-eyed, blood-sucking snakes. Is this all you've got? Wenqing said, clapping her hands. Wenqing quietly approached Shang Gongyan and whispered to him, feeling that they might still have some tricks up their sleeves. So it was better to be cautious. With so many things sent over tonight, they definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Shang Gongyan agreed with Wenqing's statement. Don't rush. The matter isn't resolved yet. Chun Zheng's eerie voice came from a distance. How is it? Do you still like these two big gifts? I put in a lot of effort to prepare this special gift for you. Wenqing, expressionless, said, Chun Zheng, it's actually you. Of course it's me. Who did you think had the ability to summon so many blood-sucking snakes? Chun Zheng pushed his wheelchair out from the shadows. What do you want? What do I want? Chun Zheng tilted his head and smiled. Isn't it you who should be asking what you want? It's you, all of you who forced me onto this path. Chapter 63. Unforgiving. If you hadn't refused to sell the house to Su Yao back then, if you hadn't refused to forgive me, why haven't it up on this path? Chun Zheng's gaze became increasingly terrifying as he looked at Wenqing, filled with reluctance. After my leg was ruined, you still looked up to me. Every single one of you treated me as a burden, someone you could throw away like trash. And Su Yao, calling me Brother Zheng every day. But when she saw my leg was useless, I had no value to her anymore, and she just pushed me away like a beggar. You all really are something. Wenqing was completely speechless by Chun Zheng's words. So, he used others, stepping on Wenqing's flesh and sincerity to please Su Yao. Living carefree? She, Wenqing, refused to accept Chun Zheng's so-called vampiric flattery. Don't say those things. I can't stand it. Did you really want to buy my house back then? You just wanted me to give it to you for free. You brought the money, and I gave you the house. Don't use this matter to impose moral judgments on me. Wenqing felt nauseated by the town's attitude of blaming others for all its wrongs, portraying itself as the victim. Now that I've become like this, of course, you can say whatever you want. Chun Zheng wouldn't let go of it. Wenqing was almost silent. You shouldn't have come just to say a few words. If you have something to say, just say it directly, okay? Don't waste any more time. The recent battle with the blood-sucking snakes had drained almost all my energy, and dragging this out wouldn't benefit them. Moreover, looking at the sky, it was clearly close to dawn, yet it was still dark and gloomy. It seemed a heavy rain was about to fall. It was better to settle this quickly. I went through so much trouble to create these mutated snakes. You don't think there are only these two types in front of you, do you? Chun Zheng laughed wildly. Since I have no more value, I see through this and think that since I want to live much longer, I might as well take you down with me. So my death won't be in vain. Go. As soon as Chun Zheng's voice fell, a batch of blood-sucking snakes ran out from the forest. Compared to the two types of mutated blood-sucking snakes, just now, this type was a combination of both, with large bodies and eyes as red as blood. What was even more unsettling was the deep green, toxic patterns on their bodies. To deal with this batch of blood-sucking snakes, the guards without special abilities must not be allowed to charge in. Shang Guangyan, we cannot let those guards go in this time. Wenqing's expression was serious, still facing Chun Zheng. All the guards received orders and retreated. Shang Guangyan's powerful voice echoed from the highest point of the house. Master, the captain of the guard shouted. As the main duty of the world guards is to protect the master, how could they retreat and let the organization face the enemy for them? Retreat. Shang Guangyan repeated. The captain wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Shang Guangyan's stern gaze, and he clasped his fists in response, understood. After all the guards retreated, a large space was left between Chun Zheng and Wenqing Shangguang. Chun Zheng's expression was indifferent. Why are you so confident in yourselves? Stop talking nonsense and just go. Wenqing currently has no time for idle chatter with Chun Zheng. If it starts to rain heavily, the danger of this battle will increase significantly. Since Miss Wen has requested this, Chun will certainly comply. Chun Zheng, with his gentlemanly demeanor, issued a command, and a large number of mutated blood-sucking snakes surged towards Wenqing and Shang Guangyan, threatening to surround them. Wenqing held a dagger and continuously flicked it towards the blood-sucking snakes that were lunging at him. Shang Guangyan was also wielding a long sword, and with each swing, a blood-sucking snake's head fell. Both of them were more skilled than others, and in a short time, they prevented the mutated blood-sucking snakes from gaining the upper hand. Chun Zheng still had some skills. In the shadows, Master, can that guy, Chun Zheng, help us deal with Shang Guangyan? No, Rus. Shang Guang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He did not expect that the person who saved him would actually stand with his good brother Shang Guangyan. That makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? But he's just a pawn being used. Yes, the subordinate was overly concerned. The sky was getting darker and darker. Wenqing and Shangguanyin were locked in a fierce battle with the blood-sucking snake. Chun Zheng, who was not gaining an advantage, summoned a large number of massive bloodthirsty creatures to act as a front line, aiming to exhaust the two of them. I advise you to stop wasting your energy. This is just a death struggle, Chun Zheng said arrogantly. Sure enough, not long after, the sky began to pour with torrential rain. Large raindrops fell from the sky, hitting people painfully. The rain blurred their vision, and Wenqing, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by a blood-sucking snake, staggering back several steps. Since there was another venomous blood-sucking snake, it spat venom at Wenqing, but fortunately, she managed to dodge just in time. Aching! Shangguanyin naturally noticed the small mishap on Wenqing's side and called out anxiously. Wenqing dealt with the blood-sucking snake that wanted to attack her, saying, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry, just focus on fighting." Chun Zheng sat calmly in his wheelchair, and surprisingly, a large blood-sucking snake actively shielded him from the heavy rain. Seeing Wenqing and Shangguanyin, who looked a bit worse for wear due to the rain, their expressions improved significantly. "Come take a look. Isn't that the person you care about right in front of you? You dare to scheme against me for him." Chun Zheng tightened his grip around Su Yao's neck, causing her face to turn a shade of purple from the pressure. He forced Su Yao to turn her head to look at Shangguanyin, who was battling the blood-sucking snakes in the rain. Even though he was soaked to the skin, his clothes a bit disheveled, he wielded his sword with impressive skill. Not a single blood-sucking snake could get close to him. Humph! Su Yao stubbornly let out a mocking sound. Chun Zheng naturally caught the sarcasm in her tone, but he didn't care. "Do you think they can survive much longer? You should have thought about your fate when you used me." Chun Zheng released his grip on Su Yao. "You're just being used by someone else. What is there to be proud of? It's true that I've been used, but I can still take you down with me. Aren't you boasting about being a married young lady, looking down on others? Now that I see you without the Su family, you're nothing. What have you done to our Su family?" Su Yao could disregard her current situation because she still had the Su family to back her up, but if the Su family were gone, she would have no way out in the future. It's just a small profit sent your way. Chapter 64. Su Yao's Rebirth. Chun Zheng. You won't have a good ending. Su Yao's eyes were bloodshot, her hands bound and struggling, wishing she could directly strangle the man in front of her. Compared to the distressed and pained Su Yao, Chun Zheng sat in his wheelchair, methodically straightening his wrinkled clothes, casually saying, "When you kicked me away and shouted that I was a beggar, did you ever think you would end up in such a situation today? You, don't talk, it's annoying." Chun Zheng interrupted Su Yao directly, not even glancing at her, looking ahead instead. "Master." The head guard rushed out with his sword, disregarding everything. Protecting his master was his duty as a guard. Due to the weather, Wenqing and Shangguanyin's attacks had decreased significantly, their strength halved by the rain. With the rain aiding them, the blood-sucking snakes became even more agile. The battle situation took a turn. "Be careful." Wenqing lightly stepped back to Shangguanyin's side and used a dagger to kill a blood-sucking snake that was trying to attack from behind. The three of them were in a fierce battle. At this rate, it wouldn't work. We would eventually be at a disadvantage. While speaking, Wenqing chopped off the head of another blood-sucking snake. There were too many of them, and when our stamina ran out, we would lose. Shangguanyin, think of a way. Before Shangguanyin could come up with a solution, a group of well-trained guards rushed out from around the house and engaged the continuously appearing blood-sucking snakes. In a clash of blades, many blood-sucking snakes died, but quite a few guards were also injured. "Did you bring poison?" Shangguanyin asked. "Warmth, what should I do with it?" "I will use my inner strength to create a gust of wind, and you should time it perfectly to sprinkle the poison in." "Understood." After Shangguanyin dealt with a blood-sucking snake that was close to him, he took a step back, concentrated a surge of inner strength in the palm of his left hand, and when he saw several blood-sucking snakes coming towards him, he waved his hand and released the inner strength. Warm feelings emerged at this moment as she threw out the powdered medicine, using her inner strength to sprinkle most of the powder onto the blood-sucking snakes. Coupled with the rain, the poison fell entirely onto the snakes. The snakes that were touched by the powder struggled for less than 3 seconds before collapsing to the ground, motionless. This method works, it's effective. With a new approach that saves effort, warm feelings felt a sense of relief in her heart. Captain Chun, distribute these medicines to the other guards, and have them work in pairs to sprinkle the poison on the blood-sucking snakes. Warm Feelings quietly took out several large bags of poison from a ring and handed them to the captain, instructing him to teach the other guards how to use them. Yes, the captain did not hesitate and took them immediately. A moment's hesitation on the battlefield could cost one's life and that of their comrades. Holding the poison, the captain moved around the guards, occasionally tossing out some poison and clearly explaining how to use it. With external reinforcement, the situation quickly turned, and Chun Zheng was about to lose. Chun Zheng gripped the handle of his wheelchair tightly, his eyes fixed on the fighting ahead, realizing he had underestimated them. Lowly people are indeed lowly, Su Yao taunted fearlessly. Shut up. Chun Zheng slapped Su Yao hard. Instead of silencing her, Su Yao plunged a metaphorical knife into his heart. Being useless means you can't do anything right, not even this little thing. You couldn't even handle a room back then. And now, with the help of blood-sucking snakes, you still can't manage it. I wonder who trusted you so much. Go die. You'll die at their hands soon. You go die. Chun Zheng hadn't gone mad, but Su Yao was the first to lose her cool. Su Yao couldn't believe that such a country bumpkin had used the blood-sucking snakes to kill her entire family. Chun Zheng laughed heartily. What? You thought I wouldn't dare? Su Yao gasped, unable to catch her breath, and fainted. Meanwhile, Warm Feelings, inspired by Shanggong Yin, didn't directly engage the blood-sucking snakes with a dagger, but opted to use her inner strength instead. Eventually, she even utilized her ability to freeze water. This was a skill she had learned from her ring after the fight with the Moon Electric Bird at the Beast Tower, allowing her to turn water into ice. The torrential rain soaked the surroundings, and she didn't have to worry about missing any spots. However, the downside was that Warm Feelings hadn't fully mastered this skill. The range of freezing water into ice was not large, roughly 2 to 3 meters around her. Any blood-sucking snake that came close to this range would be frozen, their bodies stuck tightly to the ground, waiting for Shanggong Yin to collect their heads one by one. Master, if this continues, we will undoubtedly lose. The cloaked figure hiding in the shadows spoke with a bad tone, not expecting Chun Zheng to be so useless, unable to handle 2 people. It's nothing. Just a small test. Shanggong Song stood with his hands behind his back, watching the battle not far away, his expression unchanged, but he seemed somewhat interested. If it were that easy to resolve this matter, then Shanggong Yin would be unworthy of being a member of the Shanggong family. Yes, Master. How should we deal with Chun Zheng? The cloaked figure made a gesture at his neck. Keep him for now. He still has some use. And don't let him kill that woman. Keep her alive so they can fight among themselves. The cloaked figure clasped his fist, understood. The outcome of this battle was already evident. Shanggong Song lost interest in staying any longer, gave a few orders, and left. Chun Zheng wasn't foolish. When Warm Feelings was using the poison and freezing water, he had already retreated with the remaining blood-sucking snakes, leaving the bound and helpless Su Yao behind, drenched in the rain. The once proud young lady of the Su family had fallen to such depths today, which truly satisfied Chun Zheng. Su Yao cursed Chun Zheng hundreds of times, but couldn't change her current predicament. Watching the blood-sucking snakes moving toward her, Su Yao broke down in tears. Suddenly, a cloaked figure descended from the sky and took Su Yao away, callously throwing her under a large tree. Coldly, he asked, "Do you need help? Who are you? Why do you want to help me?" Su Yao asked cautiously, facing the sudden stranger she didn't know. Yes. Su Yao's voice trembled, clearly terrified. Chapter 65. The situation looks grim by the time Warm Feelings and Shanggong Yin dealt with the blood-sucking snakes. Chun Zheng had long since vanished without a trace, along with Su Yao. I was too careless. I should have captured Chun Zheng first. Warm Feelings felt quite regretful. It seemed her martial skills still needed to be improved. Otherwise, if she couldn't even handle these blood-sucking snakes, what would she do when the apocalypse arrived later? Shanggong Yin noticed the look of regret on Warm Feelings' face and comforted her. There's no need to blame yourself. You did very well. The incident was sudden, and neither of us expected it. Successfully driving back the enemy and protecting our home is already impressive. All right, next time I'll practice harder. I can't let a few measly blood-sucking snakes block my path to catching that scumbag. Warm Feelings clenched her fist placing it on her chest with a serious expression. Seeing that warm feelings was no longer troubled, Yin didn't comment on her strange statements. I know. Warm feelings was now sticky all over, sweat, rain, and blood from the snakes mixed together, making her extremely uncomfortable. After rinsing off with hot water, she finally stepped into the bath, and the warm water eased her body aches. By the time warm feelings finished cleaning herself and came out, the area outside was almost tidied up. The injured guards were also being attended to by doctors. How is the situation? Wenqing naturally walked into the study, where Yin was holding a report from a recent battle. It recorded the number of injuries and deaths among the guards, as well as the usage of weapons. The situation was not good. The number of deaths among the guards was low, only a few, but more than half had sustained serious injuries. Against ordinary enemies and Jianghu assassins, these guards were naturally superior. However, in the face of mutated animals, their abilities were inadequate. The large size and mutated capabilities of these creatures significantly limited the guards' performance. The heavy rain began to fall again, and the arrival of the true apocalypse was not far off. In order to survive safely in the apocalypse, Wenqing and Yin still had many things to do. Based on the recent weather patterns, it was estimated that significant events were about to unfold in the near future. Wenqing couldn't directly tell Yin that the apocalypse was coming. For a rule-abiding person from ancient times, this was something unimaginable, so she could only hint at it from the side. The recent continuous heavy rain indeed required more attention. Yin didn't doubt Wenqing's words. During his last life, it was also such relentless rain when he died. If the heavy rain continued, the crops would drown, and without crops, people would starve. When that time came, people would be left lying on the ground in hunger, a tragic scene in the world. We need to take precautions in advance and be prepared, Yin replied. And the guard would need to find a new method for training to better resist the upcoming battles. Warmth, indeed, the number of mutated animals may increase in the future, so it's good to take precautions in advance. Should we remind the city lord to prepare ahead of time, so that the people's homes won't be flooded like last time? The flooding is just the beginning. There will be plagues and zombies afterward. If we take preventive measures, we can minimize the damage from the flooding, making the subsequent issues easier to handle. While protecting the people from becoming zombies, we also reduce the difficulty for ourselves in the future. This makes sense. After dawn tomorrow, I will personally go to discuss this with the city lord. Yin thinks that Warm's words are reasonable and agrees with her. All right, you've been busy all day. Finish up early and get some rest. The fatigue in Yin's expression is hard to conceal. But as the head of the Full Moon Pavilion and the highest decision-maker for other affairs, there are still many matters that require his judgment. Whether it's the upcoming apocalypse or preparing for Shangwan's song, neither is a trivial matter and must not be taken lightly. Wenqing knew what was important and what was not, so she didn't linger in the study. After saying a few more words, she left. After watching Wenqing leave, Yin continued to handle his affairs. There wasn't much time left. The next day at dawn, the sky was still gray and drizzling heavily. Yin traveled by carriage. There were many places in the city that were flooded, and the common people were crying out in distress. Several nearby villages had their crops soaked, making this year difficult. With no food to eat and strange animals appearing, it seems the weather is changing. As soon as this was said, the surroundings fell silent. Although no one spoke, every expression on their faces showed agreement. The court was not doing its job, taxes were heavy, and the common people had long been suffering, just waiting for an opportunity. Master, a person in black followed closely behind Yin and called out. Yin lowered the curtain of the carriage and said calmly, "It's nothing." The people above weren't doing their jobs, and they weren't even allowed to complain a bit. A servant ran into the front room and bowed. "City Lord, young Master Shanggong has come to see you." "Young Master Shanggong?" The city lord stroked his beard, murmuring to himself. How could someone from the Shanggong family, a prominent family in the capital, come here? Could it be that something happened? "Please come in." "Yes." The servant ran down to relay the message. Someone led Yin to the room where the city lord was. "Young master, please." Yin walked straight in. "Young Master Shanggong." The city lord made a bow. "There is no need for such formalities, city lord. I have come this time to discuss an important matter with you. Please speak." Yin did not engage in pleasantries any longer. The city lord must know that the recent heavy rains had significantly reduced this year's harvest, causing the common people's issues of basic sustenance to become difficult. Additionally, the flooding in the city had caused many problems, and this terrible weather was indeed not a good omen. The city lord did not expect Shang Gongyin to come to him with this issue. Since no one else was mentioning it, he wouldn't either. These problems were obvious. Yes, the current issues have indeed added a lot of difficulty to the governance of the city. What solutions does the city lord have? None. The city lord was also distressed, as no one around him had any solutions, and seeking help from the court had yielded no response. What do you mean, young master? Since the conversation had reached this point, the city lord was not foolish and could tell that Shang Gongyin had a solution he wanted to discuss. Without further ado, Shang Gongyin said he wanted to discuss the construction issues in the city. Young master may speak directly. The city lord sat up straight, lowering his posture. Having managed this city for over a decade, he had developed feelings for it and could not bear to watch it be submerged by rainwater. As the old saying goes, it is not shameful to ask for guidance. Moreover, seeking advice from a young master from a prestigious family like Shang Gongyin was far from losing face. It was a gain. Shang Gongyin took a sip of tea, and since the city lord had such an attitude, he spoke candidly. The continuous heavy rain would not stop anytime soon, so the best solution was to renovate and replan the construction in the city. The city lord's expression darkened immediately, revealing a bitter smile. I have long known this. Years ago, I sent a letter to the court requesting a plan, but to this day, I have received no news. The old saying goes, soldiers belong to training, and this is not a problem that could be resolved overnight. It has been years in the making. The current emperor, over 50, is obsessed with alchemy, seeking immortality. The eunuchs and treacherous ministers around him have him completely under their spell. The emperor's power has long been relinquished to them, and the current court is in complete disarray. Utterly chaotic. Shang Gongyin just smiled. We both know how things are on top. Rather than hoping for them, it is better to take action ourselves. Look, this rain isn't going to stop for half a month to a month. By then, there will be refugees everywhere with no food to eat. What will the city lord do then? Some things cannot be rushed. After a long while, the room fell silent. The guards and servants standing outside were inevitably anxious. The two inside were crucial figures in this city. If they couldn't reach an agreement or ended up fighting, it would be beyond what they could handle. Fortunately, not long after, they vaguely heard the city lord's voice. Young master, what do you want to do? The city lord had been pondering for a long time and felt that Shang Gongyin was right. Recently, the people were anxious, and it was inevitable that someone would rise in rebellion. When chaos ensues, things will become even more difficult. It is best to prepare ahead of time. Shang Gongyin finished the last sip of tea and asked the city lord to clarify the situation in the city, especially regarding the weak points and population. I need to understand these basic conditions clearly so that we can take decisive action later. We don't have much time left. I hope the city lord can quickly inform me of the situation. Naturally, Shang Gongyin did not linger any longer and asked the city lord to organize this information as soon as possible so that they could proceed with the next step of their plan. He then stood up. The city lord also got up to see him off. Young master, rest assured, within 3 days, I will definitely deliver this information to you intact. 3 days later, the city lord personally came to deliver the detailed information about the city to Shang Gongyin. After briefly chatting with Shang Gongyin, he stood up to leave, as the city was not peaceful and many matters required his attention. Let me take a look. Shang Gongyin glanced through the materials the city lord had brought and then asked Shursan to call Wenqing over. The last time they had dealt with the blood-sucking snakes, they had effectively blocked most of them from entering the house. This time, with the significant changes in the city's construction layout, perhaps Wenqing could help. What is this? Wenqing took the thick stack of papers that Shang Gongyin handed over and instinctively looked down. This is the information about South City. It included details about the layout of houses, merchant streets, drainage systems, and public facilities. Just a cursory glance was enough for Wenqing to realize this was something the city lord had sent. I recently sought the city lord for a copy of the city's construction information. Shang Gongyin briefly explained the background. With the continuous natural disasters and the mutation of animals and birds, strengthening our defenses is not a bad idea. Hearing this, Wenqing looked up at Shang Gongyin. A person who can see 3 steps ahead is truly impressive. While feeling pleased, she also felt a bit worried. How inactive must the court be to allow a city lord to so easily hand over sensitive information just to secure a stable living environment? Why are you so willing to show me this information? Wenqing asked. Shang Gongyan's expression turned serious, his tone earnest and sincere. You have the ability to plan the reconstruction of South City. At first, Wenqing was just curious, simply wanting to know why such an important matter was not only revealed to her, but also shown to her. She didn't expect that Shang Gongyan would place such great trust in her. With warmth and a gentle smile, I will do my utmost not to let down the trust you have placed in me. I believe you. Redesigning the southern city is no small task and requires tremendous effort. It's far from enough to leave it all to Wenqing alone. Of course, Wenqing took the upper part of the materials and returned the lower part to Shang Gongyan. I'll take a portion to look at first. Shang Gongyan took it and led Wenqing to another area of the study, separated by a screen. I have prepared a desk and some calligraphy for you here, so you can review the materials. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All right. Wenqing did not stand on ceremony with Shang Gongyan, hugging the documents as she sat down, appearing as if no one was around. Sure-san, Shang Gongyan called out, and Sure-san immediately appeared in the study. Go find some capable and skilled craftsmen in Nansheng, no limit on the number. Understood. Sure-san took the task and quickly left. Only Shang Gongyan and Wenqing remained in the study. Separated by a screen, they each attended to their own matters, with only the occasional maid coming in to refill water, creating a very quiet atmosphere. Wenqing was deeply engrossed in a pile of dull and tasteless data, examining the charts and texts with great concentration. This was the most official and authentic information, something that would be impossible to find in the future, even with a lantern. The geographical location of South City is to the south, with a hot and rainy climate, lush vegetation, and crops that can be harvested twice a year, ensuring that people do not go hungry. Although there are 2 or 3 neighboring cities, they are still 200 or 300 miles apart, with South City positioned in the middle, serving as a hub between cities. The location is excellent. Chapter 67. Reconstruction. It is precisely this excellent location that led to South City being besieged the most fiercely later on, with many unturned and defenseless citizens falling victim to bites, their limbs dismembered, and flesh consumed by former peers. Just thinking about that scene gave Wenqing goosebumps all over. Regardless of the circumstances, the new planning for South City must consider survival, defense, and the challenges posed by zombies and mutated animals, among other issues. In order to create a safe environment, Wenqing worked late into the night for 3 consecutive days, and finally, after understanding and analyzing the situation in South City, completed a brand new construction plan. Shang Gongyan sent someone to invite the city lord for a discussion. This idea was quite unique. The city lord stroked his beard, nodding continuously. The design in his hand was innovative and highly practical, addressing basic survival issues while also including defense and attack considerations. To put it bluntly, if South City could be reconstructed according to this plan, there would be a great chance to ensure the safety of the citizens. Shang Gongyan did not respond immediately. This design was the result of discussions between him and Wenqing, and he had a clear understanding of its merits and suitability. It was a good thing that the city lord was satisfied, but Shang Gongyan paused for a moment. The city lord's previously calm expression now showed a hint of helplessness. While the plan was easy to draw, the actual implementation would be difficult, not to mention how massive this project was or how much it would cost. The most basic labor force could not even be guaranteed. Natural disasters, continuous heavy rain, disrupted grain supplies, and rising food prices, man-made disasters, the government's inaction, and increasing taxes. Who would be willing to step up and do the hard labor? You make a valid point. The city lord sighed heavily. But if we don't do this, how much chance does South City have of surviving? It's already hard to scrape by. The city lord looked mournful and said frankly to Shang Gongyan, a month ago, there were several incidents of animals attacking people. Those creatures in the woods are no longer the same as before. They even eat people. To prevent matters from getting worse, we who know the truth had to keep it under wraps. But this is not the worst part. What is truly terrifying is that there are reports of cannibalism. The cannibals are all rotting, with white eyes, unclear speech, walking slowly and moving strangely. The bitten victims become one of their kind. Recently, There have been many such incidents in the city, and our office has lost several people to become cannibals. The people in the city are already in a state of panic. This reconstruction of South City is my last hope. The city lord's tears flowed without stopping. The end of the world has already come. Wenqing was taken aback. Had it really been 2 months earlier than the original date? The lord of the city mentioned things that had also been heard in the upper palace. Therefore, in order to protect more citizens, we must make a decision. Should the South City be changed or not? It is up to the lord of the city to decide. If it is to be changed, the upper palace will fully support it. If not, the upper palace will not force it. After listening to the lord's words, Shang Gongyin remained very calm. Long ago, he had sensed that the heavy rain they experienced had something unusual about it. Change. It must be changed. The lord of the city stood up in anger, his face resolute. This is the last chance. If that is the case, we need to think about how to arrange for the construction to begin. Shang Gongyin was not surprised by the lord's decision at all. Lord, the sooner the better. I fear the current city gate won't hold up. The lord of the city stayed from day until midnight before leaving Shang Gongyin's study. Compared to the worry with which he arrived, he left with a sense of urgency. Wenqing had been yawning all night, and her eyes were still a bit red. It was almost dawn, and there was no rush for the moment. Wenqing shook her head. Have you heard of such things before? Wenqing tentatively asked Shang Gongyin. After all, zombies and the apocalypse were not something that had appeared in this era or even hundreds of years earlier. No, Shang Gongyin replied, shaking his head, not hiding anything from Wenqing. When I first saw those cannibals a few days ago, it greatly exceeded my understanding from the past 20 years. It's very strange. Some even had severed limbs and were in tatters. That sounds really frightening. For a moment, Wenqing didn't know how to explain it to Shang Gongyin, so she could only agree for now. We need to be more vigilant. Shang Gongyin thought Wenqing was talking about the situation in the city. You don't have to worry. The patrols in the city have already increased, providing an extra layer of security. Wenqing nodded. She was indeed tired, and there was still a tough battle ahead. The announcement board in the city was crowded with people. What does it say? What did the city lord write? Is it about distributing food? Don't push, don't push. To cope with the ongoing natural disasters, the city lord has decided to rebuild the infrastructure of the southern city. Each household must provide at least 2 adult laborers. What? Impossible, you must be joking. At this time, we can't even fill our stomachs. How can we have the strength to build the city walls? The city lord has gone mad. Is it true? Don't spread rumors. You can believe it or not. You're illiterate, and I'm kindly reading it for you. Yet you don't appreciate it. That person waved their sleeve and left. Those who didn't believe it found a few literate people to ask, and the answer was indeed that the city lord wanted to rebuild the city walls. Are they crazy? What time is it to still be building a city? I'm just a worthless life. I'm going to die anyway. I don't want to die from exhaustion. Disperse, disperse, there's nothing to see. Most people quickly scattered, leaving only a few scholars who remained, seemingly deep in thought. The reaction of the common people was within the city lord's expectations. That afternoon, the city lord came to the large platform in the market. City lord, are you really going to rebuild our southern city? As soon as the city lord appeared, someone couldn't wait to ask loudly. Yes, the city lord nodded. Having served for many years, the city lord had done real things for the people, and they still held him in high regard. Everyone, this rain just one tea stop. It has been pouring for over half a month. The crops can't be planted, and there's water everywhere in the city. If we don't rebuild the southern city, we won't be able to survive. An elder stepped forward and said, I've lived for so many years and have never seen a time when we couldn't survive. It's just a little hard and we're not full. City lord, why bother? Chapter 68. Southern City, the common people's already restless hearts felt even more indifferent upon hearing this. Yeah, it's just a little hard. There's no need to rebuild the southern city. The city lord spoke earnestly a few times, but unexpectedly, some impatient people walked away directly, with one person leading the way. Soon a large part followed suit. The southern city had 300 households, but in the end, fewer than 100 remained. The city lord sighed. It sounded like empty words. How could it convince anyone? Since you all have stayed, it means you're willing to contribute to the construction of the southern city. Rest assured, we will not treat you unfairly. Indeed, the city lord looked at the departing common people, his eyes filled with uncontainable sadness. Master, master, Zhao Xiao shouted outside Wenqing's room. Upon hearing the voice, the butler quickly ran to open the door. "Young master, who are you looking for?" "Zhao Xiao. I'm looking for my master, Wenqing." The butler made Zhao Xiao wait in the outer room for a while, confirming Zhao Xiao's identity with Wenqing before letting him in. Wenqing was a bit surprised to see Zhao Xiao. Just now, the butler had come to ask her if she had a disciple named Zhao Xiao, and she had a moment's reaction, as she hadn't seen him for so long that she almost forgot about it. "My good disciple, I need to find something to supplement," Zhao Xiao asked. "The city lord wants to organize the citizens to repair the southern city." "Master, do you know about this?" "Yes, I participated in drawing the blueprints," Wenqing replied as she sat down and poured a cup of hot tea for Zhao Xiao. "Here, have some tea." "Thank you, master." Zhao Xiao quickly took the hot tea, which was poured by his master, and he needed to savor it. "Master, you know about this too?" Wenqing glanced at Zhao Xiao and said, "What's the big deal? Doesn't your master know a lot of things? Why did you come to find me? Do you want to participate in this matter?" "As expected of my master." "You guessed it right away." Zhao Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. "It's just that I saw not many people were willing to go. Nansheng is where I grew up, and I also want to contribute a bit." "That's a good idea. Go ahead. This matter is about the lives of all the people in Nansheng, so it's good that you're willing to help." Wenqing was very supportive and didn't expect her disciple to have such thoughts. It was nice. "It's just right that you can take this opportunity to train your physical strength and endurance. Rebuilding Nansheng is not a simple task." "I can do it, master, don't worry. I'm not someone who can be easily defeated." Zhao Xiao was eager to prove her abilities and quickly expressed her loyalty. The next day, the city lord was waiting early at the site where the work was starting for the citizens coming to labor. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of porridge and 2 steamed buns. One needed to be full to have the strength to work. Knowing that the citizens were struggling, the meals for this rebuilding of Nansheng were covered by the labor force. They called out the names of those who signed up yesterday, one by one. Those who got the porridge looked satisfied, and then they began to work energetically. On the mountainside, Shanggong Yin gathered a group of guards who were struggling to break through their bottlenecks. With the deal he made with Wenqing at the Full Moon Pavilion, he had a batch of pills to help them enhance their strength, and today was the day to assist these guards in improving their capabilities. A large vat of water was placed in front of each person, and the guards stood beside it with serious expressions. Shanggong Yin, wearing a mask, stood in front of them. "You are the best guards of the Full Moon Pavilion, but you're all suffering from a bottleneck in breaking through your abilities. Now, I have a batch of pills that can help you enhance your strength. All you need to do is take them, and when your body starts to heat up, soak in the water. If you can endure this test, your power will surely improve." "Yes." The guards took the pills and unhesitatingly put them in their mouths, waiting for the effects to kick in. Before long, one by one, they entered the vat of water, looking pained. Shanggong Yin observed for a while, ensuring there were no major issues, then left the supervision to others and went to handle other matters. The reconstruction of Nansheng had been underway for 5 days. At first, not many people were willing to participate, but later, seeing that meals were provided, about 100 people gradually signed up, making it possible to move forward. However, some more specialized issues were still hard to tackle. Shanggong Yin had sent people to the city to find a few cement workers, and after Wenqing taught them, they only needed to check on them from time to time. What about weapons? Wenqing was overwhelmed. Weapons were controlled by the government, and even if someone in the territory could create them, other city lords wouldn't let them go. Just as she was about to tear her hair out, she suddenly remembered the blacksmith who made daggers for Shanggong Yin last time. He could make silver needles and daggers with mechanisms. That blacksmith had skills. "Boss." Before she even entered, Wenqing called out, "Coming. What does the guest want to craft?" "No, I'm here to find you, boss." "Looking for me?" The boss looked at Wenqing suspiciously. His skills were recognized by the citizens of Nansheng, and his ironwork was praised by everyone. "This little girl isn't here to cause trouble, is she?" "Yes." Wenqing paused and revealed a smile that was just right. "I'm not here to cause trouble. You can rest assured, boss." "Am I that obvious?" The boss awkwardly touched his face, wondering if he couldn't hide anything. Wenqing nodded gently, and just now the boss's face seemed to say in big letters, "You're not here to cause trouble, are you?" There are also symbols. The boss didn't want to continue losing face. At his age, being seen through by a young girl made him hurry to ask, "What do you need from me, young lady?" She wanted to find a boss to forge ironware. No problem. You could trust my skills. The boss patted his chest and assured her. Of course, Wenqing knew the boss's skills well. She had come to him before to forge silver needles and daggers, and the boss's craftsmanship was exceptional. Wenqing praised the boss's skills greatly, making him feel quite proud. The boss must have known that the city was being repaired recently and needed to forge some ironware. He had been troubled by this, and seeing his dagger reminded him that the boss had the skills he needed. Wenqing gave a thumbs up. Young lady, just leave it to me. It's just forging ironware, right? It's a piece of cake for me, Zhou. He wasn't afraid to tell her. Our family also supports the city lord in rebuilding the South City. Both my sons have gone to help. I didn't expect that I, with my old bones, could still contribute a bit. Just rest assured. The boss patted his chest to guarantee it. Chapter 69. Gaining support, he is quite capable. Shang Gongyan played with the dagger that Wenqing had given him. The blade was smooth, sharp, and the mechanisms were quite ingenious. He is indeed a talented person. Wenqing felt proud. She hadn't expected that casually finding a shop back then would now prove to be a great help. The construction of the South City was in full swing. At first, less than 100 households were willing to come and work, but later, seeing that they would be provided meals for participating, many people signed up. Afterward, influenced by those who worked hard, and with the heavens seemingly pouring down water endlessly, the remaining people gradually joined in. The construction of the South City made significant progress. Considering the extreme weather, Wenqing replanned the drainage facilities for the South City, adding over 10 more drainage points based on the original layout. First, she directed the runoff to a reservoir, then let the excess water drain outside the South City. Many people were arranged to dig mud for the reservoir. To maintain good water quality, Wenqing used the cement she had used to build houses for the reservoir to prevent most of the water from seeping into the soil when the sun was out. Since the South City was built with a wall to isolate it from the outside, Shang Gongyan directly dug a moat, creating a river 10 meters outside the city wall. This not only helped drain the accumulated water in the city, but would also serve as the first line of defense against external enemies in the future. All the houses in the city that were uninhabited were completely demolished. The garbage on the ground was cleared, and all were converted into land for planting. There were more than 10 such plots created in the South City. More importantly, each household added a wall outside their houses to protect the safety of the citizens. The blacksmith shop's boss was busy forging weapons with those arranged to help, mostly crafting nimble daggers for self-defense. As for swords and arrows, those weapons needed to be carefully guarded. Wenqing didn't want to see infighting among people when the apocalypse came, where they would end up fighting each other rather than facing zombies. Various tasks took a considerable amount of time. Such large-scale actions in the South City naturally caught the attention of other cities. However, those people didn't take it seriously and instead mocked the South City for their unnecessary efforts. I think the people in the South City must be crazy. Instead of hoping for the rain to stop to plant crops, they're busy hammering and tinkering all over the city. That's right. I heard it was spearheaded by their city lord. I've heard that the Shanggong family also has a young master in the South City. He must have had a hand in it. Crazy, all of them are crazy. The citizens of the South City had heard such remarks since work began. At first, they argued back with those gossiping, but gradually they let it go, realizing that it wouldn't cost them anything to ignore it. As long as we work, we'll have food to eat. Rushing to finish, they finally completed all the projects on the day the rain stopped. The sky cleared. The day after the completion, the citizens saw the sun rising in the sky again, and everyone was overjoyed. Only Wenqing wore a worried expression. The scorching sun after the heavy rain signaled the beginning of the apocalypse. What's wrong? Are you still very worried? Shang Gongyan appeared, standing next to Wenqing as they looked outside the walls of the South City together. Yes, I'm very worried. Wenqing did not deny it. She couldn't directly tell Shang Gongyan that the apocalypse was coming. She could only subtly remind him a few times that the weather was erratic and unusual, and she felt that something bad was going to happen. Danger cannot be estimated. All we can do is do our best and leave the rest to fate. The South City has already undergone the greatest transformation. The remaining water will be covered with soil, and soldiers will block the enemy. Warmly nodding, but with a hint of worry in her tone, she said, "Yes, I know. I'm just concerned, worried about a situation that has never happened before." "Aching," Shang Gongyan called out. "What's wrong? There will be a way. We will find a way to overcome that unpredictable difficulty, but it will just take a little more time. Wenqing looked affectionately at Shang Gongyan. The man beside her was very tall. She only reached his shoulder. He had the calmness characteristic of a noble family. Despite having encountered bad experiences in his childhood, he had risen to a high position through his own efforts, earning everyone's respect and fear. Yet, this very man stood by her side and said, "We will find a way. Don't be afraid." In that moment, Wenqing felt that even the apocalypse was no longer terrifying. What was meant to come could not be avoided. Wenqing revealed a relieved smile and said to Gongyan, "Suddenly, I feel less worried. Yuecheng, the magnificent clothes and exquisite life are gone forever, leaving her only with the blood-sucking snakes, dealing with them every day. Not only that, but she also has to wash clothes and cook. The once high and mighty Miss Su has now become adept at doing these chores. The director is looking for you." A man in black appeared in Su Yao's courtyard, said a sentence, and directly took Su Yao to an inconspicuous room. The man in black stood at the door, did not enter, but pushed the door open and said, "Go in." Su Yao did not dare to resist and obediently entered the room. It was a very small room, with a delicate screen separating the space in the middle. All Su Yao saw was the screen, nothing else. "Do you want to take revenge for your family?" Gong Song said from behind the screen, sitting on a round chair made of Wang Wali wood, with a cup of fine tea beside him. "Who are you?" Su Yao was very alert. Gong Song did not answer, but instead asked, "Who I am is not important. What matters is, do you want revenge?" "I do." "Can you help me?" "I can certainly help you, but it depends on whether you can accomplish what I ask of you." Gong Song leisurely sipped his tea. "I can. Just hand over that scumbag Chen Zheng to me. First, help me resolve the matter, and I will naturally deliver Chen Zheng to you." "All right." Su Yao nodded without the slightest hesitation. After waiting for a while, there was no more conversation from behind the screen. Gong Song had already left. That night, Su Yao was sent to Luiyue City near Nancheng. Chapter 70. Early days of the apocalypse. The enemy Su Yao had been thinking about, Chen Zheng, was also arranged by Gong Song to be in Luiyue City. Isn't Gong Yan capable? Let's see how proud he is this time. Gong Song was already looking forward to it. It must be very exciting. On the 5th day after the heavy rain stopped, the apocalypse arrived. First, a group of infected people appeared in the middle of the night, wandering the streets and rushing to bite and kill when they smelled fresh human flesh. Some mutated quickly and turned into their kind. Before the first zombie could bite twice, it became one, without the sweet smell of blood. They lost interest in continuing to gnaw. Zombie flesh is quite unappetizing. Just like that, one bit another, and within a short time, a dozen infected people appeared. Fortunately, the city lord had arranged for night patrol guards, who managed to control the first batch of infected before a widespread outbreak occurred in Nancheng. "My lord, things are serious." The city lord had a bitter face. He had never encountered such a thing in his decades of life. Normal people turning into cannibals. What was even more terrifying was that those bitten would become infected. "I know, there's no cure. If infected, kill them." The strange occurrences in the city last night had already been reported by the secret guards. Compared to previous instances where only one or two were affected, this time it was a medium-scale incident. After controlling those people last time, they had arranged for doctors to research a cure, but to no avail. Worse still, 2 doctors had also become infected. The city lord nodded helplessly. Apart from that, there was no other way. Being able to control it in the first place was quite good. At least a major disaster had been averted. Yes, but such a big incident can't be hidden from the people of the city. Gong Yin, there's no need to hide it. They will find out sooner or later. It's better for them to know early so they can be prepared. That's all we can do. Not long after, a number of zombies appeared in the city, frightening the common people. For a time, panic spread. The city lord came to talk to Gong Yin without avoiding Wenqing, which made Wenqing realize that the apocalypse had truly arrived. The grains and herbs planted earlier had already matured. Wenqing first processed the grains and then dealt with the herbs. This took most of the day. When she got up, Wenqing only felt numbness in her legs and rested for a while before going to the library to continue reading the medical text she and T finished last time. When she came out again, it was already dark. In just one day, the number of zombies had surged, and each city was experiencing a large number of zombies, leading to many innocent people losing their lives to the zombies, with a large number of citizens joining the ranks of the undead. Nanqing was relatively better off, because they had prepared in advance. The first batch of mutated zombies in the city had been executed, and the city gates were closed early. Once any zombies appeared, they would be subdued immediately and then burned. That night, the city lord and Gong Yan received the statistics. About 100 zombies had appeared in the city, all subdued and executed. Fortunately, Nanqing had not encountered any major incidents. Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief, although she did not know how things were in other cities. At least the place she was in was temporarily safe. Wenqing is not someone with a fearless savior mentality. She understands her own abilities. At first, she only wanted to build a house to protect herself, but now she has progressed to safeguarding the South City. Beyond that, she doesn't think about it anymore. On the first night of the apocalypse, no one dared to sleep too deeply. Any slight rustle startled them awake. Compared to other fallen cities, the nights in South City appeared relatively calm. In Luoyuan City and Luohua City, casualties among the civilians reached up to half, with a third of them turned into zombies. Once bustling cities turned into hell on earth in just one night. Chunzheng and Su Yao took advantage of this time to have the blood-sucking snake kill the city lord, and they took the lord's position for themselves. With the blood-sucking snake as their advantage, half of the dissenters in the city were eliminated, and the other half were too scared to speak up. Thus, the two cities changed hands. At the same time, Yu City also experienced a zombie attack, but with the blood-sucking snake's presence. Shanggong Song managed to keep the Shanggong family safe, and also changed the lord of Yu City. The royal family, not far away, was terrified by the sudden appearance of zombies. However, the Imperial Forest Army protected most of the royal family. Yet more than half of the army had turned into zombies. In just 3 days, chaos ensued everywhere. Countless lives were lost, and blood flowed like a small river, soon cleaned up by the hordes of zombies that came rushing in. Various factions rose up, each trying to seize power amidst the chaos. In just one night, the world changed dramatically. Thankfully, our city lord had foresight and made early preparations. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. Indeed, yesterday I took a look outside when the city gate was unguarded, and I can't even begin to describe it. A speaker lowered their voice. I saw people eating people. The listeners around felt uneasy all over. I had only heard of such things in the last dynasty, and that was during a great war when there was no food, leading to cannibalism. How is it now? Don't mention it. It's even harder now. If we want to survive in the future, we shouldn't go out. Yes, the people around echoed. It's truly terrifying. We'll follow the city lord. Whatever the city lord says, we will do. Meanwhile, the city lord, who was entrusted with great hopes by the people, was almost driven to despair, feeling as if several white hairs had sprouted. The court was practically incapacitated and could not be contacted. The last piece of information was about sending people from various cities to the capital for protection. But there were many who took advantage of the chaos to rebel. The city lord simply went to seek help from Shanggong Yan. He felt there was no other way and that directly asking for assistance was more reliable. Young master, I have come to disturb you again. Shanggong Yan, it's nothing. Given the current situation, it seemed impossible to leave South City. The city lord must have come to discuss difficult matters, and, as part of this, offering some ideas wouldn't hurt. The city lord didn't hide anything and directly stated his intentions. Now, the world is in chaos, and the court is struggling to protect itself. I would like to ask the young master for guidance on what to do next. Having secured safety, the next step is to see how the city lord plans to defend South City. Although the city is safe, it is not yet perfect amidst the chaos. It is unclear what undercurrents may be at play beneath the calm surface. This is where the city lord feels troubled and pained. Basic necessities such as food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are urgently needed. Each one is indispensable. The people in the city can listen to you for a stable life, but they can also rise up in rebellion due to a lack of these necessities. Shanggong Yan pointed out the core issue sharply. Chapter 71. Danger approaches if it weren't for the inability to survive. Who would leave a good life to rebel, risking their lives? What the young master said is indeed of utmost importance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have supported Miss Wen's plan to demolish houses and flatten the land. The city lord picked up the teacup and took a sip, The bitterness of the tea exploded in his mouth, but South City had never experienced grain shortages. Not to mention, since I took over South City, all the grain in the city has been bought from surrounding villages, and the granaries have sought rice from various places. Now, suddenly asking the citizens to plant grain, even the most basic task of tilling the land, is a problem. Starting anything is difficult, and this is no exception. Are there any skilled farmers in the city? Yin asked. The city lord shook his head slightly. None. Let us put this question aside for now. Are there any other issues? Other matters are manageable. We have clothing, transportation, and housing, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. This was the city lord's last consolation. For a moment there was silence. Yin remained in his original position, lightly tapping the round table with his fingers. After the city lord left, Wenqing finally stepped out to find Yin. Why don't you rest a bit longer? Yin relaxed his previously serious expression upon seeing Wenqing. When they were rebuilding South City, Wenqing had been at the construction site all day and had lost weight. Now that she had time to rest, she had come out. I've already rested well, Wenqing replied. I've been through the modern high school entrance exam and college entrance exam. How could I not survive this little bit of staying up late? Wenqing is straightforward and sees that the city lord has come to find you. It must be regarding the arrangements for the South City. Yes, regarding Wenqing. Yin has no secrets in this aspect. Wenqing is already well aware of the situation in South City, and this little detail doesn't matter. Moreover, Wenqing's perspective is very unique and worth considering. If I'm not mistaken, food is currently the major issue in South City. As soon as Wenqing finished speaking, Yin revealed a knowing smile. Qing is really clever and guessed it right away. Of course, Wenqing raised an eyebrow. I can actually help a bit. Wenqing took out a few books about farming from her sleeve. These are books I stumbled upon, and they can definitely assist with this task. Yin casually picked one up to look at, and it detailed the methods of planting very thoroughly, even listing the possible diseases that might occur. This book is well documented, covering both methods and difficulties. It's definitely a valuable resource. One can tell if the bracelet is genuine or not. Warmth. Let the city lord find a few capable people to try the methods in this book. It's better to do something than to keep talking empty words. However, Yin accepted the book. The first encounter with a zombie attack occurred on the 5th day after the seeds were sown. Living comfortably in the city, with no worries about food and clothing for the time being, people quickly forgot how dangerous the world outside had become. During one instance when the city gates were open to let in refugees, a zombie accidentally mixed in. One bite led to another, and as the bites continued, those with better luck directly turned into zombies, while those with worse luck became food for the zombies. Help! Someone! There's a zombie! In the dead of night, terrified screams woke the sleeping citizens of the city, and as they opened their eyes, they were met with a shocking sight. Many people, upon seeing the disfigured bodies of the zombies and their terrifying, rolling eyes, were so frightened that they vomited uncontrollably and their legs turned to jelly. In an instant, chaos ensued with people fleeing everywhere. As soon as Yin received the news, he dispatched 200 guards. The city lord also mobilized all the guards in the city. A fierce battle ensued, with rotting flesh, blood, and screams filling the air above the southern city. In a dim alley, a woman holding her sleeping baby was cornered by 2 strong zombies in a dead end. Attracted by the fresh meat, the zombies drooled and moved towards the woman. No, don't come any closer. The woman, terrified, backed away, but there was nowhere to retreat in the narrow alley. Exhausted, her eyes filled with endless sorrow, she pleaded, "Please, don't eat me and my child, I beg you." But the zombies could not understand her words and continued to advance, making coughing and cracking sounds. There was no hope left. The woman resigned herself to her fate, collapsed to the ground, closed her eyes tightly, and held her child tightly. Thud! The zombie fell, its head separating from its body. It's okay now. Find a safe place to stay. Wenqing jumped down from the roof and helped the woman up. Get up. It's good to live. After a bow, Wenqing assisted the woman to her feet. Even with a large number of guards dispatched, the southern city still experienced a bloody baptism, and it was only when the sun rose that this terrifying farce came to an end. The blood-soaked ground and the heart-wrenching cries made the citizens realize that zombies are not to be underestimated. Who was on duty yesterday? Shang Wanyan's voice was icy. After the chaos of last night, there had been no time to investigate accountability, but now he was ready to take action. Those below either looked down at the ground or secretly glanced at the city lord standing beside them. The city lord was furious, his nostrils flaring and his eyes wide. A bunch of idiots. If it weren't for their laziness and half-heartedness, this wouldn't have happened. Despite repeated warnings and emphasizing that this situation was unusual, they still slacked off. The events of last night filled the city lord with fear and self-pity. It was he who had failed to guard the southern city. Not going to speak. Shang Wanyan was losing patience. He raised his eyes to look at a person. Are you the foreman? Yes. Take him down, 50 lashes. Without further ado, Shang Wanyan directly imposed the punishment. Understood, the foreman replied, knowing that he would have to endure this. At least it didn't cost him his life. The rest will each receive 45 lashes. Fair and just. Receiving 40 to 50 lashes might not cost them their lives, but at least they wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month. Many pleaded for mercy, but pleading to Shang Wanyan was useless. They turned to the city lord instead. Unfortunately, the city lord didn't give them a glance and instead waved his sleeve, urging them to hurry up and take them away. Yes, soon, someone came to take these people away to receive their punishment. Chapter 72, Rivers of Blood Before Long. Outside came the sounds of tragic wailing, but no one felt sympathy. They all thought it was deserved. After last night's zombie bloodbath, half of the southern city's population perished, and a small portion turned into zombies. Those who became zombies, not wanting their loved ones to witness their deaths, were eventually sent out of the southern city. Their deaths or wandering remains unknown. The brutal baptism by zombies made everyone realize that continuing to live in the same manner was not feasible. To maximize the safety of the citizens in the city and enhance the southern city's defenses and attack capabilities, a complete replanning was necessary. What do you think of the current southern city? Shang Wanyan asked. The city lord fell silent. Aside from the initial fighting spirit, when the citizens were aware that the outside world was not peaceful and carried some defensive tools when going out, every household also took measures to protect themselves. But after a few days, having never truly seen a zombie, and with life in the city still manageable, they gradually became complacent, and last night was the best proof. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the city lord understood that if things continued this way, it would only be a matter of time before the southern city fell to the zombies. Shang Wanyan, you have a point. It was unclear whether the city lord had any plans to make changes to the current situation in the southern city. It's embarrassing to say, but I hadn't thought of this before. The city lord was also frustrated. If he had made changes from the start, the zombies wouldn't have attacked so thoroughly last night. The city lord didn't blame himself, but Shang Wanyan saw the pain on his face. However, if it weren't for the imminent crisis, some people genuinely couldn't understand and deeply appreciate how difficult the current situation was, without allowing them to face the true appearance of the zombies. The southern city would not receive proper protection. What happened last night would eventually come, and now it was just a bit early. Shang Wanyan's study had the lights on all night. Knock knock. Wenqing knocked twice on the door. May I come in? Come in. Shang Wanyan sat in a chair, dark circles under his eyes from staying up late. You got up so early. You were tired the night before and went to bed late last night. Why not sleep a little longer? I've had enough sleep. Wenqing shook her head. I heard from the steward that you haven't slept all night, so I came to check on you. Upon hearing the concern from his beloved, Shang Wanyan, who had been fatigued, suddenly perked up and chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Wenqing placed a bowl of chicken congee on another table, puzzled by Shang Wanyan's laughter. You care about me. It feels a bit strange. Strange? What's strange about it? Now Wenqing truly didn't understand why. Shang Wanyan just smiled without saying a word. This kind of sincere care from someone, being in someone's heart, was something he had never experienced before. All right, as you wish. Shang Wanyan got up and walked to the round table to drink the congee. He had been exhausted all night, hadn't eaten dinner, and had barely drunk any water, so he was already hungry. Wenqing sat opposite Shang Wanyan, propping her chin up and looking at him. It must be said that although he stayed up late, Shang Wanyan's skin condition was still impressive, and he looked great. It was really nice to see a handsome guy face to face so early in the morning, under Wenqing's intense gaze. Shang Wanyin still took his time and elegantly finished a bowl of porridge. Is it good looking? Shang Wanyin asked, his eyes smiling. Yes, it's good looking, Wenqing replied without hesitation. Do you want to see more? Is that okay? Of course, Shang Wanyin said indulgently. Ah. With that smile from Shang Wanyin, Wenqing, who was captivated by his looks, realized that she truly dared to say anything. In such a situation, it was necessary to change the topic. Wenqing stood up awkwardly from the round table, abruptly changing the topic. What were you busy with all night? Was it about Nansheng? Yes. Shang Wanyin did not expose Wenqing's pretense and cooperated by standing up, taking her hand and leading her to the desk, where his achievements from the night were laid out. Take a look. In any noble family, the study was a significant place, rarely accessible even to the ladies of the family. Shang Wanyin not only allowed Wenqing to come and go freely, but also showed her important documents. Wenqing has gradually moved from shock at the beginning to calmness now. She naturally took the paper handed to her by Shang Wanyin, which was densely written with a lot of information. After the zombie invasion, Nan City nearly lost half of its population, but now there's a lot of vacant land. Houses that are intact or have only minor damages have been preserved, while those that suffered major destruction have been completely rebuilt to serve as martial arts training halls. The reason zombies were able to enter this time was purely due to the negligence of the guards. Shang Wanyin has emphasized strengthening the rotation of the guards at the city gates, adjusting the number of personnel and their duty hours. At the same time, to ensure a continuous supply of food, Shang Wanyin also proposed arranging some laborers to farm, allowing Nan City to be self-sufficient in food production. Each of these decisions reveals careful consideration and long-term vision. It's a very detailed and comprehensive plan, Wenqing commented. Upon hearing Wenqing's praise, Shang Wanyin felt that his efforts over the night were not in vain. The plan was feasible, but he still felt some dissatisfaction. Overall, it was well arranged, but there were still some deficiencies. Seeing Shang Wanyin's serious expression, Wenqing felt that he was putting too much pressure on himself, and she comforted him, saying that the events happened so suddenly that one night was hardly enough to fully address all aspects of Nan City. The overall situation was stable, and there would still be opportunities to improve. That made sense. Perhaps, in addition to training the guards, we could also let the common people participate in the training. We don't expect them to be of much help, but at least they should have the ability to protect themselves. A woman holding a child nearly became a meal for zombies. Wenqing still remembers the terrified, desperate, and extremely unwilling expression on the woman's face. The common people? Shang Wanyin asked. Wenqing nodded heavily. Yes. Although we have the guards in your hands and the city lord's guards to protect the citizens of the city when nothing happens, no one can guarantee that we can protect defenseless people at all times. Seeing that Shang Wanyin's expression had relaxed somewhat, Wenqing pressed on. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. Rather than letting them wait for others to save them, it's better to teach them the skills to protect themselves. There was some truth to this, and Shang Wanyin was completely persuaded. However, this matter involved a large number of people and needed to be discussed with the city lord. It wasn't long before the city lord was called in. Chapter 73. Singing a different tune after reviewing the arrangements made by Shang Wanyin, the city lord expressed his satisfaction, saying, "It's impressive that so much can be done in just one night. It's a pity for this young master from the Shanggong family. He should have a bright future." But unexpectedly, he's stuck in this small south city. The city lord sighed, but despite the regret, he was still grateful that Shang Wanyin was here. Without him, South City would have been doomed long ago. The city lord respectfully said, "Young Master Shang Wan, I see that this document is quite good. If we could discuss it further, we could get started. The situation in South City is worsening day by day." Shang Wanyin replied, "The city lord makes a valid point, but the Shanggong family has a few matters to discuss with you." The city lord was eager to listen. "Please, young master, go ahead." In addition to the arrangements I mentioned earlier, there is also a document regarding the citizens of the city. Shang Wanyin handed another document to the city lord. The city lord was puzzled about what kind of issue required separate attention. After glancing through it, he was taken aback. "Young master, this?" The document contained plans on how to arrange for the citizens to learn self-defense skills, and those with abilities could even go outside to fight zombies. The houses in the city were to be divided into different categories. Those capable could choose to live in larger houses, while those without abilities would be assigned to smaller houses that were patrolled by guards. Shang Wanyan didn't waste time and spoke directly to the city lord. The current situation in South City is neither good nor bad, but after a zombie attack, the Shandong family believes we cannot continue following the old model. We need to make some changes to ensure our survival. But this has never been done before. The willingness of the citizens is also hard to reconcile. The city lord was in a difficult position. This method was for the citizens' benefit, and he was tempted, but it was hard to implement. City lord, whether this is easy to handle depends on how we execute it. We can't wait until the citizens are really in trouble to regret not making this plan earlier. Wenqing noticed the city lord's hesitation and directly fanned the flames. We have to try to see if it works, don't we? The city lord replied, yes, I understand this principle, but the key is how to proceed. That's easy to say. As long as the city lord agrees, we can get it done. Wenqing said with a sly smile. All right, the city lord relented. If another zombie comes into the city, South City will be finished. Hesitating was worse than taking a risk. The next day, after making other arrangements, the city lord gathered the surviving citizens in the square. City lord, did you call us all here for something? A man shouted. Yes, there are many things to discuss. If you have something to say, hurry up, it's not safe outside. The city lord listened as the citizens spoke one after another, creating a cacophony. Quiet, everyone quiet down and listen to me, the city lord shouted, but unfortunately, his voice lacked authority and only silenced them slightly. It was the appearance of Shang Wanyan with many guards that finally quieted the crowd. Young Master Shang Wan, Miss Wenqing, the city lord greeted. Shang Wanyan, there's nothing to worry about. City lord, please explain the situation to everyone. All right, the city lord said, moving to the main point. The reason I called everyone here is to announce an important matter. You all know that a few nights ago, due to issues with the guards, a large number of zombies entered South City, causing great suffering and loss of loved ones. This was the first time South City faced a zombie attack since the outbreak, and everyone saw the true form of zombies for the first time. We also know that zombies are not as easy to deal with as we imagined. A single bite could cost us our lives. To ensure that everyone can protect themselves in the future when encountering zombies, everyone will need to participate in training, which will be conducted by the guards and soldiers. Additionally, the housing in the city will be redistributed according to abilities. Those with more abilities will be assigned to better houses. As soon as he said this, the originally bewildered citizens erupted into chaos. What gives you the right? We've lived in these houses for years, and you say we should just move? No way. You can't just take my house. Others remained silent, frightened and cowering in the corner. After a while, when everyone had vented their frustrations, the city lord called for silence. No one listened, as they seemed immersed in their own situations of losing their homes. The city lord felt a headache coming on. At his age, it wasn't easy for him. Shang Wanyan watched the chaos below, his expression unchanged. 13. Yes, my lord. Bring it out. Understood. Upon receiving the order, 13 vanished and, in a few breaths, a zombie appeared on the platform. A zombie! Everyone stepped back. The already chaotic scene became even more frenzied. Surrounded by guards, no one could escape. Fear is right, Shang Wanyan said as he stepped forward. Only when danger is truly upon us do we realize what fear is. Wenqing glanced around and slowly spoke. The reason I want you to learn martial arts is not to entertain you or to mock you, but to ensure that you can protect yourselves when you encounter zombies, instead of running around in fear like you are now. You should not ignore the lessons from the past few days. A large number of zombies surrounding the city is far more terrifying than a single zombie. Everyone is afraid. If no one has the ability to defend themselves, we will all become food for the zombies. Bringing out a zombie to reason with is clearly more effective than just talking empty words. And many people suddenly feel that it makes sense. Learning martial arts at least allows you to protect yourselves. Just look at that pale zombie. It's simply terrifying. However, there are still some who refuse to listen, shouting, "You girls speak nicely, but why don't you show us how to kill them? You are just saying deceptive things." Wenqing didn't hesitate. She condensed a small amount of power in her right hand and struck at the zombie. Thud! The zombie's head fell straight down. Killing a head is just a matter of hitting the ground. Now, finally, no one dared to sing a different tune. Who would have thought that a seemingly delicate woman would show no mercy when killing zombies? Her movements were so quick that one might not even be sure if the person in front was alive, yet she could act this decisively. In the face of absolute fear, no one dared to refute. Even the city lords standing aside swallowed hard. After all, how could a tiger have a completely benevolent rabbit by its side? A strong alliance was indeed the right approach. Chapter 74. The adorable little tiger, did you see that? Wenqing's voice was devoid of any emotion. I saw it. The common people below dared not refute, fearing for their lives. The attack power of zombies was not as weak as we imagined. They could also form groups. If you can handle one zombie, what about 2? 3 zombies? A horde of zombies? What do you have to ensure your survival? The South City was not without guards to protect everyone, but their numbers were limited, and there were instances of illness, injury, or even death. If you keep demanding that others invest their time, effort, or even lives for you, who would be willing to do so over time? Or do you prefer to be bitten to death by zombies rather than spend time learning how to protect yourself? Everyone, regardless of age or gender, can participate. For a moment, no one spoke. They all looked at each other, unwilling to voice their thoughts. I want to learn. Zhao Xiao shouted. I want to learn real skills to defeat zombies. I don't want to just watch as zombies take over South City. I want to learn too. The blacksmith owner stepped forward. I put so much effort into creating weapons, not just to die for nothing. As long as I have breath in me, I won't submit to zombies. With someone taking the lead, those who had the same thoughts also expressed their willingness to learn martial arts. Seeing a large number of people willing to step forward, the city lord was moved to tears. Good, very good. The people we raise in South City are not ordinary folks. With this problem solved, the rest would be easier to manage. Thank you for your concern, young master. No need for such formalities. This is something I should do as a member of the upper palace living in South City, Shang Wanyin said. If it weren't for wanting to use his marriage to win over some hearts, he might have lost his position long ago. Returning home, Shang Wanyin and Wenqing went to the study together. How was I today? Did I perform well? Wenqing tilted her little face, seeking praise. This is just the beginning. There are many things for you to plan and organize. The hard days are still ahead. At this point, Wenqing couldn't help but sigh. Not only did she cross over, but she ended up in the apocalypse without even enjoying it first. She was busy right away. Just some small matters, nothing serious. Knowing that someone cared for him made Shang Wanyin happy inside. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Mentioning serious matters, the previously relaxed Wenqing straightened up. They would inevitably have to confront zombies directly, and there might even be conflicts with people from other cities. Once a fight broke out, someone would surely get hurt. To ensure that the injured could receive treatment, I think we need to organize and train a small group of capable doctors. That's reasonable. The number of doctors in the city is limited. Although the guards have dedicated physicians, it's always hard to guarantee what might happen in dangerous times. It's better to be prepared. Shang Wanyin, I'll send someone to find a group of capable candidates and arrange it. All right, Wenqing nodded. By the way, I took on a disciple named Zhao Xiao. He is also a capable person, and I plan to personally teach him how to heal. Zhao Xiao? Is he a boy? Shang Wanyin repeated the name, asking. Yes. Shang Wanyin's face darkened immediately. It was so obvious that Wenqing couldn't ignore it. It was the first time she saw such a clear change in Shang Wanyin's expression, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Shang Wanyin just watched, not stopping her. After Wenqing laughed enough, she stopped. Don't worry, to me, Zhao Xiao is just a little kid. I won't have any thoughts about him. Besides, I already have you. Why would I look for another man? What she said made a lot of sense, and Wenqing's expression was very serious. Forget it, Shang Wanyin thought. She can do whatever she wants. If worst comes to worst, there are still secret guards watching. He would know the first moment anything happens. Keep a good distance, and pay attention to your interactions in private. Okay, I'll listen to you. The awkward yet compromising look on the man's face made Wenqing's heart soften, and she couldn't help but stand up and give Shang Wanyin a long, affectionate kiss. CUTIE was practicing her spell symbols in the courtyard. Ever since she used the cleansing pill given by Wenqing, the toxins in her body had cleared up quite a bit. However, due to being too harsh on herself previously, even now that she had eliminated some, CUTIE's blood combined with the spell symbols still had strong lethality. Wenqing called. Just as CUTIE finished drawing the last stroke of the spell symbol, She heard Wenqing's voice, raised her hand, and looked towards the courtyard door, immediately spotting Wenqing. "Sister Wen!" CUTIE exclaimed joyfully, putting down her brush and jogging towards Wenqing. Since the zombie outbreak, Wenqing had been busy handling matters, and it had been a long time since she last saw her. Warm and funny, Wenqing patted CUTIE's back, saying, "There are quite a few things going on in Nancheng. Are you safe in this yard?" "Safe. There are always people guarding here. It's absolutely safe not to go out." In the next moment, a small figure dashed towards them, leaving only a blur. The impact was a bit strong, and CUTIE was forced to take 2 steps back to steady herself. "Xiaobai, slow down." "Ow!" Xiaobai called out. The little tiger was not pleased and growled at Wenqing. "Ow, ow." Perhaps it was a bit much. Xiaobai's appetite had been incredible lately, eating a lot, and without noticing, it had gotten quite plump. "I can't even lift it anymore," CUTIE said, rubbing Xiaobai's head. "It should still be growing. Eating more is fine. Just take it out to exercise more," Wenqing said, also bending down to rub Xiaobai's head to prevent it from getting too chubby and unable to run later. "Humph." The little tiger turned around, presenting its backside to Wenqing. "Xiaobai," CUTIE found it amusing. This little tiger still cared about its pride. Wenqing only joked a few times and didn't say much more. If she continued, little tiger would definitely remember it. But she really is quite adorable. Chapter 75, A Brief Calm. "So, are you not welcoming me?" Wenqing raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on her face. "Sister Wen." CUTIE felt her face flush at the comment. Everyone has moments when their mind isn't clear, but I've come to my senses now. I realize it's been a while since I last saw you, so I decided to drop by today. "I understand. Do you want to stay for dinner?" CUTIE asked. "Warmth. That's good. You shouldn't dislike me." Before long, someone brought over hot meals, and Warmth and CUTIE had lunch together. During the meal, Xiaobai was happily gnawing on a big bone on the side. After lunch, CUTIE shared with Warmth her recently drawn talisman. "I flipped through a lot of books and tried many times before I could draw this talisman. It can control an explosion after sticking it on someone." Speaking of this talisman, CUTIE couldn't hide her joy, looking like a child who can't wait to share a toy with friends. Is it really that clever? It sounds very sophisticated, like a landmine that can be located. CUTIE pouted, "Of course, I wouldn't lie to Sister Wen. I can show you." Saying this, CUTIE stepped out a bit, pinched the talisman with 2 fingers of her right hand, and murmured the incantation. Soon, the talisman flew into the air and landed on a stone in the yard. CUTIE put her hand down. Sister Wen watched closely. CUTIE chanted a few phrases, and with a bang, the talisman exploded, shattering the originally large stone into dozens of small pieces. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" If CUTIE had a tail behind her, it would be wagging joyfully with her pride. "No, it's really super impressive." At that moment, Warmth truly felt like she was coaxing a child. CUTIE excitedly showcased several other talismans to Warmth, who praised her before leaving. From Warmth to CUTIE's small courtyard to Warmth's departure, CUTIE's smile didn't fade. The feeling of being cared for and having someone willing to stay by her side is truly wonderful. "Have you found out?" Chun Zheng sat in a wheelchair, his expression unreadable. "We found out," a man in black said. "The current master of Liyue City is a woman named Su Yao." "Su Yao?" Chun Zheng repeated the name, finding it quite interesting. "You can go now." "Yes." Since the outbreak of zombies, with the help of Shangguan Song and Bloodsucking Snake, Chun Zheng successfully took over Liyue City, which significantly elevated his status. Although it didn't mean much in front of Shangguan Yin, to these ordinary citizens without any power, Chun Zheng was a great hero who saved them from fire and water. He was no longer as destitute as before due to lack of money. He thought that Su Yao, the young lady of the Su family, liked him, but unexpectedly, she was just using him. With an entire Liyue City, what was Su Yao worth? Just as Chun Zheng was immersed in his thoughts, a man in black quietly entered his room. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table in front of Chun Zheng. "This is from the master. Take a good look." Chun Zheng took the paper, opened it, and read, "Stay in Liyue City and await my orders." "Understood," Chun Zheng said. "You'd better understand how you got to this position. We both know the truth. Don't think you can do as you please just because the master isn't here." The man in black warned Chun Zheng before turning to leave, disappearing without a trace. After a while, Chun Zheng let out a sigh. "But he's just a young master from a prominent family. Has it been delivered?" "Yes, master." The man in black knelt respectfully in front of Shangwan Song. Shangwan Song leisurely watched the steam rising from the hot tea before asking, "How is Chunjung?" "It seems controllable for now. My subordinates have already warned him." "Very good, you can leave." "Yes." The man in black clasped his fists and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Shangwan family manipulated relationships to keep the exchange of Luhua City and Liyue City under wraps. As for Nansheng, because the city lord sent out a considerable military force when the court ordered the troops to be cleared, and with the city lord stationed there, no issues were discovered. Under the seemingly calm surface, tremendous undercurrents were stirring. What happened? Taking advantage of the good weather, Warmth went out for a walk in the city. Not long after, she heard a commotion. Two women were arguing about what kind of vegetables to plant. A guard who went to check the situation reported, "Warmth comes suddenly, really. Is there no one specifically responsible for this issue?" "No, everyone just divided it up a bit and let everyone come together to plant." This is not a good approach. With 10 people, there are 10 different ideas, and if disagreements arise, it could lead to unnecessary conflict. Wenqing instructed to separate the people first and persuade them well. Yes. Seeing that nothing had happened, Wenqing continued walking. The atmosphere was still lively, with various disputes arising over trivial matters. "You said you want to plant vegetables." "I said I want to plant celery." "You said we should forge swords first." "I said we should forge daggers first." There were always endless small matters. There was still a significant gap between plans and reality. If this continued, the grain supply in the southern city and the supply of weapons would still face major issues. It needed to be unified, so that night, I called the city lord to discuss together. It took most of the night to finally settle the matter. After sending off the city lord, Wenqing and Shangwan Yin finally had some time alone together. I still remember when we first met. Wenqing was already a slender woman, easily held in one hand, and now she was even thinner, with no flesh left on her face. Chapter 76. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. Shangwan Yin noticed this and furrowed his brow. In the future, for some minor matters, you don't have to do everything yourself. Just choose some trustworthy servants to handle them. All right, I understand. It's just that there are many things lately, and I can't manage it all at the moment. But it will be fine in a couple of days. Knowing that Shangwan Yin cared for her, Wenqing felt sweet in her heart. However, as someone from a later time, she was initially poor and had not yet gotten used to commanding servants. Neither of us is easy to deal with. Aching, Shangwan Yin took Wenqing's hand, lowered his gaze, and said softly, "As a man, I should support our future, and I shouldn't let you toil alongside me." Wenqing could also see the man's care and self-blame in front of her. "Ah Yin, I think this should be discussed at the right time. If you were dressed in fine clothes and not worried about food and clothing during a prosperous era, then you should protect me well. But now, we are in chaotic times, and with so many people needing our help, some things don't need to be so clearly divided. Look at me." Wenqing cupped Shangwan Yan's face with both hands and continued, "I'm not a helpless woman. I have hands and feet. If you let me suffer grievances, I can still run away." Although her words sounded outrageous, knowing Shangwan Yin, she really could manage these things. "Within my ability, I will not let you suffer grievances." Shangwan Yin promised seriously. "Really? Once a word is spoken, it's hard to take back." "Good. Remember what you said today." Wenqing smiled mischievously. She always felt that the woman in front of her was hiding something, not wanting to agree too quickly, but after thinking for a moment, Shangwan Yin felt he had the ability to protect her, so he agreed. The words spoken must be taken seriously. Half a month passed. During this time, the southern city was under renovation, with various issues arising daily that needed to be modified and arranged for implementation. The layout of the houses underwent the most changes, with the houses near the city gate leaving one outermost room, reinforced with the strongest materials of the time, while the 2 or 3 rooms behind were completely torn down to leave enough space. The other houses in the city were also comprehensively modified according to the blueprints. There were houses for 4 or 6 people, as well as small single rooms, and the most desirable was a standalone small building with a vegetable garden, completely self-sufficient. However, to live in better houses required more compensation. As for the land cleared in the city, crops were planted according to need. Each piece of land was assigned a dedicated person to manage, so there was no fear of issues arising without someone to hold accountable. More importantly, dozens of attack openings were added to the city wall, maximizing external offensive capabilities. Because the court was busy fighting the northern barbarians and had to allocate energy to deal with the suddenly erupting zombie crisis. They could not spare any energy to manage local affairs, and the minting of currency was halted. After layers of disturbances from zombies, many places had switched to using crystal stones as universal currency. The southern city was no exception. Bang! The Beast Tower made a loud noise. After a while, the door of the Beast Tower finally opened, and a blood-soaked woman walked out. "Sister Wen, are you all right?" CUTIE rushed forward to inquire. Although it wasn't the first time seeing Sister Wen come to the Beast Tower for training, every time she came out, it always felt nerve-wracking. Just like that time when she came out with a bunch of injuries. This time, it looked particularly serious. Wenqing looked at CUTIE's anxious expression and said, "It's fine, this isn't my blood, it's the blood of those wild beasts inside." CUTIE complained, "Sister Wen, you always run in there every few days, and each time you come out injured." But despite her words, her hands moved carefully, afraid of accidentally hurting Wenqing. "You don't take care of yourself. At least consider us. You almost scare us to death every time." CUTIE chattered all the way, with the little white dog beside her barking a few times in agreement. They followed Wenqing into her courtyard, and CUTIE's mouth didn't stop, pouting and stamping her feet in grievance. She said, "Sister Wen, you dislike me." "Of course not. Come drink some water." "You've been talking the whole way," Wenqing replied. "Oomph." CUTIE took the water and drank it down. Wenqing is the first person to treat her so well. How can she not worry about Wenqing's safety? Recently, Wenqing has been going to the Beast Tower every few days, making quite a commotion. At first, it nearly left CUTIE bewildered. "All right, I'm fine. If I want to become stronger, I need to invest more time and effort." Benqing assured CUTIE, knowing that the little girl in front of her had no bad intentions, and Wenqing was happy to comfort her. Master, are you there?" Before CUTIE could say anything, Zhao Zhao's voice called out from outside Wenqing's courtyard. Wenqing said to CUTIE, "You go greet the guests for me. I'll change out of these dirty clothes." CUTIE didn't object and urged Wenqing to tidy herself up. "Got it. You go take care of yourself quickly. Where's my master?" Seeing that the visitor wasn't Wenqing, Zhao Zhao was momentarily taken aback and asked, "CUTIE, Sister Wen is not very convenient right now. Let me come out to greet you." "Oh, come in first." CUTIE led him into the front room, poured hot tea, and let him sit and wait. There was a moment of silence. Fortunately, Wenqing didn't take long to get ready and soon came out. Upon seeing Zhao Zhao, she instinctively asked, "What brings you here today? Aren't you still in training?" "Master, please don't tease me. I'm almost at my wit's end." "What happened?" Wenqing sat down and poured a cup of tea, placing it on the table opposite. "Sit." Zhao Zhao quickly sat down, not being modest at all. "I can't get the hang of it." The way he said it made Zhao Zhao's face turn beet red, feeling like it was burning. "Is it just because of this?" Wenqing stifled a laugh. "Yes." Zhao Zhao was almost at his breaking point. He could go up the mountain to fight blood-sucking snakes or identify and pick herbs, but when it came to practicing properly, his hands and feet just wouldn't cooperate. He hadn't even practiced for a month and had already lost face countless times. Zhao Zhao felt utterly embarrassed. If martial arts don't work, then change to something else. So, Zhao Zhao came to find his master. Chapter 77. Surrounded Master. How about I learn medicine from you now? I can't handle the sword and knife, so I might as well stay in the back and be a doctor. Do you really want to learn from me? Starting now? Zhao Zhao's gaze was firm, yes. Master, I don't want to go on like this, unable to learn anything and just dragging others down. I see that life outside is getting harder. I need to learn some skills, at least so I won't be a burden, right? All right. Wenqing pondered for a moment. With those who charge into battle, injuries are unavoidable, and if there are not enough qualified and capable doctors to assess conditions, prescribe treatments, and provide care, the mortality rate would be unthinkably high. Zhao Zhao actually reminded her this time. From tomorrow on, come to my place every day to study. Okay, master. With her master's approval, the heavy stone in Zhao Zhao's heart was lifted significantly. As long as he was diligent and willing to learn, he wouldn't just be someone in the back who only eats without contributing. After Zhao Zhao left, Wenqing looked at CUTIE, who was petting a tiger. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. The originally bowed CUTIE couldn't help but lift her head to look at Wenqing. Sister Wen, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to learn medicine together? Me? Sue felt it was a bit unbelievable, pointing at herself. Yes. If you're interested, learn. If not, forget it. Wenqing suddenly thought that if Sue could also learn, it might distract her attention a bit, making this girl in front of her less sad about her past experiences. No, sister one. Sue shook her head. I'm still more interested in the dark arts. Wenqing lightly tapped Sue's head and said, if you don't want to learn, then don't. But you must never put your body at risk with dangerous experiments. Got it, Sue replied with a sweet smile. From that day on, Zhao Xiao came to Wenqing every day to learn medicine, staying for half the day. Wenqing unreservedly imparted all the medical knowledge she knew to Zhao Xiao. However, Zhao Xiao only had a basic understanding, and there was still a lot of work to be done to delve deeper. Each day brought a wealth of new and tedious material, but fortunately, Zhao Xiao was interested in it and was always eager to learn. One time, Sue came to sit in on the class and fell asleep within a quarter of an hour. After waking up, she decided never to come at that time again. It wasn't for any other reason, but simply because she had slept too much during the day and couldn't sleep at night. Everything was developing in a positive direction. All the big and small matters in Nanqing had undergone countless adjustments and revisions, and a preliminary model had been established to maintain normal operations. Not bad. Shang Wanyan gave a fair evaluation. However, he paused for a moment and added that relying solely on training was far from enough. Real combat experience was more useful than hundreds of training sessions. The city lord sincerely asked, what should we do about this? It's not arranged yet. Once I finish handling things on my end, I will discuss it with the city lord. Very well, the city lord said. After briefly discussing the matters in the city with Shang Wanyan and confirming that there were no major issues, he stood up to bid farewell. Real combat? Wenqing, who had been standing aside, asked out loud. Yes, Shang Wanyan replied as he walked over to Wenqing, taking her hand. I sent out secret guards to gather intelligence. Besides the visible zombies, there are many unknown, mutated animals in the forest. We can't just stay cooped up in Nanqing forever. Even though we now have a certain level of self-defense capability, there are still many hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Just sitting and waiting is a poor strategy. Warmth. What you said makes sense, but shouldn't someone clear away some obstacles first before allowing others in? Very clever. Shang Wanyan smiled. It wouldn't be right to let inexperienced people go to their deaths for no reason. Our goal is to train their practical skills, not to sacrifice lives. Wenqing, your awareness is quite high. There aren't many guards around you who can leave freely, right? It's still early stages. 1 carrot, 1 pit. And the flow of population isn't high. If a few people are sent out, it will leave a few gaps. Yes, Shang Wanyan doesn't shy away from Wenqing. It's better to speak frankly. I plan to go personally. I want to go too. As soon as Shang Wanyan finished speaking, Wenqing immediately chimed in. Unsurprisingly, she received a disapproving look from Shang Wanyan. It's very dangerous outside. I know. If you stay in South City, I can be at ease. But I'm not at ease about you. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan eagerly. You know my strength. And I also have the opportunity to go to the Beast Tower to improve my abilities, which aren't any worse than yours. No. If you don't let me go, I'll sneak out myself. If I can't go openly, then I'll go secretly. Nonsense. Shang Wanyan's tone was serious. Wenqing pouted and stopped looking at Shang Wanyan, mumbling about how fierce he was. In an instant, Shang Wanyan felt all his anger dissipate. He planned to reason with her and appeal to her emotions, saying, you know how dangerous it is outside. What if you get hurt? Since the outbreak of the zombies, this was the first time they were going out, and there were many potential dangers that neither of them could predict. She continued to speak her mind, while Wenqing remained unyielding. You, forget it, let's go together. Shang Wanyan truly felt that if he dared to stop Wenqing from coming along, she would run out by herself the next second. It was better to have her by his side than to worry about her being alone. His Aching was not the type to willingly stay behind. When are we leaving? Wenqing was already eager to go. In a few days, we need to plan this out in advance. All right, then I'll wait for your news. A few days later, Shang Wanyan and Wenqing began to prepare their departure plan. They sat in the study of the Lord's mansion, the table covered with maps and various intelligence documents. Wenqing raised her head. Her gaze focused on the important locations marked on the map. Traces of some mutated animals had been discovered in the forest not far from South City. And these mutated animals might be one of the challenges we will face next. Shang Wanyin nodded, seriously contemplating. We need to send someone for reconnaissance, first to gather more detailed intelligence. At the same time, we must ensure the safety of our actions to avoid unexpected attacks. Warmly browsing through the content, it also mentions some zombie gathering areas, which may have large-scale zombie hordes. We need to avoid these areas to prevent the danger of being surrounded. Chapter 78, Clearing Obstacles. After a moment of thought, Shang Wanyin said, "Our goal is to quickly clear these obstacles so that the people of South City can safely enter the forest to explore resources. Therefore, we must formulate a reasonable plan, make full use of our abilities, and minimize risks to the greatest extent." Wenqing interjected, in addition to combat, we also need to consider emergency medical support to deal with potential injuries and illnesses. Shang Wanyin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need to organize a team specifically responsible for emergency treatment. At the same time, we must prepare the necessary medications and medical equipment in advance. As they discussed, they gradually integrated their ideas and plans. After careful consideration, they formulated a detailed action plan. Looking at the completed plan with warmth, she smiled with satisfaction. This way, we have a clear direction and goal. As long as we execute the plan step by step, I believe we can succeed. Wenqing smiled gently, feeling the determination and confidence of Shang Wanyin. Yes, we will definitely do it. Their eyes met, conveying a tacit understanding and a firm resolution to each other. For the future of Nancheng, for the safety of the people, they were determined to face this world overrun by zombies and fight for it. A few days later, Shang Wanyin and Wenqing led a selected team out of Nancheng, embarking on a journey to the forest. They were on a mission, ready to face unknown challenges. No matter how difficult the road ahead might be, they would bravely confront it, fighting for hope and survival. Shang Wanyin and Wenqing led the team into the forest, carefully traversing the dense woods, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere. The team immediately became alert, weapons in hand, ready to respond to any potential danger. Wenqing tightly gripped the dagger, her hands slightly trembling as she felt her heartbeat quicken. She knew this mission would not be easy, but her heart remained filled with determination and courage. Wenqing was anxious and eager to help the injured teammate, but she was pulled back by Shang Wanyin. We need to wait for the right moment and maintain overall tactical coordination. Shang Wanyin's tone was firm, but Wenqing could sense the concern in his eyes. Wenqing gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay calm. She knew that Shang Wanyin was right. Personal feelings could not sway the actions of the entire team. After the battle, the team members gathered together, panting as they checked their injuries and equipment. The injured team member's face was pale, but he managed to squeeze out a smile, indicating that he could hold on. Warmth walked to his side and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "You did well. We will treat your injuries as soon as possible." The team member nodded, his expression resolute. "Thank you." At that moment, Sui walked over, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in her gaze. "These mutated animals are really annoying. I want to participate in the fight too. Why won't you let me go?" Shang Wanyin looked deeply at Sui, his tone steady but with a trace of coldness. "Sui, you have just begun learning medicine and lack sufficient combat experience. We need to ensure everyone's safety and cannot put the entire team in danger due to impulsiveness." The discontent and stubbornness on Sui's face gradually turned to helplessness. She lowered her head and silently accepted Shang Wanyin's advice. Wenqing felt the contradiction and tension spreading within the team. She understood that everyone had their own thoughts and opinions. As a leader, Shang Wanyin had to weigh the pros and cons and make the wisest decision. She walked over to Shang Wanyin and said softly, "Shang Wanyin, perhaps Sui has some urgent expectations for practical combat. Can we give her some opportunities to train herself within a safe range?" Shang Wanyin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "All right, we can give Sui some relatively safe tasks to help her develop her practical combat skills. But we must also remain vigilant to ensure her safety." Warmly smiling, she thanked. "Thank you, Shang Wanyin. I believe that giving Sui this opportunity will help her grow even more." The team continued to move forward, each person focused on fulfilling their tasks. In the following days, they encountered more mutated animals and zombie hordes, but through teamwork and understanding, they successfully faced each challenge. CUTIE began to take on some simple tasks, and although she made mistakes at times due to her lack of experience, she learned from them and gradually grew into a brave and determined warrior. However, when facing new challenges, conflicts and disagreements within the team resurfaced. During an intense battle, the team members were surrounded by a group of mutated animals, and the situation became critical. Shang Guanyin quickly made a decision, instructing everyone to execute a tactical retreat. But CUTIE couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to rescue the trapped teammates. CUTIE turned to look at Wenqing, her eyes revealing unwillingness and determination. "I can't just stand by and watch them get hurt. I have to save them." Wenqing tightly grasped CUTIE's hand and said firmly, "But you must also consider your own safety. We are a team, and everyone is important. Only by standing united can we face greater challenges." CUTIE's gauze bleaker than Stanley. She understood that Wenqing's words were meant for her safety, but the inner impulse and sense of responsibility made her feel conflicted and confused. At that moment, Shang Guanyin walked up to the two of them and looked at CUTIE with deep affection, saying, "CUTIE, you have courage and responsibility, which are rare qualities. However, in battle, we must remain calm and rational, not only for ourselves but for everyone in the team." CUTIE fell silent. She began to understand that a qualified warrior needs not only bravery, but also wisdom and composure. Wenqing held CUTIE's hand tightly and said gently, "Don't blame yourself. We all have moments of confusion and make mistakes. What's important is that we learn and grow from them." The guidance of Shang Guanyin and Wenqing is a valuable asset for us. CUTIE nodded silently, feeling the unity and support within the team. She decided to put aside her personal feelings and focus more on improving her abilities and combat skills. As time passed, the team faced various challenges and made significant progress. Everyone's strength improved, and their cooperation became increasingly harmonious. However, as the mission progressed, new conflicts quietly arose. During a search mission, the team discovered an important target item that would have a significant impact on their mission. However, the competition for this target item caused divisions among the team members. The opposing viewpoints led the entire team into a stalemate, and the atmosphere became tense and strained. Wenqing tried to ease the tense atmosphere, saying, "We are all fighting for the same goal, but when making decisions, we must consider long-term benefits. We shouldn't focus solely on immediate needs, but rather make the best choice by taking all factors into account." Shang Guanyin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we need to balance individual desires with the overall interest. For the use of this item, we should have a more in-depth discussion and evaluation to reach a consensus." CUTIE furoit herberais, feeling that her viewpoint was being ignored. "But time is crucial for us. Every second of delay could lead to more losses." She insisted on her position. Wenqing quietly looked at CUTIE and said softly, "CUTIE, I understand your concerns, but we cannot make mistakes out of haste. Only through thorough discussion and weighing the pros and cons can we make wise decisions." The tense atmosphere in the team grew heavier, with arguments and conflicts intertwining. Everyone held on to their own beliefs, yet they could not reach a consensus. At this critical moment, each member of the team needed to calm down, set aside personal emotions, and understand and respect each other's viewpoints. Only through unity and mutual support could they overcome contradictions and conflicts, continue moving forward, and face greater challenges. Wenqing, Shang Guanyin, and the other members of the team continued their search mission and arrived at an abandoned building. However, they did not anticipate that a terrifying horde of zombies was hidden here. In an instant, the zombies surged out from every corner and launched a frenzied attack on the team. Wenqing, Shang Guanyin, and the others immediately found themselves in a crisis. They fought hard to resist, but the sheer number of zombies made it difficult for them to escape easily. Wenqing felt an immense pressure. She knew that if she couldn't quickly find a breakthrough, the entire team would be in life-threatening danger. At a critical moment, she decided to take off the ring on her hand. Wenqing closed her eyes, concentrated, and instantly her perception heightened to the extreme. She could clearly sense the movements and attack paths of each zombie. Utilizing this incredible power, Wenqing quickly dodged and counterattacked the zombies. Her movements were exceptionally agile, and each strike was precise and effective. The other team members also gained breathing room under Wenqing's leadership, and they began to launch an orderly counterattack. Under Wenqing's command, the team gradually turned the tide, eliminating most of the zombies. However, the effect of her special ability was waning, and Wenqing felt her physical and mental strength depleting. Just when the team thought victory was within reach, a larger and more ferocious zombie suddenly appeared. It let out a deafening roar, towering and extraordinarily strong. Faced with this extraordinary enemy, the team fell into a new predicament. Wenqing felt anxious and uneasy, knowing that the upcoming battle would be extremely difficult. However, at a critical moment, Shangguan Yin stepped forward, charging toward the giant zombie without hesitation. With remarkable courage and skill, he fought it, buying precious time for the team. With warmth, Wenqing watched Shangguan Yan's heroic actions and decided not to rely on the golden finger anymore, but to defeat this powerful enemy with her own strength and teamwork. She quickly organized the team and developed a new tactic. Everyone fully utilized their strengths, closely coordinated, and worked together to confront the massive zombie. After a hard-fought battle, the team ultimately succeeded in defeating the powerful zombie. They felt a deep sense of fatigue, but at the same time, they were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Wenqing gasped for breath as she walked to Shangguan Yin's side and said gratefully, "Shangguan Yin, thank you for your bravery and sacrifice. Without your help, we might not have been able to defeat that giant zombie." CUTIE and the other team members also gathered around to express their gratitude to Shangguan Yin. The atmosphere in the team was filled with unity and cohesion. Wenqing looked around and felt the cohesion and fighting spirit of the team. She decided to have an in-depth discussion with the team members to summarize their experiences and lessons learned during difficult times. Everyone had gone through a tough battle, but they successfully overcame the challenges. Wenqing's voice was firm and powerful. We must remember that everyone's contribution in the team is very important. We must respect each other, listen to each other's viewpoints, and work closely together when facing difficulties. CUTIE added at the same time, we should also improve our own abilities and skills to better tackle future challenges. Each of us has shortcomings, but as long as we maintain an attitude of learning and growth, we can become stronger. The other team members expressed their agreement and conveyed their determination and confidence for the upcoming battles. After that difficult experience, Wenqing, Shangguan Yin, and the entire team became more tightly united. They clearly realized that only through mutual support and cooperation could they overcome difficulties, defeat enemies, and continue moving forward. As new challenges came one after another, this team would face the unknown battles with a stronger and more united posture, bravely advancing towards their common goal. Wenqing looked at everyone in the team with warm gratitude and encouraged, "We have proven our strength and unity. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, I believe we can overcome them together. Let us keep making progress and move forward, fighting for survival and hope." Chapter 80. Severely Injured. Shangguan Yin walked to Wenqing's side, patted her shoulder, and encouraged, "Wenqing, you are our leader, and we trust your decisions and commands. We will work closely together to face the challenges ahead." Wenqing smiled gently and nodded, fully aware that the power of the team is limitless. "Thank you for your support and trust. We will remain united, supporting each other until the last moment. Now let us move forward and embrace the next task." The team continues to push ahead, filled with hope as they face the unknown challenges. They are ready to work together with a spirit of unity, bravely forging ahead to fight for survival and restore order to the world. In the next mission, Wenqing is accidentally injured. Her leg is severely sprained, making it impossible for her to move. Shangguan Yin immediately realizes Wenqing's situation and without hesitation, helps her up and softly reassures her, "Don't worry, I will take care of you. We will get out of here." Shangguan Yin carries Wenqing on his back, carefully navigating through the ruins and the tide of zombies, risking great danger to protect her. Every step he takes is cautious and steady, ensuring that Wenqing suffers no further harm. Wenqing felt Shangguan Yan's strong arm, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. In this predicament, she realized even more clearly Shangguan Yan's care and protection for her. The feelings between the two gradually intensified. When they finally escaped the threat of the zombie horde and found a relatively safe place, Shang Wanyin sat Wenqing down and carefully examined her injuries. He gently held her hand and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Is the injury serious?" Wenqing smiled gently, looking gratefully into Shang Wanyin's eyes. "Thanks to you, I was able to safely escape danger. My injuries will heal, so you don't need to worry too much." Through Wenqing's eyes, Shang Wanyin sensed her gratitude and reliance. He gently squeezed her hand and said softly, "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side to protect you. We are a team, and we are friends, and we can even be each other as support and reliance." Shang Wanyin smiled as they exchanged a deep and understanding gaze, filled with mutual understanding and emotional resonance. As time went on, Shang Wanyin's care for Wenqing became increasingly meticulous. He cooked her nutritious meals, helped her with rehabilitation exercises, and guarded her safety at night. In this process, the feelings between Shang Wanyin and Wenqing deepened. They supported and encouraged each other, forming an inseparable bond and understanding within the team. One day, when Wenqing's injuries had improved and she could move on her own, she took the initiative to find Shang Wanyin and candidly said, "Shang Wanyin, I appreciate your care and concern for me all this time. I also realize that my feelings for you have grown deeper." Shang Wanyin looked at Wenqing with a firm expression and said, "Wenqing, I will go out to find herbs to help you recover. Stay here and keep safe. No matter what happens, do not leave this place." He gave Wenqing a determined and warm smile, then picked up his weapon and decisively left their hiding place. He carefully navigated through the ruins and wilderness, searching for rare herbs. Suddenly, a huge blood-sucking snake lunged at him from the shadows. Shang Wanyin decisively dodged and counterattacked, showcasing his courage and combat skills. Although he successfully defeated the snake, his body was also injured by its venom. He pressed on, striving to find the herbs Wenqing needed. However, as he approached his goal, a horde of zombies suddenly emerged, surrounding him. Shang Wanyin fought hard, but his injured body could barely withstand the assault. He struggled to fend off some zombies, but ultimately, he was bitten by an exceptionally fierce one. He fell heavily to the ground, trembling violently as the wound rapidly spread. He felt life slipping away, with only a faint breath remaining. Yet in the darkest moment, Shang Wanyin thought of Wenqing. He knew he couldn't give up. He had to survive for their promise and future. He overcame pain and weakness, refocusing his mind. He resolutely decided to find a way to keep going. Using the cover of his surroundings, he quietly evaded the zombies' attention and searched for a relatively safe refuge. Soon, Shang Wanyin discovered an abandoned building. He crawled inside with great difficulty and immediately lost consciousness. Time passed, and Wenqing anxiously awaited Shang Wanyin's return. She felt a wave of bad premonition and a strong sense of worry surged in her heart. Just as she was about to lose hope, a faint sound came from outside the door. She nervously stepped out and found Shang Wanyin lying on the ground, covered in blood, with no breath to be heard. Wenqing was anxious and frantic. She knelt down, trembling as she shook Shang Wanyin's body. "Shang Wanyin, wake up. Don't leave me." Her voice was filled with despair and sadness. However, just before Wenqing gave up, Shang Wanyin's eyes slowly opened. Tears of warmth welled up in Wenqing's eyes, as joy and pain intertwined in her heart. "Shang Wanyin, you got hurt for me. It's too dangerous. What should we do?" Shang Wanyin struggled to sit up and gently held Wenqing's hand. "Don't worry, Wenqing. I'll be fine. We need to find the medicine. You have to believe me. We still have hope." The two of them stood up in tacit agreement, ready to face new challenges together. Although Shang Wanyin was physically weak, he didn't want Wenqing to bear too much responsibility. After all, she needed to ensure her own safety as well. Chapter 81. Depend on each other. They moved quietly, cautiously avoiding zombies and other dangers. Although every step was filled with pain, Shang Wanyin moved forward resolutely, not giving up the last glimmer of hope. Finally, after a long and arduous search, they found an abandoned medical facility. Although the stock of medicines was limited, Shang Wanyin discovered an herb that could temporarily alleviate his injuries. Wenqing personally treated Shang Wanyin's wounds, carefully applying the ointment. Her hands were gentle and warm, as if they could convey a healing power. Shang Wanyin felt Wenqing's care and tenderness, and he knew that their love would make them both stronger and braver. As time passed, Shang Wanyin's injuries gradually improved. He regained his ability to move, Although his body had not fully recovered, he was determined to continue providing protection and care for Wenqing. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan with warmth and gratitude, her eyes filled with love. Shang Wanyan, you have given me so much. I am really lucky to have you by my side. Shang Wanyan gently embraced Wenqing and said softly, Wenqing, your existence is my motivation to keep going. No matter what happens, we will face it together. I love you. The two held each other tightly, their heartbeats intertwining. They knew that even in this cruel world, having each other's love and support was the most precious treasure. Their story continued, and facing the uncertainties of the future, they would work together to create a life that belonged to them. Shang Wanyan gently stroked Wenqing's hair, gazing into her bright eyes. Wenqing, no matter what difficulties and challenges we encounter, we must persist in supporting and understanding each other. We are each other's strength, and no matter how many dangers lie ahead, I believe we can overcome them together. They looked into each other's eyes, as if an invisible bond connected their souls. They shared a hope and longing for the future, determined to strive for a better world. Shang Wanyan said passionately, Wenqing, I am willing to accompany you through this life. With every sunrise and sunset, every morning and dusk, I will share it with you. No matter how the outside world changes, my love and commitment will never change. Their conversation was filled with deep affection and promises, and their feelings for each other became even more unbreakable. Facing the unknown future, they would rely on each other and face challenges together. They understood that in this turbulent world, they only had each other. Their love would become their strongest weapon, dispelling the darkness and lighting the path ahead. Hand in hand, they decided to continue moving forward together until the last moment of their lives. No matter how many dangers and difficulties lay ahead, they believed that their love would always give each other strength and hope. In this world, filled with ruins yet brimming with life, they embarked on a new journey, striving to rebuild civilization and protect love. Their love story would continue to be passed down in this chaotic world, becoming a symbol of hope and strength in people's hearts. Shang Wanyan and Wenqing were ready to set off to Luqing, beginning their journey of construction together. They stood side by side, gazing at the distant ruins, filled with hope and determination. Shang Wanyan turned to Wenqing and smiled, saying, We need to rebuild a safe and livable home, providing shelter and warmth for people. The first step is to build houses so that everyone has a comfortable place to live. Do you have any ideas? Shang Wanyan nodded in agreement and added, In addition to houses, we also need to consider the food issue. Before we start planting farmland, we can first gather wild plants and animals from the nearby forests and lakes. This can solve the initial food problem and prepare us for farming. Warm suggestion for farming. We can utilize the nearby lakes or rivers to establish an irrigation system. We should choose suitable crops, such as wheat, corn, and vegetables, to provide a rich food source for people. Shang Wanyan nodded with a smile. Great. We need to divide the work and organize everyone to work together. I believe that under our leadership, people will also join in the effort to rebuild Deer City. Warmth sparkled with a determined light in her eyes. Yes, Shang Wanyan. We will lead everyone to restore the vitality of this land, filling the new home with warmth and hope. We will not only rebuild houses and cultivate the land, but also foster a sense of community, working together to create a harmonious and united society. The two held each other's hands tightly, looking forward to the myriad possibilities of the future. They knew that rebuilding the home was not just about repairing material losses, but also about bringing renewed hope and a sense of security to the people. They decided to set off towards Luqing, beginning their new mission. Although the journey was filled with hardships and challenges, in their hearts was a steadfast belief in a better future, and they were willing to put in all their efforts for it. Shang Wanyan and Wenqing stepped onto the road to Luqing, immersed in their visions for the future. The journey was tough, but they supported each other, filled with hope. Shang Wanyan looked at the backpack Wenqing was carrying and said gently, Wenqing, your strength and courage always make me feel incredibly proud. We have faced so many difficulties together, but you have never backed down. The two continued forward, gradually approaching the ruins of Luqing. They saw the dilapidated buildings and the overgrown streets, but they were not disheartened by it all. Instead, it only strengthened their resolve. Chapter 82. Mutants. Shangguan stopped, gazing at the distant Luqing, taking a deep breath. Wenqing, we will face a lot of work and challenges. But I believe that as long as we unite and work hard, Luqing will once again be revitalized. Wenqing held Shangguan's hand tightly, her gaze firm. Yes, we will fight for this land. Let us mobilize the survivors around us to collectively repair the buildings, clear the ruins, and gradually rise a new home. We are no longer fighting alone, but are a team, a family working together. They decided to set up camp on the outskirts of Luqing and began organizing everyone to take action together. They built simple tents and temporary shelters to provide safety and refuge for the displaced survivors. Shangguan and Wenqing led everyone, dividing tasks to repair the damaged buildings and create living spaces. At the same time, they also began to cultivate farmland, growing food to provide a stable food source for the entire community. Every day was busy and fulfilling, as everyone worked hard and supported each other. In the process of rebuilding their home, they established deep friendships and a spirit of mutual aid, collectively creating a new Luqing. By the fire at night, Shangguan and Wenqing gathered with everyone. They shared stories of the past and dreams for the future, savoring the taste of effort and hope. Shangguan said with emotion, "Seeing everyone unite and work together fills me with joy. We are laying a solid foundation for the next generation, giving them a better future." Warmly smiling, she added, "Yes, we are not only rebuilding Lu City, but we are also passing on the seeds of love and hope. These experiences will be etched in everyone's hearts, allowing Shangguan and Wenqing to stand before the ruins of Lu City, contemplating how to rebuild the houses." They took a deep breath, ready to engage in a discussion about ancient architectural techniques, warmly nodding in agreement. "Yes, we can look for nearby forests or mountainous areas to obtain quality timber suitable for construction. For stones, we can collect them from the ruins or mine nearby ores. As for soil, we can excavate and process it for building the foundation and walls." Shangguan added, "We should also pay attention to the balance and stability of the structure. For example, using diagonal braces and mortise and tenon joints to enhance the stability of the building. We can invite experienced craftsmen to join our team, utilizing their skills and knowledge to ensure the house is solid and safe." After a moment of warm contemplation, a suggestion was made. We should also focus on blending with the natural environment. We can design adaptive houses based on the terrain and climate conditions. For example, in cold regions, thick walls and double-glazed windows can be used to keep the interior warm. Shangguan nodded in approval. "Your idea is very good, Wenqing. We should respect the wisdom of architecture and combine it with technology." They exchanged ideas with each other, continuously refining their plans. Warmly encouraging, he said, "Our efforts are not just to build houses, but to create beauty in architecture. By inheriting the wisdom of ancient buildings, we provide people with a unique living experience, allowing them to feel the charm of history." With warmth and emotion, she looked at Shangguan, her heart filled with the determination to create a beautiful future together. Wenqing softly said to Shangguan, "You always understand my thoughts and are willing to explore new possibilities with me. I am really lucky to have you as my partner." Shangguan gently patted Wenqing's hand, his eyes revealing deep affection. "I am also very fortunate to be with you, Wenqing. We encourage and support each other, which inspires greater creativity and courage. We will pursue our dreams together, bringing vitality and energy to this land." They held each other's hands tightly, feeling a sense of determination and warmth in their bodies and minds. No matter how great the challenges they faced, they were determined to overcome them together, seeking all the beauty in life. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I believe we can overcome them with wisdom and courage. In our home, we will create a warm, beautiful, and sustainable environment. Yes, Wenqing, we will pave a path to a bright future with the power of our hearts and practical actions. This home belongs not only to us, but also to everyone who shares the same dreams with us. They smiled at each other, their hearts filled with anticipation and confidence for the future. They knew that whether in the fields or in construction, they would create a world full of love, creativity, and sustainable development together. As night fell, they decided to take a break and continue their efforts tomorrow. In the tent, they cuddled together, sharing each other's dreams and hopes. Shang Wanyan gently stroked Wenqing's hair and softly said, "Wenqing, we must be grateful for our past experiences, as they have made us stronger. Now, we have the opportunity to create an entirely new future, a home built together with those we love." Warmly, she closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Shang Wanyan. Yes, Shang Wanyan, along this journey, we have experienced many hardships, but we have also gained profound growth and connections of love. No matter what happens, we will always walk together, striving for our dreams. They embraced each other, sharing a calm and peaceful night. They knew that rebuilding Deer City was a massive task, but they faced the challenge with confidence. Their love, courage, and wisdom would become the driving force for their progress, revitalizing Deer City and making it a beautiful and prosperous home again. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan stepped into the ruins of Deer City, where a quiet and gloomy atmosphere enveloped this once prosperous place. The dilapidated houses and fallen trees all signified the past calamities and destruction. They cautiously navigated through the debris, their eyes alertly searching for any valuable clues. Suddenly, a low, biting sound echoed, followed by a group of mutants appearing in their line of sight. Warmly surprised to find that these mutants were different from those they had seen before, they were covered in dark red scales, and their eyes reflected boundless darkness. Shang Wanyan frowned, analyzing the characteristics of these mutants. It seemed that they had mutated after being bitten by blood-sucking snakes. They could only move during the day and had limited vision at night. Chapter 83. Life and Death Crisis. Wenqing felt a pang of sympathy. She knew that these mutants were facing great difficulties. We must help them and find a way to rescue them. Perhaps in some corner of Deer City, there is a medicine that can cure them. As the sun rose, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan began to delve deeper into Deer City, searching for any place that could provide them with clues. Wenqing noticed a broken wooden sign that read pharmacy. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes as she pointed to the sign and said to Shang Wanyan, "Maybe we can find the answers we need there." The two quickened their pace and soon arrived at this former traditional Chinese medicine shop. However, most of the medicinal herbs had been completely plundered, leaving only a few rickety wooden cabinets. Shang Wanyan searched carefully and finally found an ancient scroll in a corner. He opened it and began to browse through its contents, his expression gradually becoming focused. Wenqing walked over and asked curiously, "What did you find?" Shang Wanyan raised his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. "This contains records of a herb called night bright grass, which is said to have the effect of treating mutations caused by bites from blood-sucking snakes. If we can find the night bright grass, perhaps we can help these mutated individuals return to normal." A glimmer of joy flashed in Wenqing's eyes. "So how should we look for the night bright grass?" Shang Wanyan closed the scroll and contemplated the next step of the plan. According to the notes, the night bright grass grows in dark and damp places, with the most suitable environment being near water sources and caves or in the shadows of the forest. Wenqing followed closely behind Shang Wanyan as they began searching for locations in Luqing that matched the description. At times, they walked through desolate fields, and at other times, they climbed over collapsed houses. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan had been searching for the traces of the night bright grass. They finally arrived at a dark and damp environment, which was just right for the growth of the night bright grass. Carefully, they ventured into an underground passage, using torches to illuminate the way ahead. The dim light cast distorted shadows on the walls, making the entire passage appear even more eerie. They delved deeper into the passage, paying close attention to every corner. Suddenly, Wenqing's gaze lingered on a hidden corner beside the passage. She discovered a cluster of faintly glowing plants. Shang Wanyan approached to take a look, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. "This is the night bright grass. We finally found it." The two carefully collected the night bright grass and placed them into a small. With a gentle gaze at the twinkling plants, a surge of hope welled up in their hearts. These herbs could potentially become the salvation for the mutated beings to regain their light. Back at their dwelling, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan began researching how to create a potion from the luminescent grass. Through their silent and focused efforts, they gradually concocted what seemed to be an effective potion. They looked forward to the next day, hoping to bring these potions to those mutated beings who had been bitten by the blood-sucking snakes, relieving them of their dark afflictions. As night fell, Wenqing and Shangwan prepared the luminescent grass potions, ready to save the suffering mutated beings the following day. They quietly embraced each other, resolute for the mission ahead. The sunlight of the next day poured over the abandoned land, awakening the hope within Wenqing and Shangwan. With determination in their hearts and small bottles filled with luminescent grass potions in hand, they set out on their mission to save the mutated beings. A warm gaze searched every corner, hoping to find them. Suddenly, a low, mournful howl echoed, and several mutants charged out from the shadows. The red scales on their bodies flickered with a fierce light, and their eyes were filled with wildness and desire. Wenqing tightly gripped the bottle in her hand, trying to stabilize her emotions. She took a deep breath and said to Shangwan, "We must stay calm." Shangwan nodded in agreement, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wenqing, ready to face the upcoming challenges. The mutants emitted hissing sounds as they lunged at Wenqing and Shangwan. They moved swiftly, quickly closing in on the two. Wenqing tightly gripped the bottle, watching an approaching mutant, trying to find the best moment. When a mutant lunged at her, she suddenly dodged, successfully avoiding the attack. Shangwan also displayed his agile skills, engaging in a fierce battle with another mutant. However, as the intense fight continued, he was bitten on the arm by one of the mutants. Wenqing witnessed this scene with a heart full of fear and anxiety. She quickened her actions, trying to inject the potion into Shangwan. However, in the fierce struggle, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The bottle slipped from her hand, and the potion spilled onto the floor. The mutants, driven by their biological instincts, were attracted by the scent of the potion. They almost immediately shifted their attention and rushed towards the spilled, night-blooming herb potion. Wenqing struggled to stand up, watching the mutated people fall into a frenzied state. She couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness and loss. Meanwhile, Shangwan felt a strange change spreading through his body. His gaze began to deepen, and scales gradually crept up his arms. Wenqing walked anxiously towards Shangwan, trying to stop the mutation from progressing. "Shangwan, don't give up. We still have hope, and we will find other ways to save you." Shangwan gritted his teeth, trying to stay awake. "Wenqing, I have already been assimilated. There is no time left. You must keep moving forward and look for other hopes. Remember, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Tears filled Wenqing's eyes as she tightly held onto Shangwan's hand, unwilling to let go. She said firmly, "I won't leave you. We'll face all of this together." Shangwan smiled faintly, looking at Wenqing with gratitude. "Thank you for always being by my side, but now you must go. Find a way to save the mutants and help more people." He pulled Wenqing closer, gently kissed her forehead, and then pushed her away, urging her to move forward. Warmth wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. Although her heart was filled with pain, she understood Shangwan's decision. She turned and left, watching Shangwan grow more distant until the scene faded into the ruins. Continuing on alone, Warmth deeply understood that for the survival and hope of the mutants, she must keep searching for new paths and remedies. She traversed the ruins of Deer City, tirelessly exploring every possible clue and hidden herb. However, time passed quickly, and Warmth still had not found an effective way to save the mutants. Her disappointment and frustration gradually accumulated, but her inner resolve kept her moving forward. On a night in Deer City, when darkness enveloped the land, Warmth stood on a high point overlooking the entire city. She watched the mutants struggling in the night, unable to escape the shackles of darkness. Tears welled up in her eyes again. She knew they needed her, they needed saving. She vowed to dedicate herself once more to the mission of finding a cure, no matter how long and difficult the road ahead. Chapter 84, By Your Side. With her determination reignited, Warmth turned away from the peak and continued to step into the unknown. She knew that no matter the cost, she had to fight for a glimmer of light and hope for those mutants. On her lonely yet steadfast journey to find a remedy, she unexpectedly encountered a man named Lu Feng. Lu Feng was a wise man from a nearby village, with profound knowledge of botany and herbs. "Hello, I am Warmth, and I am looking for a way to treat the mutants." Warmth greeted Lu Feng with a smile. With a warm and grateful nod, she began to converse with Lu Feng. sharing her research on the night bright grass and the situation of Shang Wanyan. Lufeng listened attentively and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "The night bright grass is a rare herb that does indeed have certain therapeutic effects. However, to fully restore Shang Wanyan, we may need to combine it with other herbs and special formulations." A glimmer of hope flashed in Wenqing's eyes. "Do you have any suggestions? I am willing to do whatever it takes to find these herbs and remedies." Lufeng pondered for a moment and then said, "There is a legendary herb called Mingxin flower, which is said to restore the soul eroded by darkness and possesses powerful healing abilities. However, the Mingxin flower grows deep in the mountains far from here, a place filled with danger and the unknown." Warmly and firmly looking at Lufeng, "Please tell me how to find the Mingxin flower. I am willing to take risks to obtain it." Lufeng smiled and nodded. "Your courage is admirable. The Mingxin flower grows in high-altitude mountains, but its exact location is unknown. I will lead you to the mountains and use my botanical knowledge to search for this precious herb." Warmly and gratefully holding Lufeng's hand, she said, "Thank you for your help. Let's head to the mountains together to find hope for Shang Wanyan and the other mutants." Thus, Wenqing and Lufeng embarked on a perilous and adventurous journey. They traversed steep mountains, trekked through dense forests, and navigated treacherous cliffs in search of the trace of the Mingxin flower. During the long and arduous journey, a deep trust and friendship developed between Wenqing and Lufeng. They faced various difficulties and challenges hand in hand, persistently pursuing the light of hope. Wenqing and Lufeng finally arrived at the valley where the legendary Mingxin flower was said to be located. The place was cool and pleasant, filled with mystery and vitality. They carefully searched every flower, hoping to find the precious Mingxin flower. After hard work, they finally discovered a cluster of blooming Mingxin flowers. Wenqing was overjoyed, carefully plucking the Mingxin flower and feeling its warm aura. She knew this would be an important herb to help Shang Wanyan recover. However, when they arrived at the originally planned meeting place, they found that Shang Wanyan had vanished without a trace. Lufeng gently patted Wenqing's shoulder and soothingly said, "Perhaps Shang Wanyan has already found his place of belonging. We should trust in his strength and determination." With tears of warmth and emotion in her eyes, she wiped away the tears on her face, knowing that Lufeng was right. The most important thing now was to preserve the Mingxin flower and continue to seek hope for other mutants. They decided to place the Mingxin flower in a safe location to keep it fresh, waiting for the right moment to use it. Wenqing and Lufeng began their journey once again, traveling to various places in search of herbs and healing methods. They communicated with more wise individuals and herbalists, gathering the wisdom and experience of many. Although they were concerned about Shang Wanyan, Wenqing was determined to pursue her goals. She believed that as long as she kept working hard, she would be able to help more mutants break free from the shackles of darkness. Time passed, and the years flew by. Wenqing and Lufeng had become the beacon of hope in the hearts of the mutants. They bring healing and redemption, allowing more and more mutants to regain the brilliance of humanity. However, the whereabouts of Shang Wanyan remain a mystery. Wenqing continued her relentless search for Shang Wanyan, undeterred by difficulties and dangers, just to find him and offer help. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her. During one of her explorations, Wenqing encountered an accident. A sudden wave of energy enveloped the entire ground, trapping her within. The harsh environment and collapsing structures brought her to the brink of life and death. She felt her breath gradually weakening, the flame of life about to extinguish. Just when she thought all hope was lost, a pair of determined yet indifferent eyes appeared in the darkness. A person in an ill-fitting cloak stood before her, obscuring their entire face. "Shang Wanyan!" Wenqing exclaimed, her voice filled with shock and joy. She recognized him. Shang Wanyan quietly listened to Wenqing's words of gratitude, but he did not reveal his true identity. He understood that his appearance had been so damaged that he could no longer show his face, which left him feeling frustrated and helpless. However, he did not give in to this. He was determined to continue protecting Wenqing, and although he could not be close to her, he was willing to silently guard her from behind. Although Wenqing did not know that Shang Wanyan was right beside her, she could feel a mysterious power protecting her. Whenever she encountered difficulties and dangers, there was always an incredible force guiding her to safety. Gradually, Wenqing began to develop a peculiar sense of connection with her guardian. Whether it was joy, anger, sorrow, or the dangers ahead, she could sense Shang Wanyan's presence. One starry night, when Wenqing faced a tremendous crisis again, she felt that familiar energy. This time she was certain that this power belonged to Shang Wanyan. At the brink of life and death, Wenqing called out his name without hesitation. "Shang Wanyan, please help me." Suddenly, a mysterious and powerful energy flashed from the darkness, driving away all the enemies. When the light dissipated, Shang Wanyan's figure finally appeared. He still wore a cloak that covered his face, but at this moment, his eyes sparkled with determination and tenderness. Chapter 85, Beginning to Doubt Oneself. "Wenqing, I have always been by your side," Shang Wanyan said in a hoarse voice. "Although my appearance has been destroyed, my heart still belongs to you." Tears of warmth streamed down her face as she approached Shang Wanyan, gently touching his cheek. "Shang Wanyan, no matter how your appearance changes, your true beauty will always exist deep within." Wenqing deeply loves Shang Wanyan. She longs to get close to him and interact with him face to face. However, whenever she tries to approach him, Shang Wanyan always avoids her, dodging her gaze. Wenqing felt frustrated and confused. She couldn't understand why Shang Wanyan was unwilling to share his inner thoughts and pain with her. She knew the fact that he was disfigured, but she believed that love should transcend appearances, and she was willing to accept all of him. The day that would leave Shang Wanyan with no way to escape finally arrived. With warmth and a firm determination, Wenqing brought him into her ring space, a special realm that only the two of them could enter. Shang Wanyan felt shocked and embarrassed. He originally wanted to escape Wenqing's gaze, but now he had nowhere to run. He was forced to confront the pain and scars he had long hidden. Wenqing held Shang Wanyan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with tenderness and understanding. "Shang Wanyan, I know you've been avoiding me, unwilling to let me see your ruined face. But I want to tell you, no matter how your appearance changes, my heart still belongs to you." She slowly loosened the cloak around Shang Wanyan, revealing his disfigured face. Warmth looked at his face, her eyes filled with pain and heartache. "Shang Wanyan, this world has been too cruel to you, making you endure such suffering," she said softly. "But please believe me, I don't care about your appearance. I only care about your heart and soul." Tears streamed down Shang Wanyan's face as he felt his strength crumble. He had never thought that someone would sincerely accept him, no matter what he looked like. "Wenqing, how can you be so kind and forgiving?" Shang Wanyan's voice trembled. Filled with gratitude, warmth gently wiped away the tears on his face, and she gazed at him with a warm look. "Because I love you, Shang Wanyan, I am willing to stand by your side, facing all difficulties and challenges. We can overcome everything together." They embraced tightly, their souls deeply connected. The warmth of love and understanding gave Shang Wanyan courage and strength, making him realize he was not alone. Shang Wanyan gradually opened his heart and shared his inner pain and struggles with warmth. They shared joys and sorrows, facing the hardships and challenges of life together. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan are determined to create a beautiful world of their own, a world full of love and courage. Warmth no longer feared Shang Wanyan's disfigurement. On the contrary, she regarded his scars as a symbol of his inner resilience. She gently caressed his face, each touch conveying her endless love and support for him. "Shang Wanyan, every scar you have makes me cherish you even more," Warmth said. "The pain you have endured has shaped your strength and courage within. Please believe that you are perfect, no matter how you look." Shang Wanyan felt Warmth's love and acceptance, and his heart began to heal under her care. He gradually started to accept his appearance and found confidence and courage to face the world again. Together, they created a warm and safe space, using love and understanding to mend each other's wounds and regrets. Warmth gives strength to Shang Wanyan, and Shang Wanyan also protects and supports Warmth with his own guardianship. Together, they explore the miracles of life, bravely facing challenges and difficulties. No matter how tough the road ahead may be, they hold each other's hands tightly, encouraging and supporting one another to move forward. In this world filled with love and hope, Warmth and Shang Wanyan create their own happiness together. They believe that true beauty comes from within, and real strength comes from the love and courage they share. Wenqing and Warmth walk side by side, wholeheartedly committing themselves to the mission of saving the mutants. Each adventure is aimed at bringing hope and justice to those abandoned and discriminated against by society. However, during a difficult journey, they encountered a fierce battle. Lu Feng, as their loyal partner and friend, bravely protected Warmth but unfortunately lost his life in the land of the dead. Wenqing felt deep guilt and pain, and she was caught in a tremendous inner struggle. She began to doubt the correctness of her choices and mission, and a sense of guilt enveloped her soul. Sitting quietly by the grave of Lu Feng, Wenqing accompanied Wenqing. He understood her inner pain and confusion and gently comforted her, saying, "Wenqing, don't blame yourself. Our efforts are to make this world fairer and better." Lu Feng was brave. He sacrificed his life to protect you. We must continue to fight for him and for others who are oppressed. Wenqing raised her moist eyes and looked at Wenqing's face. She felt his endless support and understanding. Wenqing's heart gradually calmed down as she realized she could not stop moving forward, nor could she stray from her original intention. The two silently gazed at the tombstone of Lu Feng. In the quiet land of the Yellow Springs, their souls leaned on each other, providing strength to one another. They decided to continue walking side by side, fighting for justice and love. From that moment on, Wenqing found her belief and courage once again. She no longer doubted herself. Instead, she transformed Lu Feng's sacrifice into motivation to move forward, steadfastly walking the path to rescue the mutated individuals. Every time they faced difficulties and setbacks, Wenqing would hold Wenqing's hand tightly, giving her endless support and encouragement. They believed that justice and love were irresistible forces, and as long as they stayed true to their original intentions, they would ultimately be able to change this world. Before Lu Feng's grave, they silently vowed to continue fighting for equality and justice. They would ensure that every oppressed person felt Wenqing's care and Wenqing's protection. Warmth reignited the flame in her heart, and she was determined not to back down. She knew that only by persevering could she bring strength and hope to those silent voices. Warmth tightly held Wenqing's hand and smiled, saying, "Wenqing, we must continue forward for Lu Feng. He is our hero, and his sacrifice will become our strength in battle. We cannot betray his trust." Chapter 86. Wenqing gently stroked Warmth's hand, gazing into her determined and courageous eyes. "Yes, Warmth, we will keep going and rescue those oppressed mutants. Lu Feng is waiting for our victory and justice in the underworld." The two locked eyes, conveying steadfastness and resolve to each other. They knew the road ahead would still be filled with hardships and dangers, but they were willing to take on this responsibility and fight to change the world's injustices and prejudices. A warm voice revealed determination and resolve. "No matter how many difficulties and obstacles we encounter, we will face them together. I believe that our love and courage can overcome everything." Wenqing tightly held her hand and said affectionately, "Wenqing, you are my strength and motivation. As long as you are by my side, I am willing to face any challenge in the world. We will get through every difficult moment together." Their conversation was filled with deep affection and determination, conveying each other's inner pain and hope. They decided to move forward, fighting for justice, and giving a voice to the voiceless mutants. Rising from Lu Feng's grave, Wenqing and Wenqing carried their memories and tribute for him as they stepped forward. They knew that although the journey was long and difficult, their love and courage would drive them to keep moving forward until they reached their goals. They embarked on the journey to rescue the mutants once again, hand in hand, supporting each other. The tacit understanding and trust between them made them each other's strongest pillars, illuminating the path ahead in the darkness. In the days to come, they would face more setbacks and difficulties, but they believed that their love would be the source of strength to overcome adversity. They would continue to stand side by side, using their persistence and efforts to fight for equality and dignity for those who are marginalized and oppressed. Their story would become a bright light, shining in the darkness, inspiring others to move forward bravely and fight for justice, no matter how much pain and difficulty they encounter. They believed that as long as they stayed true to their original intentions, love and courage would ultimately guide them to the shores of victory. Wenqing and Shangguanyin walked side by side, determined not only to fight for justice for mutants, but also to find a way to heal Shangguanyin's appearance. They believed that in this world full of miracles, there would always be a path leading to hope. Wenqing invested deep thought into this matter, poring over numerous books in search of possible solutions. In an ancient scroll, she discovered a legendary mysterious herb said to possess special healing powers for wounds. Filled with hope, Wenqing shared the story of this herb with Shangguanyin. Shangguanyin listened to her description, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. They decided to embark on a journey to seek out the traces of this herb. Crossing treacherous forests and rugged mountains, they finally arrived at a mysterious grassland. There, Wenqing found the legendary herb, a vibrant plant exuding a magical energy. She personally prepared a herbal potion and gently applied it to Shangguanyin's battered face. As time passed, Shangguanyin's appearance gradually changed. The twisted scars that had marred his face began to smooth out, and his skin regained a smooth and healthy color. With a warm smile, Wenqing held his hand tightly and said, "Shangguanyin, this is the result of our joint efforts. We accompany each other, and no matter how we look, it cannot change our love and support for one another. Now, we can more firmly continue to fight for justice for the mutants." Having regained his confidence and courage, Shangguanyin, together with Wenqing, devoted themselves once again to the cause of rescuing mutants. They used Shangguanyin's healed appearance to become a symbol of hope for the mutants, inspiring them to regain their courage and dignity. They traveled to various places, spreading their story to more people. They encouraged the mutants to uphold their values and beliefs, and not to feel inferior because of their appearance or identity. Wenqing and Shangguanyin have become even stronger. They break down prejudice and discrimination with love and effort, creating a more just and inclusive environment in this world. Their story spreads, inspiring more people to join the ranks of rescuing mutants. They believe that everyone has the right to be treated equally, regardless of appearance, ability, or any other factors. After Shangguanyin's appearance was restored, he stood in front of Wenqing, gazing at her with gratitude. With a warm smile, she looked at him and gently asked, "Shangguanyin, what does the change in appearance mean to you?" Wenqing nodded in agreement and gently stroked Shangguanyin's hand, saying, "Yes, Shangguanyin, your inner beauty has always existed within your soul, not on the surface. Your courage, kindness, and enthusiasm are what truly make you attractive. No matter how you look, I love you." Shangguanyin looked at Wenqing with gratitude, his eyes filled with deep affection. Wenqing tightly held Shangguanyin's hand, tears of emotion shimmering in her eyes. "Shangguanyin, we have always been each other's support and strength. I believe our love can overcome all difficulties and together create a better world." The two gazed at each other, understanding the deep emotions reflected in their eyes. They realized that the changes in appearance were just the beginning of their struggle, and they would continue to work hard to fight for equality and dignity for the mutants. In this hopeful new era, Wenqing and Shangguanyin walked hand in hand, igniting the hearts of everyone with their strength and love. Their story would be remembered forever, becoming a symbol of courage and perseverance in the river of time. Filled with warmth and understanding, their commitment to each other made their love even stronger. They decided not to be limited by their own fates, but to strive for justice and equality for the entire society. They became the driving force for each other, inspiring one another to continuously surpass themselves and bring hope to more mutants. Their love and collaboration would continue to ignite the flame of hope and bring real change to the world. Chapter 87. The Strange Atmosphere. This place filled with a strange atmosphere is both a sanctuary for mutants and a place where they face immense pressure and discrimination. The two walked down the street, looking around and seeing many mutants being rejected and marginalized. Wenqing tightly held Shangguanyin's hand, her eyes shining with determination and resolve. "We can't sit idly by, Shangguanyin. We need to work hard to find a way to rescue the mutants, so they can live freely without fear of discrimination." Wenqing spoke with conviction. Shangguanyin stared intently at Wenqing, feeling her inner strength and kindness. "You're right, Wenqing. We must rescue the mutants. Even if the difficulties are numerous, we cannot give up. However, they soon realized that it was not easy. During their search, they encountered various difficulties and obstacles. A mysterious force obstructed their actions and threatened them. Faced with these challenges, Wenqing and Shangwanyan did not back down. They firmly believed that their cause was just, and their goal was to strive for a fairer and more inclusive society. Warmth expressed her determination. We can no longer allow mutants to be silent and endure discrimination. Everyone should be treated equally, regardless of their appearance or abilities. We must fight for their dignity and freedom. Moved by Warmth's passion, Shangwanyan agreed to provide support and assistance. However, the actions are not smooth sailing. They constantly faced oppression from mysterious forces. But they never stopped moving forward, believing that as long as they persevered, victory would eventually come. On the night in Deer City, they fought side by side, their conversations filled with courage and resolve. Warmth, in this challenging journey, you are my motivation. Shangwanyan tightly held Warmth's hand. Filled with hope and determination, they were undaunted by difficulties. For a better future, and to rescue marginalized mutants, they would continue to move forward. Walking together on the bustling streets of Deer City, the presence of mutants made them uneasy. They looked around, their eyes falling on the marginalized mutants, and the atmosphere of helplessness and oppression ignited the flame of hope within them. Wenqing tightly held Shangwanyan's hand and said softly, "We can't just stand by and watch as the mutants are treated unjustly. We must find a way to rescue them and give them dignity and equal opportunities." Shangwanyan nodded, expressing his determination. "Yes, Wenqing. Although we will face difficulties and dangers, we must not back down. We must shout for the mutants and make their voices heard." The two began to weave through the alleys of Luqing, searching for organizations and individuals related to mutants. In this process, they encountered numerous obstacles and troubles. Once, they arrived in an area and found themselves surrounded by fierce masked men, who mocked and insulted them, trying to intimidate them into retreating. However, Wenqing and Shangwanyan did not yield. Facing the difficulties, Wenqing said passionately, "We cannot be driven by fear, nor can we let insults undermine our will. Only by persevering can we bring hope to the mutants." They continued forward, traversing abandoned and winding alleys, looking for clues related to the fate of the mutants. Along the way, they faced many challenges, sometimes even finding themselves in dangerous situations. Wenqing said firmly, "We must fight for equality and dignity for the mutants. Only through unity and effort can we bring about change." Shangwanyan sensed their determination and enthusiasm. "The mission is great and noble. I will support your actions and provide assistance." The shifting environment accompanied their conversation, casting shadows in the narrow alley, as if hinting at the dilemmas and darkness faced by the mutants. Yet, Wenqing and Shangwanyan were not swayed by the atmosphere. They firmly believed that with strong faith and perseverance, they could break free from constraints and create a more equal and inclusive world. They vowed to continue striving to find a way to rescue the mutants, igniting a spark of hope for them in this lost and repressed era. No matter what difficulties they encountered, they would face them bravely. Wenqing and Shangwanyan set foot on the ancient streets of Luqing, surrounded by a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. The cobbled path was lined with old and dilapidated buildings, giving a sense of time reversing. With a warm gaze fixed ahead and lost in thought, he said, "Shangwanyan, as we search for ways to rescue the mutants, we will inevitably face some trials." They continued to delve deeper into the heart of the town, passing through narrow alleys and ancient temples. Suddenly, a group of local residents blocked their path, their eyes filled with suspicion and hostility. An older resident shouted at them, "You conspirators of the mutants, dare to come to our territory and create chaos." Shangwanyan interjected, "It is precisely because we have witnessed the unjust treatment of the mutants that we have decided to stand up for their rights. Please understand our intentions." The residents began to fall into contemplation, their gazes gradually shifting from hostility to thoughtfulness. Finally, a young man spoke up, "Perhaps what you say makes sense. We have also experienced injustice and oppression. We understand that feeling." With a warm smile, she nodded and said, "Thank you for your understanding. Only through unity and understanding can we collectively create a more just and inclusive society." This dialogue became a bridge of the heart, allowing her and Shang Guanyin to win the support of the residents. They would continue to work with the locals to find a way to rescue the mutants. In the winding alleys, she exchanged thoughts and plans with Shang Guanyin. Wenqing was secretly studying an ancient text, which was said to contain methods for restoring mutants to normal. She carefully read the words and diagrams, trying to understand the mysteries within. Chapter 88. The Onset of Cold. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her, and Wenqing felt someone approaching stealthily. Before she could react, a cloth bag was placed over her mouth and nose, and she lost consciousness. When Wenqing came to, she found herself bound in a dimly lit room. Several members of a mysterious organization stood around her, dressed in black robes and wearing masks, exuding a chilling aura. The door to the room slowly opened, and a tall figure walked in. He wore a magnificent robe, and his gaze revealed unfathomable wisdom and power. This person was the leader of the mysterious organization. With a warm gaze, she looked at him, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. "Are you the mastermind behind this? Why did you kidnap me?" The mysterious leader chuckled coldly. "Wenqing, you really are a smart person. I didn't kidnap you out of malice, but rather to advise you to stop your actions." Wenqing asked warily, "Why? Who exactly are you?" The mysterious leader claimed, "I am the envoy of the regent, who is the supreme ruler of this kingdom. He feels uneasy about the existence of mutants, as those with special abilities pose a threat to him." Wenqing angrily said, "Mutants are also a part of humanity. They have the right to be treated equally and with respect. You cannot deprive them of their freedom." The leader of the mysterious group laughed contemptuously. "Wenqing, you are still young and do not understand the cruelty and reality of power. The regent believes that by eliminating mutants, the entire country can become more stable and secure." The leader of the mysterious group coldly said, "Stop your futile struggles, Wenqing. You cannot stop the regent's determination. Now, you have only two choices: join us, or face the inevitable fate." Wenqing shook her head firmly. "I will never choose to betray the mutants in my own conscience. Even if my strength is weak alone, I will stand with them." The leader of the mysterious figures coldly stared at her. Then, "You will pay the price for your foolishness. The regent will personally deal with you." As the leader of the mysterious figures left, Wenqing felt an even stronger determination within her. Despite being in danger, she knew she had to persevere and fight for the freedom and equal rights of the mutants. Wenqing silently vowed that she would not fear difficulties and would continue to uphold her beliefs. She began to look for opportunities to escape, closely monitoring the activities of the mysterious organization. A few days later, on a seemingly calm night, Wenqing finally discovered a favorable moment. The door to the room was gently opened, and a young member of the mysterious organization came into patrol. Wenqing quickly observed her surroundings, waiting for the perfect moment. When the patrolling member had their back turned to her, she didn't hesitate to break free from her restraints, delivering a precise kick that knocked the patroller to the ground. She swiftly donned his black robe and mask, attempting to blend in with the ranks of the mysterious organization. Wenqing cautiously made her way through the corridor, seeking a path to freedom. As she passed by a courtyard, she suddenly heard whispers. "Did you think you could deceive us?" A chilling voice came through, and Wenqing focused her gaze to see the leader of the mysterious organization. Wenqing stopped and smiled lightly. "I just want to join you and serve the regent. After all, he is the highest ruler of this country." The leader of the mysterious group scoffed. "Do you think you can easily deceive me? Your eyes betray your words." The leader of the mysterious group said coldly, "You cannot change the course of fate. We will capture you and let you witness the power of the regent." Wenqing shook her head with a warm smile and said, "You are mistaken. The rule of the regent will not last. True power comes from the unity of everyone and the call for justice. I believe that one day, the mutants will gain the status and respect they deserve." The leader of the mysterious organization shouted angrily, and the members of the organization immediately appeared, ready to surround and eliminate the suddenly emerging resistance force that had broken the stalemate. They were Wenqing's allies, fighting together for freedom and justice. Wenqing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude upon seeing the arrival of reinforcements. She launched a counterattack alongside her allies, engaging in intense battles with members of the mysterious organization. Wenqing and her allies hurriedly left the headquarters of the mysterious organization and arrived at a hidden camp to rest temporarily and discuss their next actions. By the dim campfire, Wenqing and her allies gathered together to strategize against the regent. With a warm gaze at everyone, he said firmly, "We must expose the true nature of the regent and let the entire country know his evil plans to gain more support. We need evidence to prove his persecution of the mutants." An older warrior said in a deep voice, "The regent's power is strong, and we do not have enough strength to confront him directly. We should first mobilize the people, awaken their awareness of justice, and have them stand by our side." With a warm nod of agreement, she said, "Yes, we need to touch people's hearts with real examples and moving stories. Only when everyone sees that the mutants are also emotional and valuable individuals can they truly understand and support us." The campfire illuminated their faces, reflecting determination and hopeful smiles. In this small camp, they encouraged one another, fighting for shared belief. Wenqing looked up at the sky, where the stars twinkled as if declaring their determination. She took a deep breath and resolutely said, "We will no longer remain silent, nor will we be oppressed by the regent. We will fight for equal rights for the mutants, allowing them to regain respect and freedom." The crowd shouted the slogan in unison, their determination burning like a fierce fire within them. They knew the road ahead was filled with hardships, but they also believed that as long as they stood united, they could change the world's perception and reshape a society of justice and equality. Warmly gazing at her allies around her, she gratefully said, "Thank you for your unwavering support and courage. Our actions will change the future, giving mutants hope and opportunity. Let us strive for this beautiful goal." The campfire continued to burn, and she and her allies decided to spread the stories of mutants to every corner, awakening society's consciousness about equality and respect. They were resolute, moving forward bravely, fighting for a more inclusive and just world. Chapter 89. Inevitable death. The regent learned that she and her allies were taking active measures, causing some unrest. He decided to personally seek her out, wanted to utilize her abilities while also being interested in the powerful ring. He knew this was a dangerous negotiation, but he also realized that she was a clever and determined opponent. When the regent arrived at the camp, she and her allies remained vigilant, but were still willing to engage in dialogue with him. They gathered together, the glow of the campfire illuminating their faces. The regent stood before them, his gaze deep and sharp. He smiled at her, his tone revealing a hint of sincerity, warmth. "I have heard that you possess extraordinary abilities and wisdom. I am here in hopes that we can reach a consensus and collaborate to achieve our respective goals." Wenqing gazed at the regent with warmth, her eyes showing no sign of retreat. "Regent, you persecute the mutants and deprive them of their rights. This is an unjust act. We cannot cooperate until you stop this oppression." The regent smiled and shook his head. "Wenqing, you misunderstand my intentions. I do not harbor animosity towards the mutants. I hope to utilize their abilities to contribute to the development of the country. I believe you can also see that this ring holds great potential. It can become a tool for our mutual progress." Wenqing furrowed her brows. "This ring is my treasure and should not be misused. We cannot pursue so-called progress at the expense of their freedom and dignity." The regent's expression became slightly more serious. "Wenqing, the real world is full of power struggles and compromises. If we can work together, we will jointly control the fate of this country, and mutants will also receive better treatment." The regent paused for a moment, then sighed. "You are indeed a stubborn woman. We may not reach an agreement, but I hope you'll think twice. This country needs strong leadership, and even mutants should be integrated." Wenqing shook her head resolutely. "I cannot accept your viewpoint. I will continue to fight for the rights of mutants until they receive the respect and freedom they deserve. This is my responsibility and mission." However, just as she was preparing to take action, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He stood between the regent and Wenqing, looking steadfastly at the regent. Shang Wanyan spoke calmly. "Regent, you cannot take Wenqing away. She represents justice and freedom. We cannot allow her to be harmed." Shang Wanyan continued calmly. "I know, but I also know what is right and wrong. I cannot watch you destroy the future of this country." As soon as he finished speaking, the regent's subordinates stepped forward, forming an impenetrable wall between Shang Wanyan and Wenqing. The battle began, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the environment. The trees swayed, and moonlight filtered through the branches, illuminating the fierce fighting on the battlefield. Shang Wanyan moved with agility, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the regent's subordinates, using graceful yet fierce movements. Every move was filled with power and skill, shining brilliantly. "Shang Wanyan, you're asking for death," one subordinate shouted through gritted teeth. Shang Wanyan smiled coldly. "Stop talking nonsense." The dialogue between the two sides was accompanied by the clash of blades and the impact of fists and feet. The regent glared at Shang Wanyan and said viciously, "Do you think you can stop me? I am the regent." The battle continued, with both sides exchanging blows, swords flashing like lightning, fists flying. Each clash was filled with danger and murderous intent. The surrounding environment was altered by their fierce combat. Trees broke, the ground cracked, and the chaotic battlefield was filled with the smell of gunpowder and rising dust. The regent's subordinates fell one by one into pools of blood, yet they did not retreat, still fighting back fiercely. Shang Wanyan remained expressionless, moving nimbly across the battlefield, unstoppable. He fought with determination and conviction to protect Wenqing and justice. Shang Wanyan's sword techniques became increasingly fierce, each swing accompanied by sharp winds and dazzling sword light. He transformed into the guardian of justice, defeating the regent's subordinates one by one. Faced with Shang Wanyan's immense strength, the regent gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shang Wanyan, do you dare to resist me? You are destined to fail." Suddenly, a brilliant light shot from the distance. Everyone looked up to see Wenqing raising the powerful ring in her hand, which radiated a splendid glow. Both the regent and Shang Wanyan felt the power of the ring, and they stopped fighting, their gazes focused on Wenqing. Wenqing slowly spoke. "This ring is not a tool for chaos and harm, but a power to protect the mutants and uphold justice. Regent, you can choose to walk the right path and join us in building a fair and equal nation." Shang Wanyan continued to fiercely battle against the regent's subordinates, creating a chaotic battlefield with their sword moves and fists. The wind howled, sword blades gleamed, and punches flew like the wind, with each clash producing tremendous impact. Shang Wanyan showcased exceptional combat skills and extraordinary agility, maneuvering smoothly on the battlefield. He deftly dodged enemy attacks and retaliated with lightning speed. The sword light danced in the air, cutting through the night sky, mesmerizing all who beheld it. However, the regent's subordinates were unwilling to accept defeat. They roared fiercely, launching relentless attacks against Shang Wanyan. Despite being at a clear disadvantage, they fought with all their might, unafraid of hardships, and resisted valiantly. Just then, the regent himself appeared, his expression grim, his gaze revealing unmatched coldness and cruelty. Dressed in a black robe, he resembled a ruler of darkness, a terrifying aura enveloping the surroundings. Shang Wanyan fixed his gaze on the regent, a sense of unease rising within him. He suddenly noticed that the regent wore a ring that sparkled with light, similar to the one in Wenqing's hand. This indicated that the regent also possessed the ability of spatial storage, which surprised Shang Wanyan. The battle erupted again, the atmosphere growing more tense. The regent's subordinates exerted all their strength to launch fierce assaults against Shang Wanyan, while the regent himself struck without mercy. Utilizing the power of the ring, the regent displayed astonishing combat skills and an overwhelming advantage. His moves were swift and precise, each attack filled with destructive power. Shang Wanyan felt the pressure from the regent and had to concentrate fully to respond. "You are all ants. You have no chance against me," the regent mocked coldly. Shang Wanyan's expression grew serious as he firmly replied, "Regent, you think power represents everything, but you have forgotten the power of care and justice. We will prove that justice will never be suppressed." The air was thick with the scent of combat. Trees swayed in the fierce battle, and as Shang Wanyan and the regent exchanged moves, the surroundings became increasingly blurred. Sword light and flames intertwined to create a chaotic scene, with the power of the battle nearly touching the natural elements around them. Shang Wanyan fully unleashed his strength, sometimes as light as a swallow, sometimes as strong as a dragon. His sword's brilliance twinkled like starlight, dazzling those who watched. Despite the immense pressure from the regent, he maintained his steadfast belief and determination. The regent, however, grew increasingly violent and cruel, his attacks becoming more merciless. Each strike was accompanied by destructive power, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously and the earth to tremble. Wenqing stood at a distance, watching the battle unfold, her eyes filled with worry and concern. She was well aware of Shangguan Yan's strength, but she did not understand the true power of the regent's ring. At this moment, she began to realize that opposing the regent was no easy task. In the midst of the fight, the regent sneered, suddenly tightening his grip on the ring in his hand. Instantly, the surrounding space underwent subtle changes. He unleashed the power of the ring, releasing boundless dark energy. Darkness enveloped the entire battlefield, and the trees let out mournful howls in the shadows. Shangguan Yin felt the encroaching darkness, but he did not back down, resolutely facing the regent. "Regent, your darkness cannot consume the light," Shangguan Yin gritted his teeth and said. The regent laughed mockingly. "Light? That is merely an illusory fantasy. Under my rule, only darkness is the true power." Their moves intertwined, sword light and darkness clashing, releasing immense waves of energy. The outcome of the battle would determine the fate of the entire nation. The tense atmosphere on the battlefield reached its peak. Shangguan Yin exuded an aura of determination, his gaze steadfast and sharp, unyielding. Each swing of his sword was as swift as lightning. He became a streak of light, darting through the darkness to evade the regent's fierce attacks. The regent's gaze was cold and merciless, his dark power constantly surging, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. His moves grew increasingly ruthless, each strike carrying the power of destruction. Under the cover of darkness, the surrounding trees were corroded and the land became desolate. Wenqing tightly held the ring in her hand, anxiously watching the battle. She could feel Shang Guanyin's persistence and tenacity, as well as the terror of the regent's dark forces. She knew that this battle would determine the future of the entire country and the fate of the mutants. Time on the battlefield seemed to freeze, each moment filled with tension and oppression. Shang Guanyin's body was gradually being consumed by darkness. He felt his strength fading, but he did not give up. An indomitable will surged within him as he took a deep breath and gathered his last bit of strength. The regent let out a cold laugh. "It seems you have reached your limit, Shang Guanyin. Let the darkness completely engulf you." However, just as darkness was about to cover Shang Guanyin, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. Wenqing raised the ring in her hand, and a brilliant light flickered, radiating a dazzling glow. The light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. Shangguan Yin felt a warmth and power surge into his body, and the darkness began to recede. He looked up at Wenqing, his eyes filled with gratitude and determination. The regent roared in anger, sensing that the dark power was being suppressed. The energy emitted by the ring made him start to feel panic. With a warm yet determined gaze, Wenqing said to the regent, "Regent, your darkness will never triumph over light. We will fight for justice, for the freedom and dignity of the mutants." The regent's face twisted in anger as he roared in frustration, but the dark forces had already been weakened to their limits. He gradually realized his failure, a mix of regret and despair swirling within him. The atmosphere on the battlefield began to ease. In his fury, the regent unleashed one final, desperate attack. Dark power surged once more, forming a vortex of energy like a raging wind, aimed at Shangguanyin. Shangguanyin rallied for one last resistance, using all his strength to evade and counterattack. However, with his energy nearly depleted, he could not fully withstand the regent's assault. He was gravely injured, bloodied, and battered. With a loving gaze at Wenqing, he weakly said, "Wenqing, leave here, don't let the regent succeed." Wenqing's heart was filled with worry and helplessness for Shangguanyin. She knew that Shangguanyin was fighting for her and the future of the mutants, but at that moment he was seriously injured and could no longer continue the fight. The regent's lips curled into a smug smile. "It seems you have reached the point of no return, Shangguanyin. I will personally end your life and then capture Wenqing." A determined light flashed in Wenqing's eyes as she stepped forward to protect Shangguanyin's body. She coldly said to the regent, "You will not succeed, regent. We will continue to fight until the very last moment." The regent scoffed and laughed disdainfully. "You ants will never be able to stop my rule." I will make you taste despair and pain. Warmth tightly grasped the ring in her hand, her gaze firmly fixed on the regent. Chapter 91. Rescue. Wenqing tightly grasped the ring in her hand, her gaze firmly fixed on the regent. A surge of strength and determination welled up inside her. She would never easily succumb to the dark rule. Just as the regent was about to deliver a fatal blow, a dazzling light suddenly descended from the sky. A mysterious mutant appeared on the battlefield, towering and radiating powerful energy waves. Regent, your reign ends here. The mysterious mutant's voice thundered across the battlefield. The regent stared in astonishment at the mysterious mutant, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, and incredulously asked, "Who are you?" The mysterious mutant replied solemnly, "Who I am is not important. You stole the ring that rightfully belongs to me and used it for your own misdeeds. Your dark rule is about to come to an end." The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly grew tense as the three pairs of eyes met, representing a clash of different beliefs and powers. The regent tightly gripped the ring in his hand, while the would-be regent glared angrily, furiously wielding the dark energy in his hand. He let out a fierce roar, attempting to defeat Wenqing. Wenqing engaged in a fierce battle with the regent, using her powers and skills to resist his attacks as best as she could. Despite her limited strength, her faith was unwavering. Ultimately, the regent's dark powers overwhelmed Wenqing's resistance. She was severely injured and fell to the ground. Shang Wanyin witnessed this scene, a mix of anger and pain in his eyes. He rose to fight back, determined to avenge Wenqing. The regent laughed mockingly, saying, "Shang Wanyin, you have already failed. No matter how you struggle, I will completely destroy you and everything you hold dear." Shang Wanyin got back on his feet, bloodied and swaying, but with a fierce will shining in his eyes. "Regent, even if we fail, we will not succumb to your dark rule. Wenqing, leave now." The regent viciously grabbed Wenqing's arm, coldly intending to take her away. Wenqing was forced to follow him, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Shang Wanyin, heavily injured, curled up in a corner of the battlefield. He felt his strength waning, facing the harsh reality alone. At that moment, a mysterious woman passed through the war-torn area. Her name was Rongxi, a woman skilled in medicine, caring for the fate of the injured. Rongxi noticed Shang Wanyin's injuries and immediately stopped, hurrying towards him. She softly said, "How can there be an injured person here? Let me help you." Shang Wanyin struggled to open his eyes and saw Rongxi's figure. He tried to speak, but only a hoarse sound came from his throat. Her palm radiated warm energy, easing Shang Wanyin's pain. In Rongxi's embrace, Shang Wanyin felt a surge of vitality and warmth. He weakly said, "Thank you for saving me." They passed through the war-torn area and arrived at Rongxi's residence. The environment there was serene, filled with the fragrance of plants. Rongxi gently laid Shang Wanyin on the bed and began to carefully treat his wounds. Her fingers were deft and skilled in healing. Shang Wanyin looked at Rongxi's focused face, a wave of gratitude rising in his heart. He asked, "Who are you? Why are you so kind to help me?" Shang Wanyin nodded, touched. "Rongxi, thank you for your generosity and kindness. Your appearance has given me hope, and I wish to repay your kindness." Rongxi shook her head. "You need not repay me. As long as you can recover and move forward, that is enough. The dark forces are rampaging. We need to unite and resist together." Shang Wanyin clenched his fist, firmly stating, "Yes, Rongxi, I will join your fight. Together we will strive for freedom and justice, protecting those who are oppressed." They looked at each other, determination and courage surging within them. Under Rongxi's care, Shang Wanyin began to slowly recover, preparing to re-enter the battle to defend the world. Shang Wanyin asked worriedly, "Rongxi, do you know Wenqing's whereabouts?" "She has been taken by the regent and has become his subordinate." Rongxi paused her movements, a hint of worry appearing on her face. "Wenqing, that innocent girl, to suffer such a fate. The regent is a ruthless person. I fear she will face more harm." Shang Wanyin tightened his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. "I must rescue her. I cannot let her suffer any longer. Please tell me, Rongxi, do you know where the regent is hiding?" Rongxi was silent for a moment, then softly said, "I have heard rumors about the regent's activities, but he is always hidden well. I can do my best to help you gather intelligence and find his whereabouts. Shang Wanyin looked at Rongshi gratefully. Thank you, Rongshi. Your support and help mean a lot to me. Let us unite and crush the regent's schemes to save Wenqing. Rongshi nodded in agreement. We will move forward together. The regent's evil reign must end. I will contact some informants I know to find his whereabouts as soon as possible. With Rongshi's efforts, they began to secretly gather intelligence about the regent and maintain contact with other resistance organizations. After arduous efforts, they finally grasped the regent's hiding place. Standing on the road to the regent's territory, Shang Wanyin tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze determined. Rongshi stood beside him, offering steadfast support and encouragement. Shang Wanyin said to Rongshi, "Thank you for your help all this time. Rongshi, what we are about to do is not easy, but I believe that justice and courage can overcome evil." The two were determined to break dawn and embarked on the perilous journey to the regent's territory. Their hearts were filled with resolve, vowing to rescue Wenqing from the regent's clutches. No matter what dangers lay ahead, no matter what difficulties they encountered, Shang Wanyin would not give up on Wenqing. He loved her and vowed to protect her. This was his lifelong vow. Don't worry, Miss Wenqing will be fine, Rongshi comforted. Chapter 92. Escape from the tiger's den. Shang Wanyin and Rongshi embarked on a long and perilous journey, traversing steep mountains and dense forests, tracking the regent's whereabouts. Time passed quickly, and they finally arrived at the regent's territory. It was a large and dark castle, shrouded in darkness. The two infiltrated the castle, carefully avoiding patrolling guards and traps. They delved deep into the enemy's lair, searching for the place where Wenqing was imprisoned. In a dark corridor, they heard a piercing cry for help. Shang Wanyin and Rongshi exchanged a glance and unhesitatingly moved towards the direction of cry. Eventually, they arrived at a detention room and saw Wenqing imprisoned. She bore scars on her face, her eyes revealing despair and exhaustion. But when she saw Shang Wanyin and Rongshi, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Shang Wanyin hurriedly unlocked the cell door with a key, rescuing Wenqing from her bonds. Rongshi immediately began to treat her injuries, helping her regain strength. Wenqing looked up at Shang Wanyin and Rongshi with gratitude and said, "You saved me, and I will never forget this kindness." After Rongshi completed the treatment, she suggested, "Now we need to find a way to escape the castle and leave this dangerous place. I heard that there's a secret passage that leads directly to the outside world." After discussing, the three decided to head to the secret passage. They cautiously navigated through the castle's maze-like corridors and eventually found the entrance to the secret passage. However, just as they were about to enter the passage, the regent's guards discovered their presence. A fierce battle broke out, and Shang Wanyin, Rongshi, and Wenqing joined forces to fend off attacks from all directions. They utilized their respective strengths and skills, bravely resisting the regent's pursuers. During the fight, they cooperated and coordinated seamlessly, demonstrating their fearless and resolute will. In the end, they successfully repelled the guards and opened the door to the secret passage. The three hurried into the passage, doing their best to avoid danger as they moved toward freedom. At the end of the passage, they saw a bright sky and vast land. Shang Wanyin and Rongshi quickly escaped the castle, hurriedly taking Wenqing away from that dark place. They stepped out of the castle gates and arrived in a desolate and dangerous territory. Wenqing's face was growing paler, and she struggled to support her body. But the effects of the poison made it difficult for her to walk. Shang Wanyin asked with concern, "Wenqing, are you okay? We must find the antidote as soon as possible." Rongshi tightly held Wenqing's hand and said, "Don't worry, we will find the antidote. First, let's find a safe place to rest." They searched for shelter in the nearby woods and finally found a hidden cave. After entering the cave, Rongshi immediately began to check Wenqing's condition. Rongshi anxiously said, "Wenqing, your poison has worsened. We must find the antidote quickly, or the situation will become even more dangerous." Wenqing nodded with a warm smile and said with difficulty, "I believe you will find the antidote, as long as we work together." Shang Wanyin frowned, contemplating the next course of action. He turned to Wenqing and Rongshi and said, "I have heard that there is a celestial physician nearby named Chao Xian, who is said to be skilled in antidotes for poisons. We should go to his residence for help." Warmly smiling with a bitter expression, he said, Chao Xian's dwelling is not nearby, but this is the only hope. We must take the risk and give it a try. After the three reached an agreement, they immediately embarked on a difficult journey. They traversed dense forests and trekked along rugged mountain paths. Time was becoming increasingly dire. Finally, they arrived at Chao Xian's dwelling, a small cabin hidden in a valley. Wenqing walked into the room with great difficulty, her face pale and her breathing rapid. Seeing this, Chao Xian immediately began to provide treatment. He carefully examined Wenqing's symptoms and started to prepare the herbal antidote. Rongxi anxiously asked, Chao Xian, can you save her? Her condition is getting worse. Yin clenched his fists and silently prayed. Chao Xian skillfully prepared the antidote and carefully poured it into Wenqing's mouth. Time seemed to slow down, and a tense atmosphere filled the room. The warm breath gradually stabilized, and her complexion slowly regained some color. Rongxi let out a sigh of relief and said gratefully, Thank you very much, Chao Xian. You saved our friend. Chao Xian humbly waved his hand and replied, This is just the duty of a healer. However, it's also fate that guided you to find me. Yin said loudly, We have finally passed through this crisis, thanks to your help. Wenqing needs to recover. We will wait here for her to get better. Chao Xian nodded in agreement and then turned to leave the room. Wenqing lay on the bed, although pale and weak. She revealed a hint of a reassuring smile. Rongxi sat beside her with concern, softly asking, How do you feel? Yin walked to the bedside, holding Wenqing's hand as he said, We are partners on this journey. Supporting each other is what we should do. As long as you can recover, we can continue moving forward. During Rongxi's recuperation, she continuously observed the understanding and care between Yin and Wenqing. Gradually, she realized that she had fallen in love with Yin. However, she also understood that Yin had special feelings for Wenqing, and their bond could not be replaced. Rongxi knew she could not become an obstacle between them, so she made a difficult decision. When Wenqing fully recovered, Rongxi found Yin and said softly, Yin, I want to talk to you. Yin was slightly surprised, but he nodded, signaling Rongxi to continue. His gaze softened as he gently held Rongxi's hand, saying, Rongxi, you are an outstanding partner. We have gone through many difficulties together, but my heart belongs to Wenqing. She is an important presence in my life. Chapter 93. Farewell. After confession, Rongxi's eyes glistened with tears, but she struggled to remain calm and said firmly, I understand, Yin. I do not wish to be an obstacle or burden between you two. Therefore, I choose to withdraw and end my journey here. Yin tightly grasped Rongxi's hand, his gaze filled with gratitude and regret. Rongxi, I thank you for your support and efforts all along. You are a brave and kind person. I will never forget the times we shared. Rongxi smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself and continue to fight for justice. I wish you and Wenqing happiness. With that blessing, Rongxi gently released her hand and turned to leave. Yin watched her retreating figure, filled with complex emotions. He understood that Rongxi's decision stemmed from true love, but he also felt regret and heartache. However, he knew he must face his own feelings and move forward with Wenqing. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his scattered thoughts. Preparing to continue on, Wenqing's body gradually recovered, and as she set out on her journey again, the regent also discovered their whereabouts. He sent his subordinates to pursue them and eventually found Cao Xuan's residence. When Wenqing and Yin hurried to Cao Xuan's small house, a chilling scene came into view. The regent stood arrogantly in the center of the dilapidated room, while Cao Xuan's corpse lay on the ground, soaked in his own blood. Wenqing's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife as she cried out in sorrow. Chao Xian. Yin's gaze was dark, a mix of anger and grief. His fists clenched tightly, hatred swelling in his chest. The regent looked at the two with a cold smile, raising his voice and saying, Do you think you can escape my control? Chao Xian, hand over Wenqing and Yin, or you will meet the same fate. There was no trace of fear on Chao Xian's face as he firmly replied, I would rather die than hand them over to you. Your rule is evil, and I will never serve you. The regent's eyes were filled with cruelty and anger as he sneered. Then let me show you my power. At the moment the regent's words fell, he swung the sword in his hand, charging straight at Chao Xian. Without hesitation, Chao Xian faced the regent's attack head-on, defending his beliefs with his life. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan watched this scene, their hearts filled with endless sorrow and anger. But they understood that the most important thing now was to protect themselves and continue to fight against the regent. The regent let out a cold laugh, turned, and left, leaving behind a room of dead silence. Wenqing knelt before the corpse of Chao Xian, tears streaming down her face. Shang Wanyan walked up to her side, silently holding her hand to express his support and comfort. Wenqing trembled as she spoke. Chao Xian is a true hero. He held on until the end, refusing to yield even in death. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. We must continue to fight and put an end to this tyranny. Shang Wanyan tightly grasped Wenqing's hand and said with unwavering determination, "Yes, we will fight for Chao Xian's sacrifice and give him a just and righteous resting place. We will never let his death be in vain." The two exchanged a glance, providing each other with strength and courage. They knew that what was needed now was steadfast faith and unity. Chao Xian's sacrifice would become the driving force behind their fight, igniting the strongest determination within them. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan were determined to avenge Chao Xian, and they embarked on a journey to confront the regent. In a desolate wasteland, the two opposing forces finally clashed. The regent coldly stared at them, mocking, "Ignorant fools. Do you think you can contend with me on your own? Ridiculous." Shang Wanyan stood tall, his eyes revealing endless fighting spirit. "We will make you pay for Chao Xian. Justice will triumph over evil." As the words fell, both sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. The regent swung his sword with lightning speed, his attacks fierce and swift. Every strike was filled with lethal intent, attempting to break through Wenqing and Shang Wanyan's defenses. Wenqing skillfully dodged the regent's attacks, using swift and precise thrusts to seek out his weaknesses. She displayed deep anger for Chao Xian's sacrifice, transforming her emotions into strength. Shang Wanyan focused on stability and resilience, using his skilled swordsmanship to fend off the regent's onslaught. Each defense was unbreakable, and through his admiration for Chao Xian's brave spirit, he grew even stronger. In the battle, both sides exchanged blows, their swords flashing and techniques flowing like water. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan worked closely together, their synergy evident. They were in perfect harmony, supporting each other and turning Chao Xian's will into an indomitable force. The regent's attacks grew increasingly frenzied as he unleashed overwhelming power, trying to suppress Wenqing and Shang Wanyan. However, they remained unyielding, fighting the regent with unwavering determination. With a surge of inner strength, a sudden fierce attack was launched at the regent's vital points. Shang Wanyan seized the opportunity and swiftly charged forward, his sword striking fiercely at the regent. The regent struggled to fend off the attack, but he gradually sensed a lack of power. His confidence began to waver, and the sneer on his face slowly faded, replaced by fear and anger. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan clung tightly to the regent, their eyes shining with unwavering determination. They knew that victory was soon to belong to the side of justice and courage. Against the backdrop of battle, they exchanged close dialogue and tacit movements, silently conveying their support and encouragement for each other. They radiated a glow. The swordplay of both sides intertwined to create a scene filled with fierce energy. The regent lunged fiercely at Wenqing, his blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Wenqing skillfully dodged the regent's attacks, her eyes flashing with determination and courage as she faced her opponent without fear. "Do you think you can defeat me? You're nothing but ants." The regent's voice was full of arrogance and disdain. Wenqing smiled coldly yet warmly, and her swordplay suddenly became swift and precise. She approached the regent like a gust of wind, her sword transforming into a silver light, stabbing towards the regent's vital points. The regent barely managed to defend himself, but Wenqing's assault was like a torrential rain, making it difficult for him to cope. Fear and anger were evident in his eyes as he realized they were not as weak as he had imagined. Chapter 94. Forced to go to war, Shang Wanyan transformed into a bolt of lightning, his sword intent incredibly fierce, with each swing accompanied by powerful internal energy. He fought the regent to the death, sword light splattering everywhere with high battle intent. Regent, you once said we were foolish commoners. Now look at yourself. Seguanyan shouted through gritted teeth. The regent's eyes widened in anger, and his attacks became even more frenzied, continuously unleashing devastating power. His swordplay was extremely fierce, with each swing seemingly capable of tearing the entire world apart. Wenqing and Shangguanyin were severely injured, feeling the drain on their physical strength. But there was no hint of retreat in their eyes. They understood that only by persevering could they defeat this evil tyrant. They exchanged a tacit glance and refocused their minds. Wenqing suddenly accelerated, transforming into a ball of flame, swiftly maneuvering around the regent's defenses to launch a deadly strike at his back. Shangguanyin, using the terrain to his advantage, dodged the regent's attacks with agile movements. His eyes sparkled with shrewdness and calmness as he searched for the regent's weaknesses. "You ants, go to hell!" The regent roared, emanating a terrifying aura. Wenqing and Shangguanyin remained unperturbed, calmly and decisively resisting the regent's violence. Their sword techniques became increasingly precise, each attack either narrowly missing or striking directly at the enemy's vital points. "We represent justice and courage, Regent. Your rule will be overthrown," Wenqing declared fearlessly. "Justice and courage? Huh, do you think that will be enough to defeat me? Ridiculous." The regent sneered, his sword strikes becoming more ferocious. Shangguanyin's expression was resolute, his eyes shining with determination. He swung his sword, the blade cutting sharply towards the regent. "We are not alone. We represent the countless suffering people. Their cries will become the strength of our fight," Shangguanyin stated firmly. A hint of softness shone in her warm eyes as she took a deep breath, radiating warmth all around her. Her swordsmanship became fluid and graceful, resembling a dance. She said, "Chao Xian is the eternal flame in our hearts. His sacrifice will ignite the light of hope and guide us towards the path of victory." The regent was intimidated by the momentum of the two, feeling an unprecedented pressure. His offensive began to slow down, and he started to feel fatigued. Wenqing and Shangguanyin saw an opportunity and launched their final attack in perfect coordination. Their sword moves complemented each other, forming an insurmountable barrier. The regent felt the exhaustion of power, filled with despair. His sword slowly lost its sharpness, swinging with heaviness and unsteadiness. "Give up, Regent. Your tyranny is about to end." Wenqing's voice was filled with the omen of victory. Shangguanyin gazed at the regent, his eyes shining with determination. He said, "We represent the will of the people, while you are just a brutal tyrant." The regent could no longer withstand it. His body swayed unsteadily. His gaze was filled with hatred and resentment, and the last breath of life dissipated from him. Wenqing and Shangguanyin exchanged a confirming glance. They knew that this battle was just the beginning. The warriors of justice would continue to move forward, seeking revenge for Chao Xian. Warmth in Shangguanyin's eyes revealed determination and resolve. They did not retreat in the face of the regent's fierce resistance. They took a deep breath and plunged back into battle. The regent, feeling despair, was consumed by a burning rage deep within. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful attack. A surge of dark energy burst forth from the regent's palm, instantly warping the surrounding air. The clash of sword light and dark energy produced a deafening roar. Wenqing and Shangguanyin were forced by the might of dark energy, and they fought with all their strength to hold their ground. Wenqing used her agile movements to dodge the regent's attacks while continuously launching counterattacks. Her sword techniques flowed like water, trying to find a flaw in the regent's defenses. Shangguanyin, on the other hand, relied on stability and resilience, using his skilled swordsmanship to fend off the regent's dark energy. His gaze was sharp, accurately assessing the weaknesses in the regent's attacks and reacting swiftly. "Do you think you could defeat me? This is just the beginning." The regent sneered as dark energy surged around him. Wenqing and Shangguanyin faced the increasingly frenzied attacks of the regent king without flinching, fighting with even greater determination. Their sword techniques became more and more fierce, with each strike aimed at the regent king's weak points. Anger ignited within the regent king's heart. He unleashed more dark energy, plunging the entire battlefield into a shadow of fear. The dark energy surged towards Wenqing and Shangguanyin like a tide, attempting to engulf them. Wenqing exerted all her efforts, showcasing her exquisite swordsmanship. She danced with the blade, its light flickering, pushing back the dark energy. Her eyes revealed determination. She knew she could not lose. Not only for Chao Xian, but also for all those who suffered. Shang Wanyan tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, channeling his inner strength to its peak. He swayed and transformed into a swift figure, darting through the dark energy. His sword moves were incredibly precise, each strike carrying immense power. The regent felt that he could not easily defeat these two opponents, and a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. With a cold laugh, he suddenly changed tactics, using the dark energy to create illusions. In the illusions, the regent transformed into several identical figures, simultaneously attacking Wenqing and Shang Wanyan. Their attacks were fierce and relentless, leaving the two struggling to cope and caught in a bitter battle. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan faced the assault of the Regent King's illusion. They coordinated seamlessly, working closely together to find a true body. Warmth evaded the phantom's attack, her eyes observing all directions and her ears listening attentively. She instantly made a decision and swiftly pounced towards a seemingly weak, dark energy. With a single stroke of her sword, the illusion immediately collapsed and vanished, proving that this was not the real regent. Shang Wanyan struggled to fend off the frenzied attacks of the illusions. After a moment of hesitation, he finally locked onto the true location of the regent, relying on his sharp intuition. He dashed through the encirclement of illusions with lightning speed, aiming directly for the regent's vital points. The regent displayed a hint of astonishment, not expecting his trick to be seen through. He hurriedly employed defensive techniques to attempt to block Shang Wanyan's deadly strike. The battle became increasingly intense, with both sides exchanging blows, their sword techniques intertwining into a magnificent yet brutal scene. Sparks flew, sword lights flashed like lightning, and the atmosphere of battle permeated the air. The regent continuously unleashed dark energy, trying to disrupt Shang Wanyan's offensive. He crazily swung his sword, each strike accompanied by a devastating force. However, Shang Wanyan responded calmly, skillfully dodging with his agile movements while fiercely counterattacking. Chapter 95, Determined Showdown. Wenqing saw Shang Wanyan and the regent fiercely battling and decided to take advantage of this opportunity to launch her strongest attack. She gathered her internal energy to its peak, and the sword emitted a blinding light, piercing towards the regent like a meteor. The battle reached a critical moment, with both sides putting forth their utmost effort, leaving no room for victory or defeat. Each strike carried the weight of life and death, and every dodge was calculated with precision. Time seemed to stand still, and the battlefield was filled only with the glint of swords and the sound of breathing. Wenqing, Shang Wanyan, and the regent intertwined in their fierce combat, not granting each other a moment's respite. The three of them exhaled a shared aura that permeated every corner of the battlefield, forming an indelible picture. No matter how hard they tried, the balance of victory and defeat remained delicately poised. Their eyes sparkled with determination and an unwillingness to yield, resolved to defeat the darkness for their beliefs. The regent sensed his power becoming increasingly unstable and decided to unleash his final attack at any cost. Gritting his teeth, he released the peak power of dark energy, indifferent to the fact that it could lead to his own demise. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan realized the determination of the regent, but they were already seriously injured, and their swordsmanship was no longer smooth. They struggled to fend off the regent's frenzied attacks, but gradually fell into a disadvantage. The regent laughed viciously, intensifying his assault in an attempt to completely defeat the two. He stepped on Shang Wanyan's back and said mockingly, "Look at you now. Dare to resist. Friends of Chao Xian deserve nothing less." Wenqing struggled to stand up with great effort, her eyes sparkling with determination. She said, "Regent, what you pursue is merely the indulgence of evil and power, while we represent the force of justice. You cannot defeat us, because we have a stronger motivation and belief." The regent roared in anger, the dark energy erupting with even more violent power. He showed no mercy towards Wenqing and Shang Wanyan, each attack bringing devastating destruction. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan fought with all their might to resist. Although their sword techniques were heavy and difficult, they remained steadfast. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and blood stained their battle robes. However, the flame in their hearts burned even brighter, refusing to shrink back or yield. Each clash released destructive power, and the battlefield was thick with a heavy atmosphere. Although the regent was powerful, his strength began to waver. Dark energy ravaged him, making it difficult for him to fully control his attacks. Meanwhile, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan exerted their last ounce of resilience, striving to fight back with all they had. This was a fight to the death. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan understood that the cost of victory would be enormous, but they were determined to persevere. Their eyes sparkled with resolve and fearlessness as they fought for justice and freedom, even at the cost of their lives. Shang Wanyan was nearly driven to collapse by the regent's humiliation, his body trembling violently, his breath growing weaker. The regent cruelly mocked, "Look at you, this failure. Still daring to call yourself a man of justice? No one will remember your names. You are destined to be nothing but dust in history." At this critical moment, Wenqing sensed Shang Wanyan's dying breath and resolutely decided not to let her partner endure more pain. She quickly removed the ring from her finger. The ring's space instantly unfolded, wrapping Wenqing and Shang Wanyan in a dazzling light. The two were transported to a completely different environment, entering the ideal world within Wenqing's heart. They found themselves in a vibrant sea of flowers, with colorful blossoms exuding enchanting fragrances. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting warm and gentle light on the ground. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a soothing touch. Shang Wanyan struggled to steady himself, feeling the change in the environment, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He looked at Wenqing, filled with gratitude and admiration. Gently watching the illusion of the regent disappear, Wenqing slowly walked toward Shang Wanyan and softly said, "I do not want you to endure any more torment. We need to rest and regain our strength. In this space, we can safely recuperate and prepare for the next battle." Shang Wanyan tightly held Wenqing's hand and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Wenqing. You're not only my comrade, but also my support and reliance. We will fight together until we defeat the regent." The two exchanged smiles, their firm beliefs intertwining in their hearts. They entered a small wooden cabin, warming themselves by the cozy fireplace. Wenqing took out some food and carefully tended to Shang Wanyan's wounds. The cabin was filled with a comfortable atmosphere, the warm light outlining their silhouettes. They conversed by the fire, sharing their experiences and feelings. Shang Wanyan gently held Wenqing's hand and sincerely said, "Wenqing, you are the most important person in my world. Without you, I would have been consumed by darkness long ago. I swear, I will protect you until the very last moment." Warmth felt the determination and sincerity of Shang Wanyan, and her eyes sparkled with deep affection. "Shang Wanyan, we are not only companions, but also sources of strength for each other. As long as our hearts are connected, nothing can hinder our pursuit of justice." They supported each other, and the land of hope provided them with a precious opportunity to catch their breath. Wenqing gently tended to Shang Wanyan's wounds, her fingers softly touching his skin, exuding a healing power. Wenqing focused and said, "Relax, Shang Wanyan, let me help you heal." Shang Wanyan felt Wenqing's healing energy, and a hint of relaxation appeared on his face. He closed his eyes, relaxed his entire body, and tried to merge his own energy with Wenqing's healing power. Warmly and gently continued, "We have gone through so many difficult moments, but we have never given up. Now we have the opportunity to rest and regain our strength, and we will face the regent with even more determination." Shang Wanyan slightly nodded, his voice revealing a firm resolve. "Yes, the regent's evil rule must come to an end. I swear to fight with my sword for the suffering people. Wenqing, your courage and wisdom have always been my driving force." Chapter 96, No Bones Left. Wenqing clenched her fist tightly, her eyes glimmering with determination. "Shang Wanyan, we will fight side by side. Our strength will double. We will turn this situation around and restore true freedom and peace to the people." The two locked eyes, exchanging unwavering resolve and confidence. Wenqing continued to heal Shang Wanyan's wounds. Her healing power gradually faded, and she lowered her hands, gazing at him. Shang Wanyan felt his condition improving and smiled. "Wenqing, thank you for your care and healing power. I feel much better. They fell silent for a moment, contemplating their next course of action. The small cabin in the space was warm and tranquil, with the sound of a gentle breeze rustling the treetops. Despite being in a relatively safe environment, the tension and determination in their hearts did not wane. Warmth broke the silence. Wenqing, we need to contact other rebels and gather more strength. Only through cooperation can we launch a fatal strike against the regent. Wenqing nodded in agreement. Yes, our power cannot eliminate the regent through individual strength alone. We must find those who believe in justice and freedom, unite, and fight together for a better future. In the cabin of hope, the determination of Warmth and Wenqing blazed like a wildfire, illuminating the path ahead in dark times. They were not only each other's support, but also symbols of endless courage and hope, leading the people toward the road to freedom. The regent glared angrily at the void of hope, sneering coldly. You may escape for a moment, but you cannot escape for a lifetime. You timid little mice dare to resist me. I will make you pay the heaviest price. In a cabin of hope, Wenqing and Warmth felt the imminent danger. They understood that the regent would not rest until he had them, and only by holding firm to their beliefs and taking decisive action could they survive. Wenqing tightly held Warmth's hand and said firmly, the regent can never extinguish the fire of justice in our hearts. We must make a decision and continue the fight. I am not afraid of his threats. They only strengthen my resolve to stand on the side of justice. The two exchanged determined glances again, understanding that they needed to take action to face the impending danger. They discussed and formulated a new plan to seek contact with other rebels and expand their resistance force. The Cabin of Hope became their command center, and they maintained communication with other resistance organizations through secret channels, sharing intelligence and strategies. At the same time, they utilized the special abilities of the ring space to frequently change locations, increasing their concealment. The regent continuously increased the forces pursuing them, but Wenqing and Warmth, with their strong will and wisdom, constantly evaded traps, staying one step ahead. They knew that this battle would be arduous and brutal, but they were determined not to yield until the very last moment. They believed that the power of justice and freedom would ultimately triumph over the regent's dark rule, bringing new hope and light to the entire nation. Wenqing and Warmth finally faced the regent, ready to embrace this life-and-death showdown. The regent's gaze was cold and sinister as he mocked them. You pitiful little mice dare to challenge me. Today, you will taste despair. Wenqing gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze resolute. Regent, your rule is over. We stand for justice and freedom and will never submit to you. Warmth trembled in her body, and her eyes sparkled with determination. Regent, what you pursue is only power and control. We fight for the happiness and hope of the people, something you will never understand. As their swords clashed, sparks flew, and the air was filled with the scent of fire and sword energy. Their battle gradually caused changes in the surrounding environment, with storms swirling and thunder rumbling. Wenqing wielded his sword, drawing a dazzling light in the air. He possessed unwavering will and solid swordsmanship, each strike infused with resolute power. Warmth is gentle yet strong. Her form is agile, like a fleeting dream. She uses her healing power to support and restore Wenqing, enabling him to confront the regent with greater ferocity. The regent's assault grows increasingly frenzied as he unleashes dark magic and eerie powers. However, Wenqing and Warmth work closely together, covering and supporting each other, preventing the regent's attacks from achieving their intended effects. Finally, Wenqing seizes the opportunity, his sword striking like a rainbow, delivering a fatal blow that breaks the regent's defenses. Warmth immediately channels her healing power to restore Wenqing's stamina. The regent's face fills with terror as he senses the aura of despair. He cackles hoarsely. Do you think you've defeated me like this? The power I wield far exceeds your imagination. A cold light flashes in Wenqing's eyes. Regent, you are nothing but a weak tyrant. Your reign has come to an end. We will deliver your final judgment. Wenqing nodded slightly, her heart filled with determination and fearlessness. Yes, Regent, your crimes will end today. Justice and freedom will triumph over darkness and oppression. With a roar, Shang Wanyan and Wenqing launched a fierce attack once more. Unfortunately, the fatal blows were all evaded by the regent. He laughed mockingly, looking at the two before him. Are you sure you want to continue fighting me? If this goes on, you will soon be reduced to nothing. Chapter 97. Unbeatable, the attacks intertwined, creating a spectacular scene. Sword light and magical flames crisscrossed, and the sounds of explosions and thunder roared through the heavens and the earth. The regent exerted all his strength to resist, but he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Shang Wanyan and Wenqing's cooperation was seamless, pouring all their strength and wisdom into this life-and-death showdown. Shang Wanyan wielded his sword, each swing accompanied by thunderous power, the sword light cutting through space, directly targeting the regent's weaknesses. Wenqing, meanwhile, unleashed her healing powers, keeping Shang Wanyan in a state of unwavering and indomitable combat. The regent gritted his teeth, unable to hide the fear within. He swore to completely eliminate these relentless resistors. But now he found himself in a suppressed position. Impossible. I am a symbol of royal power. I should dominate everything. The regent roared, the dark aura around him surging wildly. Shang Wanyan's gaze was indifferent as he raised his sword, emanating boundless determination and resolve. Regent, your reign is about to end. What you pursue is merely power and control, while we represent the will and hope of the people. Today, justice will surely triumph over evil. With a warm smile, Wenqing gazed at Shang Wanyan and softly said, "We are not lonely warriors. Behind us are countless voices. Their yearning for freedom has become an undeniable force." As she spoke, the people of Hopeland quickly gathered together, standing behind Shang Wanyan and Wenqing. They raised their weapons and shouted slogans for freedom, launching a final charge against the regent. At that moment, the earth trembled, the sky changed, and the entire scene was filled with a grand momentum. The regent was surrounded by the power of justice and unity, and his dark forces began to gradually crumble. Shang Wanyan and Wenqing led the crowd into the final fierce battle against the regent. Every swing of the sword carried the power of determination and belief. Shang Wanyan showed no fear, gathering the last bit of strength to launch a deadly strike. His sword light sliced through the night sky like a meteor, aimed directly at the regent's heart. However, just as the sword tip was about to pierce the regent, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. It was a guard clad in black robes, holding a sharp blade to intercept Shang Wanyan's attack. How infuriating! Shang Wanyan frowned tightly, not expecting the regent to have such a powerful guard. The guard coldly stared at Shang Wanyan, his voice laced with mockery. "Kid, do you still dare to kill the regent with one blow? You are not worthy." Shang Wanyan gripped the sword hilt tightly, a determined expression on his face. "I will never give up. Justice will triumph over evil." The guard chuckled lightly and then launched an attack. His speed was extremely fast, forcing Shang Wanyan to barely dodge. The fight escalated again, with sword lights and flames intertwining. Shang Wanyan fought with all his might to defend against the guard's attacks. But the disparity in their strengths was obvious, and he found himself at a clear disadvantage. "Is this all you've got?" the guard said coldly, a contemptuous smile on his lips. Shang Wanyan's breath quickened as he desperately searched for an opportunity to defeat the guard. He moved agilely, responding to each attack while trying to find the guard's weakness. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Shang Wanyan murmured under his breath, a determined light flashing in his eyes. The guard's offensive grew fiercer, seemingly realizing Shang Wanyan's predicament and wanting to completely crush him. Shang Wanyan endured the intense pain, but did not give up. He gathered all his strength for one final move. "Come on!" Shang Wanyan shouted, the sword light flashing like lightning, slashing towards the guard's body. However, the guard sneered, and the sword light was instantly blocked, completely stopping Shang Wanyan's attack. "Your efforts are futile, foolish kid. Now it's my turn." The guard's eyes glinted with ferocity as he launched a swift counterattack. The intense battle continued, with both sides fighting for their lives in each clash. Shang Wanyan kept looking for opportunities, but the guard's strength left him helpless. The battle became arduous and tense, with their dialogue almost drowned out by the clash of blades. "Do you think this can stop me?" Shang Wanyan roared, his body emitting a dazzling light. He was enveloped in a layer of sacred shield. The guard's attacks were blocked, and his eyes widened. A look of unwillingness flashed across his face. Then he laughed coldly. Very clever, but unfortunately, you have fallen into a desperate situation. Darkness can never conquer true power. The guard's voice was filled with confidence and mockery. Shang Wanyan ignored his words, concentrating his power to attack again. The sword light rolled, carrying a destructive aura, rushing towards the guard. The guard snorted coldly, mercilessly counterattacking, engaging in an even fiercer duel with Shang Wanyan. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, with their moves intertwining like raindrops. Each swing brought the pressure of life and death, both sides suffering serious injuries, yet refusing to back down. You cannot defeat me, the guard roared, dark energy swirling around him wildly. His attacks became more ferocious, seemingly intent on completely destroying Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks. His faith remained unwavering. Even in desperate times, he would not yield. I represent justice and hope, while you are merely a servant of darkness. Shang Wanyan gritted his teeth and swung his sword with all his might. The offense and defense alternated, and the battle reached a fever pitch. Each collision released scorching sparks, mingled with the breath of life. Finally, a moment decided the outcome. Shang Wanyan seized a flaw, and his sword pierced the guard's chest. The guard stared blankly at Shang Wanyan, blood pouring from his mouth. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes before he slowly fell, never to move again. Shang Wanyan panted and walked to the fallen guard's side. He gazed at the body, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Darkness is not your home. You are merely a distorted life. But today I will end it all, Shang Wanyan said softly before turning to leave. The intensity of the battle gradually diminished, and the remaining darkness began to dissipate. Shang Wanyan left behind a fallen guard and a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He knew this battle was just one of many. Greater challenges awaited him, and the regent remained the true enemy. Shang Wanyan sheathed his sword, staring at the fallen guard with a trace of sadness and reluctance on his face. You were once a human, with dreams and hopes. It's a pity you took the wrong path and were tainted by darkness. Although the battle had ended, the anxiety in Shang Wanyan's heart had not faded. He turned around, sweeping his gaze across the battlefield. The regent still had not appeared, making him even more alert. He took a deep breath, adjusting his state, ready to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 98. Truly not simple suddenly. A deep voice emerged from the shadows. You are indeed not simple. Shang Wanyan looked around warily and saw a figure emerging from the darkness. It was the regent himself, his face cold and his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. Regent, your crimes will end here. Shang Wanyan stood firm, his tone resolute. The regent sneered, casually saying, You underestimate me, Shang Wanyan. Do you think you alone can change the world? You are too naive. Shang Wanyan's gaze was steadfast, radiating an aura of determination. I am not alone. I represent the power of justice and hope. No matter how strong you are, I will fight you to the end. The regent coldly watched Shang Wanyan, a hint of disdain in his tone. You will cannot mock my rule. You will become a sacrifice under my power. Their eyes met, and the entire battlefield fell into a tense atmosphere. They both knew this battle would determine their fates. A surge of fearless courage welled up in Shang Wanyan's heart. He took a deep breath, ready to face the regent's challenge. I will not let you continue to do evil. I will not allow you to harm the innocent again. I must stop you, even at the cost of my life. The regent coldly glanced at Shang Wanyan, then slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Then let us witness who the ultimate victor is. Shang Wanyan tightly gripped the sword hilt, his eyes shining with determination. He took firm steps towards the regent. The regent laughed coldly, unafraid as he welcomed Shang Wanyan's challenge. Their gazes crossed, and the air was thick with the tension of an impending battle. The battle begins, swords clashing, producing the sound of metal colliding. Each confrontation brings excitement and danger, with both sides giving their all. Your efforts are in vain, Shang Wanyan, the regent roared, his swordsmanship becoming even more ferocious. He transformed into a whirlwind, charging towards Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan steadied himself, skillfully dodging the regent's attacks. He did not back down. The light of his sword flickered as he counterattacked with clever swordplay. I believe in the power of justice, and hold firm to my beliefs," Shangguan declared resolutely, his sword intent growing fiercer. The regent laughed mockingly, but a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He unleashed a unique sword technique, transforming into a shadow of darkness, making it difficult for Shangguan to grasp. The battle raged on fiercely, each clash bringing excitement and danger. Both sides were exerting themselves to the limit, giving the other no chance to breathe. "How ridiculous you are," the regent taunted, his sword intent more violent. He attempted to break through Shangguan's defenses, aiming to completely overpower him. Shangguan gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead. A firm determination rose within him as he gathered his strength, retaliating with all his might. "I believe in the power of justice, without fear," Shangguan shouted, the sword light slicing through the night sky, carrying a resolute aura. The battle reached a fever pitch, with both sides' moves becoming increasingly fierce, and the scene was extraordinarily intense. The sound of swords clashing accompanied by their breaths filled the entire battlefield. Shangguan was overwhelmed by the regent's attacks, his body swaying unsteadily. He struggled to maintain his footing, but found it hard to withstand the regent's immense power. Just at this critical moment, Wenqing stepped forward decisively, standing in front of Shangguan. Her expression revealed determination and concern. "Regent, that's enough. Let him go." Wenqing's voice carried both firmness and tenderness. The regent sneered, his gaze sharp as he scanned Wenqing. He did not cease his attacks. Instead, he swung his fists at her with even more madness. Although Wenqing's physique was frail, her resilience and courage were admirable. She exerted all her strength, trying to stop the regent's attack. "You cannot defeat our will." Wenqing gritted her teeth, her voice revealing determination and resolve. The regent's attacks became increasingly fierce, but Wenqing showed no sign of retreat. Her body began to tremble, yet she still held onto her beliefs tightly. Shangguan stood by, witnessing Wenqing's brave actions. A wave of endless gratitude and worry surged within him, simultaneously igniting his own inner strength. "Wenqing, thank you, but you don't have to bear all this for me." Shangguan voice was laced with concern and guilt. Her words were filled with warmth and power, providing great encouragement to Shangguan. He took a deep breath and stared at the regent. "We will overcome the darkness, no matter the cost." Shangguan voice carried resolve and determination. The regent's attacks intensified again, but Wenqing and Shangguan fought side by side. They worked in perfect harmony to withstand the regent's onslaught. The battle became more intense, with each clash filled with life-and-death crises. Shangguan and Wenqing used all their strength, steadfastly resisting the regent's attacks. Their will and beliefs burned like a flame, shining in the darkness. They understood that only by uniting as one could they defeat evil and uphold justice. Just as the regent seemed to have the upper hand against Wenqing and Shangguan, a group of reinforcements suddenly surged from behind, entangling with the regent's soldiers. The new force changed the dynamics of the battlefield. "Who are these people?" The regent glared at the incoming reinforcements, a flicker of alertness crossing his eyes. A young general at the forefront strode forward, his gaze resolute and decisive. He coldly mocked the regent. "Regent, your crimes will ultimately be stopped." The regent snorted coldly, swinging his sword, ready to face this new group of enemies. Wenqing and Shangguan widened their eyes, staring intently at the unexpected reinforcements, their hearts filled with hope and gratitude. The commander smiled slightly at Wenqing and Shangguan, his tone revealing trust and determination. "You are our allies, and we have come to support you." Wenqing and Shangguan felt the powerful momentum and finally breathed a sigh of relief. They gripped their weapons tightly, ready to re-enter the battle. The general nodded at Wenqing and Shangguan, his gaze filled with determination and encouragement. They understood that only by uniting as one could they defeat this common enemy. Chapter 99. True Identity. We must protect justice and eliminate evil, the general shouted, inspiring everyone in the team. Wenqing and Shangguan were inspired by the words of the general, immersing themselves in the entire battlefield, fighting alongside the reinforcements against the regent's forces. In this decisive moment, Wenqing and Shangguan finally found powerful allies, working together to fight for justice and freedom. The regent gradually sensed that the situation was turning against him, and a flicker of terror and anger flashed in his eyes. Under the intense pressure from the reinforcements, he made an unexpected decision to flee. The regent instantly turned and quickly retreated from the battlefield. His soldiers also dropped their weapons and followed his footsteps, scattering away. Seeing the regent's escape, Wenqing, Shangguanyin, and the soldiers of the reinforcements were all filled with joy. They embraced each other, and cheers echoed throughout the battlefield. "We won!" Wenqing exclaimed excitedly. Shangguanyin tightly grasped Wenqing's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude and joy. "It is you and these brave warriors who gave me strength, allowing us to achieve this brief victory." Shangguanyin was deeply moved by Wenqing's words. He embraced her tightly, feeling their souls intertwining. "Thank you, Wenqing. Because of you, I am no longer afraid. I believe we will get through every difficult moment together." Wenqing gently patted Shangguanyin's back and comforted him, saying, "Yes, no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, we will support each other and move forward bravely. Our love and determination will guide us in the pursuit of light and justice." On the battlefield, people embraced and cheered, celebrating this victory. Although it was only a temporary win, it represented hope and strength. Shangguanyin and Wenqing could finally let go of their tension and pressure, embracing each other. In their eyes, there was a glimpse of expectation for the future and a firm determination. Shangguanyin and Wenqing held each other tightly, their souls intertwined as they began to communicate. "Wenqing, we have been through so much, and I am truly grateful to have you by my side. You have given me endless courage and strength." Shangguanyin looked at Wenqing with warm eyes and smiled as he said, "In this chaotic world, you are my strongest support. No matter how many difficulties and challenges lie ahead, I am willing to face them with you hand in hand. Our love will become the strength that helps us overcome everything." Tears shimmered in Wenqing's eyes as she tightly held onto Shangguanyin's hand and said sincerely, "Shangguanyin, our love is an indestructible shield. No matter when or where, I will walk with you. We will protect each other and face the challenges and happiness of the future together." They exchanged deep gazes, their hearts filled with determination and commitment. In this turbulent world, Shangguanyin and Wenqing would continue to walk side by side, confronting the unknown future together. They understood that no matter how many twists and difficulties lay ahead, their love and faith would guide them to the shores of victory. The leader of the team brought Wenqing and Shangguanyin to their camp, only to be surprised to find that the person helping them this time was General Nie. When Wenqing locked eyes with General Nie, an inexplicable emotion surged within her, as if there was a wonderful and strong connection. Upon seeing Wenqing, General Nie was moved to tears, holding her hand and repeatedly asking, "Wenqing, have you been well these years? I often think of you and worry about your safety." Wenqing was very confused. She couldn't understand why she felt such deep emotions upon meeting General Nie, even though it was clearly their first encounter. She wondered internally where this familiar feeling came from. "General Nie, we don't really know each other well. Why are you so concerned about me? This should be our first meeting. Do I have some special background?" Wenqing tried to seek answers. General Nie looked at Wenqing, his eyes filled with a fatherly tenderness and nostalgia. "Wenqing, perhaps I should tell you the truth. Actually, I am your father. When you were very young, we were forced to separate due to the war, and I have been searching for you ever since. Now that I see you safe and sound, the joy in my heart is beyond words." Wenqing looked at General Nie in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. But gradually, deep within her heart, she began to feel that blood connection of kinship. "Father, this is truly incredible. For many years, I have felt alone, never realizing that you have been searching for me all along. In some corner of my heart, there has always been a concern and anticipation for you." General Nie held Wenqing's hand tightly, tears of happiness flowing from his eyes. "My child, although we have missed so many years, we are finally reunited now. I am proud of you, proud of your bravery and strength. From now on, I will do everything I can to protect you and accompany you until the end of my life." The warm eyes became moist as she deeply felt the warmth and strength of familial love. At that moment, she was no longer alone. She had a father to rely on. General Nie gazed at her warm expression, and from her childhood, to her current maturity, it seemed to converge into a moving picture before him. Wenqing stared at General Nie, discovering that his familiar yet unfamiliar face reflected her own past traits and pursuits. Father, I remember my mother. She was such a beautiful and strong woman. Although we couldn't stay together since childhood, her love has always illuminated my heart from deep within. The old general's gaze became even gentler as he softly said, "Yes, your mother, Wenqing, was one of the most important people in my life. At that time, because of our significant differences in status, we were forced to make a decision to part ways. But she chose to give birth to you. That was the greatest decision she made for love." Chapter 100, The General's Daughter. Wenqing felt a surge of gratitude and longing in her heart. She was eager to learn more about her mother's story. "Father, please tell me more about my mother. I've always yearned to understand what kind of person she was, whether she lived happily, and if she always missed you." General Nie gazed at Wenqing, his eyes flashing with deep longing and pain. "Your mother, Wenqing, was an incredibly wise and kind woman. She had a smile like a clear spring and a pure heart. Although we were forced to separate, I have never stopped missing her. Before she left, she told me that she would use all her strength to protect you so that you could live a happy life." Tears of warmth streamed down her face as she felt her mother's endless love and sacrifice. She silently prayed, hoping her mother could find peace and happiness in heaven. "Father and mother chose to give birth to me. What a great decision that is. I will always remember her and cherish the love she left me. Now, I feel no longer alone because you are my family, and we will face the future challenges together." General Nie tightly held Wenqing's hand, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. "Yes, Wenqing, we are family. No matter what difficulties and challenges the future may bring, I will always be by your side, protecting you in our shared home. Mother's past sacrifices will not be in vain. We will continue to pass on her love in this world." Wenqing felt her father's determination and strength. She knew she was no longer alone, with such a loving father by her side. They embraced each other, offering support and comfort, ready to face the difficulties and dangers of the future, united closely together. "Father, can you tell me more stories about my mother? I want to understand her past and the story between you two." General Nie smiled, gently holding Wenqing's hand, and began to recount the past. "Back then, as a young soldier, I participated in a battle, and it was during that time that Yue appeared in my life. She came from an ordinary background, but was pure and kind. We fell in love, but due to our different statuses and the pressure of an imperial marriage, we were forced to part ways. She chose to leave quietly, carrying our child, who is you, bravely enduring all the difficulties and challenges on her own." Listening tenderly to his father's story, warmth swelled within him, filled with endless respect and gratitude for his mother. How brave she was to protect our love. She chose to leave and bear everything. From a young age, I felt her selfless love. Although I never saw her with my own eyes, I could always sense her presence. "Father, how did you find us?" General Nie gently stroked Wenqing's hair and said affectionately, "When Yinyu left, she gave me a clue. She told me she would take you to a safe place and made me believe that one day we would reunite. For many years, I kept searching for your traces. And finally, by chance, I found you. At that moment, my heart was filled with joy and gratitude because we were finally reunited." Wenqing's eyes were filled with tears as she tightly embraced her father, feeling the special yet unspoken bond between them. General Nie held Wenqing's hand firmly, his eyes shining with a steadfast and warm light. "Qing'er, you're the most important person in my life, and your mother has always been in our hearts. We will face the challenges of the future together, protecting our home and each other. No matter what happens, we will never be separated again. And this is my solemn promise to you in Yinyu." They smiled at each other, their hearts filled with nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. They knew that their mother's love would always accompany them, giving them strength to bravely face the ups and downs of life. "Father, I've been thinking about why Mother chose to give birth to me and bear everything alone. She was such a strong and selfless woman." General Nie smiled and nodded, his eyes sparkling with pride and emotion. "Qing'er, your mother was a person with strong beliefs. Despite the numerous difficulties we faced, she decided to bring you into this world. giving you life and opportunity. She believed that even if we were forced to separate, our love and concern for each other could continue through you. She was willing to sacrifice her own happiness to make you our eternal bond, and that was her incredibly great sacrifice and dedication. Wenqing listened warmly to her father's words, filled with admiration and gratitude for her mother. General Nie held Wenqing's hand tightly, his eyes showing love and encouragement. Yes, you are the fruit of our shared efforts. Mother's selfless sacrifice has illuminated our lives. We must cherish this gift and create happiness and peace for ourselves. No matter what the future brings, we will stand together firmly to face all challenges. Mother's love will forever guide us forward. Warmth and General Nie exchanged smiles, their hearts filled with hope and courage for the future. They decided to take on the responsibility of passing on the legacy of Yin Yu's love together, allowing Warmth to grow into a kind and brave person, inheriting her parents' spiritual wealth. In that special moment, General Nie and Warmth's hearts were closely connected, and they decided to face the journey ahead together. Chapter 101. Proposing to her Shangguan Yin with an open heart, decided to have an honest conversation with General Nie about his feelings for Warmth. He understood that General Nie was a wise and broad-minded person and hoped to gain his understanding and blessing. General, I would like to talk to you about Warmth because I deeply love her. Her kindness, bravery, and resilience captivate me. I sincerely hope to become her partner and take on the responsibility of protecting and caring for her. I am willing to propose to her, but I also recognize that this involves your feelings and wishes. May I ask if you could support our relationship? General Nie listened quietly to Shangguan Yan's words, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. Shangguan Yan, you are an excellent and sincere person, and my recognition and respect for you have never changed. I understand your deep love for Warmth and your determination to take on the responsibility for her. Warmth is my daughter. I hope she can find happiness and fulfillment. Her thoughts and choices are crucial to me, so my opinion does not decide everything. I can listen to your feelings and discuss this matter with Warmth. Shangguan Yan nodded gratefully, understanding that General Nie's considerations were reasonable and appreciating his openness and tolerance. Thank you for your understanding and support, General. I will respect Warmth's decision and am willing to wait for her response. I believe our love is sincere and steadfast, and when facing future challenges, we will work together to care for each other and create a happy family. I look forward to spending the rest of my life with Warmth, bringing her joy and peace. General Nie smiled and nodded, his eyes showing comfort and blessing. Shangguan Yan expressed his deepest respect and gratitude to General Nie. Thank you for your blessings and understanding, General. I will cherish Warmth's love and your support for us. I will strive to be a person worthy of her and always maintain respect and fondness for your family. Thank you again for your openness and blessings. I will keep them in my heart. Later, General Nie entered Warmth's room, filled with anxiety and concern. He knew this was an important and decisive moment, and he needed to have an honest conversation with his daughter, asking her if she had truly considered marrying Shangguan Yan. Warmth, your father has come to talk to you about something. Have you really thought it through and are willing to marry Shangguan Yan? I understand the Shangguan family is not as illustrious as ours, and we must be responsible for your future. I hope you think carefully and ensure that your decision is based on genuine feelings, not impulsiveness or other influences. Father, I understand your concern and worries, but please believe me, I love Shangguan Yan deeply. His qualities and inner values far outweigh his family's background and status. Our feelings for each other are real and steadfast, and I am willing to walk through life with him. The background of the Shangguan family will not affect our love and happiness. I also believe we can create a beautiful future together. No matter what difficulties and challenges we face, we will support and protect each other. Father, please bless our love. Warm words were filled with determination and resolve as she expressed her deep love and choice to General Nie. After a moment of silence, General Nie gazed affectionately at his daughter, finally understanding the steadfastness and sincerity in her heart. Wenqing, your words show me your growth and resilience. I understand that your feelings for Shangguan Yan are genuine and profound. As your father, I only wish for your happiness and peace, regardless of whom you choose. If Shangguan Yan is the one who can bring you happiness, I am willing to support your love and bless your future together. Please cherish each other and build a happy family together." With warmth and gratitude, Wenqing looked at General Nie, her eyes filled with emotion and joy. "Thank you, Father. Your understanding and support mean a lot to me. I will cherish Shangwanyan, and we will work hard together to fight for our future. Your blessings are our greatest strength, and we will surely create a happy and fulfilling family." The father and daughter embraced tightly, and this conversation further strengthened the bond between them. General Nie understood that his daughter had grown up, capable of independent thought and making her own choices. He felt an inexplicable sense of peace and joy, seeing Wenqing grow into a strong and brave woman. From then on, Shangwanyan became a connection between Wenqing and the Nie family. At this moment, General Nie also felt a sense of debt and guilt towards the other two women. He knew he had shortcomings with both Yanyu and Wenqing. Therefore, he decided to have an open and honest conversation with Wenqing again to express his inner feelings. Warmly, I quietly listened to my father's words, my eyes revealing understanding and tolerance. "Father, I understand your guilt and remorse. Mother has been gone for a long time, and I have missed her too, but I do not blame you. Life is always filled with various setbacks and difficulties, and you are a brave general who has sacrificed a lot for the country and the family. Father, you do not need to feel guilty towards me. You have done your best. Now, please accept my forgiveness and understanding, and let us walk together towards a happy future." The heartfelt and sincere words deeply moved General Nie, filling him with a sense of relief. He looked into his daughter's determined and mature eyes, his heart brimming with pride and hope. "Wenqing, your tolerance and understanding have touched me greatly. Thank you for your empathy and support. I will do my utmost to make up for the past shortcomings and provide you with more love and companionship. Together, we will strive to create our own happiness. Both you and your mother are incredibly important to me, and I will cherish and care for you even more." The father and daughter embraced tightly, their feelings of debt and guilt gradually easing. This conversation strengthened their bond and laid a solid foundation for facing future difficulties and challenges together. General Nie was determined to take action to make up for past inadequacies, giving Wenqing more attention and care, and protecting and nurturing this family filled with love and understanding. Chapter 102. The Power of Love. Wenqing felt General Nie's sincerity and determination. She knew her father genuinely wanted change and make up for past shortcomings. Thus, she began an in-depth conversation with her father to explore each other's inner thoughts and hopes. "Father, I am very grateful for your honesty and determination. We have both had our regrets, but what matters now is that we work together to create a beautiful future. Father, you have sacrificed so much for the country and the family, and I understand your sense of responsibility and mission. I hope to be your support and reliance, allowing you to feel the warmth and tranquility of home. At the same time, I also hope you can take more time to be with us, to share the joys and sorrows of life, so we can face challenges together and support each other." General Nie was deeply moved by his daughter's maturity and thoughtfulness, and he listened carefully to every word she said. "Wenqing, your words show me your growth and wisdom. I feel your concern for me personally, which brings me great happiness and comfort. I am willing to face life's challenges with you and create a warm and happy home together. I will readjust my time and priorities to give you more companionship and care. I will strive to balance everything to ensure we have enough time and space to understand and support each other. Thank you for your tolerance and trust. I will prove my commitment through action." With a warm smile, Wenqing felt her father's sincerity and determination. General Nie was deeply moved by Wenqing's firm and warm words. He hugged Wenqing tightly, filled with paternal love and hope. "Wenqing, you are my pride and hope. Let us work hard together to create a happy and fulfilling family. I love you, and I will always support you, no matter when or where." The conversation between the father and daughter ended their doubts and barriers, replaced by a closer and deeper emotional connection. They decided to build a happy future based on mutual understanding and care. Shangwan Yin had carefully prepared a late-night snack and brought the food to Wenqing with a smile. He sat down to have dinner with her, chatting casually. "Wenqing, I specially prepared this late-night snack for you. I hope it brings you some comfort and joy." Wenqing felt the care and attentiveness of Wanyan. She smiled as she accepted the late-night snack, her heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Wanyan. You're always so thoughtful and caring towards me. This late-night snack really warms my heart. The two enjoyed the snack while chatting about everyday life. Wenqing couldn't help but mention General Nia, her eyes revealing deep longing. Wanyan, I'm very grateful to have found my father. The misunderstandings and barriers between us have been cleared, and now we are working hard to mend our relationship. Every time I reconnect with my father, I feel incredibly happy and fulfilled. His recognition of my changes and efforts has shown me a warmer future. Wanyan smiled and nodded, genuinely happy for Wenqing. Wenqing, I know this means a lot to you. Seeing you rebuild your relationship with your father and having a beautiful outlook for the future makes me sincerely happy and relieved. The harmony of family and the reunion between father and daughter is a happiness that cannot be described in words. You bravely faced the pain of the past and gave your father a chance to find happiness again. Your strength and forgiveness are commendable. With a warm smile, Wenqing felt the encouragement and understanding from Wanyan. Wanyan, thank you for your constant support and companionship. You are also someone I can rely on. Your presence makes me feel incredibly safe and warm. I believe we will create a happy future together. Wanyan looked at Wenqing gently, his eyes filled with sincerity and warmth. Wenqing, I feel very honored to be your lover and to be by your side when you need me. No matter when or where, I will support you, encourage you, and face the challenges and happiness of the future together with you. Wenqing looked at Wanyan with gratitude and warmth, knowing that having a sincere lover by her side made her more determined to face everything in life. I cherish the feelings between us, Wanyan. No matter what the future brings us, we will bravely move forward and create our own happiness together. Thank you for your constant support and care. The two exchanged smiles, their hearts filled with hope for the future. They were determined to go through every unforgettable moment together, supporting each other as they pursued their journey of happiness. In the tranquility of the night, Wanyan and Wenqing continued to share their innermost thoughts. Their conversation was filled with warmth and understanding. Wenqing looked warmly at the bright stars in the sky and said with a drifting thought, Wanyan, sometimes I still lament the regrets of the past, feeling like time slips away too quickly. But after reconnecting with my father, I understand the importance of cherishing the people in front of me in the present moment. Wanyan gently held Wenqing's hand and encouragingly said, Yes, Wenqing, we have all experienced regrets and losses, but that is precisely what makes us cherish the beauty of the present even more. Every gathering with family and friends, every moment of laughter and warm care is a precious moment in life. No matter what the past holds, we can learn the strength to face the future bravely from it. Wanyan smiled and nodded. Wenqing, your courage and determination inspire me. No matter what difficulties and challenges we may encounter in the future, we will face them together. I am willing to always be by your side. Wenqing looked affectionately at Wanyan and softly said, Thank you, Wanyan. With you by my side, I feel that the world is full of hope and warmth. Let's pursue happiness together, no matter how many hardships lie ahead. I believe our love and steadfast hearts can overcome anything. Their gazes met, conveying a deep understanding and trust between them. In that moment, they realized the preciousness and power of love. The two held each other's hands tightly, listening to the voices of their hearts. They decided to face the challenges and opportunities of the future together, supporting each other and creating their own happiness. From that night on, the bond between Wanyan and Wenqing grew stronger as they experienced the joys and sorrows of life together, sharing each other's growth and achievements. No matter what storms and difficulties lay ahead, they knew that the power of love would always accompany them. Chapter 103, Marry Me as a Wife. Wanyan brought Wenqing to a beautiful sea of flowers. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the colorful blossoms, and the air was filled with a rich floral fragrance. Wenqing was captivated by the beautiful scenery, her heart filled with surprise and joy. She turned to look at Wanyan, sensing his mysterious intentions. Wanyan walked in front of Wenqing, holding her hand tightly, his eyes sparkling with deep affection and determination. Wenqing, you are the most precious presence in my life. With each day we meet, my love and admiration for you continue to grow. Today, I want to express my determination in this sea of flowers. Wenqing, will you be my wife and my partner in life? Wenqing was touched by Shang Wanyan's sincere confession, tears glistening in her eyes as she smiled and nodded. Shang Wanyan's face was filled with joy as he embraced Wenqing, expressing his inner happiness and commitment with a passionate kiss. At that moment, the sea of flowers seemed to celebrate for them, petals gently falling around them, witnessing the important moment as they were about to embark on a new life. Shang Wanyan bit his lip, his eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. Wenqing, I prepared a little surprise. Please come with me. He took Wenqing's hand and led her through the sea of flowers towards an open grassy area ahead. There, a beautifully set picnic table was laid out, filled with exquisite food. Looking at the scene in front of her with warmth and surprise, she smiled happily and said, Shang Wanyan, is this prepared for me? It's so romantic. Warmly and emotionally, Wenqing grasped his hand, her eyes revealing deep affection. Shang Wanyan, I really feel lucky to have met you and to receive your expression of love in this sea of flowers. I believe that our love will become stronger and more enduring with time. No matter what difficulties we may face in the future, I am willing to confront and overcome them together with you. Gratitude and commitment sparkled in Shang Wanyan's eyes. The two gazed at each other, conveying a firm and profound emotion deep within their souls. Hand in hand, accompanied by the sea of flowers, they celebrated the beginning of their new life together. Shang Wanyan and Wenqing sat on the grass in the flower field, enjoying the warmth of the sun and each other's company, celebrating this special moment. Dear Wenqing, from the time we met to now, with our engagement, everything makes me feel incredibly happy and fulfilled. You are my one and only, and I am willing to protect you for a lifetime and give you the best life. Their gazes revealed deep and steadfast promises, and their love melted into smiles and tears, showcasing endless sweetness and sincerity. Shang Wanyan reached out to wipe away the tears on Wenqing's face and softly said, Dear, our story has just begun. I want to explore this world with you and realize our dreams, whether in storms or sunshine. I will hold your hand tightly and accompany you through every difficulty and challenge. Wenqing tightly held Shang Wanyan's hand, feeling his warmth and determination. Shang Wanyan, with you by my side, I believe there is nothing we cannot overcome. You are my eternal support and courage. I am willing to grow together with you, supporting each other, and let our love be as splendid and beautiful as this sea of flowers. They immersed themselves in sweet conversations, sharing each other's dreams and hopes. They talked about future plans, imagining the family they would build together and the promises to care for each other. Dear Wenqing, I hope our home is a place filled with laughter, warmth, and love. Whether in ordinary days or special moments, I want to spend every beautiful moment with you. I am willing to do anything for you. For your smile and happiness, I am willing to give everything. Warmth sparkled in her eyes, filled with gratitude and deep affection. She softly said, Shang Wanyan, your love and care have made my life so much better. I believe our family will be filled with the power of love and acceptance, allowing everyone to feel warmth and security. I want to create a happy little world with you, using our love to warm each other and those around us. Their conversation was filled with sweetness and understanding, revealing a deep tacit understanding and a determination to support each other. They shared their dreams and goals. In the sea of flowers, Shang Wanyan and Wenqing embraced each other, enjoying a moment of happiness. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a glow on them and reflecting their joyful smiles. Shang Wanyan held Wenqing tightly, his eyes filled with deep affection and determination. He softly said, Dear Wenqing, you're the most important person in my life. Today, in this beautiful sea of flowers, I want to vow to you that in this life, there will only be you. I am willing to protect you forever. Their words were filled with sincere promises and steadfast faith, and their love spread throughout the flower sea. Shang Wanyan raised their intertwined hands, placing her warm palm against his heart, and solemnly said, Wenqing, my heart will always belong to you. Regardless of the passage of time or the waves of the crowd, I will hold your hand tightly and face everything together with you. Wenqing felt the beating of his heart, her voice filled with determination and deep affection. "Shang Wanyan, my heart belongs only to you. In your embrace, I have found peace and happiness. Our meeting is a blessing from heaven, and I am willing to accompany you for a lifetime, to share all joys and sorrows together." The two people's breaths intertwined, their love for each other like the fragrance in a sea of flowers, permeating the surroundings. Chapter 104. Salvation. Shang Wanyan looked at Wenqing with a determined gaze, softly saying, "My dear, we will create a warm and happy home together. In this home, we will share joy, take on responsibilities, and spend every beautiful moment together. Whether facing challenges or difficulties, we will walk hand in hand, supporting and encouraging each other." They embraced in the sea of flowers, their hearts drawing closer, passing on intense emotions to each other. Shang Wanyan gently stroked Wenqing's hair, lovingly saying, "Wenqing, you're the most precious gift in my life. Every day, I will use all my love to cherish you, allowing you to feel safe and happy in my embrace." Wenqing turned her head to look at Shang Wanyan, her eyes filled with deep affection. "Your love gives me strength, allowing me to feel endless courage and determination. In your embrace, I become braver, more confident, and willing to face all the challenges in life." Shang Wanyan smiled, gently stroking Wenqing's cheek. "My dear, your presence makes my world complete. Every day, I cherish and appreciate the happiness and love you bring me. No matter what difficulties we may encounter in the future, we can support each other and face them together." Wenqing quietly nestled in Shang Wanyan's embrace, feeling his strong and warm arms. Shang Wanyan gazed at Wenqing with deep affection, his voice filled with determination and promise. "Wenqing, our love will be as brilliant and enduring as a sea of flowers. In the long river of time, I am willing to walk hand in hand with you, creating our own happiness and beauty." Their dialogue transformed into the most sincere vows, their hearts intertwining amidst the sea of flowers. In the tranquility of the flower sea, Shang Wanyan and Wenqing held each other tightly, their two hearts beating out a touching love song. Their love was validated in this beautiful environment. They would forever cherish each other's existence, walking together through the journey of life, building a home filled with love and warmth. Shang Wanyan and Wenqing finally welcomed their joyous wedding day. The wedding venue, adorned with flowers and filled with joy and blessings, gathered friends and family to witness the happiness of the newlyweds. However, at this important moment, a group of mutated beings controlled by the regent suddenly burst into the wedding venue, causing chaos and panic. Shang Wanyan immediately held Wenqing tightly, protecting her safety. He looked steadfastly at the sudden intruders, calmly saying, "Wenqing, don't be afraid, I will protect you." They supported each other, steadily making their way toward the exit of the wedding venue. Friends and family around them also sought safety and shelter. The mutated beings grew increasingly frantic, lunging at them. Shang Wanyan reacted quickly, displaying his bravery and skill as a warrior. He used his abilities to swiftly subdue several mutated beings, ensuring Wenqing's safety. Wenqing closely followed behind him, leaning against Shang Wanyan, always alert to the surroundings. "Hurry, we need to leave here as soon as possible," Shang Wanyan shouted, guiding Wenqing through the chaotic crowd. The two carefully navigated through the mutated beings controlled by the regent, their goal being to evade and escape danger, seeking a safe place. Suddenly, a mutated being lunged at Wenqing. Shang Wanyan immediately stepped in front of her. Facing the attack from the mutated being, they engaged in a fierce melee, with Shang Wanyan defending and counterattacking using his exceptional combat skills. Wenqing watched the battle before her with concern and anxiety, but she knew it was not the time to retreat, nor could she sit idly by. She summoned the strength within her and exerted her maximum effort. She found a long, thin ribbon on her body and quickly wrapped it around the mutant's legs, causing it to lose balance. Taking advantage of this moment, Shang Wanyan seized the opportunity to launch a fatal strike against the mutant. The mutant fell, no longer posing a threat. They continued to move toward the exit, searching for an escape route. As Shang Wanyan and Wenqing found themselves in danger, the number of mutants seemed to increase, and the situation became more urgent. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform, exuding authority, appeared on the battlefield. Seeing his daughter, Wenqing, in peril, General Nie's eyes flashed with anger and worry. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and swiftly attacked the mutants. "Wenqing, hold on!" General Nie shouted, his movements agile and precise. Each attack preventing the mutants from getting close to Wenqing. Upon seeing General Nie's arrival, Shang Guanyin felt a surge of joy in his heart. He quickly coordinated with General Nie, launching an impressive joint operation. Wenqing felt her father's protection and support, and a sense of inexplicable reassurance surged in her heart. At this critical moment, she concentrated her strength and looked for an opportunity to escape. Warmly and calmly observing the battlefield, she searched for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, she noticed a mutant quietly approaching from behind her. "Be careful," she shouted, alert. She immediately dodged the mutant's attack, but the danger still loomed. General Nie reacted swiftly, grabbing the mutant's arm and forcefully throwing it aside. "Father!" She looked at General Nie gratefully, a sense of security flooding over her. General Nie turned to face the group of mutants, his gaze firm as he said, "We can't stay here any longer. Come with me." Shang Guanyin and Wenqing closely followed General Nie, forming a solid defense line to protect each other. They quickly maneuvered through the crowd, finding an escape route amid the chaos. General Nie continued to launch attacks, creating a safe passage for them. Finally, they successfully broke through to a relatively safe area. Wenqing tightly grasped General Nie's hand, gratefully saying, "Father, thank you for saving us." Chapter 105. "My duty is to protect you." General Nie smiled gently and patted Wenqing's shoulder. "Child, as long as you're safe, my responsibility is to protect you." Shang Guanyin looked at General Nie and sincerely thanked him. "General, thank you for your help and bravery. We were able to escape safely because of you." General Nie nodded, concern evident in his eyes. Now is not the time to feel relieved. We still need to find a way to completely break free from the region's control. Let's move forward together to face this challenge. Shang Guanyin, Wenqing, and General Nie gathered in a hidden corner, beginning to discuss the regent's purpose for this operation and their strategies to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Guanyin spoke up. "The regent's goal is likely to eliminate us rebels to consolidate his power. We need to find the regent's weaknesses and find ways to weaken his control." Wenqing tightly held onto Shang Guanyin's hand, expressing her support. "We cannot be bound by fear. We must find a way to break free from the regent's control. Only then can we fight for freedom and justice for ourselves and other victims." General Nie thought seriously for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Perhaps we can use the regent's psychological weaknesses to lift his control. He has always harbored ambitions and a desire for power. We can exploit this." Both Shang Guanyin and Wenqing looked at him with anticipation as General Nie continued. "The regent places great importance on his own power. If we can find a way to weaken his authority, we might be able to break his control over the mutants." "So what should we do?" Shang Guanyin asked. After pondering for a moment, General Nie proposed a plan. "I know of an ancient artifact called the Key of Freedom, which is said to be able to nullify the regent's control. However, it is hidden in a dangerous place, specifically in the regent's secret forbidden area." Wenqing furrowed her brows and said worriedly, "But entering the regent's secret forbidden area is not an easy task. We will face enormous risks." General Nie looked at his daughter affectionately and said firmly, "I won't let you take any risks alone. I have already contacted several other generals who are also resisting the regent, and they are willing to join our cause." Shang Guanyin nodded in agreement, saying, "Unity is the key to our success. Only through collective efforts can we overcome the regent's control and fight for freedom." The three exchanged resolute glances, determining their next course of action. They understood that the road ahead might be arduous, but they were determined to fight to the end for freedom and justice. The plan began to unfold, and they would strive to break through numerous obstacles, seek the key to freedom, and ultimately destroy the regent's grip on power. This decision would change each of their destinies and bring a glimmer of hope to the entire nation. Shang Guanyin looked at Wenqing and General Nie, his gaze resolute and full of determination. Shang Guanyin said, "We need a detailed action plan to successfully enter the regent's secret forbidden area and find the key to freedom. At the same time, we must ensure our safety during the operation." General Nie nodded in agreement, saying, I have discussed this with other generals. We can leverage their knowledge of the forbidden area to gather more intelligence. Additionally, we need to meticulously plan each step of our actions to ensure our plans remain undetected by the regent. After a moment of tender contemplation, a question was raised. But even if we find the key to freedom, how can we ensure it can break the regent's control over the mutants? Shang Wanyin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "That's a difficult question. We need to find individuals with strong mental powers to use the key to freedom and bring hope to the controlled mutants. Perhaps we need to search for those hidden in the shadows, mind warriors." General Nye nodded thoughtfully in agreement. "You're right. We will seek out those with mental powers to help them develop and unleash their potential. Only they might be able to use the key to freedom to break the regent's control." A determined light flashed in Wenqing's eyes. "We cannot let any suffering mutant be forgotten. We must fight for their freedom so that everyone can pursue their own happiness." The three exchanged a knowing smile. Their goal was shared. To break the regent's control, they were willing to take risks and give everything for all the suffering mutants. Shang Wanyin tightly grasped Wenqing and General Nye's hands, speaking solemnly and firmly, "We will succeed. In this difficult journey, we will support each other and move forward together. No matter how great the difficulties and challenges we face, we will not back down until the moment of final victory." They firmly believed that justice and courage would lead them to the shores of victory. Regardless of how perilous the road ahead might be, they would always protect and support one another, striving for a bright future for a controlled nation. Shang Wanyin and General Nye both showed worried expressions. But Shang Wanyin was the first to speak. "Wenqing, this plan is too dangerous. You shouldn't take such risks. We can find other ways." Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyin with deep affection and said firmly, "I know this is very dangerous, but I can't just stand by and watch you take risks. We need to divert the regent's attention and give you enough opportunity to act. I believe in my abilities, and I will proceed with caution, never taking unnecessary risks." General Nye gently held Shang Wanyin's hand in agreement, saying, "She's right, Shang Wanyin. We can't let our most precious people take risks. I've lived for so many years. It's time for me to shield my children from some dangers." Shang Wanyin hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in acceptance. "All right. But you must remain vigilant and stay in touch with us at all times. We won't let you fight alone." The three of them tightly held each other's hands, silently showcasing their strong unity and trust. Shang Wanyin looked at Wenqing affectionately and with a firm tone said, "No matter what happens, we will be by your side, protecting you." He turned to General Nye and said, "General, please lead the other commanders to formulate a more detailed action plan. We need to ensure that every step is foolproof." Chapter 106. Striking the nerve, General Nye nodded solemnly. "I will do my best to ensure everyone's safety." Wenqing felt the care and protection from Shang Wanyin and General Nye, filling her heart with courage and determination. She took a deep breath, ready to face the upcoming challenges. The three exchanged resolute glances once again, their hearts full of anticipation for the future. They would use wisdom, courage, and unity to put an end to the regent's rule. Wenqing stood in a deserted warehouse, her heart filled with tension and anticipation. She knew this was a dangerous game. Shang Wanyin and General Nye were hiding in the shadows, closely watching Wenqing's every move. They maintained contact through wireless communication, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Shang Wanyin tightly gripped the communicator in his hand, anxiously saying, "Wenqing, be careful. Don't let him discover our plan." General Nye also watched Wenqing nervously, hoping she could successfully lure the regent into their trap. The regent walked up to Wenqing, his gaze cold and mocking. "You have finally come to your senses, realizing my power is irresistible. Very well, you will become my toy." Wenqing lowered her head, pretending to be obedient. "Yes, regent, I realize my mistake, and I am willing to serve you and bring you more control over the mutants." Upon hearing Wenqing's words, Shang Wanyin felt an indescribable pain and reluctance surge within him. He took a deep breath and firmly said to General Nye, "It's time to act. We must ensure Wenqing's safety." General Nye nodded, and they quickly set their plan in motion, using carefully laid traps to capture the regent. Wenqing silently prayed, knowing that a fierce battle would soon unfold. She had to lure the regent into the trap, and confront him as quickly as possible. The regent sneered and lunged at Wenqing. She agilely dodged, simultaneously signaling Shang Wanyan and General Nie to prepare for action. Shang Wanyan and General Nie struck together, using their top-notch martial arts and intelligence to trap the regent. The regent roared in anger, launching a fierce attack against Shang Wanyan and General Nie. They fought hard to fend him off, ensuring Wenqing's safety. Shang Wanyan and General Nie worked in perfect harmony, their goal to weaken the regent's power and create opportunities for Wenqing. General Nie stood opposite the regent, his gaze firm and calm. He took a deep breath and said, "Regent, what you pursue is merely power and dominance, but you will never gain true loyalty and trust. I once served you, but now I understand what true courage and value are." The regent's eyes widened as he shouted angrily, "You traitor! How dare you say this to me?" The regent's face twisted in rage as he swung his weapon at General Nie. The two figures intertwined, their swords clashing in a brilliant duel. General Nie was agile and steady, using his years of training and experience to engage the regent. He did not seek power, but carried loyalty and a true mission, which made him more resolute and decisive in battle. The regent attacked furiously, but could not break through General Nie's steadfast defense. He felt a sense of unwillingness and anger because he often received the emperor's favor, while General Nie earned everyone's respect through loyalty. General Nie seized the opportunity and launched a fierce counterattack, gradually suppressing the regent. He calmly said, "Regent, your rule is only temporary, while true power comes from the trust and support of the people. The power and glory you chase will ultimately become the fuse of your destruction." The regent was provoked by General Nie's words, becoming more agitated and uncontrollable. "Shut up. You are all traitors," he roared, launching his final attack with all his might. General Nie responded steadily and calmly to the regent's assault, saying indifferently, "Regent, you cannot understand the choices that Wenqing and I have made. We uphold justice and freedom, while you are bound by your own desires." In the end, General Nie skillfully defeated the regent. The regent collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with hatred and despair. General Nie looked at the fallen regent, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He knew that this former acquaintance had fallen into the slavery of power, but the regent, lying on the ground, seemed defeated by General Nie, yet secretly harbored a cunning scheme. He waited for General Nie to approach, ready to deliver a fatal blow, but he did not expect General Nie to be already on guard. General Nie vigilantly dodged the regent's sudden attack, his eyes revealing coldness and determination. He countered mercilessly, his swift and fierce sword moves preventing the regent from succeeding. The regent shouted in anger and ferociously counterattacked, openly displaying his true strength. He launched a series of fierce assaults, attempting to suppress General Nie's counterattacks. General Nie nimbly evaded the regent's strikes, maintaining a distance with his keen perception and excellent footwork. He was not swayed by the regent's might. Rather, he faced the challenge with an even steadier mindset. The regent gradually sensed General Nie's change and felt a surge of unease. He realized that his scheme had been uncovered, and General Nie was no longer blinded by power as before. General Nie gazed at the regent, his eyes filled with resolve and contemplation. He said, "Regent, your conspiracy has collapsed. Your power is merely an illusory facade, while we pursue true justice and the well-being of the people." The regent clenched his teeth and shouted angrily. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to crush General Nie. However, General Nie, with incredible agility and reflexes, deflected every attack. In the end, General Nie seized an opening and launched a fatal strike. The sword light flashed, piercing like lightning towards the regent's vital point. Chapter 107. Ruin. In an instant, the regent realized in terror that his end was near. He tried his utmost to dodge General Nie's attack, but still could not completely evade it. General Nie's sword grazed the regent's garment, causing a spray of blood. The regent was hit, the pain in his back rendering him immobile. General Nie coldly stared at the regent, his gaze devoid of any pity. "Your sins have finally been punished." The regent coughed up blood, his voice filled with anguish and despair. Do you think this is the end? My rule will last forever." General Nie smiled calmly, his trembling hands gripping the sword hilt. "No, Regent, you're just a person. The power of justice and freedom will never be destroyed. General Nie's voice conveyed a firm belief in the future. Regent, you think ruling is just about power and deprivation. But the will of the people cannot be conquered. They yearn for freedom, for justice, and we will become the symbol of their hope. The regent, gasping for breath, derisively retorted, you so-called just people always deceive the masses with illusory, beautiful words. They are just ignorant crowds who do not understand what is best. The regent let out a bitter laugh. Haha, do you think you can change anything? Everything is still in my hands. General Nie's eyes flashed with determination. You are mistaken. Regent, this world is not only yours to dominate. The people will unite, and their voices will destroy your rule, bringing new hope. The regent murmured, impossible. I am the supreme ruler. General Nie gazed at the fallen regent, his voice tinged with compassion. Regent, you were once my acquaintance, but you have lost yourself. I hope that in these final moments, you can reflect on the path you have taken. The regent coughed up blood and pain, his eyes filled with regret and despair perhaps. I am destined to fail, destined to be abandoned by the people. General Nie smiled slightly. No one is destined to fail, and no one is forever beyond redemption. As long as you're willing to change and put in real effort, there may still be a chance to rebuild your dignity. The regent weakly shook his head. It's too late. I have made too many wrong choices. General Nie silently watched the regent's gaze drifting away, feeling a complex emotion rise within him. He understood that the regent had embarked on an irreversible path, while he must continue forward, bearing the mission of leading the people toward the light. On the silent battlefield, two former acquaintances unfolded their struggle with different destinies. The regent's rule gradually came to an end, while General Nie represented justice. General Nie quietly stood on the battlefield, watching the regent's distant figure. He knew that although this person had once been his acquaintance, at this moment he had departed from justice and the expectations of the people. Suddenly, the regent stopped, turned around, and faced General Nie. A hint of regret and helplessness flickered in his eyes. The regent quietly said, General Nie, perhaps you were right. I have taken a wrong path. The regent trembled as he spoke, struggling to say, I am willing to change. General Nie smiled slightly and raised the sword in his hand to signal for peace. If you truly wish to repent, then I am willing to give you a chance. The regent stepped forward, kneeling before General Nie, his eyes filled with remorse and determination. Please forgive my mistakes, General Nie. I am willing to relinquish my power and strive for happiness. General Nie reached out and gently patted the regent's shoulder. Regent, may your resolve be sincere. We will fight together for the interests of the country and bring this nation back on track. The two former adversaries transformed into allies, jointly pursuing a brighter future. They stood on the battlefield, feeling the power of justice and reconciliation. With a deep sense of responsibility and conviction, General Nie led the region away from the battlefield. They would work together to dismantle evil forces and establish a just and equal society. This was a new beginning and the hope within their hearts. The crowd was shocked by the sudden appearance of soldiers. Panic spread, and they began to scatter in confusion. General Nie sensed the people's fear and bewilderment, and he stepped forward to calm everyone's emotions. He shouted loudly, Please remain calm. Do not panic. Let us stay composed and believe in justice in our efforts. His voice resonated through the crowd, gradually quelling the panic. People stopped and looked at General Nie, anticipating his guidance and leadership. With a smile, General Nie addressed the crowd. The regent's change is real, but there may still be remnants of the old forces. We cannot give up nor lose hope. Let us unite and face the challenges together. The people heeded General Nie's call, regrouping with resilience and courage. They supported each other, rebuilding confidence and hope. At that moment, a soldier suddenly stepped forward and whispered something to General Nie. A flicker of concern crossed General Nie's face, but he did his best to remain calm. The crowd silently watched General Nie, waiting for his explanation and instructions. Taking a deep breath, General Nie spoke to the crowd. The regent's subordinates have taken him away, but this is not a reason for us to shrink back or give up. His change is the result of our efforts. We have already fought for justice, and now we should strengthen our faith and keep moving forward. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening applause. They felt a warmth and strength from General Nie, willing to face the unknown challenges alongside him. General Nie looked at the crowd with gratitude and said, "Thank you for your courage and trust. I will not disappoint you. We will stand united and fight for the restoration of peace and justice until the very last moment." The crowd shouted in unison, expressing their unwavering support for General Nie and the cause of justice. Although they faced an uncertain future, with each other's support and hope, they believed they could overcome any difficulties. Once again, the crowd stepped forward, filled with confidence and courage, ready to embrace new challenges. They knew that under the power of unity, they could defeat any enemy and build a better tomorrow for their country. Chapter 108. Hand in hand for life. Shangguan and Wenqing stood in a sea of flowers, joy radiating from their faces. They were remarrying, and this moment symbolized happiness and beauty. General Nie stood aside, tears streaming down his face. He was deeply happy for Shangguan, but also felt reluctant and worried. He walked over to Shangguan and gently patted his shoulder. With a serious tone, General Nie said to Shangguan, "Shangguan, you have finally found your happiness. Wenqing is a kind and sincere girl. Please cherish her and give her happiness and security." Shangguan lowered his head, his voice revealing determination and gratitude. "General, thank you for your continued care and guidance. I will spend my life protecting Wenqing and providing her with the best life." General Nie's gaze was affectionate and complex as he gently patted Shangguan hand. "Shangguan, you are my proud disciple, and I regard you as my own son. No matter what happens in the future, remember that the greater righteousness of home and country is always more important than personal happiness. You are my most proud and esteemed disciple, and also the hope of this era." Shangguan nodded silently, his eyes filled with determination and gratitude. "General, please rest assured. I will remember your teachings and live up to all expectations." General Nie sighed and smiled. "Good child, go ahead and pursue your happiness. Remember, no matter what happens, you're not alone. We will always support you from behind." Shangguan tightly grasped General Nie's hand, his gaze reflecting determination and gratitude. "Thank you, General. Please rest assured. We will do our best to protect our home and country, striving for more peace and happiness for you." Shangguan turned to Wenqing, taking her hand in his. They smiled at each other, filled with hope and courage to face future challenges. General Nie quietly watched them, his eyes filled with blessings and reluctance. He firmly believed that Shangguan would become an excellent husband and leader, while Wenqing would provide him with the most sincere love and support. With their courage and wisdom, General Nie believed they could create a harmonious and prosperous home together. He silently prayed for the newlyweds to find lasting happiness forever. General Nie looked at Wenqing as a gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks, the atmosphere serene and warm. Suddenly, Wenqing stopped, gazing at the distant lake, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. General Nie noticed the change in Wenqing and asked with concern, "Wenqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" After a moment of silence, General Nie looked at Wenqing with deep affection and nodded in understanding. "Yes, she is respected for her wisdom and kindness. She cares for you deeply and is an important support for you to become such an excellent and strong person." Warmth gently sighed, her eyes revealing a hint of longing. "Yes, my mother often encouraged me, teaching me to bravely face the challenges of life. Her departure brought me pain, but I also learned from her how to be resilient and kind. I hope she can see our happiness in heaven, knowing that we have been carrying on her spirit." General Nie softly held Warmth's hand and warmly said, "Warmth, you possess her wisdom and kindness. Her spirit will forever exist in your heart. A mother's love is endless. Even though she is no longer with us, her blessings and care still accompany us." Wenqing smiled gently, looking at General Nie with gratitude. "Thank you for your companionship and support all this time, Father. You are like a guiding light to me, giving me warmth and strength. We must cherish the happiness we have now, continue to carry on the spirit, and live for her." A loving light flashed in General Nie's eyes as he held Wenqing's hand tightly, his voice revealing unwavering determination. Wenqing, no matter what difficulties and challenges we encounter, I will fight alongside you. Together, we will carry on the spirit, allowing her to rest in peace in heaven. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other's resolve and commitment. They decided to strive in the name of Wenqing's mother for love, courage, and justice, continuing this warmth until forever. Wenqing and Shang Wanyan entered the bridal chamber, and a festive and warm atmosphere filled the air. They gazed at each other, filled with love and anticipation. Shang Wanyan gently took Wenqing's hand, his eyes revealing deep affection. Wenqing, we can finally start our own life together. My love for you will only deepen. I am willing to use everything I have to protect and cherish you. With a warm and sweet smile, her voice revealed happiness and softness. Shang Wanyan, I'm also filled with infinite love and attachment for you. From acquaintance to understanding, we have gone through so much together. And now we can promise each other to walk through the rest of our lives together. Shang Wanyan leaned down and gently kissed Wenqing's forehead, softly saying, Wenqing, you are the most precious person in my life and my eternal support. I will give you happiness and security, allowing you to feel the purest love. The two remained silent in each other's arms for a moment, their hearts filled with expectations for the future and promises to each other. Shang Wanyan stroked Wenqing's hair and gently said, Wenqing, I hope our family is always filled with warmth and happiness. I will do my best to give you happiness and peace, sharing both laughter and tears with you. Warmth gently caressed Shang Wanyan's cheek, and happiness sparkled in her eyes. Shang Wanyan, I am willing to experience life's ups and downs with you, whether it's joy or challenges. We will hold hands and move forward bravely. The two embraced tightly, as if at that moment, time had stopped. They understood that this bridal chamber was not just the beginning for them, but also the place where they would write their happy story together. Their dialogue and exchanges of glances conveyed deep affection and steadfast vows. They were willing to spend their lives together, creating a beautiful legend that belonged to them. Chapter 109. Unable to accept General Nie sensed the hardships and maturity in Nie Chun, and she decided it was time for the siblings to recognize each other. General Nie said, Nie Chun, this is Wenqing, your sister. Nie Chun was slightly taken aback, then raised his head to look at Wenqing. His gaze revealed surprise and questioning. Miss Wenqing? She is my sister? Wenqing nodded with a warm smile, her eyes revealing anticipation and warmth. Yes, Lord Nie Chun. Although we share the same father but have different mothers, our blood connects us. I'm very happy to meet you. I have heard of a sister, but I could never be sure if it was real. Now it seems that it is all true. General Nie walked over to Nie Chun and gently patted his shoulder. Nie Chun, Wenqing is your biological sister. Although we have different growing experiences, we are still family. I hope you can recognize each other and face the challenges of the future together. Nie Chun gazed into Wenqing's eyes, where sincerity and anticipation sparkled. Although we have been far apart in the past, from now on, you are my sister. No matter what difficulties we encounter, I will protect you and stand by your side. Wenqing smiled warmly, her eyes filled with happiness and joy. Thank you for your acceptance. I will do my best to protect our family and our shared ideals. General Nie felt relieved. She knew that this recognition process was significant for Nie Chun and Wenqing. All right, since you have acknowledged each other, we will become a closer family. Let us jointly safeguard the honor of our family and strive for the prosperity of our nation. Nie Chun and Wenqing exchanged a smile, understanding that the bond between siblings would become their motivation to move forward. No matter what challenges the future may bring, they are willing to unite closely to fight for the honor of their family and their common ideals. Wenqing also met Nie Chun's mother, Madame Nie. Madame Nie was filled with suspicion and dislike towards this suddenly appeared yellow-haired girl. General, how can you easily believe that this stranger is our biological daughter? She might just be a scammer trying to gain our family's wealth and status. Wenqing was shocked by Madame Nie's indifferent attitude, but she tried to remain calm and respectful. Madam, I understand your concerns, but please believe me, I did not come to find you in Nie Chun for any personal gain. I only hope to reunite with my family and jointly safeguard the honor of our clan. Madame Nie remained unmoved, looking coldly at Wenqing. You suddenly popped up. Who knows whose child you really are? General Nie's voice was filled with anger and sorrow as he revealed the past troubles caused by Madame Nie. Do you know? Wenqing's mother left me because of your unfair treatment towards her. You tried to deprive her of her position as the matriarch of the Nie family. And now you're still bringing it up. Madame Nie's expression changed, and she tried to defend herself. Don't put all the blame on me. She never deserved to be the matriarch of the Nie family. Her background is clearly beneath mine. General Nie's face grew darker as he tried to maintain his composure. How can you say that about her? She is my wife and Wenqing's mother. Her worth and position are not determined by her background, but by her character and kindness. Madame Nie, unwilling to back down, retorted with a sharp tone, you really are on her side. Have you forgotten our identities and responsibilities? You are a member of the Nie family. You should be thinking about the family's reputation, not giving up everything for a woman of lowly birth. Sweat beaded on General Nie's palms as he clenched his fists, struggling to control his inner rage. He took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. I have never abandoned the responsibilities of the Nie family, but I also cannot forsake my love and commitment to my wife and children. Our family should be a place of mutual understanding, respect, and tolerance, not a hell filled with prejudice and oppression. General Nie furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, I am not here to destroy our reputation, but to repair our broken family. I believe that on the basis of love and understanding, we can face the challenges from the outside together and stand strong. We should not exclude Wenqing's mother. We should accept her because she is our family. Amid the quarrel between General Nie and Madame Nie, Nie Chen hurriedly stepped in to mediate. He understood the importance of family and hoped to resolve the conflict. Father, mother, please calm down. Let's stop arguing. It's not beneficial for anyone. We are a family and should support and understand each other. Nie Chen's appearance made Madame Nie turn to him in tears. She grasped his hand and pleaded, Chen, do you know what this family means to me? But he has chosen Wenqing. He no longer loves me. I can't find my place in this family anymore. Hearing Madame Nie's lament, General Nie felt a surge of guilt and conflict within him. He looked at Madame Nie, tears streaming down her face, and felt deeply troubled. Although he was moved by Wenqing, he could not forget the years he had spent with Madame Nie. Madam, I know I've hurt you deeply, and I feel guilty, but that does not mean I no longer care about you and the children. We can work hard to find a new balance that allows each of us to find our place in this family. Madame Nie wiped her tears and trembled as she said, do you remember the promises we once made? We vowed to support each other and protect this home. Now, you have chosen to leave me and the children for Wenqing. Have you already placed her in your heart? Chapter 110, Quarrel General Nie. Taking advantage of Madame Nie's words, firmly continued to express his feelings from deep within. But I must honestly tell you, there is indeed a place for Wenqing in my heart. She is a kind, intelligent, and sincere girl, and she has contributed a lot to our family. Although I have feelings for her, that does not mean my love for you and the children has diminished. Upon hearing General Nie's confession, a flicker of shock and pain crossed Madame Nie's eyes, but she still tried to remain calm. No matter what, you have begun to build a relationship with her and have chosen to leave me and the children. This fact is hard for me to accept. We once vowed to support each other and protect this home. Yet now you allow Wenqing to occupy an important place in your heart. Do our past vows mean nothing to you? General Nie lowered his head sadly, feeling the inner conflict and struggle. Madam, I have not easily given up on our vows. But over the years, I have realized that I cannot be indifferent to her. Wenqing has quietly guarded and supported me. She has given me warmth and understanding, making me feel the coziness of home. I feel guilty, but I also hope we can try to find a compromise, redefine the meaning of family, and give everyone a place of their own. Hearing General Nie's explanation, Madame Nie's tears flowed again as she felt his inner struggle and complex emotions. Perhaps we all need time to face and deal with all this. I will try to understand your inner struggles, but please also understand my pain and loss. We need to be sincere with each other, communicate openly, and seek a solution that satisfies everyone. General Nie held Madame Nie's hand tightly, feeling her pain and grievances, while also understanding his responsibilities. Madam, I promise you I will work hard to make up for past mistakes and do my utmost to create a warm and harmonious home for everyone. We all need time to heal, but please believe that my love for you and the children will never change. Madame Nie firmly took Nie Chen and left, no longer saying much to General Nie. Along the way, Niechun tried to persuade his mother, hoping she would not make things difficult for Wenqing, emphasizing that she was just a poor girl and their sister. Mother, please stop and listen to me. Wenqing has done nothing wrong. She is an innocent girl. We cannot hold animosity and malice towards her because of father's choice. She also needs warmth and love from a family, just like us. Please give her a chance so we can work together to create a new family atmosphere. However, Madame Nie still insisted on her stance, unwilling to accept Niechun's persuasion. The pain and resentment within her made it impossible for her to look at the issue rationally. Chinner, you are still young and cannot fully understand my feelings. I cannot accept Wenqing. She is that woman's daughter, representing the position and dignity I have lost in this family. I do not want to live in such an environment. I would rather leave and live my own life. Madame Nie's words were filled with determination and despair. She had made up her mind that she could no longer live with General Nie. This family had been hurt and broken too deeply. She no longer believed that a warm and harmonious family could be rebuilt. Niechun looked at his mother's determined expression, feeling as if his heart were being cut. He understood his mother's pain, but also hoped to find a solution that would allow everyone to regain happiness. Mother, please reconsider our future calmly. Perhaps the current situation is difficult, but we can face the challenges together and seek opportunities for change. Please give Wenqing another chance, and give ourselves a chance to rebuild our family. General Nie noticed Wenqing's injured expression and walked over to her, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. Wenqing, don't take Madame Nie's words to heart. She is currently in an emotional state and cannot view the issue rationally. You are a kind and innocent girl, and we will protect you and not let anyone hurt you. Wenqing raised her moist eyes, hesitantly looking at General Nie. Her heart was filled with doubts and worries. General Nie gazed at Wenqing, his eyes full of understanding and concern. Wenqing, you don't need to bear this responsibility. Family issues do not depend solely on you. Everyone has their own feelings and pain, but we can work hard to find solutions. You are our family, and we will not let you face difficulties alone. Please believe me, things will get better. Feeling the warmth and reassurance in General Nie's firm voice, she nodded slightly, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, Father. I will believe your words and do my best to face all of this. Although it is difficult now, I am willing to persevere, hoping that we can find our own happiness. General Nie gently stroked Wenqing's hair and said softly, You are not alone. We will all strive together. No matter what changes the future may bring, we will work towards a better tomorrow. They exchanged encouraging smiles, determined to face the challenges of the family together and seek the path to happiness. General Nie held Wenqing's hand, expressing his determination and support. Wenqing, I will persuade Mrs. Nie to reconsider this issue. I know she is currently in a state of excitement and pain, but I believe that time and sincere communication can change her mind. You don't have to take responsibility for all of this. We will face and resolve family issues together. Please believe me, we will find a new balance and harmony. Wenqing felt the firmness and trust of General Nie, and her heart gradually calmed down as she smiled. The two held each other's hands tightly, vowing to work hard for the bright future of their family. General Nie decided to take proactive action, engaging in deep communication and exchange with Madame Nie, hoping to open her heart and allow her to reevaluate and accept Wenqing. They believed that through honesty and understanding, they could find a common solution to the predicament, bringing new hope and happiness to their family. Chapter 111. Joining forces. Madame Nie, with a determined expression, secretly contacted the regent. They conspired to devise a plan aimed at driving Wenqing away. With malicious intent, Madame Nie was willing to ally with the regent to achieve her goals. On a dimly lit evening, the regent and Madame Nie stood together in a courtyard. The heavy atmosphere in the courtyard seemed to foreshadow the impending conspiracy. The regent took out a letter and handed it to Madame Nie, his voice filled with temptation and cunning. This letter is meant for Wenqing. Please deliver it to her personally and have her come see me. I have arranged everything in the mansion, waiting for her arrival. Once she steps into the trap, we will easily be able to control her. Madame Nie took the letter, her eyes flickering with ruthlessness and determination. Rest assured, I will act according to your plan. I will not allow her to stay in this home any longer. She does not deserve my husband's love and care. The regent sneered, his gaze sharp as he stared at Madame Nie. She clenched her teeth and nodded. She knew she had embarked on a dangerous and dark path, but at this moment, there was no turning back, only forward. Wenqing sat in her room, unaware of anything, gazing at the faint starlight outside the window. She held a letter in her hand, which had been personally delivered to her by Madame Nie. The letter invited her to the mansion. Wenqing was puzzled and didn't understand why Madame Nie wanted to meet her. However, she always maintained a glimmer of trust, believing that her family could resolve the issues between them. Just as she was hesitating, Nie walked into Wenqing's room and found her lost in thought while holding the letter. Wenqing, what happened? Is that a letter from Madame Nie? Wenqing handed the letter to Nie, her expression filled with confusion and unease. Nie, this letter was given to me by Madame Nie. It contains her invitation for me to visit the mansion. I don't understand why she wants to see me. Is there something hidden behind this? Nie furrowed his brows tightly, sensing that something was off. He knew his mother well. She was not devious or scheming, yet a sense of crisis surged within him. Wenqing, I have a bad feeling about this. I think we should be cautious. My mother's dissatisfaction with you cannot be resolved in a day or two. But please believe me, she is a good person. Wenqing tightly held Nie hand, her eyes revealing determination and resolve. Nie, I trust your instincts. If this is indeed a trap, we cannot let our guard down. We must proceed with caution while seeking the truth. Looking into Wenqing's steadfast eyes, Nie felt an overwhelming warmth and protective urge rise within him. Wenqing, no matter what happens, I will protect you. We will face this challenge together. We need to take action and investigate what exactly is hidden in the mansion. We cannot easily fall into the traps set by my mother. The two, filled with fighting spirit, prepared to leave the room and head to the mansion. They decided to investigate in secret to ensure their safety and uncover the conspiracy behind it. A sinister atmosphere pervaded the mansion, with dim lights casting eerie shadows. The regent waited in a lavish living room, a sly smile on his face. Wenqing, you finally arrived. Please take a seat. The regent gestured for her to sit, his gaze flickering with evil and conspiracy. Wenqing clearly didn't expect that the one waiting here was not Madame Nie, but the regent. Could it be that they are traditionalists? She remained vigilant and asked softly, "What do you want from me?" The regent looked at her deeply, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "Wenqing, you really are a naive girl. I invited you here, of course, not just for a simple meeting. In fact, Madame Nie has mentioned various things about you to me. She is very angry with you and considers you a disruptor of the Nie family. I want to give you a chance to express your stance. If you can actively align yourself with me, I can help you stay away from this conflict. Otherwise, you will pay the price, and the consequences will be yours to bear." Wenqing felt the danger of being trapped, but she did not back down. She clenched her fists, her eyes shining with determination and courage. "I will not betray myself and my family to escape the problem. I will not leave this home, nor will I be used by you. No matter what happens, I will face it together with everyone and seek a solution." The regent's expression darkened, his eyes filled with anger. At that moment, Nie quietly approached the corner of the regent's mansion, observing in secret. He felt the situation growing more dangerous and was determined to expose the conspiracy and rescue Wenqing as soon as possible. Nie quickly formulated a strategy. He watched the conversation between the regent and Wenqing, sensing the hidden danger the regent was preparing. Without hesitation, Nie stepped out of the shadows and strode towards the regent and Wenqing. "Regent, your game ends here. Let her go." The regent stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Nie, anger and shock intermingling in his gaze. "You clever little brat. Do you think you can stop me?" Nie stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. "I won't let you hurt her, no matter the cost. We will expose your conspiracy, reveal the truth, and make your evil deeds public." The regent sneered, drawing his sword and lunging at Nie. The room was filled with a tense and intense atmosphere, the clash of swords and fists creating a sound that ripped through the air. Wenqing watched the battle closely, feeling both worried and touched inside. She realized that Nie was risking himself to protect her, and she was determined not to be swayed by the schemes of the regent and Madame Nie any longer. Taking advantage of a moment of distraction, Wenqing quickly searched the room for clues. She discovered a secret letter detailing the collusion and plans between the regent and Madame Nie. She hurriedly tucked the letter into her bosom, secretly resolving to deliver this evidence to the side of justice. Nie and Wenqing stood united against the regent's fury. Filled with confidence, "Regent, we will expose the truth and let everyone know about your schemes and crimes. Your power is nothing but an illusion made of paper. We believe that justice will prevail over evil." Chapter 112. Catching turtles in a jar, the regent displayed his strength and cunning as a high-level martial artist, cleverly using the surrounding objects as cover, trying to trap Nie. However, Nie was quick and agile, maintaining constant vigilance with his exceptional reflexes and skills, dodging the regent's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Wenqing couldn't help but nervously clench her hands. She couldn't distance herself from the situation, yet felt powerless. She silently prayed for Nie safety, hoping he could overcome this schemer. Time seemed to blur and stretch in this intense battle. Ultimately, Nie seized a fleeting opportunity and swiftly launched a deadly attack, forcing the regent into a desperate situation. The regent finally sensed the approach of defeat. He held his breath, his eyes filled with endless anger and despair. You cannot win against me." Nie looked at the fallen regent, his gaze devoid of mercy. "This is the consequence of your own actions. Your crimes will ultimately be exposed. Your evil and schemes will no longer blind your family. We will fight for justice and rebuild our family's peace and harmony." The regent struggled to rise, injured all over, yet still exuding a stubborn pride. He was curious about Nie strength and tried to use this opportunity to recruit him as a member of his dark faction. "Nie, your talent and strength impress me. As long as you join my dark faction, you will gain endless power and wealth, becoming an important figure." The regent attempted to deceive Nie, but Nie resolutely shook his head. "Regent, I am committed to justice and will never betray my beliefs. Your evil and schemes will not succeed. I will stand alongside justice and protect my family's peace and fairness." The regent's expression darkened. He understood that Nie had completely taken a stand against him. He sneered coldly and waved to summon dark faction members for support. Suddenly, a group of men in black rushed in from all directions, surrounding Nie and Wenqing. They wielded sharp swords, their gazes cold and merciless. Nie tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to face the challenge. Wenqing also showed no weakness, standing beside Nie with unwavering determination. "We will not yield to your evil." The men in black launched their attack, and Nie and Wenqing coordinated seamlessly, using all their strength to resist. They dodged deadly strikes while searching for opportunities to counterattack. However, the numerical advantage and well-trained coordination of the men in black put Nie and Wenqing in a difficult position. They did their best to hold on, but gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Sensing the impending crisis, Nie took a deep breath, gathered his internal energy, and attempted to break through the encirclement with his most powerful strike. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, neutralizing the attack from the men in black. It was General Nie and Shang Wanyan, who arrived just in time to support Nie and Wenqing. Everyone engaged in a fierce battle against the men in black, creating a situation of equal strength. Nie and Wenqing felt the strength and support of their father, reigniting their hope. With their assistance, Nie and Wenqing gradually turned the tide. The men in black fell one after another, and eventually the remaining few chose to retreat. The regent witnessed all of this, a flicker of sinister malice flashing in his eyes. "This is just a temporary victory. You will ultimately pay the price." After saying this, the regent turned and left, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The regent fled the battlefield in a disheveled state, his evil scheme thoroughly exposed. However, at this critical moment, Madame Nie stepped forward. Wenqing handed the secret letter to General Nie, knowing that its contents would change everything. General Nie opened the letter, which detailed the collusion between Madame Nie and the regent. He was stunned, and a strong sense of disappointment and anger surged within him. "Madam, is this the truth? You conspired with the regent to betray the family, to betray our beliefs." General Nie's voice was filled with rage and disappointment. "You even teamed up with the regent to harm Wenqing. Do you hate her that much?" Madame Nie lowered her head, terror etched on her face. I was forced. The regent threatened me, saying he would harm our child." General Nie interrupted her defense. "Regardless, Your betrayal and deceit are unforgivable. You chose power and your own interests over the unity and honor of the family. You have brought us shame and suffering. General Nie's words revealed deep disappointment and sorrow. He could not accept the betrayal Madame Nie had committed. Madame Nie wept as she tried to explain her actions, but she knew that she could not make up for the mistake she had made. She understood that losing General Nie's trust and love meant she would face a life of loneliness and regret. Wenqing quietly left them, knowing that at this moment they needed to be alone and must face their inner struggles and choices. In General Nie's eyes, Wenqing's safety became the most important thing. He vowed to prioritize Wenqing and make up for the love that had been missing over the years. This incident made General Nie more resolute in his beliefs, and he was determined to prove his loyalty and justice through action. Meanwhile, Mrs. Nie fell into endless regret and sorrow, somewhat regretting her past wrong choices. She decided to face her past alone and strive to rectify the mistakes she had made. They would learn from this experience and move forward, united to face the challenges of the future. General Nie was silent for a moment, staring at Mrs. Nie. His gaze revealed deep disappointment and pain. Madam, I once placed my trust and love in you, but your betrayal has shocked and broken my heart. Do you know? You were once my support and reliance. I never thought you would turn away from all of this. Mrs. Nie shook her head weakly, tears welling up in her eyes again. I was truly forced into this. If it weren't for the sake of protecting our child, I would never have done such a thing. Please believe me, I regret it deeply. General Nie's face showed a determined expression. No matter what your reasons are, betrayal and deceit are unforgivable. You have completely hurt Wenqing and damaged everything we built together. All our past promises have been destroyed by you. His voice carried a clear resolution, no longer able to tolerate Mrs. Nie's betrayal. Chapter 113. Paying the price. I no longer trust you and cannot forgive you. From this moment on, we are separated. Mrs. Nie trembled at the words, feeling the distance and despair in General Nie's heart. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. I am willing to bear all the consequences of my betrayal. General Nie shook his head, his voice filled with determination. His words were firm and powerful, indicating that he had made up his mind. She felt the deepest sadness and regret, but at this moment, it was already too late. They silently gazed at each other for a moment. Then General Nie turned and left, leaving behind a heavy air of disappointment. She vowed to pay the price for her betrayal and sought to find redemption within herself. Wenqing sensed the fluctuations in Shangwan Yan's heart. She gently released her embrace and looked into his eyes. Ningyan, I know you're confused and angry about my going to the mansion. The reason I chose not to tell you at the time was that I was afraid you would worry about me, and I also hoped I could handle this matter on my own. Shangwan Yan's face gradually calmed down, but there was still a hint of unease and worry in his eyes. Wenqing, we are husband and wife. We should share each other's troubles and problems. No matter what happens, we should face it together. I really worry about your safety. If something unexpected happens, how could I forgive myself? A warm current surged in Wenqing's heart. She understood that Shang Wanyan's concern and worry stemmed from deep love. Shang Wanyan, I understand your worries and am very grateful for your care. However, this trip to the mansion is because I have discovered some clues related to our family. I don't want to place this burden on your shoulders. I hope to investigate and resolve the issue personally to protect our family and you. Shang Wanyan gradually released the anger within him. He understood Wenqing's predicament and realized that her decision was made out of love for the family and for him. Wenqing, I know you are acting to protect us, but as your partner, I hope that we can be honest with each other when facing difficulties in the future and share responsibilities together. Our strength should come from each other's support and trust. No matter what happens, we must face it together. Wenqing was touched by Shang Wanyan's firm yet gentle words, and she nodded in agreement. You're right. From now on, I will cherish our communication and trust even more. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we must support each other and face them together. Please forgive my previous decision. I will do everything I can to protect our family and the love between us. Shang Wanyan smiled as he took Wenqing's hand and pulled her into his embrace. I believe in you, Wenqing. We will face the challenges of the future together. No matter what happens, we will no longer bear it alone. Our love will be our strong support, guiding us to overcome all difficulties. They held each other tightly, feeling each other's warmth and comfort. In this new beginning, they were determined to face all the changes in life together and forge an unbreakable happy family with their love and support. Shang Wanyan held Wenqing closely and said in a firm yet gentle voice, "Wenqing, from now on, I hope we can rely on each other more closely. As husband and wife, we are each other's partners, lovers, and supporters. No matter what happens, we must stand united and face it together." Wenqing felt the full love and firm determination from Shang Wanyan. She gazed deeply into his eyes and nodded in agreement. "You're right. We are one. No matter what challenges or difficulties we encounter, we should fight side by side. I will no longer act alone. I am willing to face everything in life with you." Shang Wanyan smiled and gently caressed Wenqing's cheek. "Thank you for your understanding and support. Dear, this way we can take care of each other and protect one another. We will embrace the future as a married couple. And no matter how many hardships lie ahead, we will face them bravely." Warm-heartedness was filled with comfort and happiness. She knew that with the company of Shang Wanyan, she would face any difficulties with courage and confidence. "Shang Wanyan, our love is an indestructible force. I promise that on the road ahead, I will be closely connected with you, never leaving or abandoning you, and together we will create our own happiness." The two embraced tightly, feeling each other's body temperature and heartbeat. In that moment, they decided to keep each other's love in their hearts, to support and cherish one another, and to face every challenge and moment of joy together as a couple. From then on, they would no longer act alone, but would be closely connected, building a fortress of happiness with deep love and firm belief. No matter how the storms ahead may rage, they would hold each other's hands tightly, walking through every sunrise and sunset together until forever. Nie Chun knelt on the ground, tears in her eyes, tightly grasping General Nie's hand. "Father, Mother was just misled. She didn't truly want to betray you. She sided with the regent only because she loved you too much to protect you and our family. Please forgive her. Forgive her mistakes." General Nie gazed at Nie Chun kneeling and pleading, with conflicting emotions in his eyes. He knew that what Nie Chun said was true, but the pain of betrayal had deeply hurt his heart. "Nie Chun, what you say may be true, but betrayal cannot be easily forgiven. Your mother's actions not only hurt me, but also harmed our family, its members, and their loyalty to us. I need time to digest all of this and reconsider my trust and feelings. Father, I understand your feelings, but please consider the long-standing bond between you and Mother. The glory and dignity of our family are important, but the harmony and love within the family are our most valuable treasures. Please give Mother a chance to prove she is worthy of forgiveness." General Nie was silent for a moment, trying to calm the turmoil inside him. "Nie Chen, you are right. I will consider giving her a chance, but she must prove her loyalty and repentance through her actions. We need time to heal this pain and rebuild trust. But this requires her to put in the effort and accept the corresponding punishment." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of comfort and hope flashed across Nie Chen's face. She knew her father had begun to consider giving her mother a chance, which filled her with courage to help her mother rebuild trust. General Nie gently nodded, looking at the determined Nie Chun kneeling on the ground. Knowing this was the beginning of a family reconstruction. Although the pain still existed, they would strive to repair and rebuild, forging a stronger family with love and understanding. Chapter 114, A Solid Backing. "Nie Chen, you are right. I will consider giving her a chance, but she must prove her loyalty and repentance through her actions. We need time to heal this pain and rebuild trust. But this requires her to put in the effort and accept the corresponding punishment." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of comfort and hope flashed across Nie Chen's face. She knew her father had begun to consider giving her mother a chance, which filled her with courage to help her mother rebuild trust. General Nie gently nodded, looking at the determined Nie Chun kneeling on the ground. Knowing this was the beginning of a family reconstruction. Although the pain still existed, they would strive to repair and rebuild, forging a stronger family with love and understanding. Nie Chen planned to find warm-heartedness to apologize for her mother's actions. Knowing this would not be easy, she hoped to express her sincerity and guilt. When Nie Chun met warm-heartedness, she slightly lowered her head, carrying an inner humility and regret. Warm-heartedness I came to find you to apologize for my mother's wrongdoing. Her actions hurt you and General Nye, and I am deeply sorry. I understand that you find it difficult to forgive my mother, but I hope you can accept my apology. Wenqing listened quietly to Nie Chen's apology, her gaze fixed on Nie Chen's eyes, her expression still cautious. Nie Chen, I can't easily forgive what Mrs. Nye has done. Her betrayal has hurt both me and General Nye, and it has also harmed the home we've built together. I need time to heal my wounds and reassess my feelings and trust. Nie Chen felt disappointed, but she also understood Wenqing's position. She lowered her head again, filled with guilt and helplessness. Wenqing looked at Nie Chen's sincere and calm expression, and she relaxed her guard a little. Nie Chen, although I cannot forgive Mrs. Nye, I appreciate your help and support. Please understand my position and give me time to heal my inner pain. Our friendship may take longer to restore, but I believe that as long as we face it sincerely, we will find a solution. Nie Chen nodded in understanding and expressed his gratitude to Wenqing. Thank you for your understanding and tolerance, Wenqing. I will respect your decision and always be ready to provide help and support for you. We will face challenges together and create a better future. The two exchanged a silent glance, filled with complex emotions. Although the road may be difficult and winding, they were willing to repair the damaged relationship with sincerity and effort, striving for a common goal. The room was filled with a faint floral fragrance, and the sunlight outside streamed through the sheer curtains, gently illuminating the entire space. Wenqing, this is the place where your mother once lived. She spent many happy times here. General Nye said softly, his eyes filled with affection and nostalgia. Warmth felt this warmth and deep affection. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She looked around. The room was furnished with an ancient wooden bed, simple yet elegant. A beautiful landscape painting hung on the wall, adding a touch of leisure and tranquility to the room. This painting was her mother's masterpiece, as she had a deep passion for painting. When she was young, she often sat here, carefully sketching beautiful landscapes, as if narrating the dreams in her heart. Warmth spoke softly, her eyes filled with love and respect for her mother. Tears of warmth filled her eyes as she nodded with a smile. She tightly held General Nye's hand, feeling the care and comfort he conveyed. In this room, she could connect with her mother's spirit, as if she had never left. They stood quietly in the center of the room, surrounded by the dust of time, yet possessing each other's companionship and warmth. In this special moment, they shared their longing for lost loved ones while also feeling the warmth and peace of home. General Nye looked at Wenqing and gently asked, Wenqing, do you remember your mother's story? She once shared some with me, but I know that was just the tip of the iceberg. Wenqing smiled gently and nodded, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. She approached the small table by the window and lightly caressed an old book placed on it. Father, you may not believe it, but I once dreamed that I often sat here as a child, listening to my mother recount her past. She was a woman born in a mountain village, brave and resilient. During the war, she faced storms and took care of our family, and she was also a skilled healer. People called her the blue-clad divine doctor. General Nye leaned in, gazing at Wenqing with admiration and curiosity. Her story was filled with so many incredible things. It is said that she healed many people and helped countless in need. My mother loved this land deeply, and with her medical skills and kindness, she provided selfless help. She continued, what she left me is the most precious gift of a lifetime, love and courage. General Nye silently held Wenqing's hand, feeling the emotional waves deep within her. Your mother was an extraordinary woman. Her kindness and medical skills live on through you. You carry her soul and spirit, continuing to spread love and hope in this world. Tears of gratitude welled up in her warm eyes as she tightly embraced her father, as if she had found support and comfort in his arms. This room became the bond connecting them with their departed loved ones, while also serving as the starting point for their new life and the future they would create together. Wenqing said warmly, Father, thank you for everything you have done for me. With your companionship, I no longer feel lonely and helpless. I am willing to be with you to guard this hard-won warmth and happiness. General Nye gently wiped away the tears on Wenqing's face and smiled as he said, I will always be by your side, forever being your solid support. Chapter 115. In a dream, General Nye quietly looked at Wenqing, a trace of sadness and contemplation flashing in his eyes. Father, I have long heard the story of you and Mother. I know you have always had deep feelings for her. Although time has passed, your heart will always hold love for her. General Niet gently nodded and continued to smile. Yes, Wenqing. Even though so much time has passed, my feelings for her have never changed. When I see you, it is as if I see her shadow. You possess her face and qualities. You are her continuation in this world. Wenqing listened to General Niet's words, feeling his deep fatherly love and nostalgia for her mother. Father, I want to know more about my mother. How did she become that kind and great divine physician? Are there other touching and shareable parts of her story? General Niet smiled gently, looking at Wenqing. Wenqing, you are asking the same question I have always been curious about. Although I spent a long time with her, she doesn't often talk about her past. But I know she came from an ordinary town, and she showed extraordinary wisdom and talent for medicine from a very young age. Her mother was a traditional folk healer, and she learned about herbs and healing methods by her side since childhood. Wenqing listened to General Niet's description, filled with admiration. Did her father and mother's medical skills receive recognition and praise from others? Did she ever have another identity? General Niet nodded thoughtfully and continued. Wenqing, your mother is highly respected in the local community. She has received praise from many for her profound medical skills and kind character. It is said that she once cured a serious illness of a local official, earning her the title of blue-robed celestial doctor. This title represents people's respect for her extraordinary medical skills and her warm-heartedness. Wenqing, upon hearing these touching stories, couldn't help but exclaim, "My mother is truly an admirable woman. She has impacted the lives of many with her medical skills and kindness. I'm proud to have such a great mother. Father, I will strive to inherit her spirit." General Niet felt Wenqing's unwavering determination and respect for her mother, and his gaze became softer. Wenqing, I firmly believe you will become an outstanding person, just like your mother. She is your best role model. Her kindness, wisdom, and medical skills are worth learning from and passing on. She has not only achieved success in the field of medicine, but has also brightened the lives of many with her warm smile. Wenqing felt the encouragement and approval of her father, and her heart was filled with strength and motivation. Father, I will remember the teachings of you and my mother. I will strive to learn medical knowledge and use my abilities and skills to help those in need. I hope to inherit my mother's mission and become a truly beneficial healer for society. General Niet smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with endless pride. Wenqing, I believe you can achieve your goals. You have your mother's bloodline and qualities. You are destined to become a great person. Remember, no matter when or where, I will always be there to support you. Wenqing felt her father's deep affection, her heart filled with gratitude and determination. Father, thank you for your constant care and support. I will cherish this warmth of family and strive to become the person you and Mother expect me to be. I believe we will create a better future together. General Niet tightly embraced Wenqing, and the bond of blood and endless love flowed between them. They were willing to pursue their mother's footsteps together and carry on her spirit, making the world warmer and more beautiful because of it. In his dream, General Niet was taken to a beautiful and peaceful scene, surrounded by tranquil lakes and lush mountains. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a soft glow on the earth. Suddenly, an elegant and graceful woman walked towards him. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her eyes radiated wisdom and warmth. General Niet was stunned to recognize this woman. It was Wenqing's mother, Wenyan. You finally came. I've been waiting for you. Wenyan's voice was pleasant and gentle. Complex emotions surged within General Niet as he approached Wenyan. His eyes filled with longing and nostalgia. Yenyu, so many years have passed, and I have always missed you. General Niet's voice was filled with deep emotion. Wenyan smiled gently, placing her hand softly on General Niet's chest. You need not feel regret or longing. Although our love is separated by time and fate, it will always exist in our hearts. I see the similarities between you and Wenqing. She is the fruit of our love, our shared hope and future. General Niet felt Wenyu's comfort and encouragement, and a firm courage surged within him. Yenyu, thank you for the trust and blessings you have given me. I will take good care of Wenqing and pass our love on to her. allowing her to continue our mission. Wenqing's eyes revealed tenderness and care. Silently, I firmly believe you will do it. Wenqing is a smart and kind girl, and she will become a person we can be proud of. Please always accompany her. Support her, and tell her that no matter what happens, she has our love. General Nian nodded in understanding, firmly holding Wenqing's hand with a determined and sincere gaze. I promise you, Yinyu, I will protect Wenqing with my life and pass on our love. Whether in this world or in dreams, you will always be the deepest love in my heart. General Nian's voice was filled with determination and commitment as he embraced Wenqing. He felt a warm and steadfast strength coming from Wenqing's love and blessings. He knew that no matter which world he was in, he would always be a strong support for Wenqing, forever inheriting and continuing the love of General Nian and Wenqing. In their dreams, General Nian and Wenqing continued their conversation, standing by a picturesque lakeside, with a gentle breeze brushing through their hair. Yinyu, I have never forgotten you, nor have I stopped missing you. Over the years, I often blame and regret myself for not insisting on following you back then and letting you leave. Wenqing gently held Nian Wuyan's hand, gazing at him tenderly. Chapter 116. The Mysterious Witch Doctor. Don't blame yourself. We were never meant to be together. Marrying me would only bring you more troubles. And your choice was made out of helplessness and protection. You have always been my beloved, and I deeply understand the pain and regret in your heart. But please believe that I understand and forgive you. We created Wenqing together. She is the witness and continuation of our love. Tears glimmered in General Nian's eyes as he trembled and said, Yinyu, you are such a great and strong woman. You have taken on the responsibility of raising Wenqing alone, and I feel deeply guilty and ashamed. Wenqing tightly embraced General Nian, the warmth of their breaths enveloping them. Don't blame yourself. I choose to take on this responsibility because I love you and our child. Warmth is our shared bloodline, and our love and hope are deeply engraved in her heart. She is the continuation of our past and the hope for our future. General Nian quietly listened to Wenqing's words, the regret in his heart gradually transforming into gratitude and respect for her. Yinyu, thank you for your enduring tolerance and understanding. Your love makes me feel happy and proud, and it also strengthens my determination to take good care of Wenqing. I will use the rest of my life to make up for past regrets with sincere love and care, becoming Wenqing's everlasting strength and support. Wenqing gently stroked General Nian's face, her eyes filled with endless tolerance and affection. You have done very well. Your love and efforts have helped Wenqing grow into a kind and strong girl. Please do not blame yourself or feel regret anymore. Let us cherish the present moment together and work hard for Wenqing's future. I believe you will be her strongest support, giving her endless love and support. General Nian tightly held Wenqing's hand, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and determination in his heart. Yinyu, thank you for your understanding and blessings. Even in dreams, your presence gives me strength and courage. I swear to protect Wenqing with my life, passing on your love and hope. You will always be the deepest longing and affection in my heart. Wenqing quietly gazed at General Nian, her smile revealing warmth. Time passed for a day and a night. Wenqing hurriedly arrived and found General Nian still deeply immersed in his dreams, unwilling to wake up. She anxiously shook General Nian's shoulders, softly calling out to him, Father, father, wake up. However, General Nian seemed tightly held by the dream, refusing to leave the world where he met Wenqing. His expression was calm and peaceful, as if he had found deep inner tranquility. Wenqing felt her father's persistent longing and tears welled up in her eyes. She understood her father's yearning for her mother and the deep regret he felt, which found release and comfort in this dream. Gently, Wenqing sat beside her father, softly stroking his hand. Father, I know you miss mother and the pain in your heart. But please wake up. I need you, and we still have many beautiful moments to share together. General Nian seemed to hear Wenqing's voice, slightly furrowing his brow as if contemplating something. As Wenqing spoke, General Nian's brow gradually relaxed, and his breathing became steadier. Father, thank you for hearing my words. Now, please wake up. I will always be by your side, facing the challenges and hardships of the future together. The warm voice gradually became firm and comforting as she used her love and support to awaken General Nie's consciousness. She held his hand tightly and smiled, saying, "Father, I believe we can create a world full of love and warmth together. Let's move forward and face the challenges of the future together." General Nie continued to sleep in his dreams. Suddenly, a hunchback figure appeared, her face strange and dressed in tattered robes, claiming to be a shaman. "You are mistaken," she said sharply and decisively. "The person in this dream has been bewitched. Someone is draining his vital energy. I must sever this connection and awaken his consciousness." The warm-hearted and the hunched shaman exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of unease in their hearts. The hunched shaman had evidently brought some unknown information, causing them to start worrying about General Nie's safety. Wenqing tightly held the shaman's hand and anxiously asked, "What should we do? How can we rescue my father and escape this dangerous dream?" The shaman looked at Wenqing, his gaze revealing a hint of pity and determination. Wenqing and the witch doctor exchanged glances, both understanding the heavy responsibility that rested on their shoulders. No longer hesitating, Wenqing and the witch doctor tightly held each other's hands, determined to confront the mysterious vampire together. Gradually, they approached the sleeping General Nie. Warmth gently shook his shoulder, calling him with a soft voice. "Father, please wake up. This dream is an illusion. We need your strength and wisdom to face the threat of that vampire together." General Nie's body trembled slightly, as if he could sense the presence of warmth in the shaman. But at the same time, the vampire in the dream also sensed their actions and began to unleash even stronger temptations and confusions. The shaman fixed his gaze on the appearance of the vampire and calmly said, "Do not be deceived by her temptation. You must maintain purity and resolve in your hearts, using true love as your weapon to awaken General Nie's consciousness. Only then can we save him and break free from the shackles of this dream." With a tacit understanding, the warm-hearted and the shaman charged towards the vampire. They used their deepest love and faith to resist the illusions and threats posed by the vampire, striving to awaken General Nie. In this crucial confrontation, the father and daughter radiated a powerful force. Warmth and the shaman firmly resisted the illusions and temptations of the vampire, striving to awaken General Nie's consciousness. With strong hearts and selfless love, they engaged in a fierce battle against the evil power of the vampire. At that moment, one Yenyu suddenly appeared beside General Nie in the dream. She tightly held General Nie's hand, weeping profusely. Chapter 117. Waiting for the right moment, please don't leave me. Wen, you are my support, my strength. Without you, I will be lonely and helpless. General Nie felt Wen Yenyu's plea, and his heart struggled intensely. Wenqing and the shaman immediately realized that the vampire had exploited General Nie's emotional weakness. They stood beside General Nie, firmly guarding him. Warmth gently persuaded General Nie with a soft voice, hoping he could resist the influence of the vampire. The shaman, wielding mysterious powers, attempted to weaken the vampire's control over General Nie through spells and rituals. She held a crystal ball, releasing a brilliant light within it, providing protection and strength to General Nie. A look of pain and conflict crossed General Nie's face as he struggled to break free from the confines of the dream. "I cannot be trapped in this dream any longer. My responsibilities and mission await me in reality. No matter who you are, thank you for your companionship. But now I must leave." General Nie's voice revealed a firm and resolute will. He forcefully broke free from the restraints of Wen Yenyu in the dream and moved towards Warmth and the shaman. The vampire sneered, attempting to stop General Nie from leaving. But Warmth and the shaman unleashed their strongest powers, engaging in a final battle with the vampire. As General Nie struggled to escape the dream, the temptations and influence of Wen Yenyu grew stronger, deeply embedding themselves in his heart. Unable to break free from Wen Yenyu's control, General Nie's body gradually weakened. In reality, his health deteriorated at a visibly rapid pace. Wenqing and the shaman felt an unprecedented despair as they realized they had to take more drastic actions to save General Nie. The shaman anxiously recalled a mysterious ritual she had once learned. This ritual was said to be able to break the bonds of dreams and awaken the consciousness of the bewitched. She immediately gathered the necessary ritual items and called on Wenqing to assist with all her strength. "We only have one chance. We must seize it," the shaman said, gripping Wenqing's hand tightly. "This ritual requires our combined effort. We must concentrate all our love and hope to break through the bonds of a dream with the strongest power." With a gentle nod, he deeply understood that the moment had arrived where his life and that of General Nye were at stake. Wenqing and the shaman stood beside General Nye. They kept the steps of the ritual in mind. Warmth placed her hand on General Nye's forehead, softly whispering a spell. The shaman picked up a bowl filled with mysterious herbs and slowly swayed it in front of General Nye. As the ritual gradually unfolded, a powerful energy flowed between them, forming a visible glow. This energy penetrated the barrier of dreams, exploring the deep corners of General Nye's heart. As the boundaries between dreams and reality began to blur, the allure of Wan Yu started to collapse. Her image twisted, transforming into a mass of dark shadows. The crucial moment arrived, and Warmth and the shaman shouted the most powerful incantation in unison, infusing all their love and hope into General Nye's heart. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from General Nye's body, instantly filling the entire room. The dream was torn apart, and General Nye's consciousness finally awakened. Warmth and the shaman let go of each other, joyfully watching General Nye regain his freedom. They knew that their efforts had not been in vain. This experience made him understand the power and danger of dreams, and he was determined to face future challenges with more caution. With warmth and determination, she vowed to always protect her father, ensuring he would never again be bound by his dreams. With warmth and curiosity, Wenqing looked at the shaman. He knew that the shaman had always displayed extraordinary abilities and wisdom, but he still knew nothing about her true identity. "Shaman, you have always been helping me and General Nye. You possess such powerful strength and knowledge. I really want to know, who are you?" Wenqing asked softly. The shaman smiled, a hint of mystery sparkling in her eyes. She slowly walked towards Wenqing and placed her hand on his shoulder. "Wenqing, I understand your curiosity. My identity is not important, because for me, the most important thing is to be able to help you and General Nye. I am someone who seeks balance and harmony, and I believe that everyone has their own unique mission and value." She paused, gazing into Wenqing's eyes, and continued, "Our meeting and the trials we have experienced together in the dream are a kind of fate. Regardless of my identity, I am willing to accompany you and protect you until you find your own happiness and truth." Wenqing felt the deep meaning and sincerity in the shaman's words. He knew that regardless of the shaman's identity, she was a trustworthy and reliable presence. "Thank you, shaman. I understand now that what matters is not your identity, but the connection and trust between us. Let's face the challenges of the future together and seek answers." Wenqing replied solemnly. General Nye looked at the shaman, his eyes revealing a firm determination. He longed to understand the shaman's identity, hoping to grasp more truths about himself and this world. "I know you care deeply for us and offer your help. However, I still know nothing about my identity and past. Please tell me, why have I been drawn into this dream?" The shaman gently shook her head, her eyes filled with affection and regret. Then she softly said, "I understand your longing and questioning, but now is not the time to unveil everything. There are many things you must face and answer for yourself." She paused for a moment and continued, "We will meet again. When that day comes, I will reveal all the truths to you. You will find your own answers." The shaman's words filled General Nye with deep inspiration and anticipation. Suddenly, the shaman's gaze turned to Wenqing, her eyes glistening with tears. In those shimmering droplets, Wenqing felt an indescribable emotion. "Good child, I'm glad to have the chance to see you again. I believe this is a blessing from above." Her voice was faint yet resolute as she continued, "We are destined to face the trials of fate together. Please believe that when the time is right, I will reveal everything to you." Wenqing stood quietly there, gazing into the eyes of the shaman. She understood that there was a special bond between them, transcending the constraints of time and space. Chapter 118, The Shaman's Mystery. Wenqing and General Nye sat together in an ancient study, the light dim, and the room filled with the scent of old books. Perhaps we can start looking for clues from that mysterious dream entrance. It seems to be the key to our encounter with the shaman, Wenqing suggested. General Nye nodded, and after a moment of thought, he said, yes, and we need more information about the shaman. Perhaps these ancient texts in the study can provide us with some clues. They began to browse through the aged books and scrolls, searching for anything related to the shaman, dreams, or related content. The shelves were lined with various documents, recording history, myths, and legends. Suddenly, Wenqing discovered a beautifully decorated ancient scroll. She gently unfolded it, reading page by page, her focus gradually sharpening. She described to General Nye the stories recorded in the scroll, detailing the shaman's birth background and the mysterious rituals associated with her in legends. These stories revealed that the shaman possessed the ability to harness the power of dreams and was regarded as a guardian of balance and harmony. General Nye furrowed his brow, contemplating this information. Then he discovered another book that recorded ancient sacrificial rituals, which included a special ceremony that could awaken the shaman's latent powers. Look here. This book details an ancient ritual said to ignite the shaman's inner strength. Perhaps we can try to find related clues to help the shaman uncover her own truth, General Nye said excitedly. Thus, they began to study this ancient text and conduct further investigations and explorations. They dug deeper, hoping to find enough clues and knowledge to unravel the mystery of the shaman's identity. Meanwhile, they hoped to maintain close contact with the shaman, sharing the information they discovered and seeking her guidance and advice. As time passed, Wenqing and General Nye gradually approached the edge of the truth. They focused on ancient sacrificial rituals and the mysteries of dreams, hoping these answers would bring them greater understanding and enlightenment. However, they were also well aware that unraveling the mystery of the shaman's identity was no easy task. It was a long and challenging journey. How is General Nye's health? Has his injury improved? Shangguan Yin asked with concern. Shangguan Yin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the heaven's favor. However, she shared with Shangguan Yin her discoveries related to the shaman, also mentioning her peculiar connection with her mother. Shangguan Yin, I recently found some clues about the shaman. I have a strange feeling that the shaman is somehow connected to my mother, Wenqing said, her voice filled with deep emotion. Shangguan Yin gazed into Wenqing's eyes, sensing her inner unease and longing. Wenqing, are you saying the shaman might have some connection to your mother? Shangguan Yin asked, a glimmer of confusion and anticipation in his eyes. Wenqing nodded slightly and took a deep breath. Yes, I can't explain this feeling, but during my time with the shaman, she gave me a sense of familiarity. I began to wonder if she knew more about my mother. Shangguan Yin quietly listened to Wenqing's words. He understood her longing and desire to find her lost mother. Wenqing, perhaps this is a key clue in our pursuit of the truth. If the shaman has a connection to your mother, then she might hold crucial information. We can continue to investigate further and communicate more with the shaman. Maybe this will lead us to clues about your mother's whereabouts. Shangguan Yin proposed a direction for further exploration. In Wenqing's eyes, a light of determination flickered. Yes, I have decided to pursue this clue. The shaman is no longer just a mysterious figure, but a key that may connect me to my mother. I want to find the truth, not only for myself, but also for my mother. Shangguan Yin smiled encouragingly and said, Wenqing, your courage and determination will guide us to the truth. I will always be by your side, supporting your quest. Wenqing's heart was filled with hope. Although the journey ahead might be long and difficult, she firmly believed that pursuing the truth was worthwhile. Together with Shangguan Yin, they decided to uncover the truth. Wenqing, with a hint of pain, reminded him, Shangguan Yin, my mother has already passed away in this life, and we cannot deny this fact. Her departure has brought me immense sorrow. Shangguan Yin gently held Wenqing's hand and comforted her warmly. Dear, I know that your mother's loss has caused you deep pain, but perhaps we should not view her existence from a limited perspective. Your mother may possess her own unique abilities, a power that transcends time and space, allowing her to not truly be gone. Wenqing quietly listened to Shangguan Yin's words, feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion and hope rising within her. Are you saying that my mother might have some kind of special ability that allows her existence to transcend the boundaries of life and death? Wenqing asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Yin nodded with a smile. Yes, I believe that the power of love and the soul is infinite. Perhaps, in certain special circumstances, your mother's soul still exists around us, guiding us forward in some way. We cannot explain all of this, but we can believe and continue to seek the truth. Wenqing felt Yin's determination and support, and a spark of resolve shone in her eyes. Perhaps the shaman was the link between me and my mother. Wenqing said softly, "We need more clues and evidence to verify this hypothesis. Only by finding the shaman can we unveil the truth." Yin held Wenqing's hand tightly and encouraged her, "Yes. Let us move forward, seek the shaman, and explore her connection with your mother. Perhaps this will become an important clue linking the past and the future." The two decided to work together, not to give up on the pursuit of the truth. They began to formulate a plan, actively searching for clues about the shaman and preparing to face any challenges that might arise. Warm feelings surged within Wenqing, filled with longing for her mother and curiosity about the unknown. She firmly believed that as long as they persevered, they would eventually find the answers and get closer to understanding the mysteries left behind by her mother's passing. Chapter 119. Is it really her? The next day, Wenqing decided to find her father, General Nye, to explain in detail the speculation she had discussed with Yin the night before regarding the shaman and her mother. Wenqing arrived at General Nye's residence and saw her father sitting at his desk, engrossed in reading a scroll. She gently knocked on the door and entered the room. "Father, I have something I want to discuss with you," Wenqing said, her voice revealing a hint of nervousness and anticipation. General Nye put down the scroll in his hand, slightly furrowing his brows. "What's wrong, my child? Is something troubling you?" Wenqing approached General Nye warmly, sitting opposite him, and began to recount her conversation with Yin from last night. "Father, Yin and I proposed a hypothesis last night. We believe that the shaman might have some connection to Mother, and perhaps Mother hasn't truly left," Wenqing said cautiously, watching her father's reaction. After listening to Wenqing's account, General Nye fell silent for a moment and then sighed deeply. Wenqing looked at her father's heavy expression with warmth, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. However, she did not want to give up her determination to seek the truth. "Father, I understand your worries, but we cannot stop searching for answers. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we must strive to find the shaman and explore everything related to my mother. We cannot be sure of the outcome, but if we do not try, we will never know the truth," Wenqing said firmly, her eyes shining with determination. General Nye gazed at Wenqing, sensing the steadfastness and desire deep within his daughter. "Wenqing, you have always been a brave child. Since you firmly believe this is the right direction, then let us move forward. I will fully support your decision and help you find the shaman and investigate your mother's matters. Perhaps in the process, we will find more answers," General Nye encouraged. Warm feelings of gratitude and emotion surged within her. She knew that, with her father's support, they would be able to persevere in the face of difficulties. "Thank you, Father. I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, there will be a glimmer of hope on the path to seeking the truth." With heartfelt appreciation, she declared her determination to move forward and not give up on finding the shaman and unraveling the mystery left behind after her mother's passing. Warm-heartedly determined to go to the shaman's residence, she hoped to find clues about her mother and herself. With a sense of anticipation and anxiety, she arrived at that familiar yet mysterious place. Wenqing's heart sank as she searched around, trying to find any trace that could provide clues, but everything seemed empty and silent. Just then, Wenqing noticed a note on the table. She walked over, picked it up, and read it carefully. The note said, "Wenqing, I know why you are here. You want to know about your mother and yourself. But I'm sorry, I cannot give you the answers, because now I am also uncertain about who I really am." Wenqing was taken aback, struggling to understand the meaning behind the note. The shaman seemed to have lost his identity and memory, unable to provide any more information. This news left Wenqing feeling confused and frustrated. She had come here with a glimmer of hope, expecting to find clues about the connection between her mother and the shaman. However, now she was faced with even more unknowns and mysteries. Despite her disappointment, Wenqing did not give up. This setback was just a stop on her journey to seek the truth, and she remained convinced that the answers existed somewhere, waiting for her to continue exploring. Warmly in her heart, she said to the shaman, "No matter who you are, I believe you once knew something about my mother and myself. Although you are lost now, I will continue to move forward and find my own answers." Wenqing decided to share this discovery with Shang Wanyan and General Nye, and to discuss the next steps in their action plan together. She understood that only by pooling all their strength and wisdom could they uncover the mystery of her and her mother's identities. General Nye frowned, and after a moment of contemplation said, "The content of this note is indeed puzzling. The shaman seems to have lost her identity and memory, but we still believe she is your mother." Shang Wanyan nodded in agreement. "Yes, although she refuses to acknowledge her identity, I felt a special connection during our encounters, a bond that exists only between a mother and daughter." They were all puzzled as to why the shaman was unwilling to acknowledge her identity. They had tried various methods to locate the shaman, but to no avail. It was as if she had vanished without a trace, leaving them feeling helpless. Both General Nye and Shang Wanyan noticed the determination in Wenqing's eyes, and they decided to unite and not give up on the search for the shaman. They began to re-examine past clues, meticulously investigating people and events related to the shaman. They expanded their scope and actively collected information, hoping to find any leads on the shaman's whereabouts. However, no matter how hard they tried, the shaman's movements remained a mystery. They experienced countless failures and setbacks, but their unwavering belief kept them moving forward. Throughout this long search, they built deeper trust and understanding. They supported each other, facing difficulties and challenges together. During her search for the shaman, Wenqing was attacked by a group of fierce, blood-sucking snakes. She was forced to fight them fiercely, but surrounded by numerous enemies. She felt herself trapped in a desperate situation. In her helpless moment, she thought she had no hope. Chapter 120. The leader of the shaman clan, however. Just as Wenqing was preparing to face the possible outcome, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was the shaman. The shaman unleashed powerful forces to repel the blood-sucking snakes and rescued Wenqing from danger. Wenqing soon fell into a deep coma and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself lying on a soft bed, with a shaman sitting beside her. Wenqing gazed at the shaman with complex emotions, her heart filled with both anticipation and fear. She knew this was a crucial moment. She had to bravely ask the question that had troubled her for so long. "Shaman, I have always thought you were my mother. Why won't you acknowledge your identity?" Wenqing asked softly, her voice tinged with longing and unease. Wenqing felt a wave of emotions rise within her upon hearing these words. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her feelings. Chu Yinyue gazed at Wenqing, a flicker of gratitude and concern in her eyes. "Wenqing, you are a kind and brave girl. I appreciate your support and understanding. If you are willing, we can explore the secrets of the past together and find the answers that belong to us. But please remember, this journey is filled with the unknown and risks, and I cannot guarantee the outcome. Are you still willing to move forward?" Chu Yinyue asked, with a sense of anticipation and caution, warmly gazing at Chu Yinyue. Her eyes revealed a firm determination. "I have made up my mind. No matter how many difficulties and unknowns lie ahead, I am willing to face them with you. You are not only the last leader of the Witch Doctor clan, but you are also a person worthy of trust and respect. Together, we will unravel the mysteries and find our respective identities and destinies," warmly replied resolutely. Chu Yinyue nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. She smiled and extended her hand, which warmly grasped tightly. "Then let us start from now, pursuing the truth together and unraveling this mystery. No matter the outcome, we will support each other and not give up on finding our own identities. Warmly, you are not alone. I will walk with you until the last moment," Chu Yinyue said, her voice firm and warm. The two locked eyes, conveying determination and support to one another. They were resolved to move forward, explore the secrets of the past, seek answers, and fight for each other. From that moment on, warmly, and Chu Yinyue's journey officially began. Facing a world full of unknowns and dangers, but their faith and courage would guide them forward until the moment the truth was revealed. However, Chu Yinyue firmly pushed away General Nye's embrace, stating her identity. "General, please listen carefully. I am the leader of the Witch Doctor clan, Chu Yinyue. I am not Warmly's mother. There is no blood relation between us. Wenqing stepped forward to explain her understanding to her father. Father, I once thought that Chu Yanyue was my mother, but we recently discovered the truth. Chu Yanyue is someone with a special connection to me, but she is not my biological mother. I understand this may be shocking for you, but please believe that we are still family, and we still share our emotions and connections. General Nie's face showed confusion and bewilderment as he struggled to digest this sudden information. Yanhua, Wenqing, I cannot immediately accept this fact. For many years, I believed you were Wenqing's mother, and we have gone through many hardships together. Now, I must re-understand our relationship and the memories of the past. Chu Yanhua approached General Nie, gently holding his hand, her gaze filled with understanding and compassion. I understand this is a difficult fact for you, but please believe that regardless of our blood ties, I have always considered you family, and so has Wenqing. We have faced many difficulties together, and we can now face the challenges of the future together as well. Please give us time to slowly adapt to this new reality. Wenqing tightly held her father's other hand, her eyes revealing deep affection and hope. Father, no matter what, this fact will not change my feelings and my dependence on you. Let us unite and face the difficulties and challenges of the future together. No matter what happens, we will always support each other. General Nie felt the sincerity and determination of Chu Yanyu and Wenqing, slowly releasing the inner conflicts and confusion he had. He tightly held both of their hands. Yanyu, Wenqing, I need time to readjust my thoughts, but please believe that no matter what happens, we are always family. We will face the unknown journey together and create our own family and happiness. Chu Yanyu and Wenqing nodded with smiles, understanding that this was just a new beginning. They would unite and face future challenges together, fighting for each other and their own destinies. Although Wenqing arranged for Chu Yanyu to stay in the backyard, General Nie still could not completely free himself from his emotional entanglement with her. He knew that Chu Yanyu was not his lover, but seeing her face, which resembled Wenqing's mother, still made him feel nostalgic. Chapter 121. Can't forget her one night, when Chu Yanyu noticed General Nie's covert attention. She took the initiative to bring up a topic, hoping to hear General Nie share stories related to Wenqing's mother. General Nie was slightly taken aback, feeling Chu Yanyu's concern and understanding of his inner world. He remained silent for a moment, his eyes filled with longing and emotion. Later, we never saw each other again, but she healed the wounds in my heart and gave me the strength to keep moving forward. We went through many difficult years together. Chu Yanyu quietly listened to General Nie's recounting, sensing his deep nostalgia and gratitude for Wenqing's mother. General Nie smiled, feeling Chu Yanyu's respect and commitment to Wenqing's mother. Thank you, Chu Yanyu. Your understanding and support bring me comfort. Excited, General Nie continued to share more stories about Wenqing's mother. He mentioned the hardships and setbacks they experienced together, and how Wenqing's mother displayed resilience and wisdom in difficult times. Chu Yanyu listened to each story, her heart filled with admiration and gratitude for this great woman. General Nie nodded with emotion, sensing Chu Yanyu's profound understanding of Wenqing's mother. Chu Yanyu smiled, her heart brimming with warmth and happiness. She listened to General Nie's sharing, feeling his deep nostalgia and attachment to Wenqing's mother. However, she understood that she was different from Wenqing's mother and had responsibilities to her clan that she needed to bear. Chu Yanyu's words were filled with determination and resolve, hoping General Nie could understand her stance and choices. I cherish our relationship, but I must also do my best for my people. I cannot just be trapped in past memories. I need to face the realities and challenges of the future. I hope you can truly understand my heart and support me in pursuing my own path, just as you gave strength and encouragement to Wenqing's mother. Chu Yanyu's words revealed a hint of expectation and hope. She wished for General Nie to see her true self and accept her unique mission and responsibilities. General Nie listened silently to Chu Yanyu's words, his thoughts becoming complex. He understood Chu Yanyu's situation and choices, but his heart still held nostalgia for Wenqing's mother. Chu Yanyu, I understand your stance and responsibilities. I respect your choices and am willing to support you in pursuing your own path. I know that no matter where you go, you will become a great and influential person. Although my heart feels slightly heavy, I will try to accept this fact and move forward with you. Your happiness and achievements are vital to me, and I will strive to understand and support your decisions. Chu Yinyu smiled, gratefully looking at General Nye. Thank you for your understanding and support, General Nye. Your tolerance and compassion bring me great comfort. I believe we can find balance and happiness with each other's support. No matter what the future holds, we will face challenges together and create a beautiful future for ourselves and each other. The two held each other's hands tightly, deciding to face the various difficulties and challenges ahead together. They understood that finding balance in understanding and support would become the driving force and reliance for their journey together. Chu Yinyu quietly watched General Nye's departing figure, tears welling up in her eyes. She softly called out his name, but General Nye did not hear, as he had already gone far away. Chu Yinyu felt her heart ache, filled with contradictions and pain. In fact, Chu Yinyu was Wen Yinyu. She was Wenqing's mother and the person General Nye deeply loved. However, she could not acknowledge this fact, as she was afflicted by a deadly poison and had little time left. Wen Yinyu knew that even if she had General Nye's love, she could not change the cruelty of fate. She decided to hide her true identity and illness to protect General Nye from harm and sorrow. Wen Yinyu's heart was filled with love and longing, but she knew she had to face her fate with strength. She decided to leave quietly, hoping that General Nye could continue forward and find his own happiness. Chapter 122. No turning back in that quiet night. Wen Yinyu gently left the Nye residence, leaving only a letter for General Nye. In the letter, she expressed her deep love for him, while also candidly revealing her identity and the fact that she was about to leave this world. The departure of Wen Yinyu left General Nye's heart in agony. He opened the letter, and tears blurred his vision. He read her heartfelt words, feeling her deep love and endless concern. He regretted not hearing her calls, not understanding her true feelings. General Nye handed the letter left by Wen Yinyu to Wenqing, who took the letter, and tears streamed down her face like rain. She couldn't believe her eyes. Chu Yinyu was actually her long-lost mother. In the letter, Wen Yinyu confessed everything to Wenqing. She explained why she chose to hide her identity and informed Wenqing that she had been poisoned by a terrible and rare poison. This cruel reality made Wenqing's heart ache, causing her immense pain. With deep emotion, she cried out, realizing that the reunion between mother and daughter was accompanied by endless sadness and parting. She felt profound pain, but at the same time was filled with love and care for her mother. With a determined heart, she vowed to accompany her mother in facing difficulties, never allowing her to bear this burden alone. Together with Shangwan Yin, she set off on a journey to the shaman tribe, hoping to seek their help. After enduring hardships, they finally arrived at the location of the shaman tribe. However, they were met with resistance from the tribe members and were not allowed to meet the tribe leader, Chu Yinyu. Wenqing felt angry and desperate. She couldn't understand why her mother would refuse her request. She was determined not to give up easily, firmly believing that as long as she could see her mother, there might be a glimmer of hope to cure her strange poison. Wenqing decided to seek alternative ways with Shangwan Yin in an attempt to break this predicament. They began to explore the surrounding areas of the shaman tribe, communicating with local people to search for possible clues. After a lot of effort, they learned that the shaman tribe had always maintained a closed attitude towards the outside world, strictly limiting outsiders' access to their affairs and mysterious rituals. This closure might be due to their guardianship of precious knowledge and power, unwilling to share it with outsiders. Wenqing decided to adopt a different strategy. She chose to show the shaman tribe her sincerity and determination. She learned that the shaman tribe valued courage and resolve greatly, and only through a true test could one have the chance to gain their recognition and acceptance. In the end, Wenqing and Shangwan Yin successfully attracted the attention of the shaman tribe. They were allowed to enter the inner circle of the shaman tribe and had the opportunity to meet Chu Yinyu. Faced with Chu Yinyu, Wenqing burst into tears, pleading passionately and sincerely, "Mother, I know it's you. I am Wenqing, your daughter. Please allow me to accompany you in facing difficulties and to cure your strange poison. I am willing to give everything." Chu Yinyu gazed at Wenqing, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. After a moment, she slowly nodded, signaling Wenqing to stand up. "Wenqing, you're my biological daughter, and I feel an immense sense of comfort." Chu Yinyu's voice revealed an indescribable joy and sadness. However, the strange poison in my body has already penetrated too deeply. Even the shaman tribe is powerless. Wenqing felt a surge of heavy despair upon hearing these words. She tightly held onto Chu Yinyu's hand and said firmly, "No matter what, I will not give up. We can look for other ways or seek help from other powerful healers." Chu Yinyu smiled and gently stroked Wenqing's cheek, softly saying, "Child, your courage and determination make me proud. However, the rules of the shaman clan cannot be changed. They have always maintained a closed and mysterious stance towards the outside world." A glimmer of determination flashed in Wenqing's eyes. "Even so, I will not give up on my efforts. We can try to find those who are willing to help us through other means." Chu Yinyue silently gazed at Wenqing, sensing the resolve and fearlessness in her daughter's eyes. "Perhaps you are right, Wenqing. There are many unknown forces and wisdom in the world. We have not completely lost hope." In the witch doctor tribe, Wenqing spent several months with Chu Yinyue. Although they could not access witch doctor healing methods, they listened to the stories and legends of the tribe's elders, searching for possible clues. During this time, Wenqing befriended a traveler from afar named Aaron, who possessed extensive medical knowledge and mysterious healing skills. After hearing about Wenqing and Chu Yinyue's predicament, Aaron expressed her willingness to help them. Wenqing, Chu Yinyu, and Eileen embarked on a new adventure together. They traversed dangerous mountains, explored mysterious ruins, and searched for possible cures and treatments. After a long and arduous search, they eventually discovered an ancient legend about a mysterious figure named Dr. Luo, who is said to possess the power to heal various ailments. Wenqing and her companions pursued this legendary existence with hope. In the ruins, they finally found traces of the divine doctor. His eyes were deep and wise. He quietly listened to the stories of Wenqing and Chu Yinyu, as well as their urgent desire to cure the strange poison. The divine doctor fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he slowly spoke. "Chu Yinyu is suffering from extremely rare poison. I have heard of similar toxicities. However, the method of treatment is not easily obtained." Wenqing asked nervously, "Excuse me, sir, do you know how to treat this strange poison? We are willing to pay the price." Dr. Luo smiled slightly and said, "To cure this toxin, a precious herb called starlight vine is needed. It only grows in a distant forbidden area. However, the road to the forbidden area is fraught with danger, and finding this herb is almost an impossible task." Despite facing insurmountable difficulties, Wenqing said firmly, "No matter how difficult the road ahead is, we are willing to take the risk for hope. Please tell us how to enter the forbidden area." Dr. Luo looked at Wenqing, his eyes shining with appreciation. "Your courage and determination are admirable. If you're truly willing to take the risk, I can guide you to the entrance of the forbidden area." With gratitude, Shangguan Yin and Aaron bowed to Dr. Luo. They then embarked on their journey to the forbidden area, guided by Dr. Luo, traversing through vast forests and treacherous terrain. Finally, they arrived at the legendary entrance of the forbidden area. A mysterious and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the place, as if it concealed endless trials and challenges. With warmth, they stepped into the forbidden land, where they faced countless challenges and difficulties along the way. They fought fierce beasts, trekked over perilous peaks, and traversed desolate deserts. In this perilous forbidden land, they also discovered traces of the starry vine. However, the starry vine grew on steep cliffs, and the only way to obtain it was to climb to the summit. Wenqing and her companions decided to work together, supporting each other as they climbed the cliff, overcoming physical exhaustion and inner fear. In the end, they successfully picked the rare treasure, the starlight vine. Day by day, Chu Yinyu's health gradually improved, and the strange poison was slowly healing. Chapter 123. Trying every possible way, Chu Yinyu's body was getting better day by day. But one day, Wenqing received news that her father was critically ill. Chu Yinyu softly called out, "Wein, Wein." Her voice trembled slightly. General Nye lay quietly on the bed, his face pale and his breathing weak. He seemed to sense something and open his eyes, seeing Chu Yinyu beside him. In his hazy consciousness, the figure of one Yinyu seemed to flash before him. Chu Yinyu leaned closer to General Nye, gently stroking his hand, tears streaming down her face. "Actually, I am Wen Yinyu, your wife." Please hold on and live well. Tears fell from Chu Yanyu onto General Nie's hand, and she did her best to control her sorrow. I've always loved you. Please get through this tough time, for us, for the family. With gentle warmth, Chu Yanyu supported General Nie silently as he walked to the bedside, lightly stroking the general's forehead. Shang Guanyin stood quietly beside him, praying silently. That night, although General Nie was on the verge of death, his breathing gradually stabilized and his expression became more peaceful. He felt the presence of love and the companionship of his family. He understood that he could not give up. He had to live on with strength. Chu Yanyu, Wenqing, and Shang Guanyin kept vigil by General Nie's side until dawn. They prayed silently, hoping for a miracle and wishing for General Nie's recovery. Wenqing anxiously observed General Nie's condition, and suddenly her expression became serious. After careful observation, she realized that the poison affecting General Nie was not naturally occurring, but had been deliberately administered by someone. Just then, the regent walked into the room. His face was gloomy, and his cunning gaze revealed an aura of evil. Wenqing immediately became alert, knowing that there was a complex relationship between the regent and General Nie. Regent, what exactly have you done? Wenqing's voice was filled with anger and concern. The regent chuckled mockingly as he stepped closer to General Nie's bedside, his gaze coldly fixed on Wenqing. Wenqing, you really are clever. That's right. This poisoning was indeed arranged by me. He is just a huge obstacle for me, and I must get rid of him. Wenqing's face turned pale with anger as she stepped in between the regent and General Nie, saying defiantly, "Don't think you can succeed. We won't let you. Her father is the pillar of this family, and his strength and wisdom cannot be replaced." The regent raised an eyebrow mockingly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He said fiercely, "Wenqing, do you really think some herbs can save him? You are too naive. I am fully prepared. No one can stop me." Wenqing tightly clenched her fists, staring resolutely at the regent. She knew she had to protect her father's safety while exposing the regent's conspiracy. "Regent, your evil deeds will ultimately be punished. We will unveil your crimes. You have no place to hide before justice." Wenqing's voice carried a call of determination and righteousness. The regent let out a sneer, his gaze filled with mockery. Wenqing took a deep breath. She knew she had to take action now. She was determined to find evidence to expose the regent's crimes while also ensuring General Nie's safety. This was a battle of life and death, and an endless courage and determination ignited within Wenqing. Wenqing stared intently at the regent's departing figure, knowing time was of the essence. Without hesitation, she chased after him, determined to thwart the regent's scheme. In the palace corridor, Wenqing confronted the regent. The two stood there, facing off, their intensity like a volcano about to erupt, filled with tension and danger. The regent's movements were swift and malicious, and he grinned menacingly as he launched his attack. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand, glinting with a cold light. Wenqing's face was filled with determination as she swiftly dodged the regent's blade, while wielding her weapon and engaging in a fierce battle with him. The clash of swords created a dazzling display, with each strike competing against the other. Wenqing skillfully evaded the regent's attacks, continuously delivering punches and kicks, showcasing her exceptional martial arts skills. The regent, unpredictable, smiled maliciously as he attempted to defeat Wenqing with cunning tricks. Suddenly, he unleashed a vicious move, aiming to break through Wenqing's defenses. Wenqing keenly sensed the regent's scheme and quickly reacted, dodging away at lightning speed. She agilely turned around, launching a swift counterattack by exploiting her opponent's mistake. The sound of fists cutting through the air and the glimmer of swords flashed. Wenqing's offensive was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, sharp and fierce. She continuously showcased her superb martial skills, striving to subdue the regent. The regent grew increasingly furious. He lost his rationality and became more brutal. He ruthlessly attacked Wenqing, attempting to defeat her in one fell swoop. Wenqing maintained her calm and determination as she skillfully dodged the regent's attacks, while looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, she seized a moment, aimed at the regent's weakness, and struck with all her might. Her fist, infused with boundless power, landed squarely on the regent's chest. He let out a horrified scream, staggering back, his body losing balance. Wenqing immediately capitalized on this opportunity, rushing forward to deliver a lethal strike. Her assault was as fierce as a storm, and the regent kept retreating, unable to withstand her onslaught. Ultimately, he lost the ability to resist and collapsed to the ground. However, she understood that this was just the beginning of the battle. The regent's schemes were not yet fully revealed, and more difficulties and trials awaited them. Wenqing felt a surge of blood and energy, her body and spirit undergoing tremendous challenges. The regent's treachery and cruelty made this battle exceptionally fierce. He was not defeated, but instead displayed a tenacious resistance. Both sides bore scars, their clothes stained with blood. Wenqing's breath was rapid, but she did not give up, knowing that only by defeating the regent could she protect General Nie and her family's safety. The regent laughed mockingly, a cruel light flickering in his eyes. He dragged his weary body and launched another attack on Wenqing. Each move was vicious, each strike deadly. Chapter 124. The Clash of Blades. Wenqing could not temporarily evade the regent's attack. She struggled to defend herself and fought back with all her strength. Despite the pain, her body continued to hold on, and her will became even stronger in the face of adversity. Fists met and swords clashed. Wenqing looked at the regent with resolute eyes, unafraid. Her heart filled with determination and courage. Wenqing suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast move, swiftly bypassing the regent's defenses to launch an attack from behind him. The regent reacted instantly, but was already too late to dodge. He was struck by Wenqing's attack, blood gushing out as his body trembled slightly, yet he did not fall. Gritting his teeth, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised the sword in his hand, preparing to counterattack. In this most critical moment, Wenqing concentrated all her strength and launched another fierce assault. She showed no signs of retreat, her punches filled with endless power, striking hard at the regent. The battle between the two intensified, both sides stubbornly holding on. Their bodies and spirits reached their limits, but neither showed any intention of backing down. Wenqing felt exhausted and hurt, but she was unwilling to give up. She understood that only by defeating the regent could she protect General Nie and the dignity and safety of her family. She gritted her teeth and resolved to deliver the final blow. In that moment, her body was filled with strength as she gathered all her will and courage to launch a final charge at the regent. Her fist struck the regent's chest like thunder. The regent let out a cry of agony and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Suddenly, the regent's subordinates appeared. They were a group of well-trained warriors, all wielding long swords and displaying cruel smiles. They attacked Wenqing without hesitation, forming an impenetrable barrier. Wenqing felt that the situation ahead was becoming increasingly difficult. She had to face both the regent's subordinates and the regent himself. She fought hard to fend off the attacks of these warriors, but gradually fell into a passive position. Just as Wenqing was exhausted, Chu Yinhue suddenly appeared by her side. As the leader of the witch doctor clan, Chu Yinhue was skilled in secret techniques and healing skills. She immediately used the witch doctor clan's secret arts to infuse Wenqing with strength and healing. Chu Yinhue was not content with just providing support. She also boldly joined the fray. Holding a specially made witch doctor staff, she skillfully unleashed unique attacks to help Wenqing fend off the enemy's assaults. Wenqing and Chu Yinhue worked closely together, forming an indomitable force. They moved swiftly on the battlefield, alternating between offense and defense, engaging in fierce confrontations with the regent's subordinates. Chu Yinhue skillfully employed the secret techniques of the shamanic tribe, neutralizing the enemy's attacks. Her staff emitted a mysterious glow, guiding the flow of energy and providing lasting support for Wenqing. Wenqing weakened the enemy's combat effectiveness with her flexible movement and precise attacks. Her punches and kicks contained a blend of strength and gentleness, each strike accurate and deadly. The regent's subordinates fell one by one, unable to withstand the combined force of Wenqing and Chu Yinhue. With the help of the shaman clan's secret techniques, Wenqing's inner strength was restored, and she displayed even greater power. Faced with such a predicament, the regent felt anger and despair. Ultimately, he realized he was in an irreversible situation. He glared, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Wenqing and Chu Yinhue. You have not yet defeated me. I will never let you go. Only by overcoming the regent's schemes could peace and tranquility be restored to the entire kingdom. The regent rallied his subordinates as they faced the enemy's onslaught. Suddenly, Shangguan Yin decided to join the battle, stepping forward with unwavering determination. The regent and Shangguan Yin stood together, exchanging silent glances and sensing an unspoken understanding. They gathered powerful energy, and the atmosphere around them became tense and electric. The enemy launched an assault, and the regent leaped into the air, charging toward the enemy ranks with thunderous force. His punches and kicks were as fast and precise as lightning, each strike accompanied by a howling wind. Shangguan Yin showcased his exquisite swordsmanship, his long sword tracing beautiful arcs in the air, the blade sweeping through the enemies like a dragon soaring. His movements were agile and flexible, dodging and counterattacking in quick succession. The regent and Shangguan Yin coordinated seamlessly, cutting through the enemy ranks with lightning speed, one on the left and one on the right, leaving the enemy no chance to breathe. Their powerful strikes left the enemies unable to resist. On the chaotic battlefield, the regent and Shangguan Yin displayed their distinct fighting styles, both equally astonishing. Their strength and skill complemented each other, making them unbeatable. The fight between Shangguan Yin and the regent intensified, their movements intertwining, sword strikes like lightning, fists and feet colliding, sparks of battle flying. The regent gradually revealed his selfish and arrogant nature. He mocked Shangguan Yin, saying, "What makes you think you have the right to oppose me? You are just a waste, a discarded bastard." This humiliation sparked a flicker of anger and determination in Shangguan Yin's eyes. He took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed the secret techniques of the Shangguan clan. A powerful energy emanated from him, as if the surrounding air had solidified. His figure grew tall and imposing, his gaze filled with awe and strength. The regent felt the oppressive force from Shangguan Yin, and his expression shifted slightly. He looked at Shangguan Yin in terror and stammered, "How could you possibly possess the secret techniques of the Shangguan clan?" Shangguan Yin ignored the regent's astonishment and fluidly wielded the power of the secret technique. Energy flowed like an electric arc between his fingers, forming a blazing light. The regent sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. He suddenly realized he was in a predicament, but he did not intend to surrender easily. Taking Wenqing as a hostage, the regent fixed his cold gaze on Shangguan Yin. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he threatened, "Shangguan Yin, if you do not stand down, I will take Wenqing's life." Faced with this sudden threat, a flicker of hesitation and anxiety crossed Shangguan Yin's eyes. He knew that if he let his guard down, the regent might harm Wenqing. However, a firm resolve rose within Shangguan Yin. He knew he could not be intimidated by the regent's threats. Wenqing's life and the future of the entire kingdom were at stake. Chapter 125. Hostage threat. Shangguan Yin unhesitatingly dropped his sword and slowly walked toward the regent. He shouted, "Regent, your scheme will not succeed. I will never let you harm Wenqing." The regent looked at Shangguan Yin's determined expression, revealing a hint of despair and anger in his eyes. He deeply understood that he had no way out. Wenqing watched the scene with tension, but she also felt the determination and courage of Shangguan Yin. A deep worry surged in Shangguan Yin's heart. He feared that the regent would bring harm to Wenqing. To protect her safety, he voluntarily laid down his sword and surrendered to the regent. The regent smiled triumphantly, his gaze revealing arrogance and cruelty. He was not satisfied with Shangguan Yin's surrender and maliciously said, "Do you think this will save her? So naive. You should pay the price for your betrayal." The regent continued to provoke, demanding that Shangguan Yin commit suicide in front of everyone. Wenqing cried out in protest, almost breaking down under this cruel situation. Shangguan Yin felt heartbroken. He cupped Wenqing's face in his hands, tears streaming down. He gently yet firmly said, "Wenqing, no matter what happens, I will not let you come harm. Having you by my side in this life is enough to make me happy." Then, Shangguan Yin turned to face the regent, his eyes filled with resolve. Even when pushed to the brink, he still held on to his beliefs. Shangguan Yin took out a small knife, trembling as he gripped it in his hand. Despite the anguish in his heart, he resolutely stepped forward, prepared to fulfill the regent's demand. Warmly watching Shangguan Yin's actions, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She felt the sacrifices and pain that Shangguan Yin endured to protect her. However, just as Shangwan, Yin was about to take his own life, a voice echoed across the battlefield. "Stop." Everyone turned their heads to see the figure of the regent shrouded in a beam of light. It turned out that at the last moment, the regent was bound by a mysterious force, unable to move. Nie Wen appeared beside the regent, dressed in a magnificent robe. His gaze deep. He looked at the regent with disdain and coldly said, "Do you think you can escape punishment? Your evil deeds will come at a price." He suppressed the regent with powerful force. Then, looking at Shangwan Yin and Wenqing, he soothingly said, "You no longer need to endure such fear. I will protect you and ensure you live a happy and peaceful life." Shangwan Yin and Wenqing embraced tightly, tears mingling with joy. General Nie was once a battlefield hero, known as the Unyielding Iron Wall. After being revived by Chu Yanyue and learning of the regent's evil actions, he resolutely decided to join the fight for justice. At this moment, he transformed into a lightning-like figure, swiftly merging into the battlefield. Everyone watched him, feeling an endless admiration and confidence swell within them. Chu Yanyue followed closely behind, showcasing her remarkable healing abilities, providing assistance to the wounded soldiers. Her light enveloped the entire battlefield, restoring people's strength and courage. General Nie swung his giant sword, each strike carrying unbreakable power. Though his body was injured, his will was indomitable. The regent sensed the approaching crisis, his evil nature cornered. He roared at General Nie and Chu Yanyue, "You ants dare to resist me. I will crush you into dust with my own hands." However, the regent's arrogance could not change the tide of battle. Under the combined assault of General Nie and Chu Yanyue, the regent found himself isolated and helpless. Ultimately, General Nie swung his sword, severing the regent's evil, seemingly witnessing the regent fall into a pool of blood as all cruelty and fear dissipated. Wenqing hurriedly walked towards them, her eyes filled with tears as she thanked them. "Father, Mother, you are true heroes. Your kindness and courage have saved us, and we will forever be grateful to you." General Nie and Chu Yanyue smiled, understanding that everything they had done was to protect their children. They exchanged a smile, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. Then the regent stood up again. Faced with the regent's evil forces, General Nie felt a strong sense of mission rise within him. He knew that only by defeating the regent could he protect his family. The two clashed on a burning battlefield, the flames reflecting General Nie's resolute gaze. He wielded his giant sword, each strike containing immense power. The regent launched devastating attacks. With high spirits, General Nie soared into the air, his movements agile and swift. He darted like lightning through the regent's blades, trying to find a flaw. The regent sneered, a cruel and cold glint flashing in his eyes. He continued to swing his sword, attempting to suppress General Nie. But General Nie did not back down. He gripped his giant sword tightly, fiercely blocking each attack. The fighting scene was extremely tense, the atmosphere sharp and intense. Sparks flew, sword light and thick smoke intertwined, depicting thrilling battles. General Nie had sustained multiple injuries but continued to fight. His gaze sparkled with a sense of responsibility toward his family and endless determination. He knew that only by defeating the regent could he safeguard the family's honor and dignity. Meanwhile, the regent's strength began to wane. He roared in anger, unwilling to be suppressed by an ordinary general. He increased the intensity of his attacks, mercilessly launching his most ferocious strikes against General Nie. General Nie felt his stamina depleting, but he did not give up. Drawing on his last strength, he launched a fatal strike. The blade flashed, and the regent let out a piercing scream. His evil reign completely shattered. The confrontation between General Nie and the regent unfolded on the battlefield, the momentum between them stirring the entire space. General Nie was renowned for his swordsmanship and fearless bravery, while the regent possessed immense power. General Nie rushed towards the regent, the sword's edge slicing through the air, emitting a sharp light. The regent confronted him, attempting to block General Nie's attack. The clash of swords and blades released a wave of intense energy. Flames surged and erupted, turning the battlefield chaotic and perilous. General Nie constantly dodged the regent's attacks, using agile movements to counterattack. His swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike carrying destructive force, putting pressure on the regent. The regent sneered, a cruel and cunning glint in his eyes. He began to take the initiative, pushing General Nie into a corner. General Nie defended with all his might, the giant sword dancing in the air, trying to break the regent's offense. The regent sensed the dawn of victory, letting out a triumphant laugh, desire and malice evident in every word and action. Facing the encroaching dark vortex, General Nie gradually realized he must find the regent's weakness. He focused his mind, observing the regent's movements. Suddenly, General Nie detected a slight fluctuation in the regent's power. He felt the regent's last desperate counterattack and resolutely faced it. He radiated a determined light, his sword intent growing more formidable. Ultimately, the sword intertwined with dark power, piercing through the regent's body. Chapter 126. On the brink of death, the regent, on the brink of death, was rescued by his subordinates and taken away from the battlefield. General Nie collapsed due to exhaustion, his face pale, his body enveloped in fatigue and pain. Wenqing walked up anxiously and tightly held her father's hand, saying, "Father, are you okay? You have to hold on." General Nie forced a smile and gently looked at his daughter, saying, "Wenqing, I'm fine, just a little weak. Don't worry. Father will recover soon." A hint of worry flashed in Wenqing's eyes, but she said to her father, "Father, you have worked too hard. Please rest well first. I will take good care of you. We must remain optimistic. Even if the regent returns, we will not be afraid." General Nie looked at his daughter's strength and maturity with emotion, knowing he had raised an outstanding descendant. He gently patted Wenqing's hand and said affectionately, "My child, you are my pride. Remember, no matter what happens, we must hold on to our beliefs and support each other." Tears glimmered in her affectionate eyes as she tightly held her father's hand and said, "Father, don't worry. I will always be by your side and take good care of you. At the same time, I will continue to work hard. We will definitely get through this difficult time." General Nie felt his daughter's abundant love and determination and nodded. He knew he could rely on his daughter's strength, and also hoped she could find her own happiness and achievements. Under his daughter's care, General Nie received the necessary rest and nursing. He slowly regained his strength and tried to adjust his condition. He understood that only by staying healthy and strong could he better contribute his strength to the country. Wenqing silently watched her father's recovery process, determined to become a member of the Nie family and do her utmost for her father and the country. She believed that the return of the regent was just a matter of time, and they would surely overcome difficulties and regain their former glory. The residual poison in General Nie's body had not been completely eliminated, and coupled with the injuries sustained during the fierce battle with the regent, he fell into a coma after only a few words. Wenqing's heart raced with anxiety. She knew her father's condition was extremely dangerous. Immediately, Wenqing hurried away from her father's side, rushing to find her mother, Wenyu, for help. She was well aware that her mother was skilled in medicine and might have a better solution for her father's injuries. In the palace, Wenqing searched for her mother's figure, anxiously looking around. Finally, in a quiet room, she found her mother. "Mother, father is injured and is now in a coma. I need your help," Wenqing said, choking back her tears. Wenyu heard the news, and her expression became serious. She tightly hugged Wenqing and comforted her, saying, "Child, don't worry. I will do my best to save your father. Let's go see his condition together." The mother and daughter hurried to General Nie's sickbed. Wenyu carefully observed General Nie's pulse and breathing, deeply assessing his injuries. General Nie's injuries were more severe than I had imagined. There are still many remnants of poison in his body that must be dealt with as soon as possible. At the same time, his condition worsened due to injuries sustained while fighting against the regent. "We must do everything we can to save him," Wenyu said solemnly. Wenqing anxiously asked, "Mother, do you have any solutions?" Wenyu thought for a moment and then said, "We need to first eliminate the remaining toxins in his body and provide him with detailed care. For this, I need to prepare some special medicines and materials. You go inform the court's apothecary to prepare them immediately. I will personally take care of General Nie to ensure he receives the best treatment." With a warm nod, she looked at her mother gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mother. Please, you must save father. We cannot lose him." Wenyu tightly held Wenqing's hand and said firmly, "Don't worry, child. I will do my best to treat your father's injuries. Now go inform the pharmacist. Time is of the essence." Warmly leaving the room, she hurried to the court's apothecary. She firmly believed in her mother's medical skills and understood that this was the most critical moment for her father. She hoped to quickly find a way to save him, so he could wake up and continue to fight against the regent. Wenqing stared intently at General Nie's sickbed, her heart filled with anxiety and worry. She was ready to use the unique medical skills of the witch doctors, but soon realized she was facing unprecedented difficulties. This is impossible," Wenqing murmured in shock, feeling that the toxins within General Nie's body were suppressing and rebounding against the witch doctor's medical techniques. Wenqing nervously approached her mother and asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Can't you do anything to treat father?" A look of panic flashed in Wenqing's eyes as she tightly held her mother's hand and said, "Mother, you can't give up. Father's life is at stake right now. We must find a way to solve this." Wenqing took a deep breath and said firmly, "You are right, my child. No matter how great the difficulties we face, we cannot give up. I will do my best to find other treatment methods. We must protect his life." The two exchanged a silent glance, and the mother and daughter, with a mutual understanding, decided to go to the sacred place of the witch doctor tribe to seek advice from the elders. At the sacred place of the witch doctor tribe, Wenqing respectfully presented General Nie's situation and the difficulties she encountered to the elders. The elders frowned and, after a moment of contemplation, gave their response. "Wenqing, the situation you described is indeed very complex and tricky. The toxins in General Nie's body are at odds with our witch doctor tribe's medical skills, presenting a challenge we have never encountered before. However, there's another possibility. By combining the wisdom and therapies of other tribes, we may be able to find a breakthrough." Wenqing listened to this, hoping to reignite the flame in her heart. She asked, "Elder, do you have any suggestions or directions?" The elder nodded slightly and said solemnly, "I suggest you seek out the Kingdom of Medicine. They possess the most advanced medical knowledge and capabilities in the world. They may be able to provide assistance. However, be aware that this will not be an easy task. You will face numerous obstacles and difficulties. Only perseverance and determination can help you overcome all hardships." Wenqing clenched her fists tightly and said firmly, "Elder, please rest assured. I will spare no effort for his life. I must rush to the land of medicine and seek their help. I will never give up." Feeling the determination of her mother, Wenqing stood firmly beside her and said, "Mother, no matter how dangerous the road ahead may be, I will be with you." Chapter 127, Walking Side by Side. Wenqing tightly held Wenqing's hand, feeling her strong support and determination. The mother and daughter began to think together, looking for ways to treat General Nie. "Wenqing, we need to brainstorm and find as many ways as possible to help father. First, we can contact experts from the land of medicine and ask them for advice and suggestions. At the same time, we should also delve into other medical techniques. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough from their wisdom," Wenqing said. Warmth nodded in agreement and said, "Mother, I will immediately contact the experts from the land of medicine and do my best to seek their help. At the same time, we can also consult other healers to learn about their therapies and experiences. Perhaps in these exchanges, we can discover some beneficial clues." The mother and daughter decided to collaborate. Warmth would go to the land of medicine to contact experts and report on General Nie's condition, while Warmword's Moon would delve into researching other medical practices, hoping to find a way to deal with the toxins in General Nie's body. Wenqing listened to the expert's explanation, and a surge of hope rose in her heart. She said, "This plan seems complicated, but as long as it can save my father, we will do our utmost. Please start the treatment as soon as possible." With the implementation of the treatment plan, General Nie gradually showed a glimmer of vitality. However, the difficulties were not over. Wenqing discovered during the treatment process that General Nie's internal toxins also had a certain restraining effect on this treatment plan. She felt that the road ahead was still rugged and uneven, but she was unwilling to give up any glimmer of hope. With warmth in her eyes, she tightly held her mother's hand and encouraged, "Mother, we cannot give up, no matter how great the difficulties we face. I believe you can find a way to break through. Please hang in there. For father, please make one more effort." Wenqing took a deep breath. Gazing at General Nie, and said firmly, "You are right, Wenqing. We cannot give up. I will reevaluate the treatment plan and look for areas of improvement. General Nie's life is at stake. We must do everything we can." In the following days, the mother and daughter worked closely together, continuously adjusting and optimizing the treatment plan. They maintained close contact with experts from the land of medicine, reporting progress and seeking advice. After relentless efforts, Wen Yanyu finally discovered a key breakthrough during one of the adjustments. She looked at Wenqing with excited eyes and said, "Wenqing, I have thought of a new method. Although the risks are high, I am filled with confidence and determination." She explained a new treatment plan to Wenqing in detail. "Wenqing, I have found a special herb that is said to have powerful detoxifying properties. Although there are certain risks in using it, I believe that this is the only way to completely eliminate the toxins in General Nie's body. We must give it a try, for General Nie's life. We cannot back down any longer," Wen Yanyu said excitedly. Wenqing stared intently at her mother, knowing that her mother had thought it through carefully. She nodded firmly and said, "Mother, I trust your decision. Let's take action immediately, find this herb, and start the treatment." The mother and daughter embarked on a difficult journey, traversing mountains and exploring the wilderness in search of the special herb. They faced various difficulties and challenges, trudging through desolate lands without fear of hardship. Finally, by chance, they found a long-sought herb in a dense forest. This herb grew in a hidden and perilous place, known only to the shaman tribe. The treatment began. Wen Yanyu meticulously studied and extracted the herb's essence, injecting it into General Nie's body. This process was fraught with risk, and both mother and daughter were aware of it, but they believed that this was the only chance to save General Nie. Time passed second by second, and General Nie's body experienced severe fluctuations. Wen Yanyu and Wenqing stayed by his side, unwaveringly providing full support and care. Finally, after a long wait, General Nie's condition began to stabilize. He gradually regained consciousness and woke up. "Father!" Wenqing cried out excitedly. General Nie slightly opened his eyes, saw the figures of his mother and daughter, and smiled, saying affectionately, "Yanyu, Wenqing, thank you. You saved me." Warm Yanyu's tears streamed down her face as she tightly grasped General Nie's hand and said emotionally, "Father, you finally woke up. We have gone through countless difficulties and challenges, but we persevered only for your life. Now you are safe." General Nie felt the deep affection and dedication of the mother and daughter, and he said with emotion, "How lucky I am to have such a brave wife and a steadfast daughter. Yanyu, Wenqing, you are my pride and my most precious treasure. Thank you both. No matter what happens, I will always support you." The three of them embraced each other, their eyes filled with comfort and gratitude. They had endured a difficult and dangerous journey, but their unity and perseverance led them to victory. As time passed, General Nie gradually recovered. He re-engaged in national affairs, dedicating himself to the prosperity of the country and the welfare of the people. Warm Yanyu and Wenqing continued to study medicine diligently to better help those in need of treatment. Their story spread across the continent, becoming a tale of admiration among the people. Their perseverance and courage inspired countless individuals, symbolizing hope and strength. With the efforts of Yanyu and Wenqing, they established a hospital specializing in difficult and complicated diseases. This hospital gathered the continent's top medical skills and herbal knowledge, becoming the last hope for countless people. Wen Yanyu and Wenqing understand that their mission is not only to save General Nie, but also to pass this hope on to more people. They promise to continue their efforts, and no matter what difficulties they encounter, they will not give up on the hope of any person in need of treatment. Their story becomes a legend of the times, and Wen Yanyu and Wenqing set an example for the world. Their perseverance and courage tell us that in the face of adversity, as long as we do not give up, there is hope. General Nie also mentions the mother and daughter duo at every important occasion, expressing gratitude for their contributions and encouraging people to learn from them. Wen Yanyu and Wenqing walk side by side, writing their own legend with love and courage. Their story will be passed down, inspiring future generations to forge ahead and pursue the path of light and hope. Chapter 128, captured just as she was walking through a dense forest, searching for rare herbs. A harsh sound suddenly came from behind her, Haha, it turns out to be Wenqing. How dare you go out alone, truly unaware of the dangers. A mocking voice echoed behind her. Wenqing turned around alertly, only to see the regent standing there, his gaze cold and mocking. Regent, what do you want? Why are you holding me? Wenqing asked calmly, trying to conceal her inner tension. The regent smiled sinisterly, a hint of malice in his eyes. He said, Wenqing, do you think I don't know you went out to find medicine for General Nye? Do you think I'll let you do that? Today, you will stay here, and I will teach you a lesson. Wenqing's heart sank. She understood she had fallen into a dangerous situation. However, she remained resolute and would never bow down to the regent. Regent, no matter how you treat me, my beliefs and responsibilities will not waver. I just want to find a way to treat General Nye and help him regain his health. If you truly care for the kingdom and the people, please release me and let me continue my efforts. Wenqing stated firmly. Upon hearing this, the regent's face flashed with displeasure. He scoffed coldly and suddenly grabbed Wenqing's arm. You are really stubborn. Since you do not know when to back down, let me show you the consequences. The regent said through gritted teeth. He ordered his subordinates to imprison Wenqing and impose some punishments on her. However, no matter how much pain and torment she suffered, Wenqing never gave up her concern and belief in General Nye. During her days of imprisonment, she silently prayed for General Nye's safety and recovery. She constantly reminded herself to be strong and to maintain hope for the future. Finally, one day, the door to her cell opened, and the regent walked in with a cold smile. He looked at Wenqing, who was trapped in the cell, and a glimmer of smugness flashed in his eyes. Do you remember the consequences I mentioned? Do you feel it now? The regent cruelly asked. However, Wenqing showed no signs of fear or self-pity. She raised her head defiantly, her gaze resolute. General Nye, upon hearing the news, was filled with rage. The air around him was thick with anger as he erupted in fury. Damn the regent! How dare he harm my beloved wife? Such despicable actions cannot be tolerated. General Nye's voice was filled with indignation and determination. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with a steadfast light. General Nye vowed to seek justice for his wife and give the regent a profound lesson. Wenqing, we will not stand idly by. We will gather trusted soldiers and form a powerful force to bring the regent to justice. General Nye said resolutely. Wenqing looked at her father's determination with warmth. Her heart filled with comfort and confidence. She knew her father was a loyal and brave general, and she believed he could lead them to overcome difficulties and save her mother. Father, I believe in your strength and wisdom. We will definitely rescue Mother and make the regent pay the price. Wenqing said firmly. General Nye grasped Wenqing's hand tightly, his eyes revealing paternal love and determination. Wenqing, we will do our utmost and never give up. The regent must pay for his crimes, and we will see justice served. General Nye declared solemnly. Thus, General Nye and Wenqing began to plan their actions, preparing to confront the regent. They conspired to recruit loyal soldiers, investigate the regent's weaknesses, and formulate a detailed action plan. In this difficult time, the tacit understanding and unity between General Nye and Wenqing became increasingly evident. They would fight for justice and the safety of their family, vowing to completely change the situation. Accompanied by General Nye's roar and Wenqing's determination, their voices became the trumpet of resistance. The entire kingdom could feel their anger and determination, for they were not only family to Wenqing, but also messengers of justice. As Wenqing and General Nye were discussing ways to rescue Wenqing, Wenqing's husband, Shang Wanyin, joined them. The three of them sat together, seriously discussing the matter. Shang Wanyin looked at Wenqing affectionately, holding her hand tightly. He vowed to protect the safety of his wife and family. Dear Wenqing, we will find a way to rescue your mother. I won't let anyone hurt our family. Shang Wanyin's voice revealed determination and resolve. General Nye looked at Shang Wanyin with gratitude, knowing he could rely on his courage and wisdom. Shang Wanyin, thank you for your support. We need a precise and efficient plan to rescue Wenqing and bring the regent to justice. Do you have any suggestions? After thinking for a moment, Shang Wanyin replied, First, we need to gather information about the regent's weaknesses and the layout of the palace. Only then can we formulate a reasonable action plan. Additionally, we need to find more supporters to strengthen our power. Most importantly, we We must ensure the secrecy of the operation to avoid detection by the enemy. Wenqing nodded gently in agreement, taking a deep breath to show her firm determination. We should launch a two-pronged attack, conducting actions both inside the palace and organizing rebels in every corner of the kingdom. This way, the regent will be trapped with nowhere to escape. Wenqing proposed her idea. General Nian nodded in agreement, feeling proud of Wenqing's wisdom and courage. Wenqing, your plan is very wise. We will break it down into specific steps and then divide the tasks. I will lead reliable soldiers to attack the palace, while you will be responsible for planning and organizing the rebels. We must work closely together to achieve our goal. Warmth, General Nian and Shangwan Yin are closely united. They believe that only through unity and courage can they defeat the tyrannical regent and save Wen Yanyu, bringing justice and freedom to the entire kingdom. This will be a difficult yet hopeful struggle, and they are determined not to betray Wen Yanyu's trust and expectations. Chapter 129. Struggling to resist. Wen Yanyu resiliently endured the torment of the regent, but she would never yield. She exhibited unparalleled courage and determination, which led the regent to develop different feelings for her. Suddenly, the regent found himself somewhat attracted to Wen Yanyu. Her strength and tenacity sparked a sense of admiration in him. He began to experience unusual emotions, yet he didn't know how to handle them. However, Wen Yanyu remained unmoved. She felt disgusted by the regent's thoughts. She glared at him angrily and boldly reprimanded him. You shameless scoundrel. Do you think your torment can make me submit? You're wrong. I would rather die than bow down to you. Her eyes sparkled with determination and indignation as Wen Yanyu unhesitatingly raised her hand and gave the regent a resounding slap. The regent was stunned by Wen Yanyu's actions and words. He had not anticipated her to be so brave and resolute. Anger and shame intertwined on his face, but he also felt a hint of surprise and awe. Wen Yanyu's actions ignited the power deep within her heart. She understood that only by steadfastly upholding her dignity and principles could she truly destroy the regent's arrogant demeanor. In that moment, Wen Yanyu showcased the strength and courage of women, becoming a symbol of resistance against tyranny. No matter the pain and oppression she endured, she would not yield to evil rule. This slap became a symbol of Wen Yanyu's rebellion, as well as a condemnation of the regent's shameless actions. She stood resolutely on her beliefs and dignity, willing to pay any price for it. The regent was shocked by Wen Yanyu's courage and scolding, beginning to feel the consequences of his immoral actions. Perhaps, in this woman, he saw a part of his lost humanity. However, the regent's mindset did not completely change. He remained a brutal person driven by a desire for power. Wen Yanyu's scolding only ignited a deeper layer of his coldness and desire for revenge. Nevertheless, Wen Yanyu's courage and fearless spirit had already planted a seed in the regent's heart, a seed that could change his fate and even the future of the entire kingdom. The regent developed an inexplicable emotion in the face of Wen Yanyu's bravery. He couldn't help but want to bring her to his side. Despite his anger towards her previous resistance, there was also a trace of nostalgia and contradiction. The regent calmed down and tried to persuade Wen Yanyu to accept his proposal. Wen Yanyu, your courage earns my respect. I can overlook your past mistakes and even protect you and your family. Become my wife, and you will enjoy unparalleled wealth and honor, never again having to endure pain and suffering. The regent's words revealed a hint of temptation and coercion, as he attempted to soothe and tame Wen Yanyu with power and benefits. Her words were full of resolve and righteousness, and Wen Yanyu once again showcased her strength and fearlessness to the regent. Upon hearing this, an angry flame ignited in the regent's eyes. He felt his power being belittled and threatened. He could no longer tolerate this woman daring to face him with such an indomitable stance. You stubborn woman, since you refuse to submit, don't blame me for being merciless. The regent threatened through gritted teeth. Although Wen Yanyu is aware that opposing the regent may lead to more severe consequences, she has already decided on her path. She faces the regent without flinching and lets out a mocking laugh. Regent, your threats will only ignite greater courage within me, not make me cower. I would rather die fighting than surrender to you. Your tyrannical rule will eventually be broken, and justice and freedom will be restored to the kingdom. Soon after, the regent's subordinates successfully found a special drug called the obedience drug. This drug can weaken a person's willpower and spirit of resistance, making them submissive and easily controlled after consumption. The regent maliciously laughed, thinking he had finally found a way to deal with Wenqing. He planned to secretly add this drug to her food or drink at the right moment to quickly weaken her will. However, this plan was carried out without anyone's knowledge or consent, and the regent's subordinates did not realize how despicable and evil such actions were. Blinded by power and loyalty, they executed this dreadful task without hesitation to please the regent. When this obedience drug was secretly added to Wenqing's food, the regent waited with satisfaction for her to become obedient. However, fate seemed to be displeased with this evil plan. When Wenqing tasted the tainted food, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Her body trembled violently, filled with a strong sense of warning. She knew something was off and understood she was facing some kind of threat. Wenqing exerted all her efforts to resist the effects of the drugs, her heart filled with anger and determination. She knew well that only by staying sober and maintaining a strong will could she continue to resist the regent's tyranny. Wenqing decided not to let the regent succeed. She sharply counterattacked, finding others in the court who were also oppressed, and formed a strong coalition of supporters. They conspired to resist the regent's rule, while Wenqing was determined to expose the regent's crimes in order to overthrow him and bring justice to the kingdom. Although the regent tried to weaken her will with drugs, Wenqing's strength and determination were far beyond his imagination. No matter what threats and schemes she faced, she would not yield to the evil rule, but would continue to fight for freedom and justice. Even though the regent's subordinates secretly added obedience drugs to Wenqing's food, her willpower and resolve were not diminished. Feeling the effects of a drug, she immediately understood that she was facing a greater danger. Wenqing knew she couldn't let herself succumb to the effects of the drug. She quickly bit her finger, letting the blood drip to the ground. This painful act awakened her inner clarity and maintained her determination to fight against the regent. The regent dispatched his subordinates once more, this time with even more cunning and deceit. They devised a sinister plan to trap Wenqing, stripping her of all her supporters and shelter. When Wenqing realized she could no longer resist the regent's second attack, her heart was filled with powerlessness and despair. She understood that the regent's power and cruelty would plunge her into an even more dangerous situation. However, Wenqing did not give up. She knew time was of the essence, and that she had to find a way to protect herself and the justice she believed in. She began to seek hidden allies and escape routes, determined not to let the regent succeed. Despite facing adversity, Wenqing maintained a clear mind and resolute will. She understood that only by staying vigilant and seeking opportunities could she possibly break the regent's rule. Wenqing vowed to expose the crimes of the regent and to rally more people to stand on the side of justice. She faced the upcoming challenges, hoping to fight for freedom and fairness, even if the battle might be difficult and brutal. Chapter 130, Heart-Pounding. Wenqing struggled desperately, but she ultimately could not withstand the powerful forces of the regent. After being captured, she was thrown into a cold, dark cell, waiting for death to arrive in a weakened state. At the same time, she reminisced about General Nie, her brave and righteous comrade. They had fought side by side, resisting the regent's rule together. Wenqing recalled their vows and steadfastness, which gave her a glimmer of hope and courage. Although she was well aware that she might face an irreversible fate, she was unwilling to surrender. She understood that even if she were imprisoned, she could still hold firm to her beliefs in justice and freedom. In the darkness of her cell, Wenqing silently prayed, hoping to see warmth and General Nie again, wishing they could strive for her wishes before she passed away. Although the shadow of death loomed closer, Wenqing felt no fear. She believed she had done her best, fighting for justice and sacrificing for the people. Even in the face of ultimate failure, she remained convinced that her choices were right. Wenqing's breath became weak, and she felt her life slowly fading away. In the final moments, she closed her eyes, filled with deep longing for her lover and family. Wenqing's fate seemed destined for a turning point. Just as she was about to leave this world, the voices of Wenqing and General Nie suddenly echoed. They rushed to the cell in time and, together with Shangguan Yin, defeated the guards. Wen Yinyu was rescued and regained her freedom. The arrival of the regent escalated the tension. He looked at Wen Yinyu's rescue with anger and roared with hatred, initiating an intense battle. This was a confrontation between justice and evil, freedom and oppression. With warmth, she brandished her sword, bravely confronting the regent. General Nye showcased his military talents, leading the rebels to organize an effective offensive. Shangguan Yin, with his ninja skills and cunning, became a crucial support force. Sparks flew in the battle as swords clashed, and everyone gave their all. The regent was powerful, but he faced a determined and united alliance of rebels, and his rule was facing its greatest challenge. Wen Yinyu, though physically exhausted, was filled with a belief in justice. She stood unwavering on the front lines of battle, inspiring everyone with her resolute gaze and strength. She knew that only by dismantling the regent's rule could freedom and fairness be achieved. Despite the rebels demonstrating strong will and unity, the regent was not defeated as they had expected. Instead, he became even stronger and more cunning. Anger filled his eyes as he ruthlessly used words to humiliate the four, trying to undermine their minds. The regent knew that besides brute force, psychological tactics were also an effective weapon. He used harsh words to provoke Wen Yinyu, Wenqing, General Nye, and Shangguan Yin, attempting to create internal conflicts and doubts among them. He hoped to weaken their morale through these psychological tactics, plunging them into chaos and helplessness. Wen Yinyu felt the regent's mockery and insult, but she knew that resisting a tyrant required a resilient mindset. She tried her best to remain calm, refusing to let the regent's words affect her beliefs. Shangguan Yin tightly gripped the sword in his hand, his eyes solemnly fixed on the regent. Both of them were agile, exuding an imposing aura, and the temperature around them seemed to rise a few degrees due to their battle. The fighting scene was as swift as lightning, with both sides exchanging blows, sword techniques, and spear skills perfectly interwoven. Shangguan Yan's swordsmanship flowed like a stream, light and precise, with each move being exceptionally exquisite. The regent, on the other hand, relied on his immense strength and agile movements, executing each strike with unparalleled might. Their figures intertwined in the air, sometimes becoming afterimages, sometimes freezing in an instant. The glimmer of swords and the shadow of spears created a dazzling picture, attracting the attention of onlookers. As the battle progressed, Shangguan Yin gradually felt the regent's power and skills. He was stirred, frequently changing his moves, his sword techniques becoming more rapid and fierce. Each strike aimed to force the regent into a corner. However, the regent showed no fear, instead growing more composed. He accurately seized the gaps in Shangguan Yan's attacks, responding with swift and precise spear techniques. Time flowed during the battle, sweat soaking their bodies, but both of their gazes remained filled with determination and resolve. Finally, when a fleeting opportunity arose, Shangguan Yin suddenly launched his final attack. His sword thrust towards the regent's chest, so fast that it was impossible to evade. However, just as the sword tip touched the skin, the regent unexpectedly exhibited extraordinary reflexes. He sidestepped, successfully dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, his spear struck swiftly into Shangguan Yan's abdomen. Shangguan Yin let out a muffled groan, blood gushed from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. The regent steadied himself, the spear in his arms exuding a chilling, murderous aura. The fight ended, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Yet, just when everyone thought Shangguan Yin was too weak to continue, he suddenly struggled to rise, his eyes filled with endless perseverance and defiance. This is not the end. Shangguan Yin gritted his teeth and said, raising his sword once more. The regent smiled slightly, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. The battle continued. Shangguan Yin clenched his teeth, his body enduring immense pain. Blood continuously flowed from his wounds, but he unwaveringly raised his sword, ready to fight again. The regent's eyes showed a hint of surprise and respect. He did not underestimate Shangguan Yan's will and strength. After years of training, Shangguan Yin displayed extraordinary tenacity and resilience, presenting an unprecedented threat to the regent. The battle erupted again, the momentum even more astonishing. Shangguan attacked with lightning speed, the sword light like a rainbow. Each move filled with endless determination and fury. He infused all his strength into the sword blade, each swing bringing immense pressure. The regent, relying on his keen reflexes and superb spear techniques, maintained a fierce resistance against Shangguan. His spear moved like a silver dragon, both offensive and defensive, sometimes skillfully dodging, sometimes sharply counterattacking. Their techniques intertwined in the air, forming a breathtaking scene. Chapter 131. Thank you. Shangguan was agile, skillfully dodging the regent's attacks and quickly countering. His sword aimed at the regent's vital points, each time nearly hitting him. Meanwhile, the regent retaliated with immense strength and precise spear techniques. His spear tip pointing directly at Shangguan's feints, an undeniable threat. Time seemed to freeze, the battle growing even more intense and brutal. Each clash could determine victory or defeat, their powers colliding, creating massive energy fluctuations. Shangguan felt the fatigue in his body, but he did not stop fighting because he knew that only by defeating the regent could he win freedom and justice. He gathered his last strength and launched a final strike. The sword light flashed like lightning, Shangguan's sword stabbing towards the regent's heart with boundless anger and resolution, seeming to tear apart all evil blocking the way. The regent also sensed Shangguan's determination. He stared at the approaching sword light, facing the threat of death, showing a hint of helplessness and regret in his eyes. However, just as the sword tip was about to make contact, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. A mysterious woman appeared, dressed in a black robe, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Holding a magnificent double-edged sword, she radiated a mysterious and powerful aura. The woman's arrival interrupted the atmosphere of the battle, and everyone stared at her in astonishment. Her presence silenced the entire venue, as if time had stopped. The regent's expression changed slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the mysterious woman. He could sense the power emanating from her, a presence that transcended the ordinary. The woman slowly approached, stopping between Shangguan and the regent. Her eyes revealed a hint of determination and resolve. "Regent, your sins will eventually be accounted for." Her voice was cold and firm, striking the hearts of everyone present. The regent's expression grew serious. He could feel that this woman's strength was extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing what he was capable of. "Who are you? Why do you interfere in our battle?" The regent's voice carried a hint of disdain and mockery. The woman remained unmoved, raising both hands, the sword light dancing in her hands, forming a brilliant sword radiance. She firmly met the regent's gaze. "I am the embodiment of justice, fighting for the innocent. Your evil will ultimately face judgment." Her gaze turned to Shangguan, her eyes shimmering with warmth and concern. "He is a symbol of hope. We cannot let you destroy his faith and strength." Before she finished speaking, the woman suddenly struck, wielding her double-edged sword with lightning speed. The sword light flashed like flowing light and lightning, tearing through the air, directed at the regent. The regent's expression grew grave. He showed no signs of underestimating her. He gathered all his strength, using his most powerful spear techniques to counter the woman's attack. Their clash was like a storm. Sword shadows and spear lights colliding in the air, erupting with deafening sounds. Their speed was astonishing, each sword move and spear technique showcasing extraordinary strength and skill. The woman's swordsmanship was magnificent and fierce, each strike carrying unmatched might. Her figure was as light as the wind, agile and swift, almost impossible to catch. The regent tightly gripped his long spear, his spear techniques becoming even more accurate and sharp. Each of his attacks displayed immense power and determination, attempting to force the woman back. In battle, the woman constantly evaded the regent's attacks while launching deadly counterattacks. Her double-edged sword left deep wounds with every move, blood splattering. The battle scene was filled with flashing sword lights and intersecting spear shadows, grand and thrilling. The woman's attacks were swift and precise. Each strike aimed at the regent's vital points, chilling to the bone. The regent gave his all, his spear techniques becoming sharper and more precise. He transformed into a whirlwind, the spear tip sweeping through the air, blocking each of the woman's attacks. Their figures darted across the battlefield, intermingling, creating a fast and fluid dance. Everyone's attention was glued to the battle, their hearts racing as they felt the urgency and pressure of this decisive confrontation. Every sword move and spear technique elicited their admiration and awe, witnessing an extraordinary duel. The woman's eyes sparkled with determination and perseverance as she continuously adjusted her swordplay to counter the regent's counterattacks. Her assaults became increasingly fierce, striking rapidly against the regent's defenses, keeping him in a passive position. The regent, faced with the woman's fierce onslaught, moved swiftly. He sometimes retreated to evade, and at other times launched quick counterattacks to maintain his defenses. Despite his utmost efforts, he still could not withstand the powerful force sweeping towards him from the woman. The clash of sword light and spear shadows intertwined, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Both were severely injured, yet they persisted in fighting, unwilling to show weakness to one another. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, and the entire battlefield was overturned by a powerful shockwave. Thick smoke filled the air, obscuring visibility. When the smoke cleared, everyone discovered that the two figures had vanished, leaving only shattered ground and debris. Their battle seemed to have turned into nothingness, leaving people in disbelief. A silence fell over the crowd, a wave of inexplicable anxiety and concern rising within them. They did not know what had happened or if anyone had survived. Just then, a figure burst forth from the rubble. It was Shang Wanyan. Though he bore wounds, a hint of determination and indomitable strength shone in his eyes. "What about the regent?" someone asked urgently. Shang Wanyan paused for a moment before slowly shaking his head, his voice filled with endless sorrow and regret. "He has vanished." Shang Wanyan's words made everyone's hearts sink, enveloping the battlefield in grief and loss. The regent's disappearance marked the end of the battle, but also brought about endless regret and confusion. However, amidst the mournful atmosphere, the woman's figure reappeared. She approached Shang Wanyan with light steps, her gaze conveying a sense of comfort and resolve. "You are indeed an exceptional person, Shang Wanyan, although we have paid a tremendous price. Your courage and determination will always be remembered." Shang Wanyan looked at the woman, complex emotions reflected in his eyes. He felt the powerful strength within her and understood her mission. "Thank you. I will continue to strive to bring light and justice to this land." Chapter 132. A beautiful world. The woman smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. Her figure grew more distant until it eventually disappeared into the horizon. The people on the battlefield silently watched her departing silhouette, filled with admiration and gratitude, yet also feeling the immense difficulty and uncertainty of the road ahead. Nevertheless, they were determined to move forward. Although the regent had vanished, the shadows and evils he left behind still existed. They must unite and face the challenges of the future together, striving to build a world filled with hope and justice. Wenqing hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously supporting the injured Shang Wanyan. She tightly held his hand, her eyes filled with worry and concern. "Shang Wanyan, you're hurt. We need to treat you as soon as possible," Wenqing said, her voice firm and warm. Shang Wanyan smiled slightly, shaking his head gently as he replied, "Don't worry, Wenqing. These injuries are nothing. The most important thing now is that we continue moving forward and complete our unfinished business." Wenqing's eyes were slightly red, as she deeply loved Shang Wanyan and could not bear to see him hurt. But she also understood that she must remain calm at this moment and seek the best healing plan for him. Under the meticulous care of the medical staff, Shang Wanyan's injuries gradually came under control. Wenqing stayed by his side, bringing him warmth and strength. "Thank you, Wenqing. You have always been my support and motivation. With you by my side, I can move forward with unwavering determination." Shang Wanyan gently caressed Wenqing's face, his eyes filled with gratitude and deep affection. Their love for each other grew even stronger and more precious during this difficult time. Wenqing held Shang Wanyan's hand tightly, her eyes shining with determination and confidence. She vowed to always protect him, no matter how many difficulties lay ahead. "Shang Wanyan, let's face the challenges of the future together and create a beautiful world. You're no longer alone, because I will always be by your side." The gazes of the two met, conveying a silent promise and deep love for each other. They knew that only by supporting and trusting each other could they overcome all difficulties and create their own happiness and beauty. With the threat of the regent gone, everyone finally found a moment of peace. To further strengthen their power and regain their strength, Wenqing decided to go up the mountain with her mother, Wenyin, to gather herbs for future needs. Warmth and gentle words walk hand in hand, strolling along the mountain path with smiles and laughter. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm and tranquil atmosphere around them. Wenyin smiled and nodded. She was also a healer skilled in herbal knowledge. The mother and daughter worked together, skillfully gathering various natural herbs while exchanging information about their properties and effects. Meanwhile, Shangguan and General Nie chose a wide, flat area to hone their swordsmanship. The two coordinated with each other, wielding their blades as the sword light shimmered like a rainbow. Shangguan sword technique was steady and precise, each move filled with strength and determination. General Nie, on the other hand, was characterized by his agile movements and rapid attacks, showcasing his exquisite sword skills. They sparred with each other, occasionally guiding one another, complementing each other in their swordsmanship. Observers could sense an unspoken tacit understanding and trust between them. Shangguan and General Nie gratefully accepted the herbs, expressing their gratitude to Wenqing and Wenyin. Everyone sat together, sharing their gains and insights. This brief moment of tranquility allowed them to feel the precious bond of family and friendship. They understood that only by supporting and cooperating with each other could they overcome any difficulties and obstacles. Before their next adventure, they would continue to work hard to cultivate and enhance their strength. Wenqing and Shangguan exchanged a knowing glance, both filled with unwavering confidence in each other. This small team would continue to move forward, striving for justice, peace, and freedom. They knew that only through their own efforts could they create a better future. Wenyin skillfully handled the herbs, gently grinding them in the mortar. Her movements were precise and steady, showcasing years of experience and skill. Wenqing focused intently on observing the ground powder, adjusting the formula as needed, drawing on her inherited secret knowledge and her own medical expertise. She aimed to produce the most effective pills. Over time, a small pile of brightly colored, fragrant herbal powder appeared in the mortar. Wenqing and Wenyin exchanged satisfied glances, knowing they had successfully completed the first step. Next, they mixed the herbal powder with warm water to form a paste, which they then divided into small pieces. Together, they wrapped these pieces in transparent capsules, each embedded with tiny runes. These capsules contain the medicinal power of the herbs, capable of aiding the body in repair and recovery. Wenqing and Wenyin believed that these longevity-enhancing pills would become important talismans for them in their future adventures. The pills they made were not just for their own use. They planned to share them with their companions and use them to help more people. Wenqing gently placed the finished pills into a small bottle and carefully screwed on the lid. She looked up at her mother, Wenyin, with gratitude and admiration clearly visible on her face. "Mother, thank you for teaching me so much medical knowledge, allowing me to help others. Our pills will surely bring hope and strength to our companions." The mother and daughter held each other's hands tightly, their hearts filled with anticipation and courage for the future. They believed that these longevity pills would become a powerful force for them to overcome difficulties and uphold justice. From now on, they would continue to fight alongside their companions, striving for a common goal. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, they were willing to do their best to help others and create a better world. Chapter 133, Protecting You. Wenqing and her mother Wenyin, father, General Nie, and husband Shangguan faced the troubles of zombies and blood-sucking snakes in Luqing. They faced the daunting task of battling these evil creatures, but their family bonds and steadfast love filled them with courage and determination. Wenqing and her mother, Wenyin, share a deep bond as a mother and daughter. In the face of danger, they support and motivate each other. The mother's wisdom and gentleness become the source of strength for them to overcome difficulties. Wenqing inherits her mother's resilient qualities, becoming a core force against evil. Her father, General Nie, is an experienced military leader who has achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. Confronted with the threats of zombies and blood-sucking snakes, he fearlessly utilizes his leadership skills to organize effective counterattacks. His determination and decisiveness inject strength and hope into the entire family. Her husband, Shang Wanyan, is Wenqing's partner, embodying courage and a spirit of selfless dedication. In the face of attacks from evil creatures, he protects his family without hesitation. He uses his intelligence and skills to fight against these monsters, creating a safe environment for his family. In the struggle in Luqing, Wenqing, her mother Wenyanyu, her father, General Nye, and her husband, Shang Wanyan demonstrate steadfast unity and selfless love. They support each other and work together to confront the threats of zombies and blood-sucking snakes. This experience deepens their appreciation for one another and strengthens their resolve to move forward together into the future. Wenqing was unfortunately bitten and poisoned during a fierce battle with the blood-sucking snake, falling into a state of unconsciousness. Shang Wanyan immediately sensed his wife's danger and rushed over, witnessing the blood-sucking snake about to attack again. Without a moment's hesitation, Shang Wanyan quickly made a decision. He tightly gripped his weapon, accurately aimed for the snake's vital point, and launched a fatal attack. The blood-sucking snake fell, no longer able to pose a threat to Wenqing. Shang Wanyan was anxious and hurriedly supported Wenqing, placing her in a relatively safe spot. Realizing time was of the essence, he quickly searched for a way to save her. After some effort, he received help from local residents, who provided a rare herb said to be a remedy for the blood-sucking snake's poison. Shang Wanyan carefully applied the herb to Wenqing's wound, hoping to alleviate the toxin in her body as soon as possible. He stayed by her side, never leaving, supporting himself with unwavering love and faith. After hard efforts, the herb gradually took effect, and Wenqing slowly began to awaken. When she saw Shang Wanyan's tense and concerned expression, her heart was filled with gratitude and love. They embraced tightly, comforting each other and promising to face future challenges together. This incident made Wenqing and Shang Wanyan cherish each other's presence even more and deepen their existing connection. They faced various difficulties with composure, supported by family unity and love, and walked together towards a brighter future. After a simple treatment, Wenqing's injuries did not fully heal. Instead, she began to show symptoms of unconsciousness, causing great concern for her family, especially for Shang Wanyan. He anxiously paced around Wenqing, his eyes fixed on the changes in her complexion. Shang Wanyan was filled with helplessness and anxiety. He held Wenqing's hand tightly, trying to convey a bit of strength and warmth to her. He softly called her name, hoping to awaken her slumbering consciousness. "Wenqing, dear, you must wake up. I need you. We all need you. Please don't leave us." Shang Wanyan's voice was filled with determination and tenderness, permeated with deep love for Wenqing. He gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, leaving a warm touch on her cold cheek. He embraced her once more, as if this could transfer his strength to her and awaken her sleeping soul. Meanwhile, other family members united together, praying for Wenqing's recovery. They silently prayed for her, hoping that heaven would bless her with a miraculous healing. Day after day, Shang Wanyan remained by Wenqing's side, unwavering. He took turns with other family members to seek more treatment methods and professional medical assistance. Whenever new hope arose, he eagerly conveyed the news to Wenqing, hoping it would serve as a catalyst to awaken her consciousness. Signs of fatigue and worry gradually appeared on Shang Wanyan's face, but he continued to steadfastly protect everything about Wenqing. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and then, in that tranquil instant, Wenqing finally gently opened her eyes. She looked at Shang Wanyan, her eyes shimmering with confusion, but also with a longing for love and belonging. In that moment, the family felt Wenqing's rebirth, their spirits once again connected, resolutely moving towards the future. Wenqing's condition seems to have improved on the surface, but in reality, the blood-sucking snake is a mutation specially researched by the Regent, aimed at turning Wenqing into a soulless zombie. Wenqing accidentally learned of the Regent's conspiracy and realized that she could not be cured, while also not wanting to harm her family. Faced with this harsh reality, she made the decision to leave. Wenqing quietly stood up, her gaze revealing determination and resolve. She took a deep breath and shared the facts she had learned with her family. I have discovered the regent's plot. He has mutated that blood-sucking snake, hoping to turn me into a zombie. I cannot be cured, and I do not want to put you in danger. To protect you, I must leave. Wenqing's voice was calm and firm as she tried to lighten her family's burden with her choice. Shang Wanyin looked at Wenqing in shock, filled with loss and reluctance. He tightly grasped Wenqing's hand and said, trembling, Wenqing, we will face the difficulties together. I won't let you bear all this alone. We can find other ways. Please don't leave. We need you. I need you. Wenqing gently shook her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. She softly caressed Shang Wanyan's cheek, her gaze filled with deep affection. Shang Wanyan, I understand your feelings, but this is the only way I can protect you. I do not want to see you harmed. Please believe in my choice. Although separation will bring pain, our love will always exist. Wenqing's voice carried endless tenderness, each word stemming from her love and desire to protect her family. Chapter 134. A Great Conspiracy in the Silent Atmosphere. Wenqing decided to leave in order to avoid becoming a threat to the regent's conspiracy. She knew this would be a lonely and dangerous journey, but she firmly believed she had made the right choice. Warmth passed through the door of the home, stepping onto an unknown road. The stars shone brightly in the night sky, as if giving a thumbs up to her decision. Her heart was filled with longing for her family, but at the same time, she held on to hope and courage. No matter what happened, I will protect myself and find a way to escape. Our love will endure forever, and I will reunite with you. Warmth silently moved towards the distance, leaving behind her deep love and promise. The family gazed at her figure disappearing into the darkness, filled with endless worry and longing. They knew that even in separation, their hearts remained tightly connected. They vowed to protect each other and looked forward to their future reunion. Shang Wanyin did not truly give up on Warmth. They were only letting her leave on the surface to relieve her pressure and burden. Wen Yinyu and General Nia deeply understood Shang Wanyan's feelings for Wenqing. They requested Shang Wanyin to secretly follow Wenqing and protect her safety. Even at the risk of his life, Shang Wanyin was willing to do anything for his beloved, even if it meant perishing in flames. Shang Wanyin silently followed Wenqing, hiding in the shadows, quietly guarding her, whether it meant crossing mountains and rivers or facing the pain of poisoning. He watched Wenqing suffer, his heart filled with endless pain and helplessness. Every time Wenqing cried out in agony, his heart trembled, but he had to endure it all, knowing that this was the only way to protect her and provide her with a final comfort and support. On the long and dangerous journey, Shang Wanyin demonstrated his profound love through his actions. He dispelled potential threats for her and provided warmth and solace, whether it was beasts in the jungle or perilous situations. Shang Wanyin always silently guarded Wenqing, protecting her from any harm. Sometimes, on lonely and dark nights, Shang Wanyin would come close to Wenqing, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead, gazing at her with tender eyes. He silently prayed, hoping to convey his strength to her, allowing her to feel his presence and support. Even in the most difficult moments, Shang Wanyin did not give up. He believed that love could conquer all, bringing hope and miracles. However, Wenqing's poisoning became increasingly severe, tormenting her body and soul. Every time she struggled in pain, Shang Wanyan's heart was torn apart once again. But he steadfastly endured, never leaving her side, for he knew this was his final promise to her. Shang Wanyin took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. He was resolved to give everything for Wenqing, even at the cost of his own life. No matter what difficulties and dangers lay ahead, Shang Wanyin was willing to walk alongside Wenqing. His love would always follow her. When Wenqing collapsed from the poisoning, Shang Wanyin rushed to her side, anxiously and urgently administering aid. He carefully touched Wenqing's forehead, trying to alleviate her pain and discomfort. Wenqing slowly regained consciousness in a daze, and she vaguely saw Shang Wanyan's face. At first, she was surprised. She hadn't expected Shang Wanyin to follow her, let alone appear at that moment. However, this surprise quickly turned into panic. She realized that her illness might turn her into a zombie, endangering Shang Wanyan's safety. Shang Wanyin, you need to leave. I don't want to hurt you. Wenqing cried out, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling with fear and endless pain. She was afraid of losing control and becoming a dangerous existence that could harm her loved one. Shang Wanyin tightly grasped Wenqing's hand, his eyes filled with determination. Wenqing, I will not leave. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. I believe our love can overcome everything, and I am willing to take any risk to protect you. Please believe me, we can face this together. Warmly looking at Shang Wanyan's determined eyes, she felt his deep love and resolve and gradually calmed down. She knew that no matter what, Shang Wanyan would never betray her. He would bravely move forward for the love between them. Wenqing gently held Shang Wanyan's hand, her eyes shining with determination. Despite the fear still present, she decided to believe in love and hope, facing the unknown future together with Shang Wanyan. Thank you, Shang Wanyan. With you by my side, I feel at ease. Even in the face of adversity, we will get through it together. Please don't leave me. No matter what happens, we will face it together. Shang Wanyan gently wiped away the tears on Wenqing's face, softly stroking her hair. With each other's persistence and support, their love and courage would become the driving force to overcome difficulties. Although the road ahead was still fraught with thorns, they were determined to face it together, protecting each other until the very last moment. Shang Wanyan always stayed by Wenqing's side, searching for the antidote together. However, each of their efforts ended in disappointment, and the antidote remained out of reach. Shang Wanyan pondered how to break through this predicament and decided to take a decisive step, to personally seek the regent and request the antidote for Wenqing. When Shang Wanyan presented this idea to Wenqing, she immediately expressed her disagreement. She was worried that if Shang Wanyan went to see the regent, he would face great danger and threats. She couldn't bear to see Shang Wanyan harmed. Shang Wanyan, I can't let you take that risk. The regent is a ruthless and cold-hearted person. He might hurt you. I would rather we continue searching for the antidote, even if it's difficult, than let you take a chance. Please believe me, we will find the answer. Shang Wanyan held Wenqing's hand tightly, his eyes shining with resolute determination. Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan's resolute eyes and sincere promise, feeling a mix of contradictions and anxiety in her heart. She loved Shang Wanyan deeply, but at the same time, she was worried about his safety. However, she also understood his determination and belief in their future. Shang Wanyan, I know how steadfastly you want to help me. I understand you and feel your love for me. If you insist on meeting the regent, I won't stop you. But please promise me to be careful and protect yourself. I will wait for your safe return. No matter the outcome, we will face it together. Shang Wanyan tightly held Wenqing's hand and nodded silently. Chapter 135. A new journey. Shang Wanyan left Wenqing's side, filled with determination and hope as he embarked on an unknown journey to seek the regent's help. Their love would grow stronger in adversity. No matter how difficult the road ahead, they were determined to face it together. Upon entering the regent's mansion, Shang Wanyan sensed that the regent had long known he would come. However, he did not feel the panic he had anticipated. The regent humiliated Shang Wanyan in various ways, attempting to undermine his confidence and resolve. Although Shang Wanyan felt anger and grievance, he understood that his purpose for this visit was for Wenqing. Regent, I did not come here to fight or challenge your authority. I came for one person, for the woman I love, Wenqing. If you can give me a glimmer of hope, an antidote, I will be eternally grateful. Please consider this. Do not let an innocent life lose hope and opportunity. Shang Wanyan's voice was firm and calm as he tried to appeal to the regent's conscience, hoping he could set aside personal grudges and value the preciousness of life. The regent sneered, his gaze cold and mocking. Do you think I will sympathize with your love story? Wenqing is merely a tool to me. Her life and death have nothing to do with me. Stop dreaming, Shang Wanyan. You are just a ridiculous fool, humiliating yourself for a woman unworthy of your devotion. Despite the regent's malicious and cruel words, Shang Wanyan's thoughts remained with Wenqing. He endured the humiliation, silently accepting the regent's taunts. He knew he could not be defeated. He had to persevere for Wenqing. Regent, no matter how you treat me, I will not give up. Please give me a chance. I only need a glimmer of hope, and I will not let you down. I beg for your mercy. Shang Wanyan's voice revealed his determination as he tried to persuade the regent, hoping to touch his heart. The regent remained silent for a moment before sneering again. Shang Wanyan's heart sank. He understood that the regent had not released him, and this task could be a trap or an extremely challenging trial. However, he had to take the risk for Wenqing. For help, he took a deep breath and fixed his determined gaze on the regent. The regent smiled slightly, a hint of provocation in his eyes. An indescribable sense of challenge surged within Shang Wanyan. He knew this was a high-risk task. Nevertheless, he accepted without hesitation. The regent mocked him coldly, his voice filled with sarcasm and disdain. Shang Wanyan felt a surge of resentment toward the regent, but he knew it was not the time for arguments or resistance. He bowed to the regent and turned to leave the mansion, beginning his perilous journey to the forbidden place. Facing unknown challenges and trials, Shang Wanyan was determined to find the phantom Qianghua, no matter the cost. For Wenqing, for love, he would bravely face everything, regardless of the outcome. He firmly believed that as long as there was the power of love and perseverance, they would ultimately overcome difficulties, find the antidote, and reunite. Shang Wanyan set out on his journey to the forbidden place, encountering countless difficulties and challenges along the way. Steep peaks, treacherous swamps, and ferocious beasts became obstacles to his progress. However, he remained undeterred, moving forward step by step with unwavering will and a steadfast commitment to Wenqing. In a dark forest, Shang Wanyan sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. He followed the guidance of this energy and arrived at a mysterious cave. The cave was filled with a rich aura, seemingly hiding some important clues. Shang Wanyan cautiously explored the cave until he discovered a ghostly blue flower, the legendary phantom Qianghua. However, it was surrounded by an invisible barrier that protected it from being touched. Shang Wanyan understood that this task would not be easy. He needed to find a way to break through the barrier. He opened his eyes, his gaze fixed firmly on the phantom Qianghua. He reached out his hand, gently touching the barrier and reciting a spell using Wenqing's name. The surface of the barrier rippled slightly, a flash of light appeared, and the phantom Qianghua slowly rose. Shang Wanyan grasped the phantom Qianghua tightly, feeling the magical energy it emitted. He understood that this herb might be the key to saving Wenqing. With it, there was a chance to save her. Returning to Wenqing's side, Shang Wanyan presented the phantom Qianghua to her. Wenqing stared intently at the herb, feeling the power and hope contained within it. Wenqing, this is the phantom Qianghua, a legendary herb with unique healing properties. I believe it may be an important component of the antidote. We're getting closer to the answer. We just need to keep persevering, and we will surely succeed. Shang Wanyan, you really found the phantom Qianghua. Thank you for your efforts and dedication. I believe we can overcome the difficulties and save our future. You are my most precious person. No matter what happens, we will face it together. The two embraced each other deeply, knowing there were many challenges ahead, but they also believed that their love would be the strongest support. Shang Wanyan and Wenqing set out on their journey again, continuing to search for clues to the antidote. Chapter 136. Significant implications, however, all the peace was only temporary. Although both of them were quite steadfast in their feelings, if they wanted to achieve a positive outcome, they would have to face more tests. Before long, a joyful Shang Wanyan brought Wenqing to his home. Upon arriving, he wanted to take her away with him, but how could the regent allow that? The regent slammed the table in anger. Wenqing was also very dissatisfied with the regent's tyranny. Enough. It's already difficult enough for Shang Wanyan to find this antidote. He still has many trials to face ahead. Everything Shang Wanyan did was for the sake of his own venture in leaving this place to accompany Wenqing for a few days. He didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, it was the regent who domineeringly trapped him here, making him increasingly want to escape from the regent's side. But the man was not in a situation with just one woman, and he was particularly furious. Wenqing looked at the regent with uncontrollable anger, asking what exactly he wanted to do to the two of them. Did he simply want to trap her here? What did he want to do? He had already told Shang Wanyan that he wanted Wenqing to always be by his side. Even if the poison couldn't be cured, she had to stay with him. Now that the poison was cured, he wanted to immediately fly away with Shang Wanyan, which he absolutely would not allow. If necessary, he would let Wenqing be poisoned again, so she could quietly stay by his side. The regent stood at the door of the hall and said, "What is happening outside? You two still dare to go out? Are you planning to go out sweetly and then get bitten by those things outside, becoming poisoned? If you don't want to be bitten by those filthy things, Just stay here obediently in the regent's residence. Shang Guanyin had worked hard to bring him the antidote, and he didn't want to be bitten by zombies or anything else. Moreover, once bitten this time, Shang Guanyin would intervene, so they really couldn't leave the regent's residence. Going back was one thing, but staying in the regent's residence all the time was another. Wenqing and Shang Guanyin were sitting in the small courtyard. The regent did not intend to do anything good for you. This time he specifically made you take such a big risk to find an excuse for me, without bringing anyone else along. It's not just a simple task he's given you. Doesn't he just want to see him meet an untimely death? But if you can bring back the antidote for Wenqing, then that's good enough, regardless of whether he might die during the mission. Just as they finished exchanging words of not giving up on each other, they heard unusual noises coming from outside the regent's palace. If it weren't for being in the apocalypse, they wouldn't think that such strange sounds indicated a monster invasion. However, now that they were in the apocalypse, the unusual sounds made them very alert. Could it be that zombies were moving so fast that they had already come this way? The two of them immediately went outside the regent's palace. The woman looked very serpentine, especially with her long face. Wenqing was even afraid of seeing her flick out her tongue. As the two of them emerged, the regent said that she had been sent over from outside, and the woman would be living in the regent's palace from now on. Wenqing and Shang Guanyin wanted to enter when the regent asked, "What's going on? Are you not afraid of bringing a woman like this here? Was she a poisonous snake or a zombie? It's just that she was hiding too well. After all, they were normal people." Upon hearing Wenqing refer to her as a zombie or a poisonous snake, the woman immediately became weak and fell into the regent's arms. "Am I really a human? Regent, didn't you already check on the carriage? This living flesh and blood, do you think it can kill people?" The regent held the woman at the waist and walked into the regent's palace. "This regent's palace is mine. If she really were a zombie or a poisonous snake, it would still be me who allowed her to live here." Wenqing just wanted the regent to verify the woman's identity properly before allowing her to move in, rather than simply assuming she was a zombie or a transformed snake. When the woman followed the regent inside, she didn't forget to give a meaningful glance to Shang Guanyin, who was standing outside the door. Wenqing looked at me and said fiercely, "Are you envious of the regent's soft embrace? Do you also want to go up and hug her?" Their relationship had finally crossed a hurdle. How could I see other women in my eyes? I just thought her appearance was too strange, like a look unique to a certain race, not the kind of face we humans should have, which is why I looked at her a few more times. And didn't you notice that her figure is also quite odd? When she walked forward, it seemed like half of her hand was disappearing, almost like it was fading away. Warmth let out a cold hum. With such strange appearances, did he really need to remind the regent at the beginning? Did he need to have Shang Guanyin specifically tell him at the door? The question was, what identity did she have to know the regent? And why did the regent allow her to bring him into the regent's residence to live? It seemed necessary to clarify what the regent had done this time. Chapter 137. Bewitching the mind, it seemed that the regent had never brought women home before. And this time, the woman's appearance reminded him of a certain race, not quite human, but more like a transformed fairy. However, the regent was quite impressive. He shouldn't be easily bewitched by a monster. Moreover, they had only encountered zombies and had never seen any monsters. If there were monsters, wouldn't that imply there were ghosts in the world? However, this was also a possibility, considering those zombies could exist. That night, they hadn't seen the regent bringing any women out, so they went to the regent's courtyard to listen. However, the two of them didn't come out of the room. Was there something unusual happening inside? Perhaps they should check the roof. They both harbored resentment towards the regent, but were also afraid that the strangely appearing woman might harm him, which is why they wanted to go up to the roof. But as they stood on the roof, they hadn't even crouched down when a sound came from the room. The sound of blue and white porcelain falling to the ground. They didn't see what caused the porcelain to fall, as the people assigned by the regent to the vicinity of the room rushed in. However, when they arrived at the room, they didn't hear anyone saying they wanted to kill the woman. Instead, they were driven out by the regent. The regent had said, "I've told you. You don't need to guard the courtyard today. Even if I die in this room, you are not allowed to enter." Others came out with their heads lowered, and Warmth felt even more curious about what the regent and the woman were doing in the room. However, after a cup of tea, the sounds that came from inside made their faces flush even more. It turned out that the person who was forcefully sent to the regent. How could he possibly like that? And even brought her into the room to do such things. Shang Guanyan's reasoning was quite reasonable. But what if the regent had taken a liking to the woman's beauty? After all, he had said that the regent had never liked women before. Perhaps he disliked the faces of those women and preferred the faces of strangely looking people. Let us go, Warm suggested. When the blue and white porcelain fell to the ground earlier, they all went in to take a look. The regent wasn't harmed by that woman, which meant she still had to stay in the regent's house for now. The key point was that the sound from below were unbearable. How was Shang Guanyan sitting on the roof without his face turning red or his heart racing? As Shang Guanyan was almost persuaded to leave the regent's courtyard, a sound of fighting came from inside. I told you, if you obediently accompany me to enhance your abilities, I will let you stay in my residence. Don't you want to investigate Warmth? If you don't stay in my residence, you won't even have the opportunity to approach her. But the woman lying on the bed with him said, you want me to practice with you to enhance your abilities, which means you want to absorb my powers into your body. Their race's existence would not harm people, but they were often exploited because their bodies possessed a unique function. As long as someone practiced with them obediently, their abilities would increase. Because of this unique function, they were often used by others. This time, she had run away from her family and was captured by the court officials. She thought they would send her to the emperor, but instead, they handed her over to the regent. The regent was a person with strong desires. As soon as he captured her, he wanted to use her to absorb more abilities. As a result, he had taken a liking to someone else's special abilities. Wenqing looked at Shang Guanyan affectionately, pondering which races could enhance each other's abilities by sleeping together. He had thought that all the different races in this other world were harmful, only to realize that there existed a party that could be harmed as well. After all, they were both here for their abilities, and there was no need to get to know him in the regent's courtyard. They should first look for a book about this other world to find out what races existed. The key point was that the regent kept the woman in the regent's mansion for her to observe him. But what use was he to her? Did he have some special ability that could enhance women's powers? However, he decided not to worry about himself for now. He needed to find out what race he belonged to, as he would likely encounter the regent in the mansion tomorrow if he intended to observe him. But when he saw an image in the book, his heart suddenly ached. Why was his heart suddenly in pain? Could it be that the antidote last time only cured half the poison? If that were the case, he would have to ask the regent tomorrow if any medicinal materials were still missing. Shang Guanyan noticed that he was really scared when he clutched his heart. Just looking at this book made his heart ache. It shouldn't be that the poison hadn't been completely cured. He felt that what caused his heart pain was neither the poison nor the book he had just seen. The book had been lying in his hands for so long without causing any discomfort, but when he saw something with sensory feelers and wings, his heart suddenly hurt. He thought it might be related to that race. Shang Guanyan put away all the books. Chapter 138. Mutual utilization. Let me investigate what race the woman belongs to. After all, they will confront each other in the regent's mansion tomorrow. You should rest for now. Wenqing had just finished detoxifying, and staying up late to investigate the race matters would not be good for his health. After the two of them left the regent's courtyard, the others stopped practicing together. While in the carriage, the woman exchanged conditions with him, saying that she would stay in the regent's mansion to find out what abilities Wenqing had, but only if she could practice with him. However, if she did not help the regent, he would be kicked out of the mansion. And the woman immediately took his hand. Our race not only has special abilities that can enhance powers, but we also have many pills. I will give you one. You can use our race's pills to improve your constitution. The regent accepted the pills from him and told the woman, tomorrow I will take you to find Wenqing, but you must investigate him. If he dares to have any murderous thoughts against him, you should quickly get out of the regent's mansion. The willingness to let him stay in the regent's mansion to investigate Wenqing was not just because of his special abilities, but because he had set the precondition that he would not do anything harmful to Wenqing's body while investigating him. Furthermore, the regent was also quite curious about what abilities Wenqing possessed. When Wenqing was brought to the regent's mansion, he had already suffered losses, and his body needed detoxification, which Shang Guanyan had brought over. However, after the detoxification, he had not seen Wenqing use any abilities that were different from others. He thought that the abilities that the woman possessed, which were different from others, should also be unique. Otherwise, how could it arouse his affection for her? The next day, The regent indeed introduced the woman to Wenqing. This is someone brought from elsewhere. The princess will stay in our regent's mansion. From now on, you two will accompany me in the mansion. Staying in the mansion with him felt as if they were both his concubines, and Shang Wanyin really wanted to punch him. When the woman was brought next to Wenqing, she wanted to use their race's special abilities to examine what was inside Wenqing's body. But just as the aura emerged from his body, someone rushed into the regent's mansion. Your Majesty said that something has entered our capital again, and we do not know what race it is. Now, His Majesty wants the regent to go out and eliminate all those things. Now, there were two women accompanying him in the mansion, but Shang Wanyin found it displeasing. Haven't you heard that something has entered the capital again? Aren't you the one who loves fighting and killing the most recently? Then hurry and go to Baixin to eliminate whatever has entered our capital. The people nearby felt that the regent was shameless. His Majesty clearly ordered him to eliminate it, but he passed the task to Shang Wanyin instead. Wenqing directly stood up, saying that a new woman had come into the house. The regent could just stay in the palace to accompany him, and as for the matter of eliminating those, it could be left to me and Shang Wanyin. Just right, the poison in my body has just been resolved. I also want to see if, after taking that potion that can enhance abilities, I can quickly eliminate them. The regent directly grabbed Wenqing, not allowing him to leave the palace. I intended for Shang Wanyin to go alone to kill them, and if you leave the palace now, then Shang Wanyin has no need to go either. We would just be waiting for those different races to devour our people. I liked Wenqing to begin with, so I was unwilling to see him go out with Shang Wanyin. The region of Wenqing is very selfish. What does it mean to watch the common people being eaten by strange races? The region has always been said to care about the people, but now that such shameful words have been spoken, doesn't he fear for his position? The regent holds the woman who has just been brought into the palace, watching Wenqing go out with Shang Wanyin. I have always had a good reputation, so even if I don't leave the palace, it's fine to eliminate the threats outside. However, if you dare to leave the palace, then the two of you should not enter my regent's palace again. Wenqing resolutely wanted to go to the city gate to have a look. It was not just to escape from this royal mansion, but more to protect the safety of the common people outside. The last zombie incident had already instilled enough fear in them. If another race were to come, the common people would truly be in danger. However, when they arrived outside the regent's mansion, what they saw were not strange races, but countless insects crawling all around the regent's mansion. The way these insects crawled in straight lines was very peculiar, as if they were only following a certain path. And it seemed that there were no insects near the homes of other common people, only around the regent's mansion. Could it be that the regent's mansion had provoked something, and that was why these insects had come? The sight of these insects circling the mansion reminded Wenqing of the strange woman who had just arrived at their home. They had never seen these insects before yesterday. After the woman stayed in their mansion for just one day, these insects appeared. What if we take that strange woman out first? Perhaps these insects are indeed related to her, and if that is the case, they should come over here eventually. It wouldn't be good if the mansion was always surrounded by insects. If they wanted to kill these insects, there was nothing that could directly eliminate them, unless they killed them one by one with swords. But every corner of the regent's mansion was filled with insects. And even if they managed to kill the ones at the entrance, it would be difficult to find the others. What if they didn't notice and the insects crawled into their yard at night, and then they all got eaten? Chapter 139. Powerful abilities. You all said that only the area next to the mansion had these insects, and if there are none in the homes of the common people, then we don't need to worry about them being harmed. So why bother with these insects? Let them crawl around the regent's mansion. Moreover, she is just a woman brought in from elsewhere. How could she attract these insects? The regent speculated about the woman's race, but he did not expect that after practicing her abilities, she would so quickly attract her kind. If Wenqing took the woman out, then his abilities would not improve, so he could only let her stay by his side. This was the first time the regent did not want to deal with the bad things outside. He looked at the oddly shaped woman. We're just letting her go out to see if she recognizes those insects, because since they are not in the homes of the common people, they pose no harm to them. However, they are always around the regent's mansion, and there is no telling when they might attack the common people. We need to find a way to drive the insects out of the city as soon as possible. The woman eventually came with Wenqing to the outside of the regent's mansion. She had already applied a lot of makeup on herself, so there was no trace of her kind left, and thus the insects would not crawl near her feet upon seeing her. You see, these insects did not come to the regent's mansion because of me. It must be that the regent's mansion has provoked something unclean for these insects to come here. As the woman explained that she had nothing to do with these insects, she took the opportunity to cast a light ring formed from her hand onto Wenqing. What are you putting on Wenqing? I told you if you want to investigate his strength, that's fine. But if you dare to put something on him that you cannot obtain, then your entire race will perish. The regent had spent so much to gain their race's abilities. He thought the regent would be cold-blooded and heartless, but he was so afraid that the things from their race would harm Wenqing, which the woman did not expect. She twisted her arm a few times in the regent's grasp before finally getting it free. She gazed affectionately at the regent and said, "What I put on him is just a light ring, which can sense when he uses his abilities, allowing us to investigate his powers, not some unclean thing." Since the elder of her family had given her the light ring, which was now on Wenqing, she promised to enhance the regent's abilities. Hence her deeply affectionate gaze at the regent. When she displayed her emotional look, the regent was also captivated by her. As they both worked on enhancing their powers, Wenqing and Shangguanyin were trying every means to drive the insects away from the regent's mansion. Wenqing found a hollow piece of wood and put a bug inside it. Shangguanyin was afraid the bug might be poisonous, so he wanted to pinch the bug that crawled onto Wenqing's hand, but the bug directly bit him on the hand. "Quickly throw the bug away. We can't confirm if this bug is mutated yet. If it bites your hand, it could very likely cause your hand to mutate as well." However, it had already bitten Shangguanyin's hand twice before he finally threw the bug away. Wenqing brought over the silver needles from the yard. He wanted to help Shangguanyin relieve the wound that had been bitten by the insect, but suddenly, 2 large holes appeared in Shangguanyin's wound. This insect that had come running was not simple. If it had bitten someone, it could very well cause defects in a person's body. He quickly instructed the people outside to close the door, absolutely not allowing these insects to come in and bite those of us inside. "The holes that were bitten on your hand, I cannot help you fix." Tears fell onto Shangguanyin's hand, but they accurately dropped into the 2 large holes. Shangguanyin looked at the place on his hand where the insect had bitten and didn't feel the pain from the 2 large holes. "My hand doesn't hurt right now, but I have never heard of any race with a special ability that causes large holes to appear after being bitten." With a warm gaze, Wenqing looked at the 2 missing parts on Shangguanyin's hand and cried, saying, "In this world, even mutated zombies can have a large part of their hand missing after being bitten. How could these bugs not be able to do the same? Perhaps this is the unique ability of these bugs. It's just that we've never seen such bugs or this kind of special ability in any book." After Wenqing finished saying that the bugs were not right, she noticed that the holes in Shangguanyin's hand were getting bigger. It seemed that she really needed to find something to plug up those missing parts. Otherwise, the holes would only get larger and eventually cause his entire body to disappear. The hole in Shangguanyin's body was so large that it was even more frightening than his soul leaving his body. However, seeing that Shangguanyin was not in much pain because of these 2 holes, Wenqing thought of finding something to block the missing parts of his hands. While searching for a suitable item to cover Shangguanyin's hands, she reflected that if she had just arrived in this scenario and saw these mutated bugs or zombies, she would definitely be very scared. Or if she saw the 2 large holes in Shangguanyin's hands, she would have cried in fear. But now she was able to calmly find something to plug up his hands. The regent, who was improving his abilities with the woman, knew that Shangguanyin had been bitten by the bugs, as they were all quite afraid of these bugs crawling into the regent's palace and biting the people inside. So they came to check on Shangguanyin. Upon seeing the large holes in Shangguanyin's hands, the regent immediately frowned. Chapter 140 Doubt. What do the bugs outside look like? Have you captured any? As the regent, he had read quite a lot and had seen many races and abilities, but he had never heard of anyone developing 2 large holes in their hands after being bitten. Just after Wenqing finished saying that they couldn't catch that bug at all, the servants in the Wangfu began to shout. Those bugs had already crawled into the regent's residence, and many of the servants inside had already been bitten. The areas where they were bitten had disappeared, and those who were bitten in vital areas were already dead. Many servants had been killed by the bugs, and the regent finally realized that this bug attack on their residence was no simple matter. Although they were circling the regent's residence, there were still many people nearby. If the bugs crawled into other people's homes, they would directly kill that family. Hurry and go to the court. Let the court send people to help and capture and eliminate these bugs. We absolutely cannot let them crawl into the homes of ordinary people. Wenqing wanted to ask the regent why he didn't go to the court himself to find someone, but saw that the regent wanted to go outside to catch bugs. However, he didn't intend to go with the regent to the palace, but was watching as Shangguan Yan's bitten hand was treated. After blocking up the hole in Shangguan Yan's hand and applying a bit of medicine, the hole no longer expanded. Fortunately, this opening didn't keep getting bigger. If it had continued to extend, the poison from the medicine would have eroded his entire body. The servants had carried all the bitten individuals into Wenqing's courtyard, and if he could treat the hole in Shangguan Yan's hand, then he should be able to heal those who had been bitten as well. He divided the substance he had just applied to Shangguan Yan's hand among the servants. Since he had mainly applied it to the area where Shangguan Yan was bitten, which prevented the hole from getting larger, they should try applying it to the bitten areas of others, as it should also suppress the growth of their holes. Shangguan Yan didn't want to focus on the bite on his hand. Instead, he wanted to catch all the bugs as soon as possible, especially since so many common people lived nearby. The court was also aware that the bugs that had come to the regent's house this time were very dangerous, so they sent several people with special abilities to assist the regent in capturing the bugs. Wenqing and Shangguan Yan were both standing at the entrance of the Wangfu, but they had indeed jumped onto the wall. When I first saw these bugs, they looked as big as my thumb, but now they seem to be almost the size of my palm. Could it be that these bugs can grow bigger on their own? Not only did Wenqing feel that the bugs had grown, but Shangguan Yan also thought they were much larger, although still not as big as his palm. However, after these bugs bit them, holes appeared on their hands immediately, and now they could still grow larger, which indicates that these bugs really have special abilities. But why do they not transform into human shapes and still maintain their appearance as bugs even after exhibiting special abilities? Wenqing recalled that he and Shangguan Yan had read a lot of books to find out what race the woman brought into the royal residence by the regent was. In one book, he saw a strange race, and after seeing it, his heart ached severely. Could it be that all of this was connected? Was it to hint that the race of those insects was about to arrive at the royal residence, which caused his heart to hurt upon seeing it? He thought that if he wanted to know what special abilities they had, he must first research what race they belonged to. Otherwise, their hard shells were impervious to blades and guns, making it very difficult to drive them away. Just now, after discovering that they could break the wooden barrels when put inside bottles, it showed that they were very hard. So they used very tough swords to kill these insects. But the insects directly broke their swords. The regent looked at Wenqing and said that they had already surrounded the regent's residence, and there was no time for you to investigate what race they were. Now they just wanted to drive them away. After surrounding the regent's residence, and with biting causing problems, the regent indeed became anxious. Didn't we place many books about races in your room when we last wanted to investigate races? Now let's turn over all these books, and we can quickly find out what race they are. It would take a long time to read those books page by page. Perhaps before they even finished reading, those insects would have already crawled into the regent's residence. So when Shangguan Yan took out the books, Wenqing utilized his abilities. And because the woman created a halo around him, when Wenqing had the ability, the woman sensed it. The regent brought her to the entrance of the regent's residence. So when the woman wanted to jump down from the entrance, the regent directly pulled her back. The insects outside must be related to you. You need to find a way to drive them all away. If you dare to harm the citizens of the city, you will die in the regent's residence. The woman saw the regent pulling her arm again and pretended to be in great pain, saying, "These insects were not brought by me at all. I had already been in the court for a long time when I arrived, and I didn't find any insects in the court. It's just that the timing of these insects arriving at the regent's residence is very similar to mine, so you all wrongfully accused me of bringing them." The regent did not believe her. He looked at the insects below that were eating people and said to the woman, "If you dare to lie to me, I will let these insects stay in the same room with you. If you're not related to them, those insects will directly eat you. But if you brought them, they might not dare to touch you." Indeed, the regent's thoughts were truly sinister. To find out whether the insects were brought by her, he was willing to feed her to the insects. Chapter 141. Treasure, there was no deception. The regent truly had nothing to do with me. Now, Wenqing had started to use his abilities. Don't you also want to know what abilities he is hiding from you? Otherwise, go take a look in Wenqing's courtyard. Now, they were at the entrance, continuously watching these insects, and could not drive them out of the regent's residence. So they went together to Wenqing's courtyard. Originally, they thought that when Wenqing started to use his abilities, he wanted to drive the insects away, but they found that he was in a room with Shang Wanyan. Looking through those books, I indeed felt that they were using their abilities in this room, but it seemed they weren't doing much. Why don't we go into the room and take a look? After all, they were reading. If two people went in, it wouldn't disturb their research, and perhaps they could help them find something in the books. The regent didn't hesitate much and directly entered Wenqing's room, looking at the books on the floor and saying, "Aren't you worried about the insects outside, harming the surrounding citizens? Why aren't you trying to remove these insects, but are just sitting here looking? Is there anything written here about how to drive the insects away?" Wenqing did not expect that the two would come to his room, and it seemed that the underground trees were not related to them. Could it be that the two could stay and help him find a solution? However, this was also based on the books from the regent's residence, so he discussed it with the regent. A few days ago, he visited your study and found that there were records about these races. We should see if we can find a way to link them to these bugs and drive them away from the regent's residence. The books taken from his study do not need to be referenced, as he had read them all, especially the books about races, none of which he missed. There would be no records about the bugs from outside, because he had already reviewed these books several times before they were sent to his study, and occasionally looked through a few after they arrived. He had never seen these bugs. Hearing that the regent had finished reading them all, Wenqing felt a bit disheartened. Could it be that they really could not drive these bugs away immediately? However, these bugs were even more terrifying than the zombies they had encountered. Moreover, the bugs had already entered the city and even surrounded the regent's residence. Their numbers were greater than those of the zombies, and if they were not driven away, the common people would probably be bitten by these bugs. He felt very sorry for getting the regent's book dirty, but the book changed color after falling into the water. Originally blue, it turned golden after being submerged. When he saw the color change, Wenqing felt a glimmer of hope, so he wanted to quickly use his ability to finish reading the color-changed book. However, when he took the book out of the basin, there were no words on it, and he was once again disappointed. The woman beside him said to Wenqing, "Why must they drive the bugs away? As long as they ensure everyone stays far away from the bugs and does not get bitten, then they won't have big holes in their bodies. Is it enough to just guarantee that they won't be bitten?" He only put the bugs into a wooden barrel, but the bugs came out and bit Shang Wanyan. Now, Shang Wanyan still had 2 large holes in his hand that hadn't healed, and he had to quickly drive the bugs away. I will look for a solution again. Since this book can change color, it means that there must be something written on the color change book, only we can't see it now. Just like before they threw the book into the water, they didn't know it would change color. The woman was furious, asking why they must drive the bugs away. She thought these races were good. When she arrived at the regent's place, she had encountered these bugs. The bugs asked her where they could find a safe place, and she thought the regent's residence was the best, so she brought the bugs along, only not letting them come to the regent's home with her. Originally, she just wanted to find out what abilities Wenqing had to kill the zombies, but now that she wanted to eradicate her feelings for these races, she felt there was no need to investigate Wenqing's abilities anymore. She could just kill him directly. So she used her magic to change the aura within Wenqing's body. When the elder of their race sensed Wenqing's ability through the aura, it was continuously trying to discern what ability Wenqing was using, but suddenly felt that the aura in Wenqing's body had changed. Who was trying to alter something within our race. When the aura sensed the change, Wenqing spat out a mouthful of blood onto the golden book, which fortuitously allowed him to directly connect with this book. Wenqing fainted from excessive bleeding. After she passed out, she found herself in front of a vast, white expanse with a golden book placed before her, identical to the one she had held outside. She approached and opened the book, discovering that it contained a wealth of information. While researching the insects surrounding the regent's mansion, she unexpectedly came across something that resembled the woman brought into the palace by the regent. It seemed that these were indeed mutated creatures, but they were transformed from vampires. However, why had they become vampires yet did not feed on others' blood? Instead, they even helped the regent enhance his abilities. Now she realized that the woman was a transformed vampire, which terrified her even more. She understood that this time, they had to deal not only with the insects outside the regent's mansion, but also with a vampire. When Shang Wanyan saw Wenqing faint from blood loss, he began to worry. The woman and the Saint King had all gone outside. After Wenqing clarified the species of the insects outside while in a coma, she quickly awakened. However, instead of driving the insects away from the regent's mansion, she spoke to Shangwan. I have turned misfortune into fortune. This book is now integrated with me, and I can find all the differences within it. I also saw the woman in the book. She is indeed an abnormal person, transformed into a vampire. Chapter 142. Solution. Upon hearing Wenqing mention vampires, Shangwan thought of zombies because they had suffered significant losses from the last zombie incident. If these vampires were even more powerful than the zombies, they would face a tougher challenge. Moreover, the vampire was currently residing in the regent's mansion, and the regent trusted her completely. I think we should trick that woman out, otherwise it will be very difficult to kill her. Since we have confirmed she is a vampire, the regent should be informed as well. It was the regent who kept her close. If we deceive the woman without explaining to the regent that she is a vampire, he would certainly be angry with us for directly killing her. However, Wenqing hesitated about informing the regent that the woman was a vampire. If we directly tell him that the woman he brought is a vampire instead of a normal person, he won't believe us. Therefore, I think we should first reveal her vampire form. This way, the regent will be scared and will want us to kill her quickly. They felt it would be wrong to blindly kill a woman, especially since there were many commoners around and so many insects surrounding the regent's mansion. They should prioritize clearing the insects first, as the vampire did not seem to pose a threat to the people in the mansion or the commoners outside, at least for now. However, it was uncertain whether she would eventually harm them. But the insects outside were indeed harming the commoners, and many people within the mansion had also been injured. If they didn't clear the insects soon, there would be no one left in the capital. Nevertheless, Wenqing's ability to obtain a book that contained all this information made Shangwan quite happy for her. However, when Wenqing showed him the book, he couldn't decipher the words on it. It seemed that only those who received this opportunity could understand what was written. Since that was the case, he didn't need to look at the book anymore, as they already knew what the woman and the insects were. They just hadn't found a way to break their abilities yet. Perhaps he should go out with Wenqing. They might discover new abilities to deal with everything and remove it from the mansion. After all, the arrival of the vampire was too sudden, and they couldn't kill a vampire in front of the regent. However, they also couldn't allow a vampire to linger around the commoners. Before leaving the regent's mansion, they had to clear the insects outside. Since the insects were brought by the woman, perhaps they could find a way to drive them away from her. While the two were thinking about how to remove the insect from the vicinity of the commoners, news suddenly came from the regent. He learned that the girl had fainted from overexertion while reading, so he sent over some good things, saying, "After you drink this medicine, you will definitely not faint for fatigue again." Wenqing also knew that the regent would never give him toxic medicine, so he wanted to bring this to relieve fatigue, as he had taken too much of the medicine. However, just as he placed the bowl next to his nose, he detected a smell of blood coming from the medicine. Looking at the servant who had brought the medicine, Wenqing asked, "What did you put in the medicine? Why does it smell like blood? You can't possibly say that the regent took blood from someone and put it in this medicine for me to drink, right? He wasn't someone who made medicine. He was only responsible for delivering the medicine prepared by the regent to Wenqing. So how could he know whose blood it was? Moreover, he didn't even know if there was blood in it. So he said to Wenqing, "This medicine is good for your body. Just rest assured and drink it. Our regent wouldn't harm you. Have you forgotten that a few days ago, when you were poisoned, if you hadn't been staying in the regent's residence, would you have been able to wait for Shangwan to come and bring the antidote for you to take?" Wenqing's expression when speaking to him seemed to reveal that he could only survive because they had occupied the regent's residence, which he really disliked. If it weren't for the antidote brought by Shangwan, he indeed wouldn't have survived, but what did this have to do with those princesses? It was completely unrelated to the regent. However, since the medicine had already been delivered and was beneficial to his health, he might as well drink it directly. After all, the blood inside shouldn't be any poison. After finishing the medicine, Wenqing said to Shangwan, "Let's quickly go outside the palace to see what these insects really are. But this time we must bring something convenient, or else those insects will crawl onto us and bite us again." When mentioning the word bite, he was still worried about the places where Shangwan had been bitten. He looked at the spots on Shangwan's hand that had been bitten and found that the holes hadn't grown much larger, which made Wenqing feel much more at ease. However, this time he really didn't dare to let the insects bite Shangwan again. although the bitten spots would only result in 2 holes and wouldn't kill them. Wenqing felt that they needed to find something to defend against those outside insects. But when he was trying to find materials to make clothes that could protect them from the insects, he encountered a problem. Chapter 143. One strike to eliminate. We really don't have any strong materials to make clothes that can block those outside insects, so we still can't go out. His skills were impressive, and he had encountered many opportunities, but he still hadn't obtained the ability to transform into different clothes. However, Shen Wanyan probably didn't have it either, since this was an ability that only girls should possess. Even if Shen Wanyan had powerful materials, he couldn't create clothes out of them. But just when he was feeling dejected and wondering if there was anything else that could block the outside insects, Shen Wanyan brought him a set of goose yellow clothes. Who says no one can transform clothes? I have already collected many hard materials outside, didn't you know? I just went out and used those hard materials to create these clothes. However, he could only create clothes of the same color as the materials, so he could only make a set of yellow clothes for him. Make do with it for now. When we find prettier colors later, I'll make you more beautiful clothes. Wenqing was quite surprised by his ability to change clothes. It seems you have quite a few special abilities, but I have never seen you transform anything. I thought this kind of special ability was something only girls could have, but I didn't expect you to have this ability as well. However, Shen Wanyan wasn't hiding it from him. It was just that they hadn't found a need to change clothes before. Now that they encountered Shen Wanyan, he openly handed him a set of clothes. After changing, he prepared to go outside with Shen Wanyan to deal with the bugs. When they reached the courtyard and opened the door, they were met with a swarm of bugs. Wenqing braced himself, knowing that the longer they stayed inside, the more bugs would gather outside. When they first went out, there were already a lot of bugs, and now there would only be millions or even billions of them. Wenqing took a deep breath and opened the main gate of the Wangfu. Indeed, those bugs had already crawled all over the gate. If the key wasn't cleaned off, the entire Wangfu would be overrun by the insects. Wenqing really wants to say that the regent in the Wangfu is indeed carefree, only thinking about being with women. He doesn't even consider how things are at home. If these bugs crawl into his room, let's see how he continues to enjoy his time with the women inside. We should quickly get rid of the bugs. If we don't, and they can't stay in the Wangfu, they will crawl into Bai Xing's home. If it involves Bai Xing, it will be difficult for us to deal with them. Wenqing dared to directly handle the bugs, because she was wearing clothes made of very hard material, and managed to pull them off. However, this time they also considered that after getting rid of these bugs, there would be no other place to put them. So when they came out of the yard, they had Shen Wanyan create a very hard bug shell. The bug shell that came out looked exactly like the bugs, and the smell inside the shell was also the same as the smell on the bugs. This way, when they were placed inside the bug shell, the familiar scent made them not feel like they were captured, and they would obediently stay inside the shell, allowing them to throw all the bugs away. They still needed to think of other ways to eliminate the rest, but being able to clear this part was already a good outcome. Much better than waiting for them to collectively occupy the Wangfu. They didn't know what method to use to clear the bugs inside, so they were currently keeping them contained in the rush guest area, planning to think of other methods later. Or they could just throw all the bugs at the city gate, so they wouldn't have to see these bugs in the homes of the common people or in the Wangfu. Shen Wanyan looked at the bug shells in their hands and said to Wenqing, "We've only tried to cut them with knives or attack them with everything. But we haven't tried burning them in fire. Maybe they're really afraid of fire. If we throw them into a big fire, they won't struggle anymore." Wenqing hadn't thought of using fire on the bugs. If the bugs inside the shells were indeed very afraid of fire, then they could just take a bunch of torches and burn the bugs outside. That way, they wouldn't even need to clear the seeds outside the Wangfu. They could just burn them all with a big fire. So now they should research at home how to completely kill the bugs inside the bug shells. After the poison was resolved, Wenqing gained a new special ability, which was to conjure flames directly in his hand. With this ability, he could use the insect shells he had to summon flames and test whether he could burn the insects to death. He placed one insect shell in his hand, knowing that if he used too many, he would need to summon more flames. Since he had just detoxified, using all of his abilities would consume his energy. So he only placed one shell to conserve energy. Soon, flames flickered in his hand, and he poured out the insect inside. This was a significant risk for him. If he couldn't burn the insects, they would crawl onto his hand and bite him, creating a hole. Fortunately, The insects seemed to be very afraid of fire. Upon contact with the flames on Wenqing's hand, they were immediately burned away, and Wenqing was overjoyed. It seemed they could be cleared out quickly, but there were still many insects outside the Wangfu. If they burned them one by one, it would take a long time. However, if they set a large fire on the Wangfu, it would destroy the place, and there were many valuable items inside that hadn't been moved out yet. Chapter 144. Refusal to implement. Quickly find someone to call the regent and tell him that we found a way to clear the insects at the Wangfu entrance. If he continues to stay with the woman and doesn't look for solutions, we'll just set the Wangfu on fire. Regardless of the right or wrong, protecting the people is the most important thing. If these insects attack the citizens, they won't care how many valuable items are in the Wangfu. They will just set it ablaze. After all, the items in the Wangfu were not theirs. They were captured by the regent. Now, if a fire burns all the valuable things inside, they wouldn't feel sorry about it. The one who should feel sorry is the regent. But he's still with that beautiful woman. It seems he really likes that woman, but wasn't he supposed to use her to enhance his special abilities? But even if his abilities are enhanced, what good is it if he doesn't help the citizens? So he should come quickly. If he doesn't, I really can't hold back from unleashing fire. Just when Wenqing couldn't contain himself any longer, the regent finally arrived in disheveled clothes at his courtyard. I heard from his servants that you found a way to clear the insects. What method did you find? If your method can't clear these insects, then you can't just run rampant in the regent's residence. Let me figure out how to get rid of these insects. They were causing trouble in the Wangfu, but it was the regent himself who was causing the chaos. At this time, he was still with a woman, seemingly unaware that the safety of the citizens was the priority. The Holy Dragon King wanted to hear what method they had found to burn the insects. So, Wenqing directly took out the insect shells they had collected. If we use a big fire, we can burn all these insects, but there are still so many outside. If we set fire to them, it will definitely burn down the Wangfu. So he wanted to ask the regent how to clear the insects outside. The regent would certainly not want his residence burned down, considering he had so many treasures inside. Plus, if the Wangfu was gone, where would he live? He couldn't just find an inn to stay in. Besides, the palace couldn't spare him a new place to live, so he absolutely wouldn't allow them to burn his residence. If you want to burn my regent's residence, that's out of the question. I won't stop you from clearing the insects, but you must ensure that not a single piece of wood from my regent's residence is lost. If even one piece is lost, you can just run into the fire yourselves and burn to death. Wenqing didn't understand what was wrong with the regent. Didn't he previously say he would do anything for the people? Just because this woman has come to the regent's residence, he is now trying to protect it at all costs? But if the regent doesn't let us burn this place down, then these pests will continue to thrive, as we have only found a way to get rid of them by fire. So we hope you can sacrifice some treasures from your regent's residence and allow us to set the manor on fire. Wenqing believes that it must be because that woman has come to their house, which has turned the regent into a cold-blooded, heartless vampire. Although the regent was like this before, he would still consider the people. Now, having turned into a vampire, he cares nothing for the common folk and only thinks about the treasures in his royal mansion. Sacrifice? I tell you, no one can touch my regent's mansion. If you dare to set fire to my regent's mansion, I will kill both of you immediately. Shangguan Yin feels that something is very wrong with the regent. If before he could say something like killing himself, he could still accept it. But now he wants to kill Wenqing just because she wants to burn his mansion. That is something the previous regent would never do. So what kind of spell has that woman cast on the regent to be able to say in the mansion that she wants to kill both of them? Shangguan Yin looks at the regent, who has become unrecognizable, and says to Wenqing, "We have already notified Baixing, telling them not to go out or touch those bugs. These bugs shouldn't bite the common people. However, we're not in a hurry to drive these bugs out of the regent's mansion. We will let the regent think carefully about whether to burn the bugs with fire." Wenqing was anxious. They had already found a way to eliminate the bugs. So why weren't they allowed to use it? Was it because there were many things belonging to the regent hidden in this royal residence? As he pondered about arguing with such a king, the vampire woman entered. When Wenqing saw her face, which looked exactly like the one in the book, he no longer wanted to say anything more to the regent. However, when the woman saw him, she immediately activated her ability's aura, which began to take effect within Wenqing's body. Because he had just used his special ability, it rebounded against him. Why did it feel like my body was floating upwards? If I hadn't used my special ability to increase my weight, I wouldn't be able to stand on the ground right now. When the aura activated above Wenqing's body, it lifted him upwards. After all, vampires like to fly in the sky, and now Wenqing's weight was also decreasing like that of the vampire. If the aura was not removed from his body, Wenqing would soon become like the vampire. But they had no idea that the woman had already set up the aura in her body. So they couldn't even think that her current weightlessness and ascent were caused by her actions. Shangwan Yin immediately grabbed Wenqing, fearing that he was truly floating upwards because of an issue with the ability within him. The regent looked at Wenqing and asked, "Haven't you already been detoxified? Why are you still experiencing such changes?" Chapter 145, True Face. Moreover, since no one had used their special abilities on Wenqing, how could his weight suddenly become lighter and he float upwards for no reason? Wenqing is already anxious. His feet have floated slightly off the ground. If there weren't someone pulling him down, he would have probably been controlled to fly up into the sky by now. "What exactly did you make someone give me to drink just now? It had a bloody smell in it. Whose blood did you get it from?" Warm feelings about her body's changes reminded her of the woman brought to the royal palace by the regent, who was also a vampire and intended to use her to enhance her special abilities. It is very likely that the regent extracted blood from her body, intending to enhance his own special abilities as well, which is why he offered her a bowl of blood. She thought that after drinking it, perhaps her special abilities would also be enhanced like his. But can vampire blood be consumed casually? When she saw a book, she learned that although vampires often drink others' blood, they do not have blood in their own bodies. The only place with blood is in their necks, and if that blood were to be extracted and consumed, it would not benefit the person's body. It would only cause their bodies to slowly transform into something like a vampire's fairy tale. If the poison from drinking the blood is not resolved in time, they would really become a vampire. However, the regent was very surprised when he heard her say that she drank the medicine someone prepared for her. "When did I have someone prepare medicine for you? And how could there possibly be a taste of blood in the medicine? Have you ever heard of any medicinal material that tastes like blood?" They were all people with special abilities, so they had certainly heard of various medicinal materials. Wenqing looked at the woman standing next to the regent, thinking, "Isn't that a vampire?" Moreover, he was investigating vampire blood, so if it has nothing to do with the regent, then it must be the woman who manipulated the regent and had someone bring him a bowl of medicine. He had also heard that vampires could use disguise techniques, so perhaps she transformed into the regent to deceive those subordinates. But why would she make him drink her blood and then assimilate him to become the same kind of vampire? Wenqing thought of the medicine he had drunk and said to the regent, "You really have been deceived by the woman beside you. Don't you know that this afternoon she had someone bring me a bowl of medicine? That medicine contained blood. I thought it must be her own blood. How could it possibly be your blood, regent, that she fed me?" Shang Wanyan had already heard Wenqing say that the woman was a vampire. So upon hearing Wenqing say he had drunk the vampire's blood, he became very frightened. Will drinking his blood cause you to mutate and become the same race as him? What if his race affects your special abilities? Wouldn't that mean you could explode and die? Every person's body is different, and each race has its own unique abilities. If one were to accept an ability they shouldn't have, their body might explode due to their race, causing their special abilities to disappear. Wenqing didn't know whether his special ability would conflict with that of a vampire, but he had already drunk the blood. Now, he just wanted to eliminate the vampire, rather than arguing about whether it would affect his body. "Regent, you still don't know that the woman next to you is a vampire, do you? If you keep her in the royal residence, you will also become a vampire, and by then, you might not even be worthy of the title of regent. You dare to deceive me. You claim to be a fox spirit. Don't you just want to get close to me and then approach this woman in the regent's residence?" That day, the deal made in the carriage was for him to help him get close to Wenqing, and he would rely on his fox spirit's abilities to enhance his own special powers. Before revealing the special abilities contained in Wenqing's body, they had already exposed the fact that he was a vampire, and the woman looked at everyone in the royal residence. "So what if I am a vampire? I have long known that my identity as a vampire would be discovered by you. So I've already done something to everyone in the royal residence. Now, as long as I activate your special abilities, each of you will become a vampire." Wenqing had no idea that he had made his move so early, and now that everyone had been affected by him, he was really afraid that the woman had triggered special abilities. If they turned into vampires, They would truly lose their sanity. The woman directly pulled the regent over. You are quite impressive, so while I was enhancing your skills, I also enhanced my own. Now I can be considered the vampire queen. If you're not afraid of becoming a vampire, then you can let them use their special abilities to capture me. How could the regent not be afraid? He didn't want to become a creature that was neither human nor ghost, and have to suck others' blood all day long. So he said to Wenqing, where did you get his vampire identity? There's nothing above that explains how to deal with this kind of vampire. He also knew that being threatened by the woman like this meant that if he allowed everyone to give up their special abilities, it would only let these vampires gain ground. With one vampire beside them, there could easily be a second. Moreover, there were so many bugs outside. It seemed to really be related to the woman. He should have listened to Wenqing earlier and cleared all those bugs away. Now those bugs had already entered his regent's residence. As soon as a swarm of bugs came in, they could bite everyone inside and create big holes in their bodies. If there were special abilities to deal with these vampires, then there would be no need to call the regent over. They would have exposed his vampire identity in front of him. However, now that the regent was captured, if he couldn't protect the regent, then they wouldn't need this regent's service anymore. When you brought him over, you made sure to ask everything clearly. Chapter 146, Collective Threats. What do you want? The condition he raised in the carriage was to see what special abilities Wenqing had in her body. He said he would have it. Wenqing's body pushed out a kind of halo. Now the two of them had done so many things to enhance their special abilities. It seemed they had already assimilated into vampires. However, he didn't want to become a vampire. You see, I've been at the regent's residence for so many days, and I've only been with the regent, not getting close to any commoners, so there's no blood from any commoners. Indeed, he hadn't harmed a single commoner. But what did he want to do? Did he take a fancy to the special abilities in his own body and want to extract them to transform into their vampires? After all, having special abilities in his body meant he wasn't afraid of the vampires inside. However, Guanyin didn't want Wenqing to go with these vampires. He has already formed a halo in your body. It might be suppressing your special abilities. Didn't you say you felt lighter and wanted to fly up into the sky? That's his doing. But Wenqing felt that getting the vampires out of their capital was the most important thing now. It didn't matter what halo he had formed in her body. However, Guanyin didn't want him to leave the regent's residence and said to Wenqing, I don't think he is just simply forming a halo in your body. There might be more he has done to your body. Didn't you say you drank his blood? Becoming a vampire was a very scary thing. After all, they didn't understand the vampire kind and race at all. It was even stranger than zombies. If Guanyin left the royal residence, who would clean out these bugs? After all, there were so many valuable things in his royal residence. If he burned it down, he might hesitate for a long time, and during that hesitation, the bugs might have already bitten the commoners. The woman saw that Guanyin didn't allow Wenqing to leave with him and said, there are so many commoners outside. I'm not just controlling the people inside the regent's residence, but also many of the commoners outside. These bugs were brought by me. Coming to the regent's residence was not simple, and now that he had already controlled so many people, they could rapidly turn them into vampires. So why should we let you take Wenqing away? The woman was not afraid of what Guanyin said, as he now had complete control. If I can't take Wenqing away, then I'll directly let these bugs turn around and go into the commoners' homes, biting big holes in their bodies. Can you comfort those people outside, even those without special abilities? Guanyin knew in his heart they couldn't do it, because if even one commoner's body had a problem, those bugs would cause panic among everyone. My special abilities are stronger than Wenqing's, so researching my special abilities is more valuable than researching Wenqing's. This was not about whose abilities were more valuable. If their vampire clan wanted to evolve, they must obtain the blood from Wenqing, because only by drinking her blood. The regent heard Guanyin say he wanted to go with Wenqing to the vampire's lair and directly said, but the woman also threatened the regent, saying, don't forget that I'm controlling not only these people with vampire abilities, but also you, regent. So as long as I activate my abilities, you will all become vampires. Chapter 147, Angering the Regent. From what you're saying, we really have to go with you today, right? If we don't go with you, can you really turn us all into vampires? Guanyin did not believe that vampires had such great power. If they really had that kind of power, they wouldn't need to disguise themselves as humans and come to the regent's residence with him. Even deceiving the dynasty's identity by claiming to be a human or another race without revealing the fact that they were vampires. If they were really that powerful, they wouldn't need to turn into humans, but could directly come to the regent's residence and capture Wenqing. Moreover, if he claimed he could turn them into vampires, wouldn't that be even easier? Why go through all this trouble? So he was definitely lying. He couldn't activate that kind of ability to turn them all into vampires. Shang Guanyin was even less afraid of him now, so when he spoke to him, it was filled with a provocative tone towards the vampire. If you can extract the ability you placed in Wenqing's body, we can let you leave the regent's residence safely. Otherwise, we will face the vampire race. The woman was very angry, wondering why they didn't believe he could activate this ability and turn them into vampires. He had practiced this in his race before. The elders told him that once this ability was mastered, it could make everyone in the world into vampires. However, he had only practiced a little, not enough to have such great power to turn everyone into vampires. But he had indeed already placed something in the abilities of several people nearby, and it was very likely they would turn into vampires together in a short time. If you don't believe it, I'll activate my abilities right now and turn you all into vampires. While speaking, the woman still felt a bit unsure if she could really turn them all into their race. After all, this ability was only learned from the elders. But there was no one on their side to let him use his abilities to turn someone into a vampire. Therefore, it had never been realized, and he didn't believe that this time he could successfully turn Wenqing into a vampire. Shang Guanyin looked at the woman who didn't dare to use her abilities and said, "Hurry up and turn Wenqing into a vampire. If you can't do it, we might have to use our abilities to throw you out of the regent's mansion later. By the way, that group of bugs outside was also brought by you, right? If you don't get rid of them, you all might die in the regent's mansion." The bugs outside had been tormenting him and the common people for several days. He had even been bitten by the bugs, and there were 2 big holes in his hand. If the woman didn't take him away, he would really have to use his living abilities to kill all the bugs. The woman was very angry. She wanted to try to push her skills to turn Wenqing into a vampire, but when she quietly used her abilities, she still didn't manage to turn Wenqing into a vampire. However, she couldn't let them see that her abilities were ineffective. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to threaten them anymore. Why has it taken so long? Why haven't you turned Wenqing into a vampire yet? If you don't do it soon, I really will throw you out. Originally, Shang Guanyin couldn't be sure if her skills were effective, but now seeing the woman pretending to use her abilities, it seemed that her powers weren't very useful. While she was using her abilities, Shang Guanyin formed a circle of white light in his hand and placed it above the woman's head. This light circle was invisible to vampires. It was like the silver light circle that vampires could not see when they tried to manipulate Wenqing's body. When the vampire prepared to push his abilities again, he found himself surrounded by a light circle, which was somewhat similar to the circles of their kind. He looked at Shang Guanyin in surprise. "When did you put this light circle on me? Get off me quickly." Vampires hated being bound by such things, and being surrounded by the light circle made him wish he could torture his vampire self to death. Shang Guanyin looked at the vampire surrounded by the light circle and said, and he still doesn't know why the vampire came to the regent's mansion to investigate what special abilities Wenqing's powers might have for their kind. He needs to investigate what these vampires really want. But Wenqing looked at the vampire captured by the light circle and thought that Shang Guanyin shouldn't let him leave the regent's mansion with so many common people around. She had also seen in books that the vampire race feeds on others' blood. Maybe if she let the woman out of the regent's mansion, he would harm the common people outside, just like those bugs. Now that the bugs hadn't been driven away, especially from the regent's mansion, they still didn't know how to deal with them. How could they let a vampire go free? I think vampires are even scarier than the bugs outside. You should lock him up in the regent's mansion's dungeon, and the regent brought this woman over, so she might be useful. If they wanted to let the woman go, they had to inform the regent. The regent had already left the regent's mansion in anger after learning that the woman was a vampire and not a fox. Chapter 148. True Form Revealed. You can't just be like the regent, enchanted by this woman's beauty, and then send her away from the regent's mansion, without a reason to stop them. Wenqing could only speak randomly, but Shang Guanyin would not be swayed by the vampire's beauty. If she were a fox, perhaps she could charm him as a fox spirit, but she was a vampire, such a terrifying existence. If she stayed nearby, she might suck a person's blood while they were asleep. No matter what, Shang Guanyin wouldn't be attracted to her. They had already stayed in the regent's mansion for quite a while, and if the common people knew that there was a vampire hidden in their king's mansion, they would likely panic even more. The woman trapped in the light circle couldn't stand it any longer. She was about to turn into a vampire. Wenqing saw her showing a pair of fangs that were several times larger than a normal person's teeth. If you don't want us to break your fangs, then leave the regent's mansion now. If you dare to break the light circle, or use your abilities to harm the common people on the way out, you will die in this light circle. Although the woman was a vampire, she knew to be cautious of those who could harm her. So she was willing to leave the regent's mansion, and naturally, she wouldn't stay near the regent anymore, because she couldn't control her abilities to turn everyone into vampires. And the regent had already discovered she was a vampire and had gone to the court. Wenqing was very worried when letting her go, and as soon as the woman really left the regent's mansion, she began to worry about the bugs surrounding the mansion. The regent hadn't told them whether he could burn down his mansion when he left. If he couldn't burn it down, would he just let those bugs crawl all over his mansion? So they could only use the light circles to send the woman away. But the bugs were still surrounding them. There were so many treasures outside waiting for them to collect, which should be worth more than what was in his mansion. So why not just burn down the mansion? Wenqing felt that nothing was more important than the common people, even if burning down the mansion would provoke the regent's anger. But if these bugs weren't burned, they might soon scatter and invade the homes of the common people instead of staying in the regent's mansion. Now, they should take advantage of the fact that the bugs were still surrounding the regent's mansion and eliminate all of them to avoid harming the common people. Wenqing had already said this, and Wenqing and Wenqing both pushed their abilities together, releasing a large fireball from their hands. The fireballs directly burned the wooden structure of the regent's mansion, quickly incinerating a large portion of the bugs. If they didn't burn the bugs, they didn't know how to eliminate the bugs around the regent's mansion. Who allowed you to burn my house? Didn't I say to lock the woman up when I left? You not only let her go, but also burned my house down. Have I been too indulgent with you, thinking you can use your abilities recklessly in my regent's mansion? Even though he had agreed to let her go, mainly for the sake of the common people, he could sacrifice his mansion. But there were still many important things inside that he hadn't taken out. Those were not treasures, but were crucial for his abilities. He had to take them out before allowing them to burn down the house. But without saying a word, they had set his house on fire while he was at the court, and now those important things might have already been burned. Looking at the house that was still burning, the camera rushed out directly. He wanted to retrieve that important item. How could he talk about this with Wenqing? Even if he really liked Wenqing, he was unwilling to share this item that enhanced his abilities with anyone, not even with the Wenqing he liked. Chapter 149, Origin. Wenqing is a bit curious about what he has hidden in the room that he doesn't want others to know, but it is also very important to him. Wenqing looked at Wenqing with concern. The fire was already raging, and the regent was running inside, but they had no special abilities to protect him. Otherwise, they would both go in to take a look. Before they left, they also sought the regent's opinion, asking whether the royal mansion could be burned. If they wanted to find something, then Wenqing could go in to help the regent, and he could wait outside. Wenqing really didn't want Wenqing to enter the royal mansion, especially since there was such a big fire. Moreover, Wenqing had been plotted against by a vampire, who had put something into his body that would control his abilities. If he went in and the vampire tampered with what was inside him, Wenqing could very likely die in the fire. Therefore, if they wanted to help the regent find something or pull him out, it would be better for Wenqing to go in alone. The fire inside was quite large. He could help find whatever was needed inside the room. He had the ability to control water, so if the fire reached him, he could extinguish it in time. Having many abilities was Wenqing's privilege, but he had none to protect against the fire. If the fire really burned everything down, the regent wouldn't be able to extinguish it either, which was why he was unwilling to let the regent go into the fire to retrieve items. But the regent didn't need Wenqing at all. If it weren't for the large bag he had released, Wenqing wouldn't need to go in to find anything, so he didn't need to pretend to be concerned. If he really wanted to help him retrieve something, it would be better for him to go into the fire and not come back. Wenqing often said this, so he just stood in the courtyard. If the fire got too close, he would go back in to help. He tried to retrieve something from the drawer, but the flames had already reached his desk. If he wasn't there to take it out, the items would be burned. However, when he opened the drawer, he found that the item used to enhance his abilities was missing. Who stole my things? Who came into my room and took my ability-enhancing items? None of you are allowed to leave the regent's mansion. After shouting a few times in the room, the regent planned to go outside to find someone and question who had stolen his items. Wenqing saw that the regent was falling apart. He knew from the moment he came out of the room that he hadn't found his things. But how important could that item be? It wasn't directly related to his abilities, and wasn't it more important for them to ensure their own abilities were safe? The regent had spent so many days with women and hadn't damaged his abilities, so why was he in such a hurry? After all, the regent was also making sacrifices for the people. Once the regent rushed out, Wenqing asked him, "Did you find your things? If you did, let's get away from the regent's mansion quickly. It seems these bugs feel that the fire will burn them, and they're all crawling outside now. We need to make sure this place is completely engulfed in fire to keep them from coming out." The regent was retreating, paying attention to the burning mansion, still thinking about how to burn it down completely, having already lost his items to the flames, and still feeling it wasn't enough. Wenqing quickly pulled the woman back. If the regent pushed a little further inside, Wenqing would be pushed into the fire. He rubbed his shoulder, which had been shoved by the regent. "Why are you pushing me? If you haven't found your items, just tell me. I already said I would accompany you to find them. And now that you can't find them, you're blaming me. If you think the lost items are valuable, then I can just give you all my money." These items couldn't just be obtained with money. After all, treasures that enhance abilities were quite rare. How many rare monsters did they have to kill to get these treasures? Now they were either being burned by the fire or stolen by someone. The regent looked at the people coming out of the mansion. "Who went into my room today? There are so many valuable things in my mansion. Why did you have to steal the blue diamond I kept in the drawer? That blue diamond is the rarest of all, and now that someone has stolen it, I truly want to kill all the servants." The servants insisted that no one had entered the regent's room, so they had no idea who had stolen the diamond. Wenqing stood before the servants. "Wasn't it the woman you brought that was always in your room? And she's a vampire with special abilities. You mentioned that the blue diamond could enhance your abilities. It indicates that she must have been tempted when she saw it, and then stole your blue diamond." However, after he revealed the woman's true nature, the person who had been caught suddenly turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared from a court, indicating that the one pretending to be a capable person could also be a vampire. "By the way, after you mentioned she was a vampire, where did she go? We can't just let her leave." Chapter 150. Confused relationships. The warmth indeed made the vampires leave the royal palace. After all, keeping the vampires in the palace was not beneficial for the common people or the regent. Moreover, the vampires had been cohabitating with the regent for so long. Who knows if the regent might see the vampires as his wives and hesitate to kill them. We have let them go, but we still don't know where their kind is residing now. We need to eliminate the pests first, and then we can go look for those vampires. Wenqing felt that vampires were definitely harder to deal with than zombies. "Why did you let him go? You all said he was someone brought by the king. So you should have kept him locked up in the Shengshi Wangfu. Even if you burned down my Wangfu, he should have stayed there. Moreover, it's really a pity that he lost such a large diamond that could enhance his abilities." After the regent prepared to go find the vampire with those two, he looked at Wenqing. "Once the vampire was released by you, he would surely anger the elders of their race, and they would soon come to bully these commoners. You should be ready to eliminate the vampire." Wenqing certainly knows that after angering their elder, they will definitely come to find him, along with Wenqing. So, he plans to eliminate these bugs before going to find their race. However, he should inform the people from the court first. He wants to ask the court whether this time they will have Wenqing go with him to eliminate the vampires, or if they will send a few people with special abilities to search for the vampire race together. But just as they were watching these bugs being eliminated and thinking about where the vampires might exist, one of the bugs suddenly transformed into a woman right under their noses, and she was completely naked. However, no one saw her transform from a bug into a woman, and she just lay at the entrance of the prince's mansion. The woman, who appeared childlike, stared blankly at the regent's mansion, and her eyes lit up when she saw Wenqing. She had her own aura, and then she noticed the bite marks on Wenqing's hand, which had 2 large holes. She immediately pounced on the big hole on Wenqing's hand. "You are my husband, right? You have my scent on you. You must be my husband." "Husband? Why are you standing with other women?" Wenqing felt bewildered. Where did this naked woman come from? And why was she holding on to Wenqing and calling him husband? The key point was that she was tightly gripping Wenqing's hand, which had been bitten by a bug. There were two big holes in it, and if the woman reached out any further, she would directly poke into the large hole in Shang Wanyan's hand. Shang Wanyan was very anxious. After all, it was quite strange for a stranger to call him husband. If he hadn't encountered this woman while standing next to Wenqing, he would have just kicked her away. But now, this woman was naked and hugging him, and if he kicked her away, wouldn't that mean both the regent and he would see her exposed? Moreover, he couldn't let her keep holding onto his arm, so he directly pushed her towards the regent. What husband? I haven't even married a wife yet, so don't call me that randomly. If you really want a man to take you in, go look for the regent. He took in a woman last time at the regent's residence. Although she was a vampire, the regent seemed quite satisfied and kept her in the palace. So, if you're even prettier than that woman, surely the regent would keep you in the palace too. Why are you calling me husband? What gives you the right to push her onto me? Did you marry a wife elsewhere? Is that why this woman is calling you husband? Then why are you still clinging to Wenqing? Since it had come to this, the regent wanted to make things difficult for Shang Wanyan. Seeing him stand so close to Wenqing and not pushing away the woman in his arms, he lifted the woman's chin so she could properly look at Shang Wanyan. The woman, who had transformed from a bug into a human, obviously understood nothing. She only knew that this was a being of the same kind as her. However, she sensed the related aura. It wasn't about looks but the scent on them. That man indeed had the smell of her husband, so he must be her husband. Joyfully, she called out husband again and said to the regent holding her, "He is my husband. I can already smell my husband's scent on him." But why are you pushing me to you? Does that mean he doesn't want me anymore? Wenqing was a bit angry. Could it be that Shang Wanyan was really hiding from him and looking for other women? If that's the case, then he didn't need to be with Shang Wanyan anymore. He would just tell the regent king. Since Shang Wanyan had matters to handle with his wife, then there was no need for him to join us in finding vampires. Let him be with his wife. The regent king and I will go find the vampires together. The regent king immediately pushed the woman he was holding back to Shang Wanyan. This is your wife. You need to take good care of her. Don't come running back into my arms next time, saying that I stole your wife. Shang Wanyan would rather jump into a pit of fire than hold another woman, and this definitely wasn't his style. He had so many memories, but he had never seen this woman before. This woman might have been tricked into coming by the regent king and then framed against him. Chapter 151. Misunderstanding deepens, Wenqing. You have to believe me, I really haven't married this person. I don't know why she calls me husband. Maybe she just thinks I look like her husband. And she's a bit silly, which is why she keeps hugging me and calling me that. Shang Wanyan was really afraid that Wenqing would misunderstand, so he didn't dare to let the woman touch him at all. However, Wenqing no longer believed him because the regent king had repeatedly confirmed with the woman whether Shang Wanyan was her husband. Even if it was a case of mistaken identity, there had to be another man in this world who looked like Shang Wanyan for her to make that mistake, but he had never seen anyone as handsome as Shang Wanyan, so it definitely wasn't a mistake. You don't need to join us in finding vampires. If you really want to deal with the vampires again, then you can act alone. I and the regent king don't want to deal with the bugs in the royal residence anymore, so the two of us will go find the vampires. Take care of this woman. The bugs over here had almost been dealt with, and there was no need for them to keep an eye on things anymore. The fire would burn as it would. So the regent king took Wenqing to find vampires, while the woman kept clinging to Shang Wanyan, not letting him go find Wenqing. Shang Wanyan told the woman, "I don't care why you keep hugging me and calling me husband, but I am definitely not your husband. If you are mistaken about who I am, then go find the authorities. But if you are a trick from the regent king trying to ruin my relationship with Wenqing, then I will trap you with my abilities." The woman looked quite pitiful. She just wanted to find her husband for a moment. Why had it turned out like this? And why did her husband say he wasn't her husband when she could smell his scent on him? You're my husband. Don't deny it. Why you keep looking for that woman? Do you like her? If that's the case, I will bite her to death. Anyone who tried to steal her husband must be bitten to death. Shang Wanyan found the word bite strange, but realized that this woman might harm Wenqing. So he used his abilities to trap her. Since you insist on harming Wenqing and want to follow us, then you can stay in this light sphere. Anyway, the regent king's residence has so many subordinates here. Whenever the fire is put out, I will let you out of the light sphere. The woman watched her husband go to other places from inside the light sphere, almost crying out of anxiety. Why wouldn't her husband acknowledge her and take her with him? What was that woman? When Shang Wanyan left the regent king's residence, the skills in the light sphere were a bit diminished because he hadn't considered that the woman could also be sinister. So, the woman, who had transformed from a bug, used her abilities in anger to shatter Shang Wanyan's light sphere, then followed the scent to find him. All the way, she thought that Wenqing was someone who was trying to steal her husband, so she remembered Wenqing's appearance and planned to use her abilities to kill Wenqing. Although she had come out with the Regent King to find vampires, she also knew that the Regent King wasn't a good person, so along the way, she diligently searched for vampires without looking at the Regent King even once. Why didn't you say anything? When you were with Shang Wanyan, you discussed this and that. Can't you discuss vampires with me? Wenqing didn't think there was much to discuss, and he didn't want to hear about Shang Wanyan right now. Just the thought of Shang Wanyan reminded him of that woman. Although it was unclear whether she was indeed Shang Wanyan's wife, the fact that she could get close to him meant that Shang Wanyan must have done something. Looking at the regent, Wenqing said, "Since you want to discuss it, why don't you tell me where Xie Wei is? Aren't you often with him? You should be familiar with his scent and be able to recognize it, right?" Wenqing and Shang Wanyan had both seen what the regent and the vampire were doing in the room, so he felt confident that he could help identify the vampire. However, the regent teased, "If you want me to help you find the vampire, then you can't be with Shang Wanyan anymore. Look, he already has a wife now. How can he be with you? He deceived you before, but now that his wife has come, he can only be with her and can't act with us anymore." Just as he was about to say more about Shang Wanyan had already shaken off that woman and came over to Wenqing. "Don't listen to this nonsense from the regent. I haven't even acknowledged you. Do you really not know? That woman could never be my wife. It's strange that she suddenly appeared here. And don't you think it's odd that she's standing at the regent's door without clothes?" Wenqing also felt that it was unusual for the woman to suddenly appear at the gate of the royal residence, and she was acting like a mad woman, insisting that Shang Wanyan was her husband. However, he was troubled by the fact that she kept calling Shang Wanyan her husband, which was why he didn't let Shang Wanyan join them. Now that he saw Shang Wanyan had shaken her off and was chasing after them, Wenqing felt it was difficult to catch up with Shang Wanyan. "You say he is not your husband, so why is she clinging to you instead of directly approaching the regent and calling him her husband?" Although Shang Wanyan was now following her, it didn't mean he was indifferent to the woman suddenly clinging to him. Shang Wanyan sighed and wondered if this could be a woman hidden away by the regent in his residence. And now that the regent's palace had burned down, he let her out. But since she had been hidden away for so long without clothes, she came out without any. If she really isn't your wife, then let's go look for the vampire together. However, how did you end up with that woman? I think she would still cling to you. After all, she keeps calling you her husband. Shang Wanyan said that the woman had been left in the regent's residence and was trapped by a light ball, so she definitely wouldn't be chasing after them. But then he heard the woman calling him her husband from behind. "Why did you leave me alone in the palace while you ran out to find this woman?" Chapter 152, Entanglement. Shang Wanyan, of course, disagreed with the woman coming along, saying, "You really have the wrong person. As for why I have the scent of your husband on me, I don't know. If you really want to find your husband, I've already told you, go to the authorities and stop mistaking people." Warm-heartedly watching the woman repeatedly cling to Shang Wanyan and call him husband. It's unclear whether Shang Wanyan has really married her behind his back, or if the woman is just a fool who calls anyone husband. However, if this woman is not dealt with properly, then there is no need for him to continue his relationship with Shang Wanyan. After all, if he has someone calling him husband while being with Shang Wanyan, it seems like he is intruding on their relationship. Following a woman who constantly calls you husband, do you think I would feel comfortable about that? So you don't need to look for this person right now. First, resolve the issue of why this woman calls you husband, and then you can join us in finding the vampire. Wenqing's words were meant to suggest that they should stop following him. Shang Wanyan looked at the regent. The regent had always been fond of Wenqing. If he spent these days searching for the truth about the woman's husband and then sought out Wenqing to find the vampire, he would undoubtedly take action against Wenqing. Therefore, he couldn't bring this woman along, but he also couldn't let the regent be alone with Wenqing. He had to come up with a win-win solution. No, the path to find a vampire wasn't one I couldn't accompany them on. I've already said that this woman's husband is not me. I would use my powers to send him away, but you must not believe her mistaken claims about her husband. At this moment, the regent stood up, and people said that he carried the scent of her husband. What was there to misidentify? I see you want to be with Wenqing, but don't want to acknowledge the woman you married before. Shang Wanyan had soul transcended and had somewhat accepted his previous memories. However, he had no impression of ever being married, so it was absolutely impossible for the regent to have married a woman. He just wanted to ruin his reputation in front of Wenqing by making him admit he was the woman's husband. Just as he was about to let the woman follow the regent, darkness enveloped them. You all already know I'm a vampire and still dare to come here. Now, you've reached the territory of us vampires. No matter how powerful your abilities are, you won't be able to leave our domain. Shang Wanyan heard the voice coming from the darkness. The vampire should be above them now, right? Don't forget, I could transport you away with just one light sphere. If you don't come out of the darkness now, I'll create another light sphere, and you'll still have to let all the races out. The vampire hid in the darkness, and, as Shang Wanyan said such arrogant words, he recalled that he hadn't used his abilities on Wenqing yet at the regent's mansion. Shang Wanyan took the initiative and transported it away with his powers. If the elder hadn't arrived in time, he would have been swallowed by Shang Wanyan's powers. Looking at the elder beside him, he said, "It was he who used his powers against me, and he has always been by Wenqing's side. If I wanted to control Wenqing with my powers, he would come directly to control my body with a light sphere." He clearly remembered giving Wenqing a certain medicine when he first arrived, and even giving him vampire blood, which could absolutely control the woman's body and turn her into a vampire. But when he activated his powers, he found that they had no effect on Wenqing's body, which must have been Shang Wanyan's doing. The elder examined what powers existed within Shang Wanyan's body, so he controlled the light fibers in Wenqing's body to transfer to Shang Wanyan's body. And this process of transferring using light circles went very smoothly. However, when he tried to use the light sphere to probe Shang Wanyan's body, he found that the light sphere was forcefully bounced out of Shang Wanyan's body. Wenqing was surprised to see the small glass ball fall out of Shang Wanyan's body, and the woman who had been calling him her husband directly picked it up. "This scent is so familiar. It seems to be the same as my mother's. Where did you get this glass ball? It seems to have fallen out of my husband's body just now. Husband, do you know where my mother is?" Wenqing felt that holding the glass ball and speaking with a sense of conscience was simply insane. This glass ball had inexplicably fallen out of Shang Wanyan's body, and it must have been left inside him by the vampire when it left. "You should hurry up and throw the glass ball down." Wenqing hasn't seen through her true form as a bug yet, but the things left by the vampire will definitely harm the woman, so he wants her to take the vampire's items away from her hands. However, when the woman hears Wenqing asking her to throw away her mother's belongings, she explodes with anger. "It's one thing for you to always stand with my husband, but why do you want me to abandon my mother's things too? You're a wicked woman, and I'm going to smash you to death with this light orb." Wenqing didn't know what to say, but the light sphere was really thrown at his head by the woman. However, Shang Wanyan would definitely use his supernatural ability to stop it. But when the supernatural ability and the light sphere came into contact, a lot of blood spilled out from the light sphere. As expected of a vampire, they always have to deal with such things. Moreover, I remember that when I was at the regent's mansion, someone also fed me a soup that seemed to contain blood. Wenqing clearly remembers the taste of that medicinal soup and even asked the person delivering the medicine, "Where did you get this blood from?" Presumably, this person is not someone sent by the Vampire King. The woman looks at the shattered orb with sorrow. "Why did you break something so precious? Without the glowing orb, how am I supposed to find my mother?" He acts like a madman, trying to pick up the broken pieces of the orb and put them back together. But as soon as he holds the shattered orb in his hands, before he can even piece it together, it turns into some ashes. Shang Wanyan, seeing the blue glowing grass tortoise, realizes that the object was tricked with intention. He always felt that no matter how capable vampires are, they shouldn't possess abilities like theirs. But why could they create a glowing orb? Looking at the broken orb, the vampires are very angry. If they had known, they wouldn't have tried to use the orb to turn them into vampires. Chapter 153, pretending to be a hostage now that the orb is broken, and they will no longer drink that bloody medicinal soup. If they want to deceive them again, they need to change to a new identity, because their vampire clan can only grow into others' bodies from close range, and their abilities have already been discovered the first time. It will not be easy to integrate into their bodies a second time. After all, this time they brought a new person who is a vampire, so they will definitely be on high alert. If they try to exert their abilities on strangers, they might really miss the chance. The elder knows this is troublesome, but he hadn't considered that vampires would be sent to the regent's mansion. Before he could extract the inner elixir from the regent's mansion, he discovered their vampire identities. And now that the orb is shattered, they have no way to investigate. The vampires not only have elders, but also a throne, which belongs to this woman. However, because he was the first to gain abilities in the vampire clan since childhood, his vampire powers are not very strong. That's why they wanted the woman to get close to the regent to steal his inner elixir, which would enhance his vampire abilities. Let them stay in the vampire territory for now. What if they're killed by other vampires? In that case, I won't be able to obtain their inner elixir, or they won't be able to transfer their abilities into my body, so it's better to let them drink first. The vampires said to let them stay in our territory for a while. No one can suck their blood. Once the orb inside their bodies emerges, Wenqing feels that no one is restraining his abilities anymore, and he directly unleashes the fire. Since they know the vampires are staying here, let's just burn their place with fire. After burning, the vampires will have no place to hide, and they will naturally reveal themselves. However, the woman doesn't know what that fire is. When Wenqing throws the fire onto a piece of wood, she reaches out to touch it. After she touches the fire, it quickly burns her hand away, but she doesn't feel any pain. The regent frowns tightly, watching her burn hand. What exactly is she? Why isn't she afraid of the fire? Moreover, when you look at her hand after it was burned, it didn't turn black, but simply vanished. This reminds Wenqing of the time in the regent's mansion when there were many insects surrounding them. To exterminate the insects, they used a great fire to burn them. And those insects were not left with their bodies after being burned. They all disappeared. But if the woman were transformed from an insect, then when he burned her with fire, she should have reverted to her original insect form, but she didn't change. This can only be asked to Wenqing, since the woman has always been clinging to him, calling him husband. Go ask him what race she belongs to. I think she definitely isn't human. Once we find out her race, we will understand why she has been following us and calling you husband. Wenqing didn't want to ask her. If he did, wouldn't she become even more obsessed with calling him that title? We don't need to know what race she is. Just knowing that she is very afraid of our fire is enough. If she wants to harm us, we could directly unleash the fire and burn her. So let her follow us for now. Once she realizes I am not her husband, or if she finds her true husband, she will stop following us. Wenqing saw that Wenqing was so determined and already knew that the woman was calling her husband inappropriately. However, they were currently facing the vampire regent's mansion, and the bugs over there. She didn't know how many had been eliminated by their fire. Now, with this woman constantly shouting in their ears, he was really in a bad mood and just wanted Wenqing to either ask her or drive her away. Since you don't want to ask, then let them follow us. If the vampire encounters him, he will definitely want to protect you, his wife. If he doesn't protect you, it would be ungrateful. Wenqing looked at the woman whose hand had been burned badly and really didn't want to protect her at all. But since he didn't want to ask the woman, he had no choice but to let Wenqing keep her here for now, though he warned her not to touch the fire again. The regent searched the woods for a while. If there really were vampires here, they should have come out when the fire spread to this area. Or if they thought they could drink our blood, they would have come out long ago. Yet there were still no vampires in these woods, nor any abilities to trap them. Why was that? On their way to find the vampires, Wenqing had already told him everything recorded in that book about vampires. Vampires, by nature, love to drink others' blood. But because they cannot be in the sunlight, they only drink blood at night. However, as the human population has increased, they no longer dare to drink blood casually and have to stay within their own territory. So he thought that when they appeared here, the vampires should easily smell the blood on them. Since the vampires are unwilling to come out, then we might as well burn everything here. After all, their homeland is only that small area. Once it's burned down, where else can they hide? Wenqing felt that vampires had nowhere to hide. Even if they had supernatural abilities, those abilities were not very effective. If they could truly activate their powers, the woman would have turned him into a vampire long ago at the regent's residence. Instead of saying she could turn them into vampires and then being controlled by Wenqing's abilities. Chapter 154 Similarities. Since this is the case, let's all activate our powers and set a big fire to destroy the vampire's lair. The elders left behind were very angry when they saw them using their powers. They wanted to meet Wenqing because, although their vampires had abilities, the powers they could actually use were very minimal. If they could bring Wenqing over, they should be able to unleash their powers this time. However, Wenqing was not brought over. Instead, they were here to burn down their lair. He shouted to those setting the fire in the vampire's lair, "If you dare to destroy our lair, we will send all the vampires to occupy the homes of the common people. We will drain all the blood from the citizens." You must have seen the records in those books. If we vampires start drinking blood, those people will all turn into vampires. Those turned into vampires by them would be no different from walking corpses, just like the zombies they encountered a few days ago, which had no ability to take care of themselves and possessed no intelligence. But Wenqing was not afraid of being turned into a vampire because he believed these vampires, like the vampire queen, were powerless. So he shouted at the lair, "If you really don't want us to set your place on fire, then quickly transform into a vampire and bring out those who want to activate my powers." The elders were unwilling to bring people out, as that was their vampire queen. So they had to find a small vampire and say, "Now someone wants to take our vampire queen away. So we can only find a vampire to imitate our queen and hand them over. Otherwise, they will burn down all the places where we vampires live." Looking at the small figure, he sighed. This child resembled their queen, but was much younger. However, if they didn't send him as their queen, their vampires would face a disaster. Soon, he directly changed the child's appearance. When the child saw himself transformed into the vampire queen, he cried and wanted to ask his mother for help. But the elders sealed his memories and made him look even more like the queen before handing him over to Wenqing. "This is our vampire queen. You must quickly extinguish these fires and are not allowed to use your powers to harm our kind anymore." Wenqing looked tenderly at the woman brought by the regent, who looked very similar to him. The vampire handed her over to the regent. After all, they had shared the same bed. So the regent should be the most familiar with the scent of vampires, which is why he gave the vampire queen to the regent's office. The regent didn't seem interested in women at all. If he hadn't inquired at the court, he wouldn't have known. Wenqing was right. Otherwise, he would have had to say a few more words about the vampire queen while he was at the Holy King's residence. If you really want to determine whether he is a vampire, as you said, vampires like to suck blood, just extend your arm to him. If he leans on your arm and bites it, then he must be the vampire queen. Wenqing really wanted to say that the regent was foolish. All the residents here were vampires, and since they were all vampires, they all liked to drink blood. How could he use this method to judge them? But now that the elder had sent their vampires over, it was fine, regardless of whether they were the queens or not. He just needed to take them away first. He wanted to use the vampire queen as bait to catch bigger prey, and after taking the vampire queen away, he wanted to study how to find out what vampires were afraid of. This way, when he really found their lair, he could directly eliminate all the blood without worrying about the possibility of vampires harming them during the process. However, when he wanted to take the vampire away, the woman refused. "None of you are allowed to touch the vampire." While he was still lamenting when the light orb shattered, he discovered that the vampire queen's scent overlooked just like his mother. So she must be his mother. When Wenqing captured her, he almost wanted to kill himself. Since he had caught his mother, he might also use the same lethal method to deal with his conscience. Therefore, he had to snatch his mother away from Wenqing. "He calls you husband. You take him away from me, so he won't interfere with my search for ways to deal with vampires." But after Wenqing had Shangguan Yin take the woman away, he wanted to use his abilities to create a place to stay here. But when he was about to bring Xiaowei in, he heard the howling of wolves. It seemed that this place was still not safe. Did they really have to change their residence here? Because the place they were living in was created, if wolves really came here, they could directly rush in. Moreover, they didn't know if these wolves were normal wolves or if they had been altered by abilities. If they had been changed by abilities, they would also use abilities. And CUTIE that mean that combined with the vampire clan, they could easily harm them. When the elder heard the wolf howls, he was very happy because these wolves were summoned by their vampires using unique methods. This was no ordinary thing. If they stayed in the vampire's lair, they could use these wolves to eat Wenqing and the others. Shangguan Yin was still holding on to this woman, wanting to throw her out. But Wenqing said they couldn't leave her in the vampire's lair. So now, he really wanted to rest here and let Wenqing change the house first. Let's move in first. If there are really wolves with abilities, I'll keep watch here all night. Whenever you figure out how to deal with the vampires, we can handle these wolves then. If they haven't figured out how to deal with the vampires and call the wolves over, it could make handling the vampires even more difficult. Wenqing thinks that dealing with the vampires is the most important thing right now. After all, the bugs over there have already been taken care of, And the most harmful to the people are these vampires. They can directly assimilate the people into their own kind. The wolves, on the other hand, may kill some people, but they want to use their abilities to harm the civilians, turning them into one of them. So he took the transformed house and brought the vampires inside. After receiving the summons from the vampires, the wolf clan hurried to their lair. These wolves have all been nourished by the blood of the vampires, so they have a slight tendency toward vampirism. However, they also possess abilities so naturally during the process of using their powers. They are already able to transform into human forms. Have you encountered any trouble? Didn't Tiwi say during the division of abilities that if no one provoked your vampire clan, you would turn against us? The vampires had also been invaded by others before, but they managed to handle it themselves, so they didn't alert the wolf clan at all. This time, summoning the wolf clan over was certainly because the vampires could not handle this trouble themselves. The elder sighed. It was indeed quite a big problem. He just wanted the wolf clan to strengthen their abilities together like them. But instead, he provoked Shengwanyan. He had indeed tested Shengwanyan's abilities earlier, and this person's powers were extraordinary. If they erupted, they could probably destroy their entire clan. He originally wanted to secretly send the vampires to their side and then steal their abilities, but it seems at this time, not only could they not learn their skills, but it was also very likely that their vampire clan would face annihilation. We vampires really need your help, Wolf Clan. Do you see the house ahead? It suddenly appeared in the place where we vampires live. The leader of the Wolf Clan was also very curious about the person who suddenly appeared in the vampire's dwelling. Moreover, when vampires deal with humans, it's just about drinking their blood. Why are they still afraid of their abilities? So he transformed into a wolf and entered the house that Wenqing had transformed. Wenqing was studying the vampire he had captured, so it was Shengwanyan who was watching outside. He saw a wolf coming and immediately caught it. He thought the calling place was very far away, but he didn't expect to find their house so quickly. The wolf clan members all had abilities, but he didn't expect Shengwanyan to catch it so easily in the courtyard. However, it couldn't transform into a human form now. Otherwise, Shengwanyan would definitely skin it alive, so it could only carefully maintain its wolf appearance. Shengwanyan knew Wenqing was worried that these wolves might have abilities, but they had no way to test the animal's abilities, so they could only keep this wolf for now and hand it over to Wenqing after he finished studying the vampire. At this moment, the regent also came out of the room. He looked at the wolf that Shengwanyan was holding and said, "In a place where vampires reside, how could these wolves possibly have abilities? You know that vampires are bloodsuckers. If they catch the scent of a wolf, they will come directly and drain all the blood from the vampire. It's likely that there are vampires inside wanting to suck the blood from this wolf, and it hid in our house to escape those vampires. It probably doesn't have any abilities anymore, so just let it go." Shengwanyan sneered, questioning when the regent had become so soft-hearted. They hadn't clarified the situation with this wolf yet, and he was basing his assumptions on the idea that the wolf had no abilities and wanted to let it go. That was absolutely impossible. Seeing that he was unwilling to release the wolf, the regent called over the woman who was entangled with Shengwanyan. "Look at how cruel your husband is. Now he wants to kill the wolf in his hands. If you don't take the wolf away from him and give it to me, I'll let it go." When the woman looked over, she was indeed startled to see the wolf in Shengwanyan's hands. "Husband, quickly put down that wolf. The regent said that if you keep holding on to it, it might bite your hand. You see, last time you didn't know what you touched and got a big hole bitten in your hand. If this wolf bites you, it could take off your leg." Upon hearing the woman call him husband again, Shengwanyan angrily threw the wolf away, but at the same time, he didn't forget to use his ability to confine the wolf. Looking at the confined wolf, he said to the woman, "If you call me husband again, I'll confine you with my abilities as well. Have you seen my abilities? I can not only kill, but also transform people into other things." As he threatened the woman, she became so frightened that she shed her skin and turned into a bug. This left both the regent and Shengwanyan stunned as they looked at the bug on the ground, reminding them of the bugs that surrounded the regent's mansion. Seeing the woman who had been calling him husband for several days had turned into a bug, Shengwanyan found it very amusing. "I've already said I can't be anyone else's husband. I guess this bug has been following us, which is why it kept calling me husband. Now that it has turned around, let's quickly find a way to contain it and hand it over to Wenqing." But before they could find a shell to contain the bug, The wolf that had just been released into the circle transformed back into a woman. Shang Wanyan was surprised to see the wolf turn back into a woman. He wondered if she would call him husband again. However, contrary to his expectations, the woman did not call him husband. Chapter 156, Plans and Schemes, but she seemed very infatuated with Shang Wanyan's beauty. Guan Yu, why did you confine me in this circle? Hurry up and let me out. Is it because I don't look very good? Wenqing had just dealt with the vampire and hadn't yet seen the insect shell in Shang Wanyan's hand when another woman appeared. Who let her in? Didn't I say this is a house created by my ability, and only we can stay here? If you let any more women in, then there's no need for the one who called you husband to stay here. The Regent King realized what was happening and handed the insect shell to Wenqing. The woman had just transformed into an insect in front of us, and I think it's probably her ability, which already existed, and then absorbed your fire, allowing her to become a woman. As for this woman, after turning human, she chased after Shang Wanyan, calling him husband, and we don't know why. Wenqing held the insect shell, looking at the insect trapped inside, feeling the fluctuations of its abilities. Moreover, it was also confined within a light sphere, which must have been created by Shang Wanyan using Yineng. If the woman entered their courtyard targeting the regent, Shang Wanyan would just watch the joke from the sidelines and wouldn't use his abilities to trap her. However, if the woman was coming for Shang Wanyan, he would definitely activate his powers the moment she spoke. After calling Wenqing's sister several times, the woman seemed to become more casual, addressing everyone present. Wenqing could no longer tolerate it. Whoever brought him into the courtyard should deal with it. The regent was waiting for Wenqing to get angry. After all, if Wenqing was angry, it would definitely be directed at Shang Wanyan. So after Wenqing finished speaking, the regent took the insect shell from his hand and handed it to Shang Wanyan. Isn't this your light sphere? And the insect inside is yours too. You should deal with both. Then the regent rushed towards the woman, glancing at the vampire Wenqing in the room, who seemed to be doing nothing to the vampire. He didn't know how the research was going, but he still wanted to see how Wenqing was handling the vampire's blood and what results he had obtained. You got the vampire's blood. What results did you get from it? Can we attack their lair now? The regent thought about the person who deceived him and was eager to eliminate the vampire's lair. However, Wenqing shook his head in disappointment. The vampire's blood carries strange substances, and their abilities seem even weaker than ours. We really can't analyze anything. Shang Wanyan, who was left outside, said to the woman in the light sphere, I know you're a wolf. It's useless to entice me from within the light sphere. Quickly transform into your wolf form and tell me who sent you to our courtyard. The wolf spider didn't expect Shang Wanyan didn't like her human form, so she transformed back into her werewolf appearance. Shang Wanyan looked at her, somewhat dumbfounded. However, considering the vampires present, it was understandable that these werewolves had some abilities too. The werewolf also knew that Shang Wanyan's powers were formidable, so they had to be driven away from the place brought by the vampires and had to negotiate with the elders again. After using his werewolf abilities to attack Shang Wanyan's light sphere, he immediately transformed into a very small wolf and ran out of the light sphere, then out of the courtyard. When Shang Wanyan saw the werewolf run away, he had no choice but to eliminate the insect inside the shell. However, when he saw the insect inside the shell and thought of the woman who had been calling him my lord for so long, he felt a bit reluctant to burn it with fire. But he didn't want to leave any room for the insect. If these insects survived and produced more, it would harm the common people. So he directly released his abilities and burned the insect with fire. Just as his skill was unleashed, the vampire queen suddenly appeared with the insects. However, she brought the insects to the regent's mansion because she also wanted to stay there. So she wanted to leave a living space for the insects, which is why she brought them along. Now that the other insects were all burned, only this one insect survived, and she absolutely couldn't let Shang Wanyan burn it. When Shang Wanyan saw a vampire come out that looked exactly like the captured vampire, he relaxedly threw the insect out of the shell, allowing the vampire to catch it. However, Shang Wanyan's powers also harmed the vampire. It turned out that the vampire the elder gave them was a fake queen. The real vampire queen was still in their lair. Shang Wanyan realized they were deceived and quickly informed Wenqing that these ghosts were fake and that they should stop Wenqing from further research and write to him. They needed to retake their lair. They were also very angry about being deceived by the elder, so that night, They threw the vampire given to them by the elder directly to the entrance of their courtyard. However, they were watching. If they hadn't been watching, the elder would have certainly taken it away. The elder would definitely be unable to resist coming out of their lair when he saw them humiliating the vampire. And when he encountered the news, they would directly capture the elder as well. Wenqing thought this way, so after they dealt with the vampires at the entrance, they hid in other parts of the courtyard. The hypocritical elder had been watching outside their lair all along. It was just because vampires couldn't go out during the day that when he saw a vampire throne at the entrance at night, he immediately used his powers to conceal himself and ran to the entrance of Wenqing's courtyard. After the vampire elder came out, Wenqing and Wenqing used their two same-sex abilities to jointly attack the elder, capturing him directly. Chapter 157. Scheming in the Heart. So you are the elder of the vampire clan. After capturing him, Wenqing brought the elder into the house he had created using his abilities, fearing that the elder might use his powers to escape from the house. Making it difficult for them to catch him again, they created a cage with their abilities and placed the elder inside. Once inside, he felt like a little pet in the cage, looking at Wenqing with hostility. Why am I locked in a cage? I am a noble vampire. Your powers should belong to us, which is why I had our vampire queen collect your abilities. It's just that this time, I made a small mistake and didn't manage to steal your powers. Once we figure out how to steal your abilities, let us see how you can still trap us vampires. The elder, trapped in the cage, was very angry and accidentally revealed the reason for sending the vampire queen to the regent's mansion while looking at Wenqing. Wenqing was very surprised. What other methods could there be to steal someone else's abilities? Looking at the vampire elder, he took out his own items and then mixed a bit of the vampire elder's blood into it. I wanted to see what abilities were inside the vampire elder's body. And from the records in the book, I also saw that vampires shouldn't have abilities. However, the vampires we encountered this time all had abilities, which was strange. I mainly wanted to investigate the blood inside his body to understand why vampires hundreds of years ago did not seem to have abilities, yet after hundreds of years, they had undergone such significant changes upon encountering them. Wenqing knew that he should keep an eye on the vampires here, so he let Wenqing go to another place while also using his own abilities to subdue the wolf tribe. The wolf tribe and the vampires were locked in the same place. The elder sighed as he looked at the woman from the wolf tribe. They had locked us in a cage. How could we get out? Although he was a noble vampire, the age of the vampire clan surpassed his own. If he really activated his abilities, even if his powers were high, he would still be unable to deal with Wenqing and Wenqing together. And what could the poor wolf tribe come up with? If they could really handle the two of them, they would not have been captured by their abilities as soon as they approached this house. Let's just stay in the cage for now. After all, they only want to study the blood of your vampire clan, so let them study it. We should wait until night when the vampire and wolf tribe people discover that we have been captured by these two. The elder did not want to wait for their vampire secrets. If Wenqing discovered them, how could they continue to explore their abilities? So he could not just sit in the cage despondently. He had to find a way to get out, preferably taking Wenqing with him when he did. But when night came, he still had not found a way out of the cage. Wenqing had to keep watch in the courtyard. So he did not observe them in the cage, but the regent came over. Looking at the vampire elder, he asked how they managed to send the vampire queen to the court and deceive the people there, saying that the vampire's identity was actually that of Fox. Even more despicably, they claimed that their race had something that could enhance their abilities, which was why he merged with the vampire queen. The elder smiled mysteriously, saying that since you have already merged with our vampire queen, if she accidentally becomes pregnant with your child this time, then regent, you will not be able to handle matters in the court. They were trying to deceive the people in the court, claiming that vampires could enhance abilities to send people in. But unexpectedly, they did not send her to the emperor, but rather handed her over to the regent. However, the regent seemed to have greater power. If the queen could conceive the regent's child, then the vampires would gain some prestige. But the man was very angry, saying that vampires were not good beings and did not deserve to have his children. Moreover, he liked Wenqing. How could he allow a vampire to have a child? After each time the two of them practiced enhancing their abilities, he would have someone deliver a special ability-enhancing potion to the vampires. He never left after the potion was delivered. Only after ensuring that the potion had entered the vampire's body would he leave. So, even though the two had merged, The matter of having children was absolutely impossible. The vampire elder cursed, "Beast, this is our vampire bloodline. Do you dare to give our queen medication?" When Wenqing heard him mention bloodlines, she had already entered with the blood of a vampire. She looked at the regent, who was now furious upon seeing the vampire elder, and he asked, "What are you discussing here?" Since the regent had some connections with the vampire queen, Wenqing became a bit wary during his communication with the elder. The regent shook his head and said, "I just want to ask how they deceived the court and got the vampire queen inside. If the court hadn't passed that hurdle, the vampire queen wouldn't have come to the regent's mansion, nor would she have exerted her control over everyone's abilities." Although their control over the abilities was not very successful at the moment, if they made a breakthrough that day, they could directly turn them into vampires, which was quite terrifying. Since the inquiry was about the mutation of vampires, Wenqing didn't think too much and handed the research blood to the regent. The blood within their bodies was quite special. It seemed that this ability was not originally meant to exist in them, but had encountered a powerful individual. When the abilities scattered, they happened to enter the vampire's body, which is why they possessed these abilities, but because they didn't know how to use them. They had always been unable to control them. The scattering of abilities reminded the regent of an ancestor from a few years ago. That ancestor was said to be the strongest in abilities in the world, but during a battle, he was ambushed and his soul was scattered. However, his abilities still existed in the world, randomly falling onto everyone. It seemed that the vampires were quite lucky. They must have been nearby at the time, which is why these abilities fell into the vampire's body. But the vampires did not accept it. They believed they had received a baptism from others to attain these abilities, thinking their vampire clan should inherently possess such high enlightenment. Chapter 158. Long-standing conspiracy. You are talking nonsense. You must have made a mistake while studying our blood. Our ancestors could originally use abilities, but as it passed down to us, fewer people used abilities, which is why we gradually lost control over them. The elder's rebuttal to Wenqing was weak, and indeed, the abilities extracted from their blood were quite consistent with their abilities, making it impossible for these blood and the abilities within their bodies to merge. Looking at the nearby wolf tribe, who also had abilities, he had not yet studied their blood. Therefore, he wanted to see if their abilities had been baptized by others or if their ancestors could originally use abilities. If he wanted to analyze their abilities, he would have to study their abilities thoroughly. So later, you take the vampire's blood to find Shengwanyan, and I will continue to study the wolf tribe. However, he had not yet opened the cage and wanted to unleash the wolves inside. The house he created with his abilities began to vibrate. Since this house was formed using abilities, it carried some energy, and when it came into contact with the vibration, it did not shake along with it. Even if there was a large fire that burned the house, it wouldn't catch fire. Therefore, this vibration indicated something was abnormal. Someone was using abilities to damage the house, which caused this situation. He gave up on opening the cage and wanted to go outside to take a look, only to see a pair of red eyes surrounding his house. Quickly release our elder. If you continue to imprison our elder, we will release all our vampires and let the common people outside suffer. Now that the house was surrounded by vampires, he couldn't see the red eyes inside and could only see a cloud of black mist outside. Warmth looked at the red eyes floating in the sky. It was impossible for the vampire queen to say these things to Warmth. Besides, he had already made a deal with the demons outside. Even if Warmth's abilities were powerful, as long as he summoned the demon, Warmth would definitely not be able to leave this house. So when he was unwilling to hand over the elder in exchange, the vampire queen became furious, her eyes turning black in an instant. Since you are unwilling to hand over the elder, then you will completely assimilate into a race like vampires. The regent was terrified and quickly released his own abilities. Because he had previously merged with the vampire queen, his abilities carried a slight vampire aura, which fused and dispersed when the two abilities clashed. The mist transformed into multiple light circles surrounding both of them. Do you think our abilities have not been developed? Let me tell you, all your research on us vampires is wrong. That ability is definitely not something that comes from accepting someone else's psyche. It's just that our vampire abilities have been sealed, and now I have developed them. We vampires possess the most powerful abilities. You will all die here. However, Warmth believed that the research was indeed not wrong, but looking at the light circles surrounding them, they had not actually touched anything. It was also stated that one must study the abilities to understand why they are so powerful before developing their own. But they hadn't made contact with him. What had they encountered that allowed the vampire queen's abilities to be developed? The elder, locked in the cage, was very excited. Finally, we have encountered good fortune. The vampire queen is now blooming like a magnificent flower. The wolf clan was also happy for the vampire clan because the vampires had provided significant support to them. If the vampires' abilities could be greatly enhanced, it would mean security for their wolf clan as well. Moreover, as long as the vampire queen took warmth and the region away this time, he and the elder could escape from a cage. He didn't know if he would be captured by the vampires, so he was very worried and didn't dare to clash with the vampires, thus agreeing to let the vampires go. As long as you take the vampires surrounding the yard away, I will agree to open the cage and let them go. But he also knew that the vampire queen, who now had abilities, might not actually take the association away if he let her go. So he made another exchange for the elder's cage. Although your abilities have greatly improved now, you also know that our abilities are very high. No matter how much you enhance, it will only be comparable to our strength. If I don't open the cage, with your newly enhanced abilities, you won't be able to open it at all. The vampire queen also realized this. So when she surrounded their yard with vampires, she didn't directly injure Warmth. If she could truly match his abilities, she would have extracted Warmth's abilities directly. So when Warmth offered to exchange people, the vampire queen immediately withdrew the light circle surrounding Warmth, but the one surrounding the regent remained. Now, as long as you release the person from the cage, I will take these vampires away. Warm-heartedly, he hurried to let the vampire leave the yard. Otherwise, the vampire would absorb his abilities, so he quickly opened the cage. Chapter 159, Rumors Spread. Just as he was about to ask the vampire queen to release the regent, the vampire queen directly used her powers to take them all away. With no vampires blocking the way outside, Wenqing rushed into the yard. But by the time he reached the yard, they were already gone. Looking at the declining warm-heartedly, he asked, "Where did the regent and the others go? And what were those things blocking the yard door just now? They were pitch black, and I couldn't break through them with my powers. There aren't many things in this world that can withstand my abilities. So who exactly surrounded their yard?" Wenqing directly informed Wenqing about the unsealing of the vampire's abilities, as well as the fact that the regent had been taken away by the Blood Queen. It was understandable that the queen came to rescue their elder. But why did she also take the regent away from their courtyard? When she came to the regent's mansion, wasn't it to get closer to him with the regent's approval? If she wanted to take someone away, it would make sense for her to take you with her. The regent should have no value to her anymore. Logically, she should either leave the regent behind or take you away instead. Wenqing also felt the same way, and the regent's ability was probably useless to him, right? Although the two of them had merged as one before, their abilities did not fuse with each other. The ability of the Queen's Mark just now made her feel very headache. The key is that there are simply too many vampires here. If they were to fight the vampires for the regent, perhaps their abilities would conflict with the vampire's abilities, which could directly enhance their own abilities, making it simply not worth the loss. Wenqing was also much more troubled than Wenqing, so he first comforted him. Then, he took out a few pieces of broken stones from his sleeve. Wenqing looked back and realized how much time had passed. He still had the leisure to pick up stones in the yard. He ignored what Wenqing had taken out and instead used his powers to put away the cage he had created. Wenqing waved the stone in front of him. "Can't you recognize what the stone is? Do you remember when we burned down the regent's mansion with a big fire?" The regent was quite distraught, saying that the things he used to enhance his powers were still inside. If they burned them down, those enhancement items would also be destroyed. Could it be that this stone is used to enhance abilities? But I've never seen anything so rough related to abilities. The man smiled while holding the stone. It was indeed, as Wenqing said, and it could bring them significant benefits to their powers. So he raised the stone higher and crushed it into powder. "Later, I'll refine it into a medicine, and then you can take it, and your abilities will get a great boost. There should be many rare items for enhancing abilities nearby. I'll go look for more." He wasn't too worried about his own powers, but since Wenqing's abilities had been unstable due to the poisoning incident last time, he wanted to find as many as possible to stabilize them. "You've worked hard finding so many outside, and you also used a lot of your abilities when a vampire was around. I'll refine it into medicine, But after I make the medicine that can enhance abilities, you can't let me take it all by myself. They were surrounded by vampires, and it was possible that the vampires would come knocking again one day. So they needed to quickly enhance their powers to deal with them. Shang Wanyan didn't say much, but when Wenqing wanted to take the powder, he directly used his powers to summon an alchemy furnace and toss the powder inside. He found it amazing. He thought he would have to do it himself to refine the powder into medicine, but he didn't expect to solve it with his powers directly. In that case, he wouldn't need to help Shang Wanyan with anything. After waiting for a moment, the medicine was refined. He felt a strong energy from the pill. Hurry and eat it. There's still many good things waiting for us outside. Anyway, the regent and the elders have all been taken away by the vampires. Then quickly put away the house. Let's walk further to see if there are any good items to enhance abilities. If we really have to wait until night and you want to sleep, you can just use your powers to summon the house again. Wenqing obediently swallowed the refined elixir, instantly feeling warm currents flowing through his limbs. He knew his abilities had improved and quickly released his powers, causing the house to vanish with a wave of his hand. Having never seen such a magical stone in the world, he understood its rarity and cherished his abilities even more. The regent, taken away by the vampire queen, was not in a good situation either. After being brought to the vampire territory, many were drawn to his abilities, gathering around the vampire queen's house to watch. In their vampire society, the hierarchy was clearly defined. No one dared to take anything from their queen. If someone dared to steal, the elders would unite against them. So even though many vampires were interested in the regent, none dared to take him away. At most, they would steal a few glances at him next to the queen's house, then gossip and compare him with their own vampires. Chapter 160. Hospitality difficult to decline indeed. His beauty was incomparable, but the vampires did not dare to snatch him away, so they could only glance at the regent a few more times before leaving. The regent was also dissatisfied with being confined by the vampire queen. He looked at the woman who was continuously using her powers and asked. Seeing an elder trying to pull the regent up from the bed, he said, "Elder, please step outside for a moment. I have something to say to the man." He felt that the elder would be unhappy about leaving the regent behind, so he mentioned the matter of vampire abilities. Although we are currently cooperating with demons, they have only developed my abilities. Many of our vampires still cannot use their powers, so relying solely on demons is not enough, which is why I kept the regent here. The elder understood that it was necessary for him to stay. So he stopped arguing with the queen and drove away the vampires outside. "What are you doing near the queen's room? Didn't the queen just bring in one person? He is just a bit more handsome than us vampires. Why are you all here staring?" After the elder spoke, all the vampires dispersed. "What did the queen call that man? The regent, right? He really is quite handsome. I heard his abilities are strong. This time we vampires will rely on him to develop our powers. He is really both handsome and talented, much better than the vampires in our race." They all regretted not participating when the elder said to send someone to the court to lure the regent over. Otherwise, he would have been theirs, not left with the queen. But it was already settled, and perhaps the queen had already claimed their vampire prince, so they no longer coveted the regent's beauty. Left in the room, the regent looked at the woman and said slowly, "You've achieved your goal, so why keep me here? If you wanted everyone to be able to use their abilities, you should have brought Wenqing along instead of me." At that time, both he and Wenqing were trapped in a circle of light. He could have brought the light surrounding Wenqing to the vampires, but in the end, he brought himself instead. Looking at the vampire's smile, the regent furrowed his brows, recalling what happened between them in the palace, and shifted closer to the bed. As the vampire smiled, her clothes slipped down, revealing the marks he had left on her. The regent averted his gaze and said, "I brought you into the regent's palace, thinking you truly had the ability to enhance others' powers, but it turns out to be a deception. What is done is done. Let us pretend we don't know each other in the palace." Considering the woman's intentions for entering his palace were not simple, he mentioned the matter of vampire abilities again. "From now on, you go be your vampire. Don't ask me if your powers can be enhanced. I have no methods to enhance your abilities here. After all, you've seen that in this world, if there are any opportunities, they will fall to Wenqing and Shang Wanyan, not to me." The vampire queen ignored him and left the room. She had brought the regent here, but his usefulness had not yet been realized. She needed to find others quickly. Meanwhile, Wenqing had found many items to enhance abilities in the vampire's dwelling, whether stones or herbs. As night fell, he used his powers again to create a house. Let us not look for those ability-enhancing items for now. After all, the vampires are lurking nearby. If we haven't found those enhancing items by the time it gets dark, we should still be cautious of the vampires at night. It's well documented that they are most active then. Wenqing looked at the items they had collected, all meant to enhance abilities, and realized they had gathered quite a lot, almost a basketful. So they decided to stop searching and entered the room with Wenqing. However, with a whole basket of items, he couldn't possibly crush them all in a powder by hand. So he still needed to find something to use for refining elixirs, to put them in, and only then could the enhancing items be useful for Wenqing to consume. Watching him leave tenderly, she didn't stop him in the other room, then used her psychic abilities to conjure some water and clean herself up. Chapter 161. Mutual deference. It seemed like they were searching for something in the place where we lived, and as they searched, they suddenly conjured a house and entered it. Queen, should we go into that house and see what they are looking for from us vampires? The things they were searching for must be related to psychic abilities. So he wanted to carry out this order and entered Warm's home with the vampire queen's token. Perhaps he could also seize something to enhance psychic abilities. He had heard that the queen could now control her psychic abilities freely. The queen should soon be able to distribute this control ability to all vampires. So he definitely needed to acquire some items to enhance psychic abilities. Then everyone's abilities would be the same, but his would stand out, and the queen would surely pay attention to him. However, the vampire queen didn't want them to enter Warm's home since she had been there before, and it was heavily guarded with psychic defenses. If their vampires went in, being stopped outside would be a minor issue, but if they were harmed by Warm's abilities, he wouldn't know how to heal the vampires with his abilities. Let us not enter their room for now. You can't even get into that house. So stay outside and see what they want from us vampires. The vampire queen actually wanted Warmth and Wenqing to leave their vampire territory. After all, they currently had no intention of harming anyone, and they no longer fed on blood. The only thing that allowed them to thrive was to attack harmful entities. Therefore, once the vampire queen's psychic abilities were unlocked and she no longer needed Warmth, she didn't want them to stay there. However, Warmth was likely to harm the common people because of the vampires, so she kept guarding, wanting to subdue all the vampires. Just as she was about to send the vampires to Warmth's side to watch over them, she suddenly felt a surge of powerful psychic energy from their race. For a vampire like him, who desired psychic abilities, he would immediately rush over, but when he arrived at the source of the energy, he found it was Warmth's house. What kind of fluctuations were happening inside their house to produce such a loud commotion? No, I need to go in and take a look. The vampire queen wanted to know what was causing this energy, and she had also heard that these two had picked up many items in their territory. She thought this psychic energy might be related to their vampire items, so she was even more eager to go in. Now that she could control her psychic abilities, she could come and go freely in the house that Warmth had conjured. After leaving all the vampires outside, she exerted her abilities and entered Warmth's house. Wenqing, skilled in alchemy, could naturally sense the psychic energy emanating from these items, so he hurriedly took the chain out to bring to Warmth. The energy contained within was very profound, and if consumed, one's psychic abilities would greatly enhance. This was similar to the small pill Wenqing had given him during the day, and Warmth swallowed it directly. However, the energy of this refined pill was extraordinary, and he didn't dare accept it. I've already consumed so many pills you've refined. My psychic abilities have improved a lot today. Otherwise, why don't you take this pill? Moreover, he was always the one at the front needing to expend energy, and his abilities were the highest. Enhancing his powers was the best way to protect me. Since Wenqing's hard work was the best, he should be the one to consume this enhancing item. He snatched the pill from Wenqing's hand, trying to stuff it into his mouth, but was immediately restrained by Wenqing's psychic abilities. This enhancing item was originally refined for you. What else can I say? After complaining that the pill shouldn't be his to consume, he controlled the pill to try to send it to Warmth's mouth. The vampire queen, who had come into the courtyard, saw the pill hovering between the two of them. Although she knew the psychic energy was emanating from the pill, she was very eager to snatch it. However, now she was restrained by Wenqing's abilities. Although her abilities had improved quite a bit, they still paled in comparison to Warmth, who had used her abilities for many years, and Shang Wanyin, so she could only watch from the side. But seeing the energy within this pill made her feel restless. What is the point of dividing between the two of them? Why not just split in half? If they were reluctant to split the pill, they could just give her the whole thing. The vampire queen said this as she was about to reach out to snatch the pill from between the two. But since her abilities were not enough, she could only watch from behind a rockery. In the end, neither of them consumed the pill, and Shang Wanyin had to conjure a bottle to store the pill. Since you don't want to consume the pill right now, I'll store it for you. Just let me know when you need it. Wenqing let out a sigh. Shang Wanyin had given him so many things and was now helping him enhance his abilities, which made him feel very indebted. Wenqing spoke to herself, then conjured another room for Shang Wanyin, as the extra room that had just been created was already taken by the elixirs and could not be used for sleeping. So, she planned to let Shang Wanyin sleep in the newly created room. Meanwhile, hiding behind the rockery, the vampire queen had set her sights on the elixir that Shang Wanyin had placed in a bottle. Chapter 162. Objective achieved. The elixirs that Shang Wanyin had refined for Wenqing were not just one. If he could snatch this elixir that enhanced abilities, then their vampire clan would have hope. Therefore, he was always on guard against the elixir in Shang Wanyin's hands, waiting for him to loosen his grip on the bottle, thinking he might be able to take it using the abilities he had just acquired. However, he was overthinking it. Shang Wanyin was currently urging Wenqing to quickly consume the elixir. I still feel that it's wrong to keep the elixir stored away. After all, if we eat the elixirs we just refined, our abilities will be enhanced even more. So don't hold back. Just finish it, Shang Wanyin insisted, trying to force the bottle into her hands. Wenqing had no choice but to take out the elixir and eat one. However, when she looked inside, she saw that there were already more than a dozen elixirs that Shang Wanyin had refined. If she were to eat them all, although her abilities would be enhanced, her skills might not match her enhanced powers, so she really couldn't consume them all. She decided to take 2 or 3 and leave the rest for Shang Wanyin. I've eaten the elixir, and it's even more filling than a meal. You can have the rest. It's not enough for me to just enhance my abilities. If we reach a more dangerous place, and my abilities are enhanced while yours remain the same as before, we won't be able to defeat them. Wenqing tried hard to persuade him, and he finally took out 2 meager pills from the bottle and swallowed them. However, he still put the rest away, thinking of Wenqing. Since he wasn't eating them now, he would use his supernatural ability to preserve the pills. This way, he could save them for later. The sight of the 2 of them taking the pills made the vampire envious. As soon as the pills came out of the bottle, he smelled a strong aura of supernatural power. If he swallowed one, he feared he would secure his position even more firmly as the vampire queen. However, the 2 of them wanted what he desired, and having to let them eat it was frustrating for him. After putting the pills away in front of the vampire, the 2 of them headed to their room. It was already late outside. Vampires prefer to come out at night, no matter what noise we heard outside. As long as it wasn't someone shouting for help, we must not come out of the room. This could be considered a secret signal between the 2 of them. Shang Wanyin nodded, then took out the bottle of pills and reinforced it with his supernatural ability. As long as it wasn't his supernatural ability that unlocked the pills. Even if the vampire stole the bottle containing the enhancement pills, it would be futile. When Shang Wanyin entered the room, the vampire deliberately paid attention to which room he was staying in and sensed the strength of the aura inside. When he realized Shang Wanyin hadn't reinforced his room with any supernatural abilities, he felt pleased. Once Shang Wanyin fell asleep, he could sneak into the room and steal the bottle. Since he didn't sleep at night, by the time Wenqing and Shang Wanyin were nearly half asleep, the vampire was still outside keeping watch. He thought it was about time to enter Shang Wanyin's room and steal the bottle. He could use his supernatural ability to conceal it on himself, making it very light to carry. There would be no sound of footsteps, and even if he entered Shang Wanyin's room, he wouldn't hear anyone moving around. Those 2 humans were still in our vampire lair. Do you think the queen would be captured by them? If that's the case, we would need to send more elders to find her. Although it was the vampire queen who brought him out of the house that Wenqing transformed, he didn't know if Wenqing and Shang Wanyin could subdue the vampire queen this time. If they captured the vampire queen, the vampire clan would be finished. As only the queen's supernatural ability had been developed so far, He was still waiting for the queen to bring back something to enhance the supernatural abilities of all vampires. If she was captured, the supernatural abilities of their clan would be buried forever. In fact, vampires are heartless, so they wouldn't feel anything if their queen was captured. Elder, why don't we take a few vampires to Wenqing's side to see if our queen is there? If she is really left in that house by Wenqing, sending so many vampires would surely make Wenqing afraid to release their queen. However, Elder Zhang thought it was unwise to act rashly. It was very likely that all these vampires were left in that house by Wenqing. When they heard that the elder didn't allow them to go, they became even more anxious. He knew that not looking for her was a problem, and looking for her was also a hassle, so he ultimately decided to go alone. After all, he had already stayed in the house transformed by Wenqing. At most, he would just be locked in that cage, right? Besides, wasn't the Wolf Clan still hanging around in their vampire lair? They could let the Wolf Clan accompany them, since the Wolf Clan also wanted to enhance their supernatural abilities. If they could trick the Wolf Clan over there, they could directly use the enhancement items from Wenqing's side, allowing their supernatural abilities to develop even further, right? Just as he thought about it, the leader of the Wolf Clan happened to come to their lair looking for the vampire queen. I've already wandered around your vampire lair several times, yet I haven't seen your queen. Your queen usually isn't fond of going out, so it's quite rare today. The voice of the Wolf Clan leader appeared in their lair, and the elder looked over. Indeed, a wolf with a human body approached. After all, he was the leader of the Wolf Clan. Although he couldn't compare to the vampires, his status was higher than the elder, who still respectfully invited the vampire elder over. Chapter 163. Cooperation Wolf Clan Leader, you're just in time. I was about to go find you in the Wolf Clan. The leader was puzzled. The vampire clan usually looked down on their Wolf Clan, so why was there interest in visiting them today? He looked at the respectful elder and felt something was off. What do you need me for? Has something happened to your vampire clan? Is it related to your queen? At this moment, he still didn't know that a Wolf Clan member had already come to their vampire clan and had also been captured by Wenqing. The elder standing in the great hall sighed. Our vampire queen is looking for something that can enhance the supernatural abilities of both our vampires and the Wolf Clan. Upon hearing this, the homeowner thought it was good news, but why was the elder sighing? However, considering it was also for their Wolf Clan, he was still concerned about the vampire queen. The elder nodded, confirming they were indeed in trouble, but he wasn't sure if the trouble was real. He still spoke with the Wolf Clan leader, which would allow the leader to accompany him to the house transformed by Wenqing. The Wolf Clan may not have told you, but a few people have come to our vampire clan in the past few days. Their supernatural abilities are very strong, and we wanted to see how they enhance their abilities. We discovered that these humans actually have pills that can enhance supernatural abilities, so our vampire queen wanted to obtain a few. This way, both our vampires and the Wolf Clan would become even stronger after consuming them. Upon hearing this, he had never considered that such pills enhancing their supernatural abilities could exist in the world. He thought that to cultivate extraordinary abilities, one could only refine them through constant practice. So if these pills really existed, if he consumed all of them, wouldn't he directly become the most powerful person in terms of supernatural abilities? Although it was greedy, he also noticed the elder's expression was off. The elder had just said that the supernatural abilities of those humans were very impressive, and it was quite normal for them to have captured the vampire queen. But why did he need to tell him this? Shouldn't he have directly given him the pills that enhance supernatural abilities? It seemed that the elder's invitation for the Wolf Clan leader had some relation to their vampire queen. He wanted to see what the elder wanted him to do to assist the vampire queen, as long as it ultimately led to him obtaining the enhancement items. Elder, could you tell me where the pills that enhance supernatural abilities are, and who those humans are? Upon hearing this, the elder directly led the Wolf Clan out. They are currently staying in our vampire lair, but it's in the outer lair. I'll take you over to have a look. Perhaps you can personally feel how powerful their supernatural abilities are. The leader of the Wolf Clan nodded. He really wanted to experience it. After all, he had never heard of anything that could enhance supernatural abilities. However, two people had already left the vampire's lair and arrived at the place where Wenqing had transformed the house. As Zhang Lao was still unaware that Wenqing had already changed the location of the house. Therefore, he searched around the vampire's lair before finally finding Wenqing's house. Upon seeing the house that had come out, the leader of the Wolf Clan immediately felt the powerful supernatural energy. As soon as he stood next to the house, transformed by Wenqing, he sensed how formidable this supernatural ability was. He took a deep breath. Initially, he was just greedy, but now he couldn't help but want to annihilate everyone and seize this supernatural ability for himself. Meanwhile, the Elder immediately used their vampire's special supernatural ability to sense whether their vampire queen was in the place where Wenqing lived. And indeed, he felt the presence of a vampire within the house she transformed. He was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the vampire queen was captured by Wenqing when she came here to steal their elixirs? But why wasn't the vampire queen calling for help from the lair? Just as he was puzzled, the leader of the wolf clan urgently said, "The supernatural energy I sense here is extremely powerful. Why don't we rush in her room and see what good elixirs are hidden inside that can enhance our supernatural abilities?" The Elder was not in the mood to care about that. He needed to get the vampire queen out. After all, he knew that although Wenqing's supernatural ability was not as pure as the vampire queen's, it was much stronger. Plus, with Wenqing's supernatural ability, the vampire queen must be in a dire situation inside. Just as the leader of the wolf clan was pushing him, Zhang Lao walked into the room, transformed by Wenqing. And the wolf clan leader, not knowing what he intended to do, shouted loudly, "You said this house was transformed using their supernatural abilities, so they must be staying inside. If you go in directly now, they might immediately sense your presence and come out. Then how can we steal the elixirs inside?" He was not here to steal their enhancement items, but to safely bring the vampire queen out, so he wasn't afraid of alarming the people inside. If Wenqing and Wenqing really came out, the leader of the wolf clan would be there to block them. After all, the leader of the wolf clan was much weaker than their vampires, and if they were to capture someone, they would first catch the leader of the wolf clan. He was not afraid at all, so he dared to go in. Meanwhile, the vampire queen, waiting inside to steal something, sensed the Elder's presence and immediately dared not move further inside, wanting to wait for the Elder to come in so they could devise a plan together. After they met inside, the Elder finally felt relieved. Luckily, they hadn't captured their queen. However, he looked at the queen and said, "Even if there are things inside that can enhance supernatural abilities, we shouldn't brazenly come to steal them now." He also knew that this was not a good time to steal their items, but he had already seen it earlier, if he didn't take the elixirs away. How could he bear to leave here? Chapter 164. Bewitching fragrance. Don't worry, Elder, the two of them are already asleep in the room. As long as we keep our voices down, they won't come out, the vampire queen reassured. And the items that enhance supernatural abilities are truly excellent. Once we consume them, our vampire abilities are guaranteed to improve. With some assurance from the queen, the Elder was indeed somewhat tempted, but he felt it was better to leave Wenqing's place first. After all, this house was made using their supernatural abilities, and they could be trapped in it at any moment. At this time, the leader of the wolf clan also came out from outside, intending to sway the Elder. We don't even know what they made it with, so it's even harder to find. If you miss this opportunity to find the elixirs, it will be very difficult for the vampires and the wolf clan to enhance their abilities next time. It's very possible we won't see them again. This reasoning indeed swayed Zhang Lao. However, he still didn't dare to go inside to steal the items, as he had experienced how powerful Wenqing's supernatural ability was. Seeing him hesitating, the vampire queen directly entered Wenqing's room. Once she entered Wenqing's room, Zhang Lao dared not say anything, because as soon as he spoke, he might wake Wenqing. He also didn't dare to walk around inside, so he would definitely look for things with her. The leader of the wolf clan took this opportunity to enter Wenqing's room as well, and while inside, he quietly asked the vampire queen, "What does the item used to enhance supernatural abilities look like? That way, I can help you look for some in Wenqing's room. But if you find it, you must give us wolves a share as well. After all, we also want to enhance our supernatural abilities. Helping each other is beneficial for both our clans." The vampire queen agreed and described to him, "The bottle I saw is blue with no excessive patterns, and it contains many black pills. As long as you consume those, they can be used to enhance our supernatural abilities." The bottle was something they often saw, but the black pills mentioned inside were indeed something they had never seen before. After all, vampires only drank blood, while wolves only ate meat. They had no idea why humans needed to consume these. However, since it could enhance supernatural abilities, it was still worth searching for. They never expected that Wenqing had actually made the house using supernatural abilities, so she would definitely be on guard. As soon as the few vampires entered this house, Wenqing would sense it. Therefore, when a vampire queen first arrived here, her supernatural ability had already reacted. Once they entered Sheng Wanyan's sleeping room, whatever they said, and even their shadows reflected on the ground, were clearly visible to Sheng Wanyan, who was pretending to be asleep in bed. Wenqing also told him not to act rashly. However, it wasn't the time to think about these things. He just tightened his grip on the bottle in his hand. As long as they moved a little closer to him, they could see that he was holding a plain bottle to steal, treating it as something to enhance their abilities. But the two of them weren't so simple-minded. They thought, how could Sheng Wanyan possibly have the bottle in his hand? They kept searching in the places where Sheng Wanyan put his clothes and belongings, looking everywhere. Where exactly was the bottle hidden? Didn't you say it could be found with just a little searching? Moreover, shouldn't the items that enhance their abilities be sensed by their powers? Finding it shouldn't be difficult. But why was there nothing in Sheng Wanyan's room? The leader of the wolf clan couldn't find anything and was feeling a bit discouraged. If he hadn't truly sensed the presence of an item that enhanced abilities in Wenqing's house, he would have really left Sheng Wanyan's room by now. But he was starting to consider leaving. However, if the vampire queen found the bottle, she would definitely share the enhancement with her vampires and not with the wolf clan. So, for the sake of his wolf clan's people, he had to keep searching in Sheng Wanyan's room. The elder waiting outside was getting anxious seeing that the two hadn't found the bottle yet, so he followed them inside. You also said that the items they used for enhancement were all found in our vampire lair. Once they leave, we can search here to see what they were used for and what kind of enhancement they produced. However, this would make a lot of noise and could potentially wake Sheng Wanyan, so he took out the special sedative used by vampires. As long as he lit a lamp in Sheng Wanyan's room for the time it takes to brew tea, Sheng Wanyan would fall into a deep sleep. Even if he stripped Sheng Wanyan of his clothes, he wouldn't wake up from the scent of the sedative. The time it took to brew tea passed quickly, and he saw that the sedative was already half burnt, so he hurriedly started searching through Sheng Wanyan's sleeves. Fortunately, the sedative had made Sheng Wanyan dizzy enough. Otherwise, just the force of the queen pulling on Sheng Wanyan's sleeves would have woken him up from his sleep. Chapter 165. Infiltrating the mansion, however. He didn't find anything in the sleeves, but Sheng Wanyan dropped a bottle from his hand, and he immediately picked it up. There were no patterns on it, and it was also a blue bottle, which should be the one he was looking for. He opened the bottle's mouth, wanted to see if there were any black pills inside, but it seemed that some of the pills were brownish. Did he misjudge the color when he was outside? The wolf clan couldn't wait any longer. Seeing that he really found the item to enhance abilities, he urged the vampire queen. But the vampire queen had no intention of pouring out the pills right now, and instead spoke to Elder Zhang. These are simply not enough for us vampires. But even if they realize we stole the items for enhancement, they won't refine anymore. So he really wanted to come up with a way to have Wenqing and the others refine more pills. That way, every vampire could get one. The elder sighed, saying that if you hadn't been discovered as a vampire so early, you might have learned a lot from them. Moreover, you might even learn how to refine pills. But now that they already know you are a vampire, how could they still teach you about abilities? Speaking of which, his ability to transform as a vampire queen wasn't quite successful yet, and then he quickly thought of another aunt of theirs. His aunt didn't have much ability, but her ability to turn into a human was quite good. When she approached people, it was difficult to distinguish between humans and vampires, so he wanted to bring his aunt over. However, just after they took the enhancement items and left Wenqing's transform house, Wenqing arrived at Sheng Wanyan's room and found him drugged by the sedative. But the actual item they used to enhance abilities hadn't been taken away. He let out a breath of frustration and then completely removed the sedative, waking Sheng Wanyan up. They had already been tricked by us, taking the items that diminish abilities. Once they took the pills, we could go to their lair and bring the region out. So they should just wait and see what happens outside. After all, there's so many good things in the lair, especially the items for enhancing abilities. They still owe the regent a bit. Later, they would find some more to return to the regent after he comes out of their lair. Sheng Wanyan looked at the bottle that the vampire queen had thrown away, which was already empty of the pills he had placed inside. He picked up the bottle, rinsed it, and said to Wenqing, "It seems they wanted to learn from us how to refine the pills for enhancing abilities when they left. They might even send another vampire over." In a couple of days, we will pretend not to know, and when they really send someone over, we will teach them how to refine pills. But we will absolutely not teach them how to use them for enhancing abilities. Wenqing felt that this was quite good. They hadn't used any harmful abilities, and they were able to work with Regent Wang Liyin to turn their stronghold upside down. After the vampires exited the house, they had transformed. He hurriedly took the pills to the regent. Do you see what good stuff this is? Didn't you say a few days ago that when they burned your house, they destroyed the items that enhanced your abilities? But it seems Wenqing has found something here. However, they use it to refine things, and actually, I have stolen your items. The vampire queen felt that just talking to him was not enough and brought up some other things, especially those that would benefit their vampire clan. I know you want these pills very much. As long as you agree to stay in my vampire stronghold, I can share some of these abilities with you. However, even though you agree to stay here, I will give you some, but you also have to give me something from your body. Staying in their stronghold would essentially mean he was marrying the vampire queen, which was absolutely impossible. Even though he was currently trapped in the stronghold, he could not say he was with the vampire queen. Seeing that he was unwilling, the queen directly took out the item used to enhance abilities and consumed one. I won't do anything to you. I just want to keep you here in the stronghold. But since you don't agree, then just wait a couple of days until our vampires all have abilities, and then we'll feed on your blood. This can also be used to enhance our powers. Actually, while the vampires themselves might not have abilities, they still had some manuals about abilities. If anyone among them could create an ability just by feeding on the blood of someone with abilities, then their own powers would increase as well. Regent Wang really wanted to teach this woman a lesson, but he was currently bound by the vampire's powers and couldn't leave the stronghold. He still wanted to find something here, but since he couldn't leave the stronghold and cooperate with Wenqing, he was unable to do anything. Fortunately, the vampire queen also said that she would only take action against him once their power stabilized, and she had just eaten the item before coming to him. He sensed that the item to enhance abilities was a bit off. It seemed that Wenqing already knew the vampires were planning to steal their things and had swapped them out long ago. The item the vampire queen was consuming now was probably harmful to her body, especially if it could lead to the destruction of all these vampires, which would be interesting to see. Chapter 166. Plan success. Since you are unwilling to be my husband, then you can just stay locked up in my stronghold. Soon, I will have all my vampires come over. After saying this, the vampire queen took out 2 more pills and immediately consumed them. As soon as she swallowed them, she felt her abilities being nourished and was certain that this was the item used to enhance them. She then instructed the elder to distribute the rest to all the vampires. However, when the elder took the pills, he noticed that the vampire queen's face looked a bit pale. Your Majesty, after eating the item to enhance your powers, are you really okay? If you're fine, why does your face look so white? It's as if the blood in your body is about to run out. The queen shook her head, saying that this item only made her feel like her abilities were nourished, and there was no problem. Just distribute the items to the vampires. I will develop their abilities one by one today. Meanwhile, Wenqing and Shangguan Yin felt that searching for items was no longer enough for them. So they decided to transform into vampires and entered their stronghold. I will go over to find out where the regent is being held. You go look for the vampire queen and see if she has eaten the items. If she has, we can easily deal with all these vampires. The two split up, and Wenqing quickly mingled with the vampires, even though they thought his scent was a bit strange and not quite like theirs. However, since he spoke well and gave them good things, they accepted him, allowing Wenqing to ask them about vampire-related matters. Are you new to our vampire clan? Why do you seem so unfamiliar with this place? Also, you must never go to where the queen resides. There is a person locked up there, and if you go, you might lose control and want to suck their blood, which would anger the queen. A person locked up, and you can't help but want to suck their blood? That must be the regent. In that case, he had to ask where the queen lived, so he carefully watched the vampires. Since you're saying I can't get close, could you at least tell me where the vampire queen lives? I'm afraid that one day, if I wander around and accidentally end up in the queen's area, she might kill me. Wenqing was also carefully trying to survive among their vampire clan, so he asked where the queen's residence was located. Just go straight ahead, then turn left at a small pavilion. If you pass through that pavilion, you will see a massive house. That is where the queen resides. Just remember, if you smell human blood, you must never suck it, no matter whose blood it is. If you do, It will anger the vampire queen. Wenqing pretended to remember, then nodded and told him that she would definitely not go to the place where the vampire queen lived, nor would she provoke those humans. After that, the person who was talking to Wenqing went to work. Wenqing smiled softly in his heart, not expecting that vampires could have wives. He thought only humans got married. It was quite amusing, but unfortunately, these vampires were planning to kill the common people, and he had to expose them all. Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked forward, following what Xie Wei had just said to find the place where the vampire queen lived. Since he wasn't a real vampire, he couldn't sense any human blood, but he started to call out softly, "Regent, where are you? How come I find you with Shang Wanyan? Didn't you say you couldn't move right now? You can't cooperate with us from the inside and outside, so the two of us want to take you out." The regent, who was being watched, became excited when he learned that Wenqing and Shang Wanyan had come to the vampire's lair to find him. However, because he was bound by the queen's abilities, he couldn't open the door for Wenqing. Fortunately, Wenqing eventually found his room. Seeing the abilities that had been placed on the regent, he couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect he has completely mastered the abilities now. If I directly used my abilities to break his, he would immediately summon all the vampires and capture us as well. So, he can only stay inside for now." However, both he and Shang Wanyan had already transformed into the appearance of vampires and blended into their lair, and they would be accompanying him at all times. The regent didn't think it was a problem that the two of them couldn't take him out of the lair. It was good that they could be with him in the place where the vampires were. Wenqing nodded slightly, relying solely on their abilities and their words. It was impossible for them to attack their lair. It would also be very difficult to take the regent out, so they could only deceive them and make them reduce their abilities. "Old Wang, you watch later and let all the committee members take the pills. Only then can they also develop their powers. Also, I'm going to invite the Wolf Clan over later. With the Wolf Clan here to confirm our lair, there will be someone to protect us when we develop our abilities. But remember to leave some pills for the Wolf Clan, otherwise, they won't protect us outside the old palace." He felt that it might be because he hadn't bathed for too long that he had developed an odor. Meanwhile, Wenqing was listening to the little ghost queen, who said they needed to call the Wolf Clan over, which made him even happier. This way, he could achieve two goals at once: handle the Wolf Clan and the vampires here. Chapter 167, All Meridians Severed. Wenqing was contemplating whether to leave the place where the regent was locked up first, and then find Shang Wanyan to wait here for an opportunity. The elder hurriedly knocked on the vampire queen's door. The leader of the Wolf Clan had already arrived, and he wanted to discuss the potions that enhanced their abilities. Presumably, he was also greedy for those items that could enhance their powers, thinking that if the queen could share some with them, the Wolf Clan's abilities would also improve. The current Wolf Clan still needed to be cautious. After all, they had developed their abilities much earlier than the vampires and had a more stable grasp of them. Therefore, even if they were to share the items that enhanced abilities, it would have to be in small quantities. After the vampire queen consumed one of the pills, she placed all the rest into a bottle. This was her share, while the money in the other bottles was meant for the Wolf Clan. As she walked out holding the various bottles, she saw the leader of the Wolf Clan standing at the large door. "Why the hurry? When you were looking for the bottles that day, you were with me in the room, so of course, you'll have your share. All of these belong to your Wolf Clan. I don't know the exact quantity inside, but you can count how much to distribute to others or how much to keep for yourself." The vampire queen only remembered the number of wolves in the Wolf Clan, then found a certain number of bottles to fill, but she couldn't recall how much was in each bottle. However, she was hinting to the leader of the Wolf Clan not to focus solely on his subjects. It was most important for him to enhance his own abilities. Therefore, while the enhancement potions could be shared with them, she still needed to keep the most for herself. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to obtain. He was so excited holding the bottles that he almost knelt down to the vampire queen, but worried that if he knelt, he might break the bottles. So he stood up and said to the vampire queen, "When I distribute the potions later, I will say it's all thanks to the queen. Your contributions allowed their abilities to be enhanced, so they should properly thank you. From now on, all matters concerning you vampires will be our Wolf Clan's matters. If anyone dares to bully any vampire in your stronghold, our Wolf Clan will take action." This promise would not be taken seriously by their cold-hearted queen, who merely waved her hand and said, "They will soon come knocking on our door because we stole their things. Once they wake up during the day, they will realize it." Hurry up and distribute these potions to your wolf clan. After they consume them, let them come find us. It's not like they can take it back from our stomachs. These are all good things given to us by the vampire queen. And don't we still have many weak children in our wolf clan whose abilities haven't been developed yet? After taking these pills, their abilities will be developed. The wolves of the wolf clan were very pleased to hear this, quickly tearing open the bottles and consuming all the pills. However, some selfish wolves wanted to enhance their abilities even more and finished all the pills for their family. Many people saw this and followed suit, not allowing the wolves at home to eat. One wolf had a full bottle of pills, while the other wolves had at most 5 pills in their leader's bottles. After seeing everyone finish the contents of their bottles, which were then smashed on the ground, he slowly swallowed his own. No one dared to compete with the leader of the wolf clan for it. After all, this was brought by the leader. If they stole this time, who knew if they would get good things from the vampire queen next time, or if it would reach the hands of their subjects? Since the leader of the wolf clan had a much higher ability than the vampire queen, he absorbed the energy of the pills faster, causing his complexion to become even paler. After consuming the pills, he felt something stirring in his stomach, but he thought this might be a sign of a breakthrough in abilities. Meanwhile, the vampire queen was not doing well. Because she had eaten early, her body was uncomfortable. Yet she didn't call for a doctor to check on her, enduring it until her abilities caused her to age overnight. The next day, the elder looked at the vampire queen, now with a head full of white hair, and shouted, "Quick! Someone come and see why the vampire queen suddenly has so much white hair." Warmth secretly smiled in the room. Why has it changed? Isn't it because he was too greedy taking so many pills? If he had only taken a little, at most his abilities would have been injured. Now he has directly mutated, and perhaps he can't even be considered a vampire anymore. The mutated vampire queen, I wonder if she can still hold the position of queen. Wenqing secretly looked at the regent who had been thrown to the other side by the queen. Since he couldn't leave the room or go find Wenqing, he kept observing. He noticed that the regent's face looked somewhat off, very dark, unlike what a person should look like. Even if someone had been staying up late, their face wouldn't turn this dark. It resembled that of a vampire queen. It reminded him of the things they had done together at the royal residence. Could it be that the vampire queen directly turned the regent into a vampire? Chapter 168. Assimilation regardless of whether he was the regent or not. Since the vampire queen had turned into a vampire, he had to take him out first. So he used his special abilities to briefly conceal himself and hurried out to find Wenqing. However, he wasn't familiar with the vampire's lair, so he could only search around by chance. Fortunately, he had a bit of luck on his side, and their abilities were also connected, so he quickly found Wenqing. Why do you look a bit different from our vampires, but you have a strong vampire aura? Are you a newly arrived vampire? As soon as Wenqing had just passed by, he saw a vampire entangled with Wenqing, but those ghosts also seemed to be female. If he approached directly now, it might anger him, so he decided to see if Wenqing could shake him off. However, Wenqing was currently focused on asking for directions and wanted to find Wenqing quickly, so he had no intention of getting rid of the person. Instead, he coughed and said, "I'm indeed a newly turned vampire who just arrived here, and I don't even know where the queen lives. The queen asked me to go to her place to pick up something today. So, could you please point me to where the queen resides?" The vampire's expression darkened a bit upon hearing that he wanted to find the queen's residence. They all had orders, and unless the queen had given them a secret mandate, they couldn't take anyone there. However, this somewhat handsome vampire didn't seem to be lying. So in the end, he still pointed the way. If you walk ahead, you'll see a lotus pond where many lotus flowers are personally tended by the vampire queen. You just need to pass through that lotus pavilion to find the queen. Wenqing shook his head at the vampire, who pointed out the way without hesitation. It really was the charm of Wenqing. As soon as he transformed into a handsome vampire, he managed to extract all the information about the route. However, it didn't matter whether he asked for directions or not. After the vampire left, he would just take Wenqing to find the regent directly. But after giving him the directions, the vampire had no intention of letting him go. "I've already pointed out the way for you, so why don't you stay and play with me for a while?" He had important matters to attend to, and what fun could vampires have? Besides going out to suck others' blood, he certainly couldn't follow him to suck the blood of the common people, especially since he was a fake vampire. So Wenqing said, I still need to find the queen. The queen said she also has something to instruct me on. If I delay the queen's matters, you, as a vampire, won't have it easy in this old lair either. So let me find her first, see what she wants to instruct me, and then I can come back to play with you. The vampire believed him and directly let Wenqing go to the vicinity of the Lotus Pavilion to find the queen. And Wenqing immediately followed. Just as Wenqing was about to pass through the pavilion, he called out to him. The vampire queen is currently in her room. Her abilities are now restricted. However, we can't go in immediately. We need to wait until her powers are completely unusable before we can go in and bring the regent out. Upon hearing the voice, Wenqing immediately looked toward the lotus pond and saw Wenqing hiding behind the lotus pond with him. So quickly, you've already found out where the regent is. I just heard from someone about where Her Majesty the Queen resides. Wenqing smiled gently, not because he had fortuitously met someone well-informed, but because he pointed him in the right direction to find the regent. The two of them stood by the lotus pond for a long time before they heard a heart-wrenching roar coming from the queen's room. They knew that the pills they had refined were taking effect. The queen could no longer use his powers, although they probably didn't know that yet. So they had to wait for the elders to arrive before entering the room when they were all incapacitated. To be fair, they were quite well informed on this side. The elders soon reached the queen's residence. The strongest power now belonged to him, and having consumed so many pills, he would definitely be able to dominate everything here. So he had to be protected. Since they vampires were not professionals in this area, their door was easy to open. After a few knocks, they could see inside. The vampire queen was sitting in agony by the window, glaring at the regent. Did you do something in my room? Why can't my powers suddenly manifest in my body? This was a terrifying situation. Without these powers, how could he rule over this place, especially with the wolf tribe likely turning against them? Furthermore, there were still Wenqing and Wenqing outside. Without powers, he couldn't drive them away. The regent sneered, saying that losing his powers was a good thing. But the powers were not his doing. It was the pills he had ingested. He couldn't blame Wenqing and Wenqing for deceiving Her Majesty. It could only be said that he was too eager to enhance his powers, leading him to steal their things, which resulted in the reduction of his powers. But this couldn't be said out loud, as they still didn't know where the two of them were. If they had told Her Majesty early on that it was the pills causing his powers to malfunction, she would definitely be furious and destroy the entire vampire stronghold, leaving the two of them trapped in vampire territory. So the regent just looked at Her Majesty without mentioning what exactly was wrong with his powers. When the elder entered, he heard that Her Majesty's powers seemed to be failing, and he knelt down tremblingly, asking, "What happened to your powers?" The leader of the wolf tribe has already arrived, and they said that after taking the pills you provided, their powers encounter problems. It's highly likely that both of you have issues caused by these pills. So don't kill this person yet. Chapter 169. Both deceived upon hearing that the leader of the wolf tribe also had problems. Her Majesty quickly took out the bottle she had stored, which still contained many pills. She took it out and sniffed it, feeling that it was quite alluring. But why would it cause her powers to diminish? She couldn't figure it out. Moreover, it was the same as the pills that Wenqing and the others had consumed, so it shouldn't be the case. However, at this moment, the wolf leader had already entered. Vampire Queen, I told you that if you helped us enhance our powers, we wolves would assist you vampires, but you gave us fake pills. Now, after our wolf tribe members consumed the pills, nearly half of them are dead. How do you plan to resolve this? The wolf leader did not appear to be trying to deceive her. He quickly took out the bottle again to check. But he couldn't detect any problems with the scent, and it was indeed very appealing to his powers. So where exactly was the real issue? Soon, everything he thought was validated on him. Doubting it, he took out a few pills from the bottle and ate them, only to find that his powers were becoming increasingly restricted. The vampire queen hurriedly threw away the bottle and said, "Quickly ask who hasn't taken the pills yet. If anyone hasn't, hurry up and throw them all away. There's something wrong with these pills. After I took them, it feels like my powers are about to leave my body entirely." The elder was already terrified and couldn't stand up because he was a vampire elder and had consumed many pills, unlike the vampire queen who had saved a few. Now, his powers, which had not been developed, were further restricted by the pills. Would he never be able to develop his powers in his lifetime? He was in great pain and even felt some resentment towards the queen. If he hadn't taken out the pills, they could have waited. and perhaps their powers would have developed like the vampire queen's unexpected fortune. Now that their powers had been destroyed, even if they could develop them later, they would never be able to learn powers again. When he heard Her Majesty telling him to inform others, the elder directly kicked the queen's leg. What else is there to say? You said to let everyone take the pills, and, of course, I was watching the whole time. I also took a lot. All our powers have been ruined by you, woman. The vampire queen, now quite weak, was kicked over by the elder, despite his old age and limping leg. He stood up pale, only to be met by the wolf leader. Although the wolf leader had lost his powers, he still had many wolf tribe spells, all aimed at the vampire queen. It's all your fault, woman, for ruining all our powers. Now you can't leave this stronghold in peace. Don't you like to steal others' pills? Then go ahead and consume all of them. When he rushed over from the wolf tribe, he had already asked who hadn't eaten yet and gathered them all, just in time for the vampire queen. He poured all the pills into his palm and stuffed them into the vampire queen's mouth. She opened wide, swallowing them all in one go. After swallowing, what awaited her was excruciating pain. You people are truly despicable. I didn't give you the pills for your powers, did I? I didn't know that Wenqing and the others had already swapped the pills. They say vampires have no heart, but the wolf tribe has even less heart. They did nothing, yet wanted to gain something from them, and in trying to cooperate with them, they ended up sharing things with them, only to accidentally receive swapped items. Now they were force-feeding her everything, causing her to be on the brink of death. The vampire elder looked coldly at all of this. He also disliked the vampire queen, and now that her powers were gone, when Wenqing and Wenqing came in, wouldn't they capture them all? The two of them still had very strong powers, and they had genuine items that could enhance powers, which made them even more formidable now. If they only entered, they could directly wipe out all the vampires. He was extremely afraid, and they could no longer control the light circle within Wenqing's body. All of this was caused by the vampire queen. She had unilaterally changed the light circle into something else, which was why they could not control Wenqing's powers. All the vampires were unaware that the two of them had already transformed into vampires and blended in. When they saw that their powers had all been rendered useless, they quickly stepped forward. The vampire queen and the elders hadn't seen each other in a long time, just a few days ago. We had already moved the house out of your vampire lair. Didn't you know? If those two had noticed the house was missing earlier, they might have guessed that they had already turned into vampires and come in. Unfortunately, no one went outside to check. They were too busy trying to enhance their powers. Now their powers had not only failed to improve, but had all become useless, which made Wenqing very happy. When the queen saw Wenqing, she wished she could scratch his face all over. Now she could feel the powerful abilities in Wenqing's body that should have belonged to her. Why did they have to switch their vessels, leading her to become a powerless vampire queen? How dare you two show your faces in our vampire lair? We have many vampires here, and if I call them all over, we can definitely trap you in our lair. Besides, there must be something in your bodies that can enhance our powers. As long as we capture you, our powers will be restored. This was all the idea of the social queen, and he had informed the elders, but the elders no longer believed him. He also did not plan to help the vampire queen capture Wenqing and Wenqing. If he didn't offend them, they might not kill all the vampires. If he helped them but failed to capture them, they would surely kill all the vampires. So he wanted to take the wolf clan leader out, but unexpectedly. The wolf clan leader, like the vampire queen, was also thoughtless and wanted to capture the two of them to restore their powers. Chapter 170. Easy capture if we're to go out. Elder, you should go alone. You are heartless. Your vampire queen is here, trying every means to restore your powers. This was the wolf clan leader speaking to the queen, but the queen showed no sign of being moved. She never expected that one day the elder she led would betray her, just because he lacked power. Was that reason enough to abandon him? He now hated her deeply and wanted to capture Wenqing to kill him, but just as he was about to use his long nails to scratch Wenqing's face, his abilities blocked him. This power was truly formidable, directly causing all his nails to break off. You dare to destroy the mark of my vampire clan? You too. I will never allow anyone to leave the vampire lair. Destroying their nails is simply a major taboo for vampires. But now they were all broken, and it was all Wenqing's fault. Not only had he harmed himself once, but now he had come out a second time. He must kill Wenqing. But he was given no opportunity at all. Wenqing directly used her ability to trap the person inside a light sphere. On the first day you met me, you placed this light sphere inside my body, but you didn't expect that this light sphere would merge with my body, making it impossible to control my abilities. Even if your powers were enhanced, you still couldn't achieve that. So you made a mistake from the beginning. You shouldn't have entered the regent's mansion. If you hadn't come in, none of this would have happened, and you could have continued to be the queen in the vampire lair. Seeing Wenqing unleash her powers, the Wolfpack leader felt a bit scared. He thought that even if the two of them were powerful, their abilities wouldn't stand against the magic of the Wolf Clan. However, he didn't expect that she could directly sever the vampire queen's claws, and he wanted to retreat. Had he known, he would have left with the elder. But Emon Yin pushed him to the front. Didn't he say he would stay and fight by my side? He saw that she had already cut my claws. So he should hurry and take revenge for me. Once you kill Wenqing, your Wolf Clan's powers will be restored. The vampire queen couldn't dare to fight him because he currently had no abilities and his group could only bite. They had no magic and really couldn't catch Wenqing. At least the Wolf Clan still had some spells, which might be able to trap Wenqing. But the Wolf Clan leader pushed him down, regretting it now. Just as the elder said, you not only harmed the vampire clan, but also caused our Wolf Clan's abilities to vanish. Why should I help you capture Wenqing? Moreover, you initially said that stealing things from them would enhance our powers, but instead, our abilities vanished. The vampire queen didn't understand what he meant and asked, so you plan to be a coward like the elder and not care about our vampire clan's matters? The Wolf Clan leader didn't respond, but it was clear he didn't want to get involved and wanted to leave. Tide.With coldly laughed and pushed the Wolf Clan leader out the door. Since you don't want to help, then hurry and leave this room, lest you get caught and killed by Wenqing and Shangguanyin, and then blame us vampires. I told you they really have things that can enhance abilities. Once I capture both of them and steal the pills again, your Wolf Clan won't be allowed to ask us for these ability-enhancing pills. However, considering they no longer have any abilities, what he said might not be true, and it would also be risky, so he decided to leave the vampire territory directly. Since they all left, that's good. Anyway, only the vampire queen is left now, and she has no abilities. They can directly use the light sphere to bind her again. Vampire queen, if you hadn't gone to the regent's mansion, I really wouldn't have known you, and we wouldn't have known there were vampires here who could capture you. But now that you've come and harmed the people of the regent's mansion, we have no choice but to capture you. The vampire queen glared fiercely at Wenqing. Stop wasting words. Didn't you say your abilities are quite powerful? Then you should be able to capture me. If you can't, I won't go with you. Unexpectedly, she was quite arrogant. Wenqing directly unleashed her powers again, transforming into a light sphere, trapping the vampire queen inside. This time, it seemed the queen didn't struggle in the light sphere, but lay there like she was dead, and Wenqing didn't think much of it. If you vampires don't want to be completely wiped out, then hurry and give us a way out. If you think your vampire clan doesn't need to survive, then just wait here. They still couldn't keep her and Shangguanyin in the lair, and even if the regent was weak now, they probably wouldn't be able to capture him. But the vampire queen, trapped in the light sphere, smiled and said, but these things are not real. They are used to enhance his abilities and indirectly transform them into vampires. Wenqing remembered that when she saw the regent this morning, he was locked up there, his face pale and ashen. Now looking at him, although the regent's complexion was no longer ashen, sharp teeth had begun to grow, resembling those of a vampire. Chapter 171, Accumulating Resentment. Wenqing took the light ball out again, and the vampire queen lay inside it, as if she were dead. He questioned loudly, but if he really turned into a vampire, then I would simply let all your vampires perish. If he had said this before being locked in the light ball, the vampire queen might have exchanged with Wenqing. They wouldn't perish at all. 100 years later, new vampires would still reappear in this world, and they would go out to kill again. You can never completely eradicate them. However, if they remained, they couldn't keep an eye on the regent, which would lead to great chaos, so they turned their attention to the elders. We vampires can survive here not just because of our abilities. After all, you know that, although we had gained powers before, we could never use them. So we have our own methods to deal with humans. Now we need to take the regent from your hands, and once we have him, we won't worry about whether our abilities can be restored. Wenqing truly feels helpless this time. He doesn't know much about the situation, and the only reason he knows they are vampires is because he read about it in a book. However, The book only describes what vampires look like and what they can do. It doesn't solve their predicament at all. He feels frustrated and doesn't know how to persuade them. He believes he can return the regent to normal because last time, Wenqing was deeply poisoned. Even if the king of heaven himself came, he couldn't bring him back to life. But the regent told him that if he found a specific herb, he could directly cure the poison. So the world is unpredictable. Who knows when they might unlock the secret methods of the vampire clan. Hearing what Shang Wanyan said, the elder couldn't help but laugh. It was impossible to unlock their secrets. All vampires are sealed. Unless one of the elders or Mon Yin personally intervenes, his methods cannot be undone. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyan immediately used his abilities to silence the elder. Wenqing was already feeling despondent, and if he continued to talk about the regent turning into a vampire, Wenqing wouldn't want to leave. But he also didn't want Wenqing to stay here with the Lion King because they had special energy in Shui Wei's territory. If the regent stayed here too long, the speed of his transformation into a vampire would accelerate. They needed to get the regent out quickly to slow down the transformation process. So after using his abilities on the elder, Shang Wanyan brought the regent over. Regardless of whether it was Mon Yin or the elder who could unlock the secrets, it was correct for him to leave now, especially since he had already put Mon Yin into the light sphere. If they really needed to use it, they could unlock the abilities of the light sphere at any time and let Mon Yin act. Although he disagreed now, they could offer him a substantial exchange, and he would definitely help them unlock the secret method. This was the only thing Shang Wanyan could think of to persuade Wenqing, who was very receptive to advice, to take the light sphere. After handing the regent over to Shang Wanyan, they broke a path through the vampires and rushed out of Shui Wei's lair. The wolf clan also heard the commotion. However, since they believed that the vampires had caused them to lose their abilities, no one came to help the vampires. By the time they were ready to act, all the people had already disappeared, and the elder just happened to come looking for the wolf clan. They grabbed the wolf clan leader and said, "Why didn't you show up earlier?" Our vampire queen had already thought of a way to trap them in the vampire lair. But we couldn't keep them because we lacked your wolf clan spells. Now that they have escaped, we have no way to resolve the situation. Upon hearing the elder's questioning, the wolf clan leader replied, the elder didn't say anything because he indeed left the vampire queen behind. However, he regretted it on the way. After all, she's their queen, and the pills were for their own good. They never considered that those pills would reduce their abilities, which is why they took them. Moreover, didn't Mon Yin also take them? Now he's lost his abilities and has been captured by them. Chapter 172. Drive away. However, they hadn't even found a place to stay. The regent's body seemed to have already undergone a change. His face, once gray, was now so obscure that his previous appearance was unrecognizable. Wenqing was very worried. If that's the case, they should take him outside first. If the regent stayed here with the common people, who knows what might happen if there were significant changes to the regent? It could harm the people. Everything they did was for the sake of the common people. Once the regent changed, he could become a vampire, and it might truly harm the people. Therefore, they really couldn't keep both kings here any longer. Shang Wanyan had the same thought, but they still had tasks to handle here. If they took the regent away, they wouldn't be able to deal with their tasks. But they also couldn't let the regent go out alone. If one day he managed to escape from where they were trapping him, it would harm the common people again. It was difficult to find a balance, so Shang Wanyan hesitated about which direction to go. Just then, while they were unsure of where to take the regent, a child, playing around, ran over and bumped into them, knocking off the mask they were using to cover the regent's face. The child, knowing to apologize after bumping into someone, especially the regent, looked up to say sorry, but was frightened by the regent's face. A ghost. There's actually a ghost in this world. Everyone come see. The regent's strange appearance led them to conclude that he was indeed a ghost. Many people gathered around, having never seen someone like him before, all taken aback. What kind of person is this that you brought here? Hurry up and take him away. What if he harms our common people? An elderly woman pointed at the regent's face and shouted this, throwing a vegetable at them, urging them to leave quickly. Wenqing also realized that the regent was undergoing changes and his emotions were definitely unstable. If these commoners turned against him, it could harm them, so he hurriedly apologized to the people. However, just saying he was sick couldn't cover everything, because they had never seen anyone with such an illness. So the old woman continued to scold them, saying, Don't let me see you again. The person you brought is not normal at all. If he goes mad, he could harm us commoners. I will go to the government office and report that you are hiding an abnormal person in your inn. If there had never been any incidents with abnormal people before, they might not doubt whether this person was really sick. However, last time a court had sent Wenqing to deal with the loss. This indicated that there must be ghosts in this world. Now, this person's face looked so gray, as if he were dead, yet he still had breath, which meant he must be a ghost. They had to drive him away from here. Since Wenqing was unwilling to take them away, they would have to find someone from the government to chase them away. When the innkeeper heard that they were going to find the authorities, he quickly stopped Wenqing from letting them in. Miss, you should hurry and take your brother out of our inn. If they come looking for someone, it will also affect my business. Imagine, mine could barely accommodate a few guests in 1 or 2 days, and now you're affecting it. How can my inn continue to operate? Wenqing didn't expect the little boy to run over and bump into the regent's mask. Now everyone had seen the regent's appearance, and it was clear it would affect the boss's business. So, she no longer insisted on taking the regent into the inn, but instead said to the man, "Since we can't stay here, let's take the regent to another place." Wenqing was just thinking about going to other inns to ask around, but the commotion from earlier had spread, and many inns already knew about it and wouldn't let Wenqing and the others stay. He thought they would end up homeless today, but a celestial-looking Wenqing stopped them. "I saw what happened earlier when you quarreled with the townsfolk. I also believe your brother is just ill and hasn't turned into anything. Since you can't find a place to stay, would you like to stay at my house for a few days?" Wenqing was hesitant to accept the invitation from the man, as he felt that since the locals were scared, he could take the regent away. Moreover, they could use their abilities to conjure a house, so there was no need to stay at an inn. But why did the man actively approach them, even if it was out of kindness? It shouldn't mean inviting them to stay at his home. Nevertheless, he wanted to test the waters and ultimately decided to go to the man's house. In response to his enthusiasm, Wenqing merely nodded and handed the man a large sum of silver. "It's quite embarrassing to stay at your house. You said you're living alone, and your expenses must be considerable. So please accept this silver." Liang smiled and did not refuse Wenqing's goodwill. He accepted all the silver and put it into his purse. Soon, they arrived at Li Yang's home, and he opened the door for Wenqing, saying, as I mentioned, "I live alone, but I forgot to tell you that I don't have any maidservants here. So if you need anything arranged, you'll have to manage it yourselves." Since he was already providing them with a place to stay, they didn't expect maidservants to attend to them, so they apologized again. "We can handle our own matters without maidservants, and thank you for finding us a place to stay. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know where to take my brother." He then led the regent to the room that should be arranged for him. Next, it was time for Wenqing and him to choose rooms. They selected the one closest to the regent. This way, if the regent turned into a vampire and wanted to harm someone, they would be able to immediately notice and stop him. After locking the regent in his room, the two of them went to the same room to discuss. Bringing us home is definitely not normal. So now we not only have to protect the regent, but also observe what the man intends to do. Chapter 173. What on earth happened? Wenqing felt that Li Yang must be coming for the regent. After all, he had sensed the ability in the man. Since there was an ability, it shouldn't be directed at him and Wenqing. The only one who could attract him would be the regent. Therefore, the protection of the regent needed to be more rigorous these days, and Wenqing nodded in agreement. "Otherwise, we can take turns watching over the regent. When you go to sleep at night, I'll keep an eye on him until you have rested enough, and then we can switch." Wenqing initially thought it was quite good, but if they kept switching like this for a long time, they wouldn't have time to figure out how to solve the troubles the regent was facing. So he sighed and said, "I think it's more important now to prevent the regent from going out and hurting people, and we should quickly turn him back from a vampire to a normal person. The regent's body is already slowly being corrupted by vampire blood, and he will soon become a real vampire." He looked at the moon outside at night. He had heard the vampire queen say that they were most active at night, so guarding the regent at night should be even more important. During the day, the regent would be covered by the sun, so he couldn't go out and harm the people. With that thought, he felt a bit more at ease. After standing outside with Wenqing for a while, he said, "I can't let you stay here alone all night, so you should go rest for a while. By the way, I meant to tell you earlier that something strange has been happening here. If you hear someone wandering around in this courtyard at night, don't go out to see." This made Wenqing curious. What could be wandering around the courtyard that he shouldn't look at? Do they also have ghosts here? Li Yang's face turned very serious. It seemed Wenqing hadn't heard about the supernatural events. The people in their village were very eager to give them money to see a doctor. But before they could even see the doctor, that man suddenly died. Since then, strange sounds have been appearing in every household's courtyard at night. One day, someone curious about the strange noises stayed awake at night to guard the courtyard. But no one knew what he saw that night, nor whether the man who was guarding in the courtyard discovered anything. All they knew was that when they saw the man during the day, he was already dead. Some people thought the man's death had nothing to do with the sounds, so they imitated him at night, trying to see what was disturbing their village. But none of them survived, making their village seem cursed. Just stay here with me. We are in a village, and I can provide for both of you. But about the matters in our village, if you can avoid them, please do. If you get involved, those who stay here might get hurt too. What kind of thing could be so mysterious in their village? The man definitely wouldn't tell him, so he thought he would wait until nightfall to hear the sounds and then go out to take a look. So Wenqing nodded to the man and said, "Since you came to remind me not to go out when I hear sounds, I definitely won't go out. You should go to sleep now. It's already late at night, and it might come soon." His words frightened Li Yang, and he truly felt that there was a sound coming from the courtyard. He didn't want to stay and observe, so he quickly left Wenqing's courtyard. After he left, Wenqing wanted to go to the regent's room, but he thought the regent was still a man. It wouldn't be appropriate to guard him in his room, so he decided to guard at the door instead, not taking to heart what the man had said about not looking out. He believed he had supernatural abilities, and if something really appeared, he could help the people in the village solve it. He sat at the courtyard door, but after the roosters crowed and there was still nothing coming out, he didn't hear any sounds in the courtyard. He thought the villagers must have been hallucinating, looking at the moon that was about to disappear in the sky. Wenqing felt a bit sleepy and wanted to call Sheng Wanyan out to help watch, but just as he stood up, the bells on his body made a sound, and he heard footsteps in the courtyard. If it were Sheng Wanyan coming over, he would have called his name long ago. It was impossible for him to be wandering around in the courtyard. He also remembered what Li Yang had said about not looking over, but Wenqing felt it was nothing, so he turned around. However, the courtyard was empty, not even the table that should have been there. This surprised him, but when he reached the regent's room, he saw Wenqing staring at a wall. "What are you looking at? There are no words on that wall, and there's no sound either. You should hurry and sleep. I can watch the regent from here. When you wake up, we can find a way to remove the vampire's mark from him." But Wenqing seemed to be in a trance, not hearing what Sheng Wanyan said, just staring blankly at the wall. Sheng Wanyan didn't know what was wrong with him, thinking that Wenqing might be too tired from watching the regent all night. When he suddenly acted, Sheng Wanyan was caught off guard, but he still dodged while looking at the wall with Wenqing, asking, "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly attack me? Did something happen in your courtyard?" There were too many strange things happening now, like the regent was about to turn into a vampire, and Wenqing was being controlled, his body attacking him. Chapter 174, Suppression. However, fighting now wasn't a solution. He couldn't just hide here forever. He needed to make Wenqing faint first, so he directly flashed behind Wenqing and pressed a pressure point. The Wenqing who had just been about to throw a punch fell asleep in Sheng Wanyan's arms. He looked at the closed-eyed Wenqing. This definitely wasn't something that happened just because he was too tired. It had to be that something in the courtyard had disturbed him. After hesitating for a while, he felt it was unsafe to stay here. He needed to wait until both of them woke up tomorrow and quickly take them out of the village. Then he covered Wenqing with a blanket and planned to go check on the regent. He would control Wenqing with his abilities when he left. If something came over later, he could quickly protect Wenqing. However, unlike Wenqing, he dared to push open the door to the regent's room, but the regent was not there. This was very bad for him, as the regent was about to turn into a vampire. Now, taken away by someone else, they couldn't change the regent's condition, which was very dangerous. He also didn't know what had taken the regent away, or if the vampires still had bloodsuckers they hadn't dealt with. Sheng Wanyan was very anxious, unsure which direction to search for the regent in their village. Fortunately, Li Yang came over. "Where did the woman who was supposed to guard here tonight go? And why is the person you left in this room missing?" Sheng Wanyan had no idea. "Quickly tell me, did you steal the regent? Don't pretend not to know where he is. This is your home, and you don't even know? If there are people, how can we know?" So he said to Sheng Wanyan, "It wasn't me who stole him. You know how big that man is. How could I carry him away from his room? At dawn, I'll take you to search our village to see if he woke up at night and ran out of the room. It's not impossible for the regent to have run away himself, because he has now turned into a vampire, not just fallen into a coma. Maybe when his vampire powers fully awaken, he will just leave this room directly. I hope you take us to your home to stay, not because you have any ulterior motives. If you intend to steal us away or harm any of us, then just wait for your village to be destroyed. After being scolded by Shangwan Yin like this, he could only awkwardly smile. He truly had no intention of harming anyone. Moreover, when he left, he also told Wenqing to make sure not to look around the courtyard. Since he kindly reminded her, could he really be a bad person? Although Shangwan Yin still suspected him, he felt more that the regent had run away, so there was no need to use his powers to interrogate him anymore. Instead, he let him leave. After listening, Liang coughed and spat out a pool of blood from his mouth. But he didn't try to hide his life-threatening condition in front of Shangwan Yin. Instead, he spread out his handkerchief to show Shangwan Yin the pool of blood. Do you know why I dare to bring you to my home? Actually, at first, when I saw the man you brought over with a gray face, I was quite scared. Plus, I heard the little boy say the regent is a ghost. You can't think he's not a ghost. And we're all good people, so we dare to bring you home, right? He could only think of these things, and Li Yang shook his head. Whether you're ghosts, I really don't know. You saw it just now. I coughed and nearly coughed myself to death, which means I don't have long to live, so I'm not afraid. If you're ghosts, then just eat me. That way, I can die sooner and not be tormented by these illnesses. His words sounded quite tragic. Shangwan Yin looked at his handkerchief and asked, what kind of strange illness do you have that when you cough once, you can spit out so much blood? I don't know what illness it is. Since I was born, I've had a lot of blood in me, and whenever I get sick, even more blood flows out. Now that I've grown up, I don't get sick as often as before, but I still cough and spit blood whenever the wind blows. It seemed that his illness had been with him since birth, and Shangwan Yin had never seen such a strange case. He directly pulled the man's hand over, saying, we practitioners of supernatural powers can also heal people, and I have healing abilities. Let me take a look at you. However, he didn't let Shangwan Yin examine him. My illness can't be cured by abilities. You can see for yourself. The reason I carry supernatural powers is because of these illnesses, so I can't practice. I don't need your help to look at it anymore. Chapter 175. Disappeared. Then he covered his hand with a handkerchief and looked at the moon as if making a wish. He just hoped to live well while he could, wishing that when his illnesses took his life, it wouldn't be too painful. Shangwan Yin watched him close his eyes, not understanding. My abilities are quite powerful. Maybe I can help you. Why don't you let me take a look? He thought that if someone was sick, they should seek treatment, rather than refusing to let anyone see it. Liang smiled. No need to look. By the way, wasn't he that woman supposed to be here guarding the regent tonight? Why is he gone now, and you're here instead? He felt that since Shangwan Yin had come over, Wenqing must be safe, having left the courtyard. After all, he had reminded Wenqing not to listen to those sounds when he left. But Shangwan Yin, with a not-so-good expression, said, I didn't know what was in the courtyard when I came over, but as soon as I walked in, the sounds disappeared. However, Wenqing attacked me as if she was being controlled. This controlled behavior was just like going to check on those sounds, Liang sighed. It seemed he hadn't listened to his own advice and had now suffered harm. Fortunately, Shangwan Yin had arrived in time, so he hadn't been harmed. Shangwan Yin looked at him and must have known how Wenqing had turned into that. So he asked, she is still lying in the room now. Because she was controlled and wanted to harm me, I acupointed her. I don't know what she will be like when she wakes up. Has anyone like that appeared in your village before? After their earlier conversation, he felt that the man wouldn't have harmed Wenqing. It could only be that there was something strange in their village that caused Wenqing to become like this. Liang didn't explain but stared at a wall in the courtyard. That was the same wall that Wenqing had just looked at, and it seemed suspicious. However, he didn't know what strange things could exist in their village, and could only wait for Liang to tell him. Fortunately, Liang didn't beat around the bush, and said directly, in our village, many people die every year, and a lot of them become like Wenqing, as if they are controlled by someone else. However, they don't harm others. Instead, they just keep hitting themselves until they die. Is it really that strange? What kind of magic can control someone to harm themselves? Following his gaze, Liang continued, moreover, they are all controlled at night. It seems that at midnight in our village, demons appear. If anyone sees them, they will be controlled by them. Shangwan Yin nodded. It must have been when they appeared at night that Wenqing discovered them, which is why she became like that. Knowing how Wenqing had turned into that, he felt much more relieved. However, he was also anxious about how to make Wenqing return to normal. Soon, the two of them chatted in the courtyard until dawn. Li Yang glanced at the sun in the sky and said, "Didn't you say that the people in the room were missing? Now that it's daylight, let us go to the village to look for them. There are many kind-hearted villagers in our village. If you want to find someone, they should help you." After saying that, he was about to leave the courtyard where the regent stayed. He also wanted to help Wenqing find people, but given his current weak state, he might not last long in the village and could end up dead there. Wenqing watched his back, feeling puzzled. Li Yang seemed like a good person, but also like someone who didn't care about worldly affairs. Since he was someone who didn't care about worldly affairs, how could he actively help others? This made him curious. However, the main priority was to find the regent and Wenqing. He also needed to see if she had woken up. If she hadn't woken up, he couldn't go find the regent. He had to stay by Wenqing's side first. So he quickly followed the route to find Wenqing's room. In the adjacent room, she had already woken up. She covered her head and looked at the unfamiliar blanket on the bed. Wasn't I guarding the regent in the courtyard? How did I end up sleeping here? And why hasn't Wenqing come over? She got out of bed and looked outside, saying such words. After resting in the room for a while, she thought to check on the regent first, then go find Wenqing. But because Wenqing was worried she hadn't woken up yet, he had already found her courtyard by this time. After seeing him, Wenqing murmured to himself, "Thank God, you finally woke up. I thought after you were controlled yesterday, I would have to find other ways to bring you back to consciousness. I didn't expect you to wake up on your own so quickly." Wenqing didn't understand what he meant. What happened to me last night? And wasn't I watching the regent? Weren't you in the regent's courtyard watching over everyone last night? But after I rushed over, it was as if you were being controlled, and then you kept hitting me. I had no choice but to pressure your acupoints to make you sleep first, and then I brought you over. Wenqing was a bit surprised. She remembered that yesterday, in the yard, she suddenly heard a sound and then saw that wall. However, when Wenqing rushed over, he didn't see any landscape painting. What was even stranger was how the wall could make sound. It seemed that this village really had issues. Now they were in a hurry to find someone. And with that kind of netizen turning into a vampire, if someone else found them, it would harm people. Knowing the danger, Wenqing put on her shoes and said to Wenqing, Chapter 176, Chaos from Behind. "It seems the village is quite strange. We can't stay in the village for long. We need to find the regent first, then move him to a safe place to deal with the vampire mark on him before looking into the village's matters." After briefly explaining about the village and the regent, they started looking for people. As they left the yard and passed by Li Yang, Wenqing just nodded at him. Li Yang also knew they were going to find the regent, was quite anxious, and didn't say much, just nodded and opened the door for them. But as the two of them ran out, he still said something. Wenqing's curiosity was piqued as she wondered why the man insisted on keeping them at home. He seemed like a good person, but his actions were truly suspicious. However, she decided to put that aside and focus on finding someone. The two of them immediately began asking the villagers in the village, "Have you seen a man wearing a mask? He's my brother. I just arrived in your village today and stayed overnight, and now he's gone." But the villagers didn't seem as warm as Li Yang. Upon hearing that Wenqing was new and had lost someone in their village, they coldly waved their hands. "You really haven't seen anyone in a cloak? If you truly lost someone, you should go outside and find an official." They looked at them as if they were plague carriers. Even if strange things had happened in their village, they shouldn't blame them. After all, they were just newcomers. What harm could they possibly do to the villagers? Wenqing was overheard by a passing villager, and the passing ant directly said to Wenqing, "It's quite dangerous for strangers to enter the village. What's wrong with us villagers being cautious? If you think what we're doing is wrong, then you can just leave our village." Over the years, many strange incidents had occurred in their village, leading everyone to develop a heightened sense of vigilance. As soon as they saw a stranger, they would immediately keep their distance, fearing that they might be those ghosts trying to control the villagers. Wenqing really didn't want to say much to the passing ant, only wanting to quickly find a regent. So she nodded and took Wenqing with her. As they searched, they found an abandoned house in the village. Looking at the dilapidated house, Wenqing asked, "What strange things have happened in this village that made the villagers so uneasy? I think we need to search carefully." She felt that the strange occurrences were definitely related to the regent, and perhaps it was the troublemaker who took the regent away from Li Yang's house. Shang Wanyan shared the same thought and directly led Wenqing into the dilapidated house. Since we both want to search thoroughly, let's start with this house. The two began to rummage through the interior. However, the items in the house had long been removed, and after searching for a long time, they found nothing, leaving them both exhausted and covered in sweat. The dust from the house had settled on them, making Wenqing look disheveled. Eventually, the two of them walked out of the house. As soon as Wenqing finished saying they should change locations, she wanted to ask Shang Wanyan which way would be better to go. However, the door they had just opened was suddenly slammed shut by a gust of wind. But the two of them were not afraid of any ghosts or gods. They directly displayed their skills and transformed into a ball of fire to ignite the nearby candles. Warmly looking at the closed door, this village really is quite interesting. Just as the words were spoken, the candle that had just been lit suddenly went out, which was a bit strange since there hadn't been any wind blowing in from this side. With warmth, he looked at the candle that had just been ignited by his supernatural ability and said to Shang Wanyan, "Now I can confirm that there are indeed some ghosts in their village, and the regent was taken away by those ghosts. He should be nearby now, so we don't need to look for people elsewhere. As long as we stay here, they will ensnare us by themselves." Shang Wanyan fully agreed. So the two of them sat down in the dilapidated house. Before they had even finished a cup of tea, the window began to creak. Occasionally, eerie laughter could be heard, but neither of them was disturbed. It seemed that the ones making the noises could no longer contain themselves and directly walked into the space where the two were sitting, shattering the table they were leaning against. However, this action revealed the hidden body of the intruder. Warmly looking at the hunched-over child, I directly unleashed my ability. I thought it was some capable ghost, but it turned out to be just a little brat watching us, not managing to catch him. When he heard Warmly call him a little brat, he seemed to go crazy and let out a roar, instantly transforming. He looked at the suddenly much larger child and tried to use his ability to suppress the change. However, it was completely useless after the child grew larger. He immediately dropped to the ground and transformed into a wolf. This reminded him of the wolf clan he saw in the vampire's lair, which might be related. But why was it a child? He didn't want to delve into that now. Instead, he unleashed his ability and asked, "Where did you take the regent?" He was very sure that the voice he heard yesterday and the regent being taken away were all his doing. Chapter 177. Controlled again. If you want to find a regent, then you have to catch me first. If you can't catch me, your regent will truly become a vampire. This was the first time Warmly heard him speak, but his voice didn't sound like a little ghost. Instead, it resembled that of a chubby little boy. Though he didn't consider the boy to be cute, he had already lost count of how many people he had killed in the village. So he used all his abilities just to try to catch the little boy. But it seemed his abilities had no effect on the boy. "What exactly are you? And why can you control the consciousness of the people in the village? Even last night, you controlled all of my consciousness." Seeing him act so strangely, Warmly asked. However, the little boy just giggled. "What am I? I'm obviously a creature far stronger than you. As long as you enter this village, no matter who you are, you will die here." Wenqing frowned. What kind of little boy is this? If he is truly that bad, why does he take on the appearance of an innocent little boy? And during the day, would he also appear like this in the village? If he were to show up in the village during the day and be encountered by the villagers, would he kill them all or control their minds? But he hasn't found the little boy yet. How can he control people's minds at will? Isn't his ability consumed? Right now, he can't use his powers. And the little boy in front of him is the one who took away the regent. He is very anxious and wants to focus on Shang Wanyan, who is standing aside. Since Shang Wanyan entered the room, he hasn't used his powers, and it seems like he is also being controlled by someone else. However, he doesn't have time to talk to Shang Wanyan and can only focus on dealing with the little boy. But now that his powers are bound, he can only push Shang Wanyan and say, "Both of us are about to be captured by the little boy. You can't just stand there. Hurry up and use your powers." This is something he didn't expect. But now, with the little boy in front and Shang Wanyan behind, he needs to hide quickly. Watching the incoming powers, he directly asks, "What happened to you? You can't be controlled by the little boy too, can you? Shang Wanyan, wake up quickly, or else the three of us really won't be able to leave the village and will be killed by the little boy." He feels it's very terrifying. They all have powers, even though the regent is unconscious. However, he can't say that they can't deal with the little boy at all. After all, he was easily taken away by the little boy from his home last night. Now that they are looking for the regent, they are temporarily controlled by the little boy, and Shang Wanyan really can't distinguish people right now, directly using his powers randomly, but not directing them at the little boy. However, his fragmented words cannot wake Shang Wanyan. Instead, Shang Wanyan's powers grow stronger, and the little boy watching from the side claps his hands. Hurry up and hit each other. Didn't you say your powers have been enhanced? Is that all the strength you have? Quickly use your powers and kill him. The little boy actually encourages them to attack each other with their powers. Wenqing gritted his teeth, nearly biting them to pieces, but Shang Wanyan can't control his consciousness right now, so he can only take Shang Wanyan away first. Once Shang Wanyan is better, they will find the regent together, so he directly uses his powers. But these powers are not meant for fighting. Instead, they turn into a light sphere that envelopes Shang Wanyan. After using his powers, he looks at the little boy. Now, don't get too proud. Although we don't know how to break your mind control, at least we have some people with powers. Do you really think you can kill us with powers like you did with the villagers? He is even less worried about the regent. Although the little boy took the regent away, judging by the little boy's situation, he can't kill the regent because he is about to become a vampire. If he really takes action to control his mind or kill him, he might come back to life, so he is not worried about finding him now. After finishing his conversation with the little boy, he takes Shang Wanyan and quickly runs through their village. However, the villagers see Wenqing and Shang Wanyan and all avoid them. Some even say about their fleeting shadows. Look at their running speed. It doesn't look like normal people can run like that. Maybe it's them who made the sounds at night and caused our villagers to die. Everyone, hurry and follow them to take a look. If we can catch them in the village this time, then the strange sounds at night will stop, and there won't be any more villagers dying. After this was said, the villagers who initially didn't want to bother with strangers all started to run after Wenqing and Shang Wanyan. However, because Shang Wanyan and Wenqing were running quite fast, even though they were running together in a relay, they couldn't keep up. Finally, when they were almost at Nanzi's house, they lost them. After helping Shang Wanyan into his house, he looked back. Fortunately, the villagers didn't follow them. Otherwise, they would really be seen as monsters appearing in the village at night and would be killed. If a bunch of villagers followed them, it would be quite difficult for him to leave the village safely without harming anyone, especially since the villagers suspect they are murderous demons and would never let them go. So, if he doesn't deal with 1 or 2 villagers, he won't be able to leave. But fortunately, no villagers discovered where they were staying. Now, he is taking care of Shang Wanyan in Emon Yen's house, and after breaking his consciousness, they will leave Emon Yen's house. Once the time is right, they will find the regent. Chapter 178. Falling into slumber, they will be able to leave the village completely. And as for the demons in their village, they will definitely lure them away, but they must not alert the snake. What happened to you in the village that made you faint after only half an hour? Wenqing looked tenderly at Shang Wanyan lying on the bed. This was not a case of him fainting. He had insisted on using his abilities to attack Wenqing all the way. Fearing that Shang Wanyan might really use his powers to harm him, Wenqing had directly made a pill and fed it to him, which is why he finally fell into a quiet sleep. Otherwise, he would still be using his abilities now. However, that little boy was quite strange. He didn't do anything, not even chant a spell, yet he was able to control Shang Wanyan's consciousness. It was just like last night when he was guarding the entrance of the regent's palace. He only saw a wall, but he perceived strange things painted on it, which ultimately led him to control its abilities. Looking at the curious man, he said, "We have already figured out what appeared in your village at night. It's a little boy. But he is not an ordinary little boy. He is a demon in disguise." He had indeed sensed the aura of a demon from a boy, which was different from that of zombies and vampires. He could perform some spells. If the little boy were to kill the clones in the village and then grow into an adult, his demonic aura would probably become even stronger. Therefore, they needed to capture him while he was still a child in the village. Otherwise, it would only lead to more deaths in the village. The man listened in terror and asked Wenqing, "What kind of little boy is he? Did you see his face?" Wenqing nodded slightly. He had been fighting with the little boy for such a long time, and had even used his abilities to attack him. How could he not see his face clearly? He had even noticed the birthmark that was exposed on the boy's body. He didn't mention the birthmark on the boy's arm. But then he heard Yin ask if there was a lotus-shaped birthmark on his left arm. His words surprised Wenqing. He hadn't gone with him to see that little boy, so how could he know that the boy had a birthmark? He even remembered exactly where it was. Wenqing couldn't help but suspect that the sudden appearance of the little boy in their village, who harmed so many people in the old village, must be related to them. She asked the man, "Have you seen the little boy? Is he from your village? Did he die accidentally and become a ghost, lingering in your village?" Speaking of ghosts seemed to diminish the gravity of the situation, as he had already become a demon. It could only be said that in the moment between life and death, he chose evil and thus transformed into a demon. The man gave a bitter smile and said, "A few years ago, a little boy died in our village. He also had a lotus birthmark on his arm. However, he didn't die a natural death. He was killed by the village chief." Hearing that he was killed by the village chief made Wenqing frown. She wondered why such a child was killed and whether anyone in the village tried to stop it. She thought to herself without asking the man, but he explained, "Actually, the little boy was the child of the village chief's wife, but not a child of the village." When the chief discovered this, he felt betrayed by his wife. To ensure that she would remain with him, he killed the child. Wenqing couldn't understand. Having already betrayed, if he didn't want the woman, why didn't he just divorce her? Why keep her around? Moreover, the village chief's wife had an affair with someone else. And what about the child? That child didn't come into being voluntarily. Why must they kill the child? They mentioned that they didn't want to talk about family matters anymore. After all, the child had already turned into a demon, and they needed Wenqing to help them deal with it. If Wenqing found out about all the troubles in their village, he might not want to kill the little boy anymore. In that case, the boy would just stay in their village, and this demon would only kill more villagers. He looked at Wenqing and said, "It's time for me to go outside the village to see my illness. You just stay with Wenqing at my house. My house is at the southernmost part of the village, and no one will come over. If someone does come and you don't want to deal with them, you don't have to open the door." Because many people had died in their village, they were very superstitious about strangers coming to their village. If Wenqing opened the door for the villagers, perhaps they would come, and the matter of the stranger would be spread around by the villagers, leading to their house being attacked. He muttered in agreement, his mind filled with thoughts of the village chief's child. That little boy was quite pitiful. No wonder they were ruthless when killing him. But it was the village chief who killed his own child, so why did he still harm the villagers? Could it be that there was some connection with the villagers? However, Yin would not continue the conversation with him, and the villagers completely ignored him, leaving him with no place to inquire, so he had to throw all thoughts of the village aside. He waited for a while at the place where Yin was lying down, and when he found that Yin had not woken up yet, he went to the courtyard. However, he went to the courtyard where the regent had stayed last night. Looking at that wall, he realized that it was after seeing that wall that he became aware of being controlled. He wanted to see if the little boy had left anything on the wall. Upon arriving at the regent's courtyard, he noticed that the wall had a slight blackness, which shouldn't have been there this morning, because Yin had told him that he had been staring at that wall last night. Both of them had observed the wall for a long time without noticing anything, and that wall was pure white, but now, after coming back in the afternoon, it had a bit of blackness, which was quite strange. He wondered if approaching it would cause his consciousness to be controlled again. Standing by the wall for a while, he said, "What exactly turned the little boy into a demon?" Chapter 179, Awakening. However, before he could figure it out, he noticed that the blackness was growing larger, directly transforming into an abyss. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to go in. If he brought Yin over, and the hole still existed, both of them would definitely have to enter that wall. As he walked along the path, he heard sounds coming from the room where Yin was sleeping. "All demons. You are all a bunch of demons. All you villagers deserve to die." Wenqing weakly sat by the table, looking at Yin lying on the bed as he spoke these words. He was feeling quite overwhelmed because the regent's accountant was about to turn into a vampire, and he had been taken away by a little boy. Now that Yin's consciousness was under control, he had not yet regained awareness. It was very likely that other men would also take him away, and if both of them were no longer by his side, he would truly be powerless. So he was urgently thinking of a solution, but before he could awaken Yin's consciousness, someone knocked on the man's door. "Is he home? The village chief has asked us to gather at his house. Even though you're not feeling well, you still have to go to the village chief's house today. If you don't go, The village chief might kick you out of the village. This was a villager outside, calling for Wenqing. However, Wenqing was not at home. He had told Wenqing when he left that if he didn't want to deal with the villagers, he could just not open the door. But now they were asking him to gather at the village chief's house, and he felt it was necessary to say something to the villagers. So he opened the door. "Who are you? Why are you in a man's house? We don't allow outsiders to stay in our village at all." He didn't even inform the village chief this time, and just let someone stay here. It seems he really doesn't want to stay in the village anymore. Wenqing didn't understand what he meant by not letting others stay. Besides, it was the man who actively invited them over, so what did it have to do with him? In the end, he saw the man just trembling and saying that he wanted the village chief to drive them away, but he couldn't say anything else. So he had no choice but to close the door. Wenqing stood in the yard and said, "What is the big deal? We just stayed in their village for a few days. We didn't do anything bad there, so why should the village chief kick us out?" However, right after Wenqing finished this sentence, he thought of the demon in their village, and immediately there was an explanation. Because the voice of that demon echoed in the man's house again, but this time it was accompanied by very hurried footsteps, walking back and forth in his mind, giving him a headache. He tried to get rid of the sound from his ears, but when he knocked on his ears, a very frightening laughter emerged instead. "Keep knocking. Keep knocking. When you knock your head one more time, you will be completely under my control." This sentence made Wenqing come to his senses, and without hesitation, he recited a calming spell, which made his head feel much better. His headache disappeared, and he looked around the yard and asked, "Little boy, I know you're in this yard right now. Hurry up and come out. If you don't come out, I'll have to use my powers to catch you. And if I catch you with my powers, you know I won't let you leave the village." The only one who could do those strange things in the village was the little boy, so it was definitely him who had just controlled his mind. But why did he only control him and not show himself? He had heard villagers say that when the little boy controlled their consciousness, he would quickly appear and make them commit suicide. But now he had already half controlled them, so why hadn't he appeared yet? Was it really necessary to hide so much? After all, they had already seen each other in the village today, when the little boy heard Wenqing calling him. He came out. After the little boy spoke, he giggled and then ignored Wenqing, seeing that Wenqing, whose consciousness was under his control, was now lying on the bed. He pointed at Wenqing on the bed and said, "If you don't leave the village now, what's the use? The villagers have already seen you, and soon they will bring the village chief here. They do not allow strange people to stay overnight in the village. But if you want to stay at the village chief's house, you must say you are the village chief's son." He understood his mother's words and called the village chief father every day. However, one day he was discovered, and the village chief went mad and killed him. Remembering the father who had killed him at such a young age, he looked at Wenqing and said, Chapter 180, The Aberrant. "Moreover, people like you who have powers are even less allowed. So just wait to be driven out of the village by these villagers. If you don't leave the village chief's house, they will definitely take action and kill you. Just like the village chief killed me when he found out I wasn't his child." Since the beginning of his speech, the little boy's laughter had not stopped, as if he truly anticipated Wenqing being killed by the village chief. Wenqing was about to ask him what exactly had happened between him and the village chief, but their door was suddenly knocked open by someone else. The person inside quickly shouted, "Come out. I don't care what the reason is. You're staying in Nancy's house. But now this is our village's territory. You need to hurry up and get out of Nancy's house and leave our village." Wenqing was a bit bothered by the village chief's voice outside, causing her a headache. However, before she went to open the door for the village chief, she noticed that the little demon boy she had just been talking to had suddenly vanished. He was truly a child who could appear and disappear at will. But wasn't it said that the village chief had killed him? Now that the village chief was outside, why did he not even dare to look? What could be the reason for this? Wenqing didn't think about why the little boy didn't dare to stay, but instead couldn't stand the noise outside and directly opened the door for the village chief. He looked at the village chief, who didn't want to keep them in the village, and said, "Although you are the village chief, this is the house of Wenqing. He wants to let us stay here overnight, and even as the village chief, you can't drive me away." But this village chief was very unreasonable, directly pulling Wenqing out of the house, even trying to push Wenqing to the ground. "You are indeed a strange monster. I just pushed you a little, and you fell over. What kind of sorcery did you use?" The villagers, hearing the village chief call Wenqing a monster, stepped back in fear and urged the village chief, "Chief, We all know they are monsters. Hurry up and drive them out of our village. The series of deaths in our village might all be because of them. What they said was hard for Wenqing to understand. They had just arrived in the village, and deaths had started years ago. Should they really blame the death from years ago on them? However, regardless of whether it was because of Wenqing that they came to the village, the villagers were determined to drive them away. Chief, it's time for you to make a decision. You don't need to care about that sickly Yin anymore. After all, he's just a dying child. Why keep so many people in his house? The villagers felt they didn't have to follow Shang Guanyin's opinion. As long as they wanted to drive people out of the village, they could just do it. Wenqing directly knocked on the door and said, "What are you all talking about? I'm not a monster at all. Why should we be blamed for the deaths that happened in your village years ago? And if you really drive us out, wouldn't the victims among you be wronged?" But the villagers couldn't rationally listen to Wenqing's words. Instead, one by one, they started banging on the door like Wenqing, and some even threw stones hard at Wenqing's feet, saying to him, "I don't care whether you're a monster or not. As long as you're a stranger, you can't stay in our village. You saw that someone died again in our village last night. If you stay here, you might be the next one to die." Wenqing found their mysterious and mumbling behavior somewhat annoying, making her reluctant to stay in the village. Looking at the person throwing stones with warmth, I said, "If you try to intimidate me with this method, you might as well hurry up and pick up the stones. I will not be leaving your village first. After all, you can see that my person is still unconscious in your village. He can't even get up and leave with me. So why should I take him away? Besides, they are currently staying at Yin's house, not in the villagers' homes. As long as Yin doesn't drive them away, they can stay here, so there's really no need for him to leave the village." He then pushed everyone out of Yin's house and closed the door, speaking to the village chief outside. "Think about what your village has been doing all these years. Haven't people been killed in your village over the years? It's precisely because there have been killings in your village that villagers have been murdered one after another. What nonsense are you talking about? Our villagers are so simple and honest. How could we let others die in our village? Even if someone were really killed in the village, we would definitely seek justice from the authorities for the deceased." Wenqing stood in the yard and recited a few simple words about the villagers, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. There are many simple people in this world, and it doesn't necessarily mean that these two words are specifically referring to the villagers. However, it is truly ridiculous that they now believe being a villager equates to being simple. When I realized I was being controlled, I woke up after a night's sleep. How long have you been asleep now? Why haven't you woken up yet? Could it be that he has been controlling your time for a longer period? Warmly looking at the still unconscious Shang Guanyin, she lay down beside his bed, then turned to face his face and said, Chapter 181, Retention. Why did it take you so long to see a doctor? Is the illness you have related to this village in some way? When Wenqing mentioned the village, Yin's face looked a bit unnatural, but he still put away his medicine and spoke to him. On the day you all arrived, I told you in the yard that I have had these illnesses since birth, coughing up blood from the start. It's just that it has become more severe as I grew older, and I cough up more blood. How could it possibly be because I stayed in the village? Wenqing frowned. He only asked if it had anything to do with the village, without saying that it was because he was staying in the village. On the contrary, Yin specifically emphasized that it had nothing to do with the village, which made him suspect that Yin's illness might not have been inherent from birth. Perhaps something was done to him by the villagers and the village chief that caused him to cough up blood now. However, Yin wouldn't mention his illness to him for the time being, so he had to return the medicine to Yin. I told you, someone called you to gather at the village chief's house today, and I went to open the door for him. He said he wanted to drive us away, and then he brought the village chief over, but I didn't leave and managed to drive them out instead. Just as he was about to take his medicine bag to brew his medicine, he heard Wenqing mention that they had been discovered. Yin almost dropped his medicine, and in the end, it fell on the table, preventing all his medicine from scattering. He looked at Wenqing and said, It seems they were discovered by the village chief and the others, but since you are staying at my house, I will go find the village chief tomorrow, and he will agree to let you stay in the village. They had already been discovered, and the village chief wanted to drive them away. Why did Yin still want to keep them here? Could it be that keeping them in the village was somehow useful to him? Yet, when he suggested using his abilities to help Yin with his illness, Yin refused to use his powers. And when it came to capturing the demons in the village, Yin also felt it unnecessary. What exactly did he want to do? However, he still couldn't understand why Yin wanted to keep them in the village. Meanwhile, Yin, lying in bed, was not doing well. He supported his chest and made his way outside the courtyard. When Wenqing heard his voice, she was both surprised and delighted. However, seeing him getting up from the bed while holding his chest, she felt that he might still be in some pain. She quickly had him sit next to the table and poured him a cup of hot water that she had just boiled. Yin grunted in acknowledgement and gulped down the water. After placing the empty cup on the table, Wenqing poured him another cup before continuing. Today, the two of us really need to see the regent. However, we encountered a little boy on the way. That little boy was a demon, and while I was fighting him, he took control of your consciousness. When Yin heard that he had been controlled, he felt a bit guilty about wanting to fight him. I'm sorry, I didn't even know I was being controlled, and I don't remember hitting you. Did I hurt you? However, he hadn't fully absorbed the elixir yet, and his abilities hadn't significantly improved. If he really had wanted to attack Wenqing while under control, she would definitely have been hurt. But Wenqing waved her hand. Didn't I tell you? I noticed in time that he had taken control of your consciousness, and then I used my abilities to subdue you, so neither of us got hurt. Hearing that they weren't injured, Yin let out a sigh of relief and drank the other cup of water Wenqing poured for him. After talking for a while, his chest indeed felt quite painful. It seemed that when his consciousness was controlled, the energy had entered his body and harmed his internal organs, especially the area around his chest, which was likely the most painful. However, thinking back to the little boy he had seen today in the dilapidated room, he realized there was indeed something wrong. When he first saw the boy suddenly appear, he only wondered why there was a little boy there and never thought that an eerie little boy in the village could be a demon. Since you're awake now, you two should stay at home. I need to find a village chief and tell him about your situation so that you can stay in the village. He added directly, I pushed the village chief down in front of your house today. If we want to stay here, it might be a bit troublesome. How about I go with you to meet the village chief and apologize? Although the village chief had killed before in the village, many villagers still listened to him. This meant he also played the role of a good person in the village. Having already gone to apologize, the village chief should, considering his reputation in the village, not cause them any trouble and would let them stay. However, before they could leave Meng Yan's house, they noticed a large black hole appearing on the roof of Meng Yan's house. Wenqing immediately thought of the black hole she saw on the wall of the yard where the regent was staying when she visited today. This likely meant it was created by the little boy they had just seen. She pulled Yin over. If a vortex were to form inside, it could directly suck the entire village and surrounding trees into the hole, so they had to stand firm and keep their distance from the black hole. Chapter 182 teleported not only Wenqing, but all three people present were frightened, afraid of being sucked into the vortex. Yet they couldn't leave Yin's house right now. What worried them even more was that there were so many villagers in the village who could come at any moment, and the man in the house even said they would be driven away. If the villagers came to Yin's house, they would definitely walk into the vortex. And would they be able to pull them out then? Wenqing sighed softly. Besides, who knew what the little boy would do next? The vortex might keep getting smaller and directly absorb them. Yin rubbed Wenqing's shoulder and said, Don't be afraid. Although it's very likely that both of us could be sucked in, we're still fine in the yard right now. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we can think of a way to subdue the little boy. Yin's mindset was relatively good, but Wenqing couldn't bear to be shrouded in darkness. Not only could they no longer see the sun in the sky, but they could also be eaten by the monsters that came out of the black hole. So she pushed Yin and said, Then tell me how we can catch the little boy. We don't even know where he is, and whether this black hole was created by him. If it wasn't, it means there are other monsters in the village. What should we do then? If the villagers in the village all turn into vampires, this world will soon become one ruled by vampires. If these monsters are also attached to the vampires, it would really make it impossible for anyone to survive here. Wenqing was anxiously about to push Yin into the black hole, while Yin was blocking the two of them. You two don't rush to argue about where this black hole came from. When I brought you to the village, there was something I forgot to tell you. What did you forget to say? It might be related to the black hole, and then we can find a way out from your place. He sighed. It's actually related to the black hole. At that time, I thought it wouldn't come so early, so I didn't tell Wenqing. But now that we've reached it, it's better to explain. So he walked up to the black hole and began to explain to both of them. Actually, it's not something dangerous. It's something customary in our village. Even if you leave my house, you'll see that the villagers' homes are all surrounded by these black holes. Wenqing couldn't understand what this black hole really was. Listening to his explanation that every household had one, what could be the reason for that? And Mo Yin looked at his furrowed brows and then continued to point at the ones by the door, saying, since the year the first person died in our village. These black holes of various sizes have frequently appeared in the village. They used to be at the crossroads, but now they have started to surround our homes directly. The villagers have discussed these black holes, wondering if one day they might appear inside their homes. If that happens, there would be nowhere to hide. So they might as well send someone in to see if there are any man-eating demons inside the black holes. The village chief selected 2 strong men from the village at that time and had them enter the black hole together. However, as soon as the 2 of them went inside, they were immediately eaten by the demon that came out from within. They then thought about sending in 2 more people, but before they could decide who would go in, the black hole disappeared. After it vanished, they believed it might just be a punishment from heaven for their village, especially since the black hole had already claimed 2 lives. They never dared to send anyone in again. Later, for an entire month, the black holes did not appear, and everyone almost forgot about the 2 people who had entered. But then the black holes reappeared. This time, they were even closer to each villager, appearing right at their doorsteps. Since falling in meant never coming back out, every villager was afraid to go near the black hole when they saw it. Even if they had to walk past it, they would take big strides to leap over it. After that, no one ever entered the black hole again. Wenqing nodded upon hearing this. Why did their village have to sacrifice a few people whenever something unfamiliar appeared? Even the demon boy they had seen last time was also sacrificed for their village. It seemed that their village's troubles had a reason behind them. Since he mentioned that there were man-eating demons inside, it was better for them to stay away from the black vortex. They could wait until dawn tomorrow. By then, the black vortex would likely be gone, and they could go out to find the regent. Shang Yin nodded and stood with Wenqing in the courtyard, waiting for the black vortex to disappear. The man watching from the side sighed deeply, uncertain of when it would disappear this time. It seemed they needed to hurry and get all the villagers out of the village. Otherwise, the black vortex was getting closer and closer to them. Sooner or later, the demons inside would crazily rush out and eat all the villagers. Speaking of the demons, Wenqing suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to ask Mo Yin about that little boy. However, Mo Yin shook his head. Their timelines were not aligned. Otherwise, they would have already linked the appearance of the black vortex to the boy's death. It seemed that their investigation into what kind of demon the boy was had hit another dead end. But right now, the boy was not their main concern. Chapter 183, Understanding the Cause. However, they were about to leave the village soon. If they really couldn't find out what kind of demon the boy was, they could just capture him. But just as they felt the vortex was about to disappear, a girl in green clothes was spat out, collapsing at Shang Yin's feet. He looked confusedly at the 3 people in the courtyard and asked, "Where is this? Wasn't I at home talking to my mother about getting married? How did I suddenly appear in your courtyard?" Seeing him so confused and knowing he wasn't a monster, the girl quickly helped him up from the green clothes on the ground. "We also didn't know how you suddenly appeared here. We were discussing when we could leave the black vortex in the village when you were suddenly spat out from it." After saying this, he pointed to the vortex right in front of them. The girl looked over and indeed saw a black vortex at their doorstep, resembling a gaping mouth spitting blood. This scared him, causing him to fall to the ground again. He had forgotten that Mo Yin had just told them that there were demons in that black vortex, and anyone who rushed in would be eaten by those demons. If the girl ran in, wouldn't that mean she would be devoured by those demons? So he held on to her, not letting her run towards the vortex. Shang Yin also looked anxious, but he didn't know if the girl believed what they were saying. So he had to stop her from running into the vortex. Meanwhile, Mo Yin was on the verge of coughing up blood. As soon as the person inside was thrown out, his body felt a bit off, and he didn't know why. Now he couldn't help rush to stop anyone. He was just struggling on the side. "Since this black vortex has nothing to do with you, then don't stop me." Wenqing pointed at the black vortex, where faint figures of demons could be seen, and said, "If you run in there, it will end up consuming you. Then you will never see your mother again, and you won't be able to be with your husband tomorrow." After Wenqing finished speaking, the girl stopped running and instead opened her eyes to look at the black vortex. She noticed that something was indeed off inside, but she wasn't sure if there were really demons inside. Wenqing also knew that what he said just now had scared him, and he wouldn't dare to run inside again, so he finally let go of the girl. He didn't expect that you hadn't left the village yet. These villagers were really too foolish. Wenqing didn't understand what it meant, asking what it meant for the villagers to be foolish, and why they hadn't been allowed to leave the village yet. He looked at the little boy coming over and pointed at the black vortex, asking. But he forgot that he was facing a demon. How could the little boy possibly listen to him? The demon laughed wildly. Let me remove the black vortex? That's impossible, unless you have a way to make it disappear on its own. As for the girl from this family, I randomly transport one from family to our village each time. Since she is already here, let's keep her in our village. The girl understood from his words that she couldn't leave, and she began to cry loudly. Wenqing felt a bit of a headache from crying for him. But the girl was also innocent, caught up by the black vortex. So she wiped her tears and said, the little boy, hearing Wenqing say he was just talking nonsense, directly used his magic to pull the girl over and said to her, did you see? I'm a monster. If you stay this close to Wenqing again, I'll transform in my monster form and eat you. The girl was startled by his magic and truly believed he was a monster, pleading, please don't eat me. He looked at Wenqing and felt some regret for coming to their village with Wenqing. If they hadn't brought the regent along, he wouldn't have been taken away, and they wouldn't have encountered so many vortices. If it were just him and Wenqing without the regent dragging them down, it would have been easier to catch the demon. Chapter 184, Scare Tactics. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Wenqing was so scared by the little boy's face that he didn't dare to speak. The little boy had also scared them before, directly throwing the woman to Wenqing and leaving Wenqing's courtyard. After he left, Wenqing finally dared to speak. The little boy with magic you said you saw in our village is him, right? Wenqing nodded gently. They had only seen one today, and he was like a three-headed, six-armed deity. The two of them could do nothing and would be controlled by their consciousness. And Wenqing sighed, realizing that the village chief's retribution had truly come. This little boy was the child that the village chief had killed, as I mentioned to you. The girl, who was already frightened by the monster, directly covered her face and began to cry when she heard that their village chief would kill people. Wenqing was really troubled. If there was a way to send the girl away, he would have done it long ago, because her crying was draining all his patience. But the key issue was that there were so many whirlpools outside, they simply couldn't get her out. He looked at the girl and said, this whirlpool will probably disappear soon, and then you can leave. For now, stop crying here. We need to focus on the little boy's situation. The little boy just told you that they won't let you leave the village he belongs to. If you don't resolve the situation with the little boy, he might end up killing you in the village if you try to leave. So really, please stop crying. He repeatedly told her not to cry and reminded her about the little boy. The girl was truly frightened. She sat in the corner of the yard, softly crying while touching the nearby tree. Looking at him with warmth, she supported her forehead and said to Wenqing, why don't we use our abilities to see if we can attract the demon inside? Maybe if we kill all the demons inside, the black vortex will disappear. This was a new idea he had just come up with, but Wenqing beside them said it wouldn't work. You should know that I also have abilities. Even though I'm not as strong as you, I still have some self-defense abilities, so when the black vortex first appeared, I put my abilities into it. Seeing him like this, it seemed he had failed. Otherwise, how could it be that when he and Wenqing suggested using their abilities, Wenqing said it wouldn't work? For the first time, he felt somewhat useless. The girl looked at the door where the black vortex had disappeared and immediately ran outside. However, as soon as she reached the door, his arm was severed. Just as he was about to cry out at the sight of his fallen arm, his leg was gone. And soon after, he lay there unblinking at the door of Wenqing's house. The villagers of the village were about to come out to see how the black vortex had disappeared at the other houses when they saw a girl lying at the door of Wenqing's house. And they shouted out, everyone come quickly. Someone has died at Wenqing's door. Wenqing was still a bit worried when she heard him call the other villagers over. After all, these villagers disliked them, and now, with another person dead, they might suspect them again. However, this time the villagers really didn't suspect them. It was indeed Wenqing and Wenqing who were involved. Whenever a black vortex appeared in their village, strangers would come, and they would typically be on the verge of death. Each time they confirmed that there was no black vortex in the village, they would then check which stranger had appeared in their village again. This time, when the girl appeared, they didn't hesitate to call the village chief over, disregarding Wenqing and Sheng Wanyan's presence. After the villagers went to find the village chief, Yin said to Wenqing, "Didn't you know that the girl wouldn't survive when she appeared at your house? She wouldn't leave the village alive." After all, similar events had occurred several times in their village, and Yin should have been aware of it. Moreover, why didn't he stop the girl when she was about to leave? Otherwise, she might not have died so quickly. She and Sheng Wanyan were nearby and could have used their abilities to protect her. Listening to Wenqing's questioning, Yin replied, "This is something that was unavoidable. That little boy has very powerful abilities. You said the black vortex was controlled by him. Even if I had stopped the girl, could I have prevented her death? Someone had died right in front of them, and he and Sheng Wanyan could not forget it." Sitting back in the room, he was still thinking about what the girl had said to him. Sheng Wanyan patted Wenqing on the head, saying, "These are matters concerning our village, and we haven't sought help from the authorities. If the authorities come, they will definitely bring those with abilities to help us deal with these demons. So let us not think about the little girl anymore. Once we find a regent and deal with the little boy, there won't be any more incidents of strangers being brought here." Chapter 185. Great change. Wenqing listened to him and forced a smile. This time, it was indeed his incompetence that had led to the girl's death. He said to Sheng Wanyan, "I now understand what it means for the villagers to refuse strangers in their village. However, this time I need to help them catch the little boy." At first, the villagers rejected his and Sheng Wanyan's inquiries. He felt that the villagers were wrong, but now, seeing someone dead in their village, he understood the reason. Perhaps the villagers were also doing it for the sake of him and Sheng Wanyan. This was all the villagers could do with their abilities. Wenqing didn't pay attention to Yin's thoughts about what he had discussed with Sheng Wanyan earlier. He planned to leave Yin's house that night to find a regent. So that evening, he made sure the sound hadn't appeared yet and went to Sheng Wanyan's room. "Hurry and change into a different outfit. And have you put on the earplugs I gave you that can identify with abilities? Otherwise, when we go out later and hear the sound, our consciousness will be controlled." Sheng Wanyan smiled, then took the earplugs Wenqing gave him and put them in his ears right in front of him. "Say I put them on? Now I can't hear anything you say. Can we go out now?" Wenqing nodded gently and put on her earplugs, making sure she couldn't hear anything before daring to leave Sheng Wanyan's room. However, after going out this time, she saw the strange words on the wall again, but didn't hear any sounds, so her consciousness wasn't controlled. She took Sheng Wanyan's hand and pointed at the door of Yin's house, mouthing the words, "After we have a good meal at Yin's house tonight, I've already taken what was outside their door. Now, let's hurry out to find the regent." Sheng Wanyan nodded, and the two of them opened the latch on Yin's door. But because they didn't close the latch, it almost cost little Wong, who was sleeping at home, his life. As soon as they went out, a black figure floated into Yin's house, chuckled a couple of times, and entered Yin's room. Why did they kindly take the two of them in the village? If they weren't in the village, they definitely wouldn't think I was a monster trying to capture them. The black figure lay down next to the sleeping Yin and slowly merged with Yin's body. Meanwhile, Wenqing, who was going out to find a regent, was still unaware that someone had entered Yin's house and was looking for the dilapidated house they encountered earlier that day with Sheng Wanyan. Once we find the dilapidated house, we must use our abilities first, otherwise we will be controlled by the little boy again. It was because Sheng Wanyan didn't use his abilities in time today that the little boy easily controlled his consciousness, and he directly fought with the little boy using his powers. So no matter how he tried to control his consciousness, it was futile. Sheng Wanyan nodded. No wonder they found a route from this morning and located the dilapidated house. However, Wenqing didn't let Sheng Wanyan enter the dilapidated house right away. Instead, she pushed the door open first. After ensuring there were no black figures inside, she used all her powers and created a white light circle, saying to Sheng Wanyan, "It's here, and your abilities are still under control, and your consciousness is completely gone. Even if he tells you to come and hit me, you must be careful not to let him control you again." Sheng Wanyan understood and didn't want to fight Wenqing anymore. So he stabilized his consciousness early to prevent the little boy from suddenly appearing and controlling him. However, just as they both used their powers, they heard the regent's voice. Can you two see me? I'm tied to the pillar in the room. If you see me, hurry over and bring me something." After hearing this, Wenqing immediately wanted to run to the pillar in the room to see if the regent was there, but was stopped by Wenqing. Previously, they had been controlled by him, but they had lost all consciousness and felt nothing. Now, being told to go and unbind him right away, was he still controlling them? Hearing Wenqing's words, Wenqing was startled. Even if the regent was tied up, he wouldn't be able to ask someone to rush over to do something if he saw someone coming to rescue him. So it was very likely that the little boy had appeared again and had once again taken control of his consciousness. Feeling a sense of fear, she quickly retreated from the room. What on earth was this little boy? Even if he had been killed by the village chief and turned into a monster, he couldn't possibly be so powerful and able to manipulate people's consciousness. Just after thinking about the little boy's strangeness, she remembered the regent who had been taken away by him. They needed to hurry and find the regent in this dilapidated house. His time was running out, and he might have already turned into a vampire. If it didn't take him out of this broken house and let his abilities be eroded, it would really be over. Wenqing nodded. They indeed needed to find the Holy King quickly, but they hadn't thought about how to handle it yet when a strong wind suddenly swept through, blowing both of them into the house, and the door closed immediately. Once inside, their consciousness was not controlled, so they quickly released their abilities. Wenqing said, "We must be careful. This must be the work of the little boy. After all, I think this house is so dilapidated and uninhabited. It can only be that a child is staying here." Wenqing's speculation this time was wrong. Just when he wanted to use his ability, the regent suddenly appeared in front of him. Wenqing was frightened by his teeth. He looked at Wenqing and said, "Did we come too late? The way the regent looks now, it seems he has already turned into a vampire. Can we really take him away and then solve his vampire problem?" The regent, transformed into a vampire, truly scares Wenqing. He thinks this is even more detestable than a vampire queen. Wenqing naturally saw him too and patted Wenqing's hand. The fact that they saw the regent transformed into a vampire standing in front of them indicated that the little boy had captured him and simply left him in a dilapidated house without doing anything else, just letting him become a vampire. If they didn't leave soon, they would face not just a vampire, but also a demon. Wenqing hummed in response and looked at the situation. "Unexpectedly, we brought you into the village, and it didn't turn you into a vampire. It might have been resolved, but instead, it allowed someone else to take you away. Now, let's quickly return to your true self and leave with us." However, it was I who turned into a vampire. I couldn't bear to see what Wenqing was saying, and he still had a special ability right now. So he directly used his ability on Wenqing. Wenqing shouted in distress, "Oh no, he still has his abilities. If the two of us use our powers against him, it will harm the regent. So what should we do?" This time, he couldn't make a decision, so he had to consult Wenqing. Wenqing didn't know either, so they had to first create his aura. This type of aura had the ability to trap people, and once trapped, it wouldn't harm them. So he planned to trap the regent in the aura, but he forgot that the regent had turned into a vampire, and his abilities were the same. This aura could also be purified. While the aura was trapping the regent, he used his own abilities to dissolve the aura. It's over. Now the aura can't even trap the regent. Can we really take him away? Unexpectedly, you two come to my broken house quite often. Instead of properly watching that man in the yard, are you tired of living? After the little boy said this, he began to release his demon soul towards the inside of the house. The demon soul surrounded them and then rushed into Wenqing's body. After hearing him, he thought he would turn into a demon soon and really wanted to use his abilities to kill himself. However, Wenqing said to the little boy, "Do you think you demons really have no way to deal with this? Just like this vampire. We just wanted to bring him to a place to stay before we removed his vampire form. If there's no way to solve it, then there must be a way to solve it. Anyway, you can't do anything in my broken house now unless you find a way to get out. Otherwise, you will also turn into a demon with him. If suddenly new demons join him, especially those with abilities, it will be much more exciting, even making it much easier to kill the villagers in the village." Wenqing was really about to go crazy. She didn't want to become a demon. So she looked at the little boy and said, "You better get the demon soul out of my body, or else I will kill you later." But the little boy arrogantly replied, "I won't get the demon soul out of your body unless you shatter your own soul, causing your whole body to die." After explaining how to do it, she asked him what would happen to the demon soul if she did that. In that case, The demon soul will sense that there are no nutrients in your body and will come out. Otherwise, it will live in your body for the rest of your life until you become a demon and squeeze your soul out. Then, the demon will completely control your body. Wenqing looked at Shang knowing that he couldn't bring himself to shatter his own soul. But after seeing the reluctance in his eyes, she realized that the demon soul could only stay inside him for now. So, she tried her best to exert her abilities and suppress the demon soul in a small corner of his body. After everything, she looked at the little boy still in the dilapidated house and said, "Being a demon isn't easy, right? Today, Shang Yin and I came to your village not only to take away the regent, but also to take you away, so you won't kill more people in the village." Wenqing finished speaking and started thinking of a way to bring the demon into the village, but the little boy just giggled. "You can't take me away, can you? It seems you've all been living in the village for so long. Let me tell you how to get rid of my demon." Then the little boy showed Wenqing the largest tree in their village. "If you burn that tree down, then my demon will disappear from the village." As for what the little boy said about burning a big tree to make it disappear, that was impossible for him. How could he think of a way to make it disappear? After all, he still wanted to stay in the village and kill many people. Wenqing directly replied, "You don't need to tell me what to do. As long as I'm in the village for a day, don't even think about killing another person here." Chapter 187. Ingenious Plan. With warmth in her eyes, she looked at Shang Yin. "He must not be allowed to leave today. If he were to get out of this dilapidated house, another person would surely die in the village." They were worried that if something happened again at night and they didn't handle the little boy while in his house, it would directly lead to the same events occurring in the village as during the day. Wenqing looked at the tree outside after finishing speaking. The little boy had just told him that as long as that tree was burned to death, he would also turn to ashes with it. It seemed that the existence of this tree was related to him, so he directly used his skills. Didn't they say that both of them would die in the village today? He wanted to see whether they could safely take the regent away or if they would die in this room. After he finished speaking, the little boy on the opposite side laughed heartily. It seemed that he was indeed serious, but if you were to help such a group of villagers, you wouldn't deserve to live. After the little boy finished speaking, a bunch of black ghosts appeared behind him, all flying towards Wenqing and Shang Yin. These ghosts were the same as the ones from a morning, but it seemed that each ghost had a face resembling Wenqing. He didn't know what this meant, but he quickly used his purification ability to make these ghosts disappear from the room. He looked at the little boy, who seemed unwilling to let them go, and said, "Every face carried by these ghosts belongs to someone you killed, right? You've harmed so many people in this village. Why are you unwilling to leave?" The little boy looked at Wenqing with hatred on his face. "Aren't you going to kill me in this village? Why ask so many questions? Now you see it. I am not a good child at all, and I will use my demonic powers to harm these villagers. Hurry up and kill me." Seeing that the little boy no longer resisted with his demonic powers, Wenqing felt something was off and directly took out his pouch, trapping the little boy inside it. When the little boy saw Wenqing take out the pouch, he wanted to jump out of the house quickly. But before he could use his demonic powers to open the door, a beam of golden light shone from the pouch and absorbed him inside. Looking at the now tightly packed pouch, Wenqing said, "Originally, I thought the little boy stayed in the village because he was a habitual murderer and refused to leave, continuously killing people. However, when my skills touched him and I was about to kill him, he didn't intend to use his demonic powers to evade anymore. I felt that he might actually want me to kill him this time. Fortunately, he stopped in time and managed to trap the little boy in the pouch, giving him a chance to ask Yin what exactly happened in the village." But just as their battle with the little boy ended, the regent had already broken through their light circle and was about to charge at them. Wenqing looked at the regent with concern and said, "It's not good, because the vampire queen's essence has been inside him for a long time. He has now turned into a vampire." However, Shang Yin didn't let him think too much and directly used his light ring to speak to him again. "As long as we keep the regent locked up, he won't be able to come out and bite anyone, and the common people won't be harmed by him. During the time we can keep him confined, we should think carefully about how to extract the vampire queen's essence from his body. Mani, come out quickly. The villagers want to have a serious talk with you about why you brought those two people into our village, along with someone who is clearly abnormal and about to turn into a ghost." The villagers knocked forcefully on Monian's door. When Monian still didn't come out, they directly threatened him. "If you don't come out and give the villagers an explanation, We will set fire to all the wood at your doorstep and burn you alive in your home." Just as the villagers said this, Wenqing couldn't take it anymore. How could they threaten someone like this to make him come out? They even said they would sell his sister. It was clear that these villagers were not good people. Usually, whenever someone knocked on Monian's door, he would come out to open it, even if the villagers were saying unpleasant things. He would always stand at the door and listen. But today, even though the villagers were cursing at the door and even said they would sell his sister, he still didn't open the door, which made him think that something might have really happened to him at home. Warm feelings passed as they directly patted a villager on the shoulder. "Why are you all out here at night, not in your own homes?" Holding torches and coming to Monian's house, forcing him to come out, while mumbling about his sister. What exactly do you want to do? Chapter 188. Departure. Wenqing listened to the villagers and felt a bit confused. "What have we done in your village? We haven't killed anyone. Nor have we used any sorcery in your village. On the contrary, if any monsters appear in your village, we will help you catch them. Why do you say we are the monsters?" However, the villagers, already scared and having thrown away their torches, didn't listen to Wenqing's explanation and directly ran towards their homes, not caring whether the other villagers followed. At that moment, the village chief approached and said, "You monster, why are you still staying in our village?" Wenqing was just about to ask them why they always claimed to be monsters when Moyan opened the door. Seeing so many villagers standing at his doorstep, he directly said, "What kind of trouble do you want to cause in our house today? Just now, someone said they wanted to sell my sister." "Who said that?" The villager who knocked on the door stepped forward and said, "It was me who said it. So what if I sold your sister? Who told you to bring these monsters to our village? So many people have already died in our village. And during the day, there was a black vortex that hadn't appeared for a long time. It only showed up when they arrived. Don't you find that strange?" Even though Moyan had gone to the village chief's house a few days ago and assured him that Wenqing and Shangwanyan were not monsters, he still didn't believe it. Wenqing stood beside Monian and pointed at the villagers, saying, "I really think it's you who look like monsters. Just because he did something you villagers found unacceptable. You want to set his house on fire and even sell his sister outside. How are you any different from demons? With me and Shangwanyan here in your village today, no one can burn down your house. And if they dare to go after your sister, I'll make sure they can't leave the village." Monian coughed, covering his mouth. "We'll just watch from his doorstep. If anyone dares to bully him, I'll burn them with the torches they have in their hands. As for the confrontation in the village, it's best if we don't interfere. Otherwise, it might affect Monian's future stay here. After all, Monian will be living in the village for a long time, and any conflicts should be resolved among the villagers, not through violence from him and Shangwanyan." Shangwanyan took the now vampire region inside, and the villagers all stepped back in fear when they saw him. "See, I told you they're monsters. That man beside him has teeth bigger than mine," one villager said. Other villagers echoed, "I feel like if he opens his mouth, he could bite my head off," as if to confirm what the villagers said. The regent opened his mouth wide to show them how big it was. After seeing his exaggerated teeth, the villagers hurriedly stepped back towards Monian's room, with some even throwing their torches to the ground. If it hadn't been for the light rain putting out their torches, one of them might have set Monian's house on fire. The village chief spoke earnestly to Monian. "Monian, I know what you've been doing with the villagers over the years. That's why I trust you so much when you brought Wenqing and Shangwanyan here, believing that they are not monsters. But look at the person next to them. He could easily bite our villagers to death. So, it's best if you let them go. If you insist on keeping them in the village, then you shouldn't stay here either." Wenqing stood inside and felt a bit ridiculous. The village chief had said that Monian had contributed a lot to the village over the years, and it seemed he had spent a considerable amount of silver for these villagers. But just because he brought 2 people with him, the villagers wanted to drive Monian away, which he strongly opposed and directly told the village chief, "We have come to your village, and if you are not welcoming, then you should just leave the village instead." The villagers pointed directly at Wenqing and said, "This is our village. If we find you displeasing, it should be you who leaves, not us. So hurry up and get your things and roll out of our village." As he spoke, this person raised his torch as if he wanted to rush into Monian's house and throw out everything they had brought. Monian, who had never lost his temper in the village before, was a bit angry this time and pushed the villager holding the torch away. "Even if we are neighbors, You can't just barge into my house. Besides, these are my guests, and I haven't chased them away. So what right do you have to do so? The villager was pushed by Yin and tried to throw the torch at him, but the village chief stopped him immediately. Yehu, think about the benefits Yin has brought to our village. If you burn him with that torch, just think about your sick mother from a few years ago. Wenqing was left speechless by what he saw in the room. What on earth did these villagers want? They wanted to drive them away, but were also afraid to come in. He directly pulled Yin inside. Don't listen to these villagers, he said. If they really want to chase us away, they would come find me and Shangguanyin directly. Yin looked at the villagers outside and said, they have been scared by the strange happenings in the village over the years, so they think you're monsters. If I talk to them nicely, they won't chase you away. Seeing the stubborn Yin and glancing at the villagers outside, holding torches, Wenqing thought Yin must be foolish. The villagers were about to set fire to his house, and he still thought that talking nicely would make them keep them there. Chapter 189. The past, but this time, Yin went out again, so he and Shangguanyin had to wait inside the house. What's going on? Did those villagers do anything to you? Or do we need to leave the village right away? I've already talked to the villagers. If you turn into monsters in the village or harm the villagers, I will naturally send you both away and compensate every villager, and they've agreed to let you stay. Thinking about the villagers' behavior he saw outside and Yin's promises, Wenqing sneered coldly. It seemed these villagers were truly selfish. They pretended to want the best for the village by driving away two people who might be monsters. But now they wouldn't chase them away just because they were given some silver. However, he didn't want to bother with those villagers anymore and said to Yin, didn't you say you have a sister? Why don't you bring her to the village? He felt that the reason for not letting his sister stay in the village couldn't be due to her illness. There must be another reason. So he quickly used another ability on the pouch to try to store it away. But Yin pointed at him nervously and said, why is your skill so strange? It keeps bouncing around. What is inside it, a little bug? Wenqing lifted the pouch, thinking to himself, is he really that bored? Inside a pouch with supernatural abilities, there were small insects. In the end, he told Yin, what inside is the plague of your village? It's because he's been staying in your village all these years that there have been so many deaths. Yin felt a bit scared and asked Wenqing, so does that mean now that you've captured him, he can't harm our village anymore? But what exactly is he that can control the villagers and make them commit suicide without awareness? Wenqing let out a sigh. Do you remember the little boy I asked you about a few days ago? He is the child from the village you mentioned, and this is what contains that village's child. When he heard the mention of the village chief's child, Yin gasped. Hadn't he been dead for a long time? How could he still turn into a monster and stay in our village? And why were all the villagers' deaths related to him? With warmth in his eyes, he looked at the pouch in his hand. He wanted to release the little boy inside to let Yin see and identify whether he was the village chief's child. However, if he opened the pouch, he wasn't sure what the little boy would do to Yin, so he dismissed the idea. Looking at the tree outside the hall, he said, today, when I captured the little boy, he pointed at the peach tree outside and told me that as long as I burned the peach tree, he would die right here in your village. Speaking of the peach tree, he wanted to ask if she knew its origin, but Yin's expression was somewhat unnatural. He never expected the village to come to this point. Wenqing gently asked, is there a connection between the peach tree in your village and the little boy? Why is it that if I burn the peach tree, he will no longer exist in your village? At this point, Yin slowly stood up, pinching the handkerchief he usually used to wipe his cough, and said to Wenqing, when the little boy was born, the village chief was very happy and immediately sought out a skilled person to make a fortune-telling for the boy. The skilled person said that as long as there was a peach tree left in the village, their child would grow up healthy and strong. And as the peach tree continued to grow, the boy's abilities would also become stronger. However, Wenqing still couldn't understand why the village chief kept the peach tree even after killing the boy. And over the years, with all the strange occurrences in their village, didn't he ever think about the little boy and the peach tree? But Wenqing wasn't very eager to understand the peach tree matters right now. Instead, he started asking about the broken houses in their village. The peach tree is planted there, so why wasn't it removed when the village was renovating the houses? Even if it's broken now, because no one lives there, Wenqing thought that looking at the village chief, It was unlikely that he would leave an empty space in their village while still placing houses there. Yin looked at Wenqing and said, "When our village chief saw that vacant house, he wanted to tear it down, but no one could approach it. Anyone who entered would die inside. So the village chief left it alone. If someone dies upon entering, then it makes sense why the house wasn't demolished. After all, the little boy is inside. If anyone gets close to that house, the little boy would kill them right there, and the peach tree also has a good explanation. After all, if the village chief really hated the little boy, after killing him, he would want to erase everything related to him. For instance, he would definitely have someone cut down that peach tree. But how could he cut down the peach tree if he couldn't even enter the house?" After saying this, Yin looked at Wenqing. "Is there anything else you would like to know about our village? If you want to ask about the village's matters, I can tell you now, but if you wait until tomorrow, you might not find anyone." He came to Yin's house with Yin and hadn't really gone out since then, except to see the doctor. But this time he didn't seem to be seriously ill and in need of a doctor, which made Wenqing curious. If he wasn't going out to look for his sister, then what was he planning to do? However, seeing that Yin didn't intend to tell them why they would be at home tomorrow. Chapter 190. Heading to the child killed by the village chief. I had interacted with him a lot before, and I feel very sorry for his death. Can you let him out of the pouch so I can see him? Once we resolve the issues with your village chief and handle the regent, then you can meet the little boy. However, due to the matter of the regent, the two of them ended up living in the same courtyard, taking turns watching over the regent. After placing the regent in a room, Wenqing said both of these are quite important to them. So Wenqing didn't know which one to address first. However, Yin said, "Let us first treat the regent. You've seen these villagers, they're not good people. And the little boy was also killed by them back then. Now that we've captured the little boy, there won't be any more issues in their village. So it's better to let them suffer a bit for the next few days. Once we treat the regent, we can completely resolve the situation in their village." Wenqing also thought that it should be centered around the regent now, so she planned to tell Ma Xian that she was leaving tomorrow. However, when the next day actually came, they found that Ma Xian was already missing from home. He had said the night before that he would leave after having lunch with them, but he didn't even say goodbye, and in the morning, they couldn't find him at all. After expressing their warm sentiments, they went to pack up their things. After a while, he brought the regent to find Yin. Yin nodded and was about to leave the village with the regent. On the way, they encountered some villagers, who looked at the two of them with disdain and loudly shouted to others, "Everyone be careful. The two demons are wandering around our village again. If you're not careful and get caught by them, you might be eaten." Wenqing felt that the villagers' behavior was a bit excessive, but since they were about to leave the village, they didn't want to bother with it anymore and quickened their pace, soon leaving the village. Standing at the village entrance, he pointed to a path and said, "I read in that book last night that there is a pool in the distant south with a snow lotus. As long as we pick it and give it to the regent, he can cure the vampire's poison. But I only saw this recorded in the book and have no idea what might be guarding it." Previously, the regent was always present during any incidents. Although he was bad, he would tell them where to find things that could deal with their current situation. Now that the regent has turned into a vampire, they can only rely on their own abilities to find the antidote, and they still don't know what might be guarding the snow lotus they are looking for. Yin grabbed the regent with one hand and patted Wenqing's shoulder with the other, saying, "There's no time for us to think about this now. Let's hurry and find the snow lotus over there. If we delay, we don't know if others will take it away." Wenqing hummed in agreement, but it would be very inconvenient for them to take the regent with them now. However, they had no one to keep an eye on the Holy King, which was quite troubling. Finally, he sighed, intending to head south with Yin, when the pouch emitted a black light. He didn't think about why the black light appeared, but felt that the little boy had already been taken into the pouch and wouldn't cause any trouble. So he directly used a technique to cover up the black light and left with him. The two of them faced great difficulties on their way to the place with snow lotuses, but fortunately, they encountered a very kind old man halfway, who took them on his boat. The old man looked at Wenqing and asked, "Why is the young man you brought on the boat always covering his head with a scarf? Isn't he hot? And he has dressed quite thickly. In this hot summer, aren't you going to suffocate him under that scarf?" Warm-heartedly listening to the old man, he felt a bit troubled. He knew that the regent was feeling quite down. However, he really couldn't let himself be seen. If people outside saw the regent's current state, they would definitely think he was a ghost. How could he possibly take them both on the boat? So he directly told the old man. Wenqing felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said, because once he really resolved the issue of the regent turning into a vampire, he definitely wouldn't cover it up anymore. Even if he wanted to conceal it, the regent wouldn't agree. The old man responded with an "oh" and then looked at the regent who was being covered, asking another question. This left Wenqing at a loss for words, and at that moment, Shang Guanyin came over. You go over there and keep an eye on things. If the old man has any questions, let him ask me. After they boarded the ship, they found that the old man really liked to talk to Wenqing, but wouldn't say a word to him, which is why he let Wenqing go. After he left, he turned to the old man and asked, if you have any questions about the headscarf, just ask me. But the old man looked at the scowling Shang Guanyin and couldn't say a word, simply waving his hand. I have nothing to ask. I'm just curious about what illness he has. If you two don't want to talk, then hurry up and sit in the back. Chapter 191. A kind reminder unexpectedly. Sometimes having a dark expression can be quite useful. Look at how after you went over, the old man didn't want to say anything to you at all. If I had stood there with him, he wouldn't have had a moment's rest. Shang Guanyin leaned in to look at Wenqing as if he suddenly went crazy. Does my scowling face look scary? Now you're laughing at me. Wenqing quickly shook his head, saying, I just found it funny. How could I think you were scared? He looked at the regent prince, who was covering his head with a scarf, and asked, when can we find the snow lotus? If we can't find it, does that mean we'll have to live as vampires for the rest of our lives? In fact, they had another way, which was to kill the regent prince now. That way, after he was released, he wouldn't be able to bite the common people. However, they were reluctant to kill the regent prince because he had been with them for a long time and was very knowledgeable. So they wanted to find the bloodline first and then cure the vampire poison in him. Shang Guanyin stood next to him and said, don't worry. The two of us will definitely be able to find the snow lotus. With the way the old man is rowing, we should be able to reach our destination tonight. I just hope there aren't too many divine beasts guarding the snow lotus. Wenqing hummed softly and then quietly waited for night to fall. Just as Shang Guanyin had said, as soon as it got dark, they arrived at the location. After giving the silver coins to the old man, they began to lower the shooter down. The old man watched them leave, continuously calling out to them. I heard others say that this area is quite dangerous. So after you two have cured your brother's illness, you should hurry and take him away. Yes, Wenqing replied, and then he rode away. Wenqing also expressed his gratitude to the old man for the reminder, saying, we will take our brother over first. An old man, now that it's dark, it's quite dangerous for you to row, so why don't you find a place to stay here? However, when he suggested that, it seemed the old man was frightened and quickly started rowing his own boat. Never mind, this place is very dangerous. If I stay here for a night, I might not even be able to leave with my bones intact. You two just be careful once you go in. Wenqing didn't understand why the old man was afraid of this place, but she didn't let him stay here either. After all, the old man was scared and didn't dare to stay. They then helped the regent walk inside, but along the way, they didn't see a single person. He curiously asked Shang Guanyin, isn't it just getting dark? The market should be the liveliest right now. Why isn't there even a stall? Shang Guanyin couldn't explain why there was no one around. So he asked Wenqing to keep an eye on the regent while he went ahead to see if he could find anyone. However, when Wenqing just sat on the stool, she didn't notice that her skills had turned black again, and there was a hole in the bottom of her pouch with something falling out. Nanjua had already left this side and didn't see anything fall from the pouch. He walked ahead, hoping to find someone, but after half an hour, he still didn't see anyone. It was strange that there was no one around. Otherwise, why would every household have their lights off? Just as Shang Guanyin was wondering, a person carrying a lantern appeared behind him. The sudden appearance didn't scare Shang Guanyin. Looking at the lantern in the person's hand, he felt puzzled as to why the lanterns here were green. But now wasn't the time to ask him. Instead, he said, we just arrived here and found no one. So we thought it was a bit strange and wanted to look for someone up ahead. The person with the lantern simply responded with an "oh" and didn't explain why there was no one around at this late hour. You must still be looking for a place to stay, right? Otherwise, come to my inn. I have quite a few customers staying with me. Shang Guanyin looked around. They couldn't find a place to stay, and there wasn't even a shadow of a person. What's going on ahead? Shang Guanyin didn't say much, but brought the regent over and said, it's already so dark. We need to find a place to stay. This old lady says her family runs an inn, so let's go stay there. Wenqing glanced at the strange old lady and nodded, then followed them to the inn. However, upon arriving at the old lady's inn, she found something odd. "This is my inn. You two can go in now. We charge a small fee here, so you can settle in first, and I'll ask for the payment tomorrow morning." After speaking to them, the old lady went out again, holding her green lantern. Wenqing looked at her retreating figure and asked Shang Wanyan. However, Shang Wanyan didn't pay much attention. Instead, he helped the regent up the stairs of the inn and said to Wenqing, "We're both here, so what are you afraid of? Let's wait until tomorrow during the day to check out other places." Chapter 192. A mysterious night to make it easier for both of them to keep an eye on the regent. They only asked the old lady for one room at the inn. Once inside, they discovered that all the candles in the room were also green. After Wenqing lit the green candle, she asked Shang Wanyan, "Haven't you noticed how strange everything is here? The lanterns are green, the candles are green, and even the decorations are all green. If I only saw the lanterns in the old lady's hands were green, I wouldn't think much of it. But the entire inn is filled with green. It's too strange." Hearing Wenqing's question, Shang Wanyan, puzzled, touched the candle placed on the table and said, "We must be overthinking it. I don't feel any unusual energy from this candle either. We're only staying here for one night, so don't think too much about it." Since both of them found it strange, how could they possibly stay here? However, Wenqing was worried that something unsettling might happen that night, especially since they were accompanied by a regent who was on the verge of becoming a vampire, and she wasn't sure if she could keep an eye on him. Just as she was concerned about the regent, the man trapped inside seemed to sense something and instinctively clutched his throat in pain. Wenqing walked over to see what was happening with the regent. She noticed that his teeth, which were about to mutate, were getting bigger and bigger. "Shang Wanyan, come quick. Is he about to fully turn into a vampire? What should we do now? If we don't trap him properly in this light sphere, and he manages to escape, won't he harm the people in the inn?" If it were just those two, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan wouldn't be afraid, because they still had some abilities to deal with the regent who was turning into a vampire. However, if he escaped from the light sphere and captured the guests in the inn, it would be troublesome for both of them. After hearing what Wenqing said, Shang Wanyan ran directly to the light sphere and said, "I think he's currently in the process of transforming into a vampire, so he's in a lot of pain. However, it's highly likely that he might escape from my light sphere, so I need to quickly enhance the abilities within it. The more skills there are inside the light sphere, the harder it will be for him to escape." So Shang Wanyan directly added more of his skills. Wenqing watched with great concern, as they couldn't keep using their abilities indefinitely. Moreover, they couldn't keep the regent trapped in the light sphere, especially since they were now in a populated area. If people saw the regent inside the light sphere and recognized his face, they would all be frightened away. So they needed to think of a solution quickly. However, the only thing they could come up with was to find something that could cure the vampire's poison. All of this was quite distressing for Wenqing, but it was already very late. After leaving the village, they hadn't rested at all and had been watching the regent the whole time. Now that they had finally found an inn, they should take the opportunity to rest for the night. Wenqing looked tenderly at the green candle placed on the table, and then it seemed she heard someone walking outside the inn. She was about to ask Shang Wanyan if the old lady had come, but they heard the old lady say to someone else, "Guest, there's only this inn here. If you don't want to stay at my inn, you could go outside. And you haven't even entered my inn yet you say something is wrong with it, and you say I look like a ghost holding the green lantern. I haven't said anything about you." Wenqing looked affectionately at Shang Wanyan, who was sitting next to him on the bench, and shushed him because he could hear the old lady seemingly talking to someone else. It seemed that new guests had arrived at their inn, and thinking about more people coming here, as well as finding the old lady's inn quite strange, Wenqing felt much more at ease. It appeared that there was some normalcy here. If that were the case, they could comfortably stay in the inn. So, Wenqing turned to Shang Wanyan, who had been staring at the regent, and said, "We've been on the road for quite a while, and I've been watching the regent for a long time. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll go take a nap for a while. When you feel you've seen enough, just wake me up, and we can switch places. You can rest." He actually felt that it was very tiring for both of them to take turns watching the regent. But now that the regent was about to turn into a vampire, the situation was quite dire. If they didn't do this, they really wouldn't know how to keep an eye on the regent and prevent him from going out to bite people. After finishing his words to Shang Wanyan, he lay down on the bed because he was really exhausted from walking all day. His feet were very sore, and he didn't even have the strength to massage them. Just as he lay on the bed, his eyes had completely closed when he felt himself drifting off to sleep. He didn't know how long it had been since they started watching the region in the inn, but Shangguan Yin was also feeling a bit drowsy. However, seeing that Wenqing was still asleep on the bed, he didn't plan to wake him. He decided to stay up for the night and wait until Wenqing woke up during the day. Then he would rest a little, and they could leave the inn. However, when he thought about going over to check on the regent, he heard someone moving on the stairs. When they first arrived, he thought it was still a bit early, so it was quite normal for someone to come to stay at the inn. But now, what time was it? How could there still be people looking for a place to stay? It was quite strange to hear someone wandering around the inn at that hour, but he couldn't open the door to see who it was. Instead, he quietly slid the door of the inn open, just a crack to peek out at the stairs. But he didn't see anyone on the stairs, although he did hear a lot of sounds. He hadn't expected the old lady to have arranged so many new customers for the inn today. At least they would have food to eat. Shangguan Yin was very curious about who was talking on the stairs of the inn when he heard someone say, "Hurry up and go up. Look, the sky is about to get bright. If we wait until dawn to go out and eat people, the old lady will definitely chase us away." Then came a very puzzled question. "But you said so many people came today. Which one should we eat first? If we eat them all, we won't have enough time left." So they could only simply pick out a few customers to eat. What's there to think about? Let's start from the first door. After we eat the people inside, we can go to the second one. We'll eat wherever we can until it gets light. The old lady won't chase us away before dawn. After hearing their discussion, Shangguan Yan's eyebrows were furrowed tightly, as if he could crush several flies. However, with him here, how could he let these little ghosts run into someone else's room to eat people? So he quietly used his supernatural abilities. Naturally, he couldn't use his powers on the little ghosts. If they discovered him, they would follow his powers right to him, which would not only disturb Wenqing's sleep, but also disrupt the regent's powers, allowing the regent to escape from the light sphere, which would be dangerous for everyone in the inn. He and Wenqing might not be able to stop it, so he could only use his powers on the first customer's door, preventing the little ghosts from opening it. However, if the first door couldn't be opened, they would definitely go to the next one. So he used more and more skills to seal all the doors. This way, the little ghosts couldn't enter anyone's room to eat people, and he could keep an eye on the regent in the inn. Just as he released most of his skills, he heard the sound of someone pushing the door. One little ghost asked, and another replied, "Do you think someone inside might have the habit of locking the door when they sleep, which is why we can't get in? If not, we could just use our magic to get in." If they were indeed locked inside, the two of them wouldn't be able to enter by just pushing the door. They could only use their magic. But even after using their magic, turning into a ghostly spirit CUTIE allowed them to squeeze in, which made them both anxious. Finally, they went to the next room, but they found they couldn't get in either, and they became extremely angry, turning into a ball of ghost fire. The little ghosts couldn't open the doors to eat people, and they were really frustrated, so they thought of calling the old lady to open the doors for them. One of them agreed and went to find the old lady while the other stayed behind to try and push the door open. Frustrated, he nearly resorted to biting the door, but still couldn't open it. In the end, he sat down beside the door, waiting for the old lady to come and open it. Once the little ghost ran outside the inn, he really went to find the old lady, but she was still wandering the streets, holding her green lantern. When she saw the little ghost, she asked, "Didn't I tell you that I prepared a lot of people for you in the inn? You can just go to the inn now. Why are you here looking for me? Do you want to eat me too?" After saying that, she thrust her green lantern into the little ghost's face, which seemed to frighten him greatly. When he saw the green lantern coming at him, he immediately transformed into a small ball of ghost fire. However, recalling that they didn't have any food to eat, he mustered up his courage and said to the old lady, "You old lady, how old are you? Your meat is very tough. How could two little ghosts eat you? Besides, we did go to the inn today, but those doors won't open. What do you want us to eat?" Over the years, they had been protecting the old lady, helping her run the inn and make money. And what the old lady did for them was to find many customers, turning into food for the two of them. Now, they suddenly found that they couldn't even get into the rooms of the inn to eat their fill, making them feel that the old lady had deceived them. The old lady was very puzzled. Why couldn't those doors be opened? The doors to her inn were not made of iron. So she said to the little ghosts, "It's impossible for there to be a problem with the inn's door unless someone who shouldn't be there has come and tampered with it. And they've already discovered these two little ghosts." The old lady, seeing him shouting, said while looking for someone in the inn, Even though the people staying in my inn can't understand you, and you two little ghosts can't even hear each other's voices, you can't just shout in my inn. After all, you know that there are more ghosts living around here than just you two. If you attract other ghosts over, the food inside won't just belong to you two. It will have to be shared with a whole group of ghosts. How much can you two eat? Upon hearing that someone was going to share the food with them, the little ghosts quickly covered their mouths, afraid to call out to their brother again, and then said to the old lady, "If someone has lost something in your inn and you won't let me look for it, where should I go to find it?" Chapter 194. Secretly causing trouble watching the old lady and the little ghost through the crack in the door, Shang Wanyan frowned. Why is there such a thing in their inn? Isn't it forbidden? There are indeed ghosts, and they're being raised in the inn. It's obvious that the old lady brought so many guests to the inn for the sake of these little ghosts. He wondered what she was trying to do. Shang Wanyan couldn't understand what the old lady wanted to do for these little ghosts. Just as he was thinking about whether to go outside and ask the old lady, Wenqing woke up. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the regent, who was still grinning, and since Shang Wanyan was still peeking through the door crack, he said, "What time is it? It's almost dawn. Didn't I say that if you want to sleep, just wake me up? But why have I been sleeping until now, and you haven't woken me? Are you really not sleepy? Don't talk yet. Look at the old lady outside. She has a ghost with her. I find it very strange. And that ghost also said he came here to eat people. They must have some dealings." After listening to the warm words, Wenqing looked through the hole in the door and saw a dark ghost standing next to the old man. And it seemed to have eaten many people, which shocked him greatly. "According to what you said, the old woman wants us to stay at this inn, which is also to ask about this ghost. If she really does that, it's too despicable, and we must leave this inn quickly." Looking back, they have indeed encountered many things recently. They just resolved issues in the village. Now, with the old woman dealing with a ghost that eats people, they must stay. Because wherever there is a problem, that is where they are needed. And now everyone knows that the old woman is raising ghosts here and letting them eat people in the inn. They absolutely cannot leave. But why is the old woman doing this? Furthermore, perhaps this green lantern has something to do with the little ghost. However, if they go to ask the old woman why everything here is green, she definitely won't tell them anything. Looking at Wenqing, who was frowning in thought, Shang Wanyan said, "I think there may be not only ghosts in their village, but perhaps other things are hidden as well. We need to stay here for a while. As for the regent turning into a vampire, we need to put that on hold. Anyway, they already know how to turn the regent back into a normal person, and what they are looking for should be nearby, so they need to resolve the ghost issue in the inn before they leave. Warmth is also very much appreciated." But he looks at the regent trapped inside the light sphere with some concern. The regent has been trapped inside the light sphere for a long time, and his abilities are almost depleted. After we restore him, will the powers within him be able to recover? He is quite worried about this because the regent's strength is very formidable, and they often need his abilities. If he becomes a vampire and, after a long time, fails to return to being a normal person, his powers will gradually disappear, which would ultimately lead to the regent's collapse. Even if he is turned back into a normal person, the regent would not be able to accept it, nor would they. So he wants to ask Shang Wanyan if the abilities of the light sphere can assist the regent and prevent his powers from diminishing so quickly. Shang Wanyan, however, shakes his head and says, "If I had a way to preserve his abilities, I wouldn't have let that vampire succeed. So for now, we can only let him stay in the light sphere, and whether he can retain his powers depends on him." Wenqing sighed, and when they looked outside, they found that the ghost next to his wife had long since disappeared. Wenqing's expression was not good. It seemed that while they were talking just now, the old lady had already let him go. But didn't they say that the ghost could only appear at night? Now that it's already dawn, the ghost should have left. However, Shang Wanyan mentioned another thing to him, also about the ghost. "I noticed that when they arrived, there were two ghosts, but one went to find the old lady. And one stayed here, but soon after, it disappeared as well. I don't know how it vanished from this inn." Wenqing walked over to the regent and said, "Let's not worry about him for now. We can't stay in this inn any longer. We need to find another place to stay and then figure out how to capture the ghost in this inn." After looking outside and seeing that it was almost dawn, he took the regent out and gave the old woman a bag of silver. "This should be enough for our stay here last night, right? We need to find another place to stay, so we won't be staying here any longer." The old woman stopped Wenqing. "What do you mean, girl? I kept you two here in the inn last night because I saw you had nowhere to go. Now that it's just dawn, you two are ready to leave. Do you think this old woman has done a poor job at this inn? Wenqing felt a bit speechless. How could he not know? There are so many ghosts contained within. If he were to stay here, would he and Shang Wanyan be able to save the region alive? So he really didn't want to stay at this inn any longer. However, many people sympathized with the old lady after hearing what she said. They pointed at Wenqing and said, "She kindly took you in, and now she just wants you to stay a little longer in her inn. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chapter 195. Mockery. Wenqing looked at the customers blocking his way, preventing him from leaving the inn, and truly didn't want to deal with anyone at the inn anymore. Initially, he thought that if there was a ghost in the inn, it would eat them all. So he wanted to subdue the ghost as quickly as possible before addressing the matters with the regent. But now they were stopping him from leaving, even insisting that he stay for a night. How could that be possible? He looked at all the customers and said, "If you want to stay in my inn, then stay. We've had enough of it anyway. Besides, look at all the candles in this inn. They're all green. Is that normal? Will we dare to stay here?" The old woman, hearing him mention the candles, immediately cried out, "I thought you were rejecting my inn because you found it unsatisfactory. But it turns out you think there's something wrong with my candles. You're really overthinking it." After speaking about the candles, the old woman told him that he was overreacting and went to bring over her green lanterns and green candles, placing them down and saying, "The only candles we have here that are green are the cheapest. The red ones are much more expensive. And, running in is not easy for an old woman like me, so I had to buy the cheapest ones first. If you think the green ones are very unlucky, I can change the candles in your room to red tonight. Please don't leave, okay? I really don't want you to dislike me." But Wenqing pushed all her green candles away. "I have no need to stay in your inn anymore. Why should I remain? And it's not because of you. It's because everything here is green." The other customers, however, did not listen to Wenqing and all pointed at him, saying, "Look at what kind of person this is, forcing the old woman to this extent. Didn't she say she would change them to red for you? Why are you still leaving? I've never seen such a thing. From now on, if anyone sees him as a guest in an inn, just chase him away." As they spoke, a very young man stepped forward, holding the old woman's green candles and green lantern, saying, "The old woman is just a venomous person. She wouldn't want to stay here anyway. So don't talk to him. I want to mind that everything you have is green. I'll stay in your inn tonight and see if anyone dies from staying here." With a warm yet ambiguous smile, he thought to himself about the guests who insisted on staying at the inn tonight. Since they were determined to show off by staying here, he and Shang Wanyan decided to ignore them for the night and let them see if anything would happen while staying at the inn. He then turned to Shang Wanyan and said, "Let's not worry about who is staying here or not. We need to find another inn. Let's go along the road for now." After rejecting the old woman, the two of them wanted to find new inn. However, it seemed that everyone quickly spread the word about how they bullied an old woman, and no innkeeper would let them stay. Moreover, there were very few inns in the area. After walking all day, Wenqing was very tired and looked at the street, saying, "We won't find a place to stay here tonight. How about we look for a household to see if they can take us in? If we can't find anyone, we just have to find a place to rest on the street." However, Wenqing still preferred to be taken in by someone, like the good people they met in the village who let them stay for a few days. But finding a household here willing to take them in was very difficult. The warm-hearted hand was about to knock down the door, but no one opened it for them. He sat down on a stone, panting, and said to Shang Wanyan, "It seems that we really can't find a place to stay today, and since no one is taking us in, let's just wait outside for now. I think the old lady might come out with her green lantern at night. Let's see if she does anything. It would be even better if we encounter the old lady who is looking for someone on the road. Then they would be able to see what kind of person she really is." Wenqing hadn't discussed with Shang Wanyan which road to guard today when she heard the sound of giggling. "Brother, look at that woman. She's really dirty." She just found a random stone and sat down. Her clothes are all covered in mud. "I've never seen such dirty clothes before." With warmth, he looked back and noticed a little girl pointing at him, and next to her stood a little boy. Perhaps they were referring to him. He looked down at his skirt and indeed noticed it was dirty. However, that wasn't really a reason for him to cancel. So he simply wiped his clothes and walked over to the little girl. In fact, the idea of stealing children was just a trick to deceive these two kids. But he thought about how someone might lure them to an inn, and the old lady there might trick these two children, which could be very dangerous. Wenqing felt very sympathetic when she heard the two children say they had no parents. But the little girl spoke so harshly that she directly grabbed the girl's hair and said, "Sister might be able to give you some money to find a place to live, but could you change the way you speak?" However, the little girl pushed Wenqing away and said, "We don't want your money, and look at yourself. You haven't even found a place to live, and you're sitting here all dirty. How much money can you give us?" Wenqing hadn't said anything yet when Shang Wanyan brought the regent over to look at the little girl. "Whose child is this? Why does she speak like that?" Chapter 196. The kindness that was exploited. Shang Wanyan hadn't heard what the little girl had just said to Wenqing. So he asked again whose child she was, which made the little girl very angry. "Don't you have ears? Didn't I already say I don't have a dad? You, brother. Let's hurry and leave. Please don't talk to these two people anymore." The little boy looked apologetically at Shang Wanyan. "My sister didn't mean to say that you don't understand. She's just a bit mischievous, as you know. We don't have parents to teach us properly, so I have to indulge my sister a little, and she often says things randomly about others. I'm here to apologize to you, and then my sister and I will leave. Just because you don't have parents. Does that mean you can curse at people on the street?" Wenqing couldn't stand it and directly put her hands on her hips, pulling the little girl's ear over. "Today you must apologize to me. And why did you just say I'm dirty? Aren't you dirty too? I can see you haven't changed your clothes in days." The little boy felt very distressed seeing his sister being grabbed, but he couldn't snatch her away from Wenqing. Then he saw the old lady coming over. So he directly pulled her and said, "Grandma, look, my sister has been taken away by someone else. That woman keeps pulling my sister and won't let go, saying she has to apologize and that we're bad because we don't have parents. Please bring my sister back quickly." Wenqing saw the past and realized that this morning they were still talking in the inn about how their old woman appeared here. It seems he has come here to deceive people again at night. However, these two children don't seem to be afraid of the old woman at all. Why is that? Could it be that the old woman never intended to harm the little ones, only deceiving the adults? But no matter the reason, he could never let the children around him go. However, the old woman has already come over, and she directly tried to grab Wenqing's hand. When Shang Wanyan saw this, he pulled the old woman back, as he hasn't forgotten that she is related to ghosts. After pulling the old woman back, he waved his hand and walked aside with the cameraman. The little boy cried out, "How can you two lay hands on the old lady? She's so nice. And you dare to hit her. You two are truly bad people." Wenqing felt overwhelmed upon hearing the cries of the children, and she couldn't understand why they were calling the two of them bad people when the old lady next to them was clearly the real villain. If only they knew that the old woman deceived them every night, luring them to stay at the inn and letting ghosts eat them. What were those two children thinking? But even if she told them, they wouldn't believe her, so she simply let the children go. After hugging his sister, the little boy quickly pulled her away from Wenqing and warned her to stay away from him next time, saying he could hit her, and he looked like a ghost. Meanwhile, the old lady, after being kicked, slowly turned her lantern. Wenqing found it very strange and stopped listening to the children. Instead, she wanted to see what the old lady could conjure up with her lantern, but nothing happened. After a while, she noticed many dark figures surrounding the old lady, which she couldn't see clearly. However, they looked quite similar to the ghost she had seen next to her the previous night. But she didn't immediately think of ghosts because it wasn't a legend. Little boys could see ghosts, right? The boy was standing next to her and didn't mention seeing anything next to the old lady, so it probably wasn't anything. But what could it be? Just when she thought about asking the old lady what she intended to do, the old lady threw the lantern at her, and all the dark figures rushed towards her. However, when they were near the old lady, they were very docile, but as they approached Wenqing, they all opened their mouths wide, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. Shang Wanyan saw this and quickly pulled Wenqing back. However, at that moment, the regent seemed to have gone mad. His energy surged, breaking through Shang Wanyan's light barrier, which made Wenqing very worried. Would these ghosts take advantage of the regent, turning into a vampire and rush into his body? Wouldn't that mean he would turn into both a vampire and a ghost? But Wenqing couldn't reach him, and the little girl seemed to have gone crazy, her eyes turning completely black as she charged towards Wenqing. "I'm exhausted. I just said a few words to you, and now you dare to pull my hair? I'll show you the power of our people." The little boy was very anxious, not understanding why his sister had turned into this. Wenqing figured out that the ghost must have entered the little girl's body when it came out earlier, which was why she had changed. She looked at the old lady and thought about how warmly the little boy had spoken to her earlier. and how nice the old lady usually was to the two of them. Little did she know that this ghost would also attack the little girl. But now wasn't the time to dwell on whether the old lady was good to them. She needed to quickly get rid of the ghosts inside the regent's body and the little girl's body. Otherwise, if they stayed there too long, both of them would be eroded by the ghosts and would turn into ghosts themselves. If she could expel the ghost from his body, it would be easier for the King of Life. But she had to keep a close eye on him. He must not turn into a vampire. If the Archer King's body were to suffer dual corruption while he was distracted by the little girl, even if he learned how to expel the ghosts, he wouldn't be able to do it. So she needed Wenqing to keep a close watch on him, preferably to control his abilities. Chapter 197, Persuasion. But why hadn't she reached the little girl yet? The little girl had already been taken away by the old lady, leaving the little boy all alone. When the little boy said he wanted to kill Wenqing, it didn't sound like a joke. He had already picked up a stone from the ground. However, since he was very thin, it was still a bit of a struggle to lift the heavy stone. Seeing him like this, Wenqing quickly distanced herself from the boy. What kind of kids are these? There's a mad woman over here who wants to capture them and take them to the inn for ghosts. Not to mention a few neurotic kids who want to kill him. It's simply impossible to communicate with them. It seems that we really can't stay in this place. We need to hurry and find the antidote to turn the regent back to normal. First, let's get him out of here. It's impossible for just the two of us to control the ghosts in this area. However, now that the regent has also been corrupted by the ghosts, the two of them are a bit worried and don't know how to deal with the ghosts. The little boy looked at Wenqing and pointed at the regent, laughing heartily. Wenqing listened to the little boy, somewhat confused about how his sister could possibly have fangs since she wasn't a vampire. Moreover, when he interacted with her, he didn't sense any vampire aura, so he asked the little boy, "What are you and your sister? And why are you so close to that old lady who raises ghosts? Aren't you afraid that they might feed you two to the ghosts?" The little boy, unable to carry the stones from the airport any longer, stopped and looked at Wenqing. "The old lady is much better than you adults. She would never feed us to the ghosts. On the contrary, it might be you who have attracted all the ghosts. You should hurry up and get away from us. Besides, the regent is also a ghost, right? Aren't you afraid of bringing him here and him turning into a vampire? He could harm all of us here, and even bite you too, turning you both into vampires." Wenqing was stunned when she heard the little boy say the words vampire. Although they could all see that the regent had two abnormal fangs, they didn't know he was a vampire. Suddenly, she thought of the little boy saying that his sister had a few fangs, which meant she must be a vampire too. No wonder he understood him so well. So she asked the boy, "Have you ever thought about making your sister stop being a vampire? I have a way here. As long as you bring your sister from the old lady, I can turn her from a vampire into a human." When she mentioned that his sister was a vampire, Wenqing felt a pang, not wanting to say those words because when she encountered his sister, she felt she was also a person. However, she didn't expect they could hide it so well. But thinking of the old lady who raised ghosts nearby, it was possible that the old lady had hidden his sister's fangs. "You are not good people. Why should I bring my sister to you? Once you get her, you might just break her fangs and use them to enhance her abilities. Besides, we have a vampire with us. How could we possibly break your sister's fangs? We just want your sister to become normal like the regent." The little boy, hearing Wenqing repeatedly say she wanted to turn his sister into a normal person, was somewhat moved. However, he had tried many methods and had not been able to turn his sister from a vampire into a human. He believed Wenqing was definitely lying, and he frantically said again, "There is no way in this world to turn a vampire into a human. Don't deceive me anymore. I won't bring my sister to you. Get out of here quickly. If you stay here, I'll let the ghosts raised by the old lady come over and eat both of you. They became vampires for a reason, and vampires also suck blood from others. If we keep going south and find a blood-red pill for them to take, it will clean out everything inside them. They won't become vampires anymore. Don't you believe me? If these things didn't exist, how could we have brought the regent here and stayed at the old lady's inn?" No matter how Wenqing tried to convince the little boy, he just didn't believe she could clean out whatever was inside his sister, nor would he believe she could turn her back into a human. He told Wenqing, "I won't bring my sister to you. Stop lying to me. If you keep deceiving me, I'll also learn to raise ghosts and come to eat you." Wenqing felt very helpless. The little boy kept talking about raising ghosts. However, for the sake of his stability, he decided to leave with Wenqing first. It didn't matter that his sister had turned into a vampire. he couldn't possibly suggest that the two of them take his sister along to remove her vampire traits. They could just lead the regent away directly. Chapter 198. Speaking the truth, Shang Wanyan glanced at the regent and followed Wenqing. However, the little boy hesitated when he saw the two of them leaving. If they really could turn the vampire back into a person, he would want his sister to go with them. But then he remembered that his sister had just drunk from that woman. And even if he had a way to turn Shui Wei back into a person, he might not help his sister. Yet, sitting there, he felt as if someone was pulling his ears. They dared to wander around here and stay in this area because the ghosts and people around were all aware of the old lady. Anyone who offended her would be directly eaten by the ghosts. So basically, if he reported to the old lady, everything should have quickly left his side. However, this time, they remained around him for a long time without leaving. But Wenqing and the others were nearing the end of their journey, thinking it might be good to find a place to sit for a while until dawn before moving on. They suddenly heard the little boy they had left behind crying out in pain. "Get away quickly. Don't eat me. I'm still not grown up. If you eat me, I'll just be bones." Wenqing frowned. What happened over there? Seeing that he dared to wander around at night, he probably wasn't afraid of ghosts. Why did he say someone wanted to eat him? The first thing that came to his mind shouldn't be ghosts, because the kind old lady he got along with very well was someone who raised ghosts, so naturally, the ghosts here wouldn't dare to harm the little boy. But he still couldn't think of what could eat him. Just as he hesitated, the little boy let out another painful sound. "You all better get away. If you eat me again, I'll call the old lady over." Now, Wenqing wanted to know what it was. He turned to Shang Wanyan and said, "Even if we can't take him or his sister away, we can't just watch him get eaten by those ghosts. You stay here and keep an eye on the regent. I'll go check on him." Wenqing left the regent behind and ran over to the little boy, while Shang Wanyan was worried that he couldn't handle the ghosts here. Moreover, the regent was about to turn into a vampire, and he couldn't leave him behind, so he followed Wenqing. When Wenqing arrived, she saw the little boy rolling on the ground, seemingly trying to push something away that he couldn't see, and he kept saying, "Let go of me, quickly. You can't eat me. If anyone eats me, my grandma will definitely kill all of you ghosts during the day." Wenqing ran over and helped the little boy up, asking him, "What are you saying here? There's nothing at all, and you're mumbling about not eating it. What do you want to eat?" The boy replied, "There's something over there that wants to eat me. I don't know if you can see it, but hurry and look over there. Don't let it come over. If it does, it will definitely eat me." He emphasized again that something wanted to eat him. Wenqing looked over with concern, but saw nothing by the pillar. She wondered if the little boy was just mistaken, or if being around the old lady for too long had made him a bit scared of ghosts. She said to him, "There's nothing over there, no ghosts either. Don't be afraid here. If you're really scared, you can come with us to sit in front for a while. Anyway, we have to stay until morning. When morning comes, you can go find your sister, or you can stay with the old lady if you want." Wenqing thought it would be fine to wait until daytime for the little boy to find his grandmother. After all, the grandmother seemed to quite like the two siblings, and she probably wouldn't let those ghosts harm them. However, the little boy began to cry. "I'm sorry. I lied and deceived you all. In fact, the grandmother is surrounded by ghosts, and all those ghosts were attracted by my sister." Wenqing didn't understand and asked the little boy, "Isn't your sister a vampire? How could she attract ghosts? If she attracts anything, it should be other vampires." He was half believing what the little boy said about attracting ghosts, and he truly found it hard to believe. But the little boy cried and said, "Actually, both of us are orphans. After meeting the old lady, he found out that my sister was about to turn into a vampire, so he made her eat something. Since then, my sister has been able to attract ghosts." Wenqing had never heard of something that could attract ghosts. So he wiped the boy's tears and encouraged him to speak slowly. "Don't cry just yet. Tell me what you made your sister eat, and what the old lady gains by attracting ghosts." Last night, he had also seen the old lady keeping many ghosts in his inn, and she had them eat the guests, but it didn't seem to benefit her at all. The little boy felt much more at ease with Wenqing and Shang Wanyan there. And since the regent was also a vampire, he stopped crying and began to recount what had happened before. In fact, the old lady had a daughter who was killed by a man. Ever since then, she has hated every living man and wanted to kill them all. However, it wouldn't work if she just went out to kill those men. At this point, the little boy began to cry again, and after Wenqing comforted him for a while, he finally revealed why it wouldn't work. If she hadn't finished killing them all, she would be captured and thrown into prison by the authorities. So, she thought of using ghosts to kill them all, and quickly set up an inn for everyone to stay in, allowing the ghost to eat them. Wenqing found it quite absurd to hear that it was all because of a little girl. Chapter 199. Helping Out. He then looked at the little boy and encouraged him to speak. The little boy glanced around to make sure there were no ghosts nearby before he continued walking forward with Wenqing, telling him about the old lady. However, if he wanted to use ghosts to kill, he had no ghosts at his disposal. Ever since he met my sister, she believed what an old Taoist said. As long as she drank a talisman, she would be able to attract ghosts. When Wenqing entered, she saw the regent. That old Taoist priest was even able to give vampire talismans to attract ghosts. If he found that old priest, could he directly turn the regent back into a human, instead of still looking like a vampire? However, now was not the time to think about the regent. He looked at the little boy and said, "Did you not realize what the old lady wanted to do to you? You drank what she gave you without hesitation, and now your sister is attracting ghosts. You must be scared to be with her, right?" The little boy shook his head. "This is my sister. Even if she attracts ghosts, I'm not afraid of her. I'm just very scared of the old lady." Because after his sister drank the stuff, when she couldn't attract ghosts immediately, the old lady beat her up and even tried to find someone to make her drink something else to see if it could attract the ghosts. Fortunately, that night, his sister was very impressive. Just as she was about to turn into a vampire, she attracted all the ghosts over here, and they all listened to the old lady. Since then, the old lady got busy and no longer cared about the two siblings. They ended up wandering the streets until the old lady needed ghosts again, at which point she would find his sister. Thinking of this, the little boy didn't want to say more and just looked at Wenqing with pleading eyes. He glanced at the regent, and since he and his sister both had fangs, he wasn't afraid of the regent's vampire appearance. He then said to Wenqing. Wenqing nodded slightly. Today, he talked a lot with the little boy and learned where the old lady's ghost came from, as well as why his inn was painted green. However, they couldn't just burn down the entire inn yet, as there were still many guests staying inside. They had to wait until the vampire issue was resolved before they could deal with the old lady. The ghost in the inn talked with the little boy for a while, and then it was dawn. Wenqing told the little boy that while the guests were staying overnight at their inn, they should have the ghost kill them. He could only ask the little boy to first control his sister. The little boy looked at Wenqing and said, "Don't worry. As long as the old lady doesn't harm my sister, I won't let her create so many ghosts anymore. You all hurry up and find what you need from the south." Wenqing hummed in acknowledgement and then let the little boy go find his sister, while he and Shang Wanyan took the regent to look for the antidote. Along the way, he kept thinking about the old lady at the inn and what she had said. He really didn't expect the old lady to blame all men for his daughter's death. If those men hadn't killed her, there probably wouldn't have been this ghost incident. However, he was also quite curious about the old lady's daughter. What she'd done to be killed by men. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. As they continued south, an unexpected situation arose with the regent. Throughout the journey, they thought the regent wouldn't be able to communicate with them in a normal state. But unexpectedly, during the night, the regent spoke clearly to Wenqing, saying, "Don't keep taking me forward. I can never become a normal person again. You might as well kill me. I don't want to become a vampire and harm the people." Wenqing, who suddenly became very much like a normal person, communicated with the regent. He asked the regent in surprise, "Do you believe we can be okay? We definitely won't let you become a vampire. We will turn you into a person like this." I even saw Wenqing ignoring what he said and wanting to move forward, feeling a bit frustrated. Although he couldn't become a normal person along the way, he could see everything that happened between Wenqing and the old lady inside his body, and he knew all the events that took place at Xiao Wang's house. I didn't expect the villagers to be so cruel as to kill a little boy in the village, but that was something to ignore now. If Wenqing continued to meddle, they wouldn't be able to leave this place alive, especially since there were too many ghosts around the old lady. It would probably be ineffective for Wenqing to deal with her using his simple abilities. Chapter 200. Sympathy, but Wenqing was very stubborn and refused to listen to what the regent said. "I already told you that we won't let you become a vampire. We will definitely take you forward. After we find the antidote, it will be the time for you to become a normal person. Just don't say anything for now." He didn't know what had happened that night, as the regent, who still looked like a vampire, could actually talk to him normally. "You've been in the form of a vampire for days, not eating anything. While you're still a normal person, hurry up and eat something. If you turn into a vampire later, we won't be able to control you." The regent threw everything that Shang Wanyan had given him on the ground. "Can't you both understand what I'm saying? Even if you take me forward, It's impossible for me to become human. Those things simply don't exist. And what are you two doing here? After the regent angrily finished speaking to them, he told Wenqing again, when you realize I'm about to turn into a vampire, won't you just kill me? You want me to completely become a vampire, knowing that what you found for me is useless, and then kill me? But by then, I would have already become a vampire, very hard to kill. Anyway, you haven't looked like a human for long. If you turn into a vampire again, we'll take you forward, and you can only obediently follow us. So don't say anything for now. As soon as Wenqing finished speaking, the regent transformed into a state of great pain, and his fangs began to grow again. Wenqing realized he was turning into a vampire again. So she quickly combined her abilities with Shang Wanyan's to control the regent. Once he calmed down inside the light sphere, Wenqing looked at Shang Wanyan and spoke. However, Shang Wanyan was preoccupied with the regent's words. The regent had just reminded them that even if they found the antidote, it wouldn't turn him back into a normal person. Was this really true? But if the regent knew this, why hadn't he found a way to solve the vampire problem? Or why hadn't he told them how to return him to normal? After hearing Wenqing's question about the regent, he replied, we can't determine if what the regent said is true or not. Once we take him to the south and find the antidote, we will see if we can cure his vampire affliction. Just as they were thinking of taking the regent to another place, other people unexpectedly entered the cave where they were. Brother, the rain outside is really heavy. This is just one cave. Let's stay here for the night, and tomorrow we can head south. Wenqing looked back and saw a girl in a white dress approaching, looking very small, probably 2 or 3 years younger than him. However, he did not take the initiative to talk to the girl. After all, she was here to compete with him for the cave. But the girl's brother naturally walked over. We really haven't seen anyone living in this cave. My sister and I staying here for a night shouldn't disturb you and your husband, right? Upon seeing the two of them, it was instinctively concluded that Shang Wanyan was Wenqing's husband. With a warm expression, he looked at the girl in the white dress and said, how could it possibly disturb the two of us? Besides, this cave doesn't belong to just the two of us. If you want to stay here, you're free to do so. After Wenqing finished speaking, she moved their matches to the other side, and with Shang Wanyan and the regent present, he naturally had to stay there as well. However, the girl in the white dress said to Wenqing, look, it's raining so heavily outside. How can I let my brother go out to look for matches? You have so many here, they won't burn out in one night. Why don't you give us some? This was about letting Wenqing give them a little bit of matches, but they had already started to grab the matches from under the female protagonist's hand. Just as he was about to take the matches away, Wenqing pulled out a very thick stick and struck his hand. The girl, in pain, dropped all the matches on the ground and said to Wenqing, what do you mean? Didn't I tell you? I just want you to give us a little. Tomorrow morning, I can have my brother go outside to find more for you. So why hit me? While saying this, she raised her arm, revealing that the spot where Wenqing had hit her had become very swollen. After scolding Wenqing, she ran over to her brother. Look at what she did to me. If she had used a bit more strength, she might have broken my arm. If I don't have my arm, how can I go to the south for the martial art competition tomorrow? The man saw his sister's arm was like this and looked at Wenqing with displeasure. If you don't want to give us matches, then don't. But there's no need to hit people like this. However, Wenqing smiled. She had plenty of matches and didn't actually intend to refuse them. But the girl just said one sentence without even asking if she could take some, and directly walked away with her matches. What does that mean? So she looked directly at the man and said, I just don't want to lend you matches. So what? If you want matches, you can go outside and look for them. Why do you have to come here and steal from me? The girl became very angry upon hearing that Wenqing was unwilling to give them matches. Why are you so stingy? We just took a few matches from you. Not your husband. Chapter 201. Stealing things during the argument. Mentioning others without reason is not without cause. So, Wenqing glanced at Shang Wanyan. It seemed the girl had taken a liking to Shang Wanyan. Otherwise, how could she say they only took a few matches and not that they were stealing Shang Wanyan? So she smiled and pulled Shang Wanyan over. Didn't you say you wanted to steal my task? Now that I've brought someone here, can you take him away? If you can't take him away, then you have to compensate me for the matches you just took. The girl looked awkwardly at Shang Wanyan. This guy was quite handsome, but stealing her husband was not acceptable, so she hid behind her brother. Shang Wanyan looked at her with disdain. What are you talking about? Didn't I say we are a married couple? How could I leave with another woman, especially one who isn't as pretty as you? See, I've burned all the wood here, so you have none left. Don't ask me for it. If you want to use firewood, you can go pick it up outside. Seeing Wenqing wastefully burning the firewood and unwilling to give it to them, the girl got angry. Brother, what does he mean? He burned all the wood at once. I've never seen someone like this. Can you go and take his firewood? The boy felt it was warm to ask him to steal, but he couldn't actually do it. However, he didn't expect the girl to be so mean, unwilling to share any firewood. And she even hit his sister like this, so he pulled his sister over. You just hit my sister without reason. This is unacceptable. You need to compensate us. We don't want your silver. Just give us some firewood. Wenqing almost laughed at what they said. Just now, they tried to snatch wood from him, but when they found they couldn't succeed, they brought up his injury as an excuse, right? After hearing the compensation they talked about, he smiled and picked up the torch. That person really thought Wenqing was going to use firewood to compensate them, and even wanted to come over. But unexpectedly, Wenqing pressed the firewood into the fire and lifted it up, showing the burned part to the two of them, saying, If you want me to use this burned wood on you too, then come and try to snatch my wood. If you want to stay here in the cave with us, you two should hurry over there. The siblings were all scared by Wenqing, so they didn't dare to come over and try to take their wood anymore. Wenqing thought they might behave themselves a bit, so he threw all the wood into the fire pit, wanted to take a short break with Wenqing. He had already spent the night at the inn last night, but you had been watching and playing while he was asleep, not sleeping at all. You fell asleep in the cave while he kept an eye on the two of them. As he was watching them, Wenqing glanced over and noticed that the siblings had no intention of sleeping. Instead, they were fixated on the fire in front of them. He thought that if they fell asleep, those two might come over to steal his firewood, remembering the scared expression on the girl's face. He looked at the regent they had locked up and then brought him in front of the two of them. Wenqing pointed at the regent and the girl, saying, Do you know what he is now? After asking the girl, he removed the cloth covering the regent's face, revealing his fangs, which startled the girl. He pointed at the regent and said, He is definitely not a normal person. Look at the one you are with. She is not normal either. You two should quickly roll out of this cave. But how could Wenqing listen to the girl? He smiled and pinched her face, pressing it against the regent's face as he said, He is a vampire who bites. If you don't behave and stay in the cave, I will let him out to bite you, and then you will become a vampire. The girl was very scared and quickly urged Wenqing to let go of her ears. Seeing the fangs on the vampire's face terrified her. She thought how frightening it would be if those fangs were inside her mouth. She really didn't want to be bitten by the vampire. Don't think about any funny business, or I will really let him out to bite you. The girl nodded, no longer daring to look at the pile of matches in front of Wenqing. They stayed peacefully in the cave, and when morning came and the girl noticed the rain had stopped, she quickly pulled her brother to leave. Brother, let's hurry and go. He has a vampire with him, and if we don't leave now, he will let the vampire out to bite us. The girl's brother was also scared after not sleeping all night, so he naturally wanted to take his sister away when he saw the rain had stopped. Their voices were quite loud, which annoyed Wenqing, waking him up. He said, If you keep making noise in the cave, I will immediately let the vampire out to bite you. He realized the girl was truly afraid of the vampire, so when she irritated him, he directly threatened her with the vampire, and she immediately fell silent. Then he looked at the regent who was staying with him in the cave and pulled her brother out. We really can't stay here. What if we get bitten? At that moment, Wenqing had just woken up and looked at Wenqing, saying, Why aren't those two siblings staying in the cave? Why are they running away so early in the morning? Wenqing smiled helplessly and replied, looking at the regent beside them. Did you forget how you scared them with the vampire last night? How could they dare stay in the cave? They probably ran far away early in the morning, but it's better they left. Chapter 202. Trapped. Although they were quite surprised by the appearance of the woman in the cave, they quickly headed south without asking where she was going. After exiting the cave, Wenqing noticed that the regent seemed to have changed a bit. The regent's fangs had been quite large before, and he looked like a vampire. Today, however, he appeared more like a normal person. Wenqing also looked over and found that the regent was no longer staring at them intensely as he used to in the light sphere, as if he wanted to drain their powers completely. He said to Wenqing, Do you remember how the regent suddenly seemed a bit more normal last night? Wenqing glanced at Wenqing. Their only priority now was to quickly get to the south, rather than wasting time observing how strange the people by the roadside were or discussing which places were haunted. However, the little boy left by the old lady's side became angry when he noticed the boy getting closer to Wenqing and grabbed his neck. The little boy did not expect the old lady to suddenly change like this. But he remembered what Wenqing had said, that the old lady might not be human, and immediately calmed his mind. If he forcefully took his sister away from the old lady now, the old lady would definitely summon ghosts to eat him, so he needed to ensure his sister stayed there safely for the time being. He planned to take her away when the old lady wasn't paying attention, but he wasn't sure if his sister would believe him. After all, the old lady really treated his sister well and didn't say anything wrong about the ghost he brought. This made it difficult for him to take his sister away. So he looked at his sister, who was hiding behind the old lady, with pity. It was all because he, as an older brother, couldn't let his sister be with others, which was why she had been with the old lady. The children outside also looked down on his sister, calling her a ghost. But he, as her brother, couldn't protect her and felt heartbroken watching her. However, the old lady was currently gripping his arm, preventing him from speaking. He could only hold back tears, hoping his sister would understand. Yet, his sister looked at him with confusion and said, "Brother, when I left, I told you how bad Wenqing was. Didn't you hear me? I said not to interact with them. So why didn't you listen to the old lady and not talk to Wenqing? Now you've been deceived by them." When he met Wenqing outside, he thought she was too beautiful, just like his wicked aunt, so he didn't like her at all. He even wished to summon ghosts to eat Wenqing. But who knew the old lady came too early? His mother had agreed with the old lady that they would never summon ghosts at night. So, he hated Wenqing, but still didn't summon any ghosts to eat her, and he didn't want to deal with his brother talking to Wenqing anymore. The little boy realized his sister was angry and quickly pushed the old lady away, hugging his sister. "Without an older brother, you can't talk to me. You have to believe me, sister. I just think we can't keep staying in the old lady's inn. After all, we haven't given her any silver." Although he had assured his sister, the old lady suspected the little boy was causing trouble and feared he would take his sister away. "If you don't give me anything and feel embarrassed standing here, then you should leave. Your sister is raised by me personally, just like my daughter, so she doesn't need to pay anything to stay here." The old lady really didn't intend to let the little boy get close to his sister anymore. Otherwise, it would affect her own summons of ghosts. His sister seemed to like the old lady very much, which was beneficial for her. When the sister heard the old lady wanted to drive her brother away, she hesitated immediately. "Grandma, actually my brother's quite good. He just feels sorry for those people, so he talked to them on the street late at night." "Grandma, why don't you keep my brother in the inn?" If her brother left the inn, he would have nowhere to stay. Although he had spoken to Wenqing against his will, he was still her own brother, and she didn't want him to become a beggar. The old lady looked at the little boy standing outside with great hesitation. Now the little boy wouldn't summon ghosts and would stay in her inn, eating and drinking for free. Although she received many customers in her inn every day, the drinks they paid for were quite few, and they had been killed that night, so she couldn't make much money. Her inn was too eerie, and no one dared to drive it away, fearing that if they did, this cursed land would be abandoned. She didn't have extra money to let the little boy stay in her inn for free, so she placed the little girl outside and said, "If you insist on keeping your brother here, then you should leave too. Mine can't accommodate both of you siblings anymore. If you don't want to leave with your brother, you can stay here." Chapter 203. Constant Disputes. It wouldn't do to drive his sister away. Although he had heard Wenqing say that the old lady summoned ghosts and that all the ghosts were summoned by his sister, the old lady definitely wouldn't harm his sister, and staying here was much better than having his sister out on the street. So he whispered to his sister, "You stay here obediently in my inn. I won't let you go hungry. It's better than your brother going out without clothes or food. Look, he even fighting with dogs for food." The girl looked over and saw her brother actually snatching a bone from a dog's mouth. For a moment, she felt heartbroken but didn't want to fight with dogs like her brother, so she turned back and told the old lady, "I will behave well in your inn." "Grandma, didn't you say you needed my help to find ghosts? Then let us hurry up and go." The little boy outside, who had just snatched the bone from the dog, threw the bone back to the dog after seeing his sister enter the inn with the old lady. "If the dog eats the bone, what can I eat? Now I can only go hungry." Just as he finished saying, he could only starve here on the streets. Heavy snow began to fall from the sky, and his feet were frozen to the point of blistering. Looking at his already frostbitten feet, he said, "It seems I can't run around by the roadside anymore. Now that the snow has fallen, if I run again, I might lose my feet." After saying that, he ran out. He believed Wenqing would soon be able to turn the regent back to normal. But the situation on Wenqing's side was not optimistic at all. After walking for a long time, Wenqing realized they were lost. Didn't he the signs say, "We just need to keep going south to reach the south and break the poison on us"? But we've indeed been going south all this time. Why is there no road here? No road was not the scariest part. At least it was just a stone blocking their way. But now they couldn't get out because this area of forest had similar templates everywhere. They had no idea where they had come from or where to go next, and now they couldn't even find out where south was. There used to be sunlight to help them distinguish directions during the day, but after entering this forest, they hadn't seen the sun again. Shang Wanyan, dressed as the regent, was very anxious. If we had known, we should have left with the woman in white yesterday. Look, they were able to leave the stone cave smoothly. They must know the way here. If they had followed someone who knew the way, at least they could have found their way out of this maze. But now, relying solely on Wenqing, the two of them were completely lost and couldn't find their way out of this maze. Wenqing was also very anxious. But when he thought that the two people had really gone out, he heard someone talking in the woods. "Brother, I think we should go that way. Look, the road over there is relatively flat. Maybe the exit is there. The other places are all very muddy and different from him." The woman in white pointed to the road in front of him, wanting her brother to walk with her, but her brother insisted on going. And the two people on the right started to argue. Wenqing did not recognize that the voice belonged to the woman in white. So she said to Shang Wanyan, "Let's go see who else is lost here. If we all search for the exit together, we can get out of this forest sooner." Then he led Shang Wanyan forward. And unexpectedly, they ran into the woman in white, who was arguing with her brother about moving forward. When she saw Wenqing, she quickly let go of her brother and exclaimed, "Oh, why are you out of your cave? You should stay inside." Wenqing had tried to drive them out of the cave yesterday, and she still remembered that. It was really stingy of her not to even give the siblings a piece of firewood. Moreover, they could tell that Wenqing was also lost in this forest. Both of them were lost, so there was no reason to blame each other. Wenqing frowned as he looked at the woman in white, not expecting it to be him here. If he had known it was him who was lost here, he definitely wouldn't have brought Guanyin along. So now he looked at Guanyin and said, "The woman is also foolish. If we partnered with him to find the way, we still wouldn't be able to find it. Let's take the regent and leave. We can look for the way ourselves." Having one clever person with him in the maze might allow them to figure out the route sooner. But with the woman in white, he couldn't figure out where the route was at all. It was like the woman in white had just argued with her brother, insisting that her way was correct and not letting him go the route he had found, but instead insisting on going with him. He didn't want to find a route only for this woman to force him to go with her. The woman in white looked at Wenqing and said, "You came to find us. We never said we want to go with you. My brother and I have already found the route to the securities. Please don't follow us." After saying that, she pulled her brother forward. However, the man said to his sister, "Let's check over there. I have a feeling the route to the right is correct. Look, the path you want to take, I feel like we've already been there." But the woman in white didn't want to lose face in front of Wenqing, so she insisted on dragging her brother forward. If her brother didn't move, she would say, "We haven't been on the route ahead at all. You must be mistaken, brother." Chapter 204, Finding the Way Out. Wenqing watched as the two of them left without saying anything, and instead looked on as Shang Wanyan took over the regent that he had been holding. He had already searched around here and didn't know how to get out of this maze. Now, he thought it might be better to look further in. Perhaps Shang Wanyan was clever enough to find the route directly. He placed all his hopes on Shang Wanyan, hoping he could quickly find the correct path. If he couldn't, once the maze got dark, he would have to sleep in the woods with the regent. Yesterday in the cave was better. The rain had a cave to shield them. But now in the woods, there was nothing to protect them from the rain, not even a piece of wood to be found. Shang Wanyan nodded, placed what Wenqing had given him on the ground, and then looked for a broken piece of wood. Wenqing didn't know what he was trying to do, so he pulled the regent along to watch. As a result, they saw Shang Wanyan drawing on the broken tree, even outlining all the patterns on it. "What are you doing? Are you telling us that this tree can point out which way is correct?" He couldn't believe it. He had searched for so long without finding a way. And now he was supposed to trust that Shang Wanyan could find a path just by drawing on the tree. Shang Wanyan didn't speak, but continued to carefully observe the tree, finally looking at the patterns and placing Wenqing's hand on it, saying, "Can you see the patterns on it? They are what guide us in the right direction." Wenqing didn't understand and asked Shang Wanyan, how could he guide them, especially since this tree hadn't become a spirit and couldn't tell them where the south or north was. Shang Guanyin smiled. Although he didn't speak, the patterns he was showing were equivalent to speaking. He told Wenqing, "You just need to support the regent and walk forward with me. If we walk a bit further, we will reach the southern intersection." Once they reached the southern intersection, they would quickly look for the regent and wouldn't be as leisurely as they were in the woods. Even if they got lost, they could still search slowly. Meanwhile, the woman in white who had separated from them started to complain about her brother after failing to find a route. "It's all your fault for not finding a single path. Why didn't you hold my hand earlier and make me walk this way? Now we are lost again." If her brother had held her back earlier, Wenqing would have been with them, but now they were lost here, and Wenqing couldn't find them. Although he was her brother, being constantly blamed by his sister made him unhappy, and he directly abandoned her. "I told you this path ahead isn't right, and advised you not to go further. I even suggested you look to the right. If you had gone right, I could have found a new route after going wrong. But now you don't know anything." He didn't blame her for not knowing the route, and hoped they could find another correct path together. However, he ended up blaming himself for not letting Wenqing come over when they were walking forward. He had never seen such a sister before, so he directly fell out with her. The girl was so anxious she almost cried. She merely said a few words to her brother, and he was about to leave her here. She grabbed her brother's arm and said, "Don't go. We're lost here, and we don't know what's in this forest. If you leave me here, won't I be stuck in the woods forever?" She was truly afraid of being left alone in the forest, and with her brother here, maybe he could help find a way out. But during this journey, her brother had already lost hope in her and pushed her away, saying, "What can I do for you? You say I'm a spineless brother who can't protect you now that you've gone the wrong way. If there are monsters, they will come for me. You should find your own way here." If they couldn't meet again, he would find his new route, as his sister wouldn't care. The girl squatted down and started crying, but it didn't last long before a dirty man approached her, saying, "Little sister, why are you crying all alone here? Don't you know we can't bring people into this area?" She looked over and saw a filthy man and quickly told him to leave the woods, throwing stones at him. "What do you want? A dirty man like you, I could never like. Get out of here." But she had forgotten that her brother had already abandoned her, and no one was there to protect her. If she bullied a man like this, it might provoke him. So after being hit by stones several times, he felt he was just trying to help the girl and left with a scowl. "I just wanted to tell you that this forest is very dangerous. If you don't leave while it's still dark, you'll be trapped here forever. But if you're not leaving and you hit me, what does that mean?" He pulled the girl up from the ground. The woman in white was very unwilling and bit the filthy man. But the dirty man didn't believe she had a brother because everyone knew there was no one else in this forest. Now, it was just him and the girl. So he directly picked her up. Chapter 205. Growing suspicion after Shang Guanyin had led him for a long time, they finally found that ahead was no longer a forest. And Wenqing was very happy. "How could you find the route just by looking at a tree? If I'd known you could find out where the south is, I wouldn't have spent so long researching it, but would have let you lead us there." Now that they had walked out, Wenqing handed the regent over to Shang Guanyin. Having carried the regent all the way, his arms were a bit sore. So after handing the Holy King over, he twisted his sore arms vigorously. Thinking of the people still in the woods, Wenqing lamented, "If that white-clothed girl weren't so annoying, maybe we could have brought them both out of the forest." But that white-clothed girl just had to pull her brother away, and now both of them are stuck there. However, after mentioning that the white-clothed girl couldn't get out, she cast the two of them aside. Now, they needed to quickly find a boat to cross over and take the regent to cure the poison in his vampire body. They then walked to the riverbank to see if anyone could provide them with a boat to cross. However, upon seeing the masked regent, they asked Wenqing, "Why is he always covering his face?" They questioned the regent's concealed face for a reason. There had recently been several murders in the area, and if they casually took someone across the river, they might be captured by the authorities. So they wanted Wenqing to remove the covering from the regent's face to see if he was someone the authorities were looking for. But it was impossible to uncover his face, so she awkwardly explained to the fisherman, "This is my brother. He can't show his face right now because he has something on it. If others see it, it might cause trouble for him. Could you please tell us if you could take us to the south?" However, it was still not easy to take them across. The fisherman continued to ask, "We have many doctors here. If your brother has a problem with his face, he could just see a doctor here, right? Why does he have to go all the way to the south? Is it possible that the doctors there are better than ours?" But he had heard that the doctors in the south were much poorer than those here. So how could they possibly be better? He felt it was very strange for the two of them to take a man to the south for treatment. Wenqing found it hard to explain the situation now. How should they communicate with these people? Going south wasn't to understand the poison on his face, but rather because the regent had already turned into a vampire. However, before they could convince a few fishermen to take him and the regent south quickly, officials arrived. You all came here today to find someone. Let me see if there are any murderers among you. After discovering who the murderer was, they had been rigorously searching every day, but still hadn't found anyone. So they had to go to various places to see if the assassin was hiding around here. When the fishermen saw the officials coming, they hurriedly put their things down and spoke to Wenqing. The officials are here to check on people. You should take your brother over first. If the officials see that your brother can be taken away by us, then we will quickly take him south for treatment. Wenqing was very anxious. The officials had arrived, and if they wanted to see the regent, they would have to remove the cloth covering his face in order for the female fishermen to take them away. Upon hearing that someone was covered, the officials rushed over and didn't bother to check the other fishermen. He looked at Wenqing and said, "What happened to your brother? Why is he always covering his face? He seems fine everywhere else." Wenqing replied, "This is our brother. He ate something wrong at home, and something inappropriate grew on his face. If the officials see it, they will definitely be scared." However, the officials stated that they were not afraid and insisted that Wenqing remove the covering from the regent's face. What is most important now is to find the person who killed, regardless of whether he is injured or not. We are men. How can we be afraid of these things? Wenqing is currently under a lot of psychological pressure. If they don't show it to them, they will definitely suspect that the regent has a problem. However, once they see it, they will know he is a vampire. Just as the fishermen were urging Wenqing to quickly cover the masked face, one fisherman suddenly fainted. Everyone rushed over to see. It seemed he had been poisoned. However, he had only eaten one fish from our side today and hadn't eaten much else. The officials glanced at the masked regent and then at the fainted fisherman, and ultimately walked towards the fisherman to ask, since someone had already died a few days ago, now even if it was a poisoned official, everyone thought of the person who had committed murder as the one who poisoned them. After the doctor checked his pulse, he sighed deeply and informed the officials. It would be best for everyone to be cautious. Look, not only has there been a murder, but now there are also cases of poisoning. Who knows if everyone will die after drinking water someday? At this point, the officials also felt a bit scared, and they looked at Wenqing, who had not yet left, and said, "Aren't you just arriving here? Why is it that just as you are about to leave, a fisherman dies?" Wenqing couldn't explain it at all. He didn't know what happened to that fisherman. He couldn't possibly blame it on himself and Wenqing, right? They just wanted to cross the river. If these fishermen really didn't want to take them across, then they would have to wait until night to use their abilities to get across the river. So they looked at the fishermen and said, "We haven't really provoked you at all. If you really don't want to take us across, then we won't force it. Just let my brother die here." The officials frowned at Wenqing's words. They thought, why can't the regent just remove his mask? It's just an illness. The people here aren't afraid. So he began to doubt that it was Wenqing who poisoned the fisherman. Haven't we already said? Our brother's condition is very bad now. If you take off his mask, it will only worsen. What if we can't find a cure when we get to the south? After the officials were attacked, many people naturally surrounded Wenqing and Wenqing. I just want to see what happened under his mask, and you openly attack me. I really suspect you are killing people here. Since there were still many commoners around, even if the officials accused him of murder, Wenqing couldn't say much. So he apologetically handed a bag of silver to the officials. "This is my younger brother. He doesn't understand and was just scared that you would harm my brother, which is why he kicked you. This is compensation for you. After you see the doctor, have a drink. Don't think you can bribe me. What we need now is an inspection. Quickly remove your brother's mask." As a result, after they kicked him, they still wouldn't take off the regent's mask, so he had to take action himself. However, the regent, trapped under the mask, suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes turned bright red. Wenqing didn't see it at all because of his face mask. Just as the officials were about to tear off his mask, he directly grabbed the arm of one of the officials and bit into it. This was very similar to the symptoms of a vampire, and Wenqing was a bit worried, quickly pulling the official over. Finally, looking at the regent who had turned into a vampire, Wenqing immediately placed a seal on him and told Wenqing to hurry and take him away. He was already going crazy and might bite someone. There were so many people around, and if he bit anyone, they would all turn into vampires. The official covered his bitten arm and looked at Wenqing. Wenqing looked at the place where he was bitten with a heavy heart. Now that someone from the government had been bitten, he too would become a vampire. However, telling him this would surely be met with disbelief. So he decided not to explain and instead let him calm down here. Let me treat your wound first. I have abilities, so I'll use them to heal your wound a bit. Just stay here for now. Saying this, he applied his abilities to the arm of the government official, and the bleeding stopped. However, the official had no intention of letting Wenqing off the hook and directly asked him, "Did you kill someone on our side? And what kind of eyes does the person you brought with you have?" They turned extremely red and had huge fangs that nearly bit off my arm. He had never seen such a monster before. Its fangs were wider than his arm. When his arm was grabbed and bitten by the regent, he was truly terrified. The reason I didn't let you remove the regent's mask today is that he has already turned into a vampire. If you take off his mask, he will start biting people randomly on the street. More importantly, if everyone sees that the regent is a vampire, they will be very frightened. Even the people from the government are quite scared now, he said, looking at Wenqing. What exactly is a vampire? What is the regent planning to do in the south? And is he really the regent I have in mind? Wenqing nodded slightly. After all, who else could be the regent but him? However, explaining what a vampire is to him wouldn't make much sense, so she just told him directly. After all, they eat people, and if he were bitten, he would also become a vampire, just like if you were bitten now. Luckily, I treated you, or else you would have turned into a vampire, just like the regent. So, he was a bit reluctant to get involved. Would Wenqing take the regent to the south? Although I already know that you are not the murderers on our side. You should hurry and take the Saint King across the river and quickly cure his vampire condition to make him a normal person. If I get too involved with the regent, who knows, he might end up biting my arm like a skeleton. Plus, I really don't want to end up looking like neither a person nor a ghost with such big teeth growing on me. Others would definitely be very scared of me in the future. Wenqing was planning how to avoid the government's inspection and then cross the river with the regent. But unexpectedly, after being bitten, the man just let them go. So he made a gesture of thanks. We won't stay here much longer. You know, he has already become a vampire. And if we linger too long, he might bite someone else. Now that you believe us, let's hurry and take him to the south. After finishing the conversation with the officials, Wenqing went to find Shang Wanyan, who was busy making a new mask for the regent and had already placed it on his face, serving as another seal. Chapter 207. Finding the right path. After all, the seal was almost complete, but it wouldn't be effective for long. So he needed to hurry and take the regent away. Shang Wanyan looked at Wenqing approaching and quickly used his abilities to transport the regent away with him. However, just as they were about to reach the south, another situation arose. A group of black-clad individuals suddenly appeared, blocking their way. No matter what your purpose is in the south, the road ahead is sealed, and you cannot pass. Wenqing looked curiously at the black man who wouldn't let them go south. Now that they had already brought the regent prince over here, it was impossible for them to take him away again unless something really went wrong ahead. The black man, seeing Wenqing unable to figure out the reason, said, "There's a huge monster ahead. One person went in and was eaten. Do you think I can let you pass?" Going in now would mean certain death, so he wanted to drive them away. However, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan were not afraid at all. "We're not worried about any monsters. Just let us in." Compared to the monsters, they were more concerned that the regent prince might not turn into a good person. Shang Wanyan looked at the black man who Wu Ti let them in, then glanced at the regent prince. He pulled down his waist token and showed it to them. "Anyone who sees the regent prince here must make way. You two step aside quickly." The two men were startled. They hadn't expected them to have some influence. Seeing the regent prince's token, they felt compelled to kneel and directly spoke to them. Seeing that he was still hesitating and not leaving, Wenqing took the regent prince inside because they had now seen the regent princess token and dared not block them. So they let the two of them in. Shang Wanyan stayed behind to cover their retreat and saw that after the few of them knelt down, he also took the token and left. The two men sighed after they saw them go in. "Forget it. They have a regent prince. We can't stop them. Since they've gone in, let us seal this route completely. We can't let anyone in again, and those who go in one be able to come out." Wenqing and Shang Wanyan had no idea. They were solely focused on finding something inside that could heal the regent prince. As soon as they entered, it was very dark inside, and they recalled what the people outside had said about monsters being present. I thought they were just lying to prevent us from entering. I didn't expect there to be so many wooden huts inside. We need to be careful and not get swallowed or hypnotized. Seeing Shang Guanyin so worried, he directly took off a jade pendant. This has a lot of energy. If you wear it around your neck, even if there are many monsters, they can't control you. When Shang Guanyin said this pendant was so powerful, Wenqing didn't doubt it. But he thought such a good item shouldn't be given away. You should keep this. You'll have to face many wooden huts. What if they control you? After telling Shang Guanyin this, he led the regent prince forward. Just a few steps in, the mask on his face fell off, and Wenqing looked over to find that the regent prince's eyes had turned bright red. Hurry! The regent prince can't wait any longer. He has completely turned into a vampire. If we don't find a medicine before he turns into a full vampire, it will be useless. He realized why the regent prince's eyes had turned red, and they had to find the medicine quickly. Shang Guanyin also understood the urgency, so they moved forward rapidly, almost leaving afterimages behind, until they finally stopped at a pond. This pond was very strange. Wenqing felt that the snow lotus they needed was likely in this pond, so they had to go in and take a look. Snow lotuses generally wouldn't grow in a pond. They should grow on snow-capped mountains. But the training they were doing for the regent prince was extraordinary, and the energy contained within was immense. They could only feel the energy emanating from the pond in the woods, leading them to believe that the snow lotus should be hidden in the pond. However, Shang Guanyin was skeptical. There are many things we need to find that can heal, but we don't know what is needed in this pond, and there is no one guarding it. It's too strange. So it was very likely that something would happen when they entered the pond, and he reminded Wenqing to be careful. But Wenqing had already jumped into the pond and used her abilities to create a light ring around herself, allowing her to swim normally beneath the surface. After searching around, she didn't find anything resembling a snow lotus, and since it wasn't frozen, she decided to come out of the pond. However, suddenly her light ring was broken. Looking back, she wanted to ask who had broken her light ring. Whoever you are, you've come here and even broke my light ring voluntarily, which means you want me to know you exist. Why don't you come out? She didn't know who it was and couldn't see the other party, so she could only provoke them. Shang Guanyin heard her voice from above the pond, but he had to watch over the regent prince and couldn't go down to check. So he created a clay doll and threw it out, wanting to use his abilities to see what was happening below. However, the clay doll searched around the pond, but didn't find Wenqing. He thought it was strange. Wasn't she just below talking? Why couldn't his doll see her? He felt it was very abnormal. Meanwhile, Wenqing was indeed below. Chapter 208, Encountering Danger. She urgently looked around, wanting to see what could come out of the pond, but after half an hour, nothing emerged. Suddenly, something grabbed her foot and pulled her down hard. She knew she was about to drown, but if she used her abilities to cut off her leg, she would still be sold off under the water, so she wanted to call Shang Guanyin down. Shang Guanyin, don't just watch the regent prince up there. Yes, fine. I'm about to be exhausted down here. Come down quickly. But after using his clay doll to search around below and not finding Wenqing, Shang Guanyin didn't hear any response. To prevent Wenqing from coming up from the pond and not finding them, he had no choice but to walk along the side, continuously watching for her. After Wenqing was dragged down, she had completely lost consciousness. It wasn't until the evening that Shang Guanyin noticed Wenqing had not come up from the bottom of the pond, which felt strange. He looked at the regent trapped inside the light sphere. He currently had no ability to shrink the regent and take him down. So, he could only leave the regent alone on the surface of the pond for now. But if someone else saw him, he would definitely be taken away. Therefore, he found a nearby cave and locked the regent inside. Although he knew the regent could not understand his words, he still warned him. I have to go find Wenqing now. If you can't stay put in the cave, I won't be able to find her, and we will both die in this southern region. I have placed a seal on this cave, so don't try to break it or leave. When I find Wenqing, I will naturally take you with me. After speaking to the regent, Shang Guanyin began to seal the cave. Once the seal was set, he felt relieved and left, then jumped down to the bottom of the pond. However, upon reaching the bottom, he found something pulling him down. He originally had a way to struggle, but thinking that he might see Wenqing after being pulled down, he did not resist. The force pulling him became stronger and stronger. and soon he was dragged to the very bottom, where he saw Wenqing lying there. Upon seeing her, he felt at ease. So he directly used his ability to cut off the tentacle, pulling him, and picked Wenqing up, since she was still unconscious. He could only give her a medicinal pill first before bringing her back up. Once he was back up, he realized it was no longer safe to stay by the pond. So he returned to the cave where he had sealed the regent and placed Wenqing and the regent together inside. He looked at the unconscious Wenqing and said something to her, then began to warm both of them. Just as his ability was about to be exhausted, Wenqing woke up. Wasn't I in a pond? How did I end up in a cave? She asked, looking at Shang Wanyan. Did you bring me up? Did you see anything down there? She remembered being dragged down and losing consciousness due to something, so Shang Wanyan must have seen it when he rescued her. Shang Wanyan gradually explained to her. When I went to the pond, I indeed couldn't find you, so I jumped down directly. Then something kicked me down, and I just followed along and saw you lying there unconscious. Wenqing understood what it meant. After he was dragged down, Shang Wanyan came down and killed that thing before coming back up. He was still very scared. If Shang Wanyan had been watching from above and the regent didn't come down to find him, that very large tentacle might have eaten him under the pond. So he stood up and looked at Shang Wanyan. I think if we go down to look for something again, we should take the regent with us. You see, I went alone today and you all didn't know I almost died under the pond. Shang Wanyan also agreed. When Wenqing initially said he wanted to go down to the pond to look for something, he disagreed. But Wenqing insisted that they had to leave a regent behind and someone to watch over him, which is why he stayed. The few of them stayed in the cave for a night. When morning came, they felt they needed to ask the regent again. Zhao Jie said, "It's quite safe for the regent to follow us, so there's no need to put such a strong seal on him. You know this seal has its risks. The more serious it is, the greater the chance the regent will turn into a vampire." Shang Wanyan agreed with Wenqing's statement, so he removed the mask from his face. Since there weren't many people around when entering the male side, it shouldn't scare anyone, so there was no need to put more seals on his face. However, just after he took off the mask, the woman in white and her companions found their way here. They looked at Wenqing and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you all to be alive. I thought you had died in that forest, and we spent so long looking for you and your brother." Not only did they argue for a long time in the forest, but before they separated, they also had a fight. If he hadn't desperately begged his brother wouldn't have brought him out of the forest at all. Wenqing looked back at the past with warmth and was surprised to find that they still had some abilities, since they had found the real one. Why did they also come to the south? But now is not the time to worry about these things. She needed to hurry and take the regent away. However, the woman in white directly blocked Wenqing's way. No wonder you all didn't let us get close to this man that day. It turns out he is a monster. By the way, what kind of monster is he? They didn't even recognize the regent, nor the vampire, so they had no idea what he looked like. Wenqing felt it was unnecessary to talk to them about vampires, so she said, "It's just a bit of illness on the face that causes this. How could it possibly be any other kind of creature? You should leave quickly. Whatever you're looking for in the south has nothing to do with us." Originally, in the cave, they were strangers who had never fought, but who could blame the woman for trying to take his things? If she hadn't tried to take them, she could have shared a bit with him. Now that she had stolen, he felt no goodwill towards her. However, the woman in white did block Wenqing, preventing them from leaving the cave. Chapter 209, Seeking Wealth in Danger. We've already met 3 times. You don't have to act like this. Besides, you're here to find medicine for your brother, right? If you come with us, we can help you look for things too. Wenqing didn't want to pay attention to him at all. He felt that he didn't need the help of the woman with the white eyes. So he said, "You go your own way, and I'll go mine. We haven't had a pleasant relationship in the past 2 years, so there's no need for us to be sympathetic to each other now." Shang Wanyan also didn't want to continue talking with him there, so he directly took the regent prince out while they were still there. With him leading the way, Wenqing didn't care anymore and ran out too. When the woman in white saw that both of them had run away, she pointed at them and said, "Brother, did you see that? I really have repented this time. I just wanted to join them to find something and help the people on their side with their illnesses, but they were ungrateful and left." However, even though Wenqing and the others were ungrateful, her eyes were filled with disdain for them. If it weren't for wanting to put on a show in front of her brother, she wouldn't have come to talk to the woman at all. The man comforted his sister, saying, "It's okay. What I need is your change, not for you to help them. Now, if you want to help them, I know you are acknowledging your mistakes. In the future, Just follow your brother well and don't do those wrong things anymore. I will definitely keep you safe. By the way, didn't you want to find something to enhance your abilities this time? Let's look for it here. I remember there seems to be some in the south. Once we find it, you can just take it." After hearing her brother's assurance, the girl felt much happier. What she wanted was her brother's protection. And now the siblings had reconciled, so she didn't need to say much more. Meanwhile, Wenqing was still unaware that the siblings had used him to reconcile, and he was now running with Shang Wanyan, stopping only when they saw the two of them chase out of the cave. All right, there's no need to keep running down. Since they haven't come out yet, let's look around here for any medicinal herbs. The two didn't know where the things they needed were, so they could only search little by little. Upon reaching a new place, they had to stop and see if there was anything they were looking for. The regent prince had been tied to a tree by Shang Wanyan because he was afraid that the regent might run around or that someone might take him away. The only safe way was to place him near the sealed ropes. The two of them entered the grass and began searching for medicinal herbs. However, as Wenqing walked forward, a snake suddenly sprang out and wrapped around his arm. Wenqing sensed that this matter carried some unique scent, which seemed quite similar to the medicinal herbs they were looking for. He still had no good way to deal with the snake that came down from his arm, unless he directly killed it. However, Wenqing mentioned that it might be related to the medicinal herbs they were searching for. So he told him to wait there while he went ahead to find something that could attract the snake. After saying this, Shang Wanyan left and Wenqing waited. Soon, Shang Wanyan returned with the green grass. "What are you going to do with this?" Wenqing asked. "It's not for eating meat, it's for eating grass. Are you really going to put the grass on it, and it will just walk away?" But after Wenqing said that the grass was useless, Shang Wanyan directly placed the grass on the snake. Soon, when it was lying on Wenqing's arm, it came down and tightly coiled around the grass. Before long, the grass turned yellow, which surprised Wenqing. Could it be that it absorbed all the nutrients inside, which is why it turned yellow? Shang Wanyan looked at the yellowing grass and said to him. Wenqing let out a sound of surprise. He had never heard of such a magical grass before. But now the grassland had turned yellow, and it seemed they should be leaving. So he kept staring at the snake. The grass, having drained all its nutrients, lay flat ahead. Wenqing walked over to them and arrived at a snake hole. Wenqing knew that this was the place they were looking for. So the medicinal herbs they needed should also be inside. They waited, planning to search outside after the snake crawled in. What was going on? Why were they lingering at the entrance and not going in? If they didn't go in like this, how would they find anything? After some time, he felt that the snakes should have crawled in, but they kept slithering around outside, and more coming out. Wenqing, anxious, asked Shang Wanyan why they weren't all going in. There was no way to attract all the snakes into the hole, just like when he had wrapped around his arm earlier. Shang Wanyan could think of a way, but Shang Wanyan could only helplessly look at the entrance. Earlier, he was able to get close to Wenqing, which was why he had thrown the herbs up, but now there were so many entrances outside, and they couldn't get past unless they waited for all the snakes to leave. By the time they all went in, what would be the use of throwing the herbs in there? They could only watch from this side. Wenqing was worried that they had been waiting until evening and still hadn't entered the cave, so she decided to use her abilities. Fortunately, they had some self-awareness at these moments. Perhaps it would lead them to come and look for medicinal materials. After Wenqing used her abilities, they all quickly dove into the cave. Wenqing looked at the snakes with relief. All right, see? They've all gone inside. We can search now, but we need to be quick. Otherwise, when they come out again, we might get bitten to death outside. Although both of them had some abilities, they were still afraid of the poison, right? Even if they could detoxify it, they were still very fearful. So, Wenqing quickly pulled Shang Wanyan to move deeper into the cave, hoping to find the medicinal materials soon. Chapter 2:10. Falling into danger, however, as soon as the two of them stepped into the area where the poisonous snakes were. They initially went in, but suddenly came back out. What to do, now that they were out? They must have known that the two of them had come to look for the medicinal materials here. Wenqing was a bit afraid of snakes, so she sat behind Shang Wanyan, blocking the gaze of the venomous snakes, and said to him, I'm here with you. If you're scared, just hide behind that tree and wait for me. I'll take care of these snakes before you come over. However, Wenqing felt that it was impossible for Shang Wanyan to kill the snakes. They had been standing there for quite a while, and Shang Wanyan hadn't made a move, indicating that these snakes were quite difficult to deal with. If they relied on Shang Wanyan to kill them, it would consume a lot of his supernatural abilities, and finding medicinal herbs here was already quite troublesome. Let's not worry about the snakes for now. Since they have already come out, we should quickly move to the back while they haven't approached us. They won't stay at this cave entrance forever, and we can figure out later. Just as Wenqing was about to leave, Shang Wanyan was going to use the whip he could conjure to destroy the camera. But at that moment, it suddenly grew larger, transforming into a massive python that coiled around Shang Wanyan and carried him away. Wenqing naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing, so she thought about competing with the python for a person. However, she was somewhat afraid of these snakes, so she couldn't fully unleash her abilities. By the time the large snakes had already wrapped around Shang Wanyan, she still hadn't pulled him out of their grasp. She looked at the entrance in front of her, originally intending to find medicinal herbs with Shang Wanyan to help the regent, but she hadn't found the herbs yet and ended up losing Shang Wanyan instead. After Shang Wanyan was taken inside by the large snakes, he discovered that they could all talk, but their snake leader called them to stop. He had checked what was inside him. There was a lot, and if they absorbed it directly, it wouldn't make them powerful, and they wouldn't become human either. He thought that as long as they absorbed his abilities, they would completely transform, but it turned out to be useless. Otherwise, he would have killed him since he was just a useless thing. He felt that since it was useless, there was no need to stay in their cave, as it was just filled with stones, and one person was of no use. However, the snake leader called him again. Although the person on him was useless, the energy from that woman outside was very beneficial to them. If they could exchange her, they could become human. Shang Wanyan heard that they had set their sights on Wenqing and realized they wouldn't exchange their own for her. So he said to them, "Both of our abilities are the same, so it doesn't matter who you exchange with. If you really want to become human, maybe I have a way." The large snakes were surprised that Shang Wanyan could hear them and asked, "What method can you find to make us snakes become human?" They rarely encountered a man like Shang Wanyan who could speak, so they were interested in talking to him. However, they didn't believe he had a way to help them become human. Perhaps he was just stalling for time to stay alive. But what Shang Wanyan said next truly shocked them. Each of you snakes carries abilities. If you rest for a long time, you will eventually become human. However, because your ancestors experienced a catastrophe hundreds of years ago, they were cursed, which means you can only live as snakes for your entire lives. They were very surprised. They hadn't expected that a man would know about the curse their ancestors faced hundreds of years ago, which sparked their interest in him. What's the method to make us human? That's what we want the most. If you can make us human, we'll give you the medicinal herbs left by our ancestors. Then he had the snakes in their cave bring over the medicinal herbs their ancestors had left behind. Look, many people come here looking for these things, but they think it's on the outskirts of our snake cave, so they've been searching there without finding anything. Hundreds of years ago, I knew these things were very precious, and I had already picked them from the entrance to the outside, waiting for a fated person to come and exchange with me. Perhaps Shang Wanyan is that fated person. At this moment, Shang Wanyan was also very surprised. Wasn't this the thing Wenqing had asked him to find? They couldn't find it outside, but it was right in his cave, so he had to make that exchange. Since you really want to become human, come with me. Don't worry. This time I truly mean well and won't do anything to you once we're outside. The snake leader hesitated for a moment, but finally went out of the cave with Shang Wanyan. Once outside, he only saw Wenqing and didn't know what method she would use to turn them into humans. So he asked, "What exactly do you mean by how to make us human? If you can't turn us into humans, I will swallow both of you today." Although he told his little brothers that their abilities were very strong and they couldn't be eaten as the snake leader if he swallowed them. It wouldn't harm his own abilities, but it wouldn't harm his body either. Wenqing was also very surprised to see Shang Wanyan bring out the big snake. Weren't they all taken into the cave? How did you manage to bring them out? And they're clean too. Keep your distance, be careful, or they might get angry and eat you right away. Wenqing thought that these snakes couldn't understand what he was saying, which is why he said this to Shang Wanyan. Chapter 2:11. Turning danger into safety. However, Shang Wanyan said to Wenqing, "I was the one who brought them out. They have something we exchanged with them, so we plan to make a deal with him and then exchange those items of theirs." Wenqing didn't understand what he meant by that. What exchange or no exchange? Besides, what could this group of snakes possibly have? Could it be that they were going to bite him for their snake skin? But just when Wenqing thought that they had nothing to offer in exchange, the snake leader took out the thing he had shown to Shang Wanyan at the cave entrance. "This is the most valuable thing we have at the cave entrance. It's a medicinal herb that many people are looking for. If you're willing to make an exchange with us, I'll give this to you." Wenqing realized when he saw him take out the medicinal materials that there really was something for them to exchange, so he immediately agreed to Big Snake. He couldn't just throw Shang Wanyan over to Big Snake to get the medicinal materials. He nodded. After all, he couldn't absorb the abilities in Shang Wanyan's body anyway, so he might as well let Wenqing take him away. After he asked what they wanted to exchange, he said, "We have already spoken to that man at the cave entrance. We want to become human. He said you have a way to make us human. And as long as we come to find you, we will become human within 3 days." Wenqing felt a bit embarrassed. How could Shang Wanyan say such random things? What could he do to turn this group of broken snakes into humans? But in order to get the herbs, he had no choice but to speak to the snake leader. "I do have a way to turn you into humans, but you might also have to endure lightning strikes. If you can't handle it, then you'll never be able to become human." The snake leader was quite surprised. Since both of them said it could be done, it surely could. So he excitedly said to Wenqing, "As long as we can become human, I wouldn't mind enduring lightning strikes, even if I had to give you my snake gall." The snake leader opened his mouth as if he really wanted to spit out his snake gall for Wenqing. But Wenqing quickly waved his hand. He had no intention of asking for the inner elixir. In the end, Wenqing brought them all out of the cave. "Your abilities can't turn you into humans because you are under a curse. Now, as long as the curse is lifted, you can normally become human." The snake leader had no idea what they were planning to do. "Then can you tell us how to lift the curse on our left hand? After all, it's been a curse for hundreds of years, and none of us have ever achieved the goal of lifting it." They hadn't even thought about the curse itself. They only felt that the curse limited their abilities. With a warm smile, she told them that she would use her abilities to summon lightning from the sky. As long as they could withstand the persecution, once the lightning struck, their curse would be lifted. Let the lightning strike their leader, the snake. They couldn't accept that they were fools. Even if they were animals, it was impossible for them to voluntarily let lightning strike them. They began to doubt whether she was deceiving them. "You can't really turn us into humans, can you? You're just saying this to get the herbs we have in our hands. When the lightning strikes, and if it kills us, you'll just take our herbs away." Wenqing was somewhat speechless. Was it really persecution paranoia? They all said they would complete it, so it would definitely be completed. As for using lightning to kill them just to get the herbs, he said, "If you don't want to turn into humans, then you don't have to suffer from the accumulated desire to become human. So you should sit here quickly, as I'm about to summon lightning." Some boulder snakes, eager to become human, stood beside Wenqing, hoping he could use lightning to break their seal. The snake leader watched with some concern. But since someone dared to step forward to take a look, it was still quite good. If Wenqing could really turn him into a human or lift his curse, then he might also give it a try. So he said to Wenqing, "Let's find a snake to test it first. If you really can turn it into a human, then I will definitely willingly give you the herbs." Wenqing ignored him and used her abilities. Soon, the thunder was drawn over. The sound of thunder was immense. If it really struck a person, they might have been killed instantly, let alone a snake. However, Wenqing was not afraid at all. Instead, she stood there beneath it, while the snake leader looked fearful. He glanced at Shang Wanyan and said, "After all, we came together to find medicinal materials. Look at him, standing under the thunder without even trying to dodge. Why don't you call him over?" The snake leader was quite worried that Wenqing would be struck dead because she had promised to transform them into humans. If Wenqing were to be killed by the thunder, what would they do? But before he could persuade Shang Wanyan to call Wenqing over, a bolt of thunder struck directly down, hitting the snake. Just when he thought the snake would be scorched and tender, he saw that the bolt of thunder had disappeared, and the struck snake was glowing green. As he was about to ask Shang Wanyan why this was happening, a second bolt of thunder struck down, followed by 5 or 6 more until it finally stopped just before dark. He walked over and discovered that the snake had indeed withstood the thunder. However, it hadn't transformed into a human as they had said. So he asked Wenqing, "You aren't deceiving us, are you? Even if it has withstood the thunder, it hasn't turned into a human. What good is that?" Wenqing smiled gently and took something out of the bottle to give to him. After he swallowed it quickly, the almost dead thunder underwent a transformation. Its entire snake skin shed. In front of everyone's gaze, what was once a dying snake instantly turned into a human. The snake leader was stunned. Could it really be done this way? He looked at Wenqing and said, "How did you do that? If that's the case, I am willing to hand over the medicinal materials, but you must let all of us snakes become human." Wenqing smiled gently. He had only used a bit of his ability to summon countless lightning strikes. If those snakes had been willing to try earlier, they would have transformed into humans long ago. So he agreed to the snake leader, but he insisted on getting the medicinal herbs first, as the situation on their side was quite urgent, and they needed to deliver the herbs quickly, or else he would turn into a vampire. Chapter 2:12. Ransacked and empty. After everything was settled, Wenqing and Shangwan left that place. Looking at the sky outside, Wenqing said, "Now that we have the medicinal herbs, let's find an inn to stay in. We can't just stand here." However, it would be quite difficult to find an inn in such a desolate area. Shangwan looked ahead and then decided to go down the mountain with the club president Wang and Wenqing. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they asked, "If we can't find a place to stay today, we might have to sleep on the street again. So let's split up and look for inns. Although this area is deserted, there should still be inns around. After all, there are always some bold people who open inns in unexpected places." Just as Shangwan was suggesting to check a certain direction, Wenqing exclaimed, "I see someone carrying a package over there. There seems to be an inn nearby. Let's go take a look." With newfound hope, the two of them were very optimistic and headed towards that direction along with the regent. They ended up seeing a very dilapidated house. "You stay outside and watch the regent. I'll go inside and ask if the innkeeper still allows guests." After handing over the regent to Shangwan, Wenqing pushed open the very dilapidated door and saw an old man inside. The old man was very welcoming when he saw Wenqing coming in. "Miss, are you planning to stay at our inn? We still have many rooms available." Wenqing didn't say anything, but kept looking at all the rooms in the inn. He knew there were places to stay since it was desolate here and few people came. Then he told the innkeeper, "We have 3 people, just book 2 rooms." After speaking with the innkeeper, he signaled for Shangwan to bring the regent into the inn. Now that the rooms were booked, the two of them would stay here for the night. However, when they brought the regent in, the old man was so frightened that he kept retreating. "You guys are not simple. The person you brought over is too formidable. We need to resolve this quickly." Wenqing immediately knew that the old man must have a solution, so she asked, "Since you understand, what medicinal herbs are we looking for here? You should know if there's anything you can recommend." The old man smiled mysteriously and handed Wenqing a bottle. "Before you sleep tonight, soak this, and after 3 days and 2 nights, you will recover." However, just as Wenqing was about to take the bottle, a large group of ragged people rushed into the inn. "Everyone hurry up and grab it. They've brought in new food at the inn." The newcomers were ushered in, and they quickly ran inside. The old man was frightened and hurriedly pushed them all outside. "What are you doing, daring to rob my inn? Didn't you already take a bunch of food last time? Why are you back for more?" But the young man he had pushed aside simply shoved the old man away. "What are you doing? Don't block me. Can't you see I'm about to be robbed clean? Then I want to have anything to eat." The reason they were back to rob the inn again was, of course, that they had finished what they had taken last time. "After all, you put so little food in the inn last time. It wasn't enough for us." After the young man finished speaking, he quickly joined the crowd in grabbing food, and Wenqing stepped back several paces, wondering what they were doing. But in the end, it was all in vain. The old man stood at the inn's door crying, "It's over. All the food has been taken away. How am I going to keep this inn alive now?" Wenqing walked over, and he realized what that group of people had rushed into the inn for. They had dragged the old man in and asked him, "Do they often come to steal your food? Who are they? Didn't they say there were no people in this area? How come there are so many coming to take your things?" The old man cried as he wiped his tears, saying, "They're the refugees who were sent here by the officials. But after the officials brought them here, they didn't give them any food, so they came to steal my things." The first time he saw the refugees, he generously gave them everything from the inn and even invited them to stay. But he didn't expect that they would act like insatiable wolves, coming to his inn every day for more after receiving the benefits. Wenqing is very curious about what happened over there that led them all to become refugees. It seems that someone in their family offended a high-ranking official, and then they were all plotted against and exiled. Wenqing clicked her tongue and asked the innkeeper, "Now you can tell us where the two of you can stay, right? Just now, we were too busy watching you argue with those people to even ask where we would be staying. They need to settle down first anyway. And since all your things have been taken, you probably don't have the energy to attract customers and talk to them. If you want to stay at my inn, you can just find a place to stay, and I won't charge you any money. However, I might not stay at the inn tonight, so if anyone comes, Don't open the door for them. Wenqing understood. After all, there were so many people here fighting for food. If the door was opened, then might be looted completely. But he was quite curious about where the innkeeper would go. So he asked, "You know that there will definitely be people staying at your inn tonight? So why not stay at the guest mountain? Why do you have to go out?" Moreover, for what the innkeeper said, this area was quite dangerous. If they weren't at the guest mountain at night, who knows what the refugees might do to him? The innkeeper looked at his already empty inn and said, "If the inn can't even provide meals, who would come to stay here?" So going out to buy food was necessary. But Wenqing said, "No matter what, I can't let my inn be empty. You two help me watch the inn for one night, and I won't charge you." After saying this, the innkeeper hurriedly left the inn. Wenqing looked helplessly at Sheng Wanyan. There weren't many people nearby their inn, so how could anyone come to stay? Now, there were only the two of them. "You should let go of the regent, innkeeper. Didn't you just say that we could choose wherever we want to stay?" Wenqing didn't care where she stayed, but sometimes Sheng Wanyan had high standards for the accommodation. So she wanted him to look around the room to see if there was a place he liked. However, Sheng Wanyan had long since adapted to the harsh environment, saying it was fine, that when it was time to sleep, he could just find any room to sleep in. The place was so shabby that the standards of each room should be quite similar, so there was no need to adjust anything. What he was worried about now was that the innkeeper had already left the inn, and all the food had been taken by Namiamin. So what were he and Wenqing going to eat? Then Sheng Wanyan stood up, saying he would first go check their kitchen to see if there was any food left. After all, they couldn't starve for an entire day. Although he said he would check the kitchen, Sheng Wanyan didn't have high hopes for finding food there. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived in the kitchen, he saw that there wasn't even a pot. Looking at the empty kitchen, Sheng Wanyan felt quite helpless. Without even a pot, what was the point of having a kitchen, and why would he need to buy food? Did he plan to eat everything raw? Eventually, night fell, and Wenqing supported the regent, saying, "Even though there aren't many people in the inn, I'm still worried about the regent being alone. So you should share a room with him." Then Wenqing and Sheng Wanyan helped the regent upstairs, but they forgot to close the inn's door, allowing a child to sneak into the inn. The child rummaged through the inn and said, "Wasn't it said that there were a lot of good things here? I searched for a long time and only found a valuable abacus. I thought I could find food here, but I haven't seen a single grain of rice." Meanwhile, Wenqing and Sheng Wanyan were in their room, completely unaware that someone had come into the inn. He was reminding Sheng Wanyan, "Make sure you don't sleep too deeply tonight, as we still haven't finished finding the medicinal herbs, and we can't completely control the regent." Sheng Wanyan nodded, also afraid that the regent would lose control. If he fell too deeply asleep, he might even harm him, he said to Wenqing. "Don't worry, as long as the regent makes any noise in this room, I will wake up." Finally, Wenqing went out to close the door of their room. Just as they were about to check outside the inn, they discovered that the guest had been rummaged through again by someone else, so he cautiously went downstairs. "Who is it? Are they here to steal from the inn again?" A little boy had just found a sweet potato inside the inn, but when he saw someone coming, he quickly hid inside a cabinet. "Don't see me. Please don't see me." He sat in the cabinet, placed the sweet potato on the ground, and hugged himself tightly. However, since someone had already entered the inn, how could Wenqing not notice? So he searched through all the places that had been disturbed. Eventually, he rescued the little boy hidden in the cabinet. "Why are you hiding in here? And you don't look like the old man's child." If the old man had a child, he would have definitely handed him over before leaving the inn, but the old man hadn't mentioned anything. The little boy spat and said, "Of course, I'm not that old man's child. Could he possibly have such a cute child as me? I'm just here to steal some food from his inn." Wenqing held her waist and noticed that the little boy looked down on the old man. So she pointed at the boy and said, "Since you look down on him, why do you still come to his house to steal things? You must have taken quite a few things from his inn." Hearing this, the little boy quickly picked up the sweet potato he had placed on the ground and said to Wenqing, "Who stole his stuff? This sweet potato is mine. If you dare say I stole something again, I'll get my dad to come and beat you up." Warmth surged in my heart at the sound, but I didn't expect the little boy to speak so harshly. However, he was still just a small child, so he quickly snatched the sweet potato away and placed it on the highest table in the inn, speaking to me. "I don't care whose book you're holding, but since you're in the inn with that sweet potato, it means it belongs to this old man, and you definitely can't take it away." The boy, anxious, stood on tiptoe and said, "But you need to give me my stuff back quickly. If you don't return it to me soon, I'll have the old man kick you out." Wenqing smiled. These boys came to the inn again to steal his things and told the old man to drive him away. They really didn't know their place. So he raised the sweet potato high and asked, "How do you plan to have the old man drive me away? You steal his things and look down on him. Do you think Xiao Lu Duo will listen to you?" In fact, the old man had left the inn for him to watch over, which showed that the old man trusted him quite a bit. So he didn't really want to drive the man away. However, the little boy arrogantly said, "You don't know, do you? The old man in this area likes me the most, and he leaves a sweet potato for me to eat every day. So I'm not here to steal. I'm just taking the sweet potato that I deserve." Wenqing found it unreasonable. When did he come to steal things from someone else's inn and still claim it was taken? So he put down the sweet potato without saying anything to the little boy. Chapter 214, Becoming Accustomed. Wenqing was annoyed by the noise from the little boy. And since the old man had entrusted the inn to him when he left, he simply threw the little boy out of the inn. It was clear that you must be a refugee from this area. Since you looked down on the old man, you shouldn't stay in his inn either. When Shang Wanyan heard the little boy shouting outside the inn, he came out of his room. He wanted to see who was yelling outside. And just as he was about to open the inn's door, Wenqing, holding the only sweet potato, pulled him back. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear someone outside? If you open the inn's door for him now, he will just cling to the inn and refuse to leave later." But Shang Wanyan was very confused as to why Wenqing was worried about someone coming in from outside, and he said, "I just want to see who is outside the inn. If you don't want him to come in, then I won't open the inn's door." Seeing him so obedient, Wenqing nodded and broke the sweet potato in half, giving him one piece. "This was the little boy outside who found it. I snatched it from him. Now you eat some sweet potato to fill your stomach." Shang Wanyan looked at the small sweet potato, and since Wenqing had given him one, he was reluctant to eat it, so he gave the other half to Wenqing. "I want to eat it. You can have both halves. I'll go up and watch over the regent for now." They had given the medicine the old man provided to the regent, so now the regent couldn't be left alone. Watching him eat, Wenqing hurriedly swallowed both sweet potatoes, and finally, noticing the little boy outside making a loud noise, he said. It was evident that the little boy was a refugee from this area, which is why Wenqing didn't let him in. But he was angrily throwing stones at their door. "Since I can't go in, I'll just smash this in. What are you doing? I usually give you plenty to eat. Why are you causing trouble at the door of my inn? Old man, hurry inside and drive that woman out." He was baffled. It was not easy for Wenqing to settle in his inn, so why would he want to drive her away? The little boy became anxious upon hearing this. If he wasn't allowed to stay in the inn, he would have nowhere to go. "Old man, you must not drive me away from the inn. It was my parents who stole your food, and I didn't teach them to do that. Please let me stay." Wenqing felt a bit drowsy inside the inn, but as soon as she heard the old man's voice, she quickly opened the door. To her surprise, the little boy was still standing at the entrance of the inn, so she spoke to the old man. After Wenqing came out, the old man saw that he had handed his food to Wenqing because he could tell the boy had been waiting for him just for the food. However, considering there were so many refugees around and that food was very scarce for the old man, he dared not say anything. Once he went inside, the boy angrily spoke to the old man. Looking at how the boy had turned out, the old man shook his head. The first time he met the boy, he had just learned to walk not long ago and looked very small, dressed in rags. Because he was a refugee and had nothing to eat, the old man took pity on him and gave him a sweet potato. Since then, the boy often came to the inn's door, and the old man developed a habit of leaving sweet potatoes for him, not realizing it had formed a very bad habit in the boy. Now, seeing the food in the inn, the boy felt it was his. When the old man wasn't around, the boy even sneaked into the inn to steal food. "You can leave. I won't save anything for you in the inn anymore. Wenqing only chased you away today because she was watching the inn while I wasn't here," the old man said. The little boy was a bit angry. The old man had not been like this before, and it was definitely because of her that he had gone back inside the room. "It's all because of you that the old man is going to drive me away and won't give me food anymore. It's all because of you, bad woman." Wenqing was speechless. He had only done what he was supposed to do, helping the old man look after the inn. Why was this little boy still talking about him? So he looked at the little boy and said, "If you want something to eat, go find the old man outside. I don't have any, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you, just like that sweet potato today, which I snatched from your hands." Chapter 215. Awkward emotions. After the little boy left, Wenqing approached the old man and asked him, "I haven't eaten for a day and a night along with Shang Ganyan. What do you have to eat in your inn? Please bring some food for the two of us." After speaking with the old man, he left the inn. At that moment, he wasn't going out to find Herb for the regent. He wanted to see where the little boy had run off to. As a result, he saw the little boy kicking and hitting randomly. It's all that bad woman's fault. Now the old man doesn't want me either. Where am I supposed to find my parents? How could they possibly give me food? They are all exiles here, unable to take care of themselves, let alone a child. It's because they couldn't afford to feed me that they abandoned me long ago, leaving me at the old man's doorstep. Over the years, if it weren't for the old man feeling pity for me when I was young and giving me food, I would have starved to death in this place of exile. Now, suddenly, a warm-hearted old man appears, as if everything has changed, and he won't give me anything to eat either. This makes me very afraid. I'm scared that I will starve to death here before I can even leave this place of exile. But I still don't know why he is doing this. So I want to follow him and see where he goes. After the little boy kicked and hit randomly, he shouted at the sky, "Why is it that other children aren't abandoned, but my parents abandoned me? Now the old man has abandoned me too. Why is it so unfair to treat me like this?" After he vented his emotions, Wenqing stepped forward. "I can tell that the old man really likes you. There must be a reason for his abandonment. And is there anyone like you? The old man has given you so much food over the years. Yet you can see that he still looks down on you." The little boy didn't expect Wenqing to come over and was very angry, thinking that he had heard what he said when he was feeling sad. So he looked at you and said angrily, "How did you even see me come out of the inn? Now you dare to eavesdrop on me? Just get lost." With a sigh of helpless warmth, she took out a pancake. "I can see now that you are a pretty pitiful child with no one wanting you. So here, take this food I've saved for you." When she said she was an unwanted child, the little boy got angry and refused to accept the food she offered. "Take what you have and get lost. Even if I starve to death here today, I won't eat anything from you." However, when he had just taken out the food, the boy clearly swallowed hard, showing that he was very hungry. How could he still hold on? "Why are you being so disobedient? If I tell you to eat, just eat. And I don't know your relationship with the old man at the inn, because you came to the inn to steal. The thief ate your sweet potato." When it came to the sweet potato, she took one out from her space ring and handed it to him. "Didn't you say you like sweet potatoes? So I brought you one. It's a bit small, but it's tastier than other sweet potatoes. Take it." When the boy saw the sweet potato in his hand, tears fell down his face. But he turned his head away with pride and said to her, "I won't accept any of your food. Just take them and get lost. If the old man sent you, tell him I will never go to the inn to find him again." Then the boy ran away. "Everyone come here. I see that this woman has food on her. She didn't say anything, but she can take it out at any time. The food must be hidden on her. Let's go and grab it." I had heard about this before and kept it to myself, but I didn't expect that someone would be monitoring them here. So he looked at the refugees rushing over to grab food and said, "What are you doing? I only have a pancake and a sweet potato. What is there to steal?" But the people who ran over said, "We don't believe you. In this place, anyone with food can have a lot. Now quickly hand over all your food, or we might just eat you." Before Wenqing arrived, I had indeed heard of people I knew, but I never expected to see him with my own eyes today. So I told these refugees, "If you want to grab the food from my hands, you better see if you have the ability." However, I didn't expect so many refugees to appear here, and I started to feel a bit scared when I saw Wenqing rationally trying to leave the refugees. I became worried and afraid that she wouldn't be able to get away. Although this woman was quite annoying in the inn and had taken my sweet potato, I was very afraid that the refugees would eat Wenqing. After thinking for a moment, the little boy ran out from behind the trees, grabbed Wenqing's hand, and said, "Look at that red envelope. If they catch you, they really will eat you." Wenqing was just about to turn when suddenly someone grabbed him. He was caught off guard, but didn't expect it to be a little boy. He looked at him and said, Chapter 2:16. Repaying kindness. The little boy shook Wenqing's hand off, saying, "I'm not worried about you being taken by your boyfriend." Wenqing smiled gently. This child was truly stubborn, admitting that he was worried about being harmed by the refugees. But so what? After holding each other for a long time, they felt that the refugees should have fallen behind, and only then did the little boy let go. "All right, if you run a bit further, you'll reach the inn. They are all behind us now, and they are extremely hungry, so they don't have the strength to chase you. You don't need to worry." Just when he was about to be bullied by them, the little boy took a risk and brought him out, saying, "I see you have nowhere to stay. Why don't you stay at the inn with us? If you stay with us at the inn, there will be food to eat. and you won't have to be bullied by the refugees every day. When he heard the boy mention being bullied, the little boy directly said, "What are you worried about? Can't you see those refugees are all skin and bones? I'm so strong that I can push them down easily, and they can't bully me in the refugee camp." But Wenqing felt that the little boy was just showing off, because when the refugees came to grab food, he didn't come forward. However, to maintain the boy's pride, she still said, the little boy's face turned red when he heard that. He looked at Wenqing and shyly said, "How can you, a girl, talk like that? What do you mean by leaving or not leaving?" After asking, the old man showed him the impoverished inn. The little boy was very surprised. Hadn't the old man just bought a pile of food? How could it be gone so soon after he had just run out of the inn? He didn't believe it and kept searching inside the inn. At this point, the old man's eyes turned red. What kind of hard life had he led? Not even being able to remember what he had to eat each day. All the food he had bought had been snatched away by the refugees. The little boy felt helpless. He couldn't stop the refugees from coming to grab things. Then he looked at Wenqing. Wenqing walked over and handed a pile of rice to the old man, not knowing where she had gotten it from. "Here, I have a little food left. Let's eat this rice for today." Feeling it wasn't enough, she then took out a cabbage and gave it to the old man. The old man looked very surprised. "Where did you get such a big cabbage and so much rice? You don't seem to have any pockets." The little boy had learned from this. Earlier outside, Wenqing also didn't have anything on her, and her food seemed to appear out of nowhere. He had never seen anyone conjure food. If there were, they must be a deity. After much speculation, he shyly said, "I'm sorry, fairy sister. Please don't take it the wrong way. I didn't mean to snatch the sweet potato from you." He turned around, pointing at himself. "Fairy sister, are you talking about me?" Not only Wenqing, but even the old man found it strange. "You just came to stay at my inn for 2 days. How did you become a deity?" The little boy looked at the food in the old man's hands and said, "Can't you see? The food she gave us is conjured. If she can conjure food, then she must be a deity." The old man didn't pay much attention to him, but instead dragged him into the kitchen. "Stop saying all this nonsense. Don't you want to eat at our inn? Then come help out, or I'll have to kick you out." With warmth, he looked at the old man and the little boy, shaking his head. He realized why the little boy said that about the old man. Their way of interacting didn't resemble that of family or peers, but rather like sworn enemies. With warmth in her eyes, she looked at the small bottle in his hand and asked, "Do you think what the old man gave us is reliable? After the regent consumes it, will he still turn into a vampire?" Wenqing is now very worried about the regent. As long as he becomes a vampire, neither of them can escape. However, Shang Wanyan placed the bottle on the table. It would be very difficult to gather all the medicinal ingredients, so they can only trust the old man once. Moreover, didn't he say that as long as the regent takes the medicine twice, he will wake up tomorrow morning? Wenqing hummed in agreement, and just then, the old man finished cooking. He called Guan Yin and Wenqing down, saying, "Come eat. Don't worry. I only charge you for staying at the inn. I absolutely won't charge you for the food you eat here." The little boy, who was just about to eat, paused. After all, the food was given by Wenqing. How would he charge them for it? The old man smiled and said, "You can't keep your mouth shut even while eating. I'm just saying this to them because I'm afraid they might give you something." Wenqing laughed and was about to pick up her chopsticks, but there was a problem with the regent's items they had left in the room. She anxiously tossed the chopsticks aside, but the little boy said, "Why make such a big fuss?" Chapter 217, Burglary back in a room. They discovered that the person they had left inside was already gone, and Wenqing was very worried. "If the person is gone, I can't eat this meal anymore. We should look for them again. They must have been stolen by someone from their side." After the incident in the morning when they came to steal food, Wenqing felt that the birthday light lying in the room had also been stolen by someone else. However, the little boy said, "What use is it to steal a person? Besides, you said it was for stealing food. They can't possibly have stolen the person to eat, right? I've never heard of anyone who would eat a person, especially the regent. Why would he be unconscious?" Wenqing looked at the little boy, knowing that the world is full of wonders. There were many things he didn't know. Who could say whether those people would resort to eating others out of desperation for food? But instead of eating their own, they came to this inn to steal people, and the only one they could take away was the regent. However, the little boy was pulling Wenqing to leave. He knew that these people might randomly rush into the inn to rob it, and if it were just him and the old man here, they wouldn't be able to stop them from stealing if they came in. Wenqing only made a hypothesis that they might encounter a man-eating creature. But she didn't really say that a cognitive illusion of a person would appear, so the little boy didn't need to take it so seriously. You and the old man can stay at the inn. The two of us have to go out. After all, our task here is to protect what is important. After finishing her conversation with the little boy, Wenqing was about to go with Shang Wanyan to find the regent. However, suddenly another person rushed into the inn, carrying a knife and covered in blood. Wenqing walked over worriedly. What happened to him? Could it be that he was being chased here? How did he get so badly injured? Given that the man was in such a state, he must have been pursued by someone. Otherwise, who would hurt him so severely? Now that he is in this inn, he is our guest, so the old man directly brought the man into the inn. Don't worry with me around. Even if your injuries are severe, I can help you recover. Wenqing found it very strange when the old man said that. What did he mean by saying that we should be quite good? Could it be that they often get hurt here? This was not the time to worry about them. So he told the old man, you all stay at the inn for now. We must go find the regent. Otherwise, we won't dare to stay at the inn. The old man was too focused on saving the man to speak much, and the little boy looked at Wenqing with longing. However, he also understood that even if Wenqing was being accommodating, he wouldn't stay at the inn, so he could only let them leave. But as soon as they stepped out of the inn, they were surrounded by a large group of people, who only used a little bit of something to block the areas on their bodies. Seeing Wenqing just coming out of the inn, one of them said, there's someone who really listens to him. They're about to take him away. At that moment, Wenqing directly activated his spatial ring. Shang Wanyan pushed him to the back. It shouldn't be possible for them to come to capture us. Even if they saw us in the inn, they wouldn't think we had so much food to want to rob us. However, as soon as they surrounded them, they pointed at Wenqing and said he had a lot of food on him. Did they see something? Wenqing stood behind him and said, let's not worry about why he captured me. We need to hurry and leave this inn. If we had known it was so dangerous here, we wouldn't have come to this inn. Now that there are so many people from the south, if they really knew he had a lot of food in his spatial ring, they would snatch it away. But before they could leave, this group of people strangely formed a circle around them. I have to make sure he doesn't get away from here. If he does, we won't have anything to eat for several days. Everyone was very eager when they heard about food, huddling closely together, determined not to let Wenqing escape. Then a man stood in the middle of the group and said, you must be Wenqing. We saw you take out a lot of food at the inn, and we wanted to come and see where you got it from, and if you could teach us. He wasn't sure if Wenqing's food was something he conjured up or if he already had a lot on him, so he could only ask like this for now. If it was indeed conjured, then once they learned how to identify such things, they wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. But if Wenqing already had the food, then they would have to keep him around, as they would do anything for food. Wenqing touched her space ring, which she had of course taken out at that moment. But what was the use of telling them about it? So Wenqing said, all this food was picked up from the ground by me. I did it so I could stay in the inn and interview him about the food he cooked for you. If you want, you can also pick some up. The people surrounding them didn't believe her at all. In the place they were exiled to, how hard could it be to find food? How could anyone possibly be dropping things on the ground? Stop lying to us. Are you hiding more food on you that you haven't given us? Now everyone hurried to search them, declaring that whatever they found on them belonged to them. Looking at the refugees surrounding her with warmth, she noticed how dirty they were. If they came over to search her for food, they would only make her dirty too. So she said, you all keep your distance. I have no food on me at all. If you're looking for something to eat, you should check the ground for food. Chapter 2:18. Unexpected encounter. You have so much food hidden on you. Why do we need to look elsewhere? Hand it over quickly, or I will really let them search you for something to eat. A woman out in the world definitely wouldn't want to be beaten by a bunch of big men. So they thought threatening her would make her give up the food. But she still said, if you don't believe me and insist on searching me for food, go ahead. You want to find anything anyway. They didn't expect her to respond like this. Could it be that you really have no food on you? Then what do you give your guests? Wenqing was speechless. They had just asked him again. Didn't he already tell them that he picked it up from the ground? But even after telling them, it didn't matter. Why ask him again? So he stubbornly turned his face away. You can give whatever to the master. But I don't have it now, and you can only eat me at most. When he thought of this, he remembered the regent who had disappeared from the inn, who still had no news. He couldn't communicate with the refugees here. Are you going to search or not? If not, we have to leave. Actually, even if they didn't search Wenqing, he knew they wouldn't let him leave slowly. So he could only first shift his strength and then take the opportunity to knock them all out when they really came over to take their food. As Wenqing thought, after urging several times, these people really brought food to him. However, when they just came over, Wenqing directly took out a very heavy object from a space ring and smashed it on their heads, saying to the man, "These people are really terrifying. I have only heard of cannibalism, but have never seen it." So he had to quickly take Wenqing away, and he had to find the regent. The regent was currently unconscious. If they really got hungry, they wouldn't know if they cooked and ate him. Wenqing and he were both released, and the two of them ran straight ahead into the cave. All right, that group of refugees would definitely only look for food in front and wouldn't come to this cave. So let us stay here for a while. But just as they were sitting in the cave, they heard the roar of a tiger. What place is this? How could there still be the roar of a tiger? Could it be that we have poked into an animal's nest? No, I have to go take a look. Wenqing walked towards the cave entrance after hearing the sound, looking to see if there were any tigers inside. However, before he could spot the tigers peeking out, he was tapped on the shoulder by Wenqing. "What are you doing?" "I'm checking to see if there are any tigers in there." With that tap, I thought a tiger had appeared behind me. He was startled by Wenqing's touch and was holding his heart. Wenqing stood behind him and said, "I just saw a tiger right below that cave, so if the two of us go down now, the tiger will probably eat both of us." Looking in the direction Wenqing pointed, Wenqing glanced down and thought, there are two big tigers waiting down there. But it's quite safe because their presence means they probably won't dare to come up. Unfortunately, if they all went mad, they would surely come over to the tiger's side and directly kill it for food. The two sat in the cave and discussed, why are there so many refugees here? Who brought them here? I heard they did something wrong over there, but what exactly did they do to be exiled? Let's not worry about that group of refugees for now. If we keep moving forward, we don't know what we might encounter. Wenqing also thought the same. They are all struggling to protect themselves now. How can they manage others? Just as he sighed a few times, the cave began to tremble. He suddenly lost his balance and pulled Wenqing to move deeper inside. The cave was shaking violently. If the two of them fell, they might be crushed under the mountain. They had to quickly crawl through the cave entrance, and then they would be fine on the other side. However, this required them to move very fast. And he didn't know if Wenqing could keep up. He could only hurry and pull Wenqing inside. The two of them crawled into the cave, but unexpectedly, there was an egg the size of a pigeon inside. Wenqing gently let go of Wenqing and ran over. He wanted to see what this pigeon-sized egg was. But Wenqing pulled him back and said, "Don't you know the cave is about to collapse? Why would you want to tell him? And you don't even know what it is? What if it contains something bad?" He didn't want Wenqing to stay in the cave any longer, which is why he tried to pull him out, but Wenqing really didn't want to leave the egg behind and insisted on taking it with him. He looked at Wenqing and said, "Let me take it with me. Besides, the cave doesn't have it yet. You run ahead, and once I secure it, I'll come find you." He knew that Wenqing was very worried about him staying in the cave to collect the egg, but how could he not take such a curious thing with him? In the end, Wenqing sighed and wrapped up the smaller remaining egg. "You've taken both. Don't stay in the cave any longer. Hurry up and run. If we don't get out soon, not only will the cave collapse on us, but the tiger ahead will eat me too." After Wenqing ensured that both eggs were secured, she ran outside with Wenqing. Once they reached the other side, they jumped down. Since there was a small stream below, the impact was cushioned, and they were completely fine. However, Wenqing was worried that the eggs might get knocked away, so she held on tightly. When they fell into the stream, she quickly used her space ability to place the eggs into her space ring. After exiting the cave, Wenqing handed the egg he had been holding to Wenqing. "Now that we're down here, don't worry about these eggs. You'll know what they are when they hatch." Chapter 219, Mind Your Own Business. Wenqing nodded gently and put the other egg into the spatial ring, saying to Wenqing, "We've jumped into the creek, and now our clothes are all wet. We need to start a fire and dry off before we continue. We can't go looking for people while soaked. You stay here for now. I remember there was a place where we could stay nearby, but I think we should head to the cave first. So I didn't mention it. As long as we have a place to stay, it's fine. I don't mind what you said." After Wenqing left, he took out the two eggs he had put into the spatial ring. What exactly is inside? These two eggs are so big. Could they be some kind of animal? He pointed at the two eggs on the ground and said, "What on earth is so hot? The temperature just now could have cooked both of you." Wenqing quickly found the place he had been looking for. Hurry and put the 2 eggs inside. I'll take you to the front, and we can stay there tonight." They initially wanted to go find the regent right away, but after the mountain collapsed earlier, they decided it was better to stay and assess the situation first. Wenqing gently wrapped the 2 eggs that were placed on the ground and put them into the space ring. He said to him, "I know where the place you're looking for is. I'll take these 2 eggs over first, and then you go find some firewood. Later, we will cook something to eat." Since they had been staying in the inn, where there was very little, he didn't take anything out of the space ring, fearing that someone might have ulterior motives and steal it. In his previous life, he had experienced having his space ring stolen, so it was absolutely impossible this time. Although he trusted the old man, he still didn't reveal his space ring or mention that he had a lot of food inside. However, he had nothing to hide from Shang Guanyin. When Shang Guanyin went to find firewood, he took out his favorite food and placed it there. Then he thought of the eggs he had wrapped up and took them out to let them breathe a bit in their living space. When Shang Guanyin brought over the firewood, Wenqing directly cooked the food they were going to eat. Then he noticed the 2 eggs he had placed on the ground moving a bit and said, "Should we feed them something? If so, how do we give it to these 2 eggs? Should we roast them over the fire?" When Wenqing suggested putting the 2 eggs over the fire to roast, they clearly moved a few times, as if they were really afraid that Wenqing would cook them. Looking at these strange eggs, he directly asked, "When do you think they will hatch? I find these 2 eggs very interesting." Shang Guanyin looked at the eggs wobbling on the ground and replied, "I don't know." He hoped these 2 weren't bad eggs, otherwise it would have been pointless to bring them out of the cave. Wenqing kept touching the 2 eggs with her hands. "These are things I had risked bringing out, and they absolutely couldn't be damaged." When Wenqing's hand touched them, it seemed to give them energy, making the eggs feel very warm. Then they went to eat their food, ignoring the eggs left here. After they healed, they felt that they couldn't go find the president now. They had to go out at night, so they planned to rest during the day. However, when both of them found a corner to sleep in, the 2 eggs began to make noises. They bounced against each other and then cracked open. In the end, 2 green creatures stealthily walked over to the sleeping Shang Guanyin. Shang Guanyin immediately woke up and, seeing the 2 green things without any broken shells, knew who they were. He initially thought they were 2 cute creatures, but was surprised to find they were 2 snakes. When Shang Guanyin spoke, Wenqing also woke up and saw him tossing the 2 snakes around. He felt a bit scared and said, "Don't you know that the thing I'm most afraid of is snakes? Why did you bring them here? Quickly throw them out." He looked at the snakes he was tossing around. He didn't actually want to throw them, but these 2 snakes, like children, insisted on playing with him. Now, he couldn't shake them off, and he looked at Wenqing. Wenqing was very confused. How could he possibly bring snakes to their place? Then he saw the broken shells and understood where the 2 snakes had come from. Watching the 2 snakes coiled around Shang Guanyin's arm, he thought that if he had known they were snakes, he wouldn't have brought them here. But now that the shells were broken and the snakes seemed to like Shang Guanyin, he said, "I see these 2 little guys are about to treat you like their father. Why don't you keep them? It would be quite interesting to have 2 snakes with us on the way to find the regent, since it's a bit boring." Shang Guanyin frowned. It was clear that Wenqing didn't want to abandon the 2 little creatures, but was also afraid of them, which was why he made Shang Guanyin take them. Since that was the case, he might as well accept the 2 snakes. It was already dark, and they just needed to tell Wenqing when it was a good time to see the regent. Since they were already planning to take the 2 snakes, he thought he would first take care of them and then extinguish the fire before heading to find the regent. Then he saw Shang Guanyin pull out a bag from somewhere and put the snakes inside, leaving Wenqing very shocked. "Aren't you going to suffocate them by putting the snakes in the bag? Why don't you just leave them with me?" Before they could put the snakes into the bag, a mysterious woman showed up. "What are you 2 doing here? Why are you putting them in a bag when everything is fine? You're harming the little animals. Hurry up and let them go." Wenqing was speechless. They had originally picked the egg up in the cave, and now it was put away. What was the problem? He looked at the woman and said, "If you want us to let it go, then come and take it. If you can take it from me, I'll throw it away. If you can't, we can do whatever we want." After finishing, he didn't care about Shang Guanyin anymore and directly put the snake into his space ring. This way, no matter how you try to take it, you wouldn't be able to get it. The woman looked at Shang Guanyin and then at him. "You 2 are really too bad. People like you who bully animals shouldn't be alive." However, just after the woman complained, her sister came over and looked at her sister saying, "What are you talking about here? It's not easy for them to be refugees here. Maybe they want to catch that snake to eat. All right, everyone has their difficulties. Don't we also look for wild food here? every day and eat? So stop talking about them and hurry up and go with your sister." But for some reason, when the woman saw Wenqing refuse to hand over the snake, she became very angry. So she shook off her sister's hand. "I don't care. They just can't take the snake away. Sister, don't mind me. I'm going to grab the snake now." Then she ran over to Wenqing, rummaging through her sleeves and everywhere, but she couldn't find the snake. "Where on earth did you hide it? If you don't hand it over now, I really won't let you leave there, and you should also be a refugee here, right?" Wenqing looked at the woman and thought she was very unintelligent. How could she not see that they looked nothing like refugees? If they were refugees, the two of them wouldn't be dressed so well. However, her sister was being unreasonable with her younger sister, which Wenqing thought was a bit excessive. "Well, what are you doing pulling on someone else's clothes like that? And even if they did eat the snake, it's none of your business." Although her sister spoke quite nicely, Wenqing found her sister very strange. Then she saw her sister come to her younger sister's side and grab her arm. When her arm was pulled, the girl indeed stepped back in fear. "Sister, can I just go with you? I just hate them for hurting small animals." After they left, Wenqing asked, "Sister, although you seem quite kind, you are pretty strange." Guanyin also noticed this, but it was a matter between the two sisters, and they needed to go find the regent now. It was none of their concern. Let's not worry about those two sisters for now, and besides, the younger sister isn't a good person either. Even if she was hit by her sister, it's none of our business. Let us go find a regent. Saying this, Guanyin and Wenqing took the little snake and left. However, when the younger sister and her sister reached another riverbank, the sister pushed her into the water. "What did I tell you before you came out? I told you never to lay a hand on the people here, and there are refugees around. If you do something to hurt them, what if they decide to keep you here and eat you?" The younger sister was scared by her sister's words. She was just too anxious and had snatched the snake from Wenqing. "Sister, I'll listen to you in the future. I absolutely won't target anyone again. What should we do now? They won't come after us, will they?" She was actually quite afraid that the two were refugees, but her sister said they had an accident at home, which is why they ran here. They heard there are many refugees here, and outsiders don't dare to come in. So they are hiding here. But if they keep hiding the refugees, there might harm them, and they don't have any food, so they can't last many days. Seeing Guanyin and Wenqing, they felt hopeful, hoping the two could give them some food and protect them. However, the younger sister was a bit worried. "I just fought and made a scene with them, and even snatched things from them. Do you really think they will take us with them?" The younger sister thought the chances of Wenqing taking them with her were very slim. "Let us not worry about whether they will take us with them. As long as we follow them now, if we encounter refugees, we can just divert their attention." Wenqing had noticed them following long before, but she thought these two sisters only wanted to rescue the snake and probably didn't intend to do anything harmful, so she didn't chase them away. Not long after they walked, they encountered another group of refugees. They didn't know Wenqing had food, but seeing how well-dressed she was, they asked, "Miss, do you have any food? If you do, can you share a little with us? We've been hungry here for a long time, and my son is about to starve in there. Please give us some." They always asked well-dressed people for food when they encountered them, so they thought Wenqing would do the same. However, Wenqing didn't want to take out her food and said, "I'm sorry, but not only do you not have food here, I don't either, and I haven't eaten for a long time." Upon hearing that Wenqing was unwilling to share her food and was dressed so well, the woman felt that Wenqing was lying. "How could you not have food? If you didn't have food, how could you afford to buy clothes? You must be lying to me. And once you come here, don't think you can leave. Everyone here is sick, and if you come over, you'll catch it too." It's quite strange what they mean by warmth. But immediately, many people rushed out and covered the mouths and noses of the two sisters who were following behind, causing them to faint. Wenqing said, "What exactly do you want? Is it really just as simple as wanting some food? But if you wanted food, you wouldn't have gone so far as to knock someone out." Chapter 221. Treatment. Wenqing felt that what they did was quite excessive. "First, let those two sisters go. Otherwise, you won't get any food today." The refugees nearby sneered after hearing this. "When I asked you if you had any food earlier, didn't you say you didn't have any? You've been hungry for several days. So how is it that now that I've captured them, you suddenly have food? Were you lying to us earlier?" It was indeed a lie, but Wenqing knew she couldn't say that. If she did, those two wouldn't know, but it could lead to something happening to their brothers. Right now, you just need to release them, As long as you give me the people, I will give you food. If you don't release them, even if you capture me, you won't see my food." But the woman didn't believe them. Weren't they the ones who had the food on them? After capturing them, they stripped them of their clothes. How could they not see anything? However, they never considered the fact that they simply couldn't overpower Wenqing. So when they really tried to capture her, her son's illness flared up. "You should go check on your son. He's about to have a problem. If you don't find something for him to eat soon, he might really starve to death." The woman was frightened upon hearing this. She didn't want her son to die, so she took Wenqing with her. After seeing her son cough up a lot of blood, she said to Wenqing, "As long as you give my son something to eat, I will release those too. If my son dies here today, you too will die here too." Her son was everything to her. She couldn't bear to see him die. But Wenqing saw that it wasn't just hunger causing him to cough up blood. She had only heard of people fainting from hunger, but never that someone could cough up a lot of blood from being too hungry. So she said to the woman, "Your son is coughing up blood because he has another illness. You need to find other ways to treat him. Giving him food won't help." But the woman didn't believe her. How could someone like Wenqing know whether her son was hungry or not? She thought Wenqing just didn't want to give him food. "Hurry up and give my son something to eat. If you don't, I'll just kill both of you right now." Wenqing felt helpless. Wasn't it just about wanting to save his son? Why did they always want to kill them? How could they not believe what he said? He could just give them food directly, right? So he reached into his sleeve as if to take out a book, and then he produced a few sweet potatoes and placed them over there for them. Sweet potatoes are quite filling, so hurry up and cook them for your son, and see if he can get better. Seeing the excitement in the food, he didn't have any intention of eating the sweet potatoes or sharing them with others. Instead, he took them out to cook. After cooking the sweet potatoes, he thought his son would be saved, but then he found out that his son wouldn't eat at all. Wenqing looked at him tenderly as he kept feeding sweet potatoes to his son and sighed. "Didn't I tell you? The reason your son is in a coma now, and with a cough that brings up blood, is not because he is hungry. He is sick. The hunger situation has been ruled out." He started to believe Wenqing a little and asked, "Then what is the reason my son is coughing up blood? Can you cure him? What if he can't be cured?" Wenqing looked at him and thought that if he could cure his son's illness, it would be quite easy. However, he was not as willing as a woman to let his son get better easily. "I can cure your son, but you have to agree to a condition. And it's not just as simple as releasing those two sisters. As long as I can cure his son's illness, I am willing to do anything," the woman said. "You don't need to mention any conditions. Just treat my son directly, and I agree to you now." Wenqing shook her head and sighed. Mother's love is truly great. Otherwise, how could a woman unconditionally agree to help him when she can only see a doctor herself? "All right, I'm going to treat your son now. You should step aside for a moment. Soon, I will make him cough up all the blood. But don't worry, all the blood he coughs up is just waste blood." Then she took out several herbs from her spatial ring. The woman, not knowing what the herbs were for, asked, "If only I could just give them to my son to eat, that would be easy. If I had known these herbs could cure him, I would have gone to the mountains to gather them." Wenqing looked at him and thought he was a bit naive. The herbs he had collected might contain energy, which was different from ordinary herbs. Then he crushed all the herbs together. "All right, now they were all crushed. You just need to steep them in tea and let your son drink it, and he will be fine." The woman looked at him, wondering if it was really that magical. However, she still believed Wenqing and put all the herbs into the water, then quickly fed her son the mixture. After drinking it, her son immediately coughed up a lot of blood, and she became frightened. "Are you lying to me? You made my son drink this, and it doesn't work at all. Now he's coughing up even more blood. If any more comes out, he will bleed to death." Warmly watching him cough up blood, which was clearly black and completely unusable. So he said to the woman, "Didn't I tell you? There's waste blood coming out, and he's currently expelling it. After a while, he'll be fine, and then you can give him some herbs to drink." Before long, his son really stopped coughing up blood, and he hurriedly fed him all the remaining water. Finally, his son woke up, looked at warmly, and said, "As I mentioned before, as long as you can save my son, I promise you anything. Now tell me, what do you want me to do?" Wenqing didn't really want him to do anything. He just wanted to ask about the origins of these refugees. "What did you do wrong that got you sent here? Did the court specifically say to send you to this place where there's nothing to eat?" Chapter 222, Unfulfilled Thoughts. However, the refugees who had just said they would trade questions for food fell silent. But seeing that Wenqing insisted on getting an answer, He pretended to be embarrassed and sighed. Wenqing frowned, really wondering if what they said was true, that he was sent here for making a mistake. But as far as he knew, the court didn't exile refugees to this place. However, since the refugees had spoken to him, he still needed to give them food. So he took out a lot of ingredients from his spatial ring and laid them on the ground. These are all for you, but you mustn't let others see, as there are many refugees here who have nothing to eat. If they know you have food, they will surely come to take it from you. The woman nodded in understanding, but seeing Wenqing looking empty and having produced so many ingredients, she felt there was something mysterious about it, leading her to develop ulterior motives. Right now, he was starving and didn't he have as much strength as the woman. So he said to Wenqing, but the woman also realized that if she didn't create some sort of situation, Wenqing would definitely not help her. So she pretended to be weak and covered her head. Oh, my head feels a bit dizzy. If I don't eat something soon, I might not even be able to see anyone standing in front of me. This little trick, although Wenqing didn't understand what she was up to, he could see through it and said to her. He didn't expect that he would be this dizzy, and Wenqing still wouldn't help him. So he sat on the ground and said to Wenqing, we already understand the situation of the refugees here. Anyway, we didn't come to learn about them, but to find the regent. Let us go now. Then Wenqing pulled Wenqing to leave, but after they walked away, all the refugees rushed out and saw the woman on the ground, saying, good, you heartless one, when your son was about to starve to death, we, so many refugees, took out our remaining food for your son to eat, but you didn't even tell us you could get food from Wenqing. The woman felt very wronged. She didn't expect so many refugees to appear so quickly. She looked at the food on the ground and felt a bit troubled, finally gritting her teeth and saying to the refugees, since we're all in this together, and you gave us food when my son was about to starve to death, let us share the food laid out here. Everyone had been waiting for her to say this, and they quickly opened all the ingredients on the ground. Looking at the food inside, a man said, I see there is quite a bit here. Why don't we each take a bag? Just take whatever we can carry. The refugees had no objections, as they didn't want to open all the bags one by one to divide them. In the end, everyone took a bag and left, leaving only one bag for the woman. Looking at the remaining bag of food, the woman's eyes were filled with hatred. Clearly, if all the food had been sent to me, it would all belong to me. Now, just because those two didn't help me deliver it to the refugee camp, all the food was shared by everyone. What truly despicable people they were. Wenqing still doesn't know that he has been resented by others just because he didn't help the woman carry the food, and now they are still looking for a way out. When the two of them walked a few steps further, they heard a cry for help. Is there anyone who can help me? I was bitten by the tiger inside, and my leg is broken. Can someone take me out? Wenqing heard a cry for help, which was clearly a man's voice, and it sounded like he could still be saved. She said to Wenqing, I'll go ahead and see who's been bitten by the tiger. You wait for me here. Then Wenqing rushed into the woods, where she found a man lying on the ground, clutching his leg, which had a large hole in it. When the man saw her approach, he said, Miss, I have a lot of money on me. If you can get me out of here and help me find a doctor, I'll give you all the money I have. Looking at his expensive clothes, she thought he might really have a lot of money. But what concerned Wenqing more was the mark on the man's neck. It was a mark of an organization, though he couldn't remember which one. Finally, he looked at the injured man and asked, Are there many tigers around here? If I go over to get you, won't another tiger suddenly rush out and bite me too? If there were still tigers nearby, she really would get bitten, and she didn't dare to take that risk. The man, knowing Wenqing was afraid of tigers, quickly reassured her, I wasn't bitten here. It was in that little grove ahead. I only ran over here after I got bitten because I was afraid they would bite me again. Then, in another small grove, Wenqing indeed heard the sound of a tiger, which made her believe what the man had said. She pulled the man up and said, I'm a woman and my strength is a bit limited. It might be a little difficult to get you out, so if I accidentally scrape you while pulling you, please bear with it. Chapter 223. Being bitten, the man thought that as long as she could get him out of there, a few scrapes didn't matter. Moreover, the path was quite flat, and since he was wearing such thick clothes, he said, It's fine. Just getting me out of here is already a huge help. Even if I get hurt on the way, it's no problem. Then Wenqing dragged him out. Since she really couldn't carry him, she could only pull on his arm. At that moment, the man began to understand what she meant by bear with it. He looked at the branches on the ground. For every step she didn't pull him out, the branches would scrape against him. The smoother branches were fine. They wouldn't hurt him much, just causing some discomfort. But if they encountered rough branches, they could scrape his hands and cause injuries. After a lot of stumbling, they finally made it out of the woods. And he saw Shang Wanyan standing outside with a very bad expression. He didn't expect there to be another person outside. Since you couldn't get me out and there's a man out here, why didn't you let him come over and carry me out? Wenqing looked at the man with a hint of embarrassment. Just now, I wasn't really being serious. I was afraid that a tiger would suddenly rush out and bite both of us, so I wanted to quickly get you out of the woods. Forgetting that there was a man outside. He had genuinely forgotten. After all, dragging a man out of the woods was quite exhausting. If he had remembered Shang Wanyan, he would have had him carry him out long ago. But Shang Wanyan, looking at the person he brought out, asked, "Is this the person who was asking for help outside just now? He doesn't look injured at all." Hearing this, the man lifted his leg for him to see. "See? My leg was bitten by a tiger. There's a huge hole in it. How could I not be injured? If I could walk out of the trees by myself, Wenqing wouldn't have had to drag me out and scrape my body." It wasn't just what was exposed. His arms were scraped, and even his face was covered in wounds, making it hard to see his once handsome appearance. "All right, I brought you out of the woods. Isn't that enough? Why are you still complaining? Should I throw you back in?" The man quickly said, "I appreciate you. Please don't throw me back in. By the way, where are you two going?" Now that he had injured his leg and couldn't walk conveniently, he wanted the two of them to take him along. However, Wenqing replied, "We don't plan to leave the slum. We're just going to walk a bit further." The man was very surprised. "You know this is a slum, yet you don't plan to leave? There are many refugees here, and you two look wealthy. They will definitely rob you of all your money, especially your food." When he first came to the slum, he was very scared, but because he had Wukong with him, he wasn't robbed by those refugees. But now, with his leg injured, if they really wanted to rob him, he could only let them take his money. Wenqing looked at the injured man's leg and said, "Is there anything inappropriate about us staying in the refugee camp? Besides, we also want to find someone here." The man felt quite awkward at his question. Wenqing thought there was indeed nothing wrong with wanting to stay in the refugee camp. However, it was the first time he had heard someone say they wanted to remain in such a place. But now it wasn't about where they wanted to stay. It was about whether the two of them could help him. He said, "I've already been bitten by a tiger on my leg, and now I can't walk. It's even harder to stand up. I don't know if you two can take me with you." Seeing him with a leg bitten by a tiger, it really wasn't easy for him to stand up now. He said, "Look, it's quite inconvenient for us to move around in the refugee camp, and bringing you along makes it even harder." After saying that it was inconvenient to take him, he looked at the man again. "There are many refugees ahead, and judging by your tiger bite, you must have been in the refugee camp for quite a while. I see you know them. Otherwise, I could just send you back to the camp and let the refugees take care of you." The man was provoked by his words and almost managed to stand up despite his leg injury. "Please don't send me there. It's a group of cannibals who won't leave a single bone behind. If they run out of food, they will eat anyone who comes to their camp." Wenqing found it terrifying to listen, but now they were going to find the regent, and it was really inconvenient to bring a man along. However, seeing his leg injured by the tiger, she softened her heart. "In that case, let me take you to the inn where we are staying. The old man and the children there are good people. They will take care of you." The old man felt that Wenqing shouldn't bring him to the inn now. But when he saw the man lying on the stretcher, he was surprised and asked, "Isn't this the person you brought to our inn that day? Or has he changed his appearance in the 2 days since he was captured?" The man lying on the stretcher couldn't understand what the innkeeper was saying, but urged Wenqing, "It's too uncomfortable for me to be on this stretcher. Hurry up and carry me into the inn." Thinking of this, he directly threw the stretcher outside and said to the innkeeper. The innkeeper nodded, and a little boy ran out and said, "But he's not the person you're looking for. Why should we keep him in the inn? It's too dangerous. Just throw him out." Chapter 224. Abandoned land. The man lying on the stretcher never expected such a cute little boy would say such cruel words. "What are you talking about, little brat? I was bitten by a tiger. If you throw me out of the inn, where will I stay?" However, the little boy had been a refugee since childhood, always fleeing disasters, and had no sympathy for others, nor did he worry about the man's leg. He pulled the old man outside, but the old man kindly said, "There aren't that many bad people in the world, and look, his leg is bleeding. He must have been attacked by a tiger." Wenqing looked at the little boy who refused to let the man in, then glanced at the old man, and in the end, she lifted the frame together with Shang Wanyan. After placing it inside, Wenqing spoke to the little boy again. Don't worry, I've checked. His leg was indeed bitten by a tiger, and he can't walk now, so he definitely won't harm you or the old man. Then she took out a colorful candy from her spatial ring and placed it in the little boy's palm. This man who was bitten by the tiger will be taken care of by you for these days, and this candy is for you. It's very sweet, so hurry up and unwrap one to taste. The little boy was very curious. He had never seen a colorful bag before, especially one that contained candy. In the end, he couldn't help but open the candy, and after taking out one that looked very beautiful, he put it in his mouth, and it immediately tasted sweet, filling his eyes with surprise. It's really sweet. Since you gave me such sweet candy, I'll help you take care of this man who was bitten by the tiger. Seeing that he was satisfied, Wenqing then spoke to the old man. Finally, she left a large amount of food for the old man, who looked at her with gratitude. Ever since he came to the slum, he hadn't seen so much food, and it was Wenqing who made it possible. The little boy looked at the candy Wenqing had left him, reluctant to put the others away. In the end, he took one and handed it to the old man, saying, "This is called candy, and it's really delicious. I'll share one with you. You should rest now. Last time you hurt your back moving something, so let me handle these food items." The old man accepted the candy, smiling at the little boy, and said, "It seems you've really grown up and know how to help your grandpa move things. Since you're so strong now, I'll leave these to you while I sit here." The little boy hummed and went to move all the food that Wenqing had left to a more hidden place. After Wenqing and Shangwanyan left the inn, they walked along the same road as before. However, there were no refugees on this road, nor did they encounter any tigers or injured people. As they continued forward, Wenqing saw the wasteland and said to Shangwanyan, "The people here have nothing to eat. Why not adopt this method of food? Look at all this abandoned land." Just as Wenqing was pointing at the wasteland and saying these words, an old woman suddenly appeared behind him and said, "Of course the refugees have thought of that. After all, they will try everything possible to get food. They have lived here for quite a while, but have never succeeded." Wenqing was very surprised by the suddenly appearing old woman. Then he glanced back and discovered several children hiding behind the stone, so he called them all over. "Why are you all standing behind the stone? Are you also refugees?" But he thought it shouldn't be the case. They had already reached the border, and the people here shouldn't be refugees anymore. Yet the children all nodded, looking at their dirty clothes. Wenqing couldn't bear it and took out several candies he had just given to the little boy. "These are from your sister. Take them all and eat. I have something to discuss with your grandmother." The old woman saw that Wenqing was giving them candy and didn't stop him. After all the children left, she asked Wenqing, "You don't look like refugees from this area. Why did you come here?" Wenqing looked at the abandoned land with compassion and sighed. "Instead of hearing about a medicinal herb here and wanting to find it to cure our sick friend, my friend has been missing in this area for the past few days. Now, the main goal is to find my friend. But I have encountered many refugees and feel quite sorry for them." When the old lady heard that he came to look for a friend, her eyes darkened, and she mysteriously spoke to Wenqing. Wenqing was somewhat surprised. He had just said he was here to find a friend, and the old lady mentioned that they had found a man at home. Is that true? Their house was a very rundown structure made of mud bricks. Wenqing looked at the bed inside and asked the old lady, "You have so many children. Why is there only one bed in your house? Can you all fit?" The child who had taken candy from Wenqing really liked him, especially after they finished the candy and found it sweet, making them even fonder of Wenqing. When they heard that Wenqing was coming to their home, they all crawled out from the mud bricks one by one. The old lady looked at the enthusiastic children and said, "Hurry and bring out the big brother you found that day. This sister is here to take him away." A few children chattered in agreement, and together they managed to lift the region out. Wenqing was very surprised. It seemed that they really had found someone. However, he was quite curious about why the old lady had encountered a person by the river. "Under what circumstances did you see him by the river that day? And you didn't see anyone throw him there?" Chapter 225. Bold ideas. The old lady shook her head, saying she was too old to remember much, and they had found the person several days ago. Finally, she said to Wenqing, seeing such a kind-hearted old lady. Wenqing thought there were still many good people in the slum, and they shouldn't all perish there, which gave him a good idea. "I heard that the one who was exiled had a leader. Can you take me to meet your refugee leader? I have a way to provide food for all of you." Hearing that he had a way to get them food, the old lady was quite happy. So she took a chance and brought Wenqing to meet their refugee leader. Then Wenqing entered another part of the slum with her, where an old man who looked quite aged was sitting. When he saw the old lady coming over, he said, "Is your child causing trouble again? Otherwise, why not send him to stay with me for a few days?" But the old lady was excited and pointed at Wenqing. "A stranger has come into our slum. You know, he says he has a way to provide food for us refugees, so I brought him to you." However, the old man didn't believe that Wenqing could bring them food. He said to the old lady, "These are just a bunch of kids trying to show off, claiming they can do things. How can you, an old woman over 100, still believe what these children say?" Implicitly suggesting that the old lady should take Wenqing away quickly. But Wenqing stood firmly in the old man's room and said, "I can bring you food. Why don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, I'll show you how much food I have." Then Wenqing took out more than half of the food from his spatial ring and placed it in the old man's room, saying, "If I can't do it, then the food I put in your room today will all belong to you refugees. If I can do it, I'll take it back." The old man hadn't seen so much food in a long time, and his expression grew more excited, eventually agreeing. "What do you need us refugees to do? We are at your disposal. But you have to keep your word. If you can't teach us how to produce food here, then everything you just took out must stay in our slum." Wenqing nodded gently and took the old man to the desolate land he had just seen. "This piece of land," he said, "you bring a lot of refugees here tomorrow, and I will develop it. Once it's developed and I plant the seeds I brought, food will definitely grow." After saying this, Wenqing remembered to show the seeds he had brought to the old man. However, when the old man saw that Wenqing actually wanted him to grow food on this land, he dismissed the idea that Wenqing could do it. "You don't know how magical this land is. No matter how you plant things here, they simply won't grow." But Wenqing replied to the old man, "It's not that food can't grow here. It's because of your planting methods and the wrong things you've planted. Just listen to me and bring the refugees here tomorrow to develop it." In the end, the old man shook his head, thinking that even if the refugees came to help Wenqing, it wouldn't be a loss for them. If successful, they would gain this piece of land. If not, the food Wenqing had placed in his room would belong to them, the refugees, so why not? The next day, the old man indeed brought many refugees to the land. However, Wenqing had not yet arrived, and all the refugees were complaining to the old man. "What are you doing? We can barely eat in the slums. And now we can't even sleep well. Are you trying to make it impossible for us to survive in the slums?" They had no idea why the old man had brought them to this desolate land. The old man looked at the noisy crowd and shouted, "Everyone quiet down. Today, I brought you here for a task." After telling them there was a task, he pointed to the barren land and said, "You all need to develop this land. Whoever develops the most land today will receive food from me." The others thought the old man was crazy. What good would it do to develop this land? However, they didn't complain because the old man had said that whoever developed the most would get food, so they all jumped into the land. In the end, some still asked skeptically, "If we really develop the most land, will you really give us food to eat?" They hadn't seen food in the slums for a long time, so to get the food the old man spoke of, they were willing to do anything. At this moment, Wenqing also arrived and saw the people who had already jumped into the land. The old man said, "What the old grandpa said is true. As long as you can finish developing the land today, I will distribute food to you, and the one who develops the most land will receive the most food." The woman who met Wenqing yesterday saw him and said, "If it were the old grandpa's words just now, I might not have believed it. But if it's this woman saying it, I believe it because she really gave me a lot of food yesterday, the same food you carried into your house yesterday." With the words of the woman and Wenqing, they felt as if they had received a guarantee and began to dig into the land frantically. Seeing them working so diligently, Wenqing was also very satisfied and finally said to the old man, "Just now, I went to your house again and left a lot of food for you. When they finish developing this land, you can distribute that food to them." For some reason, the old man suddenly shed tears, looking at Wenqing as if he were looking at a reborn parent, and said, "I am truly grateful to God for letting me meet you in the slums." Although he still had some doubts about Wenqing's claim that they could grow food once the land was developed, he was really very grateful for Wenqing's repeated acts of kindness in bringing food to his home, food that they had not seen for a long time. Wenqing smiled gently, but didn't say anything. He just wanted to help the kind people here, ensuring they wouldn't starve to death in the slums. Chapter 226, Farming Finally. He turned to the people working the land and said to Shangguan Yin, "Just keep an eye on them here. Make sure they don't slack off. I'll go to the inn and call the old man and the little boy out. Previously, he was afraid that the refugees might harm the old man and the little boy, which was why he didn't let them come out. But now, everyone was frantically working for food, so there was no need to worry about the refugees harming them. Come over, I have good news. You'll soon be able to farm in your slum. I need both of you to help out. The little boy, still half asleep, opened the door for Wenqing. Seeing the drowsy little boy, Wenqing raised his voice several times and said, "Do I look like someone who talks nonsense? The regent has already been found. Hurry and come with me to your abandoned land. Food will be able to be produced there soon." He then looked at the old man who had come out of the room and felt that his physical condition wasn't very good, so he couldn't let him go out to help develop the land. After all, with him here, the refugees must provide him with food. He directly took the little boy away and said to the old man, "I need to take him to help develop the land. This is the only way to get food. You stay here and keep an eye on the inn." The little boy was dragged unsteadily to the abandoned land, and he looked at the people working the land and said, "So you really weren't lying to me. But what food are we going to plant? And you brought me to this abandoned land. You don't expect me to help them, do you?" Although he was very happy to see these people working and that they would soon be able to farm, the little boy didn't want to help. Seeing that the little boy wanted to slack off, Wenqing slapped his head and then pushed him into the field, saying, "Only through labor can we get delicious food. Don't worry about what to plant. I have seeds here. Just help them develop the land first." Even though he wanted the little boy to help with planting today, it was mostly to give him a reason to work. After all, even though he lived with the old man, if the old man didn't come to work and the little boy also didn't work, then giving them food would surely be met with reluctance from the refugees. After all, there is no food without labor in this world. To fairly distribute food to the old man and the little boy, he needed the little boy to help. Sure enough, when the refugees saw the little boy coming, they enthusiastically said, "I thought you were going to sleep at the inn all day. I didn't expect you to come here to help us work." The little boy smiled and rubbed his head. Although he had almost fought with these refugees a few days ago, everyone had gotten used to such a life, so they could now get along harmoniously. He looked at the woman in front of him and said, "Didn't tide.Wenqing say that working here would earn us food? So I hurried over. But the old man is watching the inn, so I didn't let him come help." When he saw the woman talking to him, he also knew that Wenqing just wanted to find a reason to allocate food to them, so he took on the old man's share of work as well. The woman chuckled at what he said. "All right, since you're young, work a bit more. The old man has it tough watching the inn. We often took his food before, so let him rest at the inn for now. The food you're distributing today is all at the leaderess house. Now, you all line up and distribute the food based on who worked the most." In the end, everyone lined up to receive food because they were all going to get something to eat. It took a long time to distribute all the food that was at the leaderess house. However, those who received food didn't leave. They looked at Wenqing and asked, "Didn't you say we should plant food? Now that we've developed the land, when can we plant all the food?" Some of these refugees had been farmers before being brought here, so they were very familiar with the process of planting food. Looking at them with a warm smile, he said, "Don't be too anxious. Today we just developed the land, but because your land is very special, we can't immediately plant food. We need to wait for another 2 or 3 days before we can plant." They didn't understand what he wanted to do with their land, but just thinking about being able to plant food soon made them hopeful. After they all left, the leader turned to you and said, "What else do we need these refugees for? Let's discuss it." With a warm and simple tone, they told the leader what they were going to do, and then finally left the leader's home, followed by a little turnip head. "Are you still going to the abandoned land? But didn't you say that the land has already been developed? What else do you want to do?" Wenqing smiled gently and said, "Why don't you come with me to the land over there to find out? After you learn how to farm here, you can teach the old man. He has noticed that the land next to the inn is quite good too, and he can farm there as well." However, the little boy said, "It's a hassle. The abandoned land here has already produced good food. Why go to the inn to farm? In the future, we can just come here to pick food directly." Chapter 2:27. Sudden turmoil as dawn broke. Wenqing sensed a sudden drop in temperature. She abruptly rolled out of bed, disregarding everything, and opened the window. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind rushed in without mercy, sweeping in with an unstoppable force. Wenqing firmly closed the window with a serious expression. Turning around, she saw Shangguan Yin standing behind her. A man who usually remained calm and composed was now unusually solemn. Warmly and silently, they exchanged a glance with Shang Wan Yin, both feeling a heavy gloom in their hearts. But at that moment, no one spoke first. This silence, which was almost solemn, ultimately needed someone to break it. Wenqing stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering how much wood or other flammable materials we had left. Shang Wan Yin whispered, "We probably have enough to last a year." But both of them tacitly chose not to continue. Although the two time travelers had more or less guessed that this might be the recurring little ice age mentioned in books, they still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if? The two suddenly understood why everyone fell silent when Voldemort was mentioned in the childhood reading of Harry Potter. When the threat of something or someone looms large in your mind, it becomes hard to even utter that word. The little ice age, along with the sun's abnormal activities and other overlapping reasons, caused a drastic temperature drop, with continuous heavy snowfall and widespread freezing. However, the most terrifying threat accompanying the little ice age was the recurring severe droughts. For farmers who depended on the land for their livelihood, the recent frequent disasters had already left them in dire straits. If they were to face this despairing, prolonged period of suffering, it would only lead to more devastation. Wenqing tugged at the corners of her mouth and said with a bitter smile, "I've made it this far, so there's no reason to back down now." After saying this, she seemed to regain a bit of her spirit. Her eyes began to sparkle again. Shang Wan Yin looked at Wenqing intently and smiled gently. "I feel like I've never needed to comfort you." Shang Wan Yin reached out to hold Wenqing's cold hand, pulling her close in a way that left no room for rejection. Playfully pretending to complain, "You can lean on me sometimes, you know." Warmth was felt as it was transmitted from the other person's fingertips to the palm of their hand. And she smiled. "You clearly were also startled just now. If I expect you to suppress your emotions to comfort me, that might be a bit too much for you. Moreover, I believe that even if there are difficulties, we will surely overcome them. No matter how tough it gets, what does it matter?" She gently yet firmly directed her gaze at Shang Wan Yin, and her words carried a convincing power, as if a goddess seated in a divine throne was delivering a sacred message. Shang Wan Yin sighed helplessly. "All right, my ancestor. The sun has just come up for a little while. Let's go back to sleep for a bit. After all, we can't rush things right now." Wenqing smiled warmly as she extended her arm towards Shang Wan Yin, confidently demanding, "Then carry me over." Of course, she noticed the slight grievance in the man's spoiled demeanor that had not been satisfied, and she generously prepared to fulfill this small request. Shang Wan Yin looked at Wenqing, her beautiful, elongated eyes sparkling as if countless little stars had fallen into them. Wenqing looked at this guy, feeling a bit apprehensive as if he had some mischievous ideas, but still kept his word and reached out towards Shang Wan Yin. Shang Wan Yin slightly bent down, wrapped his arms around Wenqing's waist, and lifted him up in one motion. Just as Wenqing suddenly soared into the air, Shang Wan Yin unexpectedly and gently kissed Wenqing's forehead. Rather than a kiss, it was more like a light touch, as delicate as a dragonfly landing on water. The balance was perfectly maintained, neither too much nor too little, stopping just at the point where it made Wenqing feel a flutter of excitement without crossing the line to say anything. This guy is really getting better at this. Wenqing gritted her teeth and looked at Shang Wan Yin, who smiled at her with a triumphant expression, his handsome face displaying genuine joy and the satisfaction of a mischievous child. This made Wenqing, who initially wanted to twist him hard, suddenly lose the heart to do so. In the end, she merely tugged gently at the strands of hair that hung down his back. "Why don't you tie up your hair?" she asked, looking up and being a bit unreasonable. Shang Wan Yin glanced down at her and helplessly replied, "I didn't even have time to chase after you. How could I pay attention to such a trivial matter?" Wenqing didn't say anything more, but her eyes quietly turned red, and her hand tightly grasped a few strands of hair. Both of them were people who hadn't received much affection in their lives, stumbling along the way, but finally found that precious love in each other. Shang Wan Yin noticed it, but kindly chose not to ruin the atmosphere at that moment. After Shang Wan Yin laid Wenqing on the bed, he saw her suddenly sit up, grab his collar, and almost fiercely say, "No matter what situation you encounter, you must not die. Do you hear me?" Wenqing gently loosened her collar, knowing that this was the most sincere promise he could offer, yet still feeling a pang of anxiety over the uncertainties within. She tried hard to rein in her emotions before looking up again, Her brows and eyes showed no trace of excess feelings. "Let's sleep a little longer." Shang Wanyan stood in front of the bed and said nothing more, simply lying down beside her. They tacitly put some matters behind them, including the potential cruel separation of life and death that might come. When Wenqing woke up again, the first thing she did was enter the space ring. Even though Wenqing had entered this space ring countless times, she still felt a genuine shock at its vastness each time she came in. There were customizable estates according to one's thoughts, endless rice paddies and dry fields, an inexhaustible variety of grains, and a large livestock farm. It could be said that it not only encompassed all 5 poisons, but also shielded the small flaws of the forest. Wenqing first went to the farm to collect eggs and spent a long time milking the cows. After that, she harvested, selected, and planted crops. Once she finished this series of tasks, she would go to the warehouse to categorize the harvested items. After completing this routine every day, she would soak in a hot spring behind the manor, where the spring could almost eliminate all fatigue and injuries. Wenqing dares to swear that no treasure in this world can compare to the precious item in her hand. But at the same time, she is deeply curious about the origin of this ring. Chapter 228. All beings suffer. However, thinking about these things now is meaningless. Wenqing shook her head, dispelling the thoughts in her mind and leaving the space. Because of this ring, Wenqing could not stay in one place for long. She had already been here for more than 3 days. Wenqing had to continue migrating to other places. Wenqing sighed. Anyone would not like to live a life of constant upheaval for a long time. It is human nature to prefer a stable and secure life. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that avoiding trouble is human nature, but there is no way around it. She thought that just because there was no way at the moment, it did not mean there would never be a way. She had never been afraid of extra challenges. In fact, challenges made her mind more agile. If rebirth had taught her anything, she felt the most crucial lesson was that one must rely on oneself. Relying on others could lead to downfall. She stored the house she had built into her space ring, packed her belongings, and dressed in a drab manner, looking completely like a refugee. Looking at Shang Wanyan, his transformation was even faster. The paint on his face was mottled, resembling deep, colorful wounds. Even his walking posture and speaking tone had completely changed. For a moment, Wenqing could not guarantee that, if they were to be separated and then meet again, she would recognize him. His disguise seemed to have been etched into his very bones, as he constantly observed and tested, ready to use everything he had gathered in critical moments to protect himself or achieve his goals. "Let us go, or we'll miss the main group of refugees," Shang Wanyan said mockingly, gazing at the rolling mountains as if trying to discern the route the approaching tribe would take. "All right." Wenqing tied her bundle around her waist. Time was of the essence. "Shall we take the official road?" Shang Wanyan shook his head, the mockery in his voice more pronounced. "The official road is for high officials, paved with stone for ordinary people and nobles to pass, but it is certainly not for refugees." Wenqing silently caressed the ring on her right hand with her left hand, repeatedly and incessantly. "You are right," she said. "The county that has suffered the most severe disaster recently is Onlu County. If we take the small path, it should be the southernmost one. We can wait for them there." Shang Wanyan nodded and mounted his horse, reaching out his hand towards Wenqing. Flakes of snow began to fall from the sky, gradually increasing in size, and their thin, rough clothes could not fend off the cold. Wenqing started to shiver, and Shang Wanyan slowed down his horse, the vast expanse of white around them causing him to momentarily lose his sense of sight and direction, relying almost entirely on instinct to move forward. Upon reaching their destination, it was clear that both of them had suffered greatly. Their faces were a ghastly pale, and Shang Wanyan had several noticeable frostbite marks on his hands, which could easily blend into the crowd without a flaw. The two took a moment to catch their breath, and soon after, they heard a rustling sound, one that could not possibly come from just one person. The crunching of snow underfoot, the sound of tired breathing, the moans of pain, all these sounds intertwined to create a shocking scene. Warmly gazing at the massive number of refugees, like an army pressing forward, a great sense of shock and chill gradually enveloped the heart. What an enormous queue this is. Each person is almost wrapped in whatever slightly warm items they could scavenge. From a distance, They hardly look like individuals at all. The burlap they cover themselves with provides little to no warmth. Many children are even walking barefoot on the ground. And every face carries a numbness, with their spirits long since dissipated from the long journey. Shang Wanyin pulled Wenqing into the crowd, and only a few nearby refugees lifted their eyelids to glance at them, quickly losing interest and lowering their eyes again, continuing to move forward. Wenqing walked slowly, feeling a mix of emotions. At that moment, she heard a child's voice coming from afar. "Mom, how much longer do we have to walk? I'm so cold." The woman was holding a clearly newborn baby in her arms, unable to comfort the other child or even provide a clear answer. Wenqing approached the woman and said, "My husband and I just joined. May I ask which direction we should go?" The child beside the woman was also drawn to the two of them, no longer tugging at his mother with questions, but instead looking up with his sunken eyes fixed on them. The woman glanced at Wenqing and Shang Wanyin and said, "You don't look like you came from a severely affected area." Wenqing nodded gently, her expression unchanged as she told a lie. "My husband and I come from the nearby stone village. We run a small plot of rough land, but the recent weather has led to a complete crop failure. With only my husband and me left at home, we are unable to manage the fields, and we have no means to bear the taxes imposed by the court. So we sold our land to our neighbors and plan to go to a nearby bustling county to try our luck with some small business." The woman nodded. "No wonder you don't look like you've been suffering from the harsh cold." She sighed again. "If that's the case, then it's good you're coming with us. Our destination is Kaifeng. There probably won't be a shortage of livelihoods there, but I'm afraid they won't accept us." As she spoke, her face grew even more troubled. Although she looked like a woman in her early 30s, the weathered skin made her appear aged. "We passed through several counties along the way, and not one was willing to take us in." The woman spoke without any emotional fluctuations, as if she had become accustomed to this life after experiencing countless hardships like an old donkey. Wenqing opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak. She was aware of the situation in Anlu County, with the plague rampant. Those fortunate enough to form this large group were probably the lucky few who had survived against all odds. However, the sheer number of people and the public's panic over the epidemic would also make the county magistrates cautious. It was even unfair to blame the magistrates. They were merely making the most rational decision at the moment, prioritizing resources for the local residents of their counties. But what crime had the refugees committed? Who would stand up for them? No one. Chapter 229. The wind rises by the railing thus. These fortunate survivors, or rather the unfortunate ones left in this cruel world, could only continue to struggle onward for that faint glimmer of hope, however unlikely it might be. Wenqing bit her lip at a loss for words, and could only awkwardly change the subject. "How old is your child?" The boy beside her quietly listened to his mother-esque conversation with Wenqing, not interrupting or making a fuss, which was remarkably well-behaved. The woman glanced at the little boy. He had just turned 6 this year and was named Chen Xiaohu. His father hoped he would grow up strong, so he named him Xiaohu. The woman said, "But now, I wish both of them had never been born into such a world. It can only be described as a complete tragedy for them." Chen Xiaohu didn't fully understand, but sensed that his mother seemed not to want him and his sister, and for a moment, his face showed a look of wanting to cry. Shang Wanyin squatted down and patted the boy's shoulder, saying, "Your mother just hopes you can suffer less. She doesn't not want you." Wenqing looked at the woman and asked, "Sister, have you been educated?" The woman nodded and said, "My father was once a teacher in our area, and he taught several students. But I only know a few characters. The warmth and regret are truly too unfortunate. Is it just you and the children at home, elder sister?" A deep sorrow finally appeared on the woman's face. "My father, my mother, and my husband all died from the plague. I originally wanted to take care of them, even if it meant dying myself. But both my husband and my father wanted me to live well and raise these 2 children." As she spoke, a sob escaped from her throat. As a mother, she is also a daughter and a wife. Every moment her heart was burned by the decision to escape. No one could understand or comprehend the pain she kept hidden deep inside. The increasingly cold weather and the seemingly hopeless road ahead only added to her psychological burden. If she sacrificed so much and still couldn't keep the children alive, how could she face her husband and father in the underworld? Wenqing took her hand, even though it felt as cold as if it had just come out of an ice cellar, but she still held on firmly. "Sister, my name is Wenqing. And my husband is Qi Yan. Meeting is fate. Why don't we support each other and head to Kaifeng together? We can look out for one another." The woman smiled weakly and grasped Wenqing's hand in return. "Thank you. My name is Wu Kongying. Then let's walk this road together." Wenqing took out a water pouch from her bag and took a sip. How many people do we have in this large group? From her perspective, there were densely packed heads everywhere, and she couldn't see the end at a glance. Wu Kongying thought for a moment and said, "When we set out, we had over 30,000 people, but now there are probably only a little over 10,000. As she said this, a look of compassion appeared on her face. Too many had not been able to endure. The journey had been too arduous, and some elderly people and children without family were simply holding on. When they truly lacked the strength to continue walking, they would spontaneously say their goodbyes. They could either be fortunate enough to receive shelter or relief in the counties and cities we had passed, or they could only. She didn't continue, and Wenqing didn't ask further. The two fell silent for a while, and neither spoke again. After resting for half an hour, the large group set off again. The nearly 10,000 people walking stirred up flurries of snow. This road was merely a path worn down by people and had not been paved, with some areas being particularly rough. The group dared not set out again when it was already late. They could only select a few young and strong individuals to go to the official roads post to buy some food supplies. Wu Kongying sat around the campfire, holding 2 children in her arms. The flickering firelight illuminated everyone's faces, and at that moment, everyone overlooked their other troubles, simply enjoying this precious moment seriously. At this moment, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan left this warm collective to seek out the leader of the refugee group. The leader was the county magistrate of Anlu, appointed by the court, who was among the officials that chose to hold their ground rather than flee during the major disaster in Anlu County. He was also one of the luckiest among those who chose to stay, having avoided the plague and managed to take away all the healthy citizens who were willing to leave their homes before the court issued the lockdown order. Such a person was undoubtedly extraordinary in both decisiveness and courage. Thus, when Wenqing and Shang Wanyan appeared before him, this magistrate merely glanced over them and understood their backgrounds. "May I ask why the 2 esteemed visitors have come?" Xiayuk asked politely, bowing slightly, then straightforwardly inquired. This man, clearly of some age, bore the marks of time on his brows, yet these only made his eyes even sharper, like those of a hawk. "Before I was assigned to be the county magistrate of Anlu, I had the fortune to catch a distant glimpse of Lord Shangwan," he remarked meaningfully. "Lord Shangwan's appearance is exceptional, like a jade tree on a jade staircase. And this young man bears some resemblance to him." Shang Wanyan felt a jolt within. He prided himself on his mastery of disguise, yet he found himself unable to deceive this man before him. At this point, denial served no purpose. Fortunately, Shang Wanyan admitted, "I am indeed Shang Wanyan, the 3rd son of the Shangwan family. My wife and I have mingled with your group solely to escape pursuit, and we harbor no ill intentions. I hope you can see this clearly." Xiaoli nodded. "I have heard of your deeds, young master." "So, this lady is the famed Wen girl who possesses extraordinary treasures?" Shang Wanyan's body tensed suddenly. He had no doubt that if Wenqing were to face any further provocation, she would immediately leave this place with him. Warmly comforting, he patted Shang Wanyan's tense shoulder, stepped past him, and asked directly, "Xia County Magistrate, you wouldn't resort to forceful means, but you must have some request. So why don't we be straightforward and honest, which would be quicker?" Xiaoli pondered for a moment and smiled. "I know that it's impossible to keep you 2 here against your will, so I just want to ask one question. You must have come to find me to leverage our manpower to infiltrate the county town, which is indeed the best and smartest choice. But do you 2 even have the slightest thought of wanting to stay? Thinking warmly of the white bones scattered along the road, thinking of the refugees with their worn-out sauls, and the children's fearful and bewildered eyes." Chapter 230, Open and Honest. At the beginning, Wenqing and Shang Wanyan indeed planned to use the refugees to cover their tracks in order to gain freedom. Of course, they could have directly disguised themselves and left quietly, but during this time, there were very few refugees traveling alone. In the face of such a massive disaster, bandits and marauders easily emerged. No matter how skilled Shang Wanyan was, he was ultimately outnumbered. Even if he could ensure the safety of himself and Wenqing, they would still be pursued by spies from various forces, which would undoubtedly be troublesome. Therefore, the two quickly settled on a simple but undoubtedly useful strategy based on the situation in various places. Having been in power for so long, the nobles had become oblivious to the world around them, and even their lackeys naturally assumed they would use various means to escape secretly. However, it was impossible for them to hide among these living refugees, who were even worse than the weeds by the roadside. In the end, the outcome was as expected. They should have been very successful, but just as they were about to succeed, they ran into a tough obstacle. CUTIE, as the official responsible for organizing the migration of refugees, enjoyed the privilege of setting up a tent alone. Even though Wenqing remained silent for a long time, he did not urge her in the slightest, but instead turned to gaze at the candle in front of him, occasionally adjusting the wick. After a long period of tender contemplation, I finally sighed, as if I were conceding defeat. I think I will probably stay. CUTIE's gaze lifted from the candle and slowly landed on Wenqing's face. So why is that? Warmth then lowered her gaze to the candle, watching the wax tears left behind as it burned. Perhaps I ultimately couldn't bear to remain self-sufficient. Maybe the education she received in modern times prevented her from treating others as less than human, or perhaps her mother raised her among ordinary people since childhood, making it impossible for her to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. In a world that is already so difficult, if she has the ability, perhaps rather than settling for a small corner, it would be better to use it in a place where it can truly maximize the function of the ring. Wenqing gently touched the ring on her finger, the cool sensation refreshing, and when struck, it produced a clear sound that lingered in the air. Clearly a remarkable object worthy of being used in extraordinary places. CUTIE stared intently at Wenqing, the girl's broad-mindedness far exceeding my imagination. On behalf of the people of Anlu County, I thank the young lady and the young master. The woman still maintained her disguise, her face and eyes appearing unremarkable and dull. Yet her eyes were like a deep, clear pool, both profound and sharp, like a sword poised to strike at any moment. Shangguan Yin had been silent beside her, but at this moment, he strongly supported Wenqing through his actions. Inside his loose, tattered robe were several gleaming daggers, each sharp enough to sever a person's throat at any time. And the chilling aura emanating from each dagger made it easy to imagine how much blood these weapons had drunk from their enemies to gain such fierce power. He candidly said, "Xia has no relatives or friends, no servants, and no property or possessions outside of myself. The only thing I care about in my life is the people under my governance. I have no hopes of promotion or seizing others' treasures for my own benefit. If you two do not believe me, I dare to swear by the reputation of my ancestors." Warmth interrupted him. "I believe in you. But what we need now is your plans and thoughts on how this team should proceed. You don't really think that the capital will accommodate such a large group, do you? Even the city lord has to be responsible for the livelihoods of the people under his jurisdiction and the health of the residents within the city. Moreover, Kaifeng is filled with aristocrats and nobility. What makes you think you can enter the city, and how will you establish yourselves there?" CUTIE propped his hand up on his chin, realizing that while it was impossible to act, he originally intended to make a big enough scene to gain a chance to be heard by the higher authorities. However, it seems there may be more than one path to take. After finishing his thoughts, CUTIE smiled at Wenqing, who had quite a reputation for being extraordinary. "If Miss Wen is here, perhaps I and all the current refugees can find a suitable place to settle down. To put it simply, what the common people seek is merely food and clothing. For those of us who have long been separated from our homes, as long as there's a place to rest, it would be enough." After speaking, CUTIE sighed again. "However, if the young lady is not as extraordinary as the rumors suggest, perhaps my request is a bit too demanding. If that is the case, I hope the young Master Shangguan can advocate for the countless people of Anlu County, even if it leads to our separation. As long as we are alive, there will always be hope." She listened warmly and quietly to her with empathy, but her empathy was definitely not blind, random, or excessive. She would not help those who seek fame and profit, nor would she assist a leader who cannot see the direction ahead, even if the other party has good intentions. In such mutual testing, every word and every glance exchanged between the two were exploring each other's character and realm to find a way to respond. Fortunately, in the end, the outcome was ultimately pleasing for both. They both achieved the results they desired. Wenqing said, You are the most straightforward person among countless people who want me to honestly reveal my cards. But at the same time, you are also the only one who has succeeded. I am very curious about what your previous identity was. CUTIE said, just a minor character, not worth mentioning. Instead of talking about this, why don't we get straight to the point? Wenqing noticed that he did not want to say much, so she did not ask further. Instead, she began to introduce her own space. Xianxiang must also understand that the reason I am being hunted is because of this ring in my hand. Wenqing twirled the ring on her finger. Inside it contained thousands of acres of farmland, capable of forming seeds with just a thought, unaffected by climate or wind, and sprouting in a very short time. It could serve as a storage for materials, similar to the function of a bag. However, the next words Wenqing did not say, but CUTIE understood. Chapter 231, Planning the Strategy. The implication was that the quantity of materials it could store was far greater than that of a bag, by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. He listened, almost breathless, as Wenqing spoke gently, deeply understanding why so many factions wanted to seize the ring belonging to this woman before him. Obtaining it would mean becoming immensely wealthy with little effort. If one wished to go further, it would be effortless, as a mobile giant storage warehouse. It could also provide warlords or other armed factions the means to march, with provisions never being a concern. CUTIE was no longer worried about the issue of refugees. He even had a strange premonition that if he could truly keep this treasure in Anlu County for a long time, the current refugees would become an object of envy for countless people in the future. In fact, his expectations will be fully realized in the future, proving to be prophetic. But CUTIE was completely unaware of this now. He simply spread out the map of Daqing in front of him and pondered if we were to rebuild our homeland, where would be the best place to establish it. Wenqing looked warmly at Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan had been sent to join the army early in his youth, so he had seen various terrains, landscapes, and local customs. He noticed Wenqing's gaze and quickly understood her intention. He stepped forward and asked, "Do you mind if I share my thoughts?" CUTIE glanced at him and agreed, moving aside from his seat to make room for Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan sat down without hesitation. Although he had not been favored at home as a child, he had always been seated in the main position when he went out, fitting in perfectly here. Sitting there, even though his face could still be described as somewhat unattractive, his gestures had transformed into an elegant and composed demeanor, flowing like clouds and water. He seriously scanned the territorial map in front of him, his fingers gliding over it, sometimes furrowing his brow and sometimes murmuring to himself, until finally, he clearly pinpointed a location. Since it needed to be a long-term settlement, the environment and climate should be suitable, and considerations for hygiene and safety, as well as the dangers posed by nearby tribes, must be taken into account. If we also consider the area closest to our current location, this piece of land is undoubtedly the best. Wenqing and Xianlin hurriedly approached, only to see that Shang Wanyan was referring to an area near the Yending Mountain on the outskirts of Taiyuan Prefecture. Wenqing hadn't reacted yet when CUTIE first clapped his hands. "Wonderful. This place is remote, and few people come in. The terrain is relatively flat." CUTIE said it couldn't be more suitable. Shang Wanyan smiled, his expression calm and indifferent. "As long as you approve, that's good. Then starting tomorrow, we should change our route and head north." CUTIE raised an eyebrow, just about to bury himself back in the paperwork. He was pulled out by Shang Wanyan, who insisted that no matter how many mundane matters one has, one should enjoy a bit of proper relaxation. CUTIE, forced out by Shang Wanyan, was about to say something helpless when he was drawn in by a group of refugees. The refugees, who had long been known, rarely showed a hint of a smile as they sat together discussing some amusing stories. Children danced joyfully around the bonfire and under the bright silver moonlight. Everyone's shadows were elongated. In high spirits, they raised their cups to toast, even though there was only a shallow layer of liquid in each cup. Women gathered to dance, spin silk, weave clothes, chat, and watch the children, creating a dreamlike scene of tranquility. It seemed that this group of people were not desperate refugees, but rather a collective filled with hopes for a better life. Suddenly, someone shouted that County Magistrate Xie had arrived, and everyone stopped, turning their attention towards him. CUTIE stood there somewhat at a loss, unsure if he had disturbed their enjoyment. Then he saw everyone stand up. Even the playful children ran over. and together they swept County Magistrate Xiao Wei. Before long, Xiao found himself sitting in the center of the crowd. Wenqing and Shangguan Yin stood at a distance and watched for a while. Wenqing sighed with emotion. It's really good. She couldn't quite articulate why she felt this way. Was it envy for their positive attitude towards life? Or was it envy for such simple emotions? After thinking for a moment, perhaps it was both, or perhaps it was neither. Shang Guanyin leaned in slightly, resting a hand on Wenqing's shoulder. So the next plan was to follow them? Wenqing nodded gently and replied. Shang Guanyin nodded. I can't let Shangguan's song become too complacent. This is my obsession, you should understand. Moreover, my departure will reduce your visibility, which is more beneficial for you to hide. Wenqing really wanted to say something like, can you not leave? But in the end, she remained silent. She simply smiled and said, you really know how to pick a day. Shang Guanyin fell silent. If I made you feel disappointed, I'm very sorry. It's nothing like that. Wenqing replied, glancing at the dancing refugees. Do you know what they've taught me? What? Shang Guanyin asked. Live for today, drink for today, Wenqing said softly. So what does what you said have to do with us now? Shang Guanyin paused for a moment, then gently lowered his eyelashes and smiled. Yes. Take me to a high place to enjoy the moon. Wenqing pointed to a nearby hill. Shang Guanyin took a glance, and the next moment he found a secluded spot. Taking Wenqing into the air, soaring through the trees like the lightest of birds, unhindered by anything. Warmth only felt the wind brushing past the fingers and cheeks. Then the warm fingers of Shang Guanyin, and then the twinkling stars in the sky, as if they were soaring in the horizon. In just a few breaths, the two arrived at the mountaintop. They sat close together at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the timeless full moon. A cold light flashed in Wenqing's eyes. It was unnecessary. Sooner or later, I will deal with him personally, and besides, just dying would be too easy for him. I will probably stay here for 2 years. And after 2 years, I will go to Kaifeng to find you and settle the past. From then on, how about we truly become a pair of lovebirds who don't envy immortals? Wenqing asked. Shang Guanyin smiled, of course. We promise to go see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland together. How can we let some dirty people keep us stuck in one place? Yes, Wenqing nodded in agreement, hoping that in the future, we can quickly have our wishes fulfilled. 2 years, just 2 years. I will do my utmost to settle the people of Anlu County in an ideal place. They will be able to live and work happily there, without the troubles of lacking clothes and food, and without the oppression of the nobility. Chapter 232. Distribution with warmth and determination, she said sadly, along the way. I have witnessed too much sorrow in the world. Without conscience, the displaced people commit crimes, causing panic among the populace. Those with a bit of conscience, driven by unbearable hunger, are forced to sell whatever they can, and some even sell their wives and children for food. Among the displaced, mothers who have just given birth resort to cannibalism to survive. Shang Guanyin felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Although he had not received his father's affection and had been bullied by his cousin since childhood, as a young master of the Shangguan family, he still had the necessities of life. Being from a noble family, he rarely came into contact with the lives of common people, so he was unaware of their suffering. What he saw and heard on this journey filled him with sorrow. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not have dared to believe that such things as cannibalism could happen. He was deeply moved by Wenqing's words. Looking into her determined eyes, he believed she could achieve her goals. Before heading to Kaifeng, he hoped to assist Wenqing in any way he could. What do you plan to do? If you need my help, I will do my utmost, Shang Guanyin said, gazing intently at Wenqing. I want you to help me design a trap formation near Yinding Mountain on the outskirts of Taiyuan County. Although it's a remote area and rarely visited, the terrain is relatively flat. It's still wise to set up some defenses just in case, Wenqing explained. Just as dawn broke, Wenqing, still half asleep, received the formation diagram from Shang Guanyin. He was quick. She thought she would have to wait a few days. Feeling a bit embarrassed by his speed, she quickly freshened up and went to find Xieli. On the other side, Xieli was personally distributing porridge, and the common people were lining up in an orderly fashion. There was no noise, just a warm atmosphere. Seeing this, Wenqing felt even more that Xieli was a capable person who cared deeply for the people. Xie County Magistrate, may I have a word with you? Wenqing approached Xieli with the blueprint. Miss Wen, could you please wait a moment? I need to find someone to take over for a bit. Why don't you head to the tent first? I'll be there shortly, Cieli replied kindly. He then waved to a nearby constable, handing him the soup ladle and giving some instructions. In the tent, Wenqing spread the blueprint on the table. When Cieli came in, she pointed to the diagram and said, "Xia County Magistrate, please take a look. This is the trap formation that Shangwan Yin designed near Yinneng Mountain on the outskirts of Taiyuan County." Cieli carefully examined the formation diagram while marking on the map. His face was tense with concentration, but it relaxed instantly after he finished. Young Master Shangwan is indeed a military genius. With this formation, we need not fear that others will discover this place, Cieli exclaimed with joy. Xia County Magistrate, I wish to develop the land with the people of Anlu County and create a home. With my abilities, the people can live a good life, Wenqing said, twirling the key on her finger, her words carrying deep meaning. Cieli understood, and a smile crept onto his face as he excitedly ran out of the tent to address the crowd. Villagers, we're going to rebuild our home near Yinneng Mountain on the outskirts of Taiyuan County. Young Master Shangwan has already set up a formation for us, so we can rest easy there. Additionally, Miss Wen will also assist us. When the displaced people heard that they had the help of Shangwan Yin and Wenqing, they were overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Cieli's announcement was like a reassurance for the displaced people. Wenqing's reputation was already well known, and with the help of Shangwan Yin and Cieli, they believed they could settle down and live well in the new location. That same day, Cieli instructed the displaced people to pack their belongings and set off early the next morning. The next day, a group of people, all smiling, set off towards Yinneng Mountain on the outskirts of Taiyuan County. Wenqing took care of the displaced people along the way, accompanying them as they crossed mountains and muddy paths. This reminded her of the poetic lines about the winding Wuling Mountains and the majestic Wuming Mountains. She firmly believed that despite the hardships, the displaced people would reach the shores of happiness. Cieli and Wenqing led the displaced people into their new settlement according to the formation diagram. Since the area had not yet been developed, it was empty and overgrown with weeds. However, the terrain was flat, with streams and lakes, making it suitable for habitation. After surveying the surroundings, Wenqing smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Cieli was organizing the construction of houses. The men went up the mountain to cut trees and gather materials, while the women cleared the weeds. Wenqing was also busy. She found a flat stone, took out the blueprint and a pen, and started sketching. In her previous life, she was called a genius architect, so designing and building houses was a piece of cake for her. In no time, the engineering drawing was complete. She shook off the paper scraps from the blueprint and walked over to Cieli. Xia County Magistrate, this is the design I made based on the terrain. Please take a look. Wenqing presented the engineering drawing to Cieli. Cieli took the drawing and studied it carefully. Wenqing then directly explained the benefits of the design shown on the blueprint. The sloped roof design allows rain and snow to slide off easily. Then why does the house need to be enclosed? Cieli asked, puzzled. This is the design of a courtyard house. On one hand, it provides effective shade in the summer and good sunlight and warmth in the winter, protecting against wind and sand. The open courtyard serves as both an inlet and outlet for airflow, ensuring smooth ventilation through natural wind pressure. Additionally, the courtyard aids in drainage and rainwater collection. Wenqing explained eloquently. After listening to Wenqing's explanation, Cieli couldn't help but admire her. Miss Wen, you are so young yet possess such great talent. I am truly impressed. On behalf of the people of Anlu County, I thank you, Cieli said solemnly, bowing to Wenqing. Wenqing quickly supported Cieli. Without Lord Xie's coordination, we wouldn't have arrived here so quickly. It is a blessing for Anlu County to have someone like County Magistrate Xie. Besides building houses, the people may also be farming. Farming requires seedlings, so considering this, Wenqing entered the space and used her mind to take out all the suitable seedlings and seeds for planting. Inadvertently, she took out too many, and as she looked at the piles of seedlings in front of her, she couldn't bear to look. The refugees were very excited to see the piles of seedlings. To prevent chaos, Wenqing shouted, "We have all kinds of vegetable seedlings and tree seedlings, and the quantity is sufficient. You can collect them once you have divided the land." After about 3 days, the houses and fields were mostly allocated. Wenqing looked at the engineering drawings she had designed coming to life before her eyes, filled with a sense of joy. Chapter 233. Receiving cattle and sheep in these days. Wenqing guided the people in construction during the day and helped take care of the sick elderly at night. She was extremely busy, and the people couldn't help but respect her. CUTIE assigned tasks to the county residents. The more mature men were responsible for hunting in the mountains and fishing by the stream. The younger men continued to repair houses and sow grain seeds. The women washed clothes, cooked meals, and served tea. Those who went hunting in the mountains sometimes had good harvests, and the women would prepare delicious dishes from the game and let Wenqing taste them first. Wenqing often felt warm-hearted by their enthusiastic hospitality. One day, the weather suddenly changed drastically. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and it was as if the world was dimming, with only lightning visible. The rumbling thunder accompanied the lightning, creating a sense of an impending apocalypse. The children in the county tightly hugged their mothers, some even crying in fear. The men responsible for gathering food in the mountains were at a loss with their tools, unaware of the sudden change in weather. Fellow villagers who are going to the mountains, the weather is bad today, so don't go up the mountain. Wait until the weather improves. CUTIE comfortingly patted their shoulders and then said to the other county residents, given this weather, a strong wind and heavy rain will come soon, so everyone must secure your windows and doors. As soon as CUTIE finished speaking, a fierce wind began to blow, and the county residents hurriedly ran towards their homes. The wind roared, making sharp and strange sounds, as if a group of demons was attacking. The force of the wind made the doors and windows bang loudly. Warmth sensed the commotion outside and subconsciously turned the ring on her finger. She gazed at the tightly closed window, lost in thought. From the sound, it seemed that the houses outside, still in disrepair, would suffer. The completed ones, however, were not to be feared. After all, I am a genius architect, and the houses I designed are unique and sturdy. Even without the external formations, these houses are defensively sufficient. It's over, it's over. Everyone can come out now. Suddenly, shouts rang out from outside, followed by the bustling noise of the townsfolk. As soon as Wenqing went outside, she saw a scene of devastation. The house, which was only 30% away from completion, was half collapsed, and the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees looked unrecognizable due to the destruction. After just experiencing a heavy rainstorm, combined with the poorly managed drainage system, the fields were covered in water, and the young seedlings drooped dejectedly, some even floating on the surface. What a plight! The crops we just planted not long ago. How unfair is heaven? An old woman lamented. Look at that house that was almost finished. Such a good house turned into this. Is heaven trying to cut off our path? Another elder beside her sighed. The county residents had previously become refugees due to natural disasters and man-made calamities. And now that they had finally managed to live a stable life, they were suddenly faced with this misfortune. Their spirits were extremely low. In order to help them regain their spirits, Wenqing decided to reveal her golden finger. She noticed a large rock not far away, quickly jumped on it, and loudly declared, "Dear villagers, I have a way to relieve your worries about food. I have a space that can customize a manor and continuous water and dry fields according to your thoughts, as well as an inexhaustible variety of grains and a large-scale livestock farm. Lord Xie is also aware of this and can testify for me." Wenqing signaled to CUTIE with her eyes. CUTIE hurriedly walked to Wenqing's side and said aloud, "That's right, Miss Wen indeed has such abilities. The seedlings were brought here by her, and she is our county's lucky star. I believe Miss Wen can lead the residents of Anlu County to an ideal life." The county residents looked at Wenqing and CUTIE's sincere expressions and fell silent. "What should we do now?" A man spoke up first. "The urgent task is to drain the water. Everyone, please listen to my arrangements in a moment," Wenqing said to the people. "As for food, you don't need to worry. I will prepare everything. I will also bring seedlings for everyone, and in addition, I will provide livestock to assist everyone in their work." Upon hearing this, the distressed faces of the county residents relaxed, and they responded in unison, "We will follow Miss Wen. We trust you." But what if we experience such misfortune again next time? Wouldn't the crops suffer again? Wenqing suddenly realized this issue. As she pondered how to solve this problem, a few fallen leaves unexpectedly landed on her shoulder. As Wenqing was about to brush off the leaves from her shoulders, A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She hurried into the space to search for the seeds of the banyan tree. She remembered that the banyan tree has deep root systems, well-developed lateral roots, and strong wind resistance. It would definitely provide excellent wind protection. Before leaving the space, she also accumulated enough seedling seeds and summoned a group of livestock with her thoughts to send them out of the space. The cows and sheep were bleating, and a few children were the first to notice their presence. Yay, it's cows and sheep. We can have milk now. The children happily surrounded the cows and sheep. A little boy noticed Wenqing following the herd and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Wen, did you conjure them up?" Wenqing raised her eyebrows playfully and smiled. "Yes, isn't it impressive? I can also conjure up other things." "Then can you turn something into a big yellow one?" the little boy said innocently. Wenqing winked at the little boy and said, "Close your eyes and count to 10 first. Then turn your head and you will see." With warmth, the little boy closed his eyes and quickly entered the space, bringing out a small dog that looked very gentle. 1, 2, 3, 10. The little boy quietly counted the numbers, and when he opened his eyes, he really saw a puppy. He excitedly hugged the puppy and showed off to the other children not far away. "Look, I have a puppy now. This is my Dahuang." Warmly watching them happy and joyful, she felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment in her heart. Helping others and bringing them joy felt truly good. She thought to herself, the sheep and cattle nearby bleated again, and it reminded her that she still needed to distribute seeds and livestock to the families. Just then, a group of children appeared, so she decided to ask them to notify the county folks. Thinking this, the children, upon hearing there were candied hawthorns to eat, ran as fast as if their feet were greased. They spread the news like carrier pigeons to every corner of Anlu County. "We have cows and sheep now. You can lead the cows and sheep at the archway." Sister Wenqing brought many cows and sheep. Come and get them. Chapter 234. Moon Spirit. Upon hearing the news, the people put down their trivial tasks and flocked in groups to collect supplies. Although they had previously believed in Wenqing's words to some extent, they were not entirely convinced, at most believing 80% of it. Now, seeing the herds of cattle and sheep and piles of seeds, they couldn't help but be astonished. Accompanying them was CUTIE, and Wenqing just happened to want to discuss matters with him. "Master Xie, I have a method that can help avoid the incidents of yesterday from happening again." After saying this, she pulled out a handful of seeds from her sleeve. These were seeds of the banyan tree, which, once grown, could benefit the people of Anlu County. Its branches were numerous and sturdy, and its root system was well developed, plus the climate here was suitable for its survival. CUTIE picked up a seed from Wenqing's hand and examined it, but he couldn't see anything particularly special about it. However, he trusted Wenqing's words. But how long would it take for the banyan tree to grow? It would take at least a few years, wouldn't it? "Miss Wen, this tree is indeed good, but we must wait for it to grow to shelter the people. Do you know how long it takes for the banyan tree to grow into a towering tree?" CUTIE raised his concerns. Wenqing had indeed considered this issue. A quarter of an hour ago, she was browsing through numerous ancient texts in her space, and fortunately, she found a method that could make the banyan tree grow rapidly. "Lord Xie, you need not worry. I know an ancient recipe that can urge the seedlings to grow quickly in a short time. As long as we gather the materials listed in the recipe and proceed with the refining, it will be fine." After saying this, Wenqing took out the ancient recipe from her sleeve. Most of the materials could be found in the back mountain, but the most important one could only be found around Kaifeng. "I will send a message to Master Shangwan later, asking him to help bring that material over." CUTIE politely nodded, quite appreciative of Wenqing's thoughtfulness. "I trouble Miss Wen to ask young Master Shangwan for help. I will arrange for someone to go up the mountain to look for the materials." After CUTIE finished speaking, he was about to instruct the county people. Seeing this, Wenqing hurriedly called out to CUTIE, "Lord Xie, most of the common folk in Anlu County still need to complete the tasks you arranged earlier. It may not be enough to mobilize manpower at this time. Why don't I go up the mountain as well?" CUTIE was even more touched by Wenqing's attentiveness. He bowed to her, saying, "I am grateful to you, Miss Wen. Your great kindness will be remembered by me, Xie, for eternity. I thank you on behalf of the people of Anlu County." Wenqing smiled gently and said, "No need to thank me. I also want to live the kind of life that the people of Anlu County hope for. Such a life requires our joint effort, so I will do my best to help you." Xiaolai was deeply moved and admired Wenqing. He rarely saw a woman so courageous, wise, and selfless, especially the selflessness part, which even men find difficult to achieve. Help me find Xinzhou Chao and send it over. Wenqing wrote this sentence on a piece of paper. After finishing, she crumpled the note and tossed it aside, feeling that her writing was too stiff. Would it be inappropriate to directly ask Shangwan Yan to do this? Lost in thought, her mind suddenly flashed with Shangwan Yan's face. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his smile was incredibly charming. I wonder how he is doing with his work. Is he well? Wenqing unconsciously rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, shook her head, and muttered, I can't believe I'm lost in thoughts about him. Really, it's such a distraction. Sighing, Wenqing picked up her pen, first inquired about his daily life, then requested his help and explained the reason. After sending the letter, Wenqing drew the required materials. She folded the blueprint and tucked it into her clothes, preparing to seek someone out. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a group of people neatly standing in front of her. Miss Wen, these are all the available citizens, Xiaolai said as he approached Wenqing. Wenqing nodded and then spoke. We are here to find the raw materials for the growth liquid. Once we make the growth liquid and apply it to the plants, they will grow rapidly. I will sow banyan tree seeds around Anlu County and irrigate them with the growth liquid. The banyan trees will grow tall, with thick trunks and lush branches, which will surely block the fierce winds. Growth liquid? Such a wonderful thing exists? A man with a dark complexion exclaimed in surprise. If we apply it to the crops, won't we no longer have to wait for the harvest? That's fantastic. We won't have to worry about the weather affecting our harvest anymore, a tall, thin man said happily. The county residents were unusually excited, but Wenqing's next words would calm them down. Dear citizens, the raw material for the growth liquid is quite rare and not found here. I have already thought of a way to search for it. Our current goal is to plant trees to resist the fierce winds and ensure the safety of Anlu County, Wenqing declared loudly. After Wenqing finished speaking, their expressions were not so excited anymore. Then she took out the blueprint of the materials from her bosom, looked at the county people, and said that this time going up the mountain, those who had previous experience and knew about herbs would be given priority. Before long, the group that had just gathered together split into two teams. As she watched the sun about to set in the west, Wenqing couldn't care less about continuing to select people. She led the newly selected group, who had experience in climbing mountains and knowledge of herbs, up the mountain. In the government office of Kaifeng, Shangwan Yin was reading a letter. The elegant handwriting in the letter revealed a sharpness that resembled her personality. He read the contents of the letter several times, and the corners of his mouth instinctively lifted. It was rare to see a letter from Wenqing that contained not only official matters, but also daily greetings for him. He read the letter a few more times, feeling increasingly that every line was filled with her gradual concern for him. Shangwan Yan's expression darkened. This proud demeanor was very much like his master, but unfortunately, you are not as cute as she is. After speaking, he casually struck a pigeon with a bamboo slip on the desk, knocking it out. He then took a redwood box from a nearby shelf, and when the box was opened, it emitted a dazzling light. Once the light faded, two purple gemstone pendants lay in the box. Shangwan Yin took one pendant and held it in his palm, silently reciting a spell. A light shadow appeared before him, resembling Shangwan Yin himself. He spoke to the shadow. I will take care of the matter regarding the herbs in Shenzhou as soon as possible. This purple pendant, named Yuepa, could convey messages and also reveal the person sending the messages. Yuepa came in pairs, and in the future, if you have anything to say, you can convey it to me through it. Yuepa was made by the descendants of the Mo family, and it was rumored to be able to open the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Shangwan Yin paused for a moment, his face slightly flushed. This was something left to me by my mother, who said that when I meet someone I like in the future, I could give it to her. After saying that, he tied the Yuepa to the pigeon's head and cast a spell to make it invisible. Shangwan Yin patted the pigeon's head and said, as long as you safely deliver the Yuepa to Wenqing, I won't hold it against you for the mess you made on my desk. The pigeon flapped its wings and flew away. Chapter 235, Blood-Sucking Snake on the Other Side. Wenqing and the county residents had just climbed to the halfway point of the mountain. The sun was about to fully set, and the sky gradually darkened. Wenqing felt a bit anxious, lamenting how quickly time was passing. There were quite a few materials, and if they wanted to finish tonight, they needed to hurry. Wenqing wanted to walk faster, so she tried to take longer strides. However, the ground was too slippery, nearly causing her to fall. Folks, safety is the most important thing. Please watch your steps and be careful not to fall, Wenqing reminded them. As they entered the forest, it was pitch dark, and they could only see the faint moonlight above and the flames of the torches held by the county residents. The darkness ahead was inexplicably unsettling. Fortunately, the sounds of frogs, insects, and birds in the forest were like a symphony, gradually soothing everyone's restless hearts. After walking for a while, Wenqing suddenly stopped. She saw a patch of 1,000 sheets grass under a tree ahead and said to everyone, "Folks, there's a whole patch of 1,000 sheets grass over there. Harvesting that patch should provide enough material for the growth liquid. I'll observe nearby and see if there are any suitable materials. You all go ahead and gather, but remember not to stray from the group." "All right, leave it to us. We guarantee we'll pick it clean," said a fair-skinned young man with a grin. And the other county residents echoed him. In the warm distance, fireflies were flying sporadically around the bushes, and she thought there must be firefly grass nearby. As she approached, she had not yet seen the firefly grass, but heard the howling sound of "Ao-woo, Ao-woo." Wenqing gently pushed aside the bushes and discovered a white tiger. It was an ancient divine beast, and she was somewhat surprised to encounter it here. The white tiger was not very large, resembling a small dog. For some reason, it had been caught by a trap, and it was whimpering pitifully. She slowly approached the little white tiger and patted its head, finding that it did not resist. She then examined the structure of the trap, which was quite simple. She just needed to pry open the metal plate on top. However, when she tried to do so, the little white tiger howled even louder, scaring her into not moving. "Come on, just bear with it a little longer. It will be all right soon," she said, feeling sorry for the little white tiger's pitiful cries. Wenqing pulled with all her might, and finally the trap was completely pried open. Perhaps it had tugged at its wound, as blood flowed down its leg onto the ground, soaking the grass beneath it in red. The low whimper of the little white tiger abruptly stopped. Wenqing looked up and saw it lying still with its eyes closed. Could it have fainted from blood loss? As she muttered to herself, she tried to get it to open its eyes with her hand. The white tiger saw the bloody trap in Wenqing's hand, and the little white tiger lying in a pool of blood. It glared fiercely at Wenqing, its claws scraping the ground beneath it, adopting a hunting stance as it prepared to pounce on her, scaring her into turning and running away. Wenqing was running desperately, intending to escape into the space to avoid the pursuit of the white tiger. However, she remembered that the county residents might carry her scent. After all, the white tiger was one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, and his sense of smell was naturally stronger than that of ordinary animals. If the white tiger couldn't find her and sought revenge on the county residents instead, it would be disastrous. To avoid implicating them, Wenqing ran in the opposite direction. Just as she was running out of breath, she suddenly saw a narrow cave ahead. With all her strength, she jumped into the cave. Because she jumped too hastily, she fell to the ground, and when she got up, her whole body ached. Her palms and knees were scraped. The sound of the white tiger's angry roars echoed at the cave entrance. Wenqing watched as the stones in the cave were knocked down by the white tiger and thought to herself that this couldn't go on. She reluctantly entered the space to find a drug that could incapacitate the white tiger. After searching for a while, she finally found a poison called All Things Fall. As the name suggests, it could make all living beings fall down. Wenqing hadn't tested this poison before, so she didn't know its effects. But it was a perfect opportunity to experiment on the white tiger. However, the problem was how to sprinkle the powder on the white tiger. What if she accidentally got affected as well? To be safe, she entered the space again to look for the antidote to All Things Fall. However, instead of finding the antidote, she stumbled upon the 100. The 100 could cure hundreds of poisons, including All Things Fall. Wenqing took the Baijia pill in advance and quietly approached the cave's entrance, waiting for the white tiger's next charge. As expected, the white tiger charged forward, and Wenqing quickly sprinkled the powder towards it. 1, 2, 3. Wenqing silently counted the numbers, and outside the cave, the sound of a massive creature falling could be heard. Wenqing let out a sigh of relief, but then she started to sneeze and cough, worried that the toxin might not incapacitate the white tiger. She intentionally increased the dosage of the poison, and combined with the dust raised by the fallen white tiger, it created a smoky effect at the cave's entrance. The choking dust made Wenqing's eyes blurry, and she couldn't stop coughing. Truly a self-inflicted disaster. Fortunately, the plan succeeded, Wenqing thought as she rubbed her nose. She was concerned that the white tiger would wake up soon, so she hurried towards the direction of the county people. Strange, where did everyone go? Could they be looking for me? Wenqing wondered. Suddenly, she heard a wailing sound ahead and rushed over in a panic. Before reaching the source of the sound, she saw a swarm of blood-sucking snakes rushing towards that direction. When the group of blood-sucking snakes saw Wenqing passing by, they suddenly stopped crawling towards that side and turned to attack her. Fortunately, Wenqing had brought enough Wanwu Dao. She quickly took out several bottles of Wanwu Dao from her bosom and sprinkled it into the air. Any nearby blood-sucking snakes that breathed in the air mixed with the poison immediately fell down. The ones being attacked over there were likely the county people. And to help them, she couldn't use Wanwu Dao. What if she incapacitated them too? Suddenly realizing this, Wenqing hurriedly entered her space to take out the soul-controlling flute and realgar powder. The sound of the flute rose melodiously, crisp and gentle, both soft and clear. The blood-sucking snakes fell into a deep sleep with the sound of the flute, while the county people listened, entranced. After playing for a while, she saw that all the blood-sucking snakes were asleep and threw a few bottles to the nearest county person. This is realgar powder. Wearing it can prevent blood-sucking snakes from approaching, Wenqing explained. Chapter 236. Formation. The county people, who had just gone through a tumultuous experience, hurriedly picked up the bottles containing realgar powder. Wenqing looked at their situation and noticed that one person was lying on the ground, with the knee of his left pant leg soaked in blood. Nearby, others had been bitten by blood-sucking snakes to varying degrees. Wenqing distributed her commonly used wound medicine to the villagers. Miss Wen, after we finished picking the 1,000 sheets of grass, we couldn't find you and searched everywhere for your whereabouts. On the way to find you, Dolly tripped over something unknown and fell. That's how his leg ended up bleeding like this. Then those blood-sucking snakes came, attracted by the smell. The fair-skinned young man explained the sequence of events to Wenqing one by one. Wenqing had just suffered an attack from the white tiger, and now the county residents were being attacked by blood-sucking snakes. One person being injured shouldn't attract so many blood-sucking snakes. Wenqing felt something was off, and since most of the people who came today were injured, it was better to evacuate early. Passing through the thicket, Wenqing let them leave first and would follow shortly. Ancient texts recorded that firefly grass grew in thickets surrounded by fireflies at night. Logically, that area should have firefly grass. And what about the little white tiger? Wenqing wanted to take another look. She walked into the thicket and saw the little white tiger still in the same spot, but still unconscious. Its leg wound was a bit messy with flesh and blood. Wenqing took out the remaining wound medicine and sprinkled it on its wound, then fed it a pill to replenish energy and blood. When Wenqing finished applying the medicine and was about to leave, she suddenly caught a glimpse of some familiar grass under the little white tiger. It looked somewhat like firefly grass. Wenqing picked up the little white tiger and moved it to another spot, wiping the bloodstains off the patch of grass with her sleeve. Although the grass was deformed from being pressed down, it could still vaguely be identified as firefly grass. Wenqing was overjoyed and quickly began to collect it. She glanced at the little white tiger beside her, feeling a bit hesitant. There might be blood-sucking snakes lurking nearby, and the little white tiger was still in a coma, with the scent of blood attracting danger. If anything happened to it, the white tiger mother would likely hold a grudge against her. Thinking of that big white tiger's sharp claws and its lightning-fast speed, Wenqing couldn't help but shiver. Wenqing sprinkled realgar powder around the little white tiger. A gust of wind blew by, and Wenqing felt a bit chilly. She looked at the little white tiger, always feeling like something was missing. Cover its belly. To avoid catching a cold, her modern mother often reminded her to keep her belly covered. Perhaps her mother's actions had influenced her. Wenqing lightly fluttered her eyelashes and smiled. She forcefully tore a piece of fabric from the hem of her clothing and gently covered it. I hope your mom doesn't chase after me anymore, Wenqing thought to herself. She turned around and had just taken a few steps when she kicked a nearby animal trap. The trap flipped over, and it seemed to have a symbol on its base. Wenqing picked up the trap and examined it closely. It It was a pattern of a snake and eagle intertwined. This should be a tribal totem, and the people of Anlu County likely wouldn't carve such a totem onto an animal trap. Could it be that someone lives nearby? Wenqing couldn't help but wonder. The trap had just caught the little white tiger, so their target was very likely it. Wenqing looked at the little white tiger with concern. Leaving it here could pose great danger. But if she took it away, what if the tiger's mother couldn't find it? After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to take the little white tiger with her. After all, a white tiger is still a tiger, and carrying it for long would definitely be heavy. Plus, carrying an ancient divine beast in public would be too conspicuous. If someone from that mysterious tribe saw her, she could be in trouble. Wenqing could only place the little white tiger into her space. She used her thoughts to bring both herself and the little white tiger into the space. Her space had several hot springs that could help it recover from its injuries. Wenqing slowly placed the little white tiger into a shallower hot spring and then took a few bottles of Baijia pills and Wanwu pills before leaving the space. Wenqing caught up with the main group and distributed the WNWD-O and BEGW-N to the villagers. Dear villagers, the red bottles in your hands contain WNWD-O, while the green bottles hold BEGW-N. WNWD-O is a poison, and BEGW-N is a miraculous medicine that can cure hundreds of poisons. Wenqing gestured with WNWD-O in her left hand and BEGW-N in her right, indicating that everyone should take the BEGW-N first to prevent poisoning. If you encounter vicious beasts like blood-sucking snakes, use the WNWD-O directly on them. Upon hearing this, the villagers took the BEGW-N while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, and hurried towards the edge of the forest. Thanks to carrying realgar powder with them, they did not encounter any attacks from blood-sucking snakes along the way. Wenqing and the villagers walked for a long time, but still had not reached the exit. Isn't this the place we just passed? A tall, thin man said. I just peed under this tree. Old Wu, you must be out of your mind. Just because there's a wet spot doesn't mean it's your pee. Can you still smell your own urine? Besides, all these trees look similar. Maybe you're just seeing things, joked the sturdy man beside him. Really, we've gone in circles. We actually made a loop. The sturdy man scratched his head and said, Humph, old Jiang, do you believe it now? Old Wu rolled his eyes. What should we do? Are we really not able to get out? Just walking like this won't solve anything, one of the shorter villagers said, looking distressed. This place must have been set up with a formation, which is why we're trapped, Wenqing said quietly. Although Wenqing didn't know much about formations, she understood that every formation had a focal point. As long as they could find the focal point, things would be easier. If only Shang Wanyin were here. He is a genius in military affairs, especially skilled in formations. With him around, we wouldn't just be circling endlessly. In an instant, Wenqing's longing for Shang Wanyin reached its peak. Chapter 237. Burn the tree, how many circles have we turned? We're still in the same place. When will this end? Someone, feeling frustrated after walking for so long, simply sat down and refused to move. Warm-heartedly seeing the county residents feeling downcast at this moment, she stopped and said, Everyone is tired, so why not take a break here for a while? Thank you for your concern, miss. I have a few words I'm not sure if I should say, Dazhuang timidly asked. Wenqing thought he might need help, so she smiled faintly at Dazhuang and said, Just speak your mind or ask for anything you need. No need to be polite with me. I just heard the sound of water over there. Dazhuang pointed to the direction on Wenqing's right. Dazhuang, what nonsense are you talking about again? A round-faced man came over with a water jug. Earlier you said you heard someone singing, but when we went over there was nothing, and you even tripped. I really heard it. I don't know why there was no one there, Dazhuang said excitedly. With a warm gaze at Dazhuang's restless demeanor, she smiled faintly and said, Dazhuang, could you take me to the source of that sound? Wenqing nodded slightly and said, If that's the case, let me help you over there. Wenqing looked around and found that there was indeed nothing, and couldn't help but wonder if Dazhuang was hearing things. Could the focal point be here? If it were here, what could be done to make the focal point appear? Wenqing thought her head would explode. There was no other way at the moment, so she decided to try the simplest and most straightforward method. She took out some offensive objects from her space, like a hammer and a dagger, and then threw them vigorously towards the place where the sound had disappeared. Seeing this, Dazhuang also started throwing things with Wenqing. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. Wenqing became excited as she watched the cracks appear before her. She shouted to the villagers in the distance. "I found a focal point. Everyone come help." The villagers rushed over, imitating tide.With by throwing sharp objects towards the cracks. With the help of others, more and more cracks appeared, ultimately collapsing and disappearing into the ground. What was in front of them was no longer a forest, but a stream. After being trapped for several hours, everyone suddenly saw a water source and couldn't help but excitedly play by the stream. Wenqing sat on a rock not far away, watching them frolic, their smiles enveloping her and making her feel inexplicably comfortable. The happiest person upon seeing the stream was tide.With. He patted the round-faced man's shoulder and excitedly said, "Fiancé, see? My hearing is pretty good, right? If it weren't for me, I'll help." Before tide.With could finish his sentence, he heard Fiancé's cries for help. He turned his head to see Fiancé entangled by a thick vine, being dragged deeper into the forest. Fiancé has been dragged away. Quick, save him." tide.With shouted tremblingly. Suddenly, he felt something brush against his ankle. Scared, he hurriedly swung his cane desperately at his ankle. Sure enough, it was the same vine that had just grabbed Fiancé. Wenqing saw tide.With struggling against the vines, and the county folks heard their commotion and rushed over. She took out a dagger and charged at the vine that had ensnared Fiancé. Before she could catch up, other vines attacked her. Wenqing swung her dagger, cutting through the vines, but they quickly grew back. Breathless from the struggle, she realized that they were about to wrap around her. With no other option, she retreated into her space. Since they were plants, they must be afraid of fire. "I refuse to believe that fire won't work on them," Wenqing thought fiercely. Wenqing left the space with warmth. During the fight with the vines, she seized the opportunity to ignite the vines. Worried that the fire might not be strong enough, she deliberately poured some oil on it. Once the fire caught the vines, they hung lifelessly on the ground, and the flames spread along the vines into the depths of the forest. Watching this scene, Wenqing felt a bit uneasy. If it kept burning like this, all the plants and animals in the forest would surely suffer. The vines that had been scorched by the fire starter in Wenqing's hand were wary of her, making it easier for her to deal with them. The vines entangling Fiancé stopped when they reached a towering tree. In an instant, the trunk of the tree formed a dark, swirling vortex, resembling an endless abyss that seemed to want to swallow everything. The vines, which had just suddenly come to a halt, moved again. They stood upright, pulling Fiancé backward and making a motion as if to throw him into the tree hole. Fiancé was so frightened by the vines that he screamed loudly, and when he saw the black hole, he was so scared that he wet his pants. He looked at Wenqing with pleading eyes, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "When girl, please, save me." Wenqing was somewhat anxious, worried that using fire might hurt Fiancé, while not using fire left her unsure of what other methods to employ. She thought hard. As she battled the vines along the way, she felt they had a certain spirit. Why not try using methods meant for dealing with humans? Those vines came from this tree. To catch the thief, one must first capture the leader. Wenqing held all the fire sticks in her left hand and oil in her right, standing beside the tree. She glanced disdainfully at the vines, let go of them, and suddenly I set the tree on fire. However, the vines remained unmoved, and Wenqing continued to bring the fire source closer to the trunk. Just as the fire was about to touch the trunk, the vines suddenly loosened, and Fiancé fell from midair. "Ouch, it hurts! So painful!" Fiancé rubbed his bottom and couldn't help but cry out. The vines next to him lay on the ground, motionless, as if saying, "I have let him go." You quickly moved the fire source away. Chapter 238. The cave. A figure in a black robe stood on a nearby treetop, taking in the scene with amusement, smiling slyly. Truly interesting. In the blink of an eye, the man in the black robe jumped into the forest and disappeared. Wenqing always felt like a pair of eyes was watching her. She uncomfortably glanced towards a corner of the forest and saw the branches swaying slightly. But there was no one there. Perhaps it was a squirrel in the tree, or maybe she was just too tired, which led to the illusion. Wenqing still held a fire stick in one hand and oil in the other, locked in a standoff with the many vines. The wind grew stronger, and the surrounding trees rustled in the breeze. Wenqing felt that time was passing slowly. Her mind was racing as she desperately thought of a way to resolve the current predicament. Suddenly, a clear, long call rang out in the air. and a large bird flew by. It had a chicken's head, a swallow's collar, a snake's spine, a turtle's back, and a fish's tail. Standing 6 feet tall and shimmering in golden yellow. A flock of various birds followed behind it, all chirping in unison. Wenqing looked up at the sky with a sense of longing, somewhat entranced. 100 birds were flying toward the phoenix. That was the phoenix. Wenqing exclaimed in excitement. She never expected to see a phoenix in her lifetime. This was far more thrilling than seeing a white tiger. In modern times, Wenqing loved to collect various feathers, and she had heard that the feathers of the phoenix were the most beautiful among all birds, so she had always dreamed of seeing one. The black whirlpool on the trunk of a large tree was closing up, eventually becoming no different from an ordinary tree, except that it was a bit larger than usual. It is said that the phoenix is a creature of auspiciousness. When the phoenix sings, peace and tranquility follow. The divine bird, the phoenix, truly lives up to its reputation. Wenqing gazed at the sky where the phoenix had just flown by, her eyes sparkling. This place was not suitable for staying long. They had to leave quickly. Wenqing patted Xiangzi, who was lying on the ground, but he did not respond. She remembered that doctors often press the philtrum of people who faint, so she decided to give it a try. Wenqing pressed down hard on Xiangzi's philtrum with her thumb, but he still seemed unresponsive. As it turned out, this method was indeed effective, and in a moment, Xiangzi slowly opened his eyes. "Miss One Eye, I'm okay." He touched his body and looked around. "But why does it hurt so much under my nose?" Xiangzi rubbed his philtrum and said. Wenqing gently coughed and said slowly, "I just saw you faint, so I pressed down on your philtrum with force to wake you up." Wenqing wanted to leave this place of conflict as soon as possible. She pulled Chang up and said nervously, "This place is very sinister. Now that you're awake, let's leave quickly. We need to find Zhuang and the others outside the forest." Wenqing and Xiangzi ran towards the edge of the forest. Xiangzi was behind, panting heavily. Wenqing couldn't help but murmur to herself. It seems that the physical fitness of the county residents in Anlu County needs to be improved. Is there anyone? Help! A cry for help came from the bushes. Wenqing and Xiangzi stopped and walked towards the thicket, only to see a person hanging upside down from a tree. Wenqing went to pull the rope tied to another tree, and Xiangzi instinctively held onto the person to prevent him from falling. Once the man was safely on the ground, he leaned against Xiangzi, catching his breath. The man was tall and thin, with colorful paint smeared on his cheeks, making it hard to discern his features. His attire was clearly not that of a resident of Anlu County. He wore clothing made of animal skins and had shell pendants. As far as she knew, no one in Anlu County dressed like this. The man, dressed in such unusual attire, appeared in this eerie forest, which made Wenqing feel somewhat strange. A hint of vigilance flashed in Wenqing's eyes. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I am Aping from the Xia tribe. I came out hunting with others from the tribe. We are competing to see who can hunt the most. While I was chasing a deer, I accidentally stepped into this trap. That's how I ended up like this," Aping said, a bit embarrassed. "A tribe? There are people living nearby?" Xiangzi's eyes widened in surprise. Wenqing felt warmth at the mention of the word tribe, recalling the totem on the animal trap she had seen earlier. She smiled lightly and continued to ask, "Tribe? You must be quite familiar with this place, brother." "I often hunt around here, so I'm somewhat familiar," Aping replied with a grin. "Is there anything peculiar about this forest? We almost lost our lives here just now," Wenqing said with a worried expression. "This is a cursed forest. Deep within it lies an ancient locust tree. Its vines are quite formidable, so you must be careful." Aping pointed in the direction that Wenqing and Xiangzi had just come from. Then he earnestly said, "This forest has other strange aspects as well. Since it seems you two are newcomers, why don't I take you along the safe path out of the forest?" Wenqing smiled warmly and said, "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way." Xiangzi was confused. Wasn't it agreed that they would first gather with Zhuang and the others? Why was he going with Aping now? Just as Xiangzi was about to speak, Wenqing stopped him with a glance. He didn't know what to say, thinking that following Miss One would surely be the right choice. Wenqing and Xiangzi followed Aping towards the northwest of the forest. When they reached a cave, Aping suddenly stopped and said, "There's a teleportation portal inside this cave that can take you outside the forest. Please follow me." As they entered the cave, it was completely dark. Aping lit a torch by the stone wall, and only then did the entrance have a bit of light. As Wenqing and Xiangzi were about to move forward, Aping suddenly turned and jumped out of the cave. A stone door descended from above at the entrance of the cave. By the time Wenqing and Xiangzi reacted, it was too late. The stone door had already closed tightly. Xiangzi pounded on the stone door, shouting, "Hey, let us out, you son of a!" Outside the cave, Aping let out a sneer and smiled contemptuously. He tugged at his own skin, ultimately peeling off his entire face to reveal a cold, stern visage. Noticing the silence outside the door, Xiangzi anxiously turned to Wenqing. "What should we do, Miss Wen? That Aping is truly despicable." Suddenly, his expression changed. Behind. Xiangzi pointed tremblingly behind Wenqing, panic in his voice. Wenqing turned to look, and a strangely shaped giant beast was staring intently at them not far away. There was no way for Wenqing and Xiangzi to escape from that giant beast. With no other choice, Wenqing could only take Xiangzi into the space to hide. "Quick, close your eyes. Don't open them if I haven't told you to." Wenqing firmly grasped Xiangzi's hand and said. A flash of white light enveloped them, and Wenqing and Xiangzi vanished from their spot.